Chapter 1: First Meeting with Daughter and Activation of the All-Powerful Dad System. On the top floor of the Cloud-Top Mansion, in a duplex apartment worth hundreds of millions, the light reflected from the crystal chandelier was shattered by a sharp cry. Wow, wow! The baby's cries were heart-wrenching, carrying a stubborn determination to achieve its goal. Lu Yanran rubbed her temples in frustration, turning the Bluetooth headset volume up to maximum, but she couldn't completely block out the piercing wailing. On the other end of the phone, the business partner was still haggling incessantly over a mere 0.5% profit. Presently, Qin Yen Group's offer is non-negotiable. Her voice was clear and unwavering, showing no sign of being affected by the surrounding environment. If you are not sincere, our conversation can end here. She hung up the phone decisively and tossed it onto the leather sofa. Turning around, she was met with the face of the top-tier postpartum nanny, who earned 30,000 yuan a month, on the verge of tears. Mr. Lu, the young lady, she just refuses to drink milk and won't sleep. I've tried everything. Lu Yanran glanced at her daughter, whose face was flushed from crying, in the crib. A corner of her heart softened, but more than anything, she felt a helpless frustration. She was used to being in control of everything, from contracts worth hundreds of millions to personnel changes within the group. Only this little life, her own daughter, was like an unbreakable program, leaving her helpless. Your salary isn't for telling me you can't do anything. Her words were cold, like the sharpest icicles in winter. The nanny trembled with fright and tried to soothe the baby by turning him around, but the crying only grew louder. Just then, a soft electronic sound came from the apartment door lock. Yichen walked in carrying a plastic bag with a supermarket logo on it, his forehead still damp with a thin layer of sweat, clearly having run all the way up. I'm back, I bought some fresh. He paused when he saw the scene in the living room. A helpless postpartum nanny, a cold-faced business queen, and a baby crying uncontrollably create a striking scene. Lu Yanran gave him a cold glance, her eyes saying, "This is none of your business. Put the things in the kitchen, then go to the study and wait for me." Take a look at that supplementary agreement, she commanded, her tone businesslike, as if speaking to a subordinate. Yi Chen didn't move. He placed the plastic bag on the entryway cabinet and walked straight over. His gaze passed over Lu Yanran and landed on the crying little girl. I'll give it a try. The nanny looked at Lu Yanran for help, as if she had seen a savior, but dared not make a decision on her own. You? Lu Yanran's lips twitched slightly, a smile that was almost mocking. Yi Chen, don't forget our agreement. You just need to play the role of my husband and deal with those people in the family. There are more professional people to handle childcare. The implication is that a delivery man wouldn't know anything. Yichen seemed oblivious to the barb in her words, and naturally took the baby from the nanny's arms. His movements were gentle, yet exceptionally steady. In his arms, the tiny infant's cries miraculously subsided, turning into soft, aggrieved sobs. Ding! Host's daughter Yin Yan has been detected to be in a state of extreme anxiety, triggering a hidden quest, Father's Lullaby. Task requirement: get Yin Yan into a peaceful sleep within 10 minutes. Task reward: financial skill Eagle Eye Analysis Beginner, which allows you to observe the micro trend of any stock within the next 72 hours. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. The money for baby formula, here it comes. He paced slowly through the living room, holding the child. Lu Yanran stood by, arms crossed, watching coldly. She wanted to see what tricks this man could pull. She was prepared to kick him out the moment the child started crying again. However, the expected wailing did not occur. Yichen didn't hum any of the popular children's songs. Instead, a low, gentle hum came from his throat, without lyrics or melody, yet carrying an ancient and peaceful rhythm. The sound was like the wind in a valley, or the tide in the dead of night, gently enveloping the tiny baby. Nian Nian stopped sobbing, her big, dark eyes staring unblinkingly at Yi Chen. Her little mouth smacked unconsciously, her tiny fists loosened, and one hand gripped Yi Chen's shirt. An eerie silence fell over the living room. The nanny stared wide-eyed, barely daring to breathe. A corner of the frost on Lu Yanran's face quietly melted. She looked at the man, who was wearing the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, and still carried the dust and grime of outdoor activities, but the way he held the child revealed an indescribable familiarity and tenderness. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, gilding his profile and softening his sharp features. At this moment, he didn't seem like a delivery man, much less a tool, but rather, like a real father. This thought made Lu Yanran's heart skip a beat, and then a stronger sense of vigilance arose within her. What she needs is a pawn, a shield, not a variable that would disrupt all her plans. In less than 5 minutes, Nian Nian fell asleep in Yi Chen's arms, breathing evenly, with tear stains still on her little face, looking both pitiful and adorable. Yi Chen carefully placed her back in the crib and covered her with a light blanket. The whole process was smooth and quiet, without making a sound. After doing all this, he straightened up and turned to look at Lu Yanran. All done. He had a bright, cheerful smile on his face, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Mr. Lu, do you think this special service should be charged extra outside of the contract? For example, how about adding a chicken leg to tonight's dinner? His teasing tone broke the warm tranquility that had just been there. Lu Yanran instantly snapped out of that unfamiliar emotion, reverting to her former aloof and powerful CEO of Qingyan Group. She looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression: surprise, scrutiny, and a hint of wavering she herself hadn't even noticed. It's clearly stated in the agreement that your responsibilities include maintaining the appearance of family harmony in our family. Her voice regained its usual icy tone. Stopping the child's crying is part of your job. It's my job, Yi Chen drawled, feigning sudden realization. Then it seems I need to carefully review the contract terms to see what other jobs I haven't done. After all, President Lu pays a hefty salary, and I have to live up to it. His words sounded like self-deprecation, yet also like a counterattack. Lu Yanran was speechless, utterly bewildered. For the first time, she realized that this tool she had casually chosen was not as simple as he appeared. He knew how to assess situations and, more importantly, how to subtly reveal his true colors. The supplementary agreement is on the desk in the study. Go see it yourself. She left those words behind, turned, and walked towards her work area, no longer looking at him. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was crisp and firm, as if masking some kind of emotion. Yi Chen shrugged and walked towards the study. As he passed the kitchen, he peeked into the still-dazed nanny's eyes and said, "Sister Wang, the baby might be hungry in 2 hours. When that time comes, use 42-degree water to make the formula, 60 milliliters at a time, no more." The nanny nodded subconsciously, "Yes, okay." Only after Yi Chen had walked away did she realize that this Mr. Yi was even more professional than her, the top-notch nanny. In the study, Yi Chen picked up the so-called supplementary agreement and quickly skimmed through it. The terms were even harsher than before, quantifying almost all of his private space in monetary terms, and prohibiting him from interfering in any of Lu Yanran's private affairs, especially those concerning the company and the child. He chuckled and tossed the agreement back onto the table. Does Lu Yanran think she can keep him firmly in check with money and rules? How naive. His goal was never that salary. Ding! The father's lullaby quest is complete. The reward Eagle Eye Analysis Beginner has been issued. New player bonus: the host can immediately use Eagle Eye Analysis once, specifying any target. Yi Chen's gaze passed through the study door and landed on the aloof figure buried in piles of documents not far away. A meaningful smile curved the corners of his lips. He didn't look at any stocks, but instead silently recited a sentence to the system in his mind. System, using Eagle Eye Analysis, target, Qingyan Group. The next second, a flood of complex data and business information rushed into his mind, clearly outlining the huge hidden dangers beneath Qingyan Group's current glamorous exterior: a precarious cash flow and a competitor lurking in the shadows, ready to launch a fatal blow. Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Lu Yanran, your crisis is my opportunity. You want me to be a docile tool? You're in for a bad time. I'll not only be Nian Nian's father, but also the mastermind behind your career. Chapter 2, Max-Level Comprehension and the President's Surprise. Inside the study, Yi Chen stopped tapping his fingertips on the table. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the new player tutorial quest and triggering a hidden reward, new player gift pack. Gift pack content 1, Maxed Out Comprehension Passive. The host will possess top-tier learning abilities, including photographic memory, the ability to apply knowledge to new situations, and self-taught learning. Any knowledge or skill will be understood at a glance and learned instantly. Gift Pack Content 2, Skill Upgrade Card One-Time Use. The host can designate any existing skill and directly upgrade it to the maximum level. Yi Chen's breath hitched slightly. Maxed Out Comprehension? This is practically a divine skill tailor-made for him. He was already a recognized genius in the finance department, and now with this passive ability, it's like giving a supercomputer a quantum processor. But the most crucial thing is that skill upgrade card. His gaze fell on the system panel, where the newly acquired Eagle Eye Analysis Beginner skill was flashing. Beginner level, and it allowed him to see through 72 hours. What about the max level? System, use skill promotion card, target, eagle eye analysis. He made his choice without hesitation. Rather than mastering 100 common skills, it's better to hone one of the sharpest weapons to perfection. Ding! Eagle eye analysis has been upgraded to the maximum level. Eagle eye analysis max level, the host can perceive the core data trends, key turning points, and all potential opportunities and crises of any target enterprise, project, individual over the next year. The analysis results will be presented in the most concise causal logic chain, directly addressing the essence of the problem. Boom! If the basic skill gave him a telescope, then at the max level, the entire world instantly transformed into a giant clock made up of countless intricate gears in his eyes. He could not only see the rotation of each gear, but also discern the underlying logic of their interlocking and the timescale they would ultimately point to. The massive amount of data about Qing Yan Group that had just flooded my mind was instantly sorted out, dissected, and reconstructed. The crisis was far deeper and closer than he had imagined. Yi Chen picked up the cold supplementary agreement on the table. The terms on the paper seemed somewhat ridiculous to him. Forbidding him from interfering with the company and the child? Lu Yanran had truly built what she thought was a solid firewall. Unfortunately, she was not facing ordinary flames, but an earthquake powerful enough to change the entire ecosystem. He opened the study door and went out. Lu Yanran was sitting on the sofa, the coffee table in front of her transformed into a makeshift office, her laptop lit up, several documents scattered around her. Hearing the noise, she didn't even look up, her cold voice like ice. Finished reading? Then sign it and put it on the table. She was certain Yi Chen would sign. This agreement was essentially a shut-up contract with an exorbitant salary attached. Nobody would turn down money. Yi Chen didn't walk towards her, but instead went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the dazzling night view of the city below. President Liu, have you considered that if Qing Yan Group's stock price suddenly collapses within a week, will this agreement still be meaningful? His voice was very calm, as if he were discussing the weather. Lu Yanran stopped typing. She slowly raised her head, looking at the figure with his back to her, her eyes sharp as knives. What do you mean? It's nothing. Yi Chen turned around, his face still bearing that sunny and harmless smile. I was bored in the study just now, so I looked at some financial news. Honda Capital has been making quite a few moves lately. Their newly appointed investment director, I think his name is Gao Jun, he's quite ambitious. Lu Yanran's heart suddenly clenched. Honda Capital is her biggest concern right now. And Gao Jun's name is one she just heard at the board meeting this afternoon, a rival who makes her extremely uneasy. Aside from a few people at the very top of the group, no outsider could possibly know such details about this matter. How did he know? A coincidence? Which shady media outlet did you read the report from? She asked, forcing herself to remain calm, her tone revealing disdain. A delivery man like you is starting to care about capital operations? Mind your own business. My business? Yi Chen waved the supplementary agreement in his hand, his smile widening. Article 1 of the agreement states, Party B must play the role of Party A's husband and maintain a harmonious public image for the family. President Liu, we're family now. If your company goes bankrupt, I, as your husband, will lose face. Isn't it my duty to care about your career? He returned almost exactly what she had said to him earlier. You. Lu Yanran was so angry at his twisted logic that her chest heaved, and for a moment she couldn't find the words to refute him. Yi Chen didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. He walked over, casually placed the supplementary agreement on the coffee table, and lightly tapped the words Qing Yan Group with his fingertip. Qing Yan Group mainly deals in cosmetics, and its core competitiveness lies in its anti-aging product line, Time Factor. The biggest advantage of this product line is that you have monopolized the exclusive supply channel for the core ingredient, Fucus vesiculosus extract, in Southeast Asia. He spoke slowly, but every word struck Lu Yanran's heart precisely. These were all trade secrets. Lu Yanran's expression changed completely. She stared intently at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with surprise and scrutiny. Who are you? What do you want? My name is Yi Chen, Nian Nian's father, and your contract husband. Yi Chen withdrew his hand and spread his hands. As for what I want to do, it's very simple. I just want to remind my employer that the so-called exclusive supply channel has probably been intercepted at the source. If I'm not mistaken, the price they offered is 1.5 times the purchase price of Qing Yan Group, and it's an exclusive agreement. Once the raw material supply is cut off and the Time Factor production line shuts down, Honda Capital will release the news by the opening of the market no later than next Monday. This, combined with malicious short selling in the secondary market, will cause your stock price to plummet. Then, they will launch a takeover bid at a low price. Yi Chen didn't continue. The living room was deathly silent. Lu Yanran looked at him, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave. What Yi Chen described was exactly the scenario she feared most deep down. She had spent the entire day planning and preparing for the crisis, but she never expected that this man, whom she had never taken seriously, would analyze the entire crisis so thoroughly, even more accurately and terrifyingly than her own deductions. He even guessed the multiplier of the other party's offer. This was no longer a coincidence, but an insight. An insight that sent chills down her spine. How did you know all this? Her voice was a little dry, having lost its usual coolness. Just guessing, Yi Chen shrugged, giving the least likely answer. He glanced towards the crib. Nian Nian seemed to stir slightly in her sleep. He immediately suppressed his anger and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Sister Wang, could you please give me the baby bottle? Is the water temperature set to 42 degrees? I'll make it. His voice instantly softened, as if the man who had just been pointing fingers and predicting a business crisis was just an illusion. The postpartum nanny, Sister Wang, handed over the baby bottle in a daze, watching Yi Chen skillfully scoop out the formula, shake it, and test the temperature. Her professional movements made even Sister Wang, a top-notch postpartum nanny, feel ashamed of herself. Lu Yanran sat alone on the sofa, her body stiff. She picked up her encrypted phone and dialed her assistant's number, her voice trembling slightly. Find me someone, Yi Chen. I need all his information from birth to the present. Yes, all of it. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the figure in the kitchen diligently making milk, then at the supplementary agreement on the coffee table that was practically worthless. For the first time, she had serious doubts about her ability to control everything. Is this man merely a shield she picked up casually, or an unknown variable that invites a wolf into her house? No, he was more like a mystery. A mystery she couldn't understand at all. Chapter 3: The Tool's Counterattack and the President's Gamble. The kitchen lights were soft, outlining Yi Chen's focused profile. He flicked his wrist, causing the milk to swirl perfectly in the bottle, without a single extra bubble. Lu Yanran sat on the sofa, her back straight, her fingertips icy cold. She felt like an intruder, witnessing a heartwarming scene that didn't belong to her. That man, who was clearly an actor she had hired, seemed more like the man of the house than anyone else at that moment. Yi Chen walked over with the baby bottle, his steps very light. He didn't look at Lu Yanran, but went straight to the crib, bending down to look at his sleeping daughter. Nian Nian, it's time to eat. His voice was very low, with a gentle, coaxing tone. Little Nian Nian wrinkled her nose and smacked her lips twice in her sleep. Yi Chen stretched out a finger and gently stroked her cheek. The little one's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She didn't cry or fuss, but just looked at him quietly, her bright black eyes like obsidian immersed in water. Yi Chen picked her up, holding her steadily in his arms, and brought the pacifier to her lips. Nian Nian took it in with practiced ease, making a satisfied, soft gurgling sound. The postpartum nanny, Sister Wang, was practically staring in disbelief. She'd cared for dozens of newborns and had never seen a baby wake up without crying, or nurse so obediently. She'd also never seen a new father perform such miraculous feats. This Mr. Yi, was he simply undergoing a trial by fire? Lu Yanran's gaze fell on Yi Chen's hands. They were hands with distinct knuckles, currently holding the bottle at a perfect angle, ensuring the flow rate was moderate and the baby wouldn't choke. In her mind, every word of the investigation report her assistant had just sent was burning. Yi Chen, male, 24 years old. Native of Jiangchang. He was admitted to the finance department of Haicheng University of Finance and Economics with the third highest score in the province, but dropped out in the second semester of his junior year due to his father's serious illness and his family's bankruptcy. For the next 3 years, his occupations included food delivery writer, express sorter, and same-city errand runner. He has simple social connections and no suspicious background. A resume so clean it's almost bland. The fall of a genius, and an ordinary person bent over by the weight of life. Yet this ordinary person, with just a few words, saw through the biggest crisis in her entire business empire. This terrified her more than any background check. The light from the phone screen reflected on her face, making her expression appear even more unpredictable. The only sound in the living room was the soft swallowing of a baby. This tranquility, which Lu Yanran should have longed for, made her restless. She felt her territory had been invaded and the rules broken. Finally, Nian Nian finished her milk. Yi Chen picked her up upright, cupped his hands, and gently patted her little back. Soon, a soft burp sounded. He smiled, carried her around the living room a couple more times, and then put her back on the bed and covered her with the blanket. After doing all this, he straightened up and finally turned to Lu Yanran on the sofa. "Mr. Lu, can we talk now?" The sunny and cheerful smile on his face was gone, replaced by an equal, even slightly scrutinizing, calm. Lu Yanran placed her phone face down on the sofa, leaned forward slightly, and assumed a negotiating stance. "Speak, what is your purpose?" "My purpose?" Yi Chen pulled over a single sofa and sat down opposite her, with a cold glass coffee table between them. "My purpose is for my daughter to have a stable income for milk powder, so she doesn't have to worry about her mother's company suddenly disappearing one day." These words, spoken casually, struck Lu Yanran's face like a stinging slap. "What do you think you can get from me with a few alarmist guesses?" she sneered, trying to regain the initiative. "I have my own way of dealing with Hongda Capital's actions. No need for an outsider to worry about it." "Outsider?" Yi Chen repeated the word, then laughed. "President Lu, have you forgotten that we signed a contract, and I am Nian Nian's legal father? If Qin Yan Group runs into trouble, as your spouse, I will be jointly liable for the debts. Therefore, I am more than anyone else an outsider." Once again, he outmaneuvered her using the rules she herself had set. Lu Yanran's breath hitched. She realized that her once proud logic and eloquence were completely at a disadvantage in front of this man. "What you've described are just the worst-case scenarios. I'll personally negotiate with the suppliers." She spoke firmly, but she knew in her heart that the chances were slim. "It's too late." Yi Chen directly shattered her illusions. "I've studied Gao Jun. He's known as a vulture on Wall Street. When he strikes, it's a series of deadly moves that won't give you any chance to breathe. By the time you fly to Southeast Asia, the signed copies of the contract will probably already be on your desk." Lu Yanran's heart sank. Yi Chen's assessment of Gao Jun was exactly the same as the analysis from her internal think tank. She stared intently at him. "Who exactly are you? This information isn't something a food delivery person should have access to." "Why not?" Yi Chen countered. Hongda Capital acquired 3 local logistics companies in Southeast Asia, which was reported in the Asian edition of the Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago. Since Gao Jun took office, Hongda's funds have experienced several abnormal large-scale flows, which can be found on public financial data platforms. Xingyan Group's financial report shows that your raw material procurement costs have remained unchanged for 3 consecutive quarters, while the market price of seaweed has increased by 15% during the same period. This indicates that your procurement contracts are about to expire and that there is a strong path dependence. He paused, watching Lu Yanran's gradually changing expression, and continued, "By connecting these seemingly unrelated pieces of information and combining them with Gao Jun's style of doing things, isn't it difficult to draw a different conclusion?" "President Lu, the information is right there, it's just a matter of whether you have the ability to piece it together into a complete picture." His words were well-reasoned, supported by evidence, and logically sound. Lu Yanran was speechless. She felt like a fool. She had a huge business team that processed countless pieces of information every day, yet a man who made his living on foot had deduced the entire battle plan from a few pieces of publicly available information. This is not a victory of intelligence, but a crushing defeat in terms of cognitive dimension. Her business acumen, which she was so proud of, seemed so dull in his presence. "Even if you guessed right." After a long while, Lu Yanran finally found her voice and spoke with difficulty. "So what? Anyone can point out a problem. So, I'll give you a solution," Yi Chen said. Lu Yanran suddenly looked up. "You think I'd believe you?" she asked instinctively, wary. "Whether you believe it or not is not important." Yi Chen leaned back on the sofa, relaxing his posture. "What's important is that you have no other choice. Or rather, your choice is too costly." He looked at her, his gaze calm yet sharp. "I know a place that produces Fucus vesiculosus extract with a higher purity than your current channels. It's a small family-run workshop on Sulawesi Island in Indonesia, a remote bay that's only marked by name on Google Maps. They don't trust big companies, they only do business with people who are sincere. Hongda Capital can't find it, and neither can your purchasing team." Lu Yanran's heart began to pound. Her mind raced. A scam? But what was he after? If he wanted money, he could easily sell this information to Hongda Capital for an astronomical sum. Why would he hand over this priceless asset to her? Unless his goal wasn't money at all. "What are the conditions?" she asked, her voice hoarse without her even realizing it. It's simple. Yi Chen held up 2 fingers. First, tear up that supplementary agreement. From today onwards, I'm not your tool, but your business advisor. I need to know the progress of all the company's core projects. Lu Yanran's pupils contracted. This was an attempt to gain entry and intrude into her innermost circle of power. Second, Yi Chen's gaze shifted toward the crib, his eyes softening instantly. I want to talk about 50% of the custody rights. Not in name, but in reality. I must have the right to participate in and make decisions regarding her food, clothing, shelter, education, and growth. The first condition was the invasion of her career. The second condition is a challenge to her bottom line. She initially sought out Yi Chen to maintain absolute control over her daughter by adopting a controllable father figure. Now, he wants half of it. The living room fell into dead silence. Lu Yanran looked at the man before her. The smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by an undeniable seriousness. He wasn't discussing it, he was issuing a notification. He laid all the cards on the table, forcing her to make a choice. Alternatively, clinging to their ridiculous desire for control, they can only watch helplessly as the group collapses, leaving their daughter's future uncertain. Alternatively, accept this enigmatic man and allow him to fully intervene in your life and career, gambling on an uncertain tomorrow. President Lu, before you make your decision, let me remind you one more thing. Yi Chen stood up, preparing to return to his room. Gao Jun's patience usually doesn't last more than 24 hours. I need your reply by 9 a.m. tomorrow. He walked to the study door, then stopped, turned back, and added a sentence in a relaxed tone, as if discussing the weather. Oh, by the way, as your new advisor, my first suggestion is, have your people start shorting 2 related stocks under Hongda Capital tonight. I'll send you the stock codes later. Close all positions by 3 p.m. tomorrow. After saying that, he went into the study and gently closed the door. Lu Yanran sat alone in the huge living room. The light from the crystal chandelier fell on her, but it couldn't dispel the chill in her heart. She picked up the supplementary agreement that Yi Chen had tossed aside from the coffee table. The paper was cold, and every word on it seemed to mock her naivety. Shorting HTC? This man not only has to help her defend herself, but also take the initiative to attack? Is he crazy, or is he crazy himself? Lu Yanran closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, all the surprise and confusion in her eyes had faded, leaving only the decisiveness of a business queen. She picked up her phone and dialed her assistant's number. Notify the trading team to prepare funds. I'll send them 2 codes immediately. Tomorrow at the opening bell, short the market regardless of cost. Chapter 4: Energy Pill and the President's Shock. The night was deep, but the lights at the Cloud Top Mansion remained on all night. Lu Yanran spent a sleepless night. She sat on the sofa, the 2 candlestick charts on her laptop screen resembling 2 lurking venomous snakes. At dawn, they would determine the fate of Qing Yan Group and the outcome of her high-stakes gamble. The study door opened at some point, and Yi Chen came out carrying a glass of warm water, placing it on the coffee table next to her. Staying up all night is a major taboo for decision-makers. It will reduce their judgment by 30%. His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. Lu Yanran didn't look at him, her gaze remained fixed on the screen. My judgment doesn't need your evaluation. Yi Chen wasn't annoyed. He walked into the kitchen and began checking the ingredients in the refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator compartment and frowned slightly when he saw the neatly arranged imported mineral water, oat milk, and several boxes of salad. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yin Yan Yan, is about to enter a new growth period, triggering the side quest, Breakfast of Love. Task requirements: prepare a nutritious and delicious breakfast for the host's family Lu Yanran and Yin Yan Yan. Note: use only ingredients currently available in the refrigerator. Mission reward: 1 potent energy pill maintains peak energy for 72 hours with no side effects. Yi Chen glanced at the meager amount of grass in the refrigerator and his lips twitched. Making a nutritious breakfast for a woman who only drinks iced Americano and eats grass was a task no less difficult than bankrupting Hongda Capital. He closed the refrigerator and rummaged through the supermarket plastic bag he had bought yesterday, finding eggs, flour, and a small piece of pork belly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds. Lu Yanran rubbed her throbbing temples when a strange, aggressive aroma suddenly wafted into her nostrils. It was a blend of wheat and charred oil, domineeringly penetrating her nasal cavity and awakening her long-numbed appetite. Following the aroma, she saw Yi-Chen standing in front of the island counter in the open kitchen, with several white jade-like steamed buns in front of him, a bowl of golden millet porridge and a plate of sizzling pot stickers next to him. Lu Yenran was speechless for a moment. Her apartment, worth hundreds of millions, had a kitchen that had been as clean as an art gallery since the first day she moved in, but now it was filled with the smell of cooking. "Eat something simple, Ms. Lu." Yi-Chen placed a bowl of porridge and a plate of pot stickers on the coffee table in front of her. People need iron to eat, and you need strength to wash the dishes. Looking at the food in front of her, Lu Yenran's stomach inexplicably gurgled softly. She couldn't remember the last time she had a proper breakfast. After hesitating for a moment, she finally picked up her spoon. The millet porridge was cooked to perfection, rich in rice oil, and smooth to the taste. The pot stickers had a crispy bottom and a soft exterior, with a juicy and flavorful filling. Simple food, yet it possessed a comforting power. She ate gracefully, but quickly. A bowl of porridge and 4 pot stickers were gone in no time. "How does it taste?" Yi-Chen's voice came from the kitchen. Lu Yenran put down her bowl, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and resumed her icy CEO demeanor. So. Too oily, unhealthy." A soft laugh came from the kitchen. The A-share market opened at 9 a.m. sharp. In Lu Yenran's encrypted communication channel, the trader's voice was calm and swift. "President Lu, short positions have been established at the opening price as instructed. Monitor the flow of funds in all related accounts of Honda Capital." Yes. Time passed second by second. The 2 stocks that Yi-Chen had mentioned rose instead of falling after the market opened, and one of them even saw a slight increase. Lu Yenran's heart leaped into her throat. Every second the price increased meant millions of dollars were evaporating. Her hands, resting on her knees, clenched unconsciously. "Mr. Lu, should we cut our losses? If it goes up another 2 points, we'll hit the warning line." The trader's voice betrayed a hint of tension. Lu Yenran's gaze swept across the living room. Yi-Chen was holding Nian, who had just woken up, watching the traffic below through the floor-to-ceiling window. He held the child in one arm and a rattle drum in the other, gently shaking it while humming an off-key tune. Sunlight fell on him, warm and comforting, as if the dramatic capitalist battle outside had nothing to do with him. This carefree attitude inexplicably ignited a surge of anger in Lu Yenran, but at the same time, she strangely suppressed the panic in her heart. She took a deep breath and uttered 2 words into the communicator: "Wait." It was 10:30 a.m. Just as the unrealized losses on the short positions were about to reach a critical point, a push notification from a financial media outlet suddenly popped up. Breaking news! A subsidiary of Honda Capital is suspected of financial fraud and is under investigation by the China Securities Regulatory Commission. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Lu Yenran watched as the 2 stubbornly rising red lines on the screen seemed to be cleaved down by an invisible giant axe, instantly turning around and plummeting vertically in a resolute manner. Green all over the screen. It's hit the daily limit down. "Mr. Lu. Both stocks have hit the daily limit down." The trader's voice trembled with excitement. "The sell orders are huge, there's no way to get them out. Honda is finished." Lu Yenran leaned back on the sofa, her nerves, which had been tense all night, finally relaxing. She had won. No, Yi-Chen had won. He not only predicted Honda's actions, but he even calculated the exact timing of their investigation with remarkable precision. This was no longer analysis, it was prophecy. She looked up at the man. As if sensing her gaze, Yi-Chen turned around, flashing her a bright, sunny smile. "President Lu, it seems today's breakfast gave you a lot of energy." Ding! The breakfast of love mission is complete. The reward, a powerful energy pill, has been sent to your system space. A thought flashed through Yi-Chen's mind, and a pill the size of a longan, emitting a faint fragrance, appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of Lu Yenran's inattention, he tossed it into his mouth like a candy. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, and a warm current swept through his body in an instant, sweeping away the fatigue of not having slept all night, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Great stuff, Yi-Chen thought. I won't be afraid of staying up all night taking care of the baby anymore. Lu Yenran's private phone rang. It was her assistant. "Mr. Lu, we've closed our positions. As per your instructions, we sold everything the moment the second limit down was lifted." The assistant's voice was trembling with emotion, but it was an excited one. "After deducting all costs, our profit is 120 million. Lu Yenran hummed in agreement and hung up the phone. A profit of over 100 million yuan is not an astronomical figure for her. But the feeling of tearing a piece of flesh from her biggest enemy in one night is something she has never experienced before. She stood up and walked up to Yichen. I've already had my assistant destroy that supplementary agreement. Her voice was still cold, but no longer carried the icy edge of before. I agree to your first condition. From now on, you are a special consultant for Qingyan Group. How is the consultant's salary calculated? Yichen asked casually, teasing Nian in his arms. How many do you want? How about we take 10% of this profit as my first consulting fee? Yichen looked up at her, smiling like a fox. 12 million. Lu Yanran's eyelids twitched. This guy really dares to ask for that much. Okay. She actually agreed. Because she knew that the intelligence and strategies he provided were worth far more than 12 million. What's the second condition? Yichen pressed. Lu Yanran fell silent. Business can be shared, but her daughter is her everything. Yichen saw her struggle but didn't press her. No rush, you can take your time to consider it. But as an advisor, I have to remind you that although Hongda's crisis has been temporarily resolved, the problem of our raw material supply disruption still hangs over us. Gao Jun, that vulture, won't give up just because of one stock price setback. He emphasized the word "we" very much. Lu Yanran's heart tightened. Yes, the real crisis was not yet resolved. That small workshop in Indonesia you mentioned. I'll send you the address and contact information later. But I suggest you go there in person. Their rules are strange, they only talk to the final decision maker. Yichen said. Lu Yanran nodded. Going there in person meant leaving Haichang and her daughter. She glanced subconsciously at Nian in Yichen's arms. The little one was happily playing with Yichen's finger, not even sparing her own mother a glance. A bittersweet feeling mixed with frustration welled up inside me. Remember me when I'm not around. Don't worry, Yichen interrupted her. I'm here. I'm her father, aren't I? His words, spoken so matter-of-factly, once again breached Lu Yanran's defenses. Without further hesitation, she turned and picked up her phone to begin arranging her trip to Indonesia. As she swiftly issued a series of instructions to her assistant, the decisive and ruthless business queen was back. This time, however, she knew very well that behind her stood a man she could not see through at all, yet had no choice but to rely on. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and saw Yichen holding Nian, gently teaching her, "Come on, Nian, call me daddy." Ah. It's dad. Standing there, looking at the two figures, one big and one small, Lu Yanran suddenly felt that this cold and empty apartment seemed to have a bit of the warmth of home. The thought made her panic, and she quickly turned around and went into her study. The moment she closed the door, she leaned against it, listening to the faint sounds of Yichen patiently guiding his daughter as she learned to speak. For the first time, she felt a sense of uncertainty about her future. Her life seemed to be hurtling headlong into a completely out-of-control direction. Chapter 5, Consultant's Part-Time Job and the President's Oversight. Lu Yanran's movements were incredibly fast. Overnight, the application for a private flight to Jakarta, the formation of a local pickup team, and the authorization to handle all company affairs during her absence were all arranged. In the early morning, she changed into a smart beige trench coat, stood in the entryway, and made her final instructions. Sister Wang, I've posted Nian's schedule on the refrigerator. Follow it strictly. Call me immediately if there's anything unusual, she instructed the postpartum nanny, Sister Wang, her tone leaving no room for argument. Then, her gaze shifted to Yichen, her eyes scrutinizing and in turn about to start work. As one of her guardians, besides being responsible for her safety, you must not arbitrarily change any feeding or sleep patterns. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, contact Sister Wang. If Sister Wang can't solve them, then contact me. Her words were like a wall, clearly defining the boundary between professionals and amateurs. Yichen was holding Nian in one arm and waving a soft rubber giraffe toy in front of his daughter with the other. Little Nian was attracted by the bright yellow color, reached out her little hand to grab it, and made a "aya" sound. Understood, President Lu. Yichen replied absent-mindedly without looking up. Be careful on the road. It's humid and hot there, remember to drink plenty of water. This simple instruction made Lu Yanran's prepared list of precautions get stuck in her throat. It sounded more like a husband seeing his wife off on a business trip. Without saying another word, she opened the car door and resolutely left. As the engine noise faded into the distance, the huge apartment building fell silent instantly. Sister Wang looked at Yi Chen, somewhat at a loss. "Mr. Yi, what should we do now?" "Sister Wang, you should go and get some rest. You must have had a hard night." Yi Chen smiled, picked up her daughter, and walked to the kitchen. She glanced at the densely printed A4 paper on the refrigerator door. "Wake up at 7 o'clock, change diapers, wash face with warm water. 7:30 breastfeeding 60 milliliters of milk, water temperature 42 degrees Celsius. 8 o'clock abdominal gas relieving exercises, 15 minutes. Yi Chen shook his head. This wasn't childcare, it was military-style management. Ding! Host solo childcare mode detected, triggering the first stage of the main quest chain, the path to becoming a super dad. Scientific feeding. Task requirements: abandon rigid feeding methods and create a 7-day personalized nutritional supplementary food menu based on Yi Nian's real-time physical data and emotional feedback, and successfully prepare and feed today's supplementary food. Task rewards: 1 property ownership certificate for a prime location shop, and the random skill unforgettable memory. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. A shop property certificate? This was much more valuable than the 10 million plus yuan consulting fee. He held Nian in his arms, took out his phone, and operated it with one hand. Sister Wang curiously leaned over to watch, only to see Yi Chen's fingers moving so fast on the screen that they left after images. Various English documents, nutritional charts, and chemical analysis reports of infant food that she couldn't understand flashed by. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Chen turned off his phone, and a perfect recipe had already formed in his mind. He put Nian into the baby rocker, fastened the safety belt, and then rolled up his sleeves. "Sister Wang, could you please take out that frozen cod, along with the broccoli and pumpkin?" Sister Wang stared blankly as she took the ingredients out of the refrigerator. Watching Yi Chen's actions, her initial suspicions slowly turned into shock. He peeled, deboned, and removed the thorns from the fish, then finally mashed it into a paste with the back of a knife. The pumpkin and broccoli were steamed to perfection, retaining their nutrients while reaching an easily digestible softness. Then, instead of using a food processor, he used a traditional mortar and pestle to hand grind and mix all the ingredients in a specific ratio. Throughout the process, he was focused and his movements were elegant, as if he were creating a work of art rather than making baby food. Sister Wang watched in stunned silence. Having worked as a top-rated postpartum nanny for 10 years, this was the first time she'd ever seen baby food prepared this way. Her proud experience-based approach seemed utterly crude in the face of Yi Chen's science plus aesthetics approach. Half an hour later, a bowl of beautifully colored fish and pumpkin puree, exuding the fresh aroma of natural ingredients, was ready. Yi Chen scooped up a small spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Nian's lips. The little one smelled it curiously and tentatively opened her mouth. The next second, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new continent. Her little mouth eagerly reached for the spoon, and she ate with great relish. Ding! Scientific feeding task completed. The reward of a prime location shop property certificate has been stored in the system space, and the skill unforgettable memory has been loaded. Shop information: Unit 103, Area A, Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, 88 square meters, freehold property. Note: this park is a key international elite education base being developed by Haicheng over the next 10 years, with significant appreciation potential. Yi Chen smiled. Now I have the money for my future schooling. Just then, Lu Yanran made a video call. The background was the luxurious interior of a private jet. How is she? Did she cry? Did she make a scene? As soon as the call connected, Lu Yanran bombarded her with a barrage of questions, her face full of worry. She didn't cry. She just finished lunch and behaved very well. Yi Chen turned the camera to Nian, who was happily playing in the rocking chair. Looking at her daughter's rosy cheeks and satisfied expression, Lu Yanran breathed a slight sigh of relief. But when her gaze fell on the empty bowl on the table beside her, her brows furrowed again. Lunch? What did you feed her? She really likes the cod, pumpkin, and broccoli puree. Lu Yanran fell silent. She had imagined 100 different scenarios of Yi Chen in a flustered state, but she never expected that he would start tampering with the recipe on the very first morning she was away, and that he would actually succeed. Didn't I tell you not to? President Lu, Yi Chen interrupted her, his tone relaxed. I am your business advisor and also Nian's father. When it comes to parenting, I tend to trust science rather than a printed piece of paper. And it turns out that science is more effective than paper. Lu Yanran was rendered speechless by his words. This man always managed to say the most infuriating things in the calmest tone. She took a deep breath and forcefully changed the subject, trying to regain control. Before I left, I submitted Nien Nien's information to the Early Childhood Education Center affiliated with Eton College. They need to conduct a background check, so please send a copy of your ID card to my assistant. That's all? Yi Chen asked. Otherwise what? Lu Yanran's tone was tinged with impatience. President Lu, you may have forgotten, Yi Chen said slowly. For international early childhood education institutions of this level, in order to ensure that children grow up in a complete and stable family environment, in addition to the information of both parents, a marriage certificate is usually required. Especially for Nien Nien's case, the review will only be more stringent. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the video call. Lu Yanran, the business queen who always had a plan B and calculated everything to the extreme, froze on her face at this moment. She calculated Hongda Capital's stock price and the raw material supplier's bottom line in negotiations, but she overlooked the simple yet fatal detail. She wanted her daughter to receive the best education, but the contractual relationship she set up herself became the biggest obstacle. Then, she began with difficulty, revealing a hint of helplessness for the first time in front of Yi Chen. No rush. Yi Chen's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. He held his contented daughter and walked to the French windows. His voice, gentle and clear, came through the receiver. You focus on dealing with things in Indonesia first. We can discuss things at home when you get back. He talked about family matters. Looking at the image of the man holding their daughter in the sunlight on her phone screen, Lu Yanran felt for the first time that the world she had carefully built was being gently and thoroughly reshaped by a force she could not resist. Chapter 6: The Marriage Agreement and the CEO's Surprise. The private jet's engines roared smoothly, leaving everything on the ground behind. Lu Yanran leaned back in her leather seat, her fingertips pressed against her forehead, watching the churning clouds outside the window mirror her current state of mind. Marriage certificate. These three words, like a precision-guided missile, struck the weakest link in all her defenses. She had planned every step of her daughter's life from birth to adulthood, but she forgot that the first stepping stone to this path to elite status required her to personally hand over what she most wanted to avoid. She picked up the satellite phone and dialed the Eton College board member in England, an earl with whom she had a long-standing family friendship. Mr. Hall, regarding my daughter's college application. The voice on the other end of the phone was polite, yet carried an unyielding, formulaic tone. Dear Lu, we warmly welcome Nien Nien to the family. However, as you know, Eton's tradition, we place great importance on verifying the integrity of families, as this concerns the child's future mental health. A valid marriage certificate is a necessary step. Lu Yanran hung up the phone and closed her eyes helplessly. Yi Chen is right, this isn't a problem that money can solve. Eton College sells a sense of continuity of identity, a ticket to a certain social class. And she, a single mother who gave birth out of wedlock, is, in their eyes, an unstable story. Inside the cloud-top mansion, Yi Chen is facing a new challenge. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yi Nian, is about to enter a period of rapid motor development, rolling over, crawling. There are over 30 safety hazards in the current living environment. Side quest triggered, Safety Fortress. Mission requirements: conduct a comprehensive safety overhaul of the apartment within 24 hours, eliminating all potential hazards. Task rewards: Master Craftsman's skill proficient in all handcrafting and mechanical repair, 50 million family fun. Yi Chen glanced at the minimalist apartment filled with straight lines, glass, and sharp edges, feeling that this task was practically tailor-made for him. Lu Yanran's aesthetic sense was a minefield of traps for a baby about to crawl around on the floor. He settled the sleeping Nien Nien in the crib and activated his newly acquired god-level craftsman's skill. In an instant, countless pieces of knowledge about materials science, ergonomics, and structural mechanics flooded his mind. He looked at the cold glass coffee table in the living room, and a three-dimensional model automatically formed in his mind, with all the sharp edges marked in red. Sister Wang, could you please help me find the toolbox in the apartment? Sister Wang pulled out a brand new, almost untouched toolbox from the storage room. Yi Chen opened it, glanced at it, and shook his head in disdain. He took out his phone and ordered a complete set of German imported professional tools, requesting delivery within an hour. While waiting, he began to explore with his bare hands. He knelt on the floor and crawled around the entire apartment from a baby's perspective. This socket is too low, a safety lock needs to be installed. The TV cabinet is not fixed in place, so there is a risk of it tipping over. The curtain cords on floor-to-ceiling windows are too long, which can easily cause entanglement and suffocation. Sister Wang followed behind him, frantically jotting down notes in a small notebook, growing increasingly alarmed with each entry. She prided herself on her experience, but she had never imagined that the dangers within a home could be so meticulously planned. This Mr. Yi wasn't acting like a childcare worker, he was conducting a space engineering project. An hour later, the tools arrived. Yi Chen immediately transformed into an all-around craftsman. He used professional tools to dismantle the glass coffee table, and from one of Lu Yanran's rooms that was used to store unused artworks, he found a piece of warm textured solid wood. He cut, polished, and waxed it on the spot, and in less than 2 hours, a low solid wood table with rounded edges and a height just right for a baby to stand on replaced its original position. Next, he installed non-toxic silicone anti-collision strips on all the sharp corners of tables and cabinets, replaced all the low-mounted power sockets with safety sockets, shortened the curtain cords and installed fasteners. When he completed the final step, cleverly wedging a cute plush giraffe, taken from a delivery box, between the study door and the door frame to act as a doorstop to prevent fingers from being pinched, Sister Wan was completely impressed. This isn't a tool, this is clearly Mr. Snail. Evening, Jakarta. As Lu Yanran stepped off the plane, the humid, hot air hit her in the face. The local support team was already waiting by her side, and they escorted her into a bulletproof Mercedes. Mr. Lu, as you instructed, we've made an appointment with that gentleman in Sulawesi. But he only saw you alone in an old wooden house by the sea, the assistant reported in a low voice. Lu Yanran nodded, indicating that she understood. Yi Chen had already noted the other party's quirks in the information he provided. The convoy drove through the bustling city and headed towards the suburbs. Lu Yanran watched the foreign scenery rushing past the window, but her mind remained occupied by those 3 words. She knew she had to make a choice. She dialed Yi Chen's number again. Is Nian Nian asleep? She asked first. Just fell asleep. I was quite active today, I'm exhausted. Yi Chen's voice was tinged with laughter. I asked Earl Hall. Lu Yanran stopped beating around the bush, her voice regaining its usual coolness. He said it's essential. As expected. Isn't there any other way? For example, setting up an education fund in the company's name and making a large donation to Eton? President Lu, you are bribing a prestigious school with a 600-year history. Yi Chen's voice was calm. What they lack is not money, but a family model that conforms to their values. Your donation of 100 million will only make them think you are guilty and make them more suspicious of Nian Nian's background. Lu Yanran fell silent. Her proud method of solving problems using money had failed for the first time. Or, could we forge a copy, she suggested, a suggestion that even she found absurd? A soft chuckle came from the other end of the phone. And then let the president of Qingyan Group have a stain on his integrity? President Lu, your reputation is worth far more than a college admission spot. Besides, do you think they won't verify it with the civil affairs system? He casually dismissed every possibility. He didn't force her. Instead, like peeling an onion, he peeled away her unrealistic fantasies layer by layer, forcing her to confront the only, yet most unbearable, reality. The car had already stopped in a coconut grove near the agreed location. Through the car window, a small wooden house with a dim yellow light could be seen on the beach in the distance. Lu Yanran took a deep breath. Okay. She said only one word, but it seemed to have used all her strength. Let's go get our marriage certificate. Have you figured it out? For Nian Nian's sake, she emphasized, as if trying to convince herself. Of course, it's for Nian Nian. Yi Chen followed her words, his tone devoid of any emotion. I'll send scanned copies of my household registration book and ID card to your email in 5 minutes. Once you've completed the formalities on your end, have your assistant send me scanned copies of your documents. I've already contacted a friend at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we can use a special approval channel for international marriages. It'll be reviewed online, and the electronic certificate will be generated within half an hour. As for the paper certificate, you can pick it up when you get back. Lu Yanran was stunned again. He had even arranged the procedures and relationships. It was as if he knew from the very beginning that she would agree. All her struggles, weighing of options, and resentment were merely passing through a pre-written script. She wanted to say something, but found that anything she said would be superfluous. Go and discuss your business, consultant, Yi Chen said with a hint of teasing. Leave the family matters to me. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yanran sat in her car, motionless for a long time. She suddenly realized that her trip to Indonesia wasn't about raw material supplies at all, but rather a handover ceremony of her life. She was personally relinquishing a portion of her sovereignty. In the end, she pushed open the car door and walked towards the wooden house. The negotiations went surprisingly smoothly. When she, following Yi Chen's instructions, recounted Qingyan Group's future investment plans in marine ecological protection without a script, and promised to sponsor the younger generation of the other tribe to study modern marine science, the dark-skinned, sharp-eyed old man smiled with satisfaction. He not only agreed to be the exclusive supplier, but also offered a price that was 10% lower than Lu Yanran's previous suppliers. On the way back, her assistant excitedly reported the contract details, but Lu Yanran seemed somewhat distracted. She had won a brilliant business battle, but felt like she had lost her entire life. My phone vibrated. It was a new email. The sender was the Haicheng Civil Affairs Service Center. The attachment is a PDF file with a red background. She clicked on it, and two ID photos side by side came into view. The one on the left was her, with a cool expression. It was a hastily taken and photoshopped image taken by her assistant with a mobile phone. The one on the right was him, with a smiling face and a bright, sunny disposition. It was a casual photo he had sent. Below the photo are two names, Lu Yanran and Yi Chen. She became his legal wife. Just then, an unfamiliar number from Beijing called. Lu Yanran frowned and answered the phone. On the other end of the phone came a dignified yet stern female voice. Yanran, have you forgotten that you have a mother? Such a big thing as you marrying a man of unknown origin, and I only found out through an internal notification from the civil affairs system? Chapter 7, The Phone Call from Beijing and the Newly Appointed Consultant's Family Affairs. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone, with its dignified yet undeniably authoritative tone, was like a block of ice, freezing the humid air of Jakarta as it traveled through the signal. Mom! Lu Yanran's fingers tightened, and for the first time, a crack appeared in the composure of a business queen in her voice. Don't call me Mom. The voice on the phone turned cold. I can't accept that. The daughter of the Lu family got a marriage certificate with some random guy who appeared out of nowhere without saying a word. Do I even have any face left? I'll handle my own affairs. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, trying to maintain her last bit of dignity. You're going to handle this? The result of your handling is that the entire capital knows my daughter, Xinlan's daughter, married a food delivery guy? Xinlan's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger. I'm telling you, Lu Yanran, tomorrow no, right now. Get this divorce done. Otherwise, you won't get a single one of Qingyan Group's channels in the north. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Lu Yanran gripped her phone, the veins on the back of her hand bulging. She wasn't afraid of business rivals, because that was a battlefield with logic. But she feared Qinlan, her mother. It was a kind of oppression rooted in blood ties, irrational and unyielding. Qinlan came from a top-tier aristocratic family in Beijing, and her actions were always domineering. Her words were never threats, but rather notifications. Cutting off Qingyan's channels in the north is tantamount to cutting off an arm for the group. She thought she had found a tool to solve her immediate problem, but she never expected to detonate an even bigger bomb. If she got married, her mother would be furious. If she divorced, Nianyan's school admission would be ruined, and Yi Chen, the advisor who had just demonstrated great value, might also walk away. Dilemma. For the first time, she felt a panic that was out of control, and dialed the number of the only accomplice she could find. Something's happened. Her voice was urgent and cold. Inside the cloud-top mansion, Yi Chen was installing the last doorstop to prevent fingers from being pinched. He straightened up, dusted off his hands, and asked in a casual tone, as if asking about the weather, "What's up?" My mom knows. Yes, it's 3 hours faster than I expected. Yi Chen's answer left Lu Yanran speechless. She told me to get a divorce immediately, or she would take action against Qingyan Group. Oh, Yi Chen responded, walked to the crib, looked at his sleeping daughter, and lowered his voice. It seems that this mother-in-law has a rather bad temper. Mother-in-law? Lu Yanran's temples throbbed at the mention of her name. You still have the mood to joke? Yi Chen, this is the trouble you caused, she blurted out, almost without thinking. President Lu, we are now a legally married couple. Your troubles are my troubles. Yi Chen's tone calmed down. Besides, you were the one who took the initiative to get a marriage certificate. I just provided a solution. Legally speaking, we are equal accomplices. Once again, he shut her down with the rules she had set herself. Ding! A major crisis in the host's family relationships has been detected, triggering the second stage of the main quest chain, the path to becoming a super dad, winning over the mother-in-law. Task requirements: within 72 hours, initially diffuse the hostility of your mother-in-law, Qinlan, and get her to initiate a phone call with you. Task reward: God-level eloquence skill automatically generates optimal persuasive logic based on the psychological state of the person you are talking to, and a courtyard house in the Purple Imperial Mansion in the capital city. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. A courtyard house in the Imperial Palace? That kind of place is priceless. Is the system telling him to settle down right next to his mother-in-law's house? Where are you now? Yi Chen asked. Hotels in Jakarta. Send me all of Ms. Qinlan's information within half an hour, including her personal preferences, social circle, businesses under her name, and her relationship with the Liu family over the years. Yi Chen's tone instantly switched from that of a stay-at-home dad back to that of a mysterious and shrewd consultant. Lu Yanran was stunned. What are you going to do? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Yi Chen said, just focus on finalizing the contract and come back as soon as possible. I'll handle things at home. That same phrase again. I'll handle things at home. Lu Yanran leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel, looking at the unfamiliar traffic below, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She never imagined that one day she would entrust such a thorny family matter to a man she had known for less than a month. But she had no other choice. After hanging up the phone, she immediately dialed her assistant's hotline, giving clear and concise instructions: use all resources to investigate all public and private information about my mother, Qinlan, over the past 5 years, compile it into a report, and give it the highest priority. Half an hour later, an encrypted file was sent to Yi Chen's email address. In the apartment, Yi Chen held Nian Nian in his arms and opened his laptop with one hand. Qinlan, 55 years old, is the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Beijing. She married into the Liu family of Haicheng at the age of 18 and has a daughter, Lu Yanran. 20 years ago, she divorced Lu's father and returned to Beijing, where she took charge of the Qin family's Changfeng Cultural Tourism Group. Known for her strong-willed style, she is known as the Iron Lady in Beijing's business circles. Personal interests: Peking opera, calligraphy, especially Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion, antique collecting, preference for Song dynasty porcelain, and belief in data and authority. Social pain points: a long-standing strained relationship with his daughter, Lu Yanran, past aggressive business expansion tactics that led to feuds with some established families. Yi Chen scanned the photos quickly, his newly acquired unforgettable memory skill allowing him to memorize all the information. He looked at Qinlan's photo. She was a well-maintained woman with sharp eyes, bearing a 7/10 resemblance to Lu Yanran, but with a hint of the harshness of time in her brows. An extremely confident and controlling mother, Yi Chen concluded. Reasoning with this kind of person is useless, and showing weakness will only make them look down on. The only way is to defeat her in her most prized area. He closed the file, opened another financial analysis software, and typed in the 4 characters Changfeng Cultural Tourism. As the data flowed by, a complete business landscape quickly formed in his mind. He smiled. This mother-in-law's seemingly impregnable business empire is not without its flaws. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Yanran. Has the contract been signed? It's all signed. I'll be back on the first flight tomorrow morning. Lu Yanran replied instantly, clearly having been waiting for his message. Very good. Before you come back, do one more thing. Yi Chen tapped the screen lightly with his fingertip. Use your personal account to buy 1% of the circulating shares of Changfeng Cultural Tourism. Lu Yanran looked at the message and thought she had misread it. Buying shares in her mother's company? At this tense moment? What kind of move is this? A gesture of goodwill? But a mere 1% of the shares is not even a ripple to a group with a market value of hundreds of billions. It seems more like a provocation. Why? She asked. Don't ask why, President Liu, Yi Chen replied. Just consider it your new husband as first gift to your mother-in-law. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside, picked up the already somewhat impatient Nian Nian, and gently bounced her around. Nian Nian, do you think Grandpa and Grandma will like this big gift from Daddy? Little Nian Nian blinked her bright black eyes, grabbed his collar, and let out a loud, satisfied burp. Chapter 8: The President's Return and the Advisor's Grand Gift. Lu Yanran ultimately carried out Yi Chen's orders. In her hotel suite in Jakarta, she personally used her private offshore account to purchase 1% of the outstanding shares of Changfeng Cultural Tourism. The moment she pressed the confirmation button, she felt like a gambler in a casino, betting on a game she completely couldn't understand. The amount of money wasn't much to her, but at this critical juncture, this action was tantamount to lighting a cigarette next to a powder keg. She couldn't understand it, but subconsciously, the man's nonchalant voice seemed more trustworthy than all the experience she had gained from 10 years in the business world. This feeling was unfamiliar to her and made her irritated. The following evening, at Haicheng International Airport, Lu Yanran dragged her weary body out of the VIP passage and immediately spotted Yi Chen in the crowd. Unlike the other people picking up passengers, he wasn't holding up a sign, he simply stood there casually, with the sleeping Nian Nian slung across his arms in a baby carrier. He wore a simple white t-shirt and casual pants, the afterglow of the setting sun casting a soft golden glow on him, making him stand out from the hurried business people around him, yet also exceptionally conspicuous. He saw her, made no extra movements, just smiled at her, then pointed to his sleeping daughter in his arms and made a shoe gesture. Lu Yanran paused. The scene was like a frozen sketch of family life, so real it made her feel somewhat dazed. She quickly walked over and lowered her voice. "Why did you bring her? There are too many people at the airport." "Bringing mom home is an important ceremony," Yi Chen said, naturally taking the suitcase from her hands. "Let us go, Sister Wang has prepared dinner at home." Lu Yanran watched as he effortlessly pulled two large suitcases with one hand, while his other hand protected his daughter against his chest, his movements coordinated and without hesitation. She suddenly realized that she had nothing to do. Back at the Cloud Top mansion, the lights in the entryway came on. Lu Yanran stopped changing her shoes. The apartment is still the same apartment, yet it seems completely different. The cold, postmodern glass coffee table she had personally chosen in the living room was gone, replaced by a warm, solid wood low table with perfectly rounded edges, its height just right for a toddler learning to stand while holding onto it. All the sharp edges of the walls and cabinets were covered with high-quality off-white safety strips, their color blending seamlessly with the walls. The curtain cords that used to reach the floor were shortened and fixed higher. Even the study doorway now had a cute giraffe-shaped doorstop. The whole house has lost some of its coldness and sharpness that keeps people at a distance, and gained a warm and gentle feeling of being carefully cared for. Lu Yanran looked around, unsure of what to say for a moment. The baby is approaching the stage of gross motor development, and the previous design was too dangerous for her. Yi Chen put the suitcase aside, carefully took Nian Nian out of the carrier and put her in the crib. A safe environment for growth is more important than expensive works of art. As Lu Yanran watched his skillful movements, a hard corner in her heart seemed to be gently tapped by the details of the room, and a crack appeared. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yi Nian, has been separated from her mother, Lu Yanran, for more than 48 hours, triggering the side quest, Intimate Bonds. Task requirements: guide Yi Nian to actively seek a hug from Lu Yanran after regaining consciousness, thus eliminating the sense of unfamiliarity caused by separation. Task rewards: Crisis PR Master's skill instantly analyzes the best solutions to public opinion crises, and an additional 100 million to the family fund. Yi Chen's lips curled up imperceptibly. After dinner, Lu Yanran sat on the sofa dealing with emails, but her mind kept drifting towards the crib. Yi Chen, on the other hand, sat on the carpet, wiping Nian Nian's toys with disinfectant wipes. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Just then, Lu Yanran's phone began to vibrate wildly, with push notifications from various financial news apps popping up one after another, each with a more sensational headline than the last. Breaking news! Changfeng Cultural Tourism's Yunming's resort project has been exposed for serious falsification of environmental impact assessment data and has been ordered to halt construction for thorough investigation. Changfeng Cultural Tourism's stock price plummeted within 10 minutes of the market opening, hitting the daily limit down, wiping out over 10 billion yuan in market value. Sources say that this environmental impact assessment scandal involves the transfer of benefits among several senior executives, and the China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC) has launched an investigation. Lu Yanran abruptly stood up, opened her stock trading app, and saw a glaring green line, like a sharp sword piercing her heart. The stock she had bought yesterday had now become a hot potato. She turned around abruptly and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen seemed oblivious to the news, continuing to slowly wipe a duck-shaped rattle, even squeezing it to make a quack-quack sound. Is this the gift you gave me?" Lu Yanran's voice was tight, with a tremor she herself didn't even realize. "Don't rush, President Lu." Yi Chen raised his head, his gaze calm as still water. "The gifts haven't been unwrapped yet. Look, now everyone knows that President Lu of Qingyan Group, the day before the scandal broke, sincerely bought shares in her mother's company, trying to save the day. What a filial, yet informed daughter she is." Lu Yanran's mind went blank. She understood instantly. Her purchase of 1% was not a provocation, but rather her alibi. It was the perfect smokescreen to distance herself from the storm. Did you do this? She asked, her voice hoarse. I'm just a food delivery man, how could I have such power? Yi Chen smiled and put the clean toys into the storage box. I just happened to know that an anonymous whistleblower report about the Yunming's project would appear in the email inboxes of 3 mainstream financial media outlets and environmental protection departments at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I just used my own way to give the capital market and certain people a heads up before that. He didn't say what he had done, but Lu Yenran understood everything. Short selling. While she was buying that 1%, he used funds and channels she couldn't even imagine to set up a huge short selling trap at the peak. He calculated the timing of the news breaking, the market's panic, and the fact that Changfeng Cultural Tourism's stock price would plummet. This was a textbook example of financial sniping. Precise, ruthless, and fatal. And she, the president of Qingyan Group, was cleverly portrayed by him as an innocent, filial, and even somewhat foolish victim in this earth-shattering capital battle. Looking at the man before her, Lu Yenran felt a chill from the bottom of her heart for the first time, as well as an indescribable, morbid sense of security. Just then, her phone rang, and the caller ID showed a Beijing number that she knew all too well. Lu Yenran glanced at Yi Chen, who gave her a go-ahead look. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and answered the phone. The thunderous rage of yesterday was gone from the other end of the phone, replaced by a deathly silence. After a long while, Qilan's utterly exhausted voice, yet still managing to maintain its authority, finally rang out. Was the stock price of Changfeng Cultural Tourism manipulated by you and him? Mom, what are you talking about? I just got back from Indonesia. Lu Yenran, following the script Yi Chen had written for her, spoke with just the right amount of bewilderment and grievance in her voice. I even bought company stock yesterday, and now. Enough. Qilan interrupted her, her voice tinged with helplessness. Let him answer the phone. Lu Yenran held her phone and looked at the man in the living room. Yi Chen mouthed to her, speak on speakerphone. Lu Yenran pressed the speakerphone button. Chairman Qin, hello. Yi Chen's voice rang out clearly in the quiet living room, neither humble nor arrogant. I am Yi Chen. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were assessing the owner of the voice. What do you want? Qilan asked directly, which was her usual way of negotiating. I don't want anything. Yi Chen's answer surprised her. I just want to tell you that Yenran is now my wife, and Nyan is my daughter. Their business is my business. Whoever makes them unhappy, I will make them unhappy, even if that person is my mother-in-law. These words, both polite and arrogant, effectively shut down all of Qilan's subsequent questions. You? Qilan almost choked on her breath. Furthermore, Yi Chen continued, the environmental impact assessment for the Yunming's project is just the first landmine. Subsequent disputes over land use and demolition compensation are enough to cause Changfeng Cultural Tourism to lose another half of its value. I have a complete chain of evidence. Of course, I can also make sure it never sees the light of day again. A threat. A blatant threat. Conditions, Qilan squeezed out through gritted teeth. It's very simple. Yi Chen stood up, walked to the crib, looked at Nyan who had just woken up and was rubbing her eyes, and his voice softened instantly. Tomorrow, fly to Haicheng to see your granddaughter. And while you're at it, let us have a meal together as a family. Chapter 9. The mother-in-law arrives and the ice-breaking dinner. The phone call ended, and the air in the living room seemed to freeze. Lu Yenran looked at Yi Chen, the man who had just issued an ultimatum to the head of the Qin family in Beijing in the calmest tone. Now, he was wiping the crib railing with a soft cloth, as focused as if he were polishing a rare treasure. Who exactly are you? Lu Yenran finally asked the question. Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable tremor. This person had overturned all her understanding of the world that she had held for over 20 years. Yi Chen looked up, smiled at her, revealing a set of white teeth. Nyan's father, your legal husband, and, he paused, his tone becoming matter-of-fact, Miss Qilan's new son-in-law. This answer left Lu Yenran speechless, unable to voice any further questions. He always managed to deflect the most complex issues with the simplest possible identity. Wah! In the crib, Yin Yan, who had slept well, stretched and made a babyish call. Lu Yenran instinctively wanted to walk over, but Yi Chen stopped her. Don't rush. He pointed to her business suit. You smell like an airplane and a hotel, she'll find you unfamiliar. Go change into some loungewear first, and wash your hands with the shower gel she's familiar with. It was that same commanding, professional guidance again. Lu Yanran didn't argue, silently turning and walking into the master bedroom. When she changed into a soft cotton loungewear set, carrying the same faint milky scent as her daughter, and returned to the crib, Yi Chen had already picked up Nian Nian. When the little one saw her mother, a hint of confusion flashed in her big, dark eyes. Then, she sniffed the air, seemingly recognizing the familiar, comforting scent. Her little mouth twitched, but instead of crying, she stretched out her short arms and made a longing ah sound towards Lu Yanran. In that instant, Lu Yanran's heart was struck by a surge of intense emotion. She reached out and awkwardly pulled her daughter into her arms. The small body was warm and soft, pressed tightly against her, as if trying to squeeze out all the awkwardness of the 2 days of separation. Ding! Side quest Intimate Bonds completed. Reward, Crisis Management Master skill loaded, and an additional 100 million to the family fund has been credited to your account. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled genuinely. He turned and went into the kitchen, saying to Sister Wang, who was preparing dinner, "Sister Wang, add a few more dishes tonight, we're having important guests." The doorbell rang precisely on time the following afternoon. Yi Chen opened the door, and standing outside was a woman with a powerful aura. She wore a well-tailored Chanel suit, her hair meticulously styled in a bun. Time hadn't left many marks on her face, only a commanding presence. It was Qin Lan. Behind her were 2 stern-faced bodyguards in black. Qin Lan's gaze passed over Yi Chen and landed directly on Lu Yanran on the living room sofa. Her eyes were filled with anger, disappointment, and a hint of barely perceptible weariness. "Come back to Beijing with me," she said, an order, not a suggestion. Lu Yanran held Nian Nian, stood up, her lips moved but no sound came out. "Mom, you're here." Yi Chen's voice rang out at the right time, breaking the deadlock. He turned to the side and gestured for her to come in, a flawless smile on his face. "You must be tired from your journey. Those 2 gentlemen outside, come in and rest for a bit. It's quite sunny in Haicheng today." His use of the word mom was so natural that it instantly cemented his identity on the wall. Qin Lan's gaze finally fell on him, a scrutinizing, critical, and icy look, as if she wanted to dissect him from the inside out. But Yi Chen simply returned her gaze calmly and helped her carry her suitcase inside. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, unsure whether they should listen to their son-in-law. "You all wait outside," Qin Lan coldly ordered, stepping into the apartment that had captivated her daughter in her high heels. Her brow furrowed subtly as her gaze swept over the rounded table corners and meticulous security features. The atmosphere at dinner was extremely tense. After serving the last dish, Sister Wang tactfully retreated to her room. The only sounds on the table were the occasional clinking of cutlery. Qin Lan had only a glass of water in front of her, seemingly oblivious to the abundance of food on the table. Ding! The atmosphere at the family gathering has reached rock bottom, triggering the 3rd stage of the main quest chain, the ultimate icebreaker. Task requirements: get your mother-in-law, Qin Lan, to taste the 3 dishes you prepared and receive at least 1 verbal compliment from her. Task rewards: God-level culinary skill integrating the essence of all 8 major Chinese and Western cuisines, Marrow Cleansing Pill X1. Marrow Cleansing Pill cleanses the marrow and removes impurities from the body, significantly improving bodily functions and showing remarkable effects on chronic ailments. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was practically tailor-made for his seemingly strong mother-in-law, whose body had long been worn down by years of high-pressure work. He stood up, personally ladled a small bowl of soup, and placed it in front of Qin Lan. The soup was golden in color, rich but not greasy, and emitted a unique aroma. "I never eat food from restaurants," Qin Lan said detachedly, without even looking at the food. "This wasn't tea made outside." Yi Chen sat back down, his tone flat. "This is my own stew. It's a modified version of Buddha jumps over the wall. I've simmered the broth for 8 hours with old hen, dried scallops, and fish maw, but I've replaced the high-fat, high-cholesterol sea cucumber and tendons with dendrobium, which nourishes yin and moistens dryness, and American ginseng, which replenishes qi and calms the mind." He looked at Qin Lan and continued, "I've read your file. You've had neurasthenia for over 10 years, and recently, due to matters at the company, you've been experiencing liver fire, often unable to fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. This soup won't cure your illness, but it will help you get a good night's sleep tonight." The dining table fell silent instantly. Lu Yanran stared at Yi Chen in shock. She had no idea her mother's insomnia had become so severe. Qin Lan's fingers, gripping the water glass, paused almost imperceptibly. This young man had so clearly revealed her most private health condition. This feeling of being completely seen through was even more chilling than a financial attack. Her gaze finally fell on the bowl of soup. Yi Chen said no more, picked up a piece of steamed cod with his chopsticks, carefully removed the last possible small bone, and put it into Lu Yanran's bowl. You just got back, and you must be tired. Eat more. Then, he used serving chopsticks to pick up a soft, mushy piece of pumpkin, put it into Nian Nian's baby food bowl, and mashed it into a puree with a small spoon. He performed the entire process as naturally as if he had done it 1,000 times. He didn't look at Qin Lan again, as if the fate of that bowl of soup had nothing to do with him. This feeling of being completely ignored only fueled Qin Lan's competitive spirit. She snorted coldly, finally picked up the spoon, and with an expression that said, "I'll see what you're up to," scooped up a spoonful of soup and put it in her mouth. At that moment, Qin Lan's expression froze. The broth, upon tasting, wasn't greasy as she had expected. Instead, it possessed an exquisite, rich, and delicious flavor that slid down her throat like a warm current, instantly soothing her weary internal organs. The unique sweet aftertaste brought by the American ginseng further calmed her restless nerves of the past few days. She had spent half her life in a privileged position, tasting countless state banquets and private meals, but she had never tasted anything like this. This flavor contained no ostentatious technique, no pandering, only a profound understanding of the ingredients and the human body. She looked at the young man who was feeding his daughter, her expression becoming incredibly complex. Lu Yanran watched her mother's reaction nervously. Under the watchful eyes of her father and daughter, Qin Lan remained silent, scooping up a second spoonful, a third spoonful, until she had finished the small bowl of soup. She put down her spoon, wiped her mouth with a napkin, looked up at Yi Chen, and her voice was still cold, but less sharp than before. How was that fish prepared? Chapter 10: The Mother-in-Law's Test and the Son-in-Law's Return Gift. Yi Chen's gaze shifted from Lu Yanran's bowl to Qin Lan, his tone remaining calm and indifferent. New Zealand's deep-sea silver cod is sourced only from the middle section. Instead of using high heat and oil, it is slowly steamed at a low temperature of 65 degrees Celsius to maximize the preservation of the unsaturated fatty acids in the fish. The sauce you see on top is not soy sauce, but a concentrated sauce made by simmering fish bones and matsutake mushrooms for 3 hours. It enhances the flavor without putting a strain on your cardiovascular system. With each word he spoke, Qin Lan's expression darkened further. This isn't a description of the dishes, it's a report analyzing her health condition. Even her personal physician hadn't been so precise in outlining her dietary restrictions. Lu Yanran put down her chopsticks. She looked at Yi Chen. This man was like a bottomless abyss. Just when you thought you'd glimpsed a corner, he immediately revealed a wider expanse of darkness and starlight. He had investigated her mother, even knowing everything about her health. This cunning sent chills down her spine, yet this meticulousness left her speechless. Qin Lan remained silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to another plate of vibrant green asparagus. What about this one? Jade asparagus, Yi Chen answered quickly. We used the tenderest tips, blanched them for exactly 15 seconds, and then immediately plunged them into ice water to keep them crisp. We use only the bare minimum of salt and a touch of olive oil for seasoning. The asparagine in asparagus helps with diuresis and lowers blood pressure, which is good for you. Qin Lan didn't say anything more, but picked up a piece of asparagus with her chopsticks. Upon tasting, it is sweet and crisp, carrying the most original fragrance of plants. You can hardly feel the presence of oil and salt, yet it is full of flavor. This is a taste of returning to simplicity. She spent her life pursuing things that were more complex, more expensive, and rarer, whether it was a business empire or the food on her table. But today, a young delivery man taught her a lesson with the simplest ingredients. Qin Lan's chopsticks reached for the seemingly ordinary plate of stir-fried vegetables. Ding! The third stage of the main quest chain, Ultimate Icebreaker, is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level culinary skill, and Marrow Cleansing Pill X1 has been stored in your system space. God-level culinary skills, you are now a walking master chef of Chinese cuisine, with your mind automatically containing the 8 major cuisines and all lost recipes. Any ingredient can be transformed into something magical in your hands. Marrow Cleansing Pill, a complete transformation, cleansing the marrow and removing impurities. Friendly reminder, this medicine is extremely potent. It is recommended to dilute it before use, otherwise the target may spend an unforgettable night in the toilet. The system notification sounded, and Yi Chen almost burst out laughing. This nickname was as thoughtful and playful as ever. Qin Lan put down her chopsticks and elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. She didn't eat much, but she finished the soup, the fish, and the asparagus. She finally looked directly at Yi Chen, her scrutiny and criticism fading somewhat, replaced by a deeper level of inquiry. Who taught you to cook? This question is the greatest reward of the night. Lu Yanran's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, quietly settled down. She knew better than anyone that for Qin Lan to be curious about a field she didn't understand was already a very high compliment. I figured it out myself, Yi Chen replied casually. You have to learn how to take care of a child. Nian Nian has a sensitive stomach, so I don't trust food from outside. With a casual remark, he brought the topic back to the role of father, while subtly mocking Qin Lan, his incompetent grandmother. Qin Lan clearly understood, and her expression turned even colder, but she didn't react. After the meal, Sister Wang cleaned up the dishes and, understanding the situation, carried Nian Nian, who was being soothed to sleep, back to the nursery. Only 3 people remained in the living room. Qin Lan sat on a single sofa, reverting to her Iron Lady demeanor, her aura once again becoming imposing. Speak, what exactly do you want? Her voice returned to its icy tone. Shares in Changfeng Cultural Tourism? Or do you want to join the management team of Qinyan Group? Name your price. In her view, all the groundwork laid beforehand, whether it was the threat of financial attacks or the gesture of goodwill at dinner, would inevitably lead to the final destination of transaction. Lu Yanran also watched Yi Chen nervously. She was equally curious about what this man was after, going to such lengths. Yi Chen smiled. He took out an antique wooden box from under the coffee table and pushed it in front of Qin Lan. If I said I didn't want anything, you definitely wouldn't believe me. He opened the box, inside which was a small pinch of something that looked like tea leaves but also emitted a strange medicinal fragrance. So, I want one thing. Qin Lan's gaze remained fixed on the box, without moving. I want. Yi Chen's gaze passed over Qin Lan and looked at the floor-to-ceiling window behind her, where the lights of Haicheng were shining brightly, for my daughter to receive a hug when she calls out grandma, instead of a cold, indifferent backview. I want my wife to look warm and affectionate, someone she can rely on, instead of fear and alienation when she talks about her mother. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck Qin Lan and Lu Yanran like a heavy hammer. Lu Yanran's eyes instantly reddened. She abruptly turned her head away, not wanting anyone to see her loss of composure. For the first time in over 20 years, someone had so bluntly expressed her deepest desires. Qin Lan froze. She had spent half her life in the military, a ruthless and decisive figure in the business world, never having suffered a defeat. Yet Yi Chen's words easily shattered all her psychological defenses. The relationship with her mother was the biggest failure and hidden pain of her life. This is a medicinal tea that I asked someone to find for me. It's specifically for treating neurasthenia and liver qi stagnation. Yi Chen brought the topic back on track, pointing to the contents of the box. For your condition, relying solely on dietary supplements is too slow. This works quickly and has no side effects. Consider it a small token of my filial piety as your son-in-law. He had crushed the marrow-cleansing pill and mixed it with some calming herbs, making it look like some kind of secret recipe. You can try it tonight. Brew it with boiling water and drink a cup before bed. Yi Chen closed the wooden box, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tomorrow morning, we'll discuss whether you're going back to the capital, or whether Yanran will come with you. This was a slap on the wrist, a declaration of war. He would gamble a good night's sleep on an opportunity for Qin Lan to reassess the situation. Qin Lan stared at the wooden box for a full half-minute. Her bodyguard stepped forward, seemingly about to say something, but was stopped by a look from her. Finally, she stood up, didn't take the box, and walked straight to the door. Lu Yanran's heart sank. Just when she thought the negotiations had completely broken down, Qin Lan stopped in the entryway and said coldly without turning her head. I'll have the driver come pick it up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, she opened the door, and the sound of her high heels disappeared into the corridor. The living room returned to silence. Lu Yanran remained frozen in place, her emotions still churning. Yi Chen walked to her side and placed a glass of warm water into her cold hands. I've said it before, I'll handle things at home. Lu Yanran raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. He still had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had just forced back not the head of the Qin family in the capital, but just a neighbor who came to visit. For the first time, she realized that her proud business empire and decisive skill seemed so pale and powerless in the small space called home created by this man. And she actually began to be somewhat fascinated by this feeling of powerlessness. Yi Chen, she began, her voice slightly hoarse without her even realizing it. Why did you do this? Because, Yi Chen brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his gesture natural and affectionate. You are my daughter's mother. Making her happy is one of the responsibilities of a super dad. Once again, he answered the most complex question with the simplest reason. Chapter 11: Grandma's Observation Period and Dad's New Challenge. That night, Lu Yanran did not sleep well. She dreamed of countless moments from the past 20 years, her mother always appearing as that imposing figure, demanding the highest standards of her and judging her with the coldest numbers. She ran all the way, becoming the youngest president of Qin Yen Group, but she could never catch up with that figure. However, at the end of the dream, the scene shifted to the dinner table from the previous night. Yichen pushed the bowl of soup in front of his mother, speaking calmly about health principles she had never cared about before. In the rising steam, his mother's tense profile seemed to relax slightly. Lu Yanran suddenly opened her eyes. It was already dawn. The living room was quiet, with only the soft humidifier running. She stepped out of the bedroom and saw Yichen standing on the balcony. He wasn't doing his morning exercise, he was just wearing loose loungewear, holding a Rubik's Cube, his fingers flying across the paper, so fast they were barely visible. In just a few seconds, all 6 faces were restored to their original colors. He seemed to notice her gaze, turned around, and casually placed the Rubik's Cube on the windowsill. Awake? Would you like Chinese or Western food for breakfast? Lu Yanran looked at him, and the Rubik's Cube seemed to have become a metaphor in her eyes. No matter how chaotic the situation was, it could always be easily sorted out and restored in his hands. Before she could even organize her thoughts, Yi Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the number, made a shushing gesture, and answered on speakerphone. A respectful but rigid male voice came through the phone. "Mr. Yi, I am Chairman Qin's driver. I am already downstairs." "Okay, I'm coming down." Yi Chen hung up the phone, picked up the antique wooden box on the coffee table, and said to Lu Yanran, "I'll be right back." Lu Yanran watched him go downstairs. The whole process was devoid of any extra communication, like a precise and tacit handover of goods. Mother, in the end, she chose to compromise. This realization shocked her even more than the stock price of Changfeng Cultural Tourism hitting its daily limit down. When Yi Chen returned, he was carrying a freshly bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. He placed the breakfast on the table as if he were doing something completely ordinary. Lu Yanran's phone rang at that moment, and the caller ID showed Mother. Her heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Yi Chen, who was making formula for Nian Nian, and walked to the side to answer the phone. "Mom." "Whom?" The voice on the other end of the phone, as expected, lacked its usual sharpness. Although still cold, beneath that icy exterior lay an indescribable weariness and complexity. "I slept very well last night." This is the first time Qin Lan has acknowledged something as good in a tone that is almost like stating a fact. Lu Yanran didn't know how to respond. "Where did he get that herbal tea?" Qin Lan asked, her tone as if she were interrogating a business rival. "I don't know," Lu Yanran said truthfully. Silence fell on the other end of the phone. Qin Lan clearly didn't believe it. In her view, there are no airtight walls in this world, only insufficient authority. Her daughter's "I don't know" seemed more like an attempt to protect that man. "Let him answer the phone." Qin Lan's tone hardened further. Lu Yanran handed the phone to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was feeding Nian Nian with a bottle in one hand, and took the phone with the other, looking relaxed. "Good morning, Mom." That one word, "Mom," shut down all the questions Qin Lan had prepared. "I'm not going back to Beijing for the time being," Qin Lan's voice came through the receiver, carrying an undeniable determination. "I need to stay here for a while and observe the situation." Observe? Observe what? Observe how her daughter fell into depravity, or observe what cards the suddenly appearing son-in-law really has up his sleeve. Okay. Yi Chen's reply was as light as if he were agreeing to a picnic in the park on the weekend. Nian Nian should spend more time with her grandmother. Your hotel is a bit far from here, which is inconvenient. I'll have Yanran help you find an apartment nearby this afternoon, or, if you don't mind, the guest room at home is also ready. Qin Lan was speechless at his arrangement of being a filial son and virtuous grandson. Her so-called observation was tinged with a condescending scrutiny, but in his mouth, it became the natural family happiness. No need, I'll arrange it myself. Qin Lan refused curtly, then changed the subject. What exactly do you want regarding Changfeng Cultural Tourism? Mom, you're joking. We're family, why talk about anything like that? Yi Chen smiled. The Yunming's project has too many flaws. Even without me, it would have collapsed sooner or later. Stopping it now and cleaning up the internal corruption is good for you in Changfeng Cultural Tourism. As for the stock price, there's always a way to make it rise again after it falls. Xinlan remained silent for a long time on the other end. She understood Yi Chen's unspoken message. He could not only bring it down, but also pull it back up. The initiative had been in his hands from beginning to end. "I'll go see the kids this afternoon," Xinlan said finally before hanging up the phone. The living room returned to silence. Lu Yanran looked at Yi Chen, who was gently wiping milk stains from the corner of Nian Nian's mouth with a soft towel. The overwhelming power of this man, which allowed him to control everything, contrasted sharply with his gentle, stay-at-home dad demeanor, creating a dizzying sense of dissonance. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yi Nian, has zero social circle and lacks interaction with peers. This has triggered the fourth link in the main quest chain, the Social Prodigy Development Plan. Task requirements: within the next week, successfully organize an icebreaker playdate for Yi Nian, with at least 3 infants of the same age participating, and obtain genuine praise from at least one other parent for the host's childcare abilities. Mission rewards: God-level craftsmanship skill allows you to create toys and handicrafts beyond imagination using any common materials, 70% equity in the Singularity Future Technology Lab. Yi Chen paused for a moment while breastfeeding. Singularity Lab? Isn't that the AI research institution that Lu Yanran tried to acquire last quarter at the board meeting despite strong opposition, but which was shelved due to funding and technological barriers? It's said to be run by a few geniuses who returned from MIT, and it has several groundbreaking patents in the field of artificial intelligence algorithms, with huge potential. The system is giving him a future unicorn company as a betrothal gift? What are you thinking about? Lu Yanran asked, noticing the strange expression on his face. I'm thinking about a very serious topic. Yi Chen put down the baby bottle and looked at her with a solemn expression. What? It's urgent to cultivate our daughter's social skills, Yi Chen said emphatically. She needs friends and the companionship of peers. I decided that this weekend, we're going to throw her her first social party. Lu Yanran was stunned. A party? A party for a bunch of babies who can't walk or talk yet? She wondered if she'd misheard. Yi Chen, are you? President Lu, you may not understand, Yi Chen interrupted her, switching back to his professional, consultant-like tone. Social development in infancy has a crucial impact on a child's future emotional intelligence, communication skills, and teamwork spirit. This is a strategic issue that must be taken very seriously. As he spoke, he picked up his phone and began searching for how to host a perfect baby playdate, social etiquette guide for 1-year-olds, and the 10 most popular complimentary foods and snacks for babies. Looking at the man who was talking to his mother about a company worth billions of dollars on the phone just a second ago, but now frowning over the brand of fruit puree and rice cakes, Lu Yanran felt that the whole world had become unreal. She walked over to him and looked at his phone screen. Are you serious? Of course. Yi Chen looked up and smiled at her. The responsibilities of a super dad are not only to take care of eating, drinking, and toileting, but also to be in charge of spiritual and moral development. This is the most important thing in our family. After saying that, he handed her his phone and said, Look, the blueberries from this organic farm are great. We can make blueberry muffins for the babies. Also, shouldn't we get a thicker and bigger playmat? So it'll be easier for the babies to crawl on it. As Lu Yanran watched him enthusiastically planning this party that seemed absurd to her, a warm, ticklish feeling spread through her heart, as if bathed in the afternoon sun of spring. She discovered that she didn't feel any aversion at all. I'm even a little excited. Chapter 12: The CEO's Social Dilemma and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Underdog Attack. Lu Yanran felt that none of the business negotiations she had encountered in the past 30 years combined were as absurd as the one before her. The Haichang Mingzuan Mansion Moms Group is led by the wife of the owner of Xinghui Entertainment. The members are all wealthy and influential. I've already shortlisted 3 families. Their babies are around the same age as Nian, have gentle personalities, and the parents have good educational backgrounds. Yi Chen, holding his phone, reported the background information of the party guests to her like a professional headhunter. Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, the location is our house. I have already confirmed with the 3 mothers. Lu Yanran sat on the sofa, looking at the information he had sent her. It detailed each baby's allergy history, nap habits, and favorite toy types. She felt like she wasn't preparing a game date for her daughter, but rather planning a state visit to 3 tiny heads of state. What do I need to do? She asked, her tone revealing a detached indifference. You? Yi Chen looked up from a pile of newly opened playmats, thought for a moment, and said, You just need to keep smiling and show the harmonious atmosphere of our family, where mother and child are kind and filial. Lu Yanran's lips twitched slightly. She, the dignified president of Qin Yen Group, was here serving only as a smiling, life-sized standee. On Saturday afternoon, following instructions, Lu Yanran changed into a comfortable beige knitted suit, and unusually, her hair was left loose, flowing smoothly over her shoulders. She watched as Yi Chen transformed the living room into a completely unrecognizable space. Thick, soft imported playmats covered the entire area, a castle built from environmentally friendly materials stood in the corner, and there was also a small sensory awareness area filled with various plush toys and rattles. She had no idea when these things appeared. The doorbell rang, and Lu Yanran took a deep breath and went to open the door. Standing outside were 3 mothers and their nannies, along with 3 little VIPs in strollers. The woman at the head of the group, Mrs. Wang, was adorned with jewels and gave people a scrutinizing look. Her baby was dressed in a Burberry onesie. Next to her was Cece, a social media influencer mom, impeccably made up and constantly glued to her phone, seemingly ready to take a selfie at any moment. The last one was Amy, a somewhat nervous new mother. "Ms. Lu, I've heard so much about you. I didn't expect your husband to be so domestic." Mrs. Wang's gaze swept between Lu Yanran and Yi Chen, who was wearing an apron, her tone full of meaning. Lu Yanran's professional fake smile almost didn't stay on. The 3 babies were placed on the playmat, and the scene briefly descended into chaos. Mrs. Wang's son, nicknamed Little Tyrant, snatched Cece's daughter's teething toy, while Amy's son, feeling uncomfortable in the unfamiliar environment, started to pout and cry. Lu Yanran instinctively wanted to step forward, but had no idea where to begin. Looking at the 3 moving, uncontrollable sources of trouble, she felt for the first time that her brain CPU had fried. Just then, Yi Chen walked over carrying a plate of things. It wasn't snacks, but a pile of seemingly ordinary cardboard, colorful yarn balls, and a few plastic bottle caps. "Babies, shall we play a new game?" His voice had a strangely soothing quality. He sat down on the ground, his hands moving so fast they left afterimages. A few minutes later, under everyone's gaze, a simple yet ingenious mystery box was born. Each side of the box had a different mechanism. Pulling the yarn would pop out a small ball, pressing the bottle cap would produce a crisp sound, opening a small door revealed a safety mirror inside. This handmade item perfectly captures all the curiosity of babies in this age group. The 3 little ones, who were originally crying and fighting over toys, were instantly attracted and reached out their little hands to explore. Even the usually proud Little Tyrant gave up his teething toy and curiously poked at the bottle cap. For the first time, there was peace in the living room that lasted for more than 30 seconds. The 3 mothers were stunned. "Mr. Yi, you came up with this yourself?" Amy, the new mother, was the first to exclaim in surprise. "Did he study design before?" Internet celebrity Cece's eyes lit up, feeling that she had found new material for her livestream. Mrs. Wang was much more direct. She leaned over to examine the box, her tone full of disbelief. "The workmanship is much more interesting than the German imported educational toys I bought for my son." "Mr. Yi, where did you learn this craft?" Ding! A genuine compliment from parent Mrs. Wang has been detected. The 4th link in the main quest chain, the Social Prodigy Development Plan, is complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the God-level craftsmanship skill. The transfer of 70% equity in the Singularity Future Technology Lab has been completed, and related documents have been sent to your encrypted email address. Yi Chen smiled inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. "It was just something I made casually. As long as the child likes it, that's fine." He stood up and brought out afternoon tea for the babies: pink rice cakes made with beetroot juice, little stars shaped like pumpkin and yam, and blueberry-filled mini muffins. They were adorable and smelled delicious. Mrs. Wang originally wanted to be reserved and say that her child only eats organic pure fruit puree, but the Little Tyrant had already reached out and grabbed a piece of pumpkin star, stuffed it into his mouth, and was eating it with great relish. Mrs. Wang couldn't resist and made a small pancake for herself to try. It was soft and sweet, and the slight tartness of the blueberries perfectly balanced the sweetness, making it better than any tea pastry she had ever had at a 5-star hotel. "Mr. Yi," Mrs. Wang completely dropped her airs and changed her attitude 180 degrees. "With your skills, it's a waste that you're not opening a private bakery. Could we add each other on WeChat? We can exchange parenting experiences in the future." Yi Chen smiled, took out her phone, and instantly became the newest parenting guru in the mothers group. Lu Yanran stood aside, watching the man surrounded by 3 women, calmly sharing how to remove the tendons from pumpkin stars to make them softer and more glutinous, and felt like an outsider who had stumbled into another world. She saw Nian, guided by Yi Chen, share her toys with Amy's son for the first time, receiving a wet hug in return. She saw Yi Chen defuse a minor social crisis with the simplest materials, and also win over these most discerning mothers. She had always thought that home was a fortress built with money, status, and material possessions. But today she discovered that home could be like this, a place filled with laughter on a playmat, the sweet aroma of baking in the air, a warm and wise paradise created by a man's own hands. A part of her heart quietly crumbled, becoming incredibly tender. Just as the party atmosphere reached its peak, the doorbell rang again. Yi Chen said sorry and got up to open the door. Lu Yanran assumed it was the property management and didn't pay much attention. As the door opened, Qin Lan, dressed in a sharp gray suit, stood in the doorway. The laughter in the living room stopped abruptly. Mrs. Wang and the others didn't recognize Qin Lan, but her overwhelming aura made them instinctively shut their mouths. Lu Yanran's heart leaped into her throat. Why was she here? Qin Lan's gaze swept across the room, a mess, or rather, a cozy atmosphere. She saw the toys on the floor, the delicate refreshments on the table, the three unfamiliar women and their children, and finally, her eyes settled on the mystery box made of cardboard and bottle caps, which was currently being played with by several children. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Mom, you're here. Yi Chen's reaction was surprisingly quick. There was no surprise on his face, but rather a perfectly timed look of delight. I was just about to call you. Some new friends have come over, and we're getting to know them. He introduced them readily. This is Mrs. Wang, this is Cece, this is Amy. This is my mother-in-law, Ms. Qin Lan. Mrs. Wang and the others gasped. Mother-in-law? Qin Lan? Is that the Qin Lan from the financial magazine? The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Qin Lan ignored everyone else and walked straight to Lu Yanran's side, her voice low. Is this what you mean by handling work? Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed, and she was speechless. After finishing work, it's time to have some family life. Yi Chen's voice came in. He was holding a cup of freshly brewed lemon black tea and handed it to Qin Lan. Mom, you've come at the right time. Try my newly baked cookies. Nian Nian also got a baby version. His demeanor was so natural that it was as if Qin Lan wasn't an inspector conducting a surprise inspection, but rather an ordinary grandmother attending her granddaughter's party. Qin Lan stared at him for a few seconds, but ultimately didn't react and took the cup of tea. Lu Yanran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Yi Chen, who gave her a reassuring look. In that instant, she suddenly felt that the chaotic scene before her, composed of a baby, toys, snacks, and uninvited guests, wasn't so difficult to handle after all. As long as this man is around, even if the sky falls, he seems to be able to easily prop it up by doing crafts or baking cookies. At this moment, the system's cold yet pleasant notification sound was echoing in Yi Chen's mind. The 70% stake in Singularity Future Technology Lab has been received. He glanced at Lu Yanran, who was holding a teacup and scrutinizing his daughter, and then at his mother-in-law Qin Lan, who had a powerful aura but was helpless against him. He knew that from this moment on, the rules of this game were about to change again. Chapter 13: The Mother-in-Law's Sniping and the Son-in-Law's Ace in the Hole. Qin Lan's arrival was like a piece of dry ice falling into a hot spring, instantly creating an awkward white mist, followed by dead silence. Just moments ago, Mrs. Wang was enthusiastically exchanging parenting tips with Yi Chen, but now she sat upright, her smile stiff as if she had just had hyaluronic acid injections. Internet celebrity Cece put away her phone, not even bothering to touch up her makeup. New mom Amy wished she could shrink into her stroller. Oh dear, it's getting late, our baby needs to be fed. Mrs. Wang was the first to stand up, hurriedly nodding to Lu Yanran as a farewell. Her nanny deftly picked up little Tyrant and stuffed him into the stroller, her movements as fast as if she were evacuating from a fire scene. Yes, we have to go back too. We have a live stream tonight. Cece also got up, grabbed her nanny, and left as if she were escaping. Amy followed them out almost simultaneously. The living room, which was filled with laughter just 3 minutes ago, was now reduced to the remains of toys and snacks, and the air was below freezing. Qin Lan didn't sit down. Like a queen surveying her territory, she scanned the crawling mat on the ground and the cardboard castle in the corner with a critical eye, finally settling on the plate of pumpkin stars that hadn't been finished yet. Lu Yanran, this is your progress. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an icy chill. I thought you just found a man to marry and have children, but I didn't expect you to have learned to play house. Lu Yanran's face flushed red and then paled, her fingers clenching at her sides. In Qin Lan's presence, she was always the student who needed to be judged. Mom, this was my idea. Yi Chen said as she cleared the dishes from the table, her tone as casual as if she were discussing the weather. Nian Nian needs friends, and Yanran is too tired from work and needs to relax. Isn't that what family life is all about? Xinlan's gaze finally turned to Yi Chen, her eyes sharp as a scalpel. Family life? Yi Chen, I don't care what methods you used to get Yanran to sign that agreement, but you'd better understand your place. The Lu family's daughter's value lies in the board's decisions and the growth rate of the financial report, not in wasting time at this meaningless gathering with a bunch of women who only know how to show off their bags and children. She paused, then changed the subject, pointing directly at Lu Yanran. I heard that Singularity Labs has found a new controlling shareholder, an offshore fund registered in the Cayman Islands. You've been working on this project for half a year, and in the end, you didn't even know who the other party was before someone else snatched it away. And you still have the nerve to throw a party here? Lu Yanran's face turned even paler. The Singularity Laboratory was a thorn in her side. It was the most important piece of the puzzle in her vision for the future of the Qingyan Group. She had used all her resources, yet she couldn't even get through to them, and ultimately watched helplessly as it fell into the hands of others. This was the biggest setback she had suffered since taking office. Bringing this up now was like rubbing salt into her wounds. In the business world, it's normal to win and lose, Yi Chen interjected. He had already cleaned up the leftovers and was wiping the table with a damp cloth, his movements unhurried. Perhaps, the other party was just better prepared than President Lu. Sufficient? Xinlan sneered. In the face of absolute capital and power, so-called preparation is just a joke. The fact that the other party was able to acquire 70% of the shares so quietly shows that their strength is far superior to Qingyan's. Yanran, this is the opponent you should be wary of, instead of wasting your energy on these trivial matters. Lu Yanran was so scolded that she couldn't lift her head. After wiping the table, Yi Chen straightened up, picked up his phone, and glanced at it. The screen lit up, displaying a notification of a new email. He frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed at being disturbed. What's wrong? Lu Yanran asked subconsciously, trying to seize any opportunity to change the subject. It's nothing. Yi Chen put his phone back in his pocket. The lab is urging me to confirm the agenda for next week's online shareholders meeting. Several senior professors are even more anxious than I am. Laboratory? Lu Yanran was taken aback. Xinlan also cast a scrutinizing glance at her. Yeah, I just took over, so there's a lot to do. Yi Chen said casually. He walked over to the playmat and saw Nian Nian struggling to put a part back into the mystery box, but she couldn't get the clip right. He knelt down, gently held his daughter's little hand, and guided her to push the parts in, making a click sound, which made Nian Nian giggle. Lu Yanran looked at him, a ridiculously absurd thought suddenly popping into her head. She walked over, her voice a little hoarse. Which laboratory are you talking about? Yi Chen raised his head, his eyes clear, as if answering a question that couldn't be simpler. The Singularity. Whichever else could it be? Boom! Lu Yanran felt as if her brain had been struck by a thunderbolt, buzzing and completely blank. She thought she had misheard. She looked at Yi Chen, trying to find a trace of a joke on his face. But he didn't. The expression on his face was as if he were saying, "We'll have rice for dinner tonight," calm, composed, and as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The living room fell into complete silence. For the first time, a crack appeared on Xinlan's perpetually calm face. She stared at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with utter shock and disbelief. The Singularity Laboratory, is it him? The mysterious investor who used an offshore fund to bypass all business giants and quietly acquire future tech unicorns, is the man in front of you wearing an apron and tidying up his child's toys? How is this possible? Xinlan has spent half her life in the military and has seen countless storms, but this scene before her completely overturned her understanding. This wasn't a commercial attack, it was a divine intervention, a devastating blow. Lu Yanran barely managed to stand by holding onto the sofa armrest. She looked at Yi Chen, the man she thought she was beginning to understand, who now seemed utterly unfamiliar. He won over his mother's stomach with his culinary skills, and she found him to be incredibly thoughtful. He resolved a social crisis with handmade toys, and she thought he was very skillful. She thought all his abilities were limited to the small space of home. She even felt a secret sense of superiority over his domestic skills. But now, he casually tells her that what he has easily acquired is the business empire she has always dreamed of but could never have. Everything she was so proud of, her business acumen, her ruthless methods, her billions in wealth, became a complete joke in his eyes. Lu Yanran's throat tightened, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Yi Chen seemed completely oblivious to the mother and daughter's petrified state. He examined the cardboard toy and found that a small part had been broken by the little tyrant, a device. He casually picked up some leftover colored cardstock and a small piece of yarn from the side, his fingers flying across the paper. This time, his movements were faster and more skillful. In less than a minute, a three-dimensional butterfly made of cardstock, capable of fluttering its wings, appeared in his hand. He tied the butterfly to a small stick with the yarn, and with a gentle shake, the butterfly danced gracefully before Nian Nian's eyes. Nian Nian's eyes sparkled as she reached out her little hand to catch the butterfly, completely forgetting her earlier frustration. Yi Chen handed the new toy to his daughter, then stood up, looked at the stunned Lu Yanran and Qinlan, and gave them an apologetic smile. "Excuse me, where were we?" "Oh, right, Mom, are you staying for dinner tonight? There's a grouper in the fridge, it'll be quick to steam." Qinlan did not answer. Looking at the man who was making his daughter laugh, she felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. Her so-called observation and examination seemed so ridiculous in the face of absolute and incomprehensible strength. She wasn't observing a son-in-law who had intruded into her world. She was looking up at a higher dimensional being that she couldn't understand at all. Chapter 14: System Upgrade and the President's Imbalance. The grouper ultimately couldn't be steamed. Qinlan is gone. She didn't say a word more, but when Yi Chen asked, "Will you stay for dinner tonight?" she gave him a deep look, then turned and resolutely left. Her retreating figure lacked the arrogance she had displayed upon arrival, instead carrying a sense of panic and an eagerness to escape. The living room was deathly silent. Lu Yanran remained standing there, her body slightly stiff. She looked at Yi Chen, who was bending down to pick up the pumpkin star that little tyrant had discarded from the floor mat, and casually tossing it into the trash can, as if everything that had just happened was just an insignificant illusion. Singularity Lab. Why? Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible tremor, like a string about to snap. There's no reason why. Yi Chen raised his head, his gaze frank. "Yanran, you are a very good businesswoman, but you are too hasty. You want Qidian to make Qingyan Group's stock price look better, to prove your vision to the board of directors. As for me, I just think that the things it researches can make the world where Nian lives a little more interesting in the future." Once again, he used the irrefutable reason of remembering to casually explain a business strategy worth hundreds of billions. Lu Yanran felt a wave of dizziness. All her efforts, all her ambitions, all her pride, were reduced to short-sighted opportunism in his eyes. And he, merely to make his daughter's future world a little more interesting, casually plucked the stars she couldn't even reach on tiptoe. This cognitive-crushing defeat was more frustrating for her than any business failure. "I need some peace and quiet." She said this and practically fled into the study, then closed the door. Yi Chen looked at the closed door and shrugged. He walked to the crib. Nian had already tired herself out and was clutching the paper butterfly, her eyelids drooping. He bent down, gently took the butterfly from her hand, and covered her with a light blanket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden milestone achievement, Ace in the Hole, achieving absolute dominance over key figures Lu Yanran and Qinlan in core areas, completely reversing your family status. The system is about to undergo a major upgrade. Upgrade countdown, 10, 9, 8. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Such a good thing? 3, 2, 1. Upgrade complete. The system name has been officially changed from All-Around Dad System to Super Dad All-Around System. New feature 1, Personal Attribute Panel. The host can view their own status and skills at any time. New feature 2, System Shop. The host can use star coins to purchase items in the shop. Calculating initial star essence based on the host's past mission performance. The quest Father's Lullaby is complete. Reward, 100 star coins. Quest Breakfast of Love completed, reward, 200 star coins. Mission Scientific Feeding completed, reward, 500 star coins. The mission Winning Over the Mother-in-Law including Ultimate Icebreaker has been completed, achieving an overall rating of S, reward, 5,000 star coins. The Social Prodigy Development Plan has been completed, with an overall rating of A or reward, 1,000 star coins. Initial star element calculation complete. With a thought, a semi-transparent blue light screen, visible only to Yi Chen, unfolded before his eyes. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, New Dad Next Level, Advanced Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. God Level Craftsman Beginner. God Level Eloquence Beginner. God Level Cooking Skills Beginner. God-level craftsmanship beginner. Never forgets what you hear passive. Crisis management master beginner. Items: 1 potent energy pill, 1 diluted marrow cleansing pill. Assets: residential rights in Yunding Mansion, 1 shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, 70% equity in Chidian Future Technology Laboratory, 150 million renminbi in Ijia Foundation, 1 courtyard house in Jingcheng Ziyufu. In-game currency: 6,800 star coins. Yi Chen looked at the luxurious control panel and felt pleased. With a thought, he clicked on the golden system shop icon. A dazzling array of products popped up instantly, divided into several categories: daily consumables, skill books, cutting-edge technology, and special items. Yi Chen directly clicked on the cutting-edge technology category. Future Technology Baby Care Kit Infant Version, priced at 5,000 star coins. Includes a smart temperature-controlled sleeping bag, a bottle with real-time nutrient analysis, a brainwave emotion translator allowing you to instantly understand all your baby's needs. Gene Optimization Fluid Basic, price, 10,000 star coins. Can slightly optimize target genes, enhance immunity, and improve physical condition. Note: ineffective on the host. Portable Folding Storage Cube, priced at 8,000 star dollars. A portable storage solution with a 1 cubic meter capacity, eliminating the need for bulky bags when out with kids. Yi Chen was envious. Especially the emotion translator and the spatial storage compartment, they were practically childcare godsends. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough star coins yet. It seemed he'd have to keep working hard to earn more star coins by completing missions. He shut down the system panel, hummed a little tune in a great mood, and began to clean up the mess left by the party in the living room. In the study, Lu Yenran sat in the dark, without turning on the lights. She repeatedly recalled every little detail since she met Yi Chen. He picked up Nian Nian for the first time and hummed a peaceful lullaby. He casually pointed out the crisis facing Qing Yan Group and offered solutions. He used his superb culinary skills to break down his mother's tightly closed defenses. He impressed a group of wealthy ladies with just a cardboard box. She originally thought these were all surprises beyond his role as a tool, added value he showed in order to better play the roles of father and husband. Only today did she realize how terribly wrong she had been. Those so-called surprises were not added value at all. That was him as he was. And she, the president of Qing Yan Group, her career, her pride, even her precarious relationship with her mother, were just minor troubles he dealt with incidentally while taking care of the child. Between her and him, who is the tool? This thought sent a chill down Lu Yenran's spine, yet it was also mixed with a sense of absurd relief and liberation. After an unknown amount of time, she finally stood up and opened the study door. The living room was dimly lit. Yi Chen had tidied everything up neatly, even wiping the floor mat clean and rolling it up in the corner. He was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron, with the crisp sounds of spatulas clattering and the aroma of food wafting from inside. He heard the door open, turned around and glanced back, his face bearing his usual sunny smile. Awake? Are you hungry? I quickly stir-fried 2 dishes, they'll be ready soon. Her tone was so natural, as if she had just woken up from a nap. Lu Yenran walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and watched his nimble back as he tossed the wok. Yi Chen. Singularity Labs, what are you planning to do? She asked the question. It wasn't an interrogation, nor an inquiry, but rather a tone almost like asking for guidance. For the first time, she proactively placed herself in the position of a learner, or rather, a collaborator. Yi Chen turned off the stove, placed a plate of brightly colored stir-fried shrimp with snow peas into a dish, then turned around and looked at her. I haven't decided yet. He wiped his hands and answered seriously, how about you become the CEO? Chapter 15, The Disagreement at the First Birthday Banquet and the President's Fall. You want to be the CEO? Yi Chen's voice was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples in Lu Yenran's heart. She leaned against the kitchen doorframe, looking at the man before her. He was wearing an apron with a cartoon duck print and holding a spatula. With those words, he had casually extended an invitation that was enough to shake the entire tech world. Lu Yenran's throat moved, and her stomach made a soft, inopportune sound. It was the aroma of the stir-fried shrimp with snow peas. A project I personally lost, and I'm going to become its CEO? She found her voice, her tone tinged with self-deprecation. The board of directors will think I'm crazy. Let them think that's fine then. Yi Chen put the dishes on the table and served 2 bowls of rice. Eat up, don't let me and my daughter, the CEO, go hungry. Lu Yenran didn't move. She looked at Ji Chen, trying to find even the slightest trace of a joke on his face. But he didn't. He simply took off his apron, walked to the crib, and touched Nian Nian's forehead, his movements as natural as if they had been living like this for many years. Finally, Lu Yanran sat down at the table. She picked up her chopsticks and took a shrimp. The shrimp was bouncy and the snow peas were crisp. The taste was so good that it annoyed her. She ate absent-mindedly during the meal, yet ate more than ever before. After that night, neither of them brought up the topic of Singularity Lab again. But the atmosphere in the apartment subtly changed. Lu Yanran remained busy, but she spent more and more time working in her study at home. Sometimes, during video conferences, she would unconsciously lower the volume because she could hear Yi Chen teaching Nian Nian to clap her hands and laughing coming from the living room. One night, she went out for a drink of water because she was thirsty, and found that Yi Chen was not asleep. He was studying a huge blueprint spread out on the living room floor. It was an antique-style architectural structural drawing. "What is this?" she asked curiously as she walked over. "Oh, the renovation plans for that courtyard house in Ziyu Mansion." Yi Chen didn't even look up, marking the plans with a pencil. "I was thinking, should we plant a grape trellis in the yard and build a small swing for Nian Nian? It'll be close to your mother, so it'll be convenient to take the child there on weekends." Lu Yanran watched him plan their future in the capital as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and for a moment she was speechless. Her mother, Qin Lan, never mentioned returning to Beijing again. Like a wary feline, she remained entrenched in Haicheng, neither too close nor too far. Occasionally, she would send a message, brief as a telegram. "How much does Nian Nian weigh now? What new things have you added to her complementary foods?" Lu Yanran relayed these questions to Yi Chen, who would then film Nian Nian eating or send her newly made baby food recipes. There was no reply, but Lu Yanran knew that her mother had seen them. The days slipped by in this wonderful balance, and before they knew it, it was the eve of Yi Nian Nian's first birthday. "For Nian Nian's first birthday party, I've already had my assistant contact the best banquet planning team in the entire city," Lu Yanran announced during dinner. She waved her phone, the screen showing the Ritz-Carlton Hotel's magnificent banquet hall. "They will provide the best solution for the venue, the schedule, and the guest list." This is her usual way of solving problems: efficient, dignified, and impeccable. Yi Chen was feeding Nian Nian a small piece of steamed cod that had been cooked until soft when he heard this. He looked up and shook his head. "Not good. Not good enough?" Lu Yanran frowned. "The Ritz-Carlton's banquet hall isn't good enough? That place is too big, too empty, and too crowded for a 1-year-old baby." Yi Chen put down his spoon and looked at her seriously. What she needs is not a social show for outsiders, but an afternoon where she can grab a handful of cake and laugh with drool running down her face. A first birthday party should feel like home. Lu Yanran was taken aback by his theory of the taste of home. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's daughter, Yi Nian Nian, is about to reach her first major milestone, triggering the 5th link in the main quest chain, a unique first birthday banquet. Task requirements: plan and host a first birthday party for Yi Nian Nian filled with love. The party must include at least 3 elements personally made by the host, such as cake, decorations, gifts, etc., and receive heartfelt approval and blessings from Lu Yanran and Qin Lan. Mission reward: Corporate Lifeline Skill Card X1 can designate any company, providing them with a chance to turn the tide in a catastrophic crisis. Cooldown period is 1 year. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This reward was practically the ultimate insurance policy for Lu Yanran. "Then tell me, what should we do?" Lu Yanran's tone softened. She recalled the last playing house-style baby party, chaotic yet surprisingly heartwarming. "Let's have it at home," Yi Chen said. "I'll bake the cake, I'll do the decorations, and I'll prepare the gift for her. We'll only invite our closest relatives." "The closest person?" "Yes," Yi Chen nodded. "You, me, Sister Wang, and our mom." The words "our mom" made Lu Yanran's cheeks flush slightly. She picked up her water glass and took a sip to hide her unease. "Will she come?" "Yes, it will." Yi Chen's tone was so certain that there was no room for doubt. Lu Yanran eventually gave in. Or rather, she discovered that deep down, she was actually looking forward to the first birthday party Yi Chen had described, filled with the aroma of cake. From that day on, the apartment's atmosphere completely changed. Expensive imported flowers were replaced by bundles of colorful cardstock and ribbons. Using her newly acquired superhuman crafting skills, Yi Chen spent only 2 nights creating a dreamy fairy tale forest-themed backdrop with these simple materials. It included a three-dimensional mushroom house, paper butterflies that could flap their wings, and a wishing tree covered in tiny stars. When Lu Yanran first saw the finished product, she was so amazed that she couldn't speak for a long time. She felt that the works of any top banquet designer paled in comparison to this handcrafted creation full of heart. She even found herself sitting on the carpet with great interest after a busy day at work, helping Yi Chen inflate balloons or clumsily trying to cut out a five-pointed star. Yi Chen didn't laugh at the starfish she cut out. He just took it, trimmed it into a perfect shape in a few strokes, and then stuck it in the most conspicuous place. "Look, these are stars that Mommy made for you," he said to Nian Nian in the cradle. Looking at the crooked yet solemnly treated star, Lu Yanran felt a strange, bittersweet emotion welling up inside her. The night before the first birthday party, Yi Chen was busy baking a cake in the kitchen. Lu Yanran sat on the living room sofa with her laptop, but couldn't concentrate on reading a single word. Her gaze kept drifting involuntarily to the busy figure in the kitchen. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of butter and flour. She suddenly realized that this might be what Yi Chen meant by the taste of home. She picked up her phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally tapped on that familiar number to send a message. "Tomorrow is Nian Nian's first birthday, at noon at home, will you come?" After sending the message, she stared nervously at the screen, like a prisoner awaiting sentencing. A minute later, my phone vibrated. There was only one word on the screen. Good. Chapter 16: The First Birthday Ceremony and Uninvited Guests. Yi Nian's first birthday party had no glittering banquet hall, no elegantly dressed guests, and not even a professional photography team. Yi Chen had transformed the living room into a miniature fairy tale forest. Ribbons of varying shades of green hung from the ceiling like forest vines, adorned with stars and moons he had cut out from cardstock. The handmade wishing tree on the wall was covered with oddly shaped but carefully smoothed starfish cut by Lu Yanran. There were no expensive fragrances in the air, only the sweet aroma of butter and milk wafting from the oven, enough to melt anyone's heart. Holding her daughter, Lu Yanran watched all of this, feeling that it was more unreal than any top-tier banquet she had ever attended. At exactly 12 o'clock noon, the doorbell rang. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat, and she went to open the door. Standing outside was Qin Lan. She was still dressed in a sharply tailored suit, but for the first time ever, she was carrying a gift bag tied with a pink bow, bearing the logo of a top luxury brand. Her gaze swept across the living room, and when she saw the slightly childish yet vibrant forest, the coldness in her eyes seemed to freeze for a moment. "Mom!" Yi Chen came out of the kitchen wearing an apron, her hands still covered in flour, and smiled brightly. "You're here. Please come in." Qin Lan didn't respond. She changed her shoes and came in, placing the gift bag on the cabinet in the entryway with somewhat stiff movements. Sister Wang greeted her with a smile, intending to say a few auspicious words, but was frozen by Qin Lan's unapproachable aura and had no choice but to step aside. "Wow, yeah." Nian Nian in her arms seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, looking curiously at her grandmother who never smiled, and pointing her little finger in Qin Lan's direction. "All right, our most important guest has arrived, let's begin the meal." Yi Chen clapped his hands, breaking the brief silence. Lunch was simple, consisting of a few home-style dishes prepared by Yi Chen, plus a bowl of brightly colored vegetable porridge specially made for Nian Nian. Qin Lan still didn't eat much, but Lu Yanran noticed that she didn't just drink water today, but also tasted the stir-fried shrimp that Yi Chen had specially made extremely tender. After dinner, Yi Chen, like a magician performing a magic trick, brought out a cake from the kitchen. The cake was small, with only one layer, and no elaborate frosting or food coloring. It was simply decorated with fresh strawberries and blueberries, and in the middle, a cute little duck was drawn with chocolate sauce. Simple, yet so clean that it brought joy to the heart. "Come on, little birthday star, blow out the candles." Yi Chen stuck a candle with the number 1 on the cake and lit the tiny flame. The family sat around the small dining table. Lu Yanran held her daughter, with Yi Chen protecting her from the side, while Qin Lan and Sister Wang stood opposite. The flickering firelight reflected on everyone's faces, softening the taut lines of Qin Lan's features. "Happy birthday to you." Yi Chen led the singing. Lu Yanran's lips moved slightly, and she began to hum along softly. This was the first time in her life that she had sung this song that she knew by heart. Next comes the first birthday celebration. Yi Chen produced a red cloth from somewhere and spread it on the ground, on which were laid a variety of items. A fountain pen, a thick English novel, and a finely crafted abacus were the usual items. Next to them were a computer mouse, a toy stethoscope, and a gleaming miniature spatula. Lu Yanran looked at the spatula and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Nian Nian was placed in the center of the red cloth. She looked at the pile of things in front of her with curiosity, blinking her big eyes. All eyes were on her. Nian Nian, grab that book, you'll be a scientist someday, Sister Wang whispered encouragingly from the side. Qin Lan's gaze was fixed on the pen and abacus, symbols of power and wealth. The little one sat there for a while, then stretched out her chubby little hand and touched the shiny spatula. Qin Lan's brows immediately furrowed. Then, she seemed to find the spatula uninteresting, turned around, ignored the objects that carried the elder's earnest expectations, and crawled straight in one direction. She climbed to the edge of the red cloth, where Yi Chen had inadvertently placed a photo frame. The photo frame contained a picture of the three of them, taken by Yi Chen with his phone a few days ago. In the photo, he was holding Nian Nian, and Lu Yanran was standing beside him, with a gentle smile on her face that she herself was unaware of. Nian Nian stretched out her little hand and patted the small photo frame repeatedly, making indistinct yet incredibly clear syllables. Dad. Dad. Mom. Mom. The living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Yanran's heart felt as if it had been gripped by a warm hand, a mixture of soreness and throbbing. Looking at her daughter, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Qin Lan watched the scene with an extremely complex expression. She had planned and schemed her whole life, but she never expected that a child's most instinctive choice would be these things she had long since abandoned. Alright, now it's time for the gift giving. Yi Chen broke the emotional moment with a smile. He took a beautifully wrapped box from the side and handed it to Lu Yanran. This is what I prepared. Lu Yanran opened the box. It contained neither toys nor clothes. It is a thick, hand-bound picture book. The cover features the words Nian Nian's first year in beautiful lettering. Lu Yanran's fingers trembled slightly as she turned to the first page. The album contains no text, only vivid and charming drawings made with colored pencils. The style is warm, and the brushstrokes are delicate. The first picture shows Nian Nian lying crumpled up in an incubator. The second picture shows Yi Chen clumsily changing her diaper for the first time. The third picture shows her drinking the baby food Yi Chen made for the first time, with food all over her face. The fourth picture is a mystery box that Yi Chen made for her out of cardboard. The fifth picture shows her sleeping peacefully, her head resting on Lu Yanran's shoulder. As she turned the pages, she saw a condensation of 365 days and nights. Lu Yanran's vision gradually blurred. She never knew that she had missed so much, nor did she know that someone had carefully preserved all of this for her. The last page of the book features a 3D pop-up design. The moment it's opened, a small cardboard figure of a family of three pops out, holding hands and smiling brightly. Lu Yanran raised her head and looked at Yi Chen. Her throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and she couldn't say a word. That's thoughtful of you. A cold, clear voice rang out. It was Qin Lan. She had somehow appeared behind Lu Yanran, her gaze fixed on the picture book. Her voice lacked its usual judgment, replaced by a weariness and complexity that came from shedding all armor. Lu Yanran slammed the sketchbook shut, as if guarding some precious treasure. She looked at Yi Chen, who was smiling at her, his eyes as gentle as a still lake. All those words ultimately boiled down to one sentence. Thank you, she said softly. Ding! The fifth link in the main quest chain, a unique first birthday party, is complete. It has been detected that Lu Yanran and Qin Lan have both offered their heartfelt recognition and blessings, earning the quest an S-rank rating. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, Corporate Lifeline Skill Card X1. Yi Chen's lips curved into a smile. Just then, the doorbell rang again, which was completely out of place. Sister Wang went to open the door, and there stood a man in a suit and leather shoes, followed by two bodyguards carrying a huge gift box. Is Ms. Lu Yanran at home? I am sent by Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital. I heard that your little daughter is turning 1 today, so I have brought a small gift to congratulate you. Hongda Capital? Lu Yanran's face instantly turned cold. Wasn't that her mortal enemy? Yi Chen frowned. He hadn't expected the other party to be so well informed. The arrival of the uninvited guest instantly cooled the previously warm atmosphere. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. She wanted to see how this son-in-law would handle troubles outside of family matters. Chapter 17: The CEO's Battlefield and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Playground. Chairman Zhao? Hongda Capital? These two words were like 2 blocks of ice, instantly extinguishing the warmth and coziness that had just risen in the living room. The gentleness on Lu Yanran's face faded, replaced by the icy demeanor of a business queen. She carefully placed the sketchbook in her arms aside, stood up, and stood in front of Yi Chen and Qin Lan. This is her battlefield. Sister Wang, see the guests out. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable command. The manager's surnamed son wore a professional, fake smile, completely unconcerned about Lu Yanran's cold treatment. Instead, his gaze swept over Yi Chen and Qin Lan. Why is President Lu so aloof? Our chairman Zhao said that while we are competitors in the business world, there's no need to damage our relationship in private. Today is our little daughter's first birthday, and we are here to offer our sincere congratulations. As he spoke, he gave a wink to the bodyguard behind him. One of the bodyguards stepped forward and opened the huge gift box. A blinding golden light flashed, and inside the box lay a longevity lock made of pure gold. The lock was larger than the palm of an adult man, adorned with dragons and phoenixes, extremely luxurious, and outrageously vulgar. This is hardly a congratulatory gift, it's blatant flaunting and provocation. Lu Yanran's eyes grew even colder. We appreciate the sentiment, but please take the gifts back. Xing Yan Group is not accustomed to accepting such generous gifts. Wait, honey. A lazy voice came from behind Lu Yanran. Yi Chen had untied his apron at some point, walked over, and naturally put his arm around Lu Yanran's shoulder, pulling her back half a step. The word wife froze manager's son's smile on his face. Lu Yanran's body tensed instantly. She tried to break free, but Yi Chen subtly held her down. Guests are guests, how can we turn them away? Yi Chen gave manager's son a bright and cheerful smile, as if he were a neighbor visiting. Excuse me, manager son, my wife is a little tired today and isn't in a good mood. The child just fell asleep, so let's keep our voices down. In just a few words, he turned Lu Yanran's business conflict into a domestic matter of the husband smoothing things over when the wife is being difficult, and even gave her behavior a personality trait disturbing the child's sleep. Manager's son was a bit stunned by his combination of punches and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the gold lock, and he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow! This is too precious. Chairman Zhao is too kind." He walked over, stretched out both hands, and pretended to struggle before he lifted the gold lock, even weighing it in his hand. It must weigh at least 5 pounds, right? If a child wore that, their neck would break. It's a safety hazard, an absolute safety hazard. He shook his head with a serious expression. Manager's son's lips twitched. Mr. Yi, you're really joking. This is just for good luck. The prize is nice, but it's a bit too extravagant. Yi Chen put the gold lock back in the box, then turned to manager's son, his smile so sincere it was flawless. Well then, manager's son, please thank Chairman Zhao for me. Our Nian Nian is still young and doesn't need something so expensive. We appreciate the sentiment, though. As for the gold lock, we'll have it appraised by the most authoritative institution, and then donated in full to the Haicheng Children's Welfare Institute in Chairman Zhao's personal name. Chairman Zhao's dedication to charity is truly a model for us in the business world. The living room was so quiet that you could hear your own heartbeat. Manager's son's fake smile shattered completely, turning him deathly pale. Donated? And in Chairman Zhao's name? If he dares to say no, tomorrow's financial headlines will be Hongda Capital Chairman's gift-giving show, actually heartless. If he agrees, then this mission will become a huge joke, and he won't be able to explain it to Chairman Zhao when he gets back. This wasn't a rejection, it was blatantly putting Hongda Capital on the hot seat in front of everyone, while simultaneously humiliating them and making a show of it for themselves. Lu Yanran stared blankly at Yi Chen's profile. She had imagined 100 ways to retaliate, some forceful, some sarcastic, some dismissive. But she never imagined she could use this method to kill without bloodshed and strike at the heart. Qin Lan had been observing coldly all along. At this moment, she picked up the tea on the table, which had long since gone cold, and took a small sip. The probing look in her eyes turned into an almost imperceptible admiration. This son-in-law isn't playing business warfare, he's playing a game of open strategy. Mr. Yi. Manager's son's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he stammered, unable to speak. What's wrong? Does Chairman Zhao not want to accept it? Yi Chen's expression instantly turned to surprise, with a perfectly measured hint of embarrassment. Oh dear, this is difficult. Our family has no connections, just ordinary people. This gift is too much, we really dare not accept it. Perhaps, you could take it back? Take it back? Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Manager's son felt like he was caught between two red-hot iron plates, unable to move forward or backward, and caught in the middle. Finally, with a mournful face, he bowed deeply to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi is right, Chairman Zhao has always been enthusiastic about public welfare. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yi. No problem, take care. Yi Chen patted his shoulder with a smile and personally escorted him to the door. With a click, the security door closed, and a war without gunfire came to an end. In the living room, that box of glittering, vulgar gold sat there like a huge irony. Xin Lan put down her teacup and stood up. She didn't look at Yi Chen, but said to Lu Yanran, "It seems you really have a lot to learn." After saying that, she walked straight to the door without even saying goodbye. But as she passed the entryway cabinet, she paused, took out a simply wrapped rectangular box from the luxury gift bag she had brought, and placed it next to the art book. Then, without looking back, she left. Lu Yanran walked over and opened the box. Inside wasn't any jewelry, but a Parker fountain pen that looked quite old, with a delicate Lan character engraved on its body. This was the first pen Xin Lan used when she started her business. Lu Yanran held the pen, her fingertips were icy cold, but her heart felt as if it had been burned by something. She turned around and saw Yi Chen tidying up the red cloth from the baby's first birthday celebration on the ground, carefully putting away the mini spatula and stethoscope toy one by one. "You?" she began, her voice slightly hoarse. "Did you already have this planned out all along? What have you decided?" Yi Chen looked up, his face innocent. "I just don't want anyone to disturb my daughter's birthday party. Whoever makes Nian Nian unhappy, I'll make them unhappy, even if it's the King of Heaven himself." He spoke with such self-righteousness, as if he had just resolved not the provocation of a business tycoon, but merely driven away a noisy neighbor. Looking at him, Lu Yanran suddenly felt that all the business principles and jungle laws she had believed in the past seemed so naive and laughable in front of this man. She walked over, squatted down, and silently picked up the thick English original for him. Yi Chen smiled as he watched her clumsy movements. He didn't say anything, but simply put the toy spatula in his hand into hers. Lu Yanran looked down at the small, golden spatula in her palm, then at the fountain pen beside her that carried half a lifetime of glory for her mother, and the picture book that recorded her daughter's first year. For the first time, she felt that her life wasn't just about the red and green K lines of a shares and cold financial statements. Perhaps it's nice to hold this spatula occasionally. Chapter 18: The CEO's dance partner and the stay-at-home dad's battle attire. The hustle and bustle of the first birthday party faded, leaving only a faint aroma of milk and the sweetness of cake in the living room. Lu Yanran squatted on the floor, holding her mother's heavy Parker pen in one hand and the ridiculously small gold spatula in the other. The two items represented her past and present, forming an absurd yet harmonious coexistence in her palm. Yi Chen tidied up the last building block and put it back in the toy box. He glanced at Lu Yanran but didn't say anything. In his mind, a cold, icy system screen was quietly unfolding. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, New Dad Next Level, Advanced Dad. Skill: Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Divine Craftsman Beginner. Amazing Eloquence Beginner. God Level Cooking Skills Beginner. Masterful Craftsmanship Beginner. Everlasting Memory Passive. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Items: 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets: residential rights in Yunding Mansion, 1 shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, 70% equity in Chidian Future Technology Laboratory, 150 million renminbi in Ijia Foundation, 1 courtyard house in Jingcheng Ziyufu. In-game currency, 6,800 star coins. The Enterprise Lifeline skill card lay quietly in his inventory, like an ultimate talisman. Yi Chen closed the panel and his gaze fell on the tacky gift box containing a gold lock. "I'll have my assistant handle this tomorrow." Lu Yanran stood up and solemnly placed the pen and sketchbook back in the study, as if that were her territory. "No," Yi Chen stopped her. "How can you let your assistant do such a good thing for you? So what do you want?" "I'll personally visit the children's welfare home tomorrow," Yi Chen said with a shrewd smile. "And while I'm at it, I'll have Sister Wang record a short video to thank Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital for his generosity. I think Chairman Zhao will be very happy to see his good deed known to more people." Lu Yanran looked at him, wanting to say that this was too mean, but the words that came out were, "The camera is in the cabinet in the study, and it's fully charged." A few days later, Lu Yanran's peaceful life was disrupted once again. She received a gold-embossed invitation to Haicheng's annual Starlight Charity Gala. This was Haicheng's top social event for business elites, and also a silent arena for capital battles. The invitation was addressed to Ms. Lu Yenran and her partner. In previous years, she always went alone. But this year, the word partner stung like a needle. She sat on the sofa, holding the invitation, her brow furrowed. Yi Chen was lying on the playmat, having a great time playing with Nian Nian, who had just learned to roll over. He had built a small door with some soft building blocks, and Nian Nian was trying her best to crawl under it. The father and daughter were laughing together. He noticed Lu Yenran's expression and gestured with his chin to what she was holding. "What's wrong? Did you receive a payment reminder?" Lu Yenran tossed the invitation onto the coffee table. "A boring business dinner." Her tone was flat, as if trying to hide something. "It's all just empty formalities, no fun at all. You don't need to go." Yi Chen crawled over, picked up the invitation, and glanced at it. "A star-studded charity gala? I've heard of it. Tickets are being resold for 6 figures each." He looked at Lu Yenran, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Such a great opportunity to broaden my horizons, are you really going to let me miss it?" "That kind of occasion isn't suitable for you," Lu Yenran said hastily. She already pictured Yi Chen in a t-shirt and jeans among a group of guests dressed in haute couture. That would make him a laughingstock, and it would make her one too. Ding! Detected that the host's family is about to face its first major social test, triggering the 6th link in the main quest chain, the most dazzling male companion. Task requirements: accompany Lu Yenran to the Starlight Charity Gala, present yourself as the perfect partner, become the focus of attention, and get Lu Yenran to invite you to dance the first dance. Task rewards: God-level tailor skill proficient in all clothing design and production, couples unity aura passive, greatly increases the couple's compatibility and affection in public. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Inviting someone to dance? That's a challenge. He looked at Lu Yenran's face, which was filled with worry and "don't cause me trouble," and suddenly smiled. "Honey, are you afraid I'll embarrass you?" He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Lu Yenran's cheeks flushed, and she leaned back abruptly, creating distance. "I didn't." Her denial sounded weak and feeble. "Don't worry," Yi Chen sat up straight and stretched lazily. "I promise I won't use lobster claws to pick up fruit." "That's not the point." Lu Yenran was annoyed by his nonchalant attitude. "You need to wear formal attire to the banquet, and your suit." She wanted to say that he didn't actually have a suit suitable for that kind of occasion. "A suit?" Yi Chen stroked his chin, looking as if he had just realized something. "That is a problem." Seeing him give in, Lu Yenran felt relieved and was about to say, "So you shouldn't go," when she heard Yi Chen continue. "Looks like I'll have to make one myself." "What?" Lu Yenran wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. "I said, I'll have a suit made for myself," Yi Chen said matter-of-factly. He took out his phone and started searching for top fabric suppliers on Seville Row and a complete guide to handmade suit sewing techniques. "You don't need to worry about it. On the day of the banquet, just dress up beautifully, and leave the rest to me." Lu Yenran was completely speechless. Cooking, crafts, and now he wants to make his own suits? Is there anything he can't do? She felt like her worldview was being repeatedly rubbed into the ground by this man. The day before the banquet, Yi Chen locked himself in his study and didn't come out all day. Lu Yenran wanted to go and check on him several times, but she couldn't bring herself to do so, so she could only frantically deal with her work in the living room. On the afternoon of the day of the banquet, the door to the study was finally opened. Yi Chen walked out yawning, looking a little tired, but in good spirits. He was carrying a huge dust bag. Lu Yenran had already finished her makeup and changed into an ice blue long dress prepared for the banquet. The hem of the dress was adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, making her look like an ice goddess under the moon. "Go change, Your Majesty." Yi Chen handed her the dust bag, then turned and went into the kitchen. "I'll heat up some milk for Nian Nian first, and we can leave soon after I get back." Lu Yenran walked into the bedroom with some doubt and unzipped the dust bag. The next second, her breathing stopped. It was a midnight blue men's suit. The fabric shimmered with a deep, velvety sheen under the light, and the tailoring was so perfect it resembled a work of art, every line flowing and powerful. What struck her most was the detail. Inside the neckline, a tiny, almost invisible pattern, a crooked 5-pointed star, was embroidered in silver thread. It was the starfish she had cut for him a few days ago. Lu Yenran reached out and gently stroked the star with her fingertips, as if she could feel the warmth and heartbeat hidden beneath the fabric. Half an hour later, when Yi Chen came out of the nursery, Lu Yenran was standing in front of the full-length mirror in the living room. He wore that suit as if it were born for him. The midnight blue color accentuated his tall and straight figure, highlighting his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The sharp, financial genius that was usually hidden by casual wear was now on full display. He wasn't wearing a tie, but rather a matching silk scarf, which made him less formal and more casually dapper. He stood there, looking like a male model who had just stepped out of a top fashion magazine cover. Lu Yenran looked at the two people in the mirror. One was ice blue, the other moon white. One was as cold as the moon, the other as deep as the night. They seemed like a perfect match, which made her uneasy. "How is it?" Yi Chen walked up behind her and looked at her in the mirror. "My cooking skills, are they all right?" Lu Yenran didn't answer, but just looked at him in the mirror for a long time. "Let's go." She turned around and, for the first time, took his arm. Yi Chen smiled and took her hand in return. Her hands were cold, his hands were warm. Chapter 19: The Most Dazzling Male Companion. At the Haicheng International Conference Center, the brilliance of the crystal chandelier cascades down like a galaxy. At the Starlight Charity Gala, amidst the elegant attire and clinking glasses, behind every smiling face might lie a game of billions of dollars. When Lu Yenran, arm in arm with Yi Chen, stepped into the banquet hall, the commotion at the entrance froze for 3 seconds. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The first thing people saw was Lu Yenran. As always, she was like a walking iceberg, her ice blue dress making her appear aloof and ethereal, her beauty almost unapproachable. But tonight, beside the iceberg stood a bottomless night sea. The man, dressed in a midnight blue tuxedo, stood tall and straight as a pine tree. His face was handsome, with a nonchalant smile in his eyes, the composure and ease of someone long accustomed to a position of power. He wasn't overshadowed by Lu Yenran's brilliance. Instead, he acted like a giant magnet, drawing all the light to the two of them, creating an independent aura that no one else could penetrate. Who is that? Lu Yenran's male companion? Am I seeing things? Doesn't she never bring male companions to any events? Who is this man? He doesn't look like someone from this circle, but he has such a strong presence. Whispers spread like a tide. Lu Yenran could feel the steady warmth from the arm that was holding her. She straightened her back, her face still bearing that aloof expression, but only she knew that her palms were slightly sweaty. She wasn't nervous, but rather experiencing a strange, excited feeling of being watched. In the past, people looked at her as the president of Qing Yen Group. Today, people look at her as the woman beside that outstanding man. Just then, an untimely voice broke in. "Mr. Lu, you are a rare guest indeed." Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital walked over, holding a wineglass and wearing a forced smile. Behind him were several CEOs from competing companies, their eyes filled with amusement, as if they were watching a spectacle unfold. Chairman Zhao's gaze swept over Yi Chen, as if he were assessing a commodity waiting to be sold. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Where did you find this secret weapon, Mr. Lu? Are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? This image is much better than those stars under your management." Chairman Zhao's words were barbed, implying that Yi Chen was a pretty boy who relied on his looks. Lu Yenran's face darkened, and she was about to speak when Yi Chen gently squeezed her hand, signaling her not to move. He stepped forward and flashed Chairman Zhao a standard 8-tooth smile, a smile more dazzling than any of the lights in the room. "Chairman Zhao, hello." He extended his hand proactively, as warmly as if he had seen a long-lost relative. "I've been wanting to thank you in person for a long time. The gold lock you donated to the children's welfare home last time was especially loved by the children. The director of the welfare home even specifically asked me to convey her regards to you, this great philanthropist who never left his name." The smile on Chairman Zhao's face froze instantly. Some of the executives behind him couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered it up with a cough. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a shrewd person. The words "anonymous philanthropist" were like tearing off Chairman Zhao's face, framing it on the wall, and shining it under a spotlight. Chairman Zhao's face turned a deep purplish red, and his fingers gripping the wineglass trembled. He forced a smile and said, "It's just a small token, nothing to mention. Mr. Yi, you seem quite enthusiastic about public welfare. There's no way around it. With a young child at home, I can't bear to see other children suffer." Yi Chen withdrew his hand, sighed, and looked weary with the saying being a father is not easy. "I don't have any great abilities, unlike you, Chairman Zhao, who do business worth hundreds of billions. I'm mainly responsible for our family's logistics and long-term investment planning. I recently invested in a small project, which is still in its early stages. I'm overwhelmed with work every day, and I've even lost a few strands of hair. As he spoke, he even touched his thick hair with a serious expression. Lu Yanran, standing behind him, almost couldn't hold back her emotions. Logistics support? Does that mean cooking and taking care of the kids? Long-term investment planning? Does that refer to Nian Nian's education fund? The small project you just invested in refers to Singularity Lab? A business owner next to Chairman Zhao was intrigued by Yi Chen's down-to-earth words. Oh? Mr. Yi is an investor? I wonder which field you're in. Perhaps we could have a chance to collaborate. Hey, don't even mention it. Yi Chen waved his hand, looking modest. It's just a small biotechnology lab, a bunch of tech geeks who don't like to go out tinkering around. It's nothing special, nothing at all. He spoke casually, but to Lu Yanran and Chairman Zhao, it was like a thunderclap. A biotechnology lab? Could it be? Chairman Zhao's pupils contracted sharply as he thought of the recent uproar in the industry about the change of ownership of Singularity. He stared intently at Yi Chen, trying to discern something from his face, but the other man's smile was impeccable, so open that it sent chills down his spine. Just as the atmosphere became shrouded in a strange sense of speculation, the lights on the dance floor came on, and a melodious waltz began to play. This was the first dance of the evening. Traditionally, this is the stage for the person of the highest status or the biggest donor of the night. Lu Yanran looked at the center of the dance floor, then turned to look at Yi Chen beside her. He was taking a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray and handing it to her with elegant movements, as if the verbal exchange just now was merely an appetizer. She looked at him, at her reflection in his deep eyes. She saw the undisguised admiration and curiosity in the eyes of the socialites and wealthy women around them. She heard her own heart pounding, one beat after another, battering against the dam of reason. She suddenly didn't want to be the strategist and mastermind, CEO Lu, anymore. At this moment, all she wanted was to be Yi Chen's Lu Yanran. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Yanran placed the champagne in her hand back on the waiter's tray. Then, she turned around, faced Yi Chen, and, meeting his slightly surprised gaze, slowly extended her hand. Her voice was clear and cool, yet it carried a subtle, trembling invitation that she herself was unaware of. Mr. Yi, may I have this dance? Yi Chen paused for a moment, then smiled. He didn't speak, but simply bowed gracefully, took her hand, and placed a gentle kiss on the cool back of her hand. Ding! The sixth quest in the main quest chain, the most dazzling companion, is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level Tailor skill, and the couple's Unity Aura passive has been activated. The moment Yi Chen's hand encircled Lu Yanran's waist, she felt a strange warmth emanating from the point of contact between them. Her previously stiff body instantly relaxed. As the music started, they glided onto the dance floor. There was not a single word exchanged, not even a glance exchanged. She perfectly matched every turn he made. He provided perfect support for every backward lean she took. Their dance steps were as if they had been rehearsed 1,000 times, their tacit understanding unbelievable. The ice blue skirt intertwined with the midnight blue gown, like ice and night entwined. They became the sole focus in the center of the dance floor. Everyone stopped talking and stared at the perfect couple with bated breath. Lu Yanran gently rested her head on Yi Chen's shoulder, and she could smell his clean scent, a blend of fabric and faint body warmth. She closed her eyes, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility in such a noisy setting for the first time. It was as if the world had shrunk down to just the two of them and this waltz that would never end. She thought, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to just succumb to this. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, New Dad Next Level, Advanced Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Divine Craftsman Beginner. Amazing Eloquence Beginner. God Level Cooking Skills Beginner. Masterful Craftsmanship Beginner. God Level Tailor Beginner. Everlasting Memory Passive. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United in Heart and Soul Passive. Items, 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets, residential rights in Yunding Mansion, 1 shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, 70% equity in Qidian Future Technology Laboratory, 150 million renminbi in Aijia Foundation, 1 courtyard house in Jingcheng Ziyufu. In-game currency, 6,800 star coins. Chapter 20: The CEO's Achilles heel and the stay-at-home dad's doctor's advice. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Yi Chen released his hand from Lu Yanran's waist, and the two separated in the center of the dance floor. A wave of applause surged around them, accompanied by countless curious and admiring glances. Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. She instinctively avoided Yi Chen's gaze, nodded slightly to the crowd, and then turned to leave the dance floor. "Honey, why are you walking so fast?" Yi Chen's voice came from behind. He naturally took her hand again, their fingers intertwined. "The banquet isn't over yet, but the charity auction is about to begin." His palms were warm and dry, enveloping her slightly cool fingertips. Lu Yanran stopped in her tracks, no longer struggling to break free. The atmosphere in the car on the return trip was suddenly quiet. The driver drove smoothly, isolating the two people in the back seat from the dazzling lights outside the window. Lu Yanran leaned against the window, watching the street scenes rushing past, seemingly lost in thought. "After today, Xingyan Group's stock price will probably rise by 2 or 3 points, Yi Chen suddenly said, breaking the silence. Lu Yanran snapped out of her daze and looked at him. "You and I attended together, and you gained the upper hand in front of Chairman Zhao. The market will interpret this as Xingyan Group having a new and powerful ally," Yi Chen analyzed. "The capital market loves this kind of story." Lu Yanran's thoughts were seen through by his words, and she felt a little embarrassed. "I don't need to rely on this kind of gossip to boost the stock price." "Of course I know," Yi Chen smiled. "But free profits are never a bad thing. By the way, remember to have the trader go long on a stock called Hongyu New Materials half an hour after the market opens tomorrow." "Why?" Lu Yanran asked instinctively. "Chairman Zhao has lost face so badly tonight, he will definitely try to make up for it in other ways tomorrow. Hongyu New Materials is a company he secretly controls, and raising the stock price of this company is the fastest way for him to regain face." Lu Yanran looked at him. This man could even predict his opponent's next move perfectly. Compared to him, her own business plans seemed like child's play. It was already late at night when we returned to the cloud-top mansion. Sister Wang tiptoed out of the nursery. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Yi, you're back. Nian was very good today, she went to sleep at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wang. You should go and rest now," Yi Chen said, taking off his suit jacket and casually draping it over the sofa before heading straight to the nursery. Lu Yanran took off her high heels, and a wave of exhaustion washed over her the moment she stepped into her home. She watched Yi Chen bend down beside the crib, carefully tucking the blanket around their daughter. The man who had been so radiant at the banquet had instantly transformed back into a stay-at-home dad. The seamless switching between these roles left her feeling dizzy. That night, Lu Yanran slept soundly until she was awakened by a suppressed, anxious cry. She opened her eyes abruptly. The crying was coming from the nursery next door. She grabbed her phone and glanced at it. It was 3 in the morning. She practically sprang to her feet and rushed to the nursery. Only a dim nightlight was on in the room. Yi Chen was already there, holding Nian in his arms. The little one kept squirming in his arms, her face flushed red, her cries hoarse, filled with a kind of uncomfortable whimper. "What's wrong?" Lu Yanran's voice was tense, and her heart clenched. "She has a fever." Yi Chen's tone was calm, but his brows were furrowed. He took an electronic thermometer out of Nian's ear canal, and the screen displayed a glaring 39.2. Lu Yanran's mind went blank for a moment. All her calmness and rationality crumbled in the face of her daughter's flushed face and this number. "Quick! Get him to the hospital. Call an ambulance." She frantically reached for her phone, but her fingers were shaking so badly she couldn't even unlock the screen. "Don't panic." Yi Chen pressed her hand down, his voice as steady as a rock. "At this temperature, it's not necessary to call an ambulance. The more panicked you are, the more frightened she will be. It's almost 40 degrees Celsius. And you say you're not worried?" Lu Yanran's voice trembled with tears for the first time. "Yi Chen, this is my daughter. She needs a doctor." "Yes, my daughter too." Yi Chen looked at her with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. "Lu Yanran, believe me." Ding. Host's daughter, Yi Nian, has been detected to have a high fever. Emergency mission triggered, father's fever-reducing technique. Task requirements: within 1 hour, without the aid of any medication, lower Yi Nian's body temperature to a safe level below 38. Task reward: God-level pediatric medical skills, beginner level, proficient in the diagnosis and non-pharmacological treatment of all common pediatric diseases. Yi Chen took a deep breath, carried the child to the living room, and placed her on the soft floor mat. He quickly unbuttoned Nian's pajamas to allow her little body to cool down better. "Sister Wang. Bring a basin of warm water, around 35 degrees Celsius, and a few dry towels, he called towards the nanny's room. Sister Wang was also awakened and quickly brought over some water. Lu Yanran stared at Yi Chen's actions, completely bewildered. What are you doing? Physical cooling? What's the use of that? We need to go to the hospital. Going to the hospital, queuing, registering, and getting tests done, the whole process takes at least 2 hours. The worst thing about a high fever is seizures. What we need to do now is to make her feel comfortable immediately. Yi Chen didn't look at her, all his attention was on his daughter. He soaked the towel, wrung it out, and then began to wipe Nian Nian's body with an extremely professional, even rhythmic, touch. Forehead, neck, armpits, groin, palms, soles of feet. He avoided the chest and abdomen, only wiping the areas where major blood vessels passed. He moved very gently, humming a tuneless lullaby softly. The little one in my arms gradually stopped crying. Although she was still whimpering in discomfort, her body was visibly relaxed. Lu Yanran stood by, watching the scene unfold, completely helpless. She felt utterly useless, unable to do anything but panic. Her prized business acumen couldn't alleviate even a fraction of her daughter's suffering. She looked at the man, who was kneeling on the mat in only a thin nightgown, his expression focused, fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His hands were so steady, his voice so gentle, as if he were not wiping a baby, but cherishing a priceless treasure. Time passed second by second, and Lu Yanran felt as if an eternity had gone by. Yi Chen picked up the thermometer and took the temperature again. 38.4, he said softly. Lu Yanran leaned closer to look, and the number finally relaxed her nerves, which had been taut to the point of breaking. Yi Chen didn't stop and continued wiping with warm water. After another 10 minutes or so, he took the measurement again. 37.5. Lu Yanran's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen finally stopped what he was doing. He wrapped Nian Nian's tiny body in a dry towel and held her in his arms. The little one's breathing had become steady, her fever had subsided, and she had sweated a little. She clung to his chest, sleeping peacefully. All right, it's all over. Yi Chen looked up and gave Lu Yanran a tired smile. Her temperature might fluctuate after dawn, so we'll go to the hospital for a more thorough examination to confirm the cause. But tonight, she can get a good night's sleep. Lu Yanran looked at him, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Tears streamed down her face without warning, and she quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand, not wanting him to see her loss of composure. She was a strong-willed woman who never showed weakness in front of others. But in the early hours of this morning, in front of this man, all her pretense and defenses shattered completely. Ding! The father's fever-reducing technique mission is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level pediatric medical skills beginner. Yi Chen, holding his daughter, stood up and walked to Lu Yanran. He offered no words of comfort or further explanation, but simply and gently, solemnly, placed the warm, soft little girl in her arms into her hands. Mommy, hug me. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, New Dad Next Level, Advanced Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Divine Craftsman Beginner. Amazing Eloquence Beginner. God-Level Cooking Skills Beginner. Masterful Craftsmanship Beginner. God-Level Tailor Beginner. Amazing Pediatric Medical Skills Beginner. Everlasting Memory Passive. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United in Heart and Soul Passive. Items, 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets, residential rights in Yunding Mansion, 1 shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park, 70% equity in Qidian Future Technology Laboratory, 150 million renminbi in Aijia Foundation, 1 courtyard house in Jingcheng Ziyufu. In-game currency, 6,800 star coins. Chapter 21: The CEO's Armor and the Stay-at-Home Dad Stethoscope. The little one in her arms was warm and soft, breathing steadily and deeply. Lu Yanran held her like that, standing motionless in the center of the living room. At 4 in the morning, the city was still asleep, with only a few scattered streetlights casting a dim yellow glow into the room. She looked down at her daughter's sleeping face, her small nostrils flaring slightly with each breath, and tear tracks still clinging to her cheeks. Just an hour ago, she had thought she was going to lose her. The fear that rose from the depths of her bones was something she had never felt, even when facing a crisis in her multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Yi Chen didn't disturb her. He quietly cleaned up the basin of water and towel on the floor, then went to the kitchen to heat up a cup of milk and placed it on the coffee table next to her. Have some drinks to calm your nerves. Lu Yanran shifted her gaze from her daughter to the glass of milk, its surface steaming warmly. She carried her child and sat down on the sofa, her body still feeling a little weak. Thank you. Her voice was soft, hoarse with the pain of surviving a close call. We're family, no need for thanks. Yichen sat down beside her, keeping an arm's length distance. She's my daughter, I won't let anything happen to her. He said those words twice tonight. The first time, she thought he was arrogant. This time, she believed him. She picked up the milk and sipped it slowly. The warm liquid slid into her stomach, dispelling the last trace of chill in her body. She looked at the man beside her. He was only wearing a thin nightgown, and his eyes betrayed his weariness, but his back was ramrod straight, like a mountain. A mountain that could shelter her and her daughter from all storms. Early in the morning, the sky was bright. When Lu Yanran woke up, she found herself asleep on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. Yi Chen and Nian Nian were not in the living room. Her heart tightened, and she sat up abruptly, only to see Yi Chen come out of the bedroom and make a shoe gesture to her. She just fell asleep after being fed. Her temperature is normal, 36.8, he said in a low voice. Lu Yanran's heart finally settled back into her stomach. She glanced at her phone. It was 7:30. Several schedule reminders from her assistant popped up on the screen, the first being the group's senior management morning meeting at 8:30. She crossed out all the notifications and replied with 2 words, cancel. Then, she looked up at Yi Chen and said, let's go to the hospital. Pediatric Outpatient Department of Haicheng First Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Even on a weekday morning, this place is like a bustling battlefield. The cries of children, the soothing voices of parents, and the calls of nurses are all mixed together, making one's scalp crawl. Lu Yanran held Nian Nian, her brows furrowed. She hated this chaotic environment and subconsciously wanted her assistant to clear the room, but the thought only flashed through her mind before she suppressed it. Yi Chen finished all the formalities, took the medical record, and naturally took the child. Let me hold him, you look like you're about to get into a fight. Lu Yanran glared at him, but did not refute him. The doctor on duty was a young-looking man with black-rimmed glasses and heavy eye bags, clearly extremely busy. He typed rapidly into the medical record on his computer, asking without looking up, what's the situation? I had a fever of 39.2 last night, but it subsided after physical cooling methods, and my temperature is normal now. I'd like to get some tests done to confirm the cause of my illness, Yi Chen explained succinctly. The doctor finally looked up, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at Yi Chen with some surprise. He faced countless panicked parents every day, and rarely had he seen someone describe the situation so clearly and calmly. It's most likely Rosella infantum. Let's get a blood test done first, the doctor wrote out the prescription. A long line formed outside the blood drawing room. A little boy, about 3 or 4 years old, was crying his heart out, struggling desperately in his parents' arms, refusing to let the nurse touch his arm. Baby, it doesn't hurt, it's just like a mosquito bite. The mother was sweating profusely with anxiety. No. I don't want a shot. You're all bad people. The little boy's voice rose another octave. Lu Yanran, who was standing behind them, was getting annoyed by what she heard. Nian Nian in her arms seemed to be affected as well, and began to squirm restlessly. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly penetrating all the noise. Little friend, are you afraid that getting a shot will drain your superpowers? The crying little boy stopped abruptly, his face streaked with tears and snot as he turned to Yi Chen, asking sobbing, How did you know? Because I used to be an Ultraman too. Yi Chen said with a straight face, let me tell you a secret, the nurse's needle will only absorb the bad virus in your body, not your superpowers. And the braver you are, the stronger your power of light will be. The little boy looked at him with a skeptical expression. Yi Chen crouched down to look him in the eye. Try it if you don't believe me. After the injection, close your eyes and silently say Tiga 3 times. If you can still feel the light, it means your superpowers are still there. The parents and nurses around were stunned, and an eerie silence fell over the entrance to the blood drawing room for the first time. The little boy's mother, as if grasping at a straw, quickly said, Yes, baby, let's try it, let's try Uncle Ya's method. A miracle happened. Although the little boy was still scared, he actually stretched out his arm, closed his eyes tightly, and mumbled something. The nurse seized the opportunity and completed the blood draw with lightning speed. The moment the needle was pulled out, the little boy cried out again, but Yi Chen immediately said, "Quick! Feel your light." The little boy sniffed, closed his eyes to sense it for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and shouted to his parents in surprise, "It's still there! My light is still here." The farce was thus resolved. Ding! Detected that the host successfully resolved the angel's dilemma using parenting knowledge, triggering and completing the hidden mission, Ultraman in the pediatric clinic. Mission assessment, S rank. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the God-level psychology beginner skill. Reward, 2,000 star coins. Yi Chen smiled inwardly, but stood up calmly and waved to the still excited little boy. Lu Yanran witnessed the entire thing. Looking at Yi Chen, she felt like she was looking at a monster. Just how many more skills did this man possess that she didn't know about? When it was Nian Nian's turn to have her blood drawn, the little one was naturally a bit scared, and her little mouth twitched as if she was about to cry. Yi Chen didn't try to coax or trick her like other parents did. He simply held Nian Nian and whispered in her ear in a very soft and rhythmic voice, "Look, the nurse is planting a seed of courage in your little arm. Soon, a little red flower will bloom here." As he spoke, he used his fingers to press on a specific spot on the inside of Nian Nian's wrist with a peculiar frequency, neither too light nor too heavy. Nian Nian's attention was completely drawn to it. She stared curiously at her arm, forgetting to cry. The blood draw went incredibly smoothly. The young doctor who was seeing patients happened to be passing by and saw this scene, so he stopped in his tracks. He walked over, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Yi Chen with a researching gaze. "This parent, you just used the Qing Tianheshui and Niligang acupoints from pediatric massage, right? The technique is very professional." Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, not expecting to encounter an expert. "Oh, it's a parenting lecture by an old Chinese medicine doctor, the kind where you get free eggs for scanning a QR code. You can learn it casually." He made it up on the spot. The doctor clearly didn't believe him, his eyes behind his glasses shining brightly. "Mr. Yi, would you be interested in giving a few lectures at our hospital's parent workshop? We're in dire need of an expert like you who has both theoretical knowledge and practical experience." Listening from the side, Lu Yanran suddenly felt an absurd sense of crisis. She stepped forward, standing between Yi Chen and the doctor, her tone returning to its usual coldness. "I'm sorry, he's busy. He's my daughter's personal childcare worker." After saying that, she grabbed Yi Chen and practically fled. On the way back, Lu Yanran remained silent. The blood test results showed everything was normal, just a common viral infection. But her feelings were more complicated than when she arrived. She looked out the window and suddenly asked, "Who did you learn all those skills from?" "I learned from books, online, and all sorts of things," Yi Chen replied casually as he drove. Lu Yanran didn't ask any more questions. She knew this couldn't be the whole answer. This man was like a bottomless treasure trove. With each step she dug deeper, she discovered a wider, more breathtaking world. She felt tired. Not physically, but mentally. For the past 30 years, she had been used to being in control, used to using her calculating mind to deal with every problem. But now, she found that all her pride and armor were utterly useless in front of this man. Perhaps, it's better not to be the one in control. She closed her eyes, turned her body slightly to the side, and gently, with a hint of tentativeness, rested her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen paused for a moment while driving, then resumed a steady pace. He didn't say anything, but simply slowed down, allowing the afternoon sun to shine on them for a little longer. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, New Dad Next Level, Advanced Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Amazing Pediatric Medical Skills Beginner. Divine Psychology Beginner. Divine Craftsman Beginner. Assets. 70% equity stake in Singularity Future Technology Lab. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of residence at Hentaing Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. In-game currency, 8,800 star coins. Chapter 22: The CEO's Arrival and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Voyage. The car was so quiet that only the steady sound of the engine could be heard. Lu Yanran rested her head on Yi Chen's shoulder. The action was initially tentative, then a release of tension, and finally became an almost instinctive dependence. Her eyes were closed, and her long eyelashes cast a light shadow beneath them, blocking out the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. She wasn't asleep, she just didn't want to move. The shoulder wasn't as broad as she'd imagined, but it felt incredibly reassuring. Like a ship that had been tossed about in a storm for too long, finally finding a harbor to dock in. For the first time, she realized what it felt like to rely on someone. When they got home, Sister Wang had already prepared warm water and towels. When the two of them entered, especially when she saw Lu Yanran leaning against Yi Chen, her eyes widened. She quickly lowered her head and put on a smile that said, "I didn't see anything. I'm going to the study to look at a document." Lu Yanran's cheeks were a little hot. She straightened up, like a startled cat, and quickly distanced herself from Yi Chen, fleeing into the study as if she were running away. She didn't turn on the lights, but walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dazzling city lights below. She held her phone, the screen displaying the complex shareholding structure of Qingyan Group, but she couldn't concentrate on a single word. Her mind kept replaying the image of Yi Chen kneeling on the mat, focused on wiping Nian Nian's body, his composure in defusing the farce in the clinic with a few words, and his unwavering statement, "She's my daughter too," as he held her. This man is invading her world in a way she cannot understand or resist, dismantling the order she is so proud of. Lu Yanran felt a sense of bewilderment she had never experienced before. In the living room, Yi Chen settled his daughter in and hummed a cheerful tune. Last night's tension and the rush to the hospital had brought Lu Yanran to safety. It was a winning deal. Just then, a familiar blue light screen unfolded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has initially mastered several advanced parenting skills and established deep trust with core family members. The novice stage is about to end. The Advanced Dad Training Challenge is now officially released. Task name: First Family Trip. Background: a true family needs more than just a roof over its head, it needs shared, irreplaceable memories. Your daughter needs more opportunities, your wife needs to shed her heavy armor, and your mother-in-law also needs a place to step forward. Task requirements: plan and execute a family trip of at least 3 days. Participants must include Yi Chen, Lu Yanran, Yi Nianyan, and Qin Lan. At the end of the task, the system will score Lu Yanran and Qin Lan based on their trip satisfaction and emotional harmony. A score above 90 indicates a successful task. Task rewards: 1. Host's title is upgraded from Newbie Dad to Advanced Dad. 2. Unlocks a new system module, Asset Management. 3. Reward: 10,000 star coins. Failure penalty: the God-level psychology skill will be revoked. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as he looked at the task requirements. Taking Lu Yanran and Qin Lan on a trip? That's no less difficult than persuading Buffett and Soros to go to karaoke hand in hand. Especially with that failure penalty, the skill he just acquired, barely warmed up before being taken back? The system is forcing him into a corner. He turned off the control panel, walked to the study door, and knocked. "Come in." Lu Yanran's cool voice came from inside. Yi Chen pushed open the door and saw her standing by the window, her figure appearing somewhat frail against the backdrop of the city. "Let's go out and have some fun for a few days this weekend," he said, getting straight to the point. Lu Yanran turned around and frowned. "I don't have time." "You do." Yi Chen walked to her side and looked out the window at the night view with her. "I looked at your schedule. You're just used to filling all your time. It's not that you don't have time, it's that you're afraid of having time." Lu Yanran's body stiffened for a moment. "Look at you," Yi Chen's voice was soft, yet like a precise scalpel, dissecting all her pretense. "Aren't you tired of wearing this armor every day? Xingyan Group won't collapse without you. But Nian only has one chance to grow up. She needs a mother who can smile, not a CEO who is always looking at reports." Lu Yanran pursed her lips into a straight line, offering no rebuttal. "And then there's Mom," Yi Chen changed the subject. "That pen from last time was a way for her to give you a way out. You can't just let her stand on that step in the cold wind forever, can you?" These words were the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Yanran's eyes flickered violently, and a crack finally appeared in her sturdy armor. She remained silent for a long time, so long that Yi Chen thought she was going to refuse again. "Where to?" she finally spoke, her voice low, as if asking him, or perhaps asking herself. Yi Chen smiled. He knew she had agreed. "A place where you can change your high heels into flats, where Nian can roll around on the grass, and where our mom is willing to sit down and have an afternoon tea." He took out his phone, and the screen displayed a beautiful photograph. It was a hot spring resort surrounded by bamboo forests, with antique buildings and steaming outdoor hot spring pools, looking tranquil and peaceful. "I checked. It's not far from Haichang, about a 2-hour drive. It's very private, and no unrelated people will bother you." Yi Chen's tone was as if he were presenting a perfect business plan. I've already booked the largest detached house, which has 3 separate rooms and a small children's play area. Lu Yenran looked at him, at his everything is under control demeanor, and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. She realized that she seemed to have grown accustomed to being arranged by him. This feeling was unfamiliar, yet not unpleasant. My mom sighed. She hesitated. I'll handle it. Yi Chen's smile exuded an undeniable confidence. In front of Lu Yenran, he dialed Qin Lan's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered, and Qin Lan's usual cold voice came from the other end. What is it? Mom, it's me, Yi Chen. Yi Chen's tone was as natural as if he were calling his own mother. This weekend, Yenran and I are planning to take Nian Nian to a hot spring resort in the suburbs for 2 days. Why don't you come along too? The air there is fresh and good for your health. Nian Nian misses you a lot. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Yenran held her breath nervously. Send me the address. The call was abruptly ended. Yi Chen waved his phone at Lu Yenran and mouthed done. Looking at him, Lu Yenran suddenly felt that the worldview, outlook on life, and values she had built up over the past 30 years might really need to be overturned and then rebuilt in front of this man. So, what do I need to prepare? She asked. This was the first time she had proactively sought someone's opinion in a field outside of her work. Yi Chen's smile deepened. You don't need to prepare anything. He put away his phone, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, you just need to be prepared to be Lu Yenran for 3 days, not President Lu. Chapter 23: The CEO's Suitcase and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Treasure Bag. The hot spring resort, nestled in a bamboo grove, has an entrance made of a rustic wooden archway, and the air is filled with the scent of fresh grass and damp earth after the rain. A black Bentley and an ordinary family SUV stopped in front of the detached house almost at the same time. The car door opened, revealing Lu Yenran in a sharp white pantsuit, 7-centimeter heels, and sunglasses, exuding confidence. On the other side, Qin Lan wore a dark Chanel suit, her expression as aloof as ever, as if she weren't there for a vacation but rather to inspect her company's businesses. Sister Wang carried Nian Nian out of the car and looked around curiously. The villa's butler was already waiting by the side, and respectfully opened the trunk. In the Bentley's trunk were 2 enormous Rimowa trunks. The butler and another waiter struggled to unload them. Lu Yenran frowned. Be careful, there are computers inside. Qin Lan glanced over but didn't speak, but her assistant had already directed people to unload a larger Louis Vuitton trunk from another car. 3 huge boxes were placed at the entrance of the courtyard, like 3 fortresses that refused to communicate. Yi Chen got out of his car, carrying only a bulging hiking backpack. He walked up to the 3 fortresses and shook his head. It's just a vacation, there's no need to move the whole office here, is there? Lu Yenran took off her sunglasses and glanced at him. I have a multinational video conference tonight. Qin Lan's assistant whispered, President Qin needs to keep track of several projects in Beijing. Fine, you're the bosses, you call the shots. Yi Chen shrugged, put his large backpack on the ground, and unzipped it. The scene was like a magician opening his prop box. He first took out a portable crib, quickly unfolded it, laid out soft bedding, and put Nian Nian inside. Then, there was formula, a bottle warmer, diapers, small toys, everything was there, neatly arranged. After doing all this, he straightened up and took out 2 pairs of shoes from the side pocket of his backpack. One pair was a pair of simple and comfortable Todd's loafers, which he placed directly next to Lu Yenran's feet. Put them on, the roads here are paved with pebbles, you can't walk in high heels. Lu Yenran looked at the shoes beside her feet, then at her own pair of Jimmy Choo shoes that could be used as weapons, and her expression became somewhat stiff. Yi Chen ignored her and took out something from his backpack, which was in a silk bag, and handed it to Qin Lan. Mom, I also prepared one for you. It's cool in the mountains at night, and this will be comfortable to wear after soaking in the hot springs. Qin Lan's assistant reached out to take the bag, but Qin Lan stopped her with a look. She took the bag herself, opened it, and was stunned. Inside the bag was a hand-sewn silk cheongsam, not a flashy style, but an elegant dark blue, embroidered with clusters of delicate orchids in the same color thread, and the frog buttons were made of warm white jade. The style, color, and texture all perfectly matched her aesthetic taste. She looked down at the 6-figure suit she was wearing and suddenly felt a little restricted. Lu Yenran looked at the cheongsam in her mother's hand, then at the flat shoes beside her feet, and finally at the 3 huge suitcases filled with work. For the first time, she felt like a joke. Yi Chen seemed oblivious to the fascinating expressions on the mother and daughter's faces. He took out a thin sun-protective shirt and a small straw hat from his backpack, pressed Nian Nian in the crib, and then said to the housekeeper, "All right, that's all our luggage. Please put those 3 suitcases back in the car as they were." The butler opened his mouth, looked at Yi Chen, then at Lu Yanran, unsure of whose opinion to follow. "Do as he says." Lu Yanran's voice was a little hoarse. In the courtyard, afternoon tea was already prepared. A 3-tiered English pastry stand displayed macarons, opera cakes, and various tarts, each as exquisite as a work of art. The butler was introducing the origin of each pastry and the chef's illustrious resume. Xinlan sat upright at the stone table, preparing to pick up a silver teaspoon. "Sorry, we might not be used to these dishes," Yi Chen interjected. He produced a small travel tea set and a thermos from who knows where. He laid out the tea set on the stone table, rinsed it with hot water from the thermos, and then took out the tea leaves he had brought. "This is this year's pre-Qingming Longjing tea. I asked a friend to get it from Lion Peak Mountain. He said to Qinlan while brewing it, 'You have a weak stomach, and the desserts outside are too greasy, so I brought you some homemade ones.'" As he spoke, he opened a food box, inside which were several pieces of crystal clear osmanthus cake and tempting red bean pastry, simple in appearance but with a sweet aroma. Qinlan's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. Yi Chen opened another small box, scooped out a spoonful of pale yellow fruit puree, and held it to Lu Yanran's lips. "Mango and pear, low in sugar, moisturizing. You've been feeling irritable lately, this is perfect." Lu Yanran subconsciously opened her mouth and took it in. The sweet and delicate taste melted on her tongue, making her inexplicably feel a little hot. "Yeah." Nian Nian in the crib protested, waving her little hands. "You'll get your share, and you'll get your share too." Yi Chen smiled as she poured warm pumpkin rice cereal from a thermos and fed it to her daughter spoonful by spoonful. A family of 3 adults and 1 child were enjoying a completely different afternoon tea. Beside them, the top-notch butler in the ornate pastry tower stood awkwardly out of place. Xinlan finally put down the Da Hong Pao tea specially supplied by the mountain resort and picked up the Longjing tea brewed by Yi Chen. The tea was clear and sweet, and her tense brows seemed to relax a little. The afternoon sun was just right, not too strong, but warm. In one corner of the yard, on the lawn, there was a small children's play area, with soft mats, a slide, and a rocking horse. Lu Yanran put down the documents in her hand. She finally couldn't resist and had her assistant bring in her laptop. She walked over to Nian Nian, wanting to pick her up and take her to play on the slide, but her movements were a little clumsy. "Nian Nian, mommy will take you to play." She tried to make her voice sound gentle, but it sounded more like she was giving an order. Nian Nian didn't seem to be buying it and twisted her body, trying to break free. "Children's bones are soft, don't use so much force." Xinlan came over at some point, and took out a stack of flashcards from her pocket. "Instead of playing with those useless things, it's better to teach her to recognize a few words." She took out a card with an apple drawn on it, handed it to Nian Nian, and said in a teaching tone, "Nian Nian, look, an apple." One wanted to take her to complete play tasks, while the other wanted to provide her with early education. The mother and daughter, like 2 armies facing off, formed an invisible confrontation in front of the child. Nian Nian was frightened by the scene, her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. All right, you two, spare her." Yi Chen walked over, holding something in his hand. It was a simple kite he had made from bamboo and colored paper, with the sun painted on one wing and the moon on the other. He ignored the mother and daughter's standoff, simply spread a large picnic blanket on the grass, and placed Nian Nian in the center. Then, facing the gentle breeze blowing from the valley, he gave it a light push, and the simple kite wobbled and soared into the sky. The kite didn't fly very high, just hovering above the courtyard. Its colorful tail drew a gentle arc against the blue sky. Nian Nian's attention was instantly drawn. She lay on the mat, her eyes wide, watching the colorful, flying thing in the sky, waving her little hands in the air and giggling. Lu Yanran and Xinlan were both stunned. One of them had prepared a meticulous fun plan, and the other brought a rigorous teaching plan, but in the end, they were both defeated by a poorly made kite that cost less than 10 yuan. Yi Chen handed the kite string to Sister Wang, asking her to watch it from the side. He then sat down on the mat and patted the spot next to him. "What are you all standing for? Aren't you tired? Sit down and enjoy the scenery. The sky isn't going to fall down." Lu Yanran hesitated for a moment, then finally took off the flat shoes that made her stand straight, and sat down barefoot next to Yi Chen. The grass felt cool to the touch, carrying the warmth of the sun, and it felt very comfortable coming from under her feet. Xinlan stood still, looked at her daughter, then at her carefree granddaughter laughing on the grass, and finally slowly sat down on the other side of the mat. For the first time, the three of them sat side by side in such an unguarded manner. There was no work, no preaching, and no confrontation. There was only the azure sky above, the kite swaying in the air, and the clear laughter of children in my ears. Lu Yanran and Qianlan exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. In that instant, their eyes held a complex mix of emotions, embarrassment, relief, and a long-lost sense of ease that even they themselves were unaware of. Lu Yanran leaned against her backpack and let out a long breath. She felt that this trip might have only just begun. Chapter 24: The CEO's Dinner and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Stage. The evening mountain breeze carried a hint of coolness, dispelling the daytime heat. Yichen put away the kite, picked up Nian Nian, who was rolling around on the mat like a little glutinous rice ball, and said to the mother and daughter who were still sitting, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" The mountain resort restaurant here specializes in fusion cuisine, but I saw that the kitchen has fresh bamboo shoots and streamed fish. Lu Yanran was still immersed in the strange feeling of relaxation she had just experienced, and subconsciously replied, "Anything is fine." Qianlan stood up, dusted off non-existent dust from her high-end suit, and said in a cool tone, "When in Rome, do as the host says." "All right, I'll make the arrangements then." Yichen smiled and carried his daughter towards the kitchen in the courtyard. This detached house comes with a semi-open kitchen, fully equipped. Yichen exchanged a few words with the housekeeper, who quickly brought over cleaned ingredients. Lu Yanran and Qianlan sat at the stone table in the courtyard, one pretending to look at the stock market on her phone, the other sipping tea, but their gazes involuntarily drifted towards the figure busy in the kitchen. He tied on the cartoon duck apron, instantly transforming from a leisurely vacationer back into a down-to-earth stay-at-home dad. His knife skills were swift and precise, his wok-tossing movements fluid and graceful. Soon, the savory aroma of braised bamboo shoots, the freshness of steamed river fish, and the rich flavor of bamboo fungus stewed chicken, three distinct aromas mingled together, dominating the entire courtyard. On Lu Yanran's phone screen, the candlestick chart hadn't changed for half a day. Qianlan's cup of Longjing tea, long since cold, hadn't been refilled. Dinner was set out on the stone table in the courtyard. It consisted of 3 dishes and a soup, along with a bowl of fish and meat porridge specially made for Nian Nian. It was simple, yet delicious and visually appealing. "Try this bamboo shoot. It was just dug from the mountains. I asked them to cook it in the simplest way possible so it's fresh." Yichen put a piece of bamboo shoot on Lu Yanran's and Qianlan's plates. Lu Yanran ate silently, the tenderness of the bamboo shoots exploding on her tongue, reminding her of the taste she used to have at her grandfather's house when she was a child. Qianlan also picked up her chopsticks, eating slowly without commenting, but at a much faster pace than usual. After dinner, as night fell, the villa lit up with twinkling lights. Yichen handed the bowls and chopsticks to Sister Wang, and then, like a magician, took out several sealed medicine packets from his treasure bag backpack. The hot spring at the resort is a sulfur spring, but soaking in it directly can be a bit irritating to the skin. He handed the medicine packet to Lu Yanran and Qianlan respectively. "This is a prescription I made based on an old formula, containing Angelica, Chuanxion, and Angelica dehurica, which can invigorate blood circulation and moisturize dryness. I've already asked the housekeeper to fill the private hot spring in the backyard with water, so you can go and try it." Lu Yanran looked at the medicine packet in her hand, the ingredients of which were neatly labeled. Qianlan held the cloth packet that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, her expression complex. The open-air private hot spring in the backyard is surrounded by a bamboo fence, with steam rising from it and several lotus lanterns floating on the water. Lu Yanran changed into her swimsuit, wearing a bathrobe over it, and walked into the courtyard. Qianlan was already there. She was wearing the dark blue cheongsam that Yichen had prepared. Although she didn't go into the water, she simply sat on the rocks by the pool and blended into the night. The mother and daughter stood silently across a pool of white mist. Lu Yanran untied her bathrobe and slowly stepped into the water. The warm spring water enveloped her body, dispelling all her fatigue. She placed the medicine packet Yichen had given her into the water, and an even richer herbal aroma filled the air. "He is quite thoughtful," Qianlan suddenly said, her voice somewhat muffled by the mist. "He has always been like this." Lu Yanran leaned against the pool wall and closed her eyes. "I've looked at the Singularity Labs project," Qianlan said again. "He has given you the CEO position, and he has already taken care of everything with the board. You don't have to do anything, you just need to take over." Lu Yanran stiffened. Yichen had never mentioned this to her before. "What do you think he's after?" Qianlan asked. Lu Yanran had asked herself this question countless times. Was it for money? The projects he casually acquired were worth far more than the entire Qingyan group. Was it for power? He seemed to have no interest in the power of a business empire. She opened her eyes, looked at her mother across the misty water, and for the first time spoke in an equal, rather than judgmental, tone. Perhaps he doesn't want anything. He's just living the life he wants. Xianlan fell silent. She stared at her daughter's blurry reflection in the pond for a long time before finally saying, "Your father used to enjoy tinkering with these flowers and herbs too." Lu Yanran felt as if something had gently bumped into her heart. This was the first time in her memory that her mother had brought up her father on her own initiative. Just then, Yi Chen's voice came from the courtyard gate. "Your Majesties, please come out after you've soaked for a while. It's very humid in the mountains. I've made you some brown sugar ginger tea." He didn't come in, he just placed the 2 thermos cups on the stone bench by the door, then picked up Nian Nian and walked away. That night, Lu Yanran slept exceptionally well. The next morning, she was awakened by the clear chirping of birds. Opening the window, she was greeted by lush greenery, and the air was so fresh that she couldn't help but take a deep breath. They didn't return immediately. Yi Chen rented 2 mountain bikes from somewhere, one of which had a child seat on the back. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the sunrise." Lu Yanran changed into her flat shoes, and Xianlan also wore a comfortable tracksuit, which was a rare sight for her. A bicycle convoy carrying 2 generations of business tycoons and their future heirs swayed leisurely along a mountain path as the sun rose. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, turning the entire valley golden, they arrived at the observation deck at the mountaintop. Nian Nian waved her little hands excitedly in her high chair. Xianlan stood by the railing, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. A faint smile seemed to appear on her lips, which had been tightly pressed together her whole life. Lu Yanran took out her phone, not to photograph the scenery, but quietly pointed the camera at the 3 people beside her. The moment the photo was captured, a heavenly sound echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Dad's advancement mission, first family trip completed. Task settlement in progress. Lu Yanran's travel satisfaction rating, 95. Inner harmony rating, 92. Xianlan's travel satisfaction rating, 92. Inner harmony rating, 90. Overall score, 92.25, task rating, yes. Congratulations, host. Your title has been upgraded from Newbie Dad to Advanced Dad. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new system module, Asset Management. Congratulations, host. You have received the mission reward, 10,000 star coins. With a thought, Yi Chen saw a familiar blue light screen unfold before his eyes. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Amazing Pediatric Medical Skills Beginner. Divine Psychology Beginner. God Level Tailor Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United in Heart and Soul Passive. Items, 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets. 70% equity stake in Singularity Future Technology Lab. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of residence at Hentaying Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 18,800 star coins. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was completely different from when we arrived. The 3 huge suitcases were still lying in the trunk, but they no longer seemed like a fortress, just 3 ordinary suitcases. Lu Yanran leaned back in her chair, not looking at any documents or answering any work calls, simply listening to music quietly with her headphones on. Xianlan, sitting in another car, sent Yi Chen a message containing a photo. The photo shows her dark blue cheongsam, neatly folded, in her room, with a Parker pen beside it. Yi Chen looked at the photo, smiled, and replied with 2 words, "Fits well." He glanced at Lu Yanran beside him through the rearview mirror. She seemed to notice his gaze, took off one earphone, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Yi Chen turned his gaze forward, his tone relaxed. "I was thinking, where should we go next?" Chapter 25: The CEO's Battlefield and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Piggy Bank. Next stop, where to go? Yi Chen's question was like a pebble thrown into Lu Yanran's heart, the ripples of which continued until they returned to the cloud-top mansion. The after-effects of the trip were obvious. Xinlan didn't mention returning to Beijing again, but as she left, she glanced at Yi Chen, who was making formula for Nian Nian, and said, "That Cheongsam would be perfect if it were altered to be half an inch smaller." Lu Yanran, however, discovered she had developed a new habit. When her mind wandered during meetings, she would unconsciously open her phone's photo album and look at the group photo taken on the mountaintop. In the photo, the morning light was just beginning to break. Yi Chen was holding his daughter, Xinlan was unusually not stern, and she herself, arm in arm with Yi Chen, was smiling like an innocent female student. She set that photo as her phone's lock screen wallpaper. On Monday morning, Lu Yanran, unusually, did not leave home at 7 o'clock sharp. She sat at the dining table, drinking the millet porridge that Yi Chen had cooked, watching the man wearing a cartoon apron, humming a song and making faces at Nian Nian. "I have a meeting this afternoon, so I might be back late," Lu Yanran said, her tone much gentler than usual. "Okay, be careful on the road." Yi Chen didn't even turn his head. "I'll make you squirrel-shaped mandarin fish tonight." This ordinary conversation between husband and wife stirred a strange warmth in Lu Yanran's heart. She even felt that watching him spend his days with their daughter and in the kitchen wasn't so bad. However, the peace was soon shattered. At 3 p.m., in the top-floor conference room of Qingyan Group, Lu Yanran had just finished a dull quarterly summary meeting when her assistant, Linda, rushed in, her face pale, without even knocking. "President Lu, something terrible has happened." Lu Yanran frowned. "What's the panic?" "Our stock price plummeted by 8% in just half an hour without warning. And it's still falling." Linda's voice trembled. A massive amount of short selling suddenly appeared in the market, and at the same time, several financial media outlets are publishing negative news about our group's tight cash flow. Lu Yanran's face instantly turned cold. She strode to her office, where the huge electronic screen displayed Qingyan Group's stock chart, which was pointing vertically downwards at a shocking angle. "This is a typical, premeditated financial attack. Investigate. Find out the source of the short selling." Her voice regained its coldness and sharpness, befitting a business tycoon. "Notify the Public Relations Department to immediately issue a denial. The Legal Department to prepare a lawsuit. Have the trading team defend the stock at all costs." With a series of instructions issued, the entire Qingyan Group started operating at high speed, like a sophisticated war machine. Lu Yanran sat in the CEO's chair, her eyes fixed on the green line that kept sinking. She knew this was going to be a tough battle. The other side had come with overwhelming force, clearly well prepared. Meanwhile, at Henteing Mansions, Yi Chen was playing train with Nian Nian on the playmat. He made woo 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 and chick 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 sounds, making the little guy giggle. During a break in the game, he had a sudden thought and opened the system panel. The newly unlocked asset management module was shimmering with a pale golden light. He clicked on it out of curiosity. What popped up before him was no longer a simple list of assets, but a dynamic star map brimming with futuristic technology. Each shining star represented an asset under his name. Singularity Labs was a dazzling blue giant star, while Purple Imperial Mansion Courtyard was a steady yellow dwarf star. As his mind focused on the star chart, countless golden threads flowed among the stars, and a massive stream of real-time data flooded into his mind in a way he could comprehend. Global stock market trends, commodity trading, currency exchange rates, it was as if the entire world's financial pulse was beating at his fingertips. He even discovered that he could virtually restructure and leverage these assets, and the system would immediately simulate the chain reaction in the global financial markets that the operation might trigger within the next 24 hours. This isn't asset management, it's practically a god's eye view. Yi Chen was engrossed in playing when suddenly, a dim star in a corner of the star map, associated with the Qingyan Group, caught his attention. This star was being frantically eroded by a cloud of black mist, its light visibly diminishing. He frowned. It was 7 p.m. when Lu Yanran finally dragged her tired body home. She changed her shoes without a word, then collapsed onto the sofa, forgetting even to take off her coat. Her face was pale, and her eyes betrayed undisguised defeat. The attempt to prop up the stock had failed. The other party's funds far exceeded her expectations. Qingyan Group's stock price had already hit its daily limit down, and its market value had evaporated by nearly 10 billion yuan in a single day. The phone calls from those old guys on the board of directors were practically ringing off the hook. "You're back?" Yi Chen walked out of the kitchen carrying a steaming plate of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The fish was shaped so realistically that a sweet and sour aroma wafted through the air. "Let's eat first. Even when fighting, we need to fill our stomachs." Lu Yanran didn't move. She stared at the dish and suddenly felt an intense irritation. While she was fighting a bloody battle outside, this man was leisurely studying recipes at home. Yi Chen, can you stop acting like nothing's wrong? Her emotions finally spiraled out of control. Do you even know that Qing Yan is about to be finished? It's not that serious. Yi Chen put the dishes on the table and went to get more rice. Isn't it just that someone wants to use a small amount of money to break into your big house? Of course you can't win by throwing money at him. What you should do is make him break his lever first. Lu Yanran suddenly raised her head. How did he know? You. I took Nian Nian for a walk downstairs this afternoon and overheard some older women chatting. They were saying that the Qing Yan stocks they bought had all hit their daily limit down. Yi Chen's excuse was perfectly plausible. I also glanced at the financial news. He placed a bowl of rice in front of Lu Yanran, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. I used to play this kind of game on a demo account at school. Winning is simple, you just need to find someone richer and more unreasonable than him, rush in, buy all the short positions he's using, and force him to settle. If he can't settle, he'll have to buy them back from you at a higher price. Then it's your turn to set the price. Lu Yanran listened, stunned. She understood the principle. It was a classic short squeeze tactic. But it was easier said than done. Where could she find that richer and more unreasonable person? In the entire Haicheng, who would dare offend that mysterious financial force behind Qingyan for her sake? Let's eat, the fish is getting cold. Yi Chen handed her chopsticks. Lu Yanran ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice, feeling irritated and disoriented. It tasted like nothing at all. Just then, her phone started vibrating incessantly. It was her assistant, Linda, calling, her voice filled with an almost manic excitement and disbelief. President Lu. President Lu, have you looked at the stock charts? My God. A miracle. It's simply divine intervention. Lu Yanran's heart sank, thinking that something strange had happened again. She swiped her phone screen and opened the stock trading app. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply. On the screen, the candlestick that should have been lying on the limit down price suddenly rose at an unbelievable, almost 90-degree right angle. One after another, astronomical buy orders, like an unstoppable iron army, devoured all the sell orders with overwhelming force. The stock price not only recovered all its losses, but it is also surging toward the daily limit in a frenzied manner. Mr. Lu, Linda's voice trembled on the other end of the phone. A fund we've never seen before has suddenly entered the market. They're indiscriminately buying up shares. All the short sellers have been wiped out. We've found out the name of this fund. It's called Nian Nian Sunshine Savings Pot. Lu Yanran's mind went blank. She slowly, inch by inch, turned her head to look at the man who was patiently feeding her daughter fish with a spoon. Nian Nian Sunshine Savings Pot, is that you? Her voice was as light as a feather, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Yi Chen raised his head, a bright smile on his face as if he were asking for credit. What do you think? Isn't this name both auspicious and cute? He took out his phone from his pocket, and the screen showed the star map interface for asset management. He tapped on one of the newly lit, glittering stars. I just used our family savings to buy some. I saw that your company's stock was discounted today, even heavily discounted, so I thought I'd buy it at the bottom and give it to Nian Nian as a dowry later. Lu Yanran looked at him, at his nonchalant demeanor. All her pride, all her struggles, all her strategic planning became a complete joke in the face of this man's so-called family savings and bottom fishing. She suddenly remembered the question he had asked her when she returned from her trip. Next stop, where to go? It turns out, she didn't need to go anywhere. She thought she had found a harbor where she could temporarily dock. Only today did she realize that she had married the sea itself. Chapter 26: The CEO's Piggy Bank and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Safe. In the living room, the perfectly arranged squirrel-shaped mandarin fish was steaming its last wisps of heat. The sweet and sour aroma collided fiercely with the molecules in the air, a sensual scent, but ultimately succumbed. Lu Yanran just stared at Yi Chen, her gaze moving from the praise-me smile on his face to the apron with a cartoon duck printed on it, and finally settling on the small spoon in his hand used to feed fish. Her business empire was battered and ravaged within hours, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, he was in the kitchen, styling a fish. Her team fought a bloody battle, using billions of dollars to prop up the market, but failed. He, on the other hand, used a so-called piggy bank to utterly destroy his opponent. Dowry? Lu Yanran finally found her voice, which was dry and sounded like sandpaper being rubbed. That's right. Yi Chen didn't even look up as he carefully fed a small piece of boneless fish belly to Nian Nian's mouth. Daughters need to be raised with a good upbringing. If they have a high standard of living, they won't be easily fooled by some brat with just a piece of candy in the future. Nian Nian smacked her lips in satisfaction. Lu Yanran's breath hitched, and she felt a tightness in her chest. Our family's savings? Otherwise what? Yi Chen finally raised his head and looked at her innocently. I don't have any secret savings. Every penny I earn has to be handed over to my wife. Lu Yanran was completely speechless. Her prized business acumen and the logic upon which she relied for survival were shattered at this moment by the words dowry and handing over to the wife. She felt as if she were not sitting on a sofa in the cloud-top mansion, but rather in a bizarre dream. Just then, her phone rang again, at an inopportune moment. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Lu Yanran glanced at it and felt utterly exhausted, not wanting to answer. Yi Chen reached for the phone, casually swiped to answer, and even pressed speakerphone. Let Lu Yanran answer the phone. A furious roar came from the other end of the line. It was Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital. Yi Chen. You're behind this. This is malicious manipulation. I'm going to report you to the China Securities Regulatory Commission. Chairman Zhao, good evening. Yi Chen's tone was as relaxed as if he were greeting a neighbor. It's late at night, don't get so angry, it's bad for your cardiovascular system. You. What are you suing us for? Yi Chen interrupted him, slowly wiping Nian Nian's mouth with a napkin. Are you suing us for having too much money, or for buying stock in your wife's company to prepare a dowry for her? I don't think the law says that's illegal. The breathing on the other end of the phone instantly became heavy. Oh, by the way, Yi Chen continued, Chairman Zhao, if you ever need more money and want to short someone, you can let me know. I'll lend you the money, and we can discuss the interest. After all, we're all business people, so let's help each other out. We're all doing this for our children, I understand. A strange muffled sound came from the other end of the phone, like something was vomiting out of anger, followed by the chaotic sound of tables and chairs falling over, and finally, the phone was abruptly hung up. Yi Chen put his phone aside, shook his head, and commented to Lu Yanran, look, your mental fortitude is too poor. In investing, this is a major taboo. Lu Yanran watched him, watching him calmly deliver the final blow to his opponent, and then casually pick up his spoon to coax his daughter to have just one more small bite. She suddenly realized that all the business rivals she had faced in the past, including this Chairman Zhao, were as innocent as a bunch of little white rabbits compared to Yi Chen in front of her. She stood up, walked to the dining table, picked up the bowl and chopsticks Yi Chen had placed there, silently picked up a piece of fish that had already cooled down, and put it in her mouth. Sweet and sour sauce, crispy crust, tender fish meat. It tastes great. This also brought her to her full senses. She ate very slowly, taking small bites, as if she wanted to digest everything that had happened that day, along with the piece of fish. After finishing their meal, Sister Wang quickly cleared away the dishes. Yi Chen carried the drowsy Nian Nian back to the nursery. Lu Yanran was the only one left in the living room. She didn't turn on the lights, but walked to the French windows and looked at the lights of thousands of homes in Haicheng outside. Xinyan Group's stock price ultimately hit its daily limit. It will only go higher when the market opens tomorrow. Those old guys on the board are probably celebrating with champagne right now. But she couldn't feel happy at all. Because she won, but won inexplicably. Winning was like a joke. All her pride and persistence were utterly shattered tonight by a cartoon apron and a piggy bank. Footsteps came from behind. Yi Chen walked over, still carrying a faint scent of milk. He didn't speak, but simply stood beside her, gazing at the night view in the same direction. After a long silence, Lu Yanran finally spoke, asking the question she should have asked long ago. Yi Chen, who exactly are you? This time, she didn't ask about his identity or his background. She asked about him as a person. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at her. The dazzling lights outside the window converged into a deep galaxy in his eyes. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a gentle yet firm seriousness that Lu Yanran had never seen before. I am Nian Nian's father. He paused, then reached out and gently took her slightly cool hand in his. He is also your husband. It was true before, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. As long as you are here, I will not let anyone bully you. His hands were warm, the warmth from his palms flowed continuously, soothing her cold and chaotic heart. Lu Yanran's eyes reddened without warning. She didn't break free, instead, she gripped his hand tightly in return. At that very moment, the cold system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind as expected. Ding! Detected that the host's family relationships have entered a new stage, with core members developing deep dependence and trust, putting the family's core assets at risk of exposure. The seventh link in the main quest chain is now officially released, the family's safe. Background: a true family needs not only emotional bonds, but also a solid material foundation and absolute security. The Nian Nian Sunshine Savings Bank is just the beginning. You need to build an unbreakable safe for this family, capable of withstanding any risk. Task requirements: within 1 month, establish an irrevocable family trust fund in the names of both spouses, inject a portion of the equity of Singularity Lab and Qingyan Group into it, and formulate a comprehensive asset succession and protection plan. Upon completion of the task, it must obtain Lu Yanran's full approval, and she must voluntarily sign the final documents. Mission rewards: God-level financial skills, basic level, capable of discerning and influencing the financial aura within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Absolute security aura passive, reduces the risk of physical and non-physical malicious attacks against the host and their family by 50%. Failure penalty: all of the host's financial skills and assets will be frozen for 1 year. Yi Chen looked at the mission panel, then at the woman beside him who had finally let down her guard and placed her hand in his palm. He smiled. This task is not difficult at all. It's clear that the system is subtly sending him betrothal gifts. Chapter 27: The CEO's Dowry and the Stay-at-Home Dad Safe. The next day, when Lu Yanran woke up, the sun was already shining into the bedroom. She glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table, 8:15. This was the first time she had slept until this time since taking charge of Qingyan Group. The living room was no longer filled with the usual tension and hustle and bustle. Only the sounds of Yi Chen rummaging around in the kitchen and the soft, babbling baby talk could be heard. Lu Yanran walked out of the bedroom. Yi Chen was wearing an apron, holding his daughter in one arm and beating eggs with the other, his movements as practiced as a professional acrobat. Seeing her, he gestured with his chin towards the dining table. A simple breakfast was laid out on the table: fried eggs, toast, and a glass of warm milk. You're awake? Come and eat, I made you a heart-shaped egg today. Lu Yanran walked over. The fried eggs on the plate had indeed been shaped into a heart using a mold. Childish, yet somehow she couldn't be angry. She sat down, picked up her knife and fork, her movements hesitant. About last night. She wanted to say, but didn't know where to begin. Oh, that. Yi Chen poured the egg mixture into the pan, making a sizzling sound. I checked this morning, and it's gone up another 5 points. Your year-end bonus should be secure. Mr. Lu's year-end bonus. These words were like a small hammer, gently tapping on Lu Yanran's nerves. She looked at the man in front of her, who was placing a freshly fried star-shaped egg onto Nian Nian's plate, muttering, "Our little princess is eating a little star." He seemed completely unaware that behind his 5-point increase lay fluctuations in market value of billions, and the jubilation and lamentation of countless investors. Lu Yanran silently cut off a heart-shaped fried egg and put it in her mouth. Yi Chen, she swallowed her food, finally making up her mind, and said in a business-like tone, "We should talk about the funds in the Nian Nian Sunshine Savings Pot." What are we talking about? Yi Chen sat down opposite Nian Nian with her in his arms. Isn't that all your money? I'm just helping you manage it. My money? Lu Yanran's fork froze in mid-air. Yes, Yi Chen said matter-of-factly. I'm just a food delivery guy, where would I get so much money? It's all money I earned by investing your salary card. So, round it up, it's all your money. Lu Yanran felt like her CPU was about to burn out. Her salary card? The salary Qingyan Group paid her, even if she saved every penny for 100 years, wouldn't be enough to cover a fraction of the money she lost in last night's high-stakes gambling. This man can lie without batting an eye, and his logic is damnably self-consistent. That's not what I meant. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. We must make proper arrangements for this money, including the shares in Singularity Labs. They are too large to be kept under an individual's name. The risk is extremely high. Yes, you make a good point. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. He rummaged through the diaper bag beside him, but instead of a baby bottle or diapers, he pulled out a beautifully bound folder and placed it in front of Lu Yanran. On the cover of the folder, the words "Yi Family Trust Fund Draft" were written in gold lettering. I had nothing to do last night, so I just thought about it casually. Take a look and see if it makes sense, Yi Chen said casually, as if he wasn't thinking about a trust plan worth hundreds of billions, but rather a weekend picnic plan. Lu Yanran's fingers trembled slightly as she opened the folder. It wasn't a sketch, but a complete and near-perfect legal document. From the trust structure, asset injection plan, beneficiary rights, and risk isolation clauses to the long-term asset appreciation strategy, every clause was clear, rigorous, and impeccable. The more she looked, the faster her heart beat. The core of this plan is to establish an irrevocable offshore trust. The settlers are Yi Chen and Lu Yanran, and the beneficiary is only Yin Yanyan. All the shares of Singularity Lab under Yi Chen's name, as well as all the assets he promised to inject into the savings jar in the future, will be used as trust property, completely separated from their personal assets. This means that no matter what business or personal changes Yi Chen and Lu Yanran may encounter in the future, this huge asset will remain safe and sound, belonging only to their daughter. Lu Yanran noticed the most crucial point: she and Qin Lan would jointly serve as the protectors of the trust. This meant that any significant changes to the trust required their unanimous consent. He gave his daughter one share of the family's core wealth control, and handed the other share to her and her mother. You. Lu Yanran raised her head and looked at Yi Chen, her throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. When did you prepare this? Just last night, after you fell asleep, I drew a random picture. Yi Chen pointed to his head. I remember things very quickly here. Lu Yanran felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart. To devise such a massive and sophisticated trust plan in just one night? This is beyond genius. Why? She asked, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. You locked everything inside, but what about yourself? Me? Yi Chen laughed. He pointed to his apron, then to Lu Yanran and his daughter who was munching on a star-shaped fried egg. You too, aren't you my entire fortune? If I take good care of you, I'll be richer than anyone else. Besides, he leaned closer, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of cunning, the key to this safe is still in your and your mother's hands, isn't it? If I misbehave, you can cut off my allowance any time. Lu Yanran's eyes welled up with tears at his joke. She closed the folder and hugged it tightly to her chest, as if she were holding a heavy yet incredibly warm betrothal gift. This is just a draft. Many details need to be perfected by professional lawyers. Lu Yanran's rationality was still making a final struggle. Oh, a lawyer. Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. Uncle Su, this is Yi Chen. Yes, I have something I'd like to consult you about. Are you available to come to Cloud Top Mansion now? Okay, we'll wait for you. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Lu Yanran opened the door, and standing outside was an elderly man dressed in a gray, custom-made suit, his hair meticulously combed. She recognized him at a glance. Su Wenchang, a leading figure in the field of trust law in China, who only served a few of the most elite wealthy families, and appointments had to be made at least 6 months in advance. When Su Wenchang saw Lu Yanran, he simply nodded politely, then looked past her and at the man in the living room who was holding a child and wearing a cartoon apron. Xiao Chen, it's been so many years, you've become more and more down to earth. Su Wenchang smiled kindly. Uncle Su, please come in. Yi Chen greeted him with a smile. The house is a mess, please don't mind. Lu Yanran was completely numb. The next 2 hours became the most magical period of her life. She, the president of Qingyan Group, sat like an intern, listening as the renowned lawyer Su Wenchang respectfully reported, point by point, the proposed revisions to the trust plan to a stay-at-home dad in an apron. Xiao Chen, your design on unlocking the beneficiaries' rights in stages after they reach adulthood is brilliant. It ensures the safety of assets while also giving the child room to grow. Regarding the veto mechanism of the Protectors Committee, I suggest adding an emergency response clause to prevent a deadlock. I've already discussed the equity injection into Singularity Labs with the overseas team. Using this SPV structure can perfectly avoid tax and regulatory risks. As Yi Chen listened, he paced around the living room with his daughter in his arms, occasionally asking a question or two, each one hitting the nail on the head. Finally, Su Wenchang solemnly handed a revised document to Lu Yanran. Ms. Lu, this is the final version. Once you and Mr. Yi sign, this trust will take effect immediately. Legally speaking, it will become the strongest fortress for your family, unbreakable. Lu Yanran looked at the document, then at Yi Chen. He had already put their daughter to sleep and was carefully placing her in her crib. After he finished doing all this, he walked to her side, without urging her, and simply picked up the ordinary pen on the table and placed it next to her. Wife, sign it, he said. And lock our house up. Lu Yanran gripped the pen, her fingertips icy cold. She suddenly realized this was no safe at all. This is a home he built for her and their daughter with his whole world, a home that will never sink. Chapter 28: The CEO's Home Locks and the Stay-at-Home Dad's New Challenge. That ordinary pen felt incredibly heavy in Lu Yanran's fingertips. She looked at the two blank signature fields at the end of the document. On one side was Yi Qinlong's flamboyant signature, and on the other side, it awaited her signature. This is not a contract, nor is it an agreement. This is a lock. A lock that firmly binds her, Yi Chen, Nian, and the immense wealth behind them, wealth large enough to shake the world together. She looked up at Yi Chen. He didn't look at her, nor at the document. His gaze was fixed on his sleeping daughter in the crib, his eyes as soft as a pool of spring water. It was as if only he and his daughter, and those insignificant pieces of paper about to be signed, were in the room. It's a complete surrender, a sense of weightlessness from handing over the highest authority of one's own world to others. But what follows is not fear, but an unprecedented, grounded sense of security. Without further hesitation, she put down her pen and wrote her name stroke by stroke. Lu Yanran. When the last stroke was completed, she felt something settle completely in her heart. Ding! The seventh link in the main quest chain, the family safe, is complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained God-level financial skills beginner, and the absolute security aura passive has been activated. The system notification sounded crisp and pleasant in Yi Chen's mind. His smile deepened, and he turned his head, just in time to meet Lu Yanran's gaze. All right, all done. He picked up the signed document and casually handed it to Su Wenchang, who was staring in disbelief. Uncle Su, thank you for your help. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Su Wenchang seemed to snap out of a daze, carefully taking the document as if it were a rare treasure. He looked at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with emotion and relief. Xiao Chen, seeing you all like this, I feel relieved. If Mr. Yi were alive, he would be pleased. Yi Chen smiled but didn't respond to that question. Instead, he asked, Uncle Su, would you like to stay for a simple meal? No, I need to go back and finish the remaining procedures as soon as possible. Su Wenchang waved his hand, walked to the door, then turned back and bowed solemnly to Lu Yanran. Ms. Lu, please feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything in the future. The elderly man, who was a powerful figure in the legal world, was so humble that Lu Yanran was somewhat at a loss for words. After Su Wenchang left, the living room returned to silence. Lu Yanran was still sitting on the sofa, feeling as if she had just run a marathon. Her body and mind were both exhausted. What do you want to eat for lunch? Yi Chen's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked up and saw that he had already taken off his cartoon apron, rolled up his sleeves, and was preparing to go back into the kitchen. Whatever, Lu Yanran said. That one tea do. Women in postpartum confinement shouldn't be treated casually, Yi Chen retorted seriously. Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed. I'm already out of confinement. With me, you'll be in your postpartum confinement period for the rest of your life. Yi Chen said, chuckled to himself, and then turned and went into the kitchen. As Lu Yanran watched his retreating figure, the feeling of being moved that had just risen in her heart was instantly replaced by a helpless feeling that made her both laugh and cry. This man always has a way of bringing the atmosphere back to the mundane details of daily life with a single sentence, even when she's at her most serious and emotionally charged. She stood up, walked to the kitchen doorway, and leaned against the doorframe to watch him wash vegetables. Yi Chen. What kind of person was your father? She finally asked. Su Wenchang's words, old Mr. Yi, made it impossible for her to avoid the question any longer. Yi Chen paused for a moment while washing the vegetables. Him, he said, turning the tap back on, his voice calm, was an idealist. He always thought he could change something on his own. In the end, he went too far and messed himself up. His tone was relaxed, as if he were telling someone else's story. He taught me a lot. Yi Chen turned off the tap, turned around, leaned against the counter, and looked at Lu Yanran. For example, how to use the least amount of money to get the biggest benefits. He also taught me that family is more important than any plate. He reached out and gently wiped a stray hair from her cheek. Therefore, I will not become him. I just want to protect our little piece of land. Lu Yanran's heart trembled slightly at the warmth in his gesture and words. Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar Beijing number. He casually pressed the speakerphone button and placed it on the kitchen counter. An old and authoritative voice came from the other end of the phone, with an unquestionable commanding tone. Is that Yi Chen? Yes, who are you? I am Qin De, the steward of the Qin family ancestral hall. The old man's voice carried a condescending scrutiny. The old master has spoken. At the end of this month, the Qin family will hold an ancestral worship ceremony. You and Miss Yenran must bring the child and come back. This is the rule. The Qin family is one of the most prestigious and powerful families in the capital. Lu Yenran's face turned pale instantly. Although her surname is Lu, her mother, Qin Lan, is the legitimate daughter of the Qin family. Because she insisted on marrying Lu's father, who came from a humble background, Qin Lan almost severed ties with her family. For many years, the Qin family has ignored them. Now, why are they suddenly being asked to go back? And for such an important occasion as ancestor worship? Sorry, we're busy. Yi Chen's voice was lazy. He picked up a tomato and started slicing it. At the end of the month, the three of us are planning to go to the Maldives to sunbathe. We've already booked the plane tickets. Qin on the other end of the phone was clearly not expected to receive such a response. He choked for a moment, then his tone instantly turned stern. How dare you? This is a Qin family matter. It's none of your business, an outsider, to interfere. Lu Yenran is next to you, isn't she? Let her take the call. Lu Yenran clenched her fists nervously, just about to speak. Yi Chen shook his head at her, then chuckled into the phone. Butler Qin, right? Let me correct you on 2 points. First of all, Lu Yenran is my wife, and Yin Yin is my daughter. Their business is my business. Therefore, I am not an outsider, I am their family. Secondly, whether we go back or not doesn't depend on the Qin family's rules, but on my wife's mood. If she wants to go back, we'll go back. If she doesn't want to go back, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he couldn't persuade her. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party's reaction and casually tossed the phone aside. Then, he held the sliced tomatoes to Lu Yenran's lips, like he was coaxing a child. Come on, honey, try it. Is this tomato sweet? Lu Yenran stared at him blankly, opened her mouth, and took a slice of the cool, sweet tomato into her mouth. She suddenly felt that the so-called top-tier aristocratic family of Qin wasn't so scary after all. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Masterful Financial Skills Beginner. Divine Psychology Beginner. God Level Tailor Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Items, 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets. Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of Residence at Hentaying Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 18,800 star coins. Chapter 29: The CEO's Family Dinner and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Challenge. The sweet and sour juice of the tomato melted on Lu Yenran's tongue, yet it seemed to carry a strange, unreal taste. She watched Yi Chen, watched him casually toss his phone aside, then pick up a kitchen knife and continue chopping vegetables with a clang, 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 as if he had just hung up not on a call from a top-tier Beijing tycoon, but on an insurance salesman. You just died like that? Lu Yenran's voice was somewhat unsteady. Otherwise what? Keep him around for the new year? Yi Chen didn't even turn his head. A butler, acting more like the master than the master. The Qin family's corporate culture is no good. Lu Yenran's lips twitched. Corporate culture? He actually used such a term to describe the Qin family. They won't let this go, she warned, the sense of security she had just felt beginning to crumble again. She knew the Qin family's style of doing things better than anyone, domineering and brooking no argument. I know. Yi Chen poured the chopped tomatoes into a bowl and sprinkled them with sugar. So, they will send someone else who can speak up. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Yenran's own phone rang. The name that flashed on the screen was the one she knew best, yet also the one with the most complicated feelings: Qin Lan. Lu Yenran's heart sank. It had come, just as she expected. She took a deep breath, preparing to answer the phone and face the expected questioning and pressure. Yi Chen, however, was one step ahead of her. He dried his hands, took the phone, and pressed the answer button and put it on speakerphone. Yenran. On the other end of the phone, Qin Lan's voice was devoid of emotion, but carried an undeniable weariness. Did you have Yi-chen hang up on Chinda's call? Mom, I asked him to hang it up. Yi-chen answered first, his tone calm, with the respect due to an elder, yet neither humble nor arrogant. As you know, Yenran just finished her postpartum period not long ago, and her body is still weak. The doctor said she needs to rest and is not suitable for long-distance travel. Ancestral worship is an important event, but Yenran and the baby's health is of paramount importance. In just a few words, he transformed the rudeness of not wanting to go into the filial piety and thoughtfulness of not being able to go. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Xinlan clearly hadn't expected that instead of Yi Chen's provocation, she would receive such a flawless explanation. Grandpa, it's been a long time since I've seen you. After a long silence, Xinlan's voice rang out again, this time with an almost pleading tone beneath her cold armor. He's getting old. Lu Yenran's body stiffened. She could defy the Qin family's authority and disregard their rules, but she couldn't refuse her mother's weak words, nor could she ignore the weight behind the words grandfather. She looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with struggle. Yi Chen didn't make the decision for her. He simply handed her the phone, his eyes conveying, "This is your family matter, you choose. But no matter what you choose, I'll be there for you." Lu Yenran took the phone, the cool body of the phone pressed against her palm. "Mom, it's me." Her voice was steady, more steady than ever before. "Yenran." "We're going back," Lu Yenran interrupted her, speaking clearly and deliberately, but not to be summoned back for the ancestral worship ceremony. Xinlan on the other end of the phone was stunned. "We are here as Nian Nian's parents to take our child back to visit her great-grandfather." Lu Yenran's gaze turned toward the nursery, her voice filled with the firmness of a mother. "When the Qin family wants to see us, where they want to see us, and what they want to talk about, is fine with us. Have the Qin family's legal counsel schedule an appointment with my lawyer." She paused, then added, "My lawyer is Su Wenchang." There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Yenran didn't give the other party time to react and continued, "As for ancestor worship, we will only offer incense to our ancestors as juniors when our schedules allow. We have neither the time nor the interest to participate in the other formalities." After saying that, she calmly hung up the phone. Throughout the entire process, she didn't hesitate for a moment. She transformed a forceful summons from her family into an equal and reciprocal business meeting. She didn't refuse, instead, she redefined the rules of the game. After doing all this, she realized that her palms were sweaty. A warm, dry hand covered the back of her hand. "Wife, you looked absolutely stunning just now." Yi Chen's face was filled with undisguised admiration and pride. Lu Yenran looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was like the first melting of ice and snow, carrying a sense of relief and radiance after surviving a calamity. "You taught me. I didn't teach you to kill the conversation." Yi Chen squeezed her hand. "I just wanted to tell you that if you don't want to go, we won't go. If you want to go, we'll go in style. You don't need to be afraid of anyone." "I'm not afraid." Lu Yenran shook her head. "I just suddenly realized that I was quite ridiculous before." She always thought about escaping, always thought about fighting back, but never thought that she could stand in a higher place and look down at the things she once feared. "All right, let's not think about it anymore." Yi Chen pulled her to sit down at the dining table. "Nothing is more important than our CEO Lu eating. Tomato and egg stir-fry with rice, aren't you happy?" "Childish," Lu Yenran said with disdain, but picked up her chopsticks. The meal was enjoyed peacefully and without disturbance. After dinner, Yi Chen went to clean up the kitchen, while Lu Yenran held Nian Nian in front of the French windows in the living room, watching the bustling traffic outside. The prosperity of Haicheng stands in stark contrast to the oppressive and strictly rule-bound mansion in Beijing. She knew that this trip back wouldn't be easy. It would be a completely new battlefield, 100 times more complex than the business battles within the Qingyan group. But she no longer felt the fear she had back then. Because she knew that this time, she wouldn't be going back alone. Behind her stood her knight. He might be washing dishes while wearing a cartoon apron, or he might be humming a tuneless song while changing his daughter's diaper. But he could declare war on the whole world for her at any time. Ding! Detected that the host family is about to face new challenges. The complexity of the external environment has increased. The second stage of the Advanced Dad Training Challenge is now officially released. Mission name: the capital's most influential son-in-law. Mission background: a true strong person not only protects their own family, but also commands respect from everyone else. The Qin family's disdain is the first label you must shed. What you need is not their approval, but their admiration. Task requirements: accompany Lu Yanran back to the Qin family in Beijing. Within 1 week, change the overall evaluation of you by the core members of the Qin family: Old Master Qin, Qin Lan, and at least 3 other powerful figures in the family from disdain unknown to awe recognition. At the end of the task, the system will scan the brainwaves of the evaluated individuals for a comprehensive assessment. Mission reward: Divine Martial Arts, beginner level, proficient in Bajiquan and Taiji. Internal energy, can strengthen the body and defeat enemies. Reward: 20,000 star coins. Failure penalty: host's title is downgraded to newbie dad, and all skills are temporarily suspended for 3 months. Yi Chen wiped the last plate dry, turned off the system panel, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. First son-in-law? He liked this title. He walked out of the kitchen and saw Lu Yanran holding her daughter, softly humming a lullaby. Thinking about things in the capital? He walked over and gently hugged the mother and daughter from behind. Lu Yanran leaned against him. I'm afraid they might do something bad to you. Don't worry. Yi Chen rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice tinged with laughter. Your husband may not have many other skills, but he's particularly good at visiting other people's homes. Chapter 30: The CEO's Battle Robe and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Equipment. 2 days until my trip to Beijing. The atmosphere at Hentang Mansions is like a pot being heated simultaneously by both gentle and intense heat. In the study, Wu Hua was on fire. Lu Yanran had practically moved her entire office back. Her assistant, Linda, and a 3-person team were on standby 24/7. On the huge electronic screen, instead of a stock chart, was a complex web of relationships, with the Qin family at its center. President Lu, the Qin family patriarch, Qin Jingxiong, has 3 sons and 2 daughters. His eldest son, Qin Jiangwo, is in politics. His second son, Qin Jianjun, is in the military, and his third son, Qin Jianchang, as his name suggests, is in charge of all the family's public businesses. Ms. Qin Lan is the eldest daughter, and there is also a younger daughter, Qin Fong, who is married and lives in Hong Kong. Linda's report was delivered at an extremely fast pace, like reporting enemy intelligence on a battlefield. Lu Yanran was dressed in silk loungewear, but her expression was even colder than when she wore a suit. She pointed to an inconspicuous name on the screen: this Qin De, investigate him. I want all his information from birth to the present, including which route he takes to walk his dog every day. Yes. On the other side, in the living room, a low flame was burning. Yi Chen was giving his treasure bag hiking backpack a final inspection before setting off. A huge picnic mat was spread out on the ground, covered with a dazzling array of items. Section A, exclusively for my daughter, Dutch-made formula milk powder, portioned into sealed bags for each feeding. A thermos water bottle. Complimentary food purees for different stages. Teething biscuits imported from Germany, supposedly to relieve teething pain. A brand new onesie with a little tiger design, because she needs a new outfit to go to grandma's house. And a whole box of children's medicines to deal with all kinds of emergencies, from colds and fevers to diarrhea and allergies. Everything is included. Section B, exclusively for his wife, several herbal aromatherapy sachets that he prepared himself, with calming and sleep-inducing effects. A rechargeable silk heated eye mask and a rare art book about modern architectural aesthetics that she had mentioned before, which he had somehow found. Section C is reserved for the mother-in-law, a small jar of hand-roasted millet specially made to soothe the stomach, and a cashmere shawl of excellent quality in a calm pine green color, the color Qin Lan wears most often. He hummed a little tune, like a primary school student preparing for a spring outing, stuffing these things into his backpack one by one, making use of every compartment and gap. His space management skills were enough to make any storage blogger blush with shame. Just then, the doorbell rang. Sister Wang opened the door, and Qin Lan, dressed in a sharp black trench coat, walked in. Her gaze first swept over the closed door of the study, and upon hearing the suppressed intense discussion coming from inside, a complex emotion, difficult to detect, flashed across her brow. Then, her gaze fell on the man in the living room, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, stuffing a giraffe plush toy into his bag. Nonsense. Qin Lan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chill. You think this is a picnic? Mom, you're here. Yi Chen looked up, smiling brightly. You're right, it's not a picnic, it's a visit to my parents' home. So we need to prepare even better. As he spoke, he took out a rectangular box meticulously carved from rosewood from the far corner of the cushion. The box was unpainted, retaining the wood's natural warm color and texture. What is this? Qin Lan frowned. A gift for my grandfather. Yi Chen opened the box. There were no gold or silver jewelry, no antiques or paintings inside, but an ordinary-looking calligraphy brush and a small, simple-looking copper paperweight. Xinlan's eyes revealed undisguised disappointment. My father lacks nothing. Giving him these things is far too stingy. I made this brush myself. Yichen picked up the brush and handed it to Xinlan. The handle is made of Phoebe Jinan wood, and the brush tip is made from the finest tuft of wolf hair needles taken from the tail of a weasel. But that's not the most important thing. He pointed to the end of the pen, where a tiny gyroscope stabilizer was embedded using an almost invisible technology. I heard from Uncle Sue that the old man's calligraphy was superb when he was young, but his hands have been shaking a bit in recent years, and he hasn't picked up a pen in a long time. This thing can counteract most of the unconscious hand tremors. He can't write large characters, but writing small characters and reviewing documents should be no problem. Xinlan's breathing stopped at that moment. She reached out, her fingertips trembling slightly as she took the brush. The brush felt warm and smooth to the touch, its weight just right. She couldn't believe that such a brush, a fusion of traditional craftsmanship and cutting-edge technology, could have been made by the man before her. And this too. Yichen picked up the copper paperweight again. This isn't ordinary copper. I had someone get it from a space laboratory. It's memory metal. When you warm it with your body heat, it will mold itself into a perfectly fitting wristband according to the curvature of the old man's wrist. When it cools down, it will set and provide support. The living room was completely silent. Xinlan looked down at the two items in her hands, then looked up at Yichen. She suddenly felt that the business analyses, equity penetration, and network management her daughter had done in the study were like a child reciting multiplication tables compared to the two items Yichen had brought out, while he had already written a calculus paper. My father Xinlan's voice was a little hoarse. She was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. In his whole life, what he cared about most was not how much money the Qin family made, but whether the Qin family's roots were still there. In his study, there was a calligraphy scroll that read, "Harmony in the family brings prosperity in all things." He looked at it and recited it his whole life. She carefully placed the brush and paperweight back into the box, closed the lid, and handed it back to Yichen. This gift is very nice. This is the first time Xinlan has used very good to describe Yichen. On the day she left for the airport, Lu Yanran finally stepped out of her command center. She changed into a tailor-made white pantsuit, the fabric crisp and the cut sharp. The V-neck revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, paired with a diamond-encrusted collarbone chain, making her resemble a drawn, diamond-encrusted sword. This was her battle armor. When she walked into the living room and saw Yichen, she almost fainted. Yichen was dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with sneakers on his feet. A comfortable baby carrier was slinging Nian, who was yawning, across his chest. Behind him was a bulging hiking backpack that looked like it might burst at any moment. "You're wearing this?" Lu Yanran's brows furrowed deeply. "It's comfortable." Yichen adjusted the baby carrier to make his daughter more secure. "What else?" "Wear a dragon robe." "I'm not the crown prince." Lu Yanran was speechless after being choked by his words. Xinlan came out of the room, having changed into an elegant suit. She looked at her daughter, then at her son-in-law, and finally said, "It's good. We're family. It feels so warm and familiar." Lu Yanran. On the way to the airport, Lu Yanran was still worried. She took out a stack of cards from her handbag and handed them to Yichen. "This is the information on the main members of the Qin family. Memorize it before you board the plane. Especially third uncle. He has a bad memory, but he hates it when people can't remember him." Yichen took it, and without even looking at it, pulled out one from the middle. Qin Jianshon, the third maternal uncle. His hobbies include golf, deep-sea fishing, and spending 2 hours at a board meeting arguing for a surefire loss-making project to demonstrate his indifference to the family assets. "Is that right?" Lu Yanran was stunned. He then drew a second card, Xin Fang, my aunt. She's lived in Hong Kong for many years, is keen on attending various charity galas, owns 3 quack PR companies, and relies on a family foundation for funding every year. Her greatest achievement is marrying a husband who can spend even more money than she does. Right? Lu Yanran was completely stunned. This information was core data that Linda's team had spent 48 hours digging out. How could he know it? Yichen laughed at her horrified expression. He spread the stack of cards in his hand and, like a magician, gently shook them, and the cards transformed into a paper rose. "Wife, it's necessary to gather intelligence before a battle. He handed the paper rose to Lu Yanran and lowered his voice, but more importantly, it's to let the other side know that your cannons are larger than theirs. Chapter 31: The CEO's Intimidation and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Courtyard House. Outside the VIP lounge at Beijing Capital International Airport, the air was drier and heavier than in Haicheng. A dozen black Audi S6 LS were parked silently in a row, their license plates linked, like a line of well-trained soldiers. It was quite a display, but anyone in the know could immediately tell that this wasn't the Qin family's highest-level reception. Lu Yanran's fingers unconsciously tightened around the metal chain of her handbag, a habitual action she took when nervous. Qin Lan stood beside her, expressionless, but her ramrod straight back betrayed her inner tension. Only Yi Chen seemed unaffected. He carried Nian Nian in a baby carrier on his chest. The little one had just woken up and was drowsily chewing on her tiny fist. Yi Chen would occasionally lower his head and gently stroke his daughter's nose with his finger, making a soft pop sound. At the entrance, Qinda, the butler who had been so imperious on the phone, was waiting with several bodyguards in black. Seeing Qin Lan and Lu Yanran, he forced a stiff smile and bowed slightly. Miss, you must be tired from your journey. The old master has instructed that a suite has been prepared for you and the children at Junyue Mansion. Please go and rest. His gaze never lingered on Yi Chen for more than half a second. It was as if he were just a moving baby carrier. Thank you for your trouble, Steward Qin. Lu Yanran was about to reply when Yi Chen stepped forward first. He smiled and nodded to Qinda. Thank you for making the trip. However, the hotel is crowded and noisy, and the air is not good. The child is young and may not be used to it. We have arranged our own accommodation, so we won't trouble you. Qinda's face darkened. Mr. Yi, this is the old man's intention. He emphasized the words old man, his tone carrying no attempt to conceal his imposing presence. The old man meant for us to get some rest, and we also want to get some rest. We have the same goal, different paths leading to the same destination. Yi Chen's smile remained unchanged. Look, the car is here. He gestured with his chin towards a spot not far away. A seemingly ordinary Toyota Alphard silently rolled to the side of the road. The door opened, and a young man in a polo shirt jumped out and quickly opened the power sliding door to the back seat. Qinda's gaze swept over, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A nanny van? Any random car in the Qin family's garage is more impressive than this. But when the car door opened fully, even Qinda was stunned. The car had been almost completely modified. On one side was a fixed baby safety seat, with a bottle warmer and a water cup on a small table next to it. On the other side, next to a large airline-style seat, there was even a small in-car air purifier running silently. The entire car was a mobile, fully equipped, top-of-the-line nursery. Mom, Yanran, get in the car. Yi Chen bent down and sat in first, skillfully placing Nian Nian in the car seat, and then took out a small blanket from the storage compartment next to her to cover her. Qinda's face turned pale and then flushed. His prepared Audi convoy was like a carefully designed show of force, but the other side didn't even bother to go onto his track. Instead, they took a shortcut in a tractor and arrived at the finish line first. Lu Yanran glanced at Qinda, then at the excessively comfortable nanny van, and for the first time felt that her 20-page Qin family game theory PPT might not be as useful as Yi Chen's car bottle warmer. Without saying anything more, she took her mother Qin Lan's arm and walked straight towards the Alphard. Qinda stood there, watching the ordinary Toyota merge into the traffic and disappear. Behind him, the dozen or so Audis that had been waiting in ambush looked like an awkward backdrop. Inside the car, it was quiet and smooth. Qin Lan gazed at the rapidly receding cityscape of Beijing outside the window for a long time before finally asking, "Where are we going?" "Go home," Yi Chen replied. Instead of heading towards any five-star hotel, the car turned into a quaint alleyway. The gray bricks and tiles, the shady trees, isolated it from the outside world's hustle and bustle. Finally, the car stopped in front of an inconspicuous vermilion gate. Looking at the typical old Beijing courtyard house before her, its unassuming facade exuded a profound sense of history. She suddenly remembered a piece of information she had overlooked in Yi Chen's asset list: one courtyard house in the Ziyu Mansion in Beijing. A kind-looking old woman opened the door, and upon seeing Yi Chen, her face immediately lit up with a smile. "Little Chen, you're finally back." "Aunt Fu, this is my wife, Yanran." "This is my mother," Yi Chen introduced. "Oh dear, come in quickly, come in quickly. Everything in the house has been tidied up as you said, and the heating has been turned on in advance, just in case the young lady catches a cold." Stepping through the gate reveals a hidden gem. A screen wall, a hanging flower gate, and east and west wing rooms are all present. A huge pomegranate tree stands in the courtyard, its branches strong and vigorous. The entire courtyard has been renovated exquisitely, preserving its ancient charm while incorporating modern conveniences in the details. Underfloor heating, a fresh air system, and smart home technology are all included. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Lu Yenran felt as if she had stumbled into a dreamlike world where time and space intertwined. This place was more luxurious and more welcoming than even the most luxurious presidential suite at the Grand Hyatt residence. Sister Wang carried Nian Nian into the east wing, which had been decorated as a cozy children's room. The floor was covered with a soft carpet, and a huge heated Kong bed was filled with all kinds of toys. Lu Yenran and Xin Lan were invited into the main room. Aunt Fu had already brewed hot tea and served several plates of exquisite Beijing-style pastries. Xiaoqin specifically asked me to reduce the sugar in the donkey rolls and pea flour cakes that you have a sensitive stomach, Miss, Aunt Fu said to Xin Lan with a smile. Xin Lan paused slightly as she held her teacup. Just then, the courtyard gate was pushed open from the outside with a bang. A man dressed in a well-tailored Zegna suit, with a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, swaggered in with two assistants. He glanced around, a playful sneer on his face. "Oh, so that's why the hotel staff said they didn't pick you up. Turns out you're keeping a mistress here, having acquired a separate residence." The visitor was none other than Qin Jianshang, the third son of the Qin family. His gaze swept over Lu Yenran, finally settling on Yi Chen, who was leisurely sipping his tea. "You must be Yi Chen, the one who can fold paper flowers? You're quite skilled. What, do you think our Qin family hasn't treated you well, or are you afraid we'll eat you up?" Lu Yenran's face instantly turned cold, and she was about to speak. Yi Chen looked up, smiled at him, and then said to Aunt Fu, "Aunt Fu, please add another pair of chopsticks. My third uncle is here, he probably hasn't had lunch yet." He stood up, walked up to Qin Jianshang, and casually patted the shoulder of his expensive suit, as if he were treating a long-lost junior. "Third uncle, since you're already here, why be so formal? My place is small, not as nice as home. But it's quiet." He changed the subject, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears, perfect timing. "I just heard that those iron ore mines you invested in Australia have been giving you a hard time lately because of the local unions. It's good to have some peace and quiet here to cool off. Too much anger can cloud your judgment." The smile on Qin Jianshang's face froze instantly. The Australian iron ore project was a side project he undertook, bypassing his family, and it resulted in huge losses. He's currently trying to cover the losses. There's absolutely no way anyone other than his closest assistant could know about this. He looked at Yi Chen, at the other's clear, smiling eyes, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Ding! Host has completed a sudden mission settlement in progress. Task name, First Impressions of Beijing. Task requirements, refuse the Qin family's initial arrangements, establish an independent and equal stance, and take the lead in the first contact with the core members of the Qin family. Completed. Mission rating, S rank. Mission reward, God-level negotiation skills beginner, 5,000 star coins. A flash of light appeared in Yi Chen's mind. His smile deepened. "Third uncle, why are you standing? Sit down. Try Aunt Fu's cooking, donkey rolls, sweet but not greasy, and won't hurt your liver. Super Dad all-around system. Host, Yi Chen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Masterful Financial Skills Beginner. God-level Negotiation Skills Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Divine Level Chinese Martial Arts Beginner. Aura, United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Items, 1x Potent Energy Pill, 1x Diluted Marrow Cleansing Pill, 1x Enterprise Lifeline Skill Card. Assets. Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of residence at Hentaying Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 23,800 star coins. Chapter 32: The CEO's Lunch and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Fishhook. In the courtyard, the wind rustled through the branches of the pomegranate tree, making the silence all the more jarring. Qin Jianshang's sarcastic expression froze, like an oil painting that hadn't quite dried being doused with cold water, the paint turning into a messy blob, leaving only a disheveled mess. His Zegna suit seemed to have instantly lost its shape, clinging tightly to his back, covered in a layer of cold sweat. Australian iron ore. Those 4 words were like a precision-guided bullet, piercing through all his pretense and arrogance. This was a gamble he had taken, bypassing his family and betting his entire fortune, and now he was mired in a quagmire, losing astronomical sums every day. How could he have known? Third uncle, what are you standing there for? The food's getting cold. Yi Chen's voice brought him back to his senses. Yi Chen's smile remained unchanged, a smile devoid of mockery or boasting, only a pure, junior's warmth towards an elder. But to Qin Jianshan, this warmth was more wounding than the sharpest knife. He felt that he was not there to demand an explanation, but rather that he was a desperate man who had nowhere else to turn and had come to ask for a favor. I'm not hungry. Qin Jianshan squeezed out the 3 words through gritted teeth, then turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in this courtyard for even a second longer. No, please. Yi Chen stepped forward and gently placed his hand on Qin Jianshan's shoulder. Qin Jianshan's body stiffened, feeling as if the other's hand, though seemingly light, was pressing down like a mountain, rendering him unable to move. Aunt Fu made some chicken soup. You've been staying up late these past few days and it's good for your health. Besides, Yi Chen leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice so only the 2 of them could hear. It's not like we can't talk to the unions in Australia. All they want is money and respect. Sometimes, changing your perspective and giving up a little bit of insignificant benefits can turn things around. Don't you think so, uncle? Qin Jianshan's pupils suddenly contracted. How about a different approach? Perhaps relinquishing some of the benefits? He hired the best negotiation team in Beijing and spent tens of millions on public relations, but the result was always irreconcilable. This man, with a casual remark, pointed out the key to breaking the deadlock? He turned his head sharply, staring intently at Yi Chen, trying to discern something from his face. But that face still wore an innocent smile. Lu Yanran and Qin Lan sat at the octagonal table in the main room, some distance apart, so she couldn't see or hear what they were saying. But she could see that the color was visibly fading from the face of her usually arrogant third uncle, replaced by a deathly pallor mixed with fear, doubt, and struggle. Qin Lan held her teacup, her fingers tightening slightly. She knew her younger brother better than Lu Yanran. Qin Jianshan wasn't very capable, but he had a big temper. Relying on his family background, he acted recklessly outside. For him to show this expression, there was only one possibility: his lifeline was in the other party's hands. Aunt Fu, let's eat. Yi Chen's voice broke the silence. He pulled Qin Jianshan, whose legs were already weak, like dragging a puppet, and pressed him down to the head of the table. Mom, Yanran, time to eat. And so began a luncheon with an odd atmosphere. On the table were 4 dishes and a soup, all authentic home-style dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised sea cucumber with scallions, stir-fried green beans, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, and a pot of steaming black chicken soup. Yi Chen ignored Qin Jianshan. He ladled out a small bowl of chicken soup, skimmed off the surface oil with a spoon, carefully blew on it to cool it down, and then handed it to Lu Yanran. Drink some soup to warm your stomach. He picked up another piece of the tenderest cabbage heart with his chopsticks and put it into Qin Lan's bowl. Mom, this is light. After doing all this, he served himself a bowl of rice. As if suddenly remembering that there was a 4th person at the table, he looked up at Qin Jianshan and smiled. Third uncle, don't be shy, make yourself at home. Aunt Fu's cooking is much better than those chefs who cook for state banquets. Qin Jianshan's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. My own home? This is clearly the other person's home. He watched as Yi Chen naturally took care of Qin Lan and Lu Yanran, and saw that although the mother and daughter had different expressions, they both silently accepted this care. He suddenly realized that he, as a member of the Qin family, was the complete outsider in this courtyard. He picked up his chopsticks and mechanically shoveled rice into his mouth, finding it tasteless. Lu Yanran silently sipped her soup. She looked at Yi Chen, her heart churning. She had thought this return to the capital would be a tough battle. She had prepared her armor and sharpened her sword, ready to charge into battle at any moment. But before the battle even began, Yi Chen had already subdued the enemy commander with a few words, inviting him to his own dining table. It felt like she had meticulously rehearsed a Shakespearean tragedy, only to have Yi Chen perform it as a Northeast folk opera, winning thunderous applause. Absurd, yet damnably effective. The iron ore from Australia is of good quality, Yi Chen's voice rang out again, still in that casual tone. It's just that the transportation costs are a bit high. If we can open up that new shipping route to Southeast Asia, the costs could be reduced by at least 15%. I heard that Singularity Labs is currently in talks with several ports there about a project on automated scheduling for unmanned ports. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Jianshan choked on a mouthful of rice, coughing until his face turned red. Singularity Lab. That mysterious tech giant hailed by Wall Street as the light of the next era. He dreamed of getting in touch with Qi Dian. Even just securing a peripheral cooperation project would be enough to make him stand tall in his family. But he couldn't even get close to the door. Yi Chen, speaking in a casual tone, like the weather's nice today, discussed the core project of the Singularity Lab, even connecting it to his own mess. Qin Jianshan wasn't stupid. He understood instantly. This is not a threat, this is a fishhook. A fishhook that gleamed with gold, one he could neither refuse nor afford to refuse. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, walked to Yi Chen, and bowed deeply. This action stunned Lu Yanran and Qin Lan, who were standing nearby. Mr. Yi, he changed his form of address, his voice dry and humble. I was blind to your greatness before and offended you greatly. You are a magnanimous person, please don't hold it against me. As for that project in Australia, I would like to ask you for guidance. Yi Chen smiled, put down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Third uncle, you're being too polite. He helped Qin Jianshan up and pressed him back into his seat. We're all family, no need for advice. How about this, I'll have Yanran Company's legal counsel contact your team later to see if there's anything we can do to help. He casually passed the buck to Lu Yanran. He not only gave Qin Jianshan a way out, but also credited this huge favor to his wife. Qin Jianshan felt as if he had been granted a pardon, thanking him repeatedly. When he sat down again, his demeanor had completely changed. He served food to Qin Lan and poured tea for Lu Yanran, his attentiveness surpassing even that of his own assistant. After lunch, Qin Jianshan practically fled the courtyard house. In the courtyard, Aunt Fu was tidying up the dishes, while Sister Wang was holding Yan Yan, who had just woken up, basking in the sun under the pomegranate tree. You're giving him the Qi Dian project? Lu Yanran finally couldn't help but ask. It's not a gift, it's a collaboration, Yi Chen corrected. He provides the money and manpower, and we provide the technology. He gets out of trouble, and we open up new markets, a win-win situation. Incidentally, it will also make your position in the Qin family more secure. Lu Yanran looked at him, suddenly unsure of what to say. Just then, Qin Lan's phone rang. She answered the phone, and after hearing just one sentence, her expression changed. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Chen with an extremely complicated expression. The old man sent word, her voice was somewhat unsteady, that tonight's family dinner has been cancelled. He said he'll come over in person tomorrow morning to visit Nian Nian. From summoning to personally visiting. It only took the time it takes to eat lunch. Yi Chen smiled, walked to the stroller, and teased his giggling daughter. See, I told you we came back to visit relatives. Chapter 33, The CEO's Grandfather and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Everyday Talk. Qin Lan held her phone as if it were a red-hot branding iron. She stood there motionless, her gaze sweeping across the yard and landing on the man who was playing with his daughter. He said he'd come in person. Qin Lan's voice was very soft, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Lu Yanran's heart leaped into her throat. Qin Jingxiong, that imposing figure who existed only in legends and was occasionally mentioned by her mother. The pillar of the Qin family, one of the true behind-the-scenes giants in the capital. He was going to visit her personally. This is not a visit, this is an inspection. So what preparations should we make? Lu Yanran subconsciously looked at Yi Chen. The question came so naturally that she didn't even realize she had already regarded him as her pillar of support. Ready? Yi Chen straightened up from beside the stroller and clapped his hands. Ready to eat? Dinner's ready? Lu Yanran thought she had misheard. Yes. Yi Chen walked to her side and naturally put his arm around her shoulder. It's Grandpa's first time visiting, we can't let him leave hungry. Aunt Fu, make a couple more dishes for lunch tomorrow, choose ones that Grandpa can eat, make them soft and light. Yes, sir. Aunt Fu from the other end of the courtyard called out loudly. Lu Yanran felt a wave of dizziness. Her mind raced, considering how to arrange the meeting environment, what materials could showcase the strength of Qin Yan Group and Qi Dian Lab, and even whether she should have lawyer Su Wenchang make another trip. As a result, his entire plan was simply to add 2 more dishes. Yi Chen. Lu Yanran couldn't help but grab him. Do you even understand who's here? My maternal grandfather, your maternal grandfather, Nian Nian's great-grandfather. Yi Chen looked at her, his eyes clear. Yanran, he is first and foremost an old man, and only then the head of the Qin family. We must treat him as family before he can treat us as family. If you treat him as a negotiating opponent, then he can only talk business with you. Lu Yanran opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Xinlan listened quietly to Yi Chen, her eyes revealing a snow-capped mountain that had been frozen for many years, now melting away at an incredible speed. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. There wasn't a trace of pre-battle tension in the courtyard. Yi Chen, dressed in his pajamas, was teaching Sister Wang a set of baby massage exercises he had created under the pomegranate tree in the yard. Lu Yanran had changed out of her battle armor and was wearing a beige cashmere sweater, holding Nian Nian in her arms as they basked in the sun on the porch. Xinlan sat at the stone table, holding a cup of hot tea, but her gaze kept drifting towards the courtyard gate. At exactly 10 o'clock, a gentle knock was heard on the vermilion gate. Aunt Fu went to open the door, but there was no convoy of cars and bodyguards as she had imagined. There was only a very low-key Hongqi sedan, and standing beside it was an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, looking sprightly and leaning on a sandalwood cane. It was Qin Jingxiong. Behind him was only Qinda, but Qinda was now meek and submissive, not daring to breathe loudly. Qin Jingxiong's gaze did not linger on anyone in the courtyard. His eyes, though weathered by time, remained sharp and immediately locked onto the tiny, exquisitely beautiful infant in Lu Yanran's arms. "What are you all doing standing at the door, Grandpa? Please come in." Xinlan was the first to react, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Chen walked over with a smile and naturally took over the conversation. "Grandpa, hello, I'm Yi Chen. It's windy outside, please come inside." His address and his demeanor were like those of someone hosting a regular visiting relative or elder, without the slightest hint of flattery or fear. Qin Jingxiong finally shifted his gaze from the child to Yi Chen's face. He scrutinized the young man for a good 10 seconds. He responded with a sound from his nose as a greeting, and then, supported by Xinlan, he walked step by step towards the corridor. He walked slowly, each step steady. When he reached Lu Yanran, he stopped. "Can I hug her?" Qin Jingxiong asked, his voice carrying a hint of cautious probing that he himself hadn't anticipated. Lu Yanran subconsciously looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded to her. Lu Yanran then carefully placed Nian Nian, whom she was holding, into the old man's arms. Qin Jingxiong's body visibly stiffened. It had been far too long since he had held such a soft, vibrant little life. Nian Nian wasn't shy at all. She opened her big, dark eyes and looked curiously at the unfamiliar white-haired old man in front of her, even reaching out her little hand to grab a button on his Zhongshan suit. In that instant, all the sharpness and majesty in Qin Jingxiong's eyes vanished, leaving only something called warmth. Good boy," he murmured, his eyes even getting a little wet. The group entered the main room. Qin Jingxiong sat in the main seat, holding the child as if he were holding the most precious treasure in the world, unwilling to let go. Yi Chen didn't rush to curry favor, nor did he discuss any serious matters. He simply had Aunt Fu bring out freshly brewed Dehong Pao tea and a few easily digestible snacks. "Grandpa, this is a gift for you." Only after the atmosphere had eased did Yi Chen place the sandalwood box on the coffee table next to Qin Jingxiong. Qin Jingxiong looked up at him and gestured for Qin Di to open it. When Qin Jingxiong saw the calligraphy brush and paperweight inside, a barely perceptible hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. At his level, what rare treasures hadn't he seen? "Grandpa, please try this pen," Yi Chen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Qin Jingxiong frowned, but still took the pen. The pen felt strange in his hand, warm and smooth, with an unusual sense of stability. He subconsciously made a writing motion, and his hand, which had been trembling slightly due to Parkinson's, became much steady the moment he grasped the pen. I added a miniature gyroscope stabilizer inside the pen. It was just something I came up with on the spot," Yi Chen explained casually. "It can't write large characters, but it should allow you to rediscover the joy of writing." Qin Jingxiong's breath hitched. He stared intently at the pen in his hand, then looked up at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with shock. Aunt Fu had already laid out the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone beside her. Qin Jingxiong didn't speak. He handed Nian Nian to Qin Lan beside him, stood up, and walked to his desk. He took a deep breath, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write. "Harmony in the family brings prosperity in all things." 5 characters, flowing smoothly, still retaining his original spirit. Although not as good as his peak, this is undoubtedly the best piece of calligraphy he has written in the last decade. After finishing writing, the old man stood there, staring at the still wet ink, speechless for a long time, his shoulders trembling slightly. "And this paperweight," Yi Chen's voice rang out at the right moment. "It's made of memory metal. If you warm it up with your hands, it will become a wrist brace that fits your wrist perfectly, relieving fatigue when you write. Qin Jingxiong slowly turned around. He didn't look at the gift anymore, but looked at Yi Chen. After a long while, he finally said 3 words, "You're very thoughtful." Ding! The second stage of the Advanced Dad Quest, the #1 son-in-law in Beijing, has been completed. Task settlement in progress. Qin Zhengxiong's overall assessment, respect approval. Xinlan's overall evaluation, approval reliance. Qin Jianshang's overall assessment, A respect. Overall rating, S rank. Mission successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Level National Martial Arts Beginner Skill. Reward, 20,000 star coins. A flash of light appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Lunch was eaten at the stone table in the courtyard. It consisted of 6 dishes and a soup, all very ordinary home-style cooking. Qin Jingxiong didn't eat much, but he clearly had a good appetite and even drank 2 bowls of pigeon soup stewed by Yan Fu. After the meal, Qin Jingxiong did not leave immediately. He sat under the pomegranate tree, watching Yi Chen skillfully change Nian Yan's diapers and make formula, watching Lu Yanran clumsily hand over wet wipes, and watching the unprecedentedly gentle expression on Xinlan's face. I'm getting old. He suddenly spoke, as if talking to himself, yet also as if addressing everyone. I used to think that the Qin family's ship would capsize without me at the helm. Now it seems I was overthinking it. His gaze finally settled on Yi Chen. Yanran has always been a strong-willed child, just like me. I trust you with her. This is both a trust and an endorsement. Lu Yanran's eyes instantly reddened. Qin Jingxiong stood up, leaning on his cane, preparing to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and said to Qin Lan, "Your father's death anniversary is coming soon, isn't it? Take them home together for a visit." After saying that, he got into the car without looking back. The courtyard remained quiet for a long time. Super Dad All-Around System. Host, Yi Chen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Divine Level Chinese Martial Arts Beginner. God Level Negotiation Skills Beginner. God Level Tailor Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Assets. Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of residence at Hentaing Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 43,800 star coins. Chapter 34: The CEO's Father and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Blueprints. Qin Jingxiong's red flag car disappeared at the entrance of the alley, taking away the Qin family's prestige for nearly half a century, but leaving behind a pool of stirred spring water in the courtyard. Xinlan stood under the eaves, her gaze fixed on the pomegranate tree in the courtyard, remaining silent for a long time. Her once sharp suit now seemed somewhat loose. Lu Yanran walked to her side, wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. Your father also likes to plant some flowers and plants in the yard. Xinlan's voice was very soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. He always said that a house is made up of bricks and tiles, but a home is made up of grass and trees. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. In her memory, her father, Lu Yunfeng, was a vague figure, a man shrouded in labels such as mediocre, unambitious, and unworthy of Xinlan. This was the first time she had heard such a specific and tender description of her father from her mother. He's a very useless person. Xinlan turned her head and looked at Lu Yanran, a self-deprecating smile on her lips. He had the Qin family's vast resources but didn't use them. Instead, he insisted on studying the mortise and tenon structure of ancient buildings, sketching in the countryside, and drawing those unwanted blueprints. He never made any big money in his life, nor did he achieve anything significant. She said useless, but there was not a trace of disdain in her eyes. Yi Chen carried Nian Yan over. The little one had just finished drinking milk and was burping contentedly. He handed his daughter to Sister Wang, then said to Xinlan and Lu Yanran, "Mom, Yanran, let's go see Dad." Xinlan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Lu Yanran was also stunned. The way Yi Chen said Dad sounded so natural, as if they were a family. I asked Aunt Fu to prepare the car and also prepared some of Dad's favorite foods, Yi Chen continued, his tone as calm as if he were arranging a normal weekend trip. Xinlan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the frost in her eyes had completely melted away, leaving only exhaustion and relief. Okay. Fuan Cemetery in the western suburbs of Beijing is not as grand as the mausoleums of high-ranking officials and nobles. It is simply a quiet and unassuming place. Lu Yunfeng's tombstone is located in an inconspicuous corner. The stone is the most ordinary blue stone, with only "Tomb of my beloved husband Lu Yunfeng" and his birth and death dates engraved on it. The man in the photo wears black-rimmed glasses, has a gentle and refined smile, and exudes a strong scholarly air. Qinlan gently placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in front of the tombstone. She did not cry, but simply reached out and stroked the face of the man in the photo again and again. Lu Yanran stood to the side, looking at the photo on the monument, trying hard to recall memories of her father. She remembered when she was very young, her father had taken her to the Forbidden City, pointing to the corner tower and explaining the intricacies of its 9 beams, 18 pillars, and 72 ridges. She had found it boring then and insisted on eating candied hawthorns. It turns out he wasn't telling a story, he was talking about the things he liked. Yi Chen did not approach or disturb the mother and daughter. He took out a long, rectangular painting tube from his backpack, instead of flowers or offerings. He walked to the tombstone, opened the drawing tube, took out a roll of yellowed paper, and slowly unfurled it in front of the tombstone. It was a hand-drawn architectural design, depicting an extremely complex Jiangnan garden, complete with pavilions, terraces, bridges, and flowing water. Every detail was meticulously crafted, and various data and design ingenuity were annotated in tiny characters alongside the drawings. In the lower right corner, the signature read, Yunfeng. This is Lu Yanran, and Qinlan looked over at the same time. I asked Uncle Su to help me find some of Dad's old belongings a couple of days ago, Yi Chen explained. Most of them are books and drawings. I thought this one was the best, so I brought it over. I wanted him to see it. We still remember his hard work. As Qinlan looked at the drawing and the familiar handwriting, tears finally streamed down her face. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing a cemetery uniform walked over, followed by 2 young men who looked rather intimidating. You're Lu Yunfeng's family, right? The middle-aged man cleared his throat, his attitude not exactly polite. Perfect timing, I have something to tell you. This entire area is going to be relocated next month. You should move the grave as soon as possible. Move away? Lu Yanran's face instantly turned cold. Why? The plan is to build a resort. There is nothing we can do about it. The man shrugged, looking completely businesslike. Here is the notice. Take a look. If you don't move it by the end of the month, we'll treat it as an abandoned grave. Qinlan swayed, almost losing her balance. How much? Lu Yanran's voice was as cold as ice. I'll buy this land. Miss, this isn't about money. The young man next to the man sneered. This is a project of Yuanhong Group, and the boss is Chairman Zhao. Do you think you're as rich as Chairman Zhao? Chairman Zhao. It's that Chairman Zhao from Hongda Capital again. He's like a persistent ghost. Lu Yanran trembled with rage. She could disregard the wins and losses in business, but she could not tolerate her father's resting place being treated with such contempt. I'll handle it. Yi Chen pressed down on her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He walked up to the middle-aged man, a warm smile on his face. Brother, thank you for your hard work. This is indeed sudden, let's discuss it. You see, moving this grave is quite troublesome. Could you make an exception and let us talk to your superiors? There's nothing to discuss, the documents are all out. The man waved his hand impatiently. Yi Chen's gaze didn't fall on him, but instead landed on the yellow blueprint, then swept over the layout of the surrounding tombstones. He suddenly smiled. He took out his phone, but instead of calling any high-ranking officials or dignitaries, he dialed a seemingly ordinary number. Hello, is this Editor Lee from the magazine Chinese Ancient Architecture? I'm an ancient architecture enthusiast. I've made a discovery and I'd like to share it with you. Editor Lee on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised. Oh? What is it? Do you know about Section C of Fuan Cemetery in the suburbs of Beijing? I discovered that its overall layout subtly corresponds to a rare regulation in Li Jie's Ingzao Fashi from the Song dynasty. Moreover, the design of several tombstones perfectly replicates the concept of following the natural flow from Yuanya from the Ming dynasty. I suspect that this is an experimental work by a buried folk architectural master, with extremely high academic research value. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The cemetery staff exchanged bewildered glances, all seeing the same blank expression in each other's eyes. What Ingzao Fashi? What Yuanya? Is this person speaking gibberish? I have a design draft here that can prove my speculation. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the drawing. If you are interested, you can send a reporter over immediately. By the way, I heard that Yuanhong Group is planning to bulldoze this place and build a bizarre resort. If such a valuable cultural heritage site is destroyed, it will be a loss to the entire architectural industry. Editor Lee on the other end of the phone immediately became excited. Sir. Where are you? Please protect the scene. We're coming right away. Yi Chen hung up the phone, smiled at the stunned staff members, and said, Gentlemen, how about we talk later? At that very moment, a familiar blue light screen unfolded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the tomb of the host's father-in-law, Lu Yunfeng, is facing changes, causing great regret among family members. This triggers the main quest, the dignity of a father. Mission requirements: within 1 week, not only must Lu Yunfeng's tomb be preserved, but it must also be transformed into a place of respect, completely mending the regrets in Qin Lan and Lu Yanran's hearts. Task reward: God-level landscape design beginner, 25,000 star coins. Failure penalty: the host's god-level craftsman's skill is downgraded to the entry level. Lu Yanran and Qin Lan stared blankly at Yi Chen. They couldn't understand how a brutal commercial battle could be turned into a cultural heritage protection war by a single phone call from him. Yi Chen put away his phone, walked to the tombstone, and carefully rolled up the drawing. He turned around and said to Lu Yanran and Qin Lan, Don't worry, Dad's design will not be buried. Chapter 35: The CEO's Cultural Heritage and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Monument. The wind in the cemetery, carrying the dampness of earth and grass, blew across everyone's faces. The cemetery staff, like a low-quality animation paused on time, had their expressions frozen, both comical and ridiculous. The Ingzao Fashi and Yuanye? The middle-aged man leading the group muttered to himself. He had only ever studied the orientation and feng shui of cemeteries in his life, and those two book titles were more difficult for him to understand than Martian language. Lu Yanran and Qin Lan stood to the side, watching Yi Chen. Their initial anger and helplessness had transformed into a profound bewilderment mixed with a sense of absurdity. They knew Yi Chen always had a way, but they hadn't expected his method to elevate their father's grave to the level of academic research. Less than 20 minutes later, a minivan bearing the words Chinese Ancient Architecture screeched to a halt at the cemetery entrance. The door opened, and an elderly professor with gray hair and reading glasses jumped out, followed by 2 young reporters carrying cameras. Editor Lee. I'm the one who called you. Yi Chen went up to him. It's you? That's wonderful. The old professor, surnamed Xian, was an authority in the field of ancient architecture in China. He immediately noticed the yellowed blueprint in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes lighting up instantly. He rushed over, carefully picking up a corner of the blueprint. My God, the brushstrokes, the drafting, it's the style of the Republic of China era. Quick, let me see. Professor Qian and his team, like Columbus discovering a new continent, completely ignored everyone around them. They spread out blueprints, compared them with the layout of the surrounding tombstones, sometimes bending down to measure, sometimes having heated discussions. That's right. Look at the borrowed scenery technique here, which cleverly integrates the outline of distant mountains into the visual axis of this area. The arrangement of these steles, seemingly random, actually conforms to the numbered Tianyuan, a typical Song dynasty garden layout, yet it incorporates the freehand style of the Ming and Qing dynasties. The cemetery staff were completely dumbfounded. Watching these experts, their faces flushed with excitement as they examined a few broken stones, they felt their worldview had been shattered like never before. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shakily pulled out his phone, and dialed his boss's number. Soon, the irritable voice of Chairman Zhao of Yuanhong Group came through the other end of the line. What? Ancient architecture expert? Journalist? Nonsense. What cultural value could a dilapidated cemetery possibly have? Tell them all to get out of here. I'm coming right now. Half an hour later, Chairman Zhao's Maybach drove up aggressively. As soon as the door opened, his bulky body squeezed out of the car, his face full of impatience and contempt. Who's in charge? Who's causing trouble? His first words were filled with an arrogance built on money. Professor Qian was engrossed in his research and was quite displeased to be interrupted. He looked up at him and said, We are from the editorial office of the journal Chinese Ancient Architecture and are conducting an academic investigation. Please be more polite. An academic investigation? Chairman Zhao scoffed, pointing at Lu Yunfeng's tombstone. Just for something like this? Let me tell you, I've bought this land. I don't care if it's French or Chinese style, next week, the bulldozers will come and level it all. Lu Yanran's anger was reignited. She stepped forward, about to speak. Yichen stopped her and walked up to Chairman Zhao, his face still bearing that harmless smile. Chairman Zhao, don't get so angry. You see, you're here to build a resort and develop tourism. Isn't tourism all about cultural heritage and stories? What story? I can create a story with money. Chairman Zhao said dismissively. Stories built on money are vulgar, not elegant. Yi Chen shook his head and handed the blueprints to Chairman Zhao. My father-in-law, Mr. Lu Yunfeng, never pursued fame or fortune, he just loved to ponder these things. His greatest wish in life was to bring his garden designs to life. Now that you're here, isn't the opportunity here? Chairman Zhao was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Yi Chen pointed to the cemetery and then to the distant mountains. Chairman Zhao, look. Your original plan was to level this place, build a few European-style villas, and create an artificial lake, right? That's too tacky, too tacky. It's too narrow-minded. He casually borrowed paper and pen from a reporter, squatted down, and began to sketch rapidly, using Lu Yunfeng's original manuscript as a basis. You see, we've preserved this core area, taking my father-in-law's philosophy of living with the natural flow as its core, and transformed it into a commemorative Chinese garden. Then, your resort won't have any European-style villas. Instead, it will be built around this garden, with individual courtyards connected to the main garden by winding paths. In this way, your resort will no longer be just a simple place to stay, but a cultural attraction where you can experience seclusion and refined taste. Yi Chen drew quickly with just a few strokes. The outline of a resort with a profound artistic conception and elegant style appeared on the paper. That design was more than 100 times better than the plan made by the design team that Chairman Zhao had hired at great expense. Professor Qian and his team gathered around, looking at Yi Chen's sketches, and were so excited that they kept slapping their thighs. Genius! This is simply a genius design. It perfectly combines commercial development and cultural preservation. Chairman Zhao, if this is completed, it will definitely be a benchmark for cultural tourism projects in China. You're not just building a resort, you're leaving a valuable cultural heritage for Beijing. The reporter's camera flashes went off incessantly, all aimed at the sketch at the feet of Chairman Zhao and Yi Chen. Chairman Zhao's face turned a deep purplish red. He is now facing a wonderful dilemma. If he refuses, tomorrow's headlines will be "Unscrupulous businessman Zhao destroys precious cultural relics for personal gain." His Yuan Home Group's stock price will likely plummet for several days. If he agrees, it's tantamount to admitting his previous plans were rubbish, and he'll have to reluctantly follow Yi Chen's ideas. What's even more frustrating is that the project's biggest highlight will forever be etched with the name Lu Yunfeng. He's spending money to erect an immortal monument for his arch-rival's father-in-law. Chairman Zhao, are you satisfied with my proposal? Yi Chen stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at him with a smile. To show our support for cultural undertakings, we can grant you permission to use my father-in-law's design draft free of charge. I can also serve as your consultant on design matters free of charge. After all, this is fulfilling my father-in-law's lifelong dream. But Chairman Zhao felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Free? That's even more unbearable than charging him $1 billion. He looked at Yi Chen's smiling face, then at the expectant eyes of the reporters around him, and finally squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Okay, we'll do it your way. After saying that, he couldn't stay any longer, so he turned around, got into his car, and fled. Qin Lan and Lu Yanran stood in front of the tombstone, speechless for a long time as they watched this dramatic scene unfold. Qin Lan reached out and touched her husband's face in the photo again, tears silently streaming down her face this time, tears of joy. Her husband, the man whom the Qin family had looked down upon his entire life and considered useless, proved his worth in such an unexpected way many years after his death. His name, along with the career he loved all his life, will soon become a respected landmark. Lu Yanran looked at Yi Chen, who was bending down to pick up the sketch and carefully blowing away the dust. She suddenly understood. What Yi Chen did for his father was not to preserve a burial plot, but to uphold the final dignity of an idealist. What he won back for his father was not a piece of land, but a recognition that was long overdue and recognized worldwide. This is the best way to commemorate him. Ding! The main quest father's dignity has been completed. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly made up for the regrets in the hearts of your family members and erected an immortal monument to your father-in-law, Mr. Lu Yunfeng. Task rating, S+. Exceeded expectations. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level landscape design beginner skill. Reward, 25,000 star coins. Super Dad all-around system. Host, Yi Chen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Masterful Financial Skills Beginner. God-level Negotiation Skills Beginner. God-level Landscape Design Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Assets. Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Right of Residence at Hentaying Residence. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 68,800 star coins. Chapter 36, The CEO's Achilles heel and the stay-at-home dad's armor. Mr. Zhao's Maybach kicked up a cloud of dust and disappeared at the end of the cemetery, like a clown who had messed up his performance and made a hasty exit. Professor Qian and his team remained circling the sketch, treating it like a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, the reporters excitedly discussed tomorrow's headlines. Business giant bows down, masterpiece of folk artistry surfaces, each one brimming with sensationalism. As the noise faded away, only Lu Yunfeng's family remained in front of his tombstone. A breeze stirred, ruffling the loose hair at Qin Lan's temples. She reached out, her fingertips gently tracing her husband's name on the tombstone, the touch as light as if she were caressing a fragile piece of porcelain. She didn't shed any more tears, simply gazing at the photograph silently, as if trying to etch that gentle smile into her very soul. Lu Yenran stood behind her mother, watching her relaxed back. She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood her mother nor her father. What she had previously perceived as weakness and mediocrity was, today, redefined by Yi Chen with a single drawing as integrity and perseverance. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Yi Chen. He didn't revel in his victory, nor did he step forward to claim credit. He simply knelt down and rearranged the offerings he had placed during the worship ceremony, then straightened the white chrysanthemums that had been blown about by the wind. His movements were focused, as if the most important thing at hand was to ensure that everything here was in perfect order. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was no longer heavy. Xinlan leaned back in her chair, her eyes closed, her face showing the weariness of someone who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, but a faint smile played on her lips. He used to say that the best architecture is the kind that can communicate with heaven and earth, Xinlan suddenly said, her voice very soft. I didn't understand before, and I always thought it was just the nonsense of a bookworm. Now I realize that he was just moving too fast, so fast that none of us could keep up. Lu Yenran's heart was gently touched by those words. She turned to look out the window. The bustling traffic of Beijing rushed past, gradually blurring into a blur of light and shadow in her eyes. She recalled how she had fought tooth and nail in the business world for Qingyan Group, treating everyone as pawns and opponents. She thought that was true strength. But today, Yi Chen showed her that true strength is not about destruction, but creation, not about making opponents fear you, but about making them willingly serve you, even cheer for you. Where did you learn about those ancient buildings? Lu Yenran finally couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen, who was adjusting the temperature of Nian Nian's nipple, looked up, thought for a moment, and answered very seriously, when taking care of a child, you should always tell stories. After you've finished telling fairy tales, you can tell stories about history and architecture. Although Nian Nian doesn't understand, I think it's a very good form of prenatal education. Lu Yenran. She felt that the emotions she had carefully cultivated had been shattered by his single sentence. Prenatal education? Using Ingzao Fashi and Yuanye as prenatal education? He's probably the only person in the world who could do something like that. Xinlan listened to their conversation from the side, and the smile on her lips deepened. Back at the Ziyu Mansion courtyard, Aunt Fu had already prepared soup, and the courtyard was filled with the warm aroma of food. Sister Wang came out to greet them, carrying Yan Yan. The little one had slept all the way outside and was in good spirits. Upon seeing Yi Chen, she immediately reached out her little hands and babbled, wanting to be held. Yi Chen skillfully took his daughter, kissed her on the cheek, and instantly transformed from the strategist in charge back into a doting father fussing over his daughter. Lu Yenran watched this scene unfold, seeing him take off his coat, roll up his sleeves, hold his daughter in one arm, and use the other to test the temperature of the soup. She suddenly felt that the worldview she had built up over the past 10 years was crumbling little by little, and then being rebuilt by this man in a way she couldn't resist. No matter how sharp her battle armor is, it can't hide the warmth of daily life. No matter how rigorous her business logic is, it can't predict the trajectory of people's hearts and minds. Just then, Lu Yenran's phone rang. It was her assistant, Linda. "President Lu, there's an emergency." Linda spoke quickly. Chairman Zhao of Hongda Capital just publicly announced that he will be collaborating with a deceased folk architect to create a brand new high-end cultural tourism project in the western suburbs. At the press conference, he also publicly thanked you and Mr. Yi, calling you visionary and passionate entrepreneurs. Lu Yenran opened the financial news. On the headline, Chairman Zhao's fat face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Behind him, on the backdrop, the words Mr. Lu Yunfeng Memorial Garden were clearly visible. He also said he wanted to invite Mr. Yi to serve as the chief consultant for this project. Linda's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed laughter. Lu Yenran hung up the phone and looked up at the courtyard. Yi Chen was holding Nian Nian under the pomegranate tree, teaching her to recognize the leaves of the leaves in a very serious manner. This is called a pomegranate tree. It bears sweet, red fruit in the fall. Yeah. Yes, it's sweet, just like our Nian Nian. Lu Yenran suddenly realized that in Yi Chen's eyes, Zhao Dong's project chief consultant, worth billions, might not be as important as teaching his daughter to recognize a leaf. She walked over and stood beside him. "Chairman Zhao would like to invite you to be the chief consultant for the project." "I don't have time." Yi Chen didn't even turn his head. "I have to watch Nian Nian grow up." Lu Yenran looked at his profile. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. She remained silent for a long time before softly saying, "Yi Chen, thank you. This thank you is not for Qing Yan Group, nor for the Qin family, but for her father, and for her heart that had once been frozen." Yi Chen turned his head and looked at her. Her eyes no longer held the coldness and aloofness of the past. They were like a lake rippling in the spring breeze, shimmering with light. "Why are you being so polite with me?" He smiled, reaching out with the hand that wasn't holding the child to gently stroke her nose, just like he usually did when teasing Nian Nian. "I'm your husband, Nian Nian's father. Protecting you is my armor, and also my weakness." Lu Yenran's face turned red instantly. She felt her heart skip a beat. She once thought that her career was her armor, and her family was her weakness. But this man told her that family is both her weakness and her most unbreakable armor. After dinner, Qin Lan went to her room to rest early. She had been away from Beijing for too long, and the emotional ups and downs of the day had exhausted her. As night deepened, warm ground lights illuminated the courtyard. Yi Chen put his daughter to sleep and walked out of the room, where he saw Lu Yenran still sitting on the porch. He went over and draped a thin blanket over her. "It's cool at night." Lu Yenran pulled the blanket up a little, but didn't say anything. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Chen sat down next to her. "I'm thinking about our contract," Lu Yenran said softly, looking at the crescent moon in the night sky. "What's wrong with the contract? Is there a problem with the terms? I think it's a bit unfair." Lu Yenran turned her head and looked at him seriously. "You've done so much for me and for this family. But it seems like I haven't done anything for you." Yi Chen smiled. "Who said that?" He leaned closer, looking into her eyes. "You gave me the most adorable daughter in the world. No amount of contracts can buy that reward." There was not a trace of jest in his eyes, only utter sincerity. Lu Yenran's heart felt as if it had been violently struck by something, leaving her with a sour and swollen sensation. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that all words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. Suddenly, she reached out and took his hand. His palms were large and warm, with reassuring calluses. "Yi Chen," she said softly, mustering her courage, "after things are over in Beijing, let us take a family photo. This is not a requirement of the contract, nor is it to appease anyone. Simply because she wanted to." Yi Chen took her hand in return, their fingers intertwined. "Okay," he replied, a single word that carried immense weight. Chapter 37: The CEO's wedding photos and the stay-at-home dad's moat. That okay at night was like a seed that had fallen and taken root in Lu Yenran's heart. The next morning, the sun shone brightly in the courtyard. Yi Chen was busy in the kitchen, the millet porridge in the pot bubbling away. He was trying to make a Peppa Pig shape out of Nian Nian's steamed egg custard using carrot puree and spinach juice, muttering to himself, "You have to start raising a socialite from a young age." Lu Yenran sat on the veranda, her phone in hand, the screen displaying the homepage of a top-tier domestic photography studio. The chief photographer, Ma Liang, renowned for capturing the essence of people, was fully booked until the year after next. Her finger hovered over the appointment number for a long time, hesitant to press it. Take a family photo. This idea was even more unfamiliar and required more courage for her than signing a multi-billion-dollar contract. It was more than just a photograph, it was a declaration that she was willing to step out of that cold contract and truly touch the outline of a home. Just as she was lost in thought, a deep engine sound came from outside the courtyard gate. A black, unmarked Hongqi sedan silently pulled up in front of the gate. The door opened, and a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man stepped out. He wore a perfectly pressed dark suit, his hair was neatly combed, and his brows carried the authority of someone who had long held a high position. He was neither as flamboyant as Qin Jianxiang nor as reserved as Qin Jingxiong, but rather exuded an authoritative and unquestionable sense of oppression inherent in the system. The Qin family, eldest son, Qin Jiangwo. Qin Lan was looking at the sketches left by Lu Yunfeng in her room when she heard the noise and came out. When she saw who it was, her expression changed slightly. Big brother. Qin Jiangwo nodded to her as a greeting. His gaze swept across the entire courtyard, finally settling on Lu Yanran and the stroller beside her, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. I'm here to speak with Yanran and this Mr. Yi privately. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable command. Xilan glanced at Lu Yanran, then at Yi Chen, who was peeking out of the kitchen, and finally said nothing before turning around and going back to her room. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yi Chen wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. The Peppa Pig apron he was wearing created an extremely incongruous and comical contrast with Qin Jiangwo's stern aura. Uncle, you're here. Have you had breakfast? The millet porridge is fresh out of the pot, Yi Chen greeted with a smile. Qin Jiangwo ignored his polite formalities. He walked to the stone table, sat down, and scrutinized Yi Chen with a scalpel-like gaze. I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. I've heard about what happened between you and Yanran. Including what you did at Qingyan Group, on Chairman Zhao's project. He paused, picked up the tea that Aunt Fu had just poured, but didn't drink it. Your methods are good, but too wild. A self-taught man, he is not fit for respectability. The Qin family doesn't need a son-in-law with an unclear background and flamboyant behavior. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was like a cold stone, hitting people's hearts. Yanran is a daughter of the Qin family, and her marriage is related to the family's reputation. You are not good enough for her. Lu Yanran's face darkened instantly, and she was about to retort. Yi Chen raised his hand and gently pressed down on the back of her hand. He pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Qin Jiangwo, still smiling. Uncle is right. I'm just a food delivery guy, I really am not good enough for Yanran. His frank admission left Qin Jiangwo speechless, unable to utter a single word he had prepared. However, Yi Chen changed the subject. Whether she is worthy or not is not up to you or me. It's up to Yanran and Yan. He pointed to his daughter, who was watching everything curiously from inside the stroller. You came here today because you're worried that my unorthodox approach might affect your career, right? Qin Jiangwo's pupils contracted. Don't worry, I know the rules. Yi Chen slowly peeled a tea egg and placed it on the plate in front of Lu Yanran. I won't cause you any trouble. On the contrary, I can help you solve a lot of problems. What a joke, Qin Jiangwo scoffed. Uncle, you must be having a lot of headaches lately about the redevelopment project in that old industrial area in the south of the city, right? Yi Chen blew away the eggshell crumbs, his tone as relaxed as if he were talking about the weather. There's a big funding gap, a lot of resistance to demolition, and most importantly, there isn't a single industrial upgrading plan that can satisfy all parties. Qin Jiangwo's expression completely changed. This project was under his direct supervision and was key to his further advancement. Only a few people at the highest levels knew the inside story. Singularity Labs is currently developing a city smart nerve center system, Yi Chen continued, seemingly oblivious to the other person's shock. It can integrate all urban data, including transportation, energy, security, and environmental protection, to optimize resource allocation. If this system is used for the transformation of the southern part of the city, and our autonomous logistics and high-end manufacturing modules are introduced, do you think the higher-ups will promote this project as a model for future cities? Qin Jiangwo's hand clenched into a fist under the table. He wasn't that incompetent Qin Jianshan. He instantly understood the immense value behind this, a value that could change his political career. What do you want? He asked in a deep voice. I don't want anything. Yi Chen smiled, turning to look at Lu Yanran with gentle eyes. I just want to live a peaceful life as Yanran and Nyan Nyan's cook and bodyguard for the rest of my life. He stood up, walked to Qin Jiangwo's side, bent down, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Uncle, family is not a bargaining chip, but something to be protected. I support your ambition to achieve great things. But if anyone tries to harm my family to secure their own future, then I will have no choice but to dig a few more trenches in their moat." After saying that, he straightened up, patted Qin Jiangwo on the shoulder, and smiled brightly. "Uncle, the porridge is getting cold, don't you want a bowl?" Qin Jiangwo sat there, motionless. He felt as if he were facing not a young man, but an unfathomable monster. All his intimidation, probing, and leverage had become a joke in the face of this man. After a long silence, he stood up, turned and walked towards the courtyard gate. When he reached the gate, he stopped, did not turn back, and simply said, "Your father was a remarkable man." These words were spoken to Yi Chen, but also to himself. The courtyard returned to calm. Lu Yanran looked at Yi Chen, who had already taken off his apron and was soothing his daughter who had just woken up. His words just now, the way he suddenly neutralized the threat from a top politician and even turned the tables on her, gave her an unprecedented sense of shock and peace of mind. She picked up her phone and, without the slightest hesitation, dialed the number. "Hello, is this Ma Liang Photography Studio?" Her voice was clear and firm. "I would like to make an appointment to take a set of wedding photos and a family portrait." The person on the other end of the phone seemed somewhat surprised by her directness. Lu Yanran added, "We can meet anytime. The location is my home. Money is not a problem." Ding. Detected further consolidation of the host's family relationships, increased external threat level, and the family's image needs to establish a new moat. The 8th link in the main quest chain is now officially released, the business card of home. Mission background: true elite families possess not only wealth and power, but also an impeccable social image. You need to create a perfect business card for this new family, one that can withstand any gossip and slander. Task requirements: within 1 month, conduct a public appearance that generates significant online attention and presents a positive image. The format is flexible, e.g., a top magazine interview, filming a family documentary, participating in a significant charity event. Upon completion, the appearance must garner over 10 million positive interactions, likes, comments, shares on mainstream social media platforms, raising the family's reputation index to above 90 points. Task reward: God-level director, beginner level, capable of controlling camera language and guiding audience emotions, reward, 30,000 star coins. Failure penalty: all of the host's assets excluding the family trust will be forcibly used to purchase brain gold stock and held for 3 years. Yi Chen looked at the last line of the task panel and saw the penalty for failure. His lips twitched. This system is getting more and more mischievous. Super Dad All-Around System. Host: Yi Chen. Title: Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill: Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. Divine Level Chinese Martial Arts Beginner. God Level Landscape Design Beginner. God Level Negotiation Skills Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura: United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Assets: Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 98,800 star coins. Chapter 38: The CEO's Wedding Photos and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Mode 2. Lu Yanran's phone calls were incredibly efficient. Just 1 day later, the legendary photographer Ma Liang and his team appeared at the gate of the Ziyu mansion. Ma Liangrun, true to his name, is tall and thin with a small goatee. He wears a faded linen shirt and has 3 different Leica cameras hanging around his neck. He exudes an artistic aura that says, "I'm not here to work, I'm here to create." His team moved boxes of equipment into the yard, from reflectors to track lights, making a scene comparable to a movie crew. Lu Yanran changed into a haute couture gown specially flown in from Milan by a designer. The ivory white silk was adorned with tiny pearls, adding a touch of softness to her cool and aloof temperament. This was for her wedding photos. However, the first hour of filming was a disaster. "President Lu, relax your shoulders. You look like a statue about to be unveiled." Ma Liang roared behind the camera, grabbing his hair. "Eye contact. What I need is love and tenderness, not a quarterly financial report review." Lu Yanran's fingertips tightened. She was used to the camera, but that was for the cover of a financial magazine. She needed to project authority and ambition. Now, she needed to show something she was completely unfamiliar with. Yi Chen, on the other hand, existed in a completely different dimension. He was wearing the simplest white shirt and casual pants, holding Yin Yin, who had just finished drinking milk and was drowsy in his arms. "Mr. Yi! Look at your wife. Your eyes should be shining." Ma Liang pointed the camera at him. Yi Chen looked up, his eyes indeed shining, but it was the light of a loving father. "Teacher Ma, could you please draw the curtains? The light is too strong and it's hurting Yin Yin's eyes." Ma Liang. "Mr. Yi, let's take a picture of you kissing General Manager Lu's head now, and it has to be a passionate one." Yi Chen leaned down and gently touched Lu Yanran's forehead, then quickly straightened up and lowered his voice. "Didn't you drink the soup I made for you this morning? Your lips are a little dry." Lu Yanran's face flushed red instantly. Behind the monitor, Ma Liang covered his face in anguish. He had photographed award-winning actors and actresses, political figures and celebrities, but he had never encountered such a difficult combination. One turned their wedding photos into a board meeting, the other into a parenting diary. "Stop. Everyone stop." Ma Liang finally couldn't take it anymore. 10-minute break. "I need to calm down." The team members all breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yanran walked to the corridor, picked up her water glass, and a wave of frustration washed over her. She could handle the most difficult opponents, but she couldn't manage a simple photo shoot. "Don't listen to him." Yi Chen walked over, carrying his daughter. "He doesn't understand." "He doesn't understand?" Lu Yanran frowned. "He's the best photographer in the country. He understands light and shadow, he understands composition, but he doesn't understand home." Yi Chen carefully placed his sleeping daughter into the stroller and drew the blackout curtains. "Home isn't something you can act out." He walked up to Lu Yanran, took the water glass from her hand, took a sip himself, and then handed it back to her. "Thirsty? You've been standing there for so long." His movements were as natural as breathing. Lu Yanran looked at him, noticing the wrinkles on his shirt cuffs from holding the child, and the tension in her heart inexplicably eased a little. 10 minutes later, filming resumed. Ma Liang had given up all hope and was prepared to just take a few random photos to get by. "Let's take a family photo first," Yi Chen suggested. He ignored the set design and lighting, and simply pushed the stroller to the pomegranate tree in the yard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. "Yanran, come here." He beckoned to her. Lu Yanran hesitated for a moment, then lifted her skirt and walked over. Yi Chen took a small rattle drum out of the stroller. "Look, Nian is still holding this even when she's asleep." He handed the rattle drum to Lu Yanran, and sure enough, the little one was holding it tightly in her chubby little hands. Lu Yanran leaned down, looking at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. She reached out a finger and gently touched her daughter's little face. Yi Chen stood beside her, looking down at the mother and daughter. His gaze was as gentle as the sunlight in the courtyard. Snap! A soft shutter clicked. Ma Liang, holding the camera, looked as if he had been electrocuted, even his goatee was trembling. "This is it." He stopped shouting, "Look here," and smile. He moved around the family of three like a stealthy hunter, constantly looking for the right angle, the shutter clicking softly and rapidly. He captured the tenderness that Lu Yanran inadvertently revealed as she adjusted her daughter's little hat. He captured the slightly startled expression on Lu Yanran's face when Yi Chen reached out to brush the fallen leaves off her shoulder. He captured the moment when the two smiled at each other, a moment of perfect understanding. None of them were staged, but each one is more moving than all his carefully designed shots combined. "All right, now, wedding photos." Ma Liang's voice carried a creative excitement. He dismissed all his assistants, leaving only the three of them in the courtyard. "You don't need to look at me, just do your own things," Ma Liang said. Lu Yanran stood under the tree, suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss. Yi Chen walked up to her. He didn't say anything romantic, but simply reached out and helped her straighten the slightly messy pearls on her dress. "This outfit suits you very well," he said. "Yeah?" "Well," he leaned closer and lowered his voice, "the cheongsam you wore in Haicheng last time was much prettier." Lu Yanran thought of the cheongsam and Xinlan's words, if the size were reduced by half an inch, it would be perfect, and her cheeks flushed. She looked up and glared at him, but her eyes no longer held the coldness of a CEO. Instead, they carried a hint of girlish coquettishness. Yi Chen smiled. He reached out and gently took her hand. "Honey, let's go home." He said go home, not finished filming. Lu Yanran's heart felt as if it were being gently cradled by a warm hand. She didn't struggle, but simply let him hold it. She looked at him, and he looked at her. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. The wind in the courtyard and the light in the trees became their backdrop. Click. Ma Liang pressed the shutter button for the last time. He looked at the photo on the camera screen. In the photo, the man's eyes were gentle, the woman's smile was graceful, and the two held hands, gazing at each other. Behind them was a simple courtyard house and dappled sunlight. There was no intense expression of love, but rather a quiet and peaceful power, like a gentle rain nourishing the earth. Damn it, this isn't a wedding photo, Ma Liang muttered to himself, his eyes welling up with tears. This is love itself. He knew that the pinnacle of his career was about to be born. This photo, along with all the footage taken today, will become the first cornerstone of the strongest moat Yi Chen is building for this home. Chapter 39: The CEO's Public Relations and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Hit Product. Ma Liang and his team arrived like a gust of wind and left just as quickly. Before leaving, he solemnly handed Lu Yanran a hard drive containing all the negatives, his expression more serious than ever before. Mr. Lu, this is the most satisfying set of works I've created in my 20 years in the industry. He pushed up his Leica glasses, all traces of the artist's arrogance vanished, leaving only the creator's devotion. I don't want a penny of payment. I have only one request: allow me to include 3 of these photos in my solo exhibition at the end of the year. The title will be Home. Lu Yanran looked at the light in his eyes and nodded. The next day, in the conference room on the top floor of Qingyan Group, Assistant Linda stood in front of the huge screen, full of confidence. Behind her was a 50-page PowerPoint presentation titled President Lu's Family Image Public Relations and Promotion Plan, which she and the public relations team had worked on all night. Mr. Lu, our plan consists of 3 steps. The first step is to exclusively authorize Fashion, a leading domestic fashion magazine, to be their cover story next month. This will ensure the style and authority of our appearance. The second step is to release a press release on the day the magazine goes on sale, in conjunction with 30 mainstream financial media outlets, emphasizing your positive image of success in both family and career, and subtly linking it to the group's new humanistic care strategy. The third step is to launch a social media matrix, purchase trending topics, and invite KOL's key opinion leaders to provide multifaceted interpretations to maintain the buzz for at least a week. Linda spoke at an extremely fast pace, and every detail was precise down to the hour, making it a textbook-level public relations plan. Lu Yanran listened silently, but her gaze involuntarily drifted to the corner of the conference room. Yi Chen was also there. He had been ordered by Lu Yanran to come and sit in on the proceedings. But he clearly didn't take it seriously, sitting cross-legged on the carpet with an open backpack in front of him, which he was carefully stuffing with various baby supplies. He had just accomplished a remarkable feat folding a baby outfit for Nian Nian with one hand in 3 seconds, his skill so deft that all the female assistants present were ashamed of their own abilities. Yi Chen, what's your opinion? Lu Yanran suddenly asked. Linda's report was interrupted, and she and everyone else were stunned. President Lu actually consulted a stay-at-home husband when making decisions? Yi Chen looked up, stuffed a giraffe chew toy into the side pocket of his backpack, thought for a moment, and said very seriously, Linda's assistant's plan is very good and professional. It's like a Normandy landing that has been prepared for 3 months, steady and methodical, step by step. A smug smile appeared on Linda's face. But, Yi Chen changed the subject, we're not going to war. We just want to let everyone know that our family is doing well. With such a big fuss, people who don't know better might think our family is going public. With a pft, a young assistant couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly covered his mouth. Linda's face instantly darkened. So what brilliant idea do you have? She asked impatiently. I wouldn't call it insightful. Yi Chen took out a phone from his bag, swiped a few times on the screen, and then turned the phone towards the large screen to project it. A Weibo profile appeared on the screen. The blogger was called Dry Rice Fatty, and their profile picture was an orange cat. The bio was simple: food, cat petting, and occasional rants. They had 98 million followers. I met this blogger when I was delivering food. Her orange cat has a huge appetite and always orders a 2-person meal, Yi Chen introduced. She never takes ads and only posts things that she thinks are delicious and fun. Her fans are extremely loyal. If she says something, her fans will never go against her. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was staring at Yi Chen as if he were an alien. Entrusting Mr. Lu's priceless family debut to a food blogger? And a cat lover at that? That's insane. Yi Chen. Lu Yanran's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and she felt her blood pressure rising. Yanran, listen to me. Yi Chen stood up and walked to her side. Linda's plan is an announcement, a condescending notification. People will see it, they will discuss it, but they won't believe it. Because it's too far removed from their lives. But it's different when it comes from a fae. It's sharing and discovery. People will think, wow, the treasure blogger I follow has actually uncovered another side of the Ice Queen. They will have a sense of participation and the fun of treasure hunting. This is not public relations, this is explosion. Lu Yanran was stunned. The word detonate was like a spark that instantly ignited a certain area of her brain. She looked at Yi Chen, and there was no joking in his eyes, only a certainty that seemed to see right through people. President Lu, you mustn't. Linda exclaimed anxiously, this is too risky. What if public opinion gets out of control? Do as he says. Lu Yanran interrupted her, her voice not loud, but firm. Linda's mouth opened into an O shape. That afternoon, Dry Rice Fatty updated a Weibo post. There were no lengthy explanations, no flowery language, just a photograph and a sentence. The photo was taken by Ma Liang, the one where Yi Chen brushed the fallen leaves off Lu Yanran's shoulder. In the sunlight, the man lowered his head, his gaze focused and gentle. The woman looked up, slightly startled, a barely perceptible tenderness appearing in her cool eyes. The caption reads, I'm not cooking today. I just want to say that the best love isn't about grand gestures, but about you brushing the dust off my shoulders and me seeing the light in your eyes. No one's name was mentioned. The first minute after the Weibo post was published was calm. In the third minute, comments began to appear sporadically. Has Fatty become a relationship blogger today? This photo is really well taken, is it of some celebrity? 5 minutes in, a sharp-eyed fan screamed in the comments section, holy crap! Look at that woman's profile. Isn't that Lu Yanran from Qingyan Group? This comment is like a drop of water thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The entire Weibo account exploded. It really is Lu Yanran. My God. She's looking at a man with such tenderness. Who is this man? He's so handsome. That doting look in his eyes, I'm completely smitten. This is what a fairy tale romance from a wealthy family should be like. It's a million times sweeter than those artificially sweetened ones. We want wedding photos. We want family photos. Fatty, do you have any left in stock? Hand them over. The popularity soared exponentially. The hashtags hashtag Lu Yanran's fairy tale love hashtag what amazing husband is this hashtag, and hashtag Afeda's great work hashtag dominated the trending topics list and topped the list in just half an hour, without any human intervention and purely based on the enthusiasm of netizens. The public relations department of Qingyan Group was inundated with calls. Linda's hand trembled as she held the receiver. President Lu, the editor-in-chief of fashion magazine, called personally, saying that he doesn't want the cover anymore, and just wants an inside page. President Lu. Our company's website server crashed due to excessive traffic. Mr. Lu. The stock price. Our stock price has surged by 12% in pre-market trading on the US stock market. Lu Yanran sat on the veranda of the courtyard house, holding her phone. She wasn't looking at the financial data, but rather at the comments section. Wah, I used to think that President Lu was an ethereal fairy who didn't eat the food of this world, but now I realize that she just gave all her gentleness to the right person. Didn't you see? The wrinkles on the man's sleeves are marks left from carrying a child. That's life. Putting everything else aside, just based on President Lu's good taste in choosing a husband, I'm going all in on Qingyan stocks. Lu Yanran's cheeks flushed slightly. She was discovering for the first time what it felt like to be praised by a stranger. Yi Chen walked over with a plate of cut fruit. Nian sat in his arms, munching on a small piece of apple. What are you looking at so intently? It's nothing. Lu Yanran quickly locked her phone screen. Oh. Yi Chen put down the fruit plate, glanced at his phone, and a smile appeared on his lips. In his line of sight, on a blue screen visible only to him, numbers were jumping wildly. Progress of the home's business card task. Positive interactions, 9,547,128 10 million. Family reputation index, 8990. Honey, he suddenly said, let us take Nian to the amusement park tomorrow. Lu Yanran was taken aback. Why do you suddenly want to go to an amusement park? Because Yichen lifted his daughter up in front of her, the little one laughing so hard she was drooling. I want the whole world to know that my wife is the gentlest mother in the world. He said mom, not CEO. Looking at her daughter's smiling face, and then at Yichen, Lu Yanran felt a gentle touch on the softest part of her heart. She nodded and said softly, okay. Ding. Progress of the home's business card task. Positive interactions, 10 million completed. Family reputation index, 90 completed. Task rating, S+. Achieving maximum public opinion impact with minimal cost, perfectly realizing the mode effect. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the God-level Director Beginner skill. Reward, 30,000 star coins. Super Dad all-around system. Host, Yichen. Title, Advanced Dad Next Level, Top Dad. Skill. Eagle Eye Analysis Max Level. Comprehension Max Level. God-level Director Beginner. God-level Negotiation Skills Beginner. God-level Landscape Design Beginner. Crisis Management Master Beginner. Aura, United We Stand Passive, Absolute Safety Passive. Assets. Yip Family Trust Fund Beneficiary, Yip Nim Nim. The Imperial Palace Courtyard House in Beijing X1. Love Home Foundation 150 million. Shop in Haicheng High-Tech Education Park X1. Module unlocked. In-game currency, 128,800 star coins. Chapter 40 The CEO's Amusement Park and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Sniper. The largest theme park in Beijing was bustling with people, its vibrant colors resembling an overturned palette. Lu Yanran stood at the entrance, wearing sunglasses that almost covered half her face and a minimalist beige trench coat. Looking at the surging crowd, the giant cartoon figures, and the cloyingly sweet smell of popcorn in the air, she felt a sense of physical discomfort. To her, every decibel here is useless noise, every color is visual pollution. Her world is composed of the red and green of candlestick charts, the black and white of contracts, and the cold gray of the conference room. Let's go, the carousel is in the east section, there are fewer people here at this time. Yichen's voice came from beside him. He pushed a top-of-the-line stroller with one hand, two bulging diaper bags hanging from it, and with the other hand, he naturally took Lu Yanran's wrist, leading her out of the crowd. His steps were unhurried, as if he knew the area like the back of his hand. He was holding Lu Yanran's hand, and the temperature on her wrist felt a little hot. She tried to break free, but found that she had no strength at all. How did you know? She asked. Before coming, I memorized the amusement park's floor plan, peak visitor flow analysis, and the locations of all the mother and baby rooms and first aid stations, Yichen replied matter-of-factly. When taking Yan out, you can't go into battle unprepared. Lu Yanran. Looking at his face, which was radiating an air of everything is under control, she suddenly realized that if she handed the Qing Yan group over to him, he could probably find out where all his competitors' ancestral graves were within a week. As the carousel music began, Lu Yanran found herself sitting on a white wooden horse studded with rhinestones and with a vacant stare. Nian, secured to Yichen's chest with a baby carrier, was excitedly waving her arms and legs and making yeah sounds as she saw such a magnificent and huge toy for the first time. Yichen didn't sit down, but stood next to Lu Yanran's wooden horse, holding the saddle with one hand and protecting his daughter with the other. Lu Yanran watched him. The man's tall figure spun in the dappled light and shadow, moving to the rhythm of the music. His gaze never left his daughter. His eyes were warmer than the brightest crystal chandelier atop the carousel. Young girls nearby recognized them, raised their phones, and exclaimed softly from a distance. It's President Lu and her husband. Oh my God, they're even more beautiful in person than in photos. The way they look at the children is so gentle. There were no flashing lights, no crowds, only kind and blessing glances. The moat that Yichen had built was quietly taking effect. Lu Yanran's heart inexplicably calmed down. She took off her sunglasses and looked at her daughter, who was laughing heartily in her arms. The cold pretense on her face quietly melted away amidst the tinkling music. After getting off the carousel, Yichen's destination was clear: the shooting game area. The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, didn't even raise an eyelid when he saw Yichen pushing the stroller over. 10 yuan for 3 shots, handsome, want to win a doll for your girlfriend? Lu Yanran stood to the side, her brows furrowing as she looked at the crudely made, distorted-eyed plush toys hanging on the wall. In her view, this was an extremely inefficient business model. Boss, get a bigger one. Yichen pointed to a pink rabbit that was a meter tall and looked adorably silly, hanging at the very top. The shopkeeper scoffed, that? 50 yuan a shot, you only get paid if you hit the bullseye 10 times. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. Okay. Yi Chen took out his phone from his pocket and scanned 500 yuan. He took the air gun, which looked like a toy, and weighed it in his hand. Without aiming or preparing, he raised his hand and fired. Bang! 10 rings. The boss's cigarette ash fell onto his pants. Bang! 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 Yi Chen didn't even look at the target. His eyes were fixed on Lu Yanran, a smile playing on his lips, but his hands moved with lightning speed. The gunfire was so dense it sounded like a string of firecrackers. The 10 shots were fired in less than 30 seconds. There is only one bullet hole on the target paper, right in the center of the bullseye. The entire gaming area was deathly silent. The boss stared with his mouth agape, oblivious to the cigarette dripping from the corner of his lips. He looked at Yi Chen as if he were a monster. Boss, the rabbit. Yi Chen handed the gun back to him. Even after the giant pink rabbit was shoved into her arms, Lu Yanran was still somewhat dazed. She looked at Yi Chen, wondering just how many other skills this man possessed that she didn't know about. How could you? I trained in that when I was in the army, Yi Chen explained casually, then tied the silly rabbit to the top of the stroller with a rope. And so, a top-of-the-line stroller, topped with a huge, swaying pink rabbit, paraded through the streets. Lu Yanran felt a little embarrassed, but when she saw her daughter reaching out her little hand to grab the rabbit's long ears, she felt that the scene was not so unacceptable. As night falls, the Ferris wheel lights up one by one, like a crystal tower leading to the starry sky. The elevator car slowly rose, shutting out the noise from the ground. Nian Nian was tired from playing and was sleeping soundly in Yi Chen's arms. Lu Yanran looked out the window at the dazzling night view of the entire capital city spread out below her. This was the height she knew best from her top-floor office at Qingyan Group. She overlooked the city every day, contemplating how to conquer it. But at this moment, her state of mind was completely different. I've never ridden in this before, she suddenly said, her voice very soft. When I was little, my parents brought me here once. Yi Chen looked out the window. My dad is afraid of heights, so he kept his eyes closed the whole time. My mom just kept laughing at him. That was the happiest time I can remember them laughing. Lu Yanran's heart was gently touched. She turned her head and looked at Yi Chen's profile. Under the colorful lights of the Ferris wheel, his features were incredibly soft. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was an urgent message from Linda, followed by a string of exclamation marks. A news link popped up. Shocking scandal. Qingyan Group's new product Rejuvenating Essence exposed to contain harmful substances, potentially causing disfigurement. The report was published by an obscure online media outlet, but the article included a seemingly professional-looking third-party testing report that concluded that Qingyan's products had serious safety hazards. The article was widely reposted on major platforms within 10 minutes of its publication. The stock price of Qingyan Group plummeted in after-hours trading on the U.S. stock market, falling by more than 20%. Lu Yanran's blood turned cold in an instant. This is a sniper shot. A premeditated, precise, and deadly business attack. Choosing the moment when her public image was at its peak, they used the most vicious methods to plunge her and her company into the abyss. Her first reaction was to take out her phone and call the public relations director. A warm hand covered her phone. Don't fight. Yi Chen's voice was calm. What the enemy wants is for you to lose your composure now, to panic and try to explain and refute the rumors. The more anxious you are, the happier they will be. But this is slander. It's fatal. Lu Yanran's voice was filled with suppressed anger. I know. Yi Chen took her phone and put it in his pocket. But today is our family day. He pointed out the window. The Ferris wheel had just reached its highest point. Look, what a beautiful view. Lu Yanran followed his finger and looked at the city lights, which resembled a dazzling sea of stars. But she was no longer in the mood to appreciate them. The sky won't fall down. Yi Chen looked at her with unwavering eyes. Even if it does, it will have to wait until I change our daughter's diaper. Trust me, when the sun rises tomorrow, everything will be different. His words had a strange magic that gradually calmed Lu Yanran's wildly beating heart. She looked at him, then at his sleeping daughter in his arms. The Ferris wheel began to descend slowly. Just as the elevator was about to land, the familiar blue light screen suddenly unfolded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! Detected that Lu Yanran, a core member of the host's family, and her business, Qingyan Group, are under malicious business attack. The family's stability and reputation are facing a major crisis, triggering the main quest, the President's Shield. Mission background: even the strongest moat cannot withstand betrayal from within and sneak attacks from the shadows. A meticulously planned media storm is attempting to destroy everything you've just built for your family. Mission requirements: within 72 hours, identify the mastermind behind the attack, reverse public opinion, thwart the opponent's conspiracy, and restore Qingyan Group's brand reputation and market value to pre-crisis levels, or even higher. Mission reward: God-level hacker beginner, 50,000 star coins. Failure penalty: the system will forcibly revoke all of the host's God-level skills and randomly select one to permanently remove. Chapter 41: The CEO's Shield and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Code. The moment the elevator doors slid open, the clamor of the amusement park, carrying with it the urgency of a storm, rushed in. Lu Yanran's phone, in her pocket, vibrated wildly like a red-hot iron, searing her skin. On the way back to the Imperial Palace, the carriage was deathly silent. The enormous pink rabbit was carelessly tossed onto the back seat, its head tilted, its stitched-up beady eyes witnessing the confrontation between ice and fire inside the car. The cotton candy-like sweetness of the amusement park had been shattered, leaving only the skeleton of reality, cold and sharp. As soon as the car came to a stop in the yard, Yi-Chen unbuckled his seatbelt without the slightest hesitation. He first leaned forward and, with an almost reverent gesture, lifted the sleeping Yin-Yan from her child's seat, the little one's breath brushing against his neck like feathers. Then, with one hand, he picked up the two bulging diaper bags, and with the other, he casually scooped up the silly rabbit toy. He settled his daughter in the nursery, tucked her in, and then lightly tapped the smart panel to adjust the temperature and humidity to the most comfortable level. The whole process was as calm and methodical as if he were executing a meticulously planned procedure that he had rehearsed 1,000 times. The vast courtyard was eerily quiet, creating an unsettling sense of disconnect from the turbulent online world. Lu Yanran stood alone in the empty living room and finally answered the phone that had rang no less than 20 times. President Lu. Assistant Linda's voice came through the receiver, trembling with sobs. It's over. It's all over. Those old fogies on the board have gone mad, jointly demanding an emergency meeting immediately. All the investors' phones are ringing off the hook, asking if we're about to go bankrupt and be liquidated. Lu Yanran's fingertips were as cold as ice. Where's the report? That test report. They investigated. The Ministry of Justice and our colleagues in Switzerland investigated immediately. Linda's voice was full of despair. That Truth Laboratory has a clean background, like a blank sheet of paper. It's a highly reputable independent testing institution in Europe, with no blemishes on its record. Any explanation we give is a joke in the face of their report. This is the most lethal blow. Your opponent not only wants you to die, but also wants you to die knowing exactly what happened, making even the act of struggling seem foolish. Right now, the public opinion outside is in an uproar. Everyone's saying that there's a mole in our Qingyan, who not only leaked the core formula but also falsified data to deceive consumers. They're saying that your trending topics yesterday were all paid publicity stunts. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and immediately dialed the group's legal director. Mr. Lu, the situation is extremely serious. The voice on the other end of the phone was that of the company's chief lawyer, calm to the point of being devoid of warmth. My suggestions are, first, immediately issue an official statement indicating that the group takes this matter very seriously and has established a special task force to conduct a thorough internal investigation. Second, apply for product re-inspection, but this will take time. Third, reassure the major investors and distributors. A standard, correct public relations process, but useless at this moment. The enemy has meticulously planned this, with each step linked to the next, just waiting for you to follow this procedure. If you make a statement, it's tantamount to indirectly admitting the existence of the problem. If you launch a thorough investigation, it gives them more time to spread rumors and smear you. If you try to appease them, you'll only be torn apart even more fiercely by those capitalist vultures who smell blood. Leaning against the mahogany desk in the study, Lu Yanran felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. She was like a lion trapped in an invisible net, possessing immense strength but unable to break free. Smack! A hand reached out and abruptly ended her call. Lu Yanran looked up abruptly, and Yi-Chen was already standing in front of her. He had changed out of his outdoor clothes and was wearing simple home clothes, with a faint scent of baby bath wash on him. From now on, do nothing. He looked at her, his tone as calm as if he were saying, "We'll have noodles for dinner." Are you crazy? Lu Yanran's voice suddenly rose, her emotions spiraling out of control. Do you even know what business is? Silence. In the capital market, 24 hours of silence is tantamount to admitting guilt. That's enough to ruin Qin Yan forever. Then let it be doomed forever. Yi Chen's answer left Lu Yanran speechless. He didn't analyze the pros and cons of the business, nor did he spout any grand theories. He simply took a step forward and looked directly into Lu Yanran's eyes, which were reddened with anger and anxiety. Have you forgotten that photo under the pomegranate tree? Lu Yanran was startled. Have you forgotten how that Weibo post by Fatty Who Eats Rice went viral? His voice was soft, yet it struck Lu Yanran's most taut string with a heavy hammer. That's not public relations, that's real. They're trying to use a fake one to beat the real one we have. If you go out to explain, to make statements, to refute the rumors, you're just jumping into their trap and playing by their rules. Yi Chen's eyes were calm as still water. So, don't do anything. Trust me one last time. Lu Yanran's heart was pounding. In her mind, the business rationality she had built up over a decade in the industry was screaming wildly, warning her that this was suicidal. But what she saw before her eyes was the man's gentle brushing of fallen leaves from the pomegranate tree for her, the figure of him winning the rabbit for his daughter at the shooting range, and the calm confidence in him saying the sky won't fall on the Ferris wheel. Reason and emotion are engaged in a battle between heaven and man. This was undoubtedly the craziest and most absurd decision of her career. A few seconds felt like centuries. Lu Yanran finally picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed Linda. The entire group was waiting for her, the president, to give instructions. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all her emotions had subsided, leaving only a resolute determination to burn her bridges. Linda, pass the word. From this moment forward, all departments and senior executives of Qin Yan Group must maintain absolute silence. No interviews, no statements, and no responses to inquiries are permitted for the next 24 hours. There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Linda's gasp. Yes, Mr. Lu. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yanran felt as if all her strength had been drained away. She slumped into a chair, her hands and feet ice cold. She couldn't tell whether she had believed Yi Chen or the part of herself he had gradually unearthed, the one yearning for the warmth of a family. Yi Chen didn't say anything more, but simply turned and walked out of the study. He returned to his room and closed the door. Before my eyes, the blue system light screen automatically unfolded, and the bright red 72-hour countdown was relentlessly ticking. Ding! Detected that Lu Yanran, a core member of the host's family, and her business, Qin Yan Group, are under malicious commercial attack. Triggering main quest, the President's Shield. Mission reward, God-level hacker beginner, 50,000 star coins. Confirmed, accept reward, Yi Chen silently said to himself. The next second, an indescribable torrent of data, not was hover, but like countless precise chips, was instantly implanted into his cerebral cortex. Countless lines of code, complex network protocols, the topology of the global backbone network, the underlying logic of firewalls, data encryption and decryption algorithms, all knowledge about the digital world was analyzed, reconstructed, and absorbed in an instant, ultimately becoming an instinct for him. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The world seemed unchanged, yet it also seemed completely different. He could see the Wi-Fi signals flowing in the air and sense the operating status of every smart device in the room, as if he had gained a completely new sense. He pulled an unopened box from under the bed, inside which was a brand new, unmarked laptop. Power on. There's no fancy desktop, no complicated icons. The screen lights up, revealing only a pure black background and a solitary, blinking green cursor. Yi Chen's long, slender, and clean fingers landed on the keyboard. Without the slightest hesitation, his hands moved like a blur, unleashing a silent storm on the keyboard. Lines of mysterious commands scrolled across the screen like a waterfall. As he pressed the last enter key, the title of the terminal window quietly changed. A line of cold white characters against a black background exudes a chilling aura. Target locked, Veritas Labs, Geneva, Switzerland. Chapter 42: The Stay-at-Home Dad's Keyboard War and the Enemy's Victory Celebration. Lujiazui, Shanghai, a top-tier club with strict access control. In stark contrast to the deathly silence of the Imperial Palace in Beijing, a boisterous victory celebration was underway here. The air was filled with the rich aroma of Cuban cigars and the fruity scent of top-quality champagne, and the clinking of crystal glasses produced a crisp, melodious sound, like a string of shattered diamonds. Qin Feng, the young master of Hongda capital, was comfortably nestled in a huge leather sofa. He gently swirled the Louis XIII in his glass, the golden liquid casting shimmering shadows on his handsome yet slightly sinister face. Young Master Qin, brilliant. That was a damn brilliant move. A trusted aide wearing gold-rimmed glasses raised his glass, his face full of undisguised flattery. 6 months in advance, he found a shell company in Panama and acquired 30% of Truth Labs shares, becoming its invisible father. Then he had that technician sign a fake report, and after it was all over, he transferred a sum of money and sent his whole family away. This whole chain was so clean that even the king of hell couldn't find a trace of it. Another person immediately chimed in, more than that. The best part is the timing. We waited until that stay-at-home dad surname G had built up her persona to the sky, and then kicked her down. What's she being called online now? A vicious woman. Her husband and children are just props for her acting. TSK, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Ha 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 ha. As Chin Fong listened to these flattering remarks, the smile on his lips grew even wider. He took a sip of his drink, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat and bringing a burning pleasure. Lu Yan ran, she is still the same as before, so self-righteous. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with a morbid pleasure. She always thinks the business world is her chessboard and everyone is her pawn. She may have forgotten how, 20 years ago, her father forced my father to kneel down in public at a board meeting. The confidants around him immediately fell silent. They all knew that this was Qin Feng's true motive. Destroying Qin Yan is just the appetizer. Qin Feng's tone suddenly turned ruthless. I will make her lose everything, her reputation, her wealth, and her ridiculous pride. I will make her kneel before me and beg for my life. He downed the wine in his glass in one gulp, his movements elegant, yet it seemed as if he had drunk the blood of his opponent. Notify our people, the second step can begin. I want Qin Yan to never be able to rise again. Yes, young Master Qin. At the same time, in the capital city, at the Imperial Palace. Yi Chen's room was deathly dark. Only the lonely, blinking green cursor on his laptop screen illuminated his expressionless face. The combination of god-level hacking and eagle-eye analysis formed a completely new logic in his mind. He never even considered directly confronting the firewall of Truth Lab, designed by national-level experts. That was something only a reckless person would do. On the keyboard, his fingers lightly tapped, and the data stream on the screen flashed by. What he's looking for is a person. The report was signed by Hans Muller, a senior technician at the laboratory. Yi Chen did not intrude on any confidential databases. His consciousness, like a ghost, silently traversed the open ocean of the internet. Hans's social media accounts, the posts he liked, the gambling discussion groups he joined, and personal information inadvertently leaked in the comments section. Under the integration of eagle-eye analysis, a clear digital personality was constructed in Yi Chen's mind. A middle-aged man addicted to gambling, burdened with huge online debts, is being driven to desperation by debt collection agencies. Found it. Yi Chen's fingertips traced a blur across the keyboard. He didn't even directly attack the heavily guarded online casino. Instead, like a surgeon, he hacked into a third-rate company that provided the casino with its underlying data services. Amidst the vast and chaotic data stream, he precisely located Hans Muller's hand records from that night. Then, I changed one line of code. Far away in Switzerland, Hans, his eyes red with anticipation as he prepared to gamble away his last fortune, stared at his screen in disbelief. His game, which had numbed him to losses, had been completely reversed in the final second after the river card was dealt, by a card that seemed to appear out of nowhere. He had won. He had won a sum of cryptocurrency enough to pay off all his debts and even allow him to retire with dignity. Ecstasy instantly overwhelmed his last shred of reason. Almost at the same moment, an email from Casino VIP customer service appeared precisely in his inbox. Dear Mr. Muller, congratulations on becoming our lucky star. To celebrate your great victory, we are offering you an exclusive, unlimited VIP access. Click this link to activate. Hans Muller's hands were trembling violently. Greed had made him completely forget the safety rules that had been emphasized countless times in all his professional training. Without hesitation, he clicked the link. The instant the mouse clicked, a green notification calmly appeared on Yi Chen's screen: highest privileges acquired. Like a visitor with the master key, he used Hans Muller's personal computer as a springboard to casually bypass the supposedly impenetrable firewall and enter the internal servers of Truth Lab. The massive amount of data is an insurmountable maze in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Yi Chen's eyes, it is like books in a library, clearly and orderly arranged. His fingers flew across the keyboard, executing precise and efficient search commands. In less than 30 seconds, 2 PDF files stored in different paths were retrieved simultaneously. One document is the original test report for Qin Yan's rejuvenating essence, which concludes that all indicators are perfect and meet the highest EU safety standards. The other report, a fabricated one published online, concluded that the substance contained harmful substances and caused severe allergies. The two reports were generated only 10 minutes apart. A cold smile curved Yi Chen's lips. He didn't stop. Continuing to track the server logs, he quickly located an encrypted email from Hans Muller communicating with the outside world. The email content was encrypted layer by layer, but it was as fragile as paper in the face of the god-level hacker's skills. The attachment contains a bank transfer record. A huge sum of money changed hands 3 times, like a shuffling of cards, through 3 offshore companies registered in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Seychelles respectively, before finally being transferred to an anonymous account in a Swiss bank. Eagle Eye Analysis launched. Yi Chen's mind was like a supercomputer, instantly dismantling and reorganizing the intricate equity structures behind these 3 seemingly unrelated companies. The flow of funds formed a clear map before his eyes. The map's endpoint points to a secret investment account under Hongda Capital that has never been publicly disclosed. Head of Household, Xin Feng. The chain of evidence is now complete. But Yi Chen's fingers remained on the keyboard. His dark eyes held no joy of accomplishment, only a deeper chill. Following the trail he had just discovered, like a shark diving into the deep sea, he silently and completely took control of Qin Feng's personal cloud server. Qin Feng's supposedly impregnable digital fortress was wide open in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen found a subfile in an encrypted folder named Personal Hobbies. The file name is Qingyan Final Solution. He clicked on it. The contents of the document caused Yi Chen to pause his typing for the first time. The document contains not only all the planning details of this media attack, the list of online trolls hired, and the budget expenditure, but also an even more vicious and insane follow-up plan. Qin Feng has already bribed a workshop director at Qingyan Group's factory in the suburbs of Beijing. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, the director will use the excuse of equipment maintenance to put a bottle of high-concentration chemical allergen into a batch of rejuvenating essence stock solution bottles that are about to be packaged and shipped. They want to create real victims. They want to use the bloody facts to completely nail Lu Yanran and Qingyan Group to the cross. Yi Chen stared at the cold text on the screen, and the air in the room seemed to drop several degrees. He slowly raised his head, as if he could see through the walls and into the direction of Lu Yanran's study. That woman was now bearing immense pressure alone, believing she was about to fall into an abyss. She had no idea that her stay-at-home husband had already dug a tunnel straight to hell for her. And they were preparing to kick the enemy down with their own hands. Yi Chen's hands returned to the keyboard. This time, his fingertips carried a chilling killing intent. Chapter 43: The CEO's Counterattack Horn and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Judgment Day. 5:45 a.m. The 24-hour quiet period agreed upon by Qingyan Group is about to end. In pre-market trading on the U.S. stock market, Qingyan Group's stock price predictably triggered the circuit breaker mechanism. The precipitous drop resembled a hideous scar, stinging everyone's eyes. The market was in turmoil, and panic spread like a plague among every investor. In the president's office, Lu Yanran did not sleep all night. The coffee in front of her had gone cold, her haute couture blazer was casually draped over the back of the chair, and her pure white silk blouse was wrinkled in several places. The horizon outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was tinged with the first light of dawn, reflecting on her pale yet still exquisite face. Her eyes showed no sign of defeat. Instead, they were like a blade tempered by the cold night, calm and sharp. The study door was gently pushed open. Yi Chen walked in carrying a cup of warm honey water, instantly filling the air with a sweet aroma. He didn't say anything comforting, but simply placed the cup on the corner of the table, then took a black USB drive from his pocket and gently placed it in front of Lu Yanran. The time for a counterattack has come. His voice was flat, as if he were stating a perfectly ordinary fact. Lu Yanran turned her gaze from the window and landed on the small USB drive, pausing for a full 3 seconds. She looked up at Yi Chen, trying to read something from his face, but that familiar face only showed the usual calm. She took a deep breath and inserted the USB drive into her laptop. After a soft beep, a folder named Gift popped up. There was no messy raw data inside, only a perfectly integrated package of evidence. Lu Yanran's hand holding the mouse trembled slightly. She clicked on the first file, which contained 2 side-by-side PDF reports. The original report on the left had a perfect conclusion, the forged report on the right had a malicious conclusion. The generation times of the 2 reports were clearly marked in red boxes 10 minutes apart. She opened the second file, which was a dynamic chart of fund flows. The funds originated from Hongda Capital's secret account, winding like a ravenous snake through 3 shell companies in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Seychelles, before finally and precisely flowing into an anonymous account at a Swiss bank, perfectly coinciding with Hans Muller's payment records. The third file contains several audio clips. Qin Feng's voice, a mixture of morbid pleasure and ruthlessness, came clearly through the headphones. I want her to kneel before me and beg me. Notify our people that the second step can begin. Lu Yanran's fingertips were icy cold. When she opened the last document titled Final Plan and saw the line about adding a high concentration of chemical allergens to the stock solution tank, she jumped up from her chair, her chest heaving. A mixture of fear and rage made her body tremble uncontrollably. She turned around abruptly, her gaze towards Yichen filled with utter shock and incomprehension. How did you get these? Her voice was hoarse. The firewall of Truth Lab, the financial system of Hongda Capital, Qin Feng's personal encrypted communications, any one of these would be enough to leave the world's top security teams helpless. Yi Chen's answer was so simple it was almost perfunctory. I have some friends. He didn't explain much. This huge information gap itself is the strongest barrier. Lu Yanran stared intently at him, as if trying to see right through him. But a few seconds later, the shock and inquiry in her eyes were replaced by something far more powerful, the icy rage and absolute confidence that belonged to a business queen. She sat down again, her back ramrod straight. The woman who had become haggard in just a few hours was gone, replaced by the decisive and ruthless president of Qingyan Group. Secretary Yang, notify all core executives that there will be a top-level online meeting in 5 minutes. Her voice came through the intercom without a tremor, frighteningly calm. 5 minutes later, the meeting started on time. On the screen, the faces of the group's pillars were filled with anxiety and solemnity. Without uttering a single wasted word, Lu Yanran directly shared her screen. As the chain of evidence was laid bare before everyone, a collective gasp filled the conference room. President, let's release this immediately. We can turn things around in no time, the PR director shouted excitedly. No, Lu Yanran interrupted him, her eyes sweeping over everyone. Public opinion is a battlefield, but not a courtroom. Recklessly throwing all your cards on the internet will only give the other side time to destroy other evidence. Her fingers tapped lightly on the table, each sound like a war drum. We split into 2 groups. First, the legal department and public relations department immediately take copy A of the USB drive and, in the name of the group, submit all the evidence to the State Administration for Market Regulation and the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau respectively. I want to initiate the highest level official investigation, request a comprehensive investigation of Hongda Capital, and issue a travel ban on Qin Feng. Second, Security Department, immediately contact the police in the outskirts of Beijing, bring copy B, and head to Qingyan Factory. I want you caught red-handed. The instructions were clear and decisive. The dejection in the executive's eyes vanished, replaced by an excitement at the prospect of witnessing a thunderous event. Just as Lu Yanran's command fleet officially set sail, another storm was quietly brewing at Yi Chen's fingertips. He extracted the most arrogant and vicious lines from the audio of Qin Feng's victory celebration and anonymously sent them to Dry Rice Fatty, a food blogger with millions of followers on Weibo. 1 minute later, Afei the Dry Rice updated his Weibo with a new post. There was no lengthy explanation, no emotional embellishment, just an audio file and a single sentence. So there really are such disgusting people. This Weibo post, like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, instantly ignited the entire internet. Netizens, still indignant about the truth, clicked on the audio, and Qin Feng's arrogant voice, mixed with the flattering praise of his cronies, clearly spread throughout the entire internet. But then that daddy surname G puts her on a pedestal, and then kicks her down. A vicious woman, her husband and children are just props for her to act. I want her to lose everything, kneel before me, and beg me. The network was silent for 3 seconds. Then came a volcanic eruption of anger. Holy crap! I've been used as a pawn? Is this recording real? Is this person even human? Husband and children are props. So that was a line they made up to mislead us. Ugh. Qin Feng of Hongda Capital, right? I'll remember you. At Ping'an Beijing at State Administration for Market Regulation, is this any of your business? Public opinion underwent a dramatic 180-degree reversal. The hashtag #QinFeng recording hashtag surged to the top of the trending topics list at an unprecedented speed, followed by a bright red explosive sign. In Shanghai, Qin Feng was still fast asleep in the silk bedding of the presidential suite. Bang bang bang. The violent banging on the door startled him from his sweet dream. Who is it? Are you looking for trouble so early in the morning? He cursed as he opened the door, only to see his father, Qin Hongwei, chairman of Hongda Capital, with a livid face. You beast! Look for yourself! Qin Hongwei slammed the phone down in his face. When Qin Feng saw the bright red trending topic on his phone screen, he was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why his flawless plan, his impeccable chain of events, had been exposed overnight, leaving him utterly exposed. Before he could recover from the shock, several uniformed police officers blocked the doorway. The leader flashed his badge and said in a cold, emotionless voice, "Mr. Qin Feng, we are from the Economic Crime Investigation Bureau. We suspect you of commercial defamation, unfair competition, and market manipulation. Please come with us." At the same time, at the Qingyan factory on the outskirts of Beijing, a workshop foreman was furtively carrying a brown glass bottle toward a huge tank of raw materials. Just as his hand was about to unscrew the cap, several powerful flashlights shone on him simultaneously, and several policemen rushed up from behind the equipment, pinning him to the ground. A brown glass bottle rolled to the ground, its label clearly visible: high concentration bifenthrin. The stock market opened at 9 a.m. sharp. Hongda Capital's stock price didn't even have a chance to struggle. It was immediately locked at the daily limit down upon opening, with massive sell orders piling up and no one willing to buy. At 10 a.m. sharp, Qingyan Group held a press conference. Lu Yanran attended in person, and facing the barrage of questions from hundreds of media outlets, she presented all the evidence in a clear and organized manner, including the official documents indicating that an investigation had already been launched. Upon the news, Qingyan Group's stock price surged dramatically after trading resumed, forming a straight red line and violently climbing to its daily limit. In just half a day, its market capitalization surpassed 30% of its pre-crisis level. The capital city, the Imperial Palace. In Yi Chen's mind, the system's notification sound was crisp and pleasant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest, the President's Shield. Task rating, S+. Mission reward, permanent skill God-level hacker beginner, 50,000 star coins. For him, a world-shaking business war was nothing more than the completion of a system mission. That night, the moonlight was as clear as water. Yi Chen sat on the swing in the yard, leisurely scrolling through his phone, watching the overwhelming criticism of Qin Feng online, and occasionally seeing a few comments praising the mysterious whistleblower. A soft footstep came from behind. Lu Yanran changed out of her formal attire and wore a casual beige dress, standing quietly behind him. "Thank you," she said softly. She spoke those two words with some difficulty, but with utmost sincerity. Yi Chen turned around and smiled. "We're all family, no need for formalities." Lu Yanran did not respond to the joke. She was silent for a moment, then took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Yi Chen. The cool moonlight shone on her and illuminated her sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything. She looked directly at him and asked, word by word, "Friends who can do these things are not ordinary people." "Yi Chen, who exactly are you?" Chapter 44: The Queen's Test. I'll only tell half the truth. The cold moonlight bathed the stone path in the courtyard in a frosty white light. Lu Yanran's question was like a pebble thrown into still water, creating ripples in the silent air. "Yi Chen, who exactly are you?" This question, while carrying her usual sharpness, also contained a hint of confusion that she herself was unaware of. Yi Chen's smile remained unchanged, but he did not answer immediately. He stood up from the swing, his gaze passing over Lu Yanran's shoulder, looking at the city's silhouette shrouded in night in the distance. Silence. A full 10 seconds of silence. This was not a panicked moment of being caught off guard, but a deliberate pause, subtly keeping the rhythm of the conversation firmly in one's own hands. Lu Yanran didn't urge her, she simply stood quietly, waiting for an answer. She had plenty of patience, especially when faced with a mystery that might overturn her understanding. "I studied finance in college." Yi Chen finally spoke, his tone flat, as if he were talking about a past event that had nothing to do with him. "The finance department at Tsinghua University has pretty good grades." Lu Yanran's eyelashes twitched almost imperceptibly. Tsinghua University, one of the top universities in China, boasts an undeniably prestigious finance program. However, I'm more interested in coding. Yi Chen turned to look at her again. "So I joined the school's computer club, purely out of interest." His narration was calm, without the slightest hint of boasting. "There are a few, very special guys in that club." Yi Chen paused here, seemingly considering his words. They weren't ordinary students, their backgrounds were mysterious, and their skills were ridiculously advanced. "We got along well back then, But after graduation, they disappeared from my life and scattered all over the world, doing cybersecurity work that ordinary people like us can't even imagine. These words are half true and half false. The abilities the system granted him were real, but this mysterious organization was merely a perfectly crafted shell he had created to deal with the interrogation. Later, something happened in my family, so I dropped out of school. He downplayed the major turning point in his life, but I've always maintained some intermittent contact with them. I used a very, very large favor to get them to help with Qing Yin's matter. He attributed all his extraordinary abilities to a fictional organization, transforming his own mystery into the mystery of his background. This is far safer and more acceptable than admitting to being a god-level hacker. Lu Yanran listened to the whole thing. She didn't speak, she just stared at Yi Chen. The scrutinizing look in her clear, cold eyes didn't diminish in the slightest after this explanation. As the queen who runs a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, she understands the value of human relationships better than anyone else. To be able to mobilize such terrifying power overnight and bring down a behemoth like Hongda Capital is no ordinary favor. It is a huge bargaining chip that would make any national-level conglomerate take notice. Yi Chen, a husband who married into the family, a seemingly ordinary young man, how could he owe and repay such a favor? This story is logically flawless, yet every link in it reveals immeasurable value. She wisely refrained from pressing the matter further. She judged that if she continued to ask, she would only get a more complete story, not the truth. Instead of getting entangled in pointless arguments, it's better to bury this doubt deep in your heart and seek verification in your own way. I see. Lu Yanran suddenly changed the subject, reverting to her usual decisive and ruthless CEO demeanor. Qing Yin Group will immediately establish a special fund to reward the information providers involved in this incident. She looked directly at Yi Chen. The amount won't be less than 9 figures. I need your friend's account. This wasn't a test, it was her logic as a businesswoman. In her view, everything has a price. Such a huge favor must require an equal return. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. They won't accept it. Why? Lu Yanran asked. Their identities cannot be exposed in any way. Any flow of funds could be traced. Yi Chen's reasoning was impeccable. That's the rule. Since I asked them for help, I have to abide by their rules. The refusal to be bound by shared interests further reinforced the image of that mysterious organization. They weren't after money, but only about favors. This makes the fictional organization seem even more mysterious and dangerous. Lu Yanran gave him a deep look. After a long pause, she nodded slightly. Okay. One word, I will no longer persist. She turned and walked toward the brightly lit main house, the sound of her high heels clicking crisply and rhythmically on the stone pavement. The company still has many things to deal with. Qin Hongwei will not give up easily. There will be many tough battles to fight in the future. She didn't turn around, but left behind a single sentence. A completely new understanding developed between the two. A tacit understanding built on a great secret and shared interests, full of tension. Yi Chen watched her figure disappear through the door before the relaxed and carefree expression on his face slowly faded. Dealing with this woman is much more tiring than dealing with Qin Feng. Qin Feng is openly stupid and wicked, while Lu Yanran's every word and action is filled with countless layers of probing and analysis. He turned and went back to his room, closing the door behind him. In my mind, the system's notification sounded at just the right moment, with a hint of playfulness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully maintained your core persona and perfectly avoided the risk of information gap collapse. Temporary mission, the Queen's Torture, completed. Task rating, A+. Mission reward, 1,000 star coins. It seems there are rewards for successfully conning someone. Yi Chen lay on the bed, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the top floor of the Qing Yin Group headquarters, the president's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of Shanghai unfolds like a flowing galaxy. Lu Yanran sat calmly behind her desk. Instead of dealing with the mountain of documents, she turned on her computer and accessed a special database via an encrypted connection. Her fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, bringing up a long-forgotten student record. The header of the file reads Jinhua University in large, gold lettering. The photo shows a young man who was much more youthful than he is now, with a youthful vigor in his eyes. Name, Yi Chen. Department, Finance. Entrance score, 721 points, top scorer in the province, first in the major. Rows of outstanding academic records, various scholarships, and resumes of outstanding student leaders filled the first page of the file, so dazzling that they could not be ignored. This confirms part of Yi Chen's statement. He is indeed a genius in the finance department. However, when Lu Yanran's gaze slid to the second page, all the records came to an abrupt end. In the second semester of my sophomore year, there was only one cold, impersonal label. Student status, withdrawn. Reason for withdrawal, major family tragedy. Lu Yanran stopped moving. Her fingertips tapped lightly, one tap at a time, on the words major change. Chapter 45. The old gods fall silent, the new emperor is crowned? No, it's time to hunt. In Shanghai, almost immediately after the incident, news of Qin Feng's arrest reached the top management of Hongda Capital via an encrypted line. The news reached his father, Qin Hongwei. In stark contrast to Qin Feng's flamboyant and ostentatious manner, Qin Hongwei was currently in a quiet, ancient calligraphy room where you could hear a pin drop. There were no blaring lights inside, only an antique-style palace lantern emitting a warm, yellow glow. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of fine pine soot ink, mixed with the serene aroma of old sandalwood. He was dressed in a loose-fitting cotton and linen tang suit, his wrists suspended on a huge sheet of xian paper, his brushstrokes flowing like dragons and snakes. When the secretary pushed open the door and finished reporting the situation in the lowest possible tone, Qin Hongwei only paused slightly. This meal was the one. A drop of rich, full ink fell silently from the tip of the wolf hairbrush, landing precisely on the final stroke of the character sure, meaning momentum power that was about to be completed. It quickly spread and turned into a dazzling ink dot. A masterpiece that was about to be completed was destroyed in an instant. The secretary's heart clenched, and he dared not breathe. He had followed Qin Hongwei for many years and knew the chairman's temper well. He never roared or threw things, but his silence was more terrifying than any thunderous rage. Qin Hongwei didn't look at the discarded writing, nor at the trembling secretary. He calmly placed the pen on the brush washer and slowly wiped his fingers with a silk handkerchief. To bail someone out? He didn't ask. Make a phone call? He didn't either. He spoke slowly and without any emotion. Compile all the publicly available information, online opinions, and stock price fluctuations of Qingyan Group and our related assets related to this incident into a book and send it to me. Yes, Chairman. The secretary, feeling as if granted a pardon, bowed and withdrew. The calligraphy room returned to silence. Qin Hongwei walked to the side, lit a new stick of sandalwood incense, and watched the rising smoke without any expression. Half an hour later, a thick stack of documents was neatly placed on the mahogany table in front of him. He didn't read the media reports about how Qin Feng was arrested first, but went straight to the end. The stock price chart of Qingyan Group. A perfect deep V-shaped reversal curve. From a sharp drop to panic selling, then to a desperate counterattack at a certain point, and finally a strong rise to recover all lost ground, even faintly reaching a new high. Qin Hongwei tapped lightly on the starting point of the counterattack curve with his fingertips. That's incredibly accurate. Like a seasoned hunter, striking with deadly force at the moment when the prey is most exhausted and relaxed. Without the slightest hesitation or delay. He continued turning the page. It's that audio clip that was leaked across the entire internet. Qin Hongwei put on his reading glasses and personally started playing the program. Qin Feng's foolish, arrogant, and cowardly roar sounded particularly jarring in the quiet calligraphy room. He listened, but his expression remained unchanged. What he cared about was never how stupid his son was, but how the audio was recorded and how it was leaked precisely when public opinion was at its peak. Behind this, there is an unseen hand perfectly controlling the rhythm. Finally, his gaze fell on the printed dynamic cash flow chart that had baffled the entire legal and technical departments of Hongda Capital. The charts were not fancy in fact, they were rather rudimentary. But every clearly marked path of fund transfer, every name of every offshore company, and even the anonymous Swiss bank account code that ultimately led to it, made Qin Hongwei feel a certain pressure for the first time. He stopped moving. It can so easily penetrate the firewalls of 3 offshore companies and accurately trace the information to anonymous Swiss bank accounts, which are known worldwide for their confidentiality. This is not something an ordinary hacker could do. This is something that even ordinary financial intelligence agencies cannot do. The forces behind this go beyond the realm of pure commercial competition. After a long while, Qin Hongwei slowly closed all the documents. A soft snap sounded remarkably clear in the spacious calligraphy room. He picked up the intercom, his voice steady and cold, devoid of any fatherly warmth. Pass the word down. First, regarding Qin Feng, we're waiving any bail options. Let him stay inside until he understands what he did wrong, then we can discuss his release. The secretary on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback, but didn't dare ask why. Second, notify the trading department to activate the highest level market support plan. At any cost, defend the share prices of the group's core assets. Anyone who dares to short the stock at this time will lose their entire life savings. Third, Qin Hongwei paused, picked up the ruined calligraphy work, and looked at the glaring ink spot. Use all the resources of Xin Yuan to investigate. I need to know who was behind Lu Yanran. Meanwhile, in the capital city, thousands of miles away. Inside a heavily guarded courtyard house, the atmosphere was quite different from the tension in Shanghai, carrying a sense of leisure after a hearty meal. This is the old house of the Lu family. Lu Yanran's mother, Qin Lan, along with several influential uncles and aunts, were having an informal family meeting. Yanran did a good job this time. She didn't embarrass the Lu family at all. An uncle took a sip of tea and said slowly, "That kid from the Qin family is still too green. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has Hongda capital. He doesn't even know who Qin Yen Group is. In the end, it's because our Lu family has a strong foundation. No matter how powerful Qin Hongwei is, he wouldn't dare to really break ties with us," another person chimed in, their words brimming with an innate sense of superiority. They were satisfied with Lu Yanran's victory in turning the tide, but naturally attributed all the credit to Lu Yanran's outstanding business acumen, and more importantly, the unbreakable background of the Lu family. As for that young man named Ji Chen, in their eyes, he was nothing more than a white glove that Lu Yanran had found in Shanghai, a pawn pushed to the forefront. Qin Lan, one of the elders, said, looking at Lu Yanran as father, "I've heard that Yanran is getting very close to a food delivery guy in Shanghai? That's not right." "Yes, it's utterly ridiculous," someone immediately chimed in. "Even if our Lu family daughters are looking for a partner, it has to be someone of equal social standing. This kind of scoundrel is fine for a fling, but how can we bring him into the public eye and damage the Lu family's reputation?" Qin Lan was a little embarrassed, but he nodded and said, "What my uncles and elders say is true. This girl is becoming more and more opinionated." He immediately took out his phone and dialed Lu Yanran's number. The call was answered quickly. "Yanran, it's me." Qin Lan's tone was authoritative and left no room for argument. The Shanghai matter was handled well. Now that the storm has passed, find an excuse to give that delivery man next to you some money to get rid of him. Don't let such an irrelevant person affect the reputation of our Lu family. On the other end of the phone, in the president's office of Shanghai Qin Yen Group, Lu Yanran was looking at Yi Chen's academic record on the computer screen. Reason for dropping out of school, major family tragedy. These words seemed to carry immense power. Hearing her mother's matter-of-fact command, she calmly replied with 3 words. "Mom, I'm in a meeting." After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Weigui to say anything more. Inside the office, a dazzling starry sky stretched out through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, but Lu Yanran's face was shrouded in a chill that was even deeper than the night outside. The company she protected, the battles she won, in their eyes, they were still just appendages under the Lu family's halo. The person who truly helped her salvage everything was contemptuously referred to by them as a delivery man who's not presentable. On the other side, at the headquarters of Hongda Capital, Qin Hongwei had already crumpled up the piece of Xian paper stained with ink and thrown it into the wastebasket. He spread out a new sheet of paper, clean and white. This time, he did not write in the powerful running script style. He held his breath and, with utmost solemnity, wrote 2 characters, stroke by stroke, in the very center of the Xian paper. The brushstrokes are steady and powerful, penetrating the paper. Yi Chen. Chapter 46: A Decisive Strike. A dimensional reduction attack from a Fortune 500 company. The celebration of Qin Yen Group's victory has just ended, and the excitement is still lingering. The capital market gave the most direct response, with 3 consecutive limit-up days pushing Qin Yen Group's market value to a new peak. Everyone was immersed in the joy of turning the tide, believing that the gloom hanging over the company had completely dissipated. In the CEO's office, Lu Yanran showed no signs of relaxation. She looked out the window at the bustling city night scene, and the flashing neon lights seemed to her like a pair of prying eyes. President Lu. Assistant Secretary Lin knocked on the door and entered, her steps somewhat hurried. Fagsei Perfumes unilaterally sent a letter terminating the cooperation. Lu Yanran turned around. Reason. They said, the company is adjusting its strategy and there will be insufficient production capacity in the future. Even when Secretary Lin repeated this lame reason, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of absurdity. Fags, one of Europe's largest fragrance suppliers, has been working with Qingyan Group for over a decade and is the core cornerstone of its high-end product line. Insufficient production capacity? Lu Yenran repeated these 4 words as if she were chewing on a tired joke. Have their European president call me back. I've already called, but the other party's secretary said that the president is attending an important international conference and cannot answer the phone at the moment. Lu Yenran didn't say anything more, but simply waved for Secretary Lin to leave first. An indescribable unease began to grow in her heart. Just half an hour later, she received an urgent email in her internal inbox from the South American branch. A raw material supplier that provides the group with a certain key plant extract announced that it will suspend exports to China for 3 months, citing temporary tightening of local export policies. If the first termination letter was an accident, then this email is a clear wake-up call. Lu Yenran immediately pressed the internal phone button. Notify all senior executives that an emergency meeting will be held in half an hour. Also, have the purchasing department immediately conduct a risk assessment of all core suppliers in our global supply chain. I need a complete report. Her instructions were clear and swift, without a trace of panic. But only she knows that a storm more dangerous than a public opinion crisis may be brewing. Half an hour later, in the conference room of Qingyan Group, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. All the senior executives were present, their faces etched with solemnity and bewilderment. This was a stark contrast to their high spirits at the celebration party just days earlier. Just now, we received 3 more notifications. Lu Yenran's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. This, the company responsible for packaging materials in North America, is required to suspend its production lines due to environmental reviews. Australian farms that supply base oils have claimed to have encountered a rare pest infestation. There's also the Japanese partner lab that terminated the technology license for our next generation products. With each word she spoke, the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop a degree. Within a single day, 5 of our 7 core raw material and technology suppliers, on which we depend for survival, simultaneously terminated their cooperation with us for various seemingly unrelated reasons. Lu Yenran looked around at everyone and spoke slowly and deliberately. Everyone, do you think this is a coincidence? A deathly silence. Everyone present is a seasoned businessman. No one would be naive enough to believe this is a coincidence. These 5 companies, located on 4 continents and belonging to different industries, share only one thing in common: they are all indispensable links in Qingyan Group's production chain. The fact that they all went wrong on the same day suggests that there must be an unseen hand manipulating things behind the scenes. This is a strangulation, the vice president of production said with difficulty. A precise strangulation targeting our supply chain. His words expressed the sentiments of everyone. Public opinion attacks are like aerial warfare. You can see the enemy and fight back. The strangulation of the supply chain is like a submarine underwater, launching a deadly torpedo from the very foundation when you least expect it. What about backup suppliers? An executive asked the purchasing director urgently. Don't we have a plan B? The purchasing director's face was as pale as paper. He pushed up his glasses, stood up while holding onto the table, and his voice was trembling. I contacted them. The German company offered 3 times the price and required full prepayment with delivery in 6 months. How is this any different from robbery? Both of the American companies had contacted us before and were very enthusiastic. But when they heard it was Qingyan, they both refused outright, saying that all their production capacity had already been booked. And several domestic companies also made various excuses to refuse. After finishing his speech, the purchasing director slumped down, exhausted. An invisible net has been completely tightened. The other side has not only severed your aorta, but also blocked all the blood vessels that could be used for bypass surgery. If the raw materials can't arrive, how long can our production line be maintained? Lu Yenran asked the deputy general manager of the production department. The high-end line can last a maximum of 5 days. The daily chemical line can last for half a month. But after half a month, if there is still no replenishment of raw materials, the entire group's production will come to a complete standstill. Shut down. These 2 words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. For a giant like Qingyan, a single day's production line shutdown would result in astronomical losses. The stock price would plummet, distributors would panic, and consumers would lose confidence. All the advantages accumulated from winning that battle would vanish in a short period of time. This crisis is more deadly than the last one. The meeting ended unhappily, without reaching any effective conclusions. Late at night, in the study of the Liu family villa, Liu Yanran sat in a chair, with a cup of coffee that had gone cold on the table in front of her. She no longer relied on the company's team. Instead, she used her last trump card, the Liu family's connections. She made her first call to a family friend of her father, who had deep roots in South America.
Uncle Wang, it's me, Yanran.
Oh, it's Yanran. What's up so late? The other person's tone was quite polite. I'd like to inquire about the export policies for plant-based raw materials from South America.
Oh dear, this matter.
The other person's tone immediately changed, becoming vague. Well, how should I put it? The waters run deep.
Yanran, take my advice. Has your Qing Yan recently offended someone she shouldn't have?
Before Liu Yanran could ask any further questions, the other party hurriedly hung up the phone.
She then dialed the second, the third.
The replies received were largely the same. Those friends and uncles who had once greeted her with smiles and addressed her as brothers now avoided her like the plague. They were either evasive or hinting that she had a powerful backer, someone even the entire Liu family couldn't afford to offend. We will certainly give Brother Gua face, but we are truly powerless to help in this matter. Yanran, it's not that we don't want to help, it's just that the other party has too much influence, and we don't want to get ourselves into trouble.
You'd better watch yourself.
The last call was abruptly ended. Only the busy tone of the dial tone remained in the study. Liu Yanran leaned back in her chair, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. She finally understood how utterly insignificant the Liu family background that her father and uncles talked about was in the face of a truly behemoth.
In another room,
Yi Chen was sitting in front of his computer. The screen wasn't displaying games or movies, but rather an extremely simple audio monitoring interface. This was part of the smart security system he had previously deployed at home for Liu Yanran's safety. He heard every phone call Liu Yanran made in the study. I heard her go from being calm and collected at the beginning, to arguing her point of view in the middle, and finally to that almost imperceptible sigh of exhaustion at the end.
He didn't move. I just listened quietly.
Just then, his phone screen lit up, and a news notification popped up. Qin Hongwei, chairman of Hongda Capital, was invited to attend the World Energy Forum and held meetings with business leaders from multiple countries.
Yi Chen opened the news.
The accompanying photo shows Qin Hongwei, dressed in a well-tailored suit, holding a glass of champagne and chatting happily with a blonde, blue-eyed European man. The caption of the photo clearly identifies the European man.
Global CEO of Fags Perfumes Flavors. Chapter 47, All In with 50,000 star coins. Tonight, I am the Wolf of Wall Street. Dawn broke. Liu Yanran sat in the study all night.
On the table in front of me were a dozen or so A4 sheets of paper covered with writing, each representing an emergency plan. Option A, regardless of cost, air freight raw materials globally. However, this would only provide temporary relief. The exorbitant transportation costs would instantly devour Qingyan Group's already meager working capital, lasting at most a week. Option B, find alternative raw materials. However, the formulas of high-end cosmetics are core secrets. Changing even one ingredient can have far-reaching consequences. Replacing any raw material would require months of testing and approval, which is not a quick fix. Option C is to initiate legal proceedings and sue the suppliers who unilaterally breached the contract.
However, transnational litigation is protracted, and by the time a verdict is reached, Qingyan Group will be long gone. Every option is a dead end.
Behind every solution lies a high cost, and each is merely a temporary fix that does not address the root cause.
For the first time, Liu Yanran experienced this utterly devastating powerlessness. The opponent is right there, Qin Hongwei and Hongda Capital. His figure is clearly visible, and his intentions are obvious, but you just can't find his physical form and can't launch any effective counterattack against him. He didn't send anyone to cause trouble at the company, nor did he spread any negative rumors. He simply moved his finger, mobilized the power of capital, and cut off your lifeline. This is not a war on a single dimension. This is a dimensional reduction attack. Yi Chen closed the audio monitoring interface on his computer.
The silence in the study was more unsettling than the desperate ringing of telephones. He knew very well that this crisis had gone beyond the scope of simple hacking techniques. You can hack into a company's server, you can paralyze a region's network, but you can't use code to change a sovereign nation's export policy, much less use a keyboard to fight against a financial behemoth's global network of traps.
Qin Hongwei was employing an open strategy. Upright and honest, yet flawless.
Yi Chen slowly opened another interface, a system interface that only he could see, emitting a pale blue halo. In the upper right corner of the interface, a string of numbers stands out prominently. Star coins, 50,000. This was the huge reward he received from the system after completing the S+ level mission Operation Elimination of Industrial Spies. He hadn't touched the money. He skillfully opened the system store, his gaze landing on the skill tree that had already been unlocked for the God-level hacker class. Next to the previously grayed out upgrade option, a brand new icon, emitting a faint golden glow, is now gently shimmering, as if extending an invitation to him. Master level financial trader beginner. Yi Chen's fingertip hovered over the icon. A line of explanatory text then appeared. Skill description: grants the host of financial acumen and data analysis capabilities that surpass those of previous eras, enabling them to discern the essence of capital flows and execute precise trades. Unlock price: 50,000 star coins. The price was exactly what he had in common. This is almost an explicit statement. The system was telling him that to deal with a tycoon like Qin Hongwei who made his fortune through capital, he had to use the weapon he was most familiar with and most proud of to completely defeat him on his own battlefield. Use magic to defeat magic. Use capital to defeat capital. Yi Chen no longer hesitated. His finger tapped lightly on the virtual screen. Unlock. In an instant, the 50,000 star coins in the account were wiped out. A massive torrent of information, indescribable in words, flooded his mind. It's not a dry, indoctrination process, but rather an almost instinctive awakening. Dow theory, Elliott wave theory, Gann theory, chaos theory, countless classic financial models were deduced, integrated, and evolved in his mind. Every jump in the candlestick chart, every rise and fall in trading volume, was no longer just boring numbers in his eyes, but a symphony composed of greed and fear. In an instant, he seemed to possess the innate market sense of a top trader who had been immersed in the capital market for a century. Yi Chen closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. The whole world, in his perception, had become completely different. He turned on his computer again, and this time, instead of code, the screen displayed a vast directory of global suppliers and a database of companies. Activate Eagle Eye Analysis. Combining his basic financial trading skills, his brain became a highly precise analyzer. He didn't waste time looking at those well-known international raw material giants. Those companies were either allies of FAGs or had already been infiltrated by Qin Hongwei through capital investment. Going to them now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. His goal was crystal clear from the very beginning. Those small factories that were acquired by giants and marginalized due to strategic adjustments, but still retained independent production lines and core technologies. Those high-quality companies that are about to be packaged and sold off as non-performing assets because their parent companies are experiencing financial crises. They are hidden gems in the jungle of capitalism, treasures overlooked at the feet of giants. The data stream scrolled wildly across the screen, so fast that it was impossible for the average person to see it clearly. One company after another was selected and then quickly eliminated. This one won't do. Its shareholding structure is complicated and has the shadow of Western capital. This company's technology is outdated and has no value for acquisition. This company has union issues, which is a problem. Time passed by, second by second. The sky outside the window was already turning a pale white. Just then, Yi Chen stopped moving. His gaze was fixed on a message on the screen. Target, Takeo Chemical. Location, Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Penang Free Trade Zone. Core technology, possesses third-generation cyclohexanone derivative purification technology with a purity of up to 99.8%, a globally leading technology. Current status: its parent company, Pan Asia Chemical Group, declared bankruptcy protection last week due to a broken debt chain caused by overexpansion. Tyco Chemicals, as a non-core asset, will be auctioned off by the liquidation team to repay some of the debt. Auction date, 3 days from now. This is it. A gold factory with top-notch refining technology is about to be auctioned off at scrap metal prices due to the parent company's foolish decisions. This is practically a lifeline tailor-made for Qingyan Group. Yi Chen closed all the pages and stood up. He hadn't slept all night, but he felt no sleepiness at all. He stepped out of the room. The villa was quiet in the early morning, filled with the aroma of coffee and a faint sense of despair. He went to the kitchen, where the aunt had already prepared breakfast for Lu Yanran, a simple sandwich and a cup of black coffee, quietly placed on a tray, waiting for the hostess to come down and get them. Yi Chen picked up a note and a pen from the dining table. A few rustling sounds. He wrote down a line. There were no further explanations, no words of comfort. There is only the name of the factory and an address. He gently placed the folded note on Lu Yanran's breakfast plate, next to the cold coffee.
Chapter 48: The CEO's Expedition and the Stay-at-Home Dad's Hunting Ground.
When Lu Yanran walked downstairs, she was greeted not by the morning sunlight, but by the deathly silence of the room. The aroma of coffee had long since cooled, mingled with a faint sense of despair. She spotted the tray on the table immediately. That was the breakfast her aunt had prepared for her, a sandwich and a cup of black coffee. The food was untouched, and the coffee was cold. Next to that cold cup of coffee, a folded sticky note lay quietly.
Lu Yanran walked over and picked up the note. There was only one line of text on the paper.
The handwriting wasn't particularly beautiful, but it exuded an undeniable power.
Taiko Chemical, Penang Free Trade Zone, Malaysia. There was no explanation, no comfort, just a name and an address. This was left behind by Yi Chen. Lu Yanran realized this almost instantly. This man, in her most desperate moment, didn't say a single unnecessary word, but simply gave her this inexplicable address. What does he want to do? Should we send her on a trip to relax? A nameless anger surged in my heart, but it was quickly extinguished by immense exhaustion and a sense of powerlessness. She no longer had the energy to get angry. She took out her phone and dialed her assistant's number, her voice slightly hoarse from not having slept all night. Mr. Lu, you're awake? Investigate.
Lu Yanran interrupted the other person's greeting directly.
Investigate what, Mr. Lu? The assistant was a little confused. A company.
Lu Yanran read the words on the note carefully, Taiko Chemicals, in Malaysia in Southeast Asia.
There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone.
President Lu, we should focus all our efforts now on finding a new raw material supplier, this company.
Investigate as I say.
Lu Yanran's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority.
I need all its information, immediately.
After hanging up the phone, she gripped the note tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. She didn't know why she was doing it. Perhaps this is just the last straw that a drowning person is grasping at. Even if you know it's useless. Half an hour later, the core executives of Qin Group were summoned to the villa's conference room by an urgent phone call.
Everyone's face was etched with exhaustion and anxiety.
Lu Yanran sat in the main seat, expressionless. Her assistant strode in, holding a freshly printed document, her breathing rapid.
Mr. Lu, we've found it.
The assistant's voice trembled slightly with disbelief. Taiko Chemicals, located in the Penang Free Trade Zone, Malaysia, is a factory mainly engaged in the purification of cyclohexanone derivatives.
Get to the point, Lu Yanran interrupted him.
The assistant swallowed hard and turned to the second page of the report. The key point is that their core technology is the third-generation cyclohexanone derivative purification technology, with a laboratory purity of up to 99.8%, which is globally leading.
What?
A collective gasp filled the conference room. Everyone knows what this number means.
This means a monopoly.
This means the right to define industry standards. Why have we never heard of such a powerful company? A vice president asked, raising the question on everyone's mind.
The assistant's expression became even stranger. Because it was wholly acquired by Pan Asia Chemical Group 3 years ago.
After the acquisition, due to the strategic adjustment of Pan Asia Group, Taiko Chemicals' business was marginalized, and it only retained the most basic production line, and hardly supplied to external parties.
And now? Lu Yanran pressed.
Now the assistant took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell. Its parent company, Pan Asia Chemical Group, suffered a loss in its South American investments, leading to a broken debt chain, and just declared bankruptcy protection last week. Taiko Chemicals, as a non-core asset, will be packaged and auctioned off by the liquidation team to repay debts. The auction will take place in 3 days.
The entire conference room was deathly silent.
Everyone felt as if they had been hit hard on the head with a sledgehammer. The technology is among the world's leading.
It is about to be auctioned off as scrap metal. There are only 3 days left.
This is simply a miracle tailor-made for Qin Group. The only chance of survival. All eyes were on Lu Yanran, filled with fervor, excitement, and a hint of inquiry. Lu Yanran, however, did not look at them.
Her thoughts were completely occupied by another question. Yi Chen, how did he know?
The bankruptcy of Pan Asia Group was news last week, but the news that Taiko Chemicals was being auctioned off as a non-core asset is definitely inside information, and even many creditors may not be aware of it yet. How did he, a stay-at-home dad, manage to accurately retrieve this information from a vast global corporate database before the information blockade was broken? How many secrets is this man hiding? Lu Yanran felt a chill run down her spine, but she immediately suppressed the emotion. Now is not the time to delve into this. She stood up, looked around at everyone, and spoke with unwavering resolve. Notify the crew to prepare the special plane. A negotiation team composed of heads of all relevant departments. Target, Southeast Asia. I will personally lead the team. This is a life-or-death battle for Qin Yan Group, and she must be present at the scene. Before leaving, Lu Yanran, for the first time ever, pushed open the door to the nursery. Yin Yanyan was sleeping soundly, her small chest rising and falling, with a sweet smile on her face. Lu Yanran stood by the crib for a very long time. She reached out, seemingly wanting to touch her daughter's cheek, but her hand stopped in mid-air and eventually withdrew. Stepping out of the room, Yi Chen was leaning against the wall in the corridor, quietly waiting for her. I'm leaving the family to you. Lu Yanran spoke, her words a mixture of entrustment, apology, and a trace of dependence that she herself was unaware of. Yi Chen nodded and only said one sentence. Be safe. An hour later. A Gulfstream G650 private jet soared into the sky, cutting through the dawn of Beijing, and flew toward the unknown battlefield in the south. Silence returned to the villa. Yi Chen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, watching the plane disappear into the horizon. Until that little white dot completely disappeared. He slowly turned around. In that instant, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. That gentle, lazy, homey atmosphere typical of stay-at-home dads has receded like the tide. Instead, there is an almost cruel coldness and sharpness. His hunt is only just beginning. Without pausing, he went straight back to his study and sat down at the computer. The screen lights up. What appears above is no longer a supplier directory, but a real-time data stream of the global financial market, a mix of red and green, fluctuating wildly. In his eyes, these were no longer boring numbers. This is the lifeblood and pulse of the vast empire that Qin Hongwei built with capital. Each fluctuation represents the flow of funds. Each rise and fall reveals the breadth of the empire. God-level financial trading skills activated. Yi Chen's brain instantly synchronized with the global financial network. A massive torrent of data flooded into his consciousness. Hongda Capital. Qin Hongwei's flagship. He began to analyze the financial layout of Hongda Capital and all its affiliated companies one by one. Stocks, bonds, foreign exchange, commodities. There are also financial derivatives, futures contracts, and equity pledges hidden beneath layers of complex structures that are completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Qin Hongwei's defenses were built to perfection. In order to stabilize the group's core assets, he invested a large amount of money in several seemingly rock-solid sectors such as energy, infrastructure, and biomedicine, forming a solid capital barrier. Any conventional short-selling method is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of such a massive barrier. But under Yi Chen's eagle eye, even the most perfect structure has flaws. The data flow was constantly being disassembled, reconstructed, and extrapolated in his view. Time passed by, second by second. Yi Chen suddenly stopped moving. He found it. On the periphery of Hongda Capital's vast financial empire, in a portfolio completely unrelated to its core business. An extremely small, extremely hidden, yet incredibly deadly structural vulnerability. It was a hedge fund composed of a sophisticated combination of various highly leveraged financial derivatives, designed to hedge against systemic risks in a specific market. The design is flawless. There is only one question. One of its underlying assets has a negligible negative correlation with a small, insignificant agricultural index futures contract in Europe. This linkage will never be triggered under normal market conditions. But what if extreme situations occur in the market? Yi Chen's fingertips tapped lightly on the keyboard. He used an anonymous account that had just been registered overseas and had no connection to him to convert all of his small savings into a highly leveraged index fund. Then, without making a sound, they bought the opposite of that European small agricultural index futures contract with all their funds. He pressed the confirm button. A tiny sum of money, like a drop of water, flows into the vast ocean of the global financial market. It didn't cause a ripple. Chapter 49. You're playing dirty? My husband is a world-class hacker. Southeast Asia, the international airport of a capital city. The heat wave, mixed with the humid air, hit us in the face. As soon as Lu Yanran and her Qingyan Group negotiation team stepped off the covered bridge, they felt a heat completely different from that of the capital.
The airport's announcements were playing in a local language that I couldn't understand.
The group looked slightly tired, but more than that, they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming business negotiations. As agreed, a representative from the near-bankrupt biopharmaceutical factory was supposed to be waiting for them at the exit with a sign.
However, when they walked out of the arrival hall, they did not see any signs that read Qingyan Group or Lu Yanran's name.
Instead, several local officials wearing white uniforms and badges on their shoulders were present. The leader was a middle-aged man with dark skin, but his smile was exceptionally standard and warm.
"Excuse me, are you Ms. Lu Yanran from Beijing, China?" he asked in fluent Chinese. Lu Yanran's assistant stepped forward and politely replied, "Yes, that's us." "And you are?"
The middle-aged man's smile remained unchanged. "I am an official from the Ministry of Economic Development of our country. My name is Baong."
"We extend our warmest welcome to President Lu."
The people behind him presented him with several garlands made of fresh flowers at just the right moment.
The assistant was somewhat surprised, but still took it and whispered to Lu Yanran, "President Lu, why such a grand affair? We weren't notified beforehand."
Lu Yanran didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly and accepted the flower wreath.
Her intuition told her something was wrong.
This excessive enthusiasm from the government goes beyond the scope of normal business hospitality.
Basong gestured for them to proceed to the convoy outside the airport. "Mr. Lu and everyone have come from afar, thank you for your hard work.
We have already arranged your hotel accommodations, please follow me."
Lu Yanran, the vice president,
couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Baong, we have an appointment with the factory to conduct an on-site inspection first."
Basong's smile remained unchanged. "The inspection is not urgent. You are important foreign guests and should get some rest first. Everything has been arranged for you."
His words were impeccable, but the unquestionable sense of authority he exuded made everyone on the team feel a little uneasy. The convoy consisted entirely of black Mercedes-Benzes, with a pickup truck carrying military and police personnel acting as escorts at the front and rear.
"This is hardly a business reception. This is clearly security treatment worthy of a head of state."
The car drove smoothly away from the airport, through the city, and finally headed towards the quiet suburban coastline. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a resort hotel surrounded by high walls and lush tropical plants. The hotel was magnificent, with 2 rows of heavily armed guards standing at the entrance. Seeing this setup, the youngest member of the team was already feeling uneasy.
"President Lu, what's going on?" Lu Yanran did not answer.
She got out of the car and calmly looked at everything in front of her.
"This place is beautiful.
But it also resembles a magnificent prison."
Baong, still beaming, led them into the hotel lobby.
"For ease of management and to ensure the safety of all our VIPs, we need to temporarily hold your passports.
We ask for your cooperation."
This sentence finally tore away all the pretense.
"This is a form of house arrest." Lu Yanran's heart sank. "Mr. Basong, I want to know, what does this mean?"
Her voice was cold. Basong's smile faded slightly for the first time, but he remained polite. "President Lu, you will understand soon.
Please believe that we have no ill intentions."
The team members looked at each other, but under the watchful eyes of several armed guards, no one dared to resist. They were forced to hand over their passports. Afterwards, everyone was politely escorted to their respective luxury suites.
The moment the door closed, Lu Yanran immediately took out her phone. No signal. The signal bar in the upper left corner of the screen is empty.
She then tried connecting to the hotel's Wi-Fi, but the network list was empty. She couldn't find any available networks at all.
All communications have been blocked. She walked to the window and looked down at the guards stationed every 3 or 5 steps in the garden, finally realizing her predicament.
This is not a business negotiation.
This is an elaborate trap.
At this moment, Qin Hongwei personally planted the seeds of hatred, which quickly grew to their full potential.
The next day,
the atmosphere within the team had become extremely tense. A night of isolation made everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. At 10 a.m., there was a knock on the door of Lu Yanran's suite. Instead of a hotel waiter, a man in a well-tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses entered. He appeared refined, cultured, and polite.
"Mr. Lu, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Mr. Qin Hongwei's agent."
The man smiled and spoke in near-perfect Mandarin. Lu Yanran sat on the sofa without getting up, just staring at him coldly.
"Where is Qin Hongwei?" Let him come and talk to me himself.
The agent pushed up his glasses, completely unconcerned by her attitude. Chairman Qin is extremely busy, he doesn't need to personally handle such a small matter. He sent me here to tell President Liu that the ownership of that biopharmaceutical factory was actually decided internally a week ago. He paused, admiring Lu Yanran's increasingly cold expression. So, your trip this time is destined to be in vain.
Lu Yanran, so you went to all this trouble to lure us here and put us under house arrest just to tell me this? Of course not.
The agent pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, leaning forward slightly. This is just an environment where you, Mr. Liu, can calm down and listen to us discuss the terms.
He took a document out of his briefcase and placed it on the table. Chairman Qin's meaning is very simple.
As long as you, Mr. Liu, agree to transfer 51% of your shares in Qingyan Group to Hongda Capital free of charge, I guarantee that you and your team will be able to board a plane back to Beijing this afternoon.
Lu Yanran looked at the equity transfer agreement and suddenly smiled. It was a cold laugh born of extreme anger. A free transfer? 51%?
Qin Hongwei's appetite is really quite large. The agent seemed oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, maintaining her professional smile. Chairman Qin has always believed that Qingyan Group is a hidden gem under your management. Only by merging into Hongda Capital's portfolio can it realize its greatest value.
Go back and tell Qin Hongwei, Lu Yanran said, emphasizing each word, let him dream on. The agent wasn't angry. He stood up and straightened his suit. President Liu, you don't need to answer so quickly. Chairman Qin is very patient, you can think about it here. The scenery here is very nice, consider it an early vacation.
After saying that, he turned and left.
The suite fell silent once more.
The team members quickly learned of the news through their respective channels, and the entire team was instantly plunged into despair.
They were trapped in a foreign land, with no one to turn to for help.
The other party used forces with semi-official local connections, rendering any conventional means of seeking help ineffective.
Are we doomed? A young female employee finally broke down in tears. Lu Yanran forced herself to calm down. She quickly analyzed the possibilities of escape. Force your way in? There are armed guards everywhere outside. SOS? All communications have been cut off. Call the police? You're kidding, the police are just there to watch them. The conclusion is that it is almost zero. At the same time, the capital city, thousands of miles away.
Yi Chen has been sitting in front of the computer in his study for more than 24 hours. The candlestick charts of the financial markets were still flashing on the screen, but he no longer looked at them. His phone lay to the side, the screen displaying his 10th call to Lu Yanran.
No one answered the phone. Since yesterday afternoon, Lu Yanran's phone has been unreachable.
According to their agreement, being out of contact for more than 12 hours means something has happened.
Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, but his dark eyes were icy cold, devoid of any warmth.
He closed the window of the financial software. Instead, there was a completely black terminal interface with only a line of green cursors flashing.
God-level hacking skills activated. Without the clamor of frantic keyboard pounding, Yi Chen's fingers danced gracefully and calmly across the keys, as if playing a prelude to death.
Lines of complex code flowed across the screen. The global communication network was like an undefended backyard to him. The so-called signal jamming and physical isolation were nothing but a joke to him. He easily bypassed the national firewall of a Southeast Asian country, infiltrated its satellite communication system, and then traced back to the deliberately hidden source of the signal jamming.
A high-precision satellite map unfolds on the screen. The map zoomed in quickly and finally settled on a scenic coastline. A red dot is silently flashing inside a resort hotel building. Location confirmed. But Yi Chen did not stop. His fingers tapped again. Another command was entered. Activate MikeStealth.exe. He wanted to activate a backup program on Lu Yanran's phone, a program he had personally implanted that could be remotely woken up under any circumstances and silently turn on the microphone.
After doing all this, he put on a pair of black noise-canceling headphones. The world fell silent instantly. After a few seconds of static, a clear, polite yet threatening male voice came through the earpiece. That was the agent who had returned, issuing a final ultimatum to Lu Yanran.
President Liu, Chairman Qin's patience is limited.
We hope to see your signature before noon tomorrow.
Chapter 50, a single phone call left a trillionaire drenched in sweat.
The very next second after he pressed the confirm button, a tiny earphone, smaller than a grain of rice and hidden in his collar, suddenly emitted a very faint electrical buzzing. This earphone is part of the positioning and pickup device hidden in the necklace that he personally put on Lu Yanran before she set off. At this moment, it is transmitting intelligence from the other end in real time via satellite link. A hoarse male voice with a heavy accent came through the electrical current. "Miss Lu, don't be nervous. We just want you to visit our boss for a few days. Our patience is limited, and we hope you and your team can cooperate. Otherwise, it's quite normal for a few tourists to go missing in this primeval jungle every year." A blatant threat, without any attempt to conceal it. In the study, Yi Chen remained completely still. But centered on him, the temperature of the entire space seemed to be instantly drained away, plummeting to an extreme freezing point. He did not contact the embassy. They also did not call any official helplines. Qin Hongwei, a cunning old fox who has been immersed in the capital market for decades, is meticulous in his actions. Since he dares to take action overseas, he must have made thorough preparations, and may even have already bribed local connections. Following the official procedures will only lead to getting bogged down in his preset trap and wasting your most precious time. Right now, what he lacks most is time. Yi Chen slowly sat up straight. He put his hands back on the keyboard. This time, his 10 fingers no longer tapped lightly, but transformed into phantoms. The global financial data stream on the screen disappeared instantly, replaced by lines of rapidly scrolling code. Skynet system activating. A backdoor to global communication networks has been established. Target locked, all active communication devices surrounding the signal source of the Lu Yanran necklace. Enter a single command. Almost instantly, a cell phone signal that was in the middle of a call was precisely captured. Signal source identity matching. Qin Hongwei's overseas agent, Mario Fernandez. Level 1 intrusion protocol, execute. Without pausing, Yi Chen bypassed the other party's phone firewall as if he were entering his own backyard. Call logs. Short message. Chat logs from social media apps. Private photos in the album. Bank transfer records. An encrypted memo. Everything was completely copied and packaged into an encrypted file in less than 3 seconds, which then lay quietly on Yi Chen's computer desktop. He even saw a recording of a call that the other party had just ended. It was a call to a powerful figure in the local military. The content is about how to deal with Lu Yanran's entire team, disguised as an accident. Yi Chen turned off the data stream. He found another number in that encrypted file. A private number from Europe, protected by multiple layers of security. Qin Hongwei's phone number. He took out a brand new, encrypted phone with no records and dialed directly using a newly generated anonymous number. The signal travels through dozens of relay stations around the world before finally reaching its destination. A private lounge at a top economic forum in Europe. Qin Hongwei was holding a glass of red wine, chatting and laughing with several European bankers. The vibration of his phone made him frown slightly. Upon seeing the completely unfamiliar number, he initially intended to hang up immediately. But for some reason, a strange palpitation made him press the answer button as if possessed. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and waved for the others to leave temporarily. Hello? There was complete silence on the other end of the phone. Qin Hongwei's patience is wearing thin. Who? Finally, a young male voice, specially processed to be devoid of any emotion, rang out. Chairman Qin, you need to tighten the leash on your dog. In short. Qin Hongwei's blood seemed to freeze for a moment. His composure and demeanor, built up over decades, nearly crumbled at this moment. The other party knew his identity. The other party referred to his subordinates in this way. This is absolutely not a prank call. Who are you? Qin Hongwei tried his best to keep his voice steady, but the slight tremor had already been transmitted to Yi Chen's ears through the electric current. Yi Chen did not answer his question. He began reciting in a flat, emotionless tone. 3 minutes ago, your agent, Mario Fernandez, spoke with Colonel Juan Carlos, the local armed forces commander, for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Qin Hongwei's breathing stopped. The conversation went something like this: if the target doesn't cooperate, they'll stage a mountain fall accident at Eagle's Sorrow Gorge in the Andes Mountains. For this accident, you authorized Mario to transfer $5 million from an anonymous Swiss bank account number XXXXXXXX, to Colonel Carlos's secret account number XXXXXXXX. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Qin Hongwei's heart. His prized secrecy measures and what he considered his flawless plan were completely stripped bare by this mysterious phone call.
The other party is not a hacker. Hackers can only steal information. The person he was talking about gave him the feeling of being monitored in real time. He was like a ghost, hovering over his entire plan, overlooking every detail. This unknown brought terrifying pressure far exceeding that of any business competitor. What exactly do you want? Shin Hongwei's voice was completely out of control, and he could no longer maintain the dignity of the chairman. On the other end of the phone, the young ghost finally revealed his purpose. His ultimatum. I want to see Lu Yanran and her entire team safely and soundly appear at the airport before sunrise tomorrow, boarding the plane back to China. Yi Chen spoke slowly, but with an undeniable resolve. If it can't be done. Your agent, Mario, his recorded phone call with Colonel Carlos, the record of that $5 million transfer, and all the dirt on his phone that could put him and his family in jail for the rest of their lives will appear simultaneously in every mainstream media outlet, every social media platform, and in the email inbox of Interpol around the world. I promise. Shin Hongwei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He had no doubt that the other party could do it. Also, Yi Chen paused, then added the final blow, a word of advice: take care of your family trust fund. The weather is bad, beware of avalanches. After saying that, beep. The call was abruptly ended. In the study, Yi Chen casually tossed the encrypted phone into the shredder next to him. The machine roared and instantly pulverized it into powder. And tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the VIP lounge of a European forum, Shin Hongwei stood there dejectedly, his wineglass slipping from his hand and shattering on the expensive carpet. Avalanche? Family trust fund? A sense of unease, even stronger than when his plan had just been exposed, instantly gripped his heart. Ignoring the mess on the ground, he frantically pulled out another cell phone and dialed his fund manager in Switzerland. The call was answered almost instantly. But what came was not the usual respectful greeting, but a panicked scream with a sob in its voice. Chairman! Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Shin Hongwei's heart sank to the bottom. Tell me slowly. What happened? The fund manager on the other end of the phone was on the verge of a breakdown. The investment portfolio we used to hedge the risks of Hongda Capital's core assets, just now, it exploded. What? The European natural gas index futures we used for hedging were targeted by an extremely mysterious fund using unbelievable leverage, resulting in a saturation attack with precision. Just now, all of our positions were liquidated. Chapter 51: A billion in 1 hour. That man is the god of capital. We've been liquidated. We've been liquidated. The fund manager's scream pierced through tens of thousands of kilometers of physical distance, like a red-hot steel needle, stabbing hard into Shin Hongwei's eardrum. What exploded? Explain yourself. Shin Hongwei roared into his phone, his rationality completely snapped. Our hedging positions. European natural gas index futures. All gone. The man on the other end of the phone was crying and incoherent. Just a minute ago, a ghost fund that is completely untraceable, using a model that we can't understand at all, leveraged 10,000 times on another insignificant agricultural index. Agricultural index? Shin Hongwei's mind went blank. Natural gas and agriculture? They're completely unrelated. Yes. A South American agricultural index that no one takes seriously, with extremely low daily trading volume. The other party only used tens of millions of US dollars to create a negligible fluctuation, but this fluctuation, through a risk exposure in our hedging model that was ignored and had a theoretical probability of less than 1 in 10 million, triggered a chain of flash crashes. The fund manager's voice has been completely distorted. Our system was completely overwhelmed. All our stop-loss orders failed. The attack was so precise, it was as if they had written our trading model themselves. They knew all our weaknesses. All our positions were just forcibly liquidated. Our margin evaporated instantly. Shin Hongwei couldn't understand these words at all. That hedging model was a financial barrier he built over 3 years by a top-tier team he poached from Wall Street at great expense. It was the stabilizer of Hongda Capital's financial empire, an absolutely secure ballast. How could it be that everything would collapse because of a tiny fluctuation in an agricultural index? This doesn't make financial sense. This doesn't make sense mathematically. This is practically theology. Make up the margin. Shin Hongwei roared, his last instinctive reaction. Sell off other assets. At any cost, hold on. It's too late. Chairman. It's too late.
The fund manager's voice was filled with despair. The market is panic selling all our stocks and bonds. There's an invisible net with massive buy orders hanging at every price level where we're forced to sell.
They're devouring us. They're reaping us.
Qin Hongwei rushed to his computer like a madman and opened the real-time monitoring interface of the family trust fund. The curve representing his life's wealth was now plummeting towards hell at a shocking, almost vertical angle.
Red.
The screen was filled with a glaring red. Every fluctuation in the numbers represents the loss of tens or even hundreds of millions of US dollars. A single margin call triggered a domino effect. To cover astronomical margin calls, fund managers were forced to sell off their most liquid, high-quality assets. And these bloodstained shares, barely out of existence, were devoured by pre-positioned sharks.
1 hour. In just 1 hour.
Qin Hongwei watched helplessly as the number following his total assets was slashed by 30% from a level of tens of billions that he could have been proud of. Moreover, the decline continues. The weather is bad, beware of avalanches. The young ghost's words echoed in his mind once again. So this was the real avalanche.
It is not an adjective. It is a living reality that is happening right now.
Not only did the other party know about his assassination plan, but they also launched a devastating attack on him in the financial field, which he was so proud of.
That wasn't a sniper shot. That was a trial.
As Qin Hongwei watched the wealth evaporating on the screen, his blood seemed to freeze. He had struggled his entire life, walking the line between law and morality, to build this vast empire. And now, this empire is crumbling before an enemy he cannot see.
He offended more than one person. It is a monster. A monster from the abyss, disguised in human skin. Fear. An unprecedented fear instantly overwhelmed greed, anger, and all resentment.
Wealth can be earned back if it's lost. If you lose your life, you really lose everything. He finally realized that the other party's phone call was not a negotiation, but a notification. It is the last act of mercy. Qin Hongwei suddenly grabbed another phone, but his fingers trembled so violently that he couldn't dial the right number several times.
The call was finally connected. How's it going?
A gloomy male voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Mario, his agent in Southeast Asia.
Qin Hongwei used all his strength to squeeze out a few broken syllables from his throat. Release them. Immediately. Right now.
He screamed into the phone, acting like a madman.
Give them the highest level of courtesy you can provide. Personally escort President Liu and her entire team to the airport unharmed. Watch them board the plane back to China. Now. Right now.
At the same time. In a hotel suite in a Southeast Asian country, a person is effectively placed under house arrest.
The atmosphere was extremely oppressive.
Liu Yanran's team members all wore worried expressions, and anxiety about the uncertain future enveloped everyone.
Sudden.
There was a loud knocking on the door. One of the team's security personnel immediately stood guard behind the door. The voice coming from outside the door was one they were both extremely familiar with and utterly loathed, but now it was filled with obsequiousness and fear.
Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, are you there? It's Cohen Sai from the Immigration Bureau. Liu Yanran's assistant opened the door.
The arrogant official, Cohen Sai, who had previously confiscated their passports, was now standing at the door like a lapdog, his forehead covered in sweat, holding a stack of passports in his hands, his back almost bent at a 90-degree angle.
President Liu. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. As soon as Cohen Sai entered, he bowed repeatedly to Liu Yanran.
Your visa and inspection procedures are perfectly correct. It was our subordinates who made a mistake. I have severely punished them. Here is your passport, please keep it safe. He respectfully handed over his passport.
The entire team was stunned.
This change of expression is faster than turning the pages of a book. Although Liu Yanran was full of doubts, she knew clearly that now was not the time to ask questions.
Without uttering a single unnecessary word, she calmly took the passport and asked, "Can we go to the airport now?"
Sure.
Of course. Cohen Sai nodded vigorously.
I've already arranged VIP access, and a car is waiting downstairs. I guarantee you and your team can board the plane as quickly as possible.
Liu Yanran did not hesitate at all. Everyone, pack your things immediately. We're leaving in 10 minutes.
Seizing this fleeting opportunity was her only thought at that moment.
Half an hour later. As the private plane bound for Beijing soared into the sky, Lu Yanran looked out at the white clouds, and her tense nerves finally began to relax a little. But her mind was plunged into even deeper chaos. She absolutely refused to believe that this was Qin Hongwei having a change of heart. That old fox is relentless in achieving his goals. For him to back down so completely and humiliatingly, there must have been some earth-shattering reversal behind the scenes that she could never have imagined. Who is it? Who is helping her? Just then, her personal assistant quickly walked over and handed her a spare tablet. "Mr. Lu, please take a look at this." The assistant's face showed undisguised shock. Lu Yanran took the tablet. On the screen, a newly pushed international financial news bulletin was prominently displayed. Mysterious funds precisely targeted Honda Capital's overseas trust fund, which is suspected of collapsing, wiping out billions of US dollars in a single day. Chapter 52: A $1 billion sniping attack. My wife suspects I'm the mastermind. Lu Yanran's breath hitched suddenly. Mysterious funds precisely targeted Honda Capital's overseas trust fund, which is suspected of collapsing, wiping out billions of US dollars in a single day. Every word of this financial newsflash felt like a heavy hammer blow to her heart. Honda Capital. Qin Hongwei. Avalanche. Almost instantly, she linked Qin Hongwei's seemingly frantic phone call and his humiliating concession with the news story before her. This is no longer a coincidence, it is cause and effect. There's only one possibility that could make Qin Hongwei, that old fox, give up the fat meat in his mouth and even cut off his own arm to seek peace. His foundation has been shaken. Moreover, he was struck with overwhelming force in a way that he could not resist or even understand. An absurd idea, yet seemingly the only explanation, frantically surfaced in her mind. She suddenly remembered the note she had tucked into her notebook. South Asia Fine Chemicals. Those 4 words were written casually by Yi Chen before she set off. At the time, she only thought it was a reminder, and even dismissed it somewhat. Looking back now, South Asia Fine Chemicals was one of Qin Hongwei's core assets in Southeast Asia, and also an important part of Honda Capital's overseas trust fund. Could it be? When this idea first came to her, even Lu Yanran herself found it unbelievable. Yi Chen? A stay-at-home dad and a son-in-law whom everyone, including herself, considers useless, is able to mobilize billions of dollars in mysterious funds to create a perfect storm in the international financial market and precisely break Qin Hongwei's spine. How is that possible? This is even more bizarre than our Arabian Nights story. But there is no other possibility besides this explanation. Check. Lu Yanran's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Use all our resources. I need to know every detail of this financial attack. The source of funds, the methods used, everything. The assistant immediately took the order and began an emergency investigation using the company's intelligence network. However, 10 minutes later, the results brought back by her assistant plunged Lu Yanran into deep confusion once again. President Lu, we can't find it. What do you mean by cannot be found? It's just we can't find anything. The assistant's face was full of frustration and disbelief. The databases of the major international information providers have absolutely no record of this fund. It's like a ghost, it suddenly appeared, completed its hunt, and then it vanished into thin air. All that was left was a mess for HTC and the complete astonishment of Wall Street. All the analysts went crazy, they couldn't even reconstruct the entire attack because all the key data had been wiped clean. It appeared out of thin air. Vanished into thin air. Clean and efficient, leaving no trace. A sudden boom echoed in Lu Yanran's mind. This technique. This style of having everything under control, accomplishing one's task and then disappearing without a trace, concealing one's achievements and fame. She thought of Qin Feng. He recalled the chain of evidence that had almost nailed Qin Feng to the pillar of shame, a chain so perfect it was practically flawless. That piece of evidence was the same. It appeared suddenly, but its source could not be found. The two things are exactly the same. It was done by the same person. Lu Yanran was almost certain. She slowly leaned back in her seat, the ever-changing clouds outside the cabin mirroring her current state of mind. She thought she had married a docile sheep who had most harbored some small secrets. But now she realizes that it might not have been a sheep at all. It was a giant dragon lurking in the abyss, only occasionally blowing a gentle breath at those who offended it. That one breath was enough to wipe out a business tycoon like Qin Hongwei in an instant. The plane landed at Beijing Capital International Airport. As Lu Yanran stepped out of the VIP passage, she immediately spotted that familiar figure.
Yi Chen, dressed in simple casual clothes, held the sleeping Yin 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 in his arms, a warm, sunny smile on his face, and was tiptoeing towards the exit. When he saw Lu Yanran, he waved happily, just like an ordinary husband waiting for his wife to come home. The area was bustling with people coming and going, noisy and lively. But all of this had faded from Lu Yanran's perception. In her world, only the man holding the child remained. On one side is the mastermind behind the scenes who stirred up international turmoil, evaporated billions of dollars in the blink of an eye, and drove Qin Hongwei into a desperate situation. On the other side is a warm and caring dad, tucking her in and telling his daughter a bedtime story. These two completely different, even opposing, images were now perfectly superimposed on Yi Chen. This extreme contrast created an indescribable and enormous impact, leaving Lu Yanran's mind blank. For the first time, she realized that she couldn't see through her husband in name only. He is like a mystery shrouded in thick fog. You think you've peeled back a layer, only to find that behind it lies a deeper and broader unknown. Honey, you're back. You must be tired. Yi Chen smiled and stepped forward, naturally wanting to help her with her luggage. When Lu Yanran's team members saw this legendary Mr. Yi, they all instinctively stood up straight, with a sense of inquiry and awe. Lu Yanran simply shook her head, avoiding his hand. I'll do it. She took Yin 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 from her gently to avoid waking the child. Yi Chen didn't mind, smiled, and picked up his luggage. The group walked silently toward the parking lot. Back at the Imperial Palace. After Yi Chen settled his daughter in, Lu Yanran had already entered the study. He was about to pour himself a glass of water when a series of crisp, melodious notification sounds, like a grand symphony, began to resound wildly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden quest, the Queen's Guardian. Mission description: a major crisis has been detected involving the host's bonded character, Lu Yanran, which may be life-threatening. As her guardian, you choose to take the initiative and resolve the crisis. Mission rating, SS+. Rating analysis: the host did not use any direct force provided by the system, but instead, through information asymmetry and financial leverage, skillfully resolved the crisis and inflicted a devastating blow on the enemy. The process was clean and efficient, demonstrating the demeanor of a mastermind. Therefore, an excellent rating is given. Task rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the permanent skill, God-level financial trader beginner. Skill description: you possess an almost predatory intuition for the financial markets, enabling you to understand the underlying logic of capital flows. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 star coins. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a brand new skill tree net of power by completing the SS Plus rating hidden quest. Yi Chen's consciousness sank into the system space. Beside the skill tree, which originally only had two directions, personal power and technological divine authority, a new branch is now shining brightly. It was a complex and ever-expanding network diagram. Each node in the network represents a domain, a person's name, or an organization. Connections, capital, power, influence. This network encompasses everything. The system is guiding him from a mere behind-the-scenes manipulator to a leading figure in the spotlight. From absolute power to absolute authority. Just as Yi Chen was examining this brand new blueprint, the study door clicked shut. Lu Yanran stood behind the door, without the questioning and anger she had shown last time. She simply looked at him quietly, without saying a word. The room was eerily quiet. Time passed by, second by second. Long time. So long that Yi Chen thought she would remain silent forever. Lu Yanran finally moved. Instead of walking towards Yi Chen, she turned around, went to the window, and took out her phone. She swiped her finger across the screen and dialed a number. The call was connected. With her back to Yi Chen, she looked out at the night sky and spoke only one sentence with an unprecedented calm. Mom, I've made up my mind about my marriage to Yi Chen. I won't get a divorce. Chapter 53: The billion-dollar acquisition is finalized, and the Queen confronts the truth late at night. You did all of this? On the other end of the phone, I could hear my mother's breath hitch, followed by a suppressed questioning of shock. Yanran, what did you say? Say it again. Lu Yanran did not repeat herself. She simply hung up the phone calmly and placed it on her desk. Throughout the entire process, her movements were completely fluid, as if she were merely handling an insignificant document. The deathly silence in the study was broken, and then it fell into another, deeper silence. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure. Her resolute and unyielding demeanor surprised him, yet it also seemed perfectly reasonable. She was, after all, Lu Yanran. She is the business queen who single-handedly brought Qingyan Group to new heights. She may not be able to see through the fog, but she has already made her choice. Trust your own judgment, and then stick to one path to the end. Lu Yanran turned around, didn't look at Yi Chen again, and walked straight out of the study. There were no questions, no inquiries, not even a single superfluous word. She kept all her questions to herself for the time being. Yi Chen's consciousness returned to the system space. The new skill tree, called the Web of Power, is radiating an alluring glow, with each node representing a power that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. He knew that starting tonight, everything would be different. The next day. Qingyan Group headquarters, top floor conference room. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. All the group's senior executives sat upright, their faces etched with solemnity. The raw material crisis is a Damocles sword hanging over everyone's head. They all knew that President Lu's personal trip to South Asia was unlikely to yield optimistic results. The meeting room door was pushed open. Lu Yanran walked in, dressed in a well-tailored black business suit. She looked around the room, and everyone instinctively straightened their backs. "Gentlemen." She stood firmly in the main seat, without sitting down, and went straight to the point. "I already have a solution regarding the group's raw material supply issue." Everyone held their breath. Lu Yanran's next words caused an uproar in the entire conference room. "I have decided that the group will acquire Nanya Fine Chemicals, which is currently undergoing bankruptcy auction." "What? Acquiring Nanya Fine Chemicals? Mr. Lu, how is this possible? Their parent company, Hongda Capital, is rock solid, how could it go bankrupt?" Questions and exclamations arose one after another. To them, this decision was nothing short of a fantasy. Lu Yanran did not explain, but simply projected a document onto the big screen. That was a real-time chart of Hongda Capital's stock price crash, and an official announcement that Nanya Fine Chemicals plant had entered bankruptcy liquidation proceedings. The undeniable fact silenced all the commotion. The only sound in the conference room was the gasping of breath. Hongda Capital, has it really collapsed? That behemoth, that once invincible commercial empire in South Asia, collapsed so silently? Immediately afterwards, news of the auction came. With the collapse of its biggest competitor, Hongda Capital, no other company has the ability or the courage to compete with Qingyan Group. Final. Nanya Fine Chemicals, an upstream factory with top-notch production lines and core purification technologies, was successfully acquired by Qingyan Group at an almost humiliating bankruptcy liquidation price. The news reached back to China. The entire Qingyan Group was in an uproar. The crisis was not only resolved. The group also acquired its own upstream core factory, completely eliminating the predicament of being potentially held hostage by anyone in the future. This move, cutting off the fuel supply, was absolutely brilliant. For a time, all the senior executives and employees within the group looked at Lu Yanran with fervent admiration. In their view, it was President Lu who, single-handedly, went to the heart of the matter and not only resolved the crisis but also turned the tables and carried out a stunning counterattack and reaped the benefits. What a display of courage and skill! Faced with overwhelming praise, Lu Yanran simply accepted it calmly. She did not explain. Because she simply couldn't explain it. All she knew was that she left in despair, but returned with a victory that even she found unbelievable. And all of this points to the man she understands less and less. At the same time, a financial newsflash quietly popped up online. Hongda Capital's stock price has been below par value for 20 consecutive trading days, and it has officially entered the delisting period. The accompanying photo shows the Hongda Capital building crowded with investors demanding repayment of debts, creating a chaotic scene. Another, even more shocking, social news story was buried below. Qin Hongwei, founder of Hongda Capital, committed suicide by hanging himself in his office early this morning. The news report mentioned that police found a suicide note at the scene. But the suicide note contained no curses, no resentment, and not even a single word about Qingyan Group or Lu Yanran. The entire sheet of paper contained only the same word written repeatedly. Ghost. 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 The handwriting was distorted and the force was so strong it seemed to penetrate the paper, filled with endless fear and despair. Qin Hongwei's death marked a bloody end to the demise of this once glorious business empire. The Imperial Palace. Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, browsing the news on a tablet. When the news of Qin Hongwei's suicide broke, he simply brushed it off calmly.
Just a loser. He never showed any extra emotion towards enemies who wanted to kill his wife and daughters. He closed the news page and tapped lightly on the tablet with his fingertips. A complex financial operation interface unfolds. In that financial attack on Hongda Capital, he dismantled a massive financial network that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. At this moment, this astronomical profit is quietly lying in dozens of offshore accounts. Yi Chen's fingertips swept across the screen, issuing a series of commands. The massive torrent of funds was instantly broken down into countless tiny droplets, which began to flow globally through several pre-registered overseas charitable foundations and complex equity investment projects. His skills as a god-level financial trader made him adept at everything. In just over 10 minutes, a sum of dirty money that would make any country's financial regulatory agency shudder was thus completely laundered and transformed into clean, readily available legal wealth. After finishing all this, Yi Chen turned off the tablet and stretched. Tonight, I should spend some quality time with my daughter. Night was falling. When Lu Yanran finished dealing with all the company's affairs and dragged her tired body home, it was already late at night. The villa was very quiet. She changed her shoes, but instead of going to the study or her bedroom as usual, she did not go. She stood in the living room, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked towards Yi Chen's room. That was the first time since she got married that she had voluntarily stepped into this room. She pushed open the door. The main light in the room was off, only a warm floor lamp was lit. Yi Chen was neither reading a book nor looking at his phone. He was sitting cross-legged on the soft carpet, his back to the door, patiently playing with building blocks with Yin Yin Yin. Look, Daddy will build you a big castle, okay? Good, castle. The little guy responded in a childish voice, clumsily grasping a building block, trying to place it on the spire of the tower that Yi Chen had just built. The lamplight cast long shadows of the father and daughter, creating a warm and peaceful scene. Lu Yanran stood at the door, quietly watching this scene. The daytime battles, the sudden collapse of a business empire, the suicide note filled with ghosts, all of it seemed to have nothing to do with the gentleman before him. But she knew that all of this stemmed from him. Hearing the door open, Yi Chen turned around. He wasn't surprised at all when he saw it was Lu Yanran. He just smiled. You're back? Lu Yanran did not answer. She walked in slowly, stopped on the other side of the carpet, lowered her eyes, and looked at him and the block castle at his feet. Yi Chen raised his head and met her gaze. A complex and indescribable tension permeated the air. Finally, Lu Yanran spoke. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable penetrating power. Nanya Fine Chemicals, this was a step you planned long ago, wasn't it? Chapter 54. What do I want from you? I want my daughter's mother, and no one dares to touch her. The night was deep, and the warm yellow floor lamp cast a gentle halo on the carpet. Yi Chen's response was just one word. Yes. There was no explanation, no cover-up. He was as calm as if he were stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Lu Yanran's breath hitched. This answer had been swirling in her mind for a whole day, but when it actually came out of Yi Chen's mouth, the impact was far beyond her imagination. She had imagined countless possibilities. He would make excuses, evade, and use one lie after another to cover up the truth. But she never expected that he would admit it so frankly and so readily. This composure is itself a condescending declaration. This declares that he would never stoop to lying to her. In an instant, all the images and details from the past few months flooded into Lu Yanran's mind. From the moment Qingyan Group fell into a supply chain crisis, from the moment she was overwhelmed and running into obstacles everywhere, this man had already seen through everything. He anticipated every move Qin Hongwei made. He even anticipated every reaction and struggle of Lu Yanran. He turned the tables on him and laid a trap. The South Asia Chemicals, the lifeline she had painstakingly found, was not a coincidence at all, but a deadly bait he had prepared long ago. She believed she had fought her way out of a desperate situation and saved the entire Qingyan Group. She was proud of her feat of acquiring Hongda Capital for billions of dollars. In the end, she was nothing more than the most important and most obedient piece on his chessboard. The king who was responsible for killing the opponent. Her worldview was completely overturned at this moment. The icy queen who runs a multi-billion-dollar business empire, the ruthless Lu Yanran in the business world, was just the protagonist in someone else's script. How ridiculous. How absurd. The room was deathly silent, except for the occasional soft clattering sound of Yin 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 fiddling with the building blocks. Lu Yanran stood there, motionless. A long time. She thought she would feel angry, deceived, and fooled. Strangely, none of the anticipated emotions appeared. Instead, there was a more complex and indescribable sense of immense shock. And a sense of security that she herself was unwilling to admit, a sense of security she had never felt before. The suicide note filled with ghosts, and the sudden collapse of that vast business empire, all proved just how terrifying the man before them was. And this man, who could manipulate events so easily, did everything he could to pave the way for her. He stood behind her, clearing away all obstacles for her. This feeling was something she had never experienced since taking the helm of Qingyan Group. She has always been alone, single-handedly supporting this giant ship through wind and rain. Now, however, someone has stood up for her. Lu Yanran slowly raised her head, no longer looking at the block castle on the ground. She gave up on asking questions like "Who are you?" and "How did you do that?" questions that had lost their meaning. Because the answer is no longer important. The important thing is motivation. She changed the question to a more fundamental, more soul-searching one. Why? Her voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear. Why did you do all this? Lu Yanran stared directly into Yi Chen's eyes, trying to find a flaw in that deep calm. With your abilities, you can get whatever you want. Wealth, status, these are all within your grasp. You don't need to rely on Qingyan Group, and you don't need me either. Yes, that's what she couldn't understand the most. He possessed the power to overturn everything, yet he willingly became a son-in-law whom everyone looked down upon, quietly staying by his side. What's the point? He's after her money? He could easily control an astronomical sum of money on his own. Why would he need Qingyan Group's name if he could destroy Honda Capital overnight? Yi Chen stopped building with blocks. He did not answer immediately. He gently placed the last block on top of the castle, that clumsy spire, which was slightly crooked because of Nian Nian's earlier attempt. He straightened it. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Yanran seriously. His movements were so light that they seemed to freeze the air in the entire room. Yin Nian seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, stopped playing, and opened her big, dark eyes to look at her father and then at her mother. Yi Chen didn't mention any grand reasons related to the nation or the world, nor did he mention any vague or ethereal emotions. He simply stretched out his finger and gently pointed to Yin Yan, who was still babbling beside him, completely unaware of the adult world. Because she is your daughter, and also my daughter. In short, nothing special. But this made Lu Yanran's heart tighten suddenly. Yi Chen stared at her and continued speaking. His words were soft, yet they reached her ears clearly, piercing through all her defenses. I hope she can grow up in a complete family where no one can hurt her mother. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Lu Yanran's mind. Hurt her mother. No one can hurt her mother. Qin Hongwei's threats, the board's coup, the cutthroat competition in the business world, scenes flashed before her eyes. She always thought she was strong enough to withstand anything. But it turns out that, without her knowledge, this man had already shielded her from all the open and hidden attacks. He wasn't doing it for Qingyan Group. He wasn't even doing it for her, Lu Yanran. He only wanted his daughter to have a mother who wouldn't be hurt by anyone. Lu Yanran's heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something, and a bittersweet yet burning emotion surged through her entire body. She looked into Yi Chen's clear, unadulterated eyes, then turned to look at her daughter's innocent little mouth, slightly pouting with curiosity. That devil who manipulated the financial markets, causing Qin Hongwei to leave behind a ghostly suicide note before taking his own life. And the man in front of her, patiently accompanying his daughter, saying he would protect her mother. At that moment, the two figures strangely overlapped. For the first time in this instant, a tiny crack appeared in the cold, indestructible outer shell that had enveloped her for so many years. Chapter 55: The Iceberg CEO's Loving Breakfast? Don't be silly, I just want to focus on my career. The room was eerily quiet. The phrase, because she is your daughter, and also my daughter, still echoed in the air, each word transforming into an invisible thread, entwining around Lu Yanran's heart. She looked at Yi Chen, her husband in name only. His face showed no boasting or pride, only an almost stubborn calmness. He looked at his daughter again. Yin Yan had picked up another building block and was giggling as she tried to stuff it into the castle her father had just built. The adult world was nothing more than background noise to her. Lu Yanran stood there for a long time, so long that her legs became numb. She wanted to say something, like thank you, or sorry. But the layer of ice that had enveloped her for so long, though cracked, still stubbornly blocked her throat. In the end, she said nothing. She glanced at Yi Chen and her daughter for a long time, then silently turned around and left the room. Her steps were light, carrying a hint of panic that even she herself did not notice. The door was gently closed, separating two worlds. Outside the door lay the familiar, cold, and lonely business empire. Inside the door was a family haven that was unfamiliar to her, yet it exuded a sense of warmth. The next morning, Yi Chen prepared breakfast as usual. When he brought the fried eggs and milk to the table, he paused slightly. On the dining table, besides his and Nian Nian's tableware, there was an extra set. Beside it, there was a steaming plate of crab roe soup dumplings and a bowl of freshly served millet porridge. These are all his favorite foods. He looked up and saw Lu Yanran walking out of the kitchen, wearing a nearly unused, almost brand new apron. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, clearly indicating that she didn't do these things often. "Sit down and eat." Lu Yanran's voice remained cold and clear, and her face showed no extra emotion. She simply placed the chopsticks in front of Yi Chen. But Yi Chen noticed something different. The aloofness that once lingered in those beautiful eyes, which were always veiled by a layer of icy mist, had melted away considerably. It was a very subtle change, like a snow-capped mountain in winter meeting the warm sun for the first time. The ice and snow had not yet melted, but the air was no longer so biting. Yin Yan cheered and climbed onto her baby chair, clumsily reaching for the steamed buns with her little spoon. A quiet breakfast. No one spoke, but it wasn't awkward. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm dappled patterns on the dining table and elongating the shadows of the family of three, making them intertwine. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yanran took off her apron and resumed her decisive and efficient demeanor as the female president of Qingyan Group. The acquisition of Nanya Fine Chemicals has been finalized, and the board of directors has decided to hold a celebration banquet to launch our jointly developed new products. She straightened her cuffs as she spoke to Yi Chen. "This doesn't sound like a discussion, it sounds more like a notification." Yi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Lu Yanran paused for a moment, then took out a beautifully crafted invitation from her briefcase. The invitation was gilded and elegantly designed, exuding a subtle luxury. She handed the invitation to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the invitation and his gaze fell on the top of the invitation. It was written in elegant handwriting. Ms. Lu Yanran and her husband, Mr. Yi Chen. Husband. For the first time, these two words were linked to him in such a formal and public way. This is not a cold marriage agreement, nor is it a simple title on a household registration book. This is Lu Yanran's announcement to everyone at the upcoming grand banquet that will gather the entire upper class of Beijing. Yi Chen held the invitation, gently stroking the gold-embossed words with his fingertips. He raised his head and looked at Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran didn't look at him, turning her face to the side, giving him a cool profile, seemingly focused on the scenery outside the window. But the slight redness of her earlobes betrayed the unease in her heart. Yi Chen smiled. He didn't say thank you. He accepted the invitation and spoke calmly. "I will be there on time." He understood that this was her response. It was her response to yesterday's answer. In her own unique, awkward yet earnest way. Lu Yanran hummed in agreement, said nothing more, picked up her briefcase, and left the villa in her high heels. The crisp footsteps faded into the distance, and only then did the smile on Yi Chen's face slowly disappear. He placed the invitation on the table and let his thoughts drift. "Host, congratulations. Your status within the family has significantly improved, and you have successfully unlocked the hidden skill tree, the Web of Power." The system's voice carried a hint of mockery. A brand new skill tree interface, radiating a dark golden light, unfolded in Yi Chen's consciousness. The structure of this skill tree is different from the previous wealth code and god-level medical skills. It is not a linear upgrade path, but a complex and intricate network. There are countless nodes online, most of which are in a grayed-out, inactive state. Yi Chen tried to click on one of the nodes using his mind. Ding! Unlocking the network of power node requires achieving a specific influence event. It cannot be upgraded directly using star coins. Interesting. In other words, the growth of this skill tree is no longer simply a matter of piling up money, but requires him to truly establish his own influence in this world. His gaze fell on the gray node closest to the initial point. Elementary node, Circle of Friendship. Unlock condition: obtain public recognition from at least 3 key figures in Beijing's top social circles as Lu Yanran's husband. Node reward: unlocks the basic network insight ability, allowing you to view the target person's basic information, social relationships, and potential needs. Formal occasions for Beijing's top social circles? Yi Chen's gaze fell on the gilded invitation card on the table. The celebration banquet of Qin Yen Group is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Lu Yanran gave him a key to open the door to the top circle. What he had to do was walk through that door and let everyone know that he, Yi Chen, was not a son-in-law who could be looked down upon at will. Just as he was pondering the details of the banquet, a sharp alarm, audible only to him, suddenly rang in his mind. Warning! High-risk encrypted data stream detected. Source: Ghost Program 07 Qin Hongwei Network. Yi Chen's thoughts were instantly pulled back. Ghost program? That was a backdoor program that he casually implanted into Qin Hongwei's private network in order to monitor him. This program is extremely stealthy. Its main function is to copy and monitor all of Qin Hongwei's online data. After Qin Hongwei's death, Yi Chen did not remove it, but let it continue to lie dormant, hoping to find out more. Unexpectedly, there's now some activity. Intercept the information and crack it immediately. Yi Chen issued the order. Command received, intercepting. Information stream intercepted. This email was scheduled for delayed delivery and was automatically triggered by a specific program after Qin Hongwei's death was confirmed. The recipient address was an anonymous email address on the dark web, and the path involved multiple layers of encryption and redirection, making it untraceable. Initiating brute force attack. The system's voice became serious. A series of complex and dazzling data streams flashed rapidly through Yi Chen's consciousness. Even with the system's computing power, it took nearly a minute to crack this level of encryption. Successfully cracked. The contents of the email were presented to Yi Chen. It's very simple. There is no text, no audio, and not even any extra code. The email body contained only a small, black logo. It was a scorpion. A jet-black scorpion is bending its body, using its venomous stinger to viciously sting its own tail, forming a bizarre closed loop. The moment I saw that emblem, Yi Chen's blood seemed to freeze at that moment. The warm sunlight in the living room seemed to lose its warmth instantly. A bone-chilling coldness shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. That pattern, he thought he had forgotten, but it was already etched deep into his bones. Many years ago, on that stormy night, the father's study was littered with documents. The top-secret document that directly led to the disintegration and annihilation of the Yi family bore an identical emblem. A scorpion with its tail in its mouth. The scorpion emblem was clearly imprinted deep in his eyes, igniting two clusters of cold flames. Chapter 56 Shocking Revelation. The true identity of the capital's #1 son-in-law actually made the Dragon King bow down? That bone-chilling cold lasted only 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the two clusters of cold flames in Yi Chen's consciousness quietly disappeared, disappearing into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. The sunlight in the living room seemed to have brought warmth back. He calmly stood up and placed the gilded invitation back on the table, his movements steady without the slightest tremor. Ouroboros. A code name that would send shivers down the spines of anyone who knew of its existence. It is not a simple assassin organization, nor is it a business alliance. It is like a behemoth lurking in the shadows of the world, whose occasional exposed claws are enough to overthrow a powerful family or even stir up the winds of a nation. The downfall of the Yi family was just one insignificant event among its countless masterpieces. In its presence, I am as insignificant as an ant. To question them? To seek revenge? That would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It would only result in you and those around you being crushed to pieces. This clue must be buried deep within, like the most deadly poison. No rash action must be taken until absolute power is possessed. Get stronger. He needs to be faster and stronger. Night falls and the city lights come on. The magnificent Sky Dome Banquet Hall of Beijing's most prestigious 7-star hotel has been booked by Qin Yen Group tonight for a celebratory banquet. The crystal chandelier shimmered with light, and melodious classical music echoed in the air. The hall was filled with dignitaries, their elegant attire and graceful figures a testament to the city's brilliance. Almost every prominent figure in Beijing's business world, rising political elites, and fashion icons was present. Lu Yanran was undoubtedly the most dazzling star of the entire event. She wore a moon-white haute couture gown, its perfectly tailored skirt outlining her flawless curves, adorned with sparkling rhinestones that shimmered under the lights. She moved gracefully among the guests, exuding confidence and composure with every gesture. Her powerful aura as a business queen captivated countless young talents, yet none dared to approach her easily. Yi Chen, dressed in a well-fitting black suit, quietly stayed by her side. He didn't try to impress her, nor did he seem awkward at all. He simply handed her a glass of warm water occasionally during breaks in her conversations with others. He was like a shadow, a stark contrast to Lu Yenran's radiance. Such a combination naturally attracted countless whispers. That's Lu Yenran's legendary husband? He looks quite ordinary. It's more than just ordinary. Look at the suit he's wearing. Although it's a designer brand, it just doesn't look quite right on him. He doesn't have that kind of presence. I heard he's a live-in son-in-law with no background. He must be incredibly lucky to have married President Lu. Heh, what era are we living in? There are still live-in sons-in-law these days. They're just lucky to have climbed up the social ladder. These discussions were very quiet, but Yi Chen heard every single word. His expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated their contempt. Just then, several middle-aged men and women walked over. The one leading them was Qin Lan, Lu Yenran's mother and the chairman of the Lu Group. Yenran, you did very well tonight. Qin Lan nodded to her daughter in affirmation. Then, her gaze swept over Yi Chen, and her gentle expression instantly turned cold, as if she were looking at an insignificant stranger. Mom, second uncle, third aunt, Lu Yenran greeted politely, and naturally took Yi Chen's arm. Let me introduce you, this is Yi Chen, my husband. Lu Yenran's second uncle, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, spoke with a forced smile. Yenran, today is a big day for Qingyan Group. All the guests here are distinguished guests. Some people should be mindful of their status and not wander around here, offending important people and bringing shame to the Lu family. Although he did not name names, everyone present knew who he was referring to as some people. Lu Yenran frowned. Second uncle, Yi Chen is not an outsider. Whether he's an outsider or not, we know what's going on. Third aunt curled her lip and pulled Lu Yenran over. Alright, don't worry about him. Uncle Wang and Aunt Li are calling you over there. Come over and say hello. They're your dad's old friends, and they'll be helpful to you in the future. They surrounded Lu Yenran and led her to the other side without saying a word, completely ignoring Yi Chen's presence. Lu Yenran turned and glanced at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. Yi Chen returned her a reassuring smile, indicating that he was all right. In an instant, he was left isolated on the spot. When the surrounding guests saw this scene, their gazes toward Yi Chen were filled with a mixture of contempt and undisguised pity and mockery. Look, even the Lu family themselves don't like this son-in-law who came to live with them. Yi Chen picked up a glass of champagne and gently swirled it, leaving streaks of crimson liquid on the glass. His emotions remained completely unaffected. This is exactly what he wanted. Injustice? Humiliation? These will all become the best catalysts for him to complete the node tasks. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. The once noisy meeting room seemed to have been muted. Everyone's conversation stopped abruptly, and they all turned to look at the door. A distinguished middle-aged man, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black, slowly walked in. He was around 50 years old, dressed in a black silk tang suit with a stand-up collar, with a steady gait and a refined appearance, but his eyes were so deep that people dared not look directly at him. He had none of the stench of a businessman. On the contrary, he was more like a scholar who had long held a high position. However, his appearance caused all the guests who considered themselves important figures to subconsciously hold their breath. Lu Weigua, who had just been giving Yi Chen the cold shoulder, froze the moment he saw the person who had arrived. The next second, his face was filled with unprecedented respect and fear, and he almost ran to meet him. Chairman Long. Chairman Long. What brings you here? It's truly an honor to have you here. Qin Lan's waist was bent at almost a 90-degree angle. The newcomer was none other than Long Xiaotian, the current head of the Long family, one of the 4 great families in the capital. A man who truly stands at the top of the pyramid. His business empire was several times larger than Hongda capital at its peak. A single stomp of his foot could send shivers down the spine of the entire business community in Beijing. No one expected that Lu Yenran's victory celebration banquet would actually be able to invite this powerful figure. No, this could never have been hired. Long Xiaotian never attends business banquets of this caliber. Despite Qin Lan's flattery, Long Xiaotian didn't even glance at her. He walked straight through the crowd that had automatically parted to make way for him. Everyone held their breath, wondering who this giant's target was. Then, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Long Xiaotian stopped in front of the son-in-law who was looked down upon by everyone and isolated by the Lu family. He didn't look at the dazzling Lu Yenran. His entire attention was focused on Yi Chen. After a moment of silence, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Long Xiaotian's face. "Mr. Yi, I have long admired your name." Boom! The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Each word was like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's minds. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. What did they hear? Long Xiaotian, the head of the Long family, is greeting that gigolo. They even used phrases like "I've long admired your name," which are used to show respect and even admiration. Has the world gone mad? Xinlan froze on the spot, the color draining from her face instantly. Lu Yanran's second uncle and third aunt stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Under the deathly silence of the gaze, Long Xiaotian slowly extended his right hand, making an invitation to shake hands. As he raised his hand, the cuffs of his perfectly tailored tang suit inadvertently slipped up an inch. A delicate cufflink was exposed to the light. The cufflinks are shaped like a jet-black scorpion. The scorpion bent its body and used its venomous stinger to fiercely sting its own tail. A bizarre closed loop. Chapter 57: Scorpion Cufflinks, The King's Challenge. Yi Chen, what a coincidence, I'm also a full-time stay-at-home dad. The scorpion was entirely black, strangely curved, and its stinger was viciously stinging its own body, forming a self-destructive cycle. The moment Yi Chen saw the cufflink, a storm raged within him. But his face remained calm and composed. I see. He finally understood everything. The Qin family and Hongda capital are nothing more than pawns thrown out by this massive organization. The man before them, Long Xiaotian, was the true mastermind behind Qin Hongwei. An enemy 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than Qin Hongwei. Under the deathly silence of the gaze, Yi Chen slowly extended his hand and gently shook hands with Long Xiaotian's well-maintained hand. It has a warm and smooth feel, yet it possesses an irresistible strength. Patriarch Long, you're too kind. Yi Chen's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. The two parted ways immediately upon touching. The playful smile on Long Xiaotian's face became even more meaningful. He turned slightly to the side and lowered his voice to a volume that only the two of them could hear. Young people, if you show too much sharpness, you'll break easily. His words were devoid of any warmth or sentimentality, yet every word was piercing to the heart. Qin Hongwei is a good-for-nothing, but the Long family has a habit of taking back anything he has bitten. Boom! This statement is undoubtedly a direct declaration of war. He admitted that Hongda capital was merely an appendage of the Long family. He admitted that he was the mastermind behind it all. He was essentially declaring to Yi Chen, "You messed with my dog, and now, as its owner, I'm going to take matters into my own hands." Yi Chen's blood almost boiled at this moment. But he merely raised an eyebrow slightly and remained silent. Standing to the side, Lu Yanran could not hear what the two were saying, but she could clearly feel the strange and tense atmosphere between them. It was a standoff, a point of no return, where the air seemed to freeze. She couldn't help but frown, a strong sense of unease welling up inside her. The surrounding guests were completely bewildered by this surreal scene. All they saw was Long Xiaotian, the man at the pinnacle of the capital's social hierarchy, personally walking up to the son-in-law who had moved in with his wife's family, shaking his hand, and whispering in his ear. What exactly is going on? Who exactly is this man named Yi Chen? The person who could be personally called out by Long Xiaotian could not possibly be an ordinary person. Lu Weiguo's face was already ashen, his body drenched in cold sweat, and he could barely stand. His pride in his connections and the elaborate setup he had painstakingly created all became a joke the moment Long Xiaotian appeared. The person he had just humiliated became the focus of the entire audience, and even Long Xiaotian had to look at him differently. The stark contrast made his face feel burning with pain. Lu Yanran's second uncle and third aunt stared wide-eyed, their eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, as if they had seen some horrifying monster. In the eerie silence, Long Xiaotian released his grip and gracefully picked up a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray. He turned around, faced Yi Chen again, and raised his glass high in a gesture of respect. I've heard that Mr. Yi is not only a financial genius, but also a computer whiz. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire banquet hall. Our company is currently developing a new security system. I wonder if Mr. Yi would be interested in giving us some pointers. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. A financial prodigy? A master of the internet? Both of these titles are completely different from the labels of live and son-in-law and gold digger. Long Xiaotian's words, seemingly a polite invitation, were in fact a ruthless and open conspiracy.
He semi-publicized Yi Chen's hidden abilities, putting him directly in a difficult position. If Yi Chen admits it, it would be tantamount to exposing his trump card, and he would inevitably face endless attacks and tests from the Long family in these areas. If he denies it, he would appear hypocritical and cowardly in front of someone of Long Xiaotian's stature.
This is a dead end, a difficult dilemma.
All eyes were on Yi Chen, eager to see how he would handle the difficult question posed by this powerful figure.
However, Yi Chen's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations.
He didn't look at the glass of red wine, but instead picked up a glass of orange-yellow juice from the table next to him.
He imitated Long Xiaotian, raising his juice glass and lightly touching it to Long Xiaotian's wine glass in the air.
The crisp sound of glass clashing was particularly clear in the quiet meeting room.
I have no interest in security. Yi Chen's answer was simple and direct.
I'm just a stay-at-home dad, and all I care about is whether I have enough money for my daughter's formula.
Puff. Some people in the crowd almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Stay-at-home dad? Worried about the cost of baby formula? Faced with the head of the Long family's direct recruitment, he actually used this excuse to brush it off? Is this a case of playing dumb to fool others, or is the person genuinely ungrateful? However, Long Xiaotian was not angry.
He gave Yi Chen a deep look, and a complex light, unfathomable to anyone, flashed in his deep eyes.
Ha 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 ha. The next second, he suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Loud laughter echoed in every corner of the banquet hall.
He downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp and casually placed the empty glass on a passing waiter's tray.
What a great stay-at-home dad.
He left behind a cryptic remark, then turned and, without looking at anyone, strode towards the door with his group of black-clad bodyguards.
They came like the wind and left like lightning.
Long Xiaotian's arrival and departure were like a storm that swept through the entire venue.
It came suddenly and left quickly, but it completely changed the atmosphere in the banquet hall.
The suffocating sense of oppression only slowly dissipated after his figure completely disappeared through the doorway. The venue was deathly silent. Everyone's brains were still in a state of malfunction. After a long while, someone cautiously let out a breath, and then whispers rose up like a tide. But this time, all the discussion and all the attention were firmly fixed on the man holding the juice, his expression indifferent. The contempt and disdain that had been there before were gone from his eyes. Instead, there was a deep sense of awe, curiosity, and a hint of barely concealed fear.
The banquet ended hastily in an extremely eerie atmosphere. On the way home, the back seat of the Rolls-Royce was completely silent.
Lu Yanran hesitated several times before speaking, the air inside the car so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Yi Chen leaned against the window, watching the street scene rushing past outside, without saying a word. Suddenly, a small, cool hand gently covered the back of his hand. Yi Chen was startled and turned his head.
It's Lu Yanran.
This was the first time she had ever initiated such intimate contact with him while fully conscious. Her hands were cold, with a barely perceptible tremor. In the dim light, her cool eyes were fixed on him, filled with worry and confusion.
She finally couldn't help but ask softly. Is Long Xiaotian here for you? Chapter 58 The Showdown. My CEO wife became the strongest partner. Yi Chen did not pull his hand away.
The dim light inside the car cast a shadow on his sharply defined profile. He flipped his wrist and wrapped the slightly cool little hand completely in his palm.
The warm touch made Lu Yanran's body tense instantly.
She instinctively tried to pull back, but he held her firmly. His strength was devoid of any ulterior motives, it was simply a silent comfort conveyed through the warmth of his palm.
No.
Yi Chen finally spoke, his voice not loud, but it easily broke the suffocating silence in the car. His gaze shifted from the fleeting lights outside the window to Lu Yanran's eyes, which were filled with surprise and uncertainty.
He wasn't coming for me.
He paused, then said, word by word, they're coming for us.
Us.
These two words, like a pebble thrown into an ancient well, stirred up ripples in Lu Yanran's heart. She stared at him blankly, momentarily forgetting all her reactions. Yi Chen didn't give her much time to process her emotions, and continued to state a startling fact in a calm, almost cold tone.
Do you still remember the Qin family? Lu Yanran nodded subconsciously.
The Qin family, the family that once aggressively attempted to seize the Qin Yen Group, only to collapse overnight. This matter has always been a huge mystery in her heart.
The Qin family is just a discarded pawn.
Yi Chen's words were like a thunderclap in her ears. Behind them lies a larger, more hidden shadow.
I'll call it the Ouroboros for now. Ouroboros.
A name that sounds like it carries the scent of poison and death. This organization is accustomed to operating in the shadows, nurturing promising companies by supporting proxies. The Qin family failed, so they were eliminated without hesitation. Yichen paused briefly before throwing out his most crucial guess, which was also the heaviest boulder.
And Long Xiaotian is very likely a core member of this Ouroboros organization with an extremely high status.
Perhaps even one of the leaders. He did not mention anything about the deep-seated hatred between the Yi family and did not reveal the secret that had been buried for years. In his words, the impending storm was downplayed as a deep-sea shark that was bound to be encountered during the expansion of a business empire. The growing Qingyan group has finally attracted the covetous eyes of a top predator. Inside the carriage, deathly silence fell once again.
This time, even the air seemed to freeze.
Lu Yanran's breathing became rapid, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head.
The Long family. That's not something an opponent of the Qin family's caliber can compare to.
It was a true behemoth standing high in the clouds, a colossus whose mere stomp could shake the entire Nanjiang business community. Compared to it, Qingyan Group is as insignificant as dust. However, the fear and hesitation she expected did not appear on her face. After that bone-chilling cold subsided, an even colder flame ignited deep within her clear eyes.
That was the will to fight. It is unyielding. She finally understood.
Now I understand why Yichen has been hiding his strength all along, and I understand why he responded to Long Xiaotian in that way at the banquet. He wasn't pretending to be weak to deceive others, nor was he trying to create a mystery. He was protecting his family and the Qingyan group in his own way, dealing with a ferocious beast that she couldn't even see.
And only now, have I glimpsed the tip of the iceberg.
Lu Yanran spoke slowly, word by word, each word carrying an unprecedented firmness.
I see.
She turned around and gripped Yi Chen's hand just as tightly. Her hands were still cold, but they were no longer trembling. From now on, you can unconditionally access all the resources of Qingyan Group, including everything under my personal name. You don't need to explain to me, you don't need to ask for my consent. You just need to do it. This was the first time she had entrusted the business she had built with everything she had invested, and her life and destiny, to another person without reservation. She was not seeking asylum. She is choosing allies. Choose to face the raging storm that will engulf everything with this man. Yichen looked at her and saw something called determination in her eyes that were burning with flames.
He nodded slowly.
Good. A single word carries immense weight. Against the Long family and the vast organization behind them, his secret forces alone are no longer enough. He needs a platform, a chessboard that can be openly and honestly laid out in the open. Qingyan Group is the best choice. Lu Yanran's absolute trust is the most crucial key to starting this game. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly into the villa. When the two entered their home, they were greeted by the warm lights of home and their daughter's clear laughter. The nanny was playing with Xiao Yezi in the living room. When the little one saw her parents come home, she immediately reached out her little hands for a hug. Yichen walked over and skillfully took his daughter into his arms. The little guy's soft body and milky scent instantly dispelled all the previous gloom and murderous aura. He held his daughter, kissed her rosy cheek, and his whole demeanor softened.
Lu Yanran stood aside, quietly watching this scene.
This man can wipe out an entire family with a few words, and he can remain calm and composed when facing threats from powerful figures. But at this moment, he was just a father holding his daughter, his face full of tenderness. This extreme contrast left her momentarily dazed. After putting his daughter to sleep, Yichen returned to his room.
As soon as he closed the door, a pale blue light screen, visible only to him, automatically unfolded before his eyes. Ding! Warning!
A qualitative change has been detected in the relationship between the host and Lu Yanran, the chosen one of this world. A line of gilded characters flashed at the top of the light screen, carrying a hint of gossip. Relationship assessment in progress.
Roommate relationship terminated. Business cooperation relationship established. Comradeship budding. Seems like there's something else? Never mind, the system can't calculate it.
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully won over the aloof female CEO into an absolutely trusted ally.
You have taken another solid step on the path of living off a woman.
Yi Chen's lips twitched. He was too lazy to argue with this unreliable system.
The business partner node, the basic level of the network of power skill tree, has been unlocked. Reward unlocks a new main quest, the cornerstone of the empire. Yi Chen's attention was firmly drawn to the last line of text. With a slight thought, the mission details immediately unfolded. Main quest, the cornerstone of the empire. Mission description: 2 tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is male and the other female. But the Long family is clearly not the host's cup of tea. A true empire never fears building its throne on the bones of giants. Please assist Qingyan Group in securing a core piece of the Smart City project led by the Long family within 3 months, laying the first blood-stained cornerstone for your future business empire. Task reward? Absolutely generous, no deception. Failure penalty? Host is advised not to attempt this, the consequences are quite severe. Yi Chen's gaze finally settled on the 4 large characters Smart City. The glow from the system panel reflected his amused expression. So, the real battlefield is here. The Long family, a smart city? Interesting. Chapter 59: A New Perspective. While others are fighting for meat, he's going to steal from their homes? The next day. Qingyan Group, top floor conference room. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. Lu Yanran sat in the main seat, looking around at each of the group's core executives. These people were all veterans who had followed her through thick and thin, and each of them was utterly loyal to Qingyan Group. The reason for gathering everyone today is to announce the group's strategic goals for the next phase. Her opening remarks were very direct, without any preamble. Everyone sat up straight and pricked up their ears. We will establish a brand new business unit with the goal of entering the Smart City project. The moment the words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, the silence was completely ignited. What? Mr. Lu, did I hear that right? Smart City? This has absolutely nothing to do with our company. We make cosmetics and daily necessities, why would we get involved in high technology? Isn't that ridiculous? This isn't how you cross boundaries. These are from completely different worlds. A chorus of doubts, astonishment, and disbelief filled the space instantly. The marketing director, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was the first to stand up, his face full of urgency. President Lu, please think twice. The Smart City project is spearheaded by the government, but the main player is the Long family. The waters in there are too deep. Moreover, our company has no technical reserves or relevant experience. Rushing in rashly is no different from sending ourselves to our deaths. Yes, Mr. Lu, our new product line has only just stabilized. Although our cash flow is healthy, we absolutely cannot afford to burn money in such a completely unfamiliar field. This is even more outrageous than asking us to build rockets. An uproar ensued. Almost all the objections pointed to the same core issue: Qingyan Group neither has the capability nor should it have the ambition. This is no longer a business decision, this is a crazy gamble that will destroy the entire group's fate. Lu Yanran listened quietly, without interrupting anyone. As the noise in the conference room gradually subsided, everyone looked at her with worried eyes, awaiting her explanation. She spoke slowly, her words leaving no room for argument. I know your concerns, and I am clear about what we are facing. I'm not crazy, and this decision wasn't made on a whim. I hereby announce the establishment of the Smart City Project Special Task Force, with myself serving as the team leader. She paused for a moment, then dropped an even more surprising personnel appointment. At the same time, Mr. Yi Chen has been appointed as the Chief Technical Advisor for this project. Chief Technology Advisor? Yi Chen? This name, this title, was like an ice cube thrown into boiling oil, plunging the once bustling conference room into an eerie silence once more. The executives who only knew Yi Chen as the president's gigolo husband were filled with absurdity and confusion. A man who lives off his wife, serving as chief technical advisor? And in such a top-tier technology project? Had the president completely lost his mind? However, the expressions of others, those executives who had witnessed Yi Chen's methods firsthand or who vaguely knew something from certain channels, changed instantly. Their mouths closed involuntarily. The marketing director, who had been shouting the loudest earlier, was now like a duck with its neck choked, unable to utter a single word. He recalled that time at the party, when Yi Chen simply made a phone call and instantly wiped out an arrogant rich second generation and his family business. Chief Technology Advisor? This seemingly absurd title, however, resonated with them in a completely different way. This is not a technical position at all. This is a signal. One of them told them that this operation was another collaboration between the president and her enigmatic husband. Those who realized this broke out in a cold sweat. They stopped questioning, stopped opposing, and remained silent and obedient. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted from fierce opposition to a kind of suppressed acquiescence. The CEO's office. Lu Yanran placed a thick stack of documents on the coffee table in front of Yi Chen. This is the most detailed planning document and bidding catalog for the Smart City project that I obtained through connections. The two began to carefully study this massive plan. The more she looked, the more serious Lu Yanran's expression became. This is a mega project spearheaded by the Yanjing government, covering the city's development over the next decade. It encompasses transportation networks, urban security, smart healthcare, clean energy, government systems, practically every aspect of a modern metropolis. This is a huge pie worth trillions. But the knife for cutting the cake was firmly in the hands of the Long family. Look here, Lu Yanran pointed to one of the pages. The most profitable core modules, such as Urban Intelligent Traffic Dispatch System, Sky Eye Security Network hardware deployment, and Smart Medical Data Platform, have been directly designated by the project owners as subsidiaries of the Long family or companies deeply intertwined with the Long family. They didn't give outsiders a chance to compete at all. Yi Chen flipped through the documents without saying a word. Let us look at these open bidding projects. Lu Yanran's fingertip swept across another area. Smart community waste sorting terminals, replacement of energy-saving lamps in public facilities, maintenance of pipelines in old residential areas. All of these are low-tech, low-profit, thankless, and arduous jobs. Her analysis was calm and insightful, yet it also carried a hint of helplessness. This is the Long family's open strategy. They ate the fattest pieces of meat, then threw out the bones and broth, making it seem like they were welcoming everyone to share. But everyone knew that this broth wouldn't even cover the initial costs. Want a piece of the pie? Sure, but be prepared to lose everything. They set the rules of the game in this way, making all newcomers hesitate and give up automatically. In the end, the entire project will still be a one-man show by the Long family. Lu Yanran leaned back on the sofa and rubbed her temples. She analyzed all the projects she could participate in, from financial models to technological barriers, and then to the resources of Qingyan Group itself. There is only one conclusion. There is no suitable entry point. Any one of them that Qingyan Group dares to touch will ultimately result in them losing everything and becoming a laughingstock in the entire industry. She looked at Yi Chen, trying to see a hint of seriousness on his face. However, Yi Chen's face still held that playful expression. His fingers suddenly tapped lightly on the thick project plan, stopping at the very last, most inconspicuous page. That page only had one project name, so simple that it didn't even have a detailed description. Urban Public Data Processing Center. We'll do this, Yi Chen said. Lu Yanran was stunned. She looked in the direction Yi Chen was pointing, and her brain went blank for a moment. This? Her reaction was even more astonished than when she heard in the conference room that they were going to venture into smart cities. Yi Chen, do you know what this is? This is the toughest nut to crack of all the projects. It can't even be called a nut. She quickly pulled up the supplementary information about the project and practically snatched it and placed it in front of Yi Chen. Look carefully, this project has the highest technical requirements of all the projects. It requires building a massive server cluster and a top-tier cloud computing platform. The initial investment is astronomical. Most importantly, it has almost no direct profit model. Its positioning is as a public data storage service, providing free data interfaces and storage space for all other smart modules. Doing this is equivalent to us spending money to serve as a data warehouse for the Long family and all the parties involved. It's purely out of love. No, it's losing money out of love. Lu Yanran finished speaking in one breath, unable to understand Yi Chen's choice. This is not a bone at all. This is poison. Yi Chen smiled. He withdrew his finger, leaned back leisurely on the sofa, and looked at Lu Yanran, whose cheeks were flushed with excitement. The Long family eats meat, while the others can't even get soup, they can only watch. But they all overlooked one thing. Yi Chen's tone was calm, yet it carried a power that seemed to see through everything. Whoever controls the data controls the lifeline of the entire smart city in the future. This is not a tough nut to crack at all. This is the heart of the entire project. All of Lu Yanran's excitement and rebuttal came to an abrupt halt the moment she heard those words. She stared blankly at Yi Chen, at his deep eyes. Heart. What he wanted was not a share of the lavish feast offered by the Long family. What he wanted was to reach his hand directly into the Long family member's chest and rip out the entire beating heart. Chapter 60 will show you what future technology is all about.
Heart. These two words were like a heavy hammer, shattering all the inherent business logic in Lu Yanran's mind. She stopped arguing and stopped questioning. Her chest heaved violently, not from excitement, but from an unprecedented tremor. It's a kind of madness that sees into the abyss yet yearns to dance with it. I see. Lu Yanran stood up, her earlier fatigue and helplessness completely gone, replaced by a burning determination. She picked up her phone and, right in front of Yi Chen, dialed the group's technical director and project director. Immediately convened the company's top technical and solution teams. Put down all your work. We will have a high-level meeting in half an hour. Her instructions were brief and clear, without the slightest hesitation. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Chen with a look that suggested she was betting everything. The most elite team in Qingyan Group now belongs to you. Half an hour later, in the top-floor conference room of Qingyan Group. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. The dozen or so senior executives and core technical staff who were urgently summoned all looked confused and puzzled. They are Qingyan's pillars, each in charge of projects worth billions, yet they are summoned here with the highest level of emergency authority by a single phone call. Lu Yanran sat in the main seat, and next to her was Yi Chen, who looked far too young. To make a long story short, Lu Yanran said, glancing around. The group has decided to formally bid for the Urban Public Data Processing Center within the Smart City project. The moment the words were spoken, the conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone thought they had misheard. Technical Director Wang, a middle-aged man nearing 50 with half-gray hair, was the first to speak. Mr. Lu, are you sure it's the Urban Public Data Processing Center? That kind of project that's all investment and no return? I'm sure, Lu Yanran replied decisively. This engineer Wang and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with absurdity. Mr. Lu, if you'll forgive my bluntness, we've conducted no fewer than 10 internal assessments of this project, and the conclusion is always the same: it's absolutely unfeasible. Technological barriers, capital investment, and profit model, these three mountains could crush us. Yes, President Lu, the Long family is clearly setting a trap. Whoever jumps in will die. We don't need to be the suckers. Opposition voices rose and fell. These people are all veterans who followed Lu Yanran in building her empire. They have the right and the responsibility to raise their concerns. Lu Yanran did not explain, but simply turned her gaze to Yi Chen. Yi Chen seemed oblivious to the almost furious reactions of the crowd. He simply stood up lazily and walked to the huge electronic whiteboard. I know what you're thinking. He picked up his pen, too lazy to even say an opening. When traditional centralized server clusters process terabyte-scale data streams, the response latency increases exponentially, and once the core node is attacked, the entire system will be paralyzed. He casually drew a traditional star network topology diagram, and then heavily drew an X at the center point. So, we're not doing this. He erased the whiteboard and started drawing again. He drew very quickly, but what he drew was not any existing network architecture. They were hexagons, like a honeycomb, tightly connected together, forming a huge, ever-changing dynamic structure. My solution is called Decentralized Dynamic Data Hive. Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. There is no absolute center. Each data node is both a storage unit and a processing unit. After the data stream enters the hive, it is broken into countless fragments by intelligent algorithms and dynamically allocated to different hive nodes for storage and computation. Nodes exchange information in real time through quantum encrypted channels. If any node is attacked or fails, the system will migrate the data to other nodes within milliseconds and generate new nodes to complete the honeycomb structure. It has the ability to learn and optimize itself. The more data it processes, the higher its operating efficiency and the more stable its structure. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he put down his pen. The entire conference room was completely silent. All the technicians, including the chief engineer Wang, looked at Yi Chen as if he were an alien. Decentralization, dynamic honeycomb, quantum encryption, self-optimization. They could understand each word individually, but when put together, they became a mysterious, incomprehensible scripture. This is no longer a technical solution. This is science fiction. After a full minute of silence, Technical Director Wang finally spoke with difficulty. Mr. Yi, the concept you proposed is very avant-garde. He carefully chose his words, but everyone could hear the subtext. However, with the current level of technology globally, this is simply impossible. It completely violates the fundamental laws of physics and the basics of computer science. We can't even create the most basic dynamic node allocation algorithm, let alone self-optimization. Wang Gong was somewhat agitated. This is not only a rejection of the plan, but also a challenge to his decades of professional knowledge. He felt like his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground. President Liu. He turned to Lu Yanran. I must make this clear, if we use this concept to submit our tender, we will be seen as a joke by the entire industry. A huge joke. Lu Yanran's heart sank. She believed in Yi Chen. But Engineer Wang was the technical expert she trusted most, and his judgment represented reality. The real technological barriers are like an insurmountable iceberg, standing in our way. The immense pressure made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Yi Chen noticed her wavering. He didn't explain a single word to the technicians. It's pointless to talk to a brick wall. He simply walked up to Lu Yanran and whispered, "Come with me." Under the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, Yi Chen led Lu Yanran out of the conference room and into Lu Yanran's president's office next door. He went straight to her personal computer and sat down. Watch closely. Yi Chen didn't connect any external devices, he simply started typing on the keyboard with both hands. His fingers moved so fast they almost left after images, and lines of code that Lu Yanran couldn't understand at all rolled across the screen like a waterfall. He stopped after only a dozen seconds. He opened a black program window, which was completely empty. Then, he pressed the Enter key. The next second, Lu Yanran's breathing stopped. On the screen, countless dazzling points of light appeared out of thin air, like stars at the beginning of the universe. These points of light quickly converged, transforming into streams of colorful data, which, under his command, began to construct a three-dimensional, complex geometric structure. That was the honeycomb he drew on the whiteboard in the conference room. This beehive is alive. It is breathing, growing, and evolving. Countless data streams weave, decompose, and recombine within it, forming a magnificent and indescribable dynamic panorama. In the corner of the screen, several key metrics were fluctuating wildly. Data processing efficiency, 987.5 TS. System security rating, SSS plus theoretically unbreakable. Average response time, 0.001 milliseconds. Each of these figures is more than 100 times higher than the peak that Wang's team could theoretically achieve. Lu Yanran stared blankly at everything, her mind completely blank. This is no longer a matter of technology. This is a miracle. It's magic from the future, something that only exists in fantasy. Her throat was dry, and she couldn't utter a single word. This is just a very basic simulation program. Yi Chen closed the program, and the screen returned to calm, as if the shocking scene had never happened. I will encapsulate the core dynamic algorithm and encryption protocol into a black box and hand it over to you. Your technical team doesn't need to understand it. They just need to follow the framework I provide and treat it as a standard API to call, and complete the peripheral solution design and application layer development. Tell them that if they can't do it, it's not because they lack the skills, but because they lack the imagination. All of Lu Yanran's doubts and pressures vanished at this moment. Looking at Yi Chen's profile, she had only one thought in her mind. He wasn't digging out the heart of the Long family. He intends to replace it with a more powerful heart from the future. Meanwhile, at the Long family manor, 1,000 miles away. Inside the study, Long Xiaotian put down his cigar and listened to his subordinate's report. Oh? Qingyan Group? The one that sells face masks? When he heard that Qingyan was preparing to bid for the Urban Public Data Processing Center, he was stunned for a moment, and then let out a sneer. They're really courting death. His subordinate bowed and said, "Master, is there anything we can do for you?" "No need." Long Xiaotian waved his hand, his face full of disdain. "Let them vote. I want to see what kind of earth-shattering thing a face mask seller can come up with. This kind of attention-seeking clown doesn't even deserve to be our opponent." He paused, then added, "However, since they want to play, let's play alone. When the bidding is open, ask the judges to take care of them and not let them lose too badly, so as to save face for the Lu family girl." That contemptuous attitude was as if it determined the life or death of an ant. Time flies. In the last minute of the bid deadline, in the presence of a notary, the legal director of Qingyan Group pressed the submit button on the electronic bidding system. A tender document, over 1,000 pages long, has been successfully uploaded. On the cover of the tender document, below the project name Urban Public Data Processing Center Technical Solution, there is a line of inconspicuous small print. Designer, YC. Chapter 61, 10 minutes to show you what a dimensional reduction attack is. Beijing International Convention and Exhibition Center. The bidding and review meeting for the Smart City project was officially held. The venue was solemn and dignified, and the space, which could accommodate 1,000 people, was packed with seats. In the front row are leaders from various departments in Beijing and the review expert group. Next up are delegations from the country's top technology giants. The Long family delegation was seated in the most prominent first row, directly facing the podium. The middle-aged man at the head of the delegation exuded composure, surrounded by several capable assistants and senior technical executives, each displaying an air of calm and control. They are the absolute protagonists today, and the predetermined victors. In contrast, Xinyan Group's seats were arranged in the most inconspicuous corner of the venue, right next to the emergency exit. Lu Yanran, along with engineer Wang and the legal director, had just taken their seats. All around, gazes were cast in, their mixed emotions clearly discernible. There is something I don't understand. There was surprise. More often than not, it was undisguised mockery. Xinyan Group? That company that sells face masks is here too? Are you crazy? Do you think they can even touch a national-level project like this? They probably wanted to show their face and increase brand awareness, but they ended up making a fool of themselves. The whispers created an invisible pressure that enveloped the small corner. Fine beads of sweat had formed on Wang's forehead. In his 20 years in the industry, he had never experienced such blatant discrimination in such a high-level setting. Lu Yanran straightened her back, as if she hadn't heard any noise. But her tightly clasped hands betrayed her inner turmoil. She knew this was just the beginning. The review process was initiated quickly. On the podium, Professor Zhou, the head of the review panel from the School of Information Engineering at Beijing University, cleared his throat. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly spoke into the microphone. Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. This Smart City project, especially the core Urban Public Data Processing Center, is of great significance and has extremely high technical requirements. We received dozens of bids from all over the country, which reflects everyone's enthusiasm. Polite applause rang out from the audience. Professor Zhou pressed his hands together lightly and continued, however, in order to ensure the professionalism and efficiency of the review, the expert group unanimously decided to conduct a preliminary screening of all technical solutions first. He paused, then emphasized his words. Proposals that are obviously impractical, lack basic feasibility studies, or are not closely related to the project's needs will not be allowed to proceed to the subsequent public demonstration stage. This is both a respect for the expert panel's time and a fair treatment of truly capable bidders. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang, the engineer standing next to Lu Yanran, looked rather unpleasant. This statement is too pointed. The theoretical framework of the black box that Yichen presented cannot be found as a comparable reference in any existing technological system. In the eyes of traditional experts, isn't this the most typical example of impracticality? Before he could think any further, the large screen in the center of the venue lit up. Preliminary list of projects recommended for elimination: Urban Public Data Processing Center project. A cold, impersonal title appeared at the top of the screen. Immediately afterwards, the names of companies, along with the reasons for their elimination, were ruthlessly listed. Galaxy Technology Solution Design has excessive redundancy. Zhongke Zhiyun's core algorithm has a security backdoor risk. The list is scrolling very quickly. Suddenly, a familiar name popped up and appeared in the most prominent position on the first batch of names. Xinyan Group. Reason for elimination: the technical solution is too vague and lacks feasibility demonstration. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Wang's head, and his vision went black. He had considered countless possibilities of failure. They might have been rendered speechless during a public presentation, suffered a crushing defeat against the Long family in a data comparison, or even been eliminated due to an outrageous price. But he never imagined it would be like this. A method that borders on humiliation. They didn't even have the chance to step onto the ring. It was treated as a piece of waste paper and thrown into the trash can. How could this be? How could this happen? He murmured, his lips trembling. The surrounding laughter became crystal clear at that moment, like sharp needles piercing his ears. Lu Yanran's body also stiffened. She stared intently at the line of text on the screen, feeling a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. The Long family's care has arrived. It was more direct and ruthless than she had imagined.
On the podium, Professor Joe picked up the gavel from the table, ready to strike and finalize the list. I agree with the expert panel's opinion on this list.
Wait a moment. Just as the gavel was about to fall, a deep male voice rang out, interrupting Professor Joe. The sound wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the entire room. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound.
At the very center of the stage, a middle-aged man who had remained silent until now slowly raised his hand. He was dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit and had a refined demeanor, but the words on his identity plaque shocked everyone. Special Observer, National Development Strategy Committee Song Jangwo. The name of this institution itself represents the highest level of national will.
Professor Zhou's movements froze in mid-air. He looked at Song Jangwo with some surprise. Committee member Song, what are your instructions?
Song Jangwo didn't look at him, but instead turned his gaze to the line Qingyan group on the big screen.
Professor Zhou, I have a slightly different opinion on this reason for elimination. He spoke calmly.
I just skimmed through Qingyan group's proposal summary, and there's a concept mentioned in it that's quite interesting.
Decentralized Dynamic Data Hive. Song Jangwo pronounced the term word by word.
Although this theoretical framework seems somewhat ahead of its time in the current commercial technology field, its core ideas have some overlap with the next-generation national security network architecture that our committee is exploring.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. National-level security network architecture? What level of thing is this?
The vast majority of people present had never even heard of it.
How could a company that sells face masks get involved in this kind of national strategy?
On the Long family representative's seat, a young man leaned close to Long Xiaotian's ear and whispered a few words quickly.
Long Xiaotian remained calm and composed, merely nodding slightly, a hint of amusement even appearing on his face. He still didn't believe it.
In his view, this was nothing more than a piece of obscure, outdated theory that the girl from the Lu family had copied from somewhere, which just happened to be lucky enough to come across a term.
Professor Zhou's forehead was sweating. He never expected that a Chang Yao Jin would suddenly appear out of nowhere. He couldn't afford to offend Song Jangwo because of his status. Committee member Song, what do you mean? He asked tentatively. Song Jangwo tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
My point is simple. Regardless of whether this plan is ultimately feasible, since it has proposed a valuable direction for exploration, it should be given an opportunity to be presented and discussed. I suggest that Qingyan Group be granted the right to give a public demonstration.
His words are beyond reproach.
Professor Zhou's face turned a deep purplish red. He felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. Agreeing would be tantamount to publicly slapping himself in the face and breaking his promise to the Long family. Disagreeing is tantamount to openly defying the special envoy of the National Development Strategy Committee. Weighing the two options, he could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a few words. All right, since committee member Song has spoken, let's give Qingyan Group a chance.
He looked as if he had aged 10 years in an instant.
But he immediately added, his words carrying a hint of vengeful sarcasm. However, in order not to affect the overall agenda, Qingyan Group's presentation time must be compressed to within 10 minutes. Furthermore, after the demonstration, participants must unconditionally undergo an on-site extreme pressure test by the expert panel.
10 minutes.
They will also have to undergo extreme stress testing.
This is not an opportunity, it's a trap.
A trap was set to tear Qingyan Group to shreds in front of everyone.
All eyes in the room instantly turned to that secluded corner.
Everyone wanted to see if this arrogant mask company dared to accept this death challenge.
Lu Yanran's heart leaped into her throat.
Her palms were covered in cold sweat. Just then, a clear, eerily calm command came through the miniature earpiece she was wearing.
Agree. Tell them that 10 minutes is enough. It's Yi Chen.
Lu Yanran took a deep breath, and that breath seemed to carry boundless power, instantly dispelling all her panic and fear.
She slowly stood up.
Amidst the mocking, sympathetic, and curious gazes of the audience, her voice resonated clearly throughout the entire venue.
We accept. Chapter 62. Your virus is good, but unfortunately, my system is a bit hungry.
Amidst countless gazes, Lu Yanran stepped onto the demonstration stage that would determine the fate of the Qingyan Group. There was no reserved seat for her. There was only a lonely podium with data cables attached to it, like an altar awaiting sacrifice. She ignored the complicated gazes, calmly bent down, and connected the data cable to the black encrypted laptop she had brought. The huge screen behind me lit up, displaying the computer screen in sync.
Everyone in the audience held their breath, waiting.
They envisioned a beautifully crafted PowerPoint presentation, a passionate speech, and a woman's last-ditch effort to save the company. However, all that appeared on the screen was darkness. Only in the upper left corner, a green cursor was quietly blinking. This is the most primitive and lowest-level program interface. There are no graphics, no icons, only a cold code input prompt. What the hell? Can't even make a simple PowerPoint presentation? And this is supposed to be about decentralized dynamic data honeycomb? Playing tricks. Uncontrollable murmurs and snickers rose from the audience. The young man beside Long Xiaotian sneered, "Patriarch, it seems we overestimated her. This is nothing but a farce." Long Xiaotian held his teacup, gently blew on it, and remained silent. The playful look on his face deepened. He wanted to see what other tricks this girl could pull. Professor Zhou simply snorted coldly, crossing his arms as if watching a clown performance. Lu Yanran ignored all of this. Yi Chen's instructions came clearly through her earphones. Input: Start Genesis Hive. Lu Yanran's slender fingers tapped on the keyboard, accurately inputting the simple start command, and then she pressed enter. The instant she pressed the enter key, the lights in the entire venue seemed to dim for a moment. In the center of the pitch-black screen, a tiny point of light suddenly lit up. Then, the second, the third, the 10th, the 100th, the light spots multiplied, connected, and combined at an exponential rate. In the blink of an eye, a huge, complex, and constantly changing three-dimensional honeycomb structure composed of countless hexagonal light points occupied the entire screen. It seems to have a life of its own, slowly rotating in three-dimensional space, with the light spots inside flickering like breathing, and data streams flowing through it, forming dazzling bands of light. It was a magnificent and awe-inspiring beauty that transcended the technological aesthetics of our time. Oh my god. What is this? A holographic simulation program? No, that's not right. Look at those data streams, they're all in real time. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Those who had been chuckling moments before now stared wide-eyed at the screen, unable to utter a single word. Song Jiangwo leaned forward abruptly, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes shone with an astonishing light. This is it. The theoretical framework in the abstract that had shaken him to his core had actually been brought to life. Professor Zhou's cold snort caught in his throat, his pupils contracted, and a feeling of absurdity welled up in his heart. Impossible. This is definitely pre-recorded animation. It's just a flashy gimmick. What good is it if it's just pretty? He forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and issued a cold command. Start stress testing immediately. Tech team, connect the data source. He pointed at the screen, almost shouting it out. First, simulate the city's traffic monitoring network. Pour in 10 terabytes of data per second. I want to see how long this hive can last. The order has been issued. The technicians immediately took action, and a red torrent, symbolizing a terrifying amount of data, appeared from the edge of the screen and surged wildly toward the rotating 3D honeycomb. 10 TS. What does this mean? It's enough to overwhelm the server clusters that any tech company present would be proud of in a mere 0.1 seconds. Under such a data surge, the system response time of a traditional centralized server architecture would instantly skyrocket from milliseconds to seconds, or even crash completely. Everyone's heart was in their throat. A red torrent crashed headlong into the data hive. There was no earth-shattering collapse. There was absolutely no lag. The enormous honeycomb suddenly shone brightly, and its internal hexagonal structure began to expand and recombine at a visible speed, as if a giant mouth was swallowing the terrifying torrent of data whole. In the bottom right corner of the screen, there is an inconspicuous delay reading. The moment the flood of data poured in, everyone stared intently at that number. However, that number remained stable at 0.001 milliseconds from beginning to end. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. The entire room fell silent. Professor Zhou's face began to change color. How is that possible? Animation. This must be animation. The delayed reading is fake too. He doesn't believe it. The second test, he practically shouted through gritted teeth. Simulate a saturation attack. Randomly destroy 10% of its nodes. Immediately. This is a devastating blow that could completely bring down any existing cloud data center. The failure of 10% of nodes means that the entire data architecture will suffer from widespread logical failure, and the chain reaction will lead to a complete avalanche. The technicians' hands were trembling, but they still carried out the orders.
On the screen, 1/10 of the hexagonal dots representing data nodes in that magnificent honeycomb structure instantly went out. The entire hive shook violently, as if a crystal chandelier had been struck by a giant hammer, and it looked like it was about to fall apart. Long Xiaotian finally put down his teacup and sat up straight. However, the collapse did not occur. In the very next millisecond after 1/10 of the nodes went out, all the neighboring nodes of the extinguished nodes instantly burst into brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, they completed the migration, cross-backup, and verification of all the data. At the same time, new nodes automatically generated in the empty spaces of those extinguished nodes, quickly completing the structure of the entire honeycomb. The entire process, from being attacked to completing self-healing, took less than 0.01 seconds. At the top of the screen, in the System Security Ratings section, a line of small print consistently displays, theoretically unbreakable. Professor Zhou's breathing became heavy, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He doesn't believe in superstitions. He can't lose. A crazy thought took hold of his mind. He turned around abruptly, snatched an encrypted USB drive from his assistant, rushed to the technical control panel, and shoved the technician aside. "Get out of my way." He forcefully inserted the USB drive into the port, his eyes bloodshot. "Professor Zhou. This is a violation of regulations," the technical team leader exclaimed. Professor Zhou ignored him completely, frantically typing on the keyboard and bringing up a hidden attack program. On the screen, a tiny, seemingly alive black worm appeared out of thin air. At the Long family representatives table, the young man exclaimed in shock, "Pulseworm. How could Professor Zhou have such a thing?" For the first time, Long Xiaotian's ever-present calm smile froze on his face. That's a military-grade attack program developed in the Long family's secret laboratory, specifically targeting the underlying data architecture. It doesn't attack the data itself, but directly dismantles the fundamental logic that makes up the server's operation. It ignores any firewall. The black pulse worm twisted its body and burrowed into the data hive. Everyone thought that what followed would be the complete collapse of the hive. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. The data hive system does not seem to have identified this worm as an attack at all. It simply classifies the worm as a high-entropy data stream. The next second, the internal structure of the honeycomb began to rotate at high speed, like an invisible cosmic millstone, instantly shattering, decomposing, and absorbing the black worm. All the underlying attack logic carried by the worm was thoroughly analyzed by the system. Then, it was transformed into part of its own structure. In the center of the screen, a green notification popped up that sent everyone's souls flying. High-entropy data stream detected and absorbed transformed. System stability improved by 0.1%. The virus was eaten as a health supplement? Snap. A crisp sound. Professor Zhou's teacup fell to the ground and shattered. He stood frozen in place, as if all his strength and soul had been drained away, his face ashen. For the first time, an emotion called shock appeared on Long Xiaotian's frozen face. This. Special correspondent Song Jiangwo suddenly stood up from his seat. He completely lost his composure, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented light as he stared intently and greedily at the deep honeycomb, trembling with excitement. A miracle, this is a miracle. Just as the entire venue fell into an eerie silence and a tremendous shock. Lu Yanran raised her wrist and glanced at her watch. There are 3 seconds left until the 10 minutes are up. She calmly reached out and pressed the last key on the keyboard. The magnificent beehive on the screen, which had shocked everyone's worldview, vanished instantly, returning to complete darkness, leaving only the lonely, flashing green cursor. She didn't say a word. There was not a single summary, not a single word of mockery, and not a single declaration. She simply unplugged the data cable, closed her laptop, turned around, and calmly walked off the platform that belonged to her, under the stunned gazes of the entire audience. A silent end. It brought the most extreme shock. Chapter 63 Won't believe it, the useless son-in-law is actually the mastermind? The father-in-law's entire family is stunned. Inside the venue, you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze on the black screen, and everyone's thoughts were still stuck on the moment the pulseworm was absorbed, unable to break free. Those technical experts, scholars, and professors who were usually aloof and superior were now all gaping, like fish out of water, their minds completely blank. The knowledge system they had built up over their entire lives was completely crushed in less than 10 minutes by an unknown young woman in a way they could not comprehend. Smack! A crisp sound of a chair scraping against the floor broke the suffocating silence.
Special Correspondent Song Jangwo, an elderly man who had always maintained a serious and restrained demeanor, suddenly stood up. His movement was so abrupt that the chair behind him slid back half a meter. He instantly drew everyone's attention. "I hereby declare." Song Jangwo surveyed the entire room, each word resounding with unquestionable authority. "The data hive system showcased by Qingyan Group has extremely high and immeasurable strategic value. This technical review must be scrapped and redone. The decision is final." These words struck like a thunderclap in the deathly silent meeting room. The expert judges, who were still in a daze, were instantly jolted awake, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They immediately understood the weight of Song Jangwo's words. Strategic value. These 4 words have elevated the nature of this review from a commercial bidding process to the level of national security. If they had truly rejected such technology because of the Long family's power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, just as everyone's attention was focused on Song Jangwo, a new development occurred at the Long family's seats. Long Xiaotian stood up. He didn't go to see Song Jangwo announce the results, nor did he look at the panicked experts, or even Professor Zhou, who had given him his first taste of failure. He straightened his expensive suit with unhurried movements, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He then turned around and walked straight out of the venue. His bodyguard team immediately sprang into action, forming a human wall around him, their powerful aura making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. As Long Xiaotian passed by Lu Yanran, he paused slightly. The hearts of everyone in the audience were in their throats. What will this heir of the Long family say? Will it be a threat? Or an attempt to win him over? However, Long Xiaotian didn't even glance at Lu Yanran. His head turned slightly, past Lu Yanran's shoulder, past all the experts and representatives in front of him, and finally settled at the very back of the audience, in an inconspicuous corner. There was only one ordinary-looking young man there. Yi Chen. Almost at the same moment that Long Xiaotian stopped, Yi Chen, who was in the corner, also slowly stood up from his seat. The entire venue seemed to have been muted. Everyone's gaze involuntarily followed Long Xiaotian's direction, eventually converging on Yi Chen. Who is he? Why would Long Xiaotian look at him? Even though they were dozens of meters apart, and hundreds of people were in between, the moment their eyes met in the air, an invisible, icy pressure instantly enveloped the entire venue. If Lu Yanran's appearance on stage was a technical feat that could be considered a divine achievement, so this moment marks the first public confrontation between the two true players. They are the key to this game. Long Xiaotian didn't speak, he just looked at Yi Chen, his lips moving silently. No sound was emitted. But Yi Chen understood. Those 2 words are interesting. The next second, Long Xiaotian withdrew his gaze without lingering any longer. He turned around and, with his men, disappeared outside the venue's doors. His departure was more powerful than any words. This means that the Long family's attitude towards this matter has changed from casually crushing to truly facing it squarely. An opponent they must take seriously has emerged. Long Xiaotian's departure eased the tense atmosphere in the venue slightly. Song Jangwo immediately chaired an emergency meeting, and a dozen minutes later, the final review results were made public in a way that shocked everyone. After joint discussions by the review committee and the special observation team, it was decided that the technical team leader stood on the stage, his voice slightly shaky, clearly still reeling from the shock and unexpected result. The Nanjiang Smart City Data Center project will be jointly undertaken by Longtong Group and Qingyan Group. Wow! The entire audience erupted in uproar. Joint construction? What kind of operation is this? Given Longtong Group's unparalleled advantages in hardware infrastructure construction, the hardware construction and site planning of the data center will be the responsibility of Longtong Group. At the same time, given Qingyan Group's disruptive innovation in core algorithms, Qingyan Group will contribute its core technology as equity to provide the Data Hive software system and jointly establish an operations team with Longtong Group to be responsible for the long-term operation and maintenance of the data center. This result exceeded everyone's expectations. Qingyan Group not only did not get eliminated, but it was also able to survive. Instead, he suddenly became a collaborator of the Long family. This is no longer a simple matter of winning a bid. This is like inserting a sharp knife directly into the heart of the massive smart city project. Everyone understands that hardware is just the shell, while software and data are the soul. Qingyan Group, or rather Lu Yanran, rose to prominence overnight thanks to the data hive provided by Yi Chen.
At this moment, Lu Yanran's status and prestige in the business world of Nanjiang City reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, Lu family villa. The huge LCD TV in the living room was broadcasting news from the press conference in real time. The moment the technical team leader announced the final results, Lu Weigua, Lu Chuanxiong, and Lu Haiyang, the three members of the family, were all frozen in a daze. Jointly constructed? Lu Haiyang muttered to himself, unable to understand the meaning of the word. Lu Chuanxiong opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Smack! Lu Weigua dropped the remote control from his hand onto the expensive carpet, but he was completely unaware. Only one thought was swirling wildly in his mind. How is that possible? That's the Long family. The very heart of Nanjiang City. How could Lu Yanran possibly snatch me from the Long family's mouth? No, this isn't just snatching meat, it's directly sitting at the Long family's table, wanting to share this cake on equal footing with them. They couldn't understand. What they found even more incomprehensible was that behind all of this seemed to be the shadow of the son-in-law they despised and looked down upon the most. How did that good-for-nothing help Qingyan Group shake up the foundation of the Long family? This world has completely overturned their understanding. Inside the venue, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Chen quietly returned to his seat, as if he hadn't been the one who had just confronted Long Xiaotian. His heart remained completely unmoved. Cooperate? This is nothing more than a delaying tactic. How could someone like Long Xiaotian allow others to share the fruits of victory with him? The real battle has only just begun. Just then, a virtual panel that only he could see popped up in his field of vision. Main quest, the cornerstone of the empire, has been updated. Current completion rate, 30%. Task reward, the basic Guardian module has been unlocked in the system shop. Before Yi Chen could even check the functions of this new module, another line of new information, with a scarlet warning color, popped up. New side quest released, the Scorpion Sting. Mission description: Long Xiaotian's actions have attracted the attention of other members within the Ouroboros organization. A top hacker codenamed Ghost has been activated, with the goal of stealing your data hive core code. Mission objective: completely thwart the Ghost's operations without revealing your true identity. Chapter 64, using code as bait, we're catching you, you venomous scorpion. The next day, at the Nanjiang International Convention and Exhibition Center, the cooperation agreement between Qingyan Group and Longtan Group was officially signed amidst the flashing lights of countless media outlets. Long Xiaotian displayed astonishing sincerity and magnanimity. He not only publicly praised Qingyan Group's technical strength, but also announced on the spot that, in order to facilitate seamless integration between the two technical teams, Longtan Group would open the internal network ports of its data center ahead of schedule. We believe that only through a powerful alliance can we create the most magnificent blueprint for the future of Nanjiang City. Long Xiaotian held Lu Yanran's hand and spoke eloquently to the camera, displaying his elegant demeanor. Lu Yanran maintained a professional smile, but only she knew that the force from the other person's palm carried an unmistakable sense of oppression. To outsiders, this scene is a heartwarming tale of two giants in Nanjiang City setting aside past grievances and working together to create a better future. But in the eyes of a few insiders, this was nothing short of the opening act of a trap. The atmosphere in the temporary work area that Longtan Group specially prepared for Qingyan Group's technical team was incredibly lively. The group of programmers, led by technical director Wang, looked at Yi Chen's retreating figure with a feeling that could no longer be described as mere admiration. That was almost fanatical worship. Listen up! YC has encapsulated the core data hive into a black box API. All our development work must strictly revolve around this interface. Holding a thin document, Engineer Wang's voice trembled with excitement. Remember, we don't need to understand what's inside the black box, we just need to believe. What YC has provided is the most perfect work of art in the world. Our task is to create the most magnificent display for this work of art. Yes, Mr. Wang. The team members echoed in unison, each one seemingly injected with adrenaline. They were completely captivated by the enigmatic architecture of the data hive. In their view, YC, who created this system, was no ordinary person, but a god in the world of code. They completely followed Yi Chen's arrangements and willingly began the preliminary development and integration work in this network environment kindly provided by Longtan Group. Unbeknownst to them, they had stepped into a meticulously planned hunting ground. The god they worship is waiting for his prey to appear. Late at night, the server cluster at Qingyan Group's headquarters runs quietly in a temperature-controlled server room.
The indicator lights flashed regularly, and everything seemed orderly. Just then, an extremely small data stream quietly merged into the massive torrent of information. It is not aggressive, has no characteristics of malicious code, and even its form is exactly the same as normal system maintenance logs. Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, it silently bypassed layers of firewalls and fooled the most advanced intrusion detection systems. The infiltration of the ghost has begun. His style, like his codename, is silent, invisible, and deadly. However, the ghost's target was something no one expected. He did not go directly to the encrypted server where the data BAR black box program was stored. In his view, that head-on approach to attack was far too foolish. Since the other party is able to design a system of the data hive level, the defense of its core server must be impenetrable. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. The ghost's thought process is meticulous and calm. His real target was a corner that seemed to have nothing to do with core technology. Xingyan Group's human resources database. He needs to find the man codenamed YC. Code is static, but people are dynamic. Once you find the person, there are countless ways to get them to reveal the core code. Meanwhile, at Yi Chen's home. In the cozy children's room, he was holding a fairy tale book, telling his daughter Yaya a bedtime story. Then, the brave knight defeated the dragon and rescued the princess. Dad, why are knights so powerful? Because he wants to protect the most important person in his life. Yi Chen smiled as he closed the book and gently patted his daughter's back. Just then, the seemingly ordinary smartwatch on his wrist vibrated very slightly. The vibration frequency was peculiar. It was only once, yet it carried a rapid, bone-chilling sensation. This is the highest level of alert he has preset. Code name, Spider Web. The alarm will only be triggered when the intruder touches upon the invisible, intricate surveillance trap he has laid at the bottom of the entire Nanjiang City network. Someone stepped on the spider web. Yi Chen's movements remained unchanged. He continued to hum a lullaby gently until he was sure his daughter was fast asleep. He quietly walked out of the room, closed the door behind him, and then called over the nanny who was already waiting outside. Keep an eye on Yaha, I have something to take care of. Yes, sir. Yi Chen entered the study and closed the door. The room was pitch black. He didn't turn on the light. He sat in front of the computer, and the screen lit up automatically. There is no complex code or dazzling data streams. There is only a simplified network topology diagram, like a star map of a city. In the area representing Xingyan Group's human resources database, a tiny red dot is flashing irregularly. Every step of the ghost's operation, every data sniffing, and every permission test was clearly recorded and analyzed by the spider web system and presented to Yi Chen in real time. This top hacker thought he was sneaking around undetected, but in reality, from the moment he stepped into the Nanjiang City network, it became a naked run under the spotlight. Interesting. Instead of attacking the core directly, they tried to find someone from the outside. This ghost is a bit smarter than I thought. Yi Chen did not immediately take action to drive them away or retaliate. That's so boring. When a cat catches a mouse, it always plays with it first. His fingers danced lightly across the keyboard without making a sound. Lines of code flowed from his fingertips, quickly constructing a disguised program. Instead of strengthening the firewall of the human resources database, he seemingly inadvertently left a tiny vulnerability. Then, he created a fake YC profile. Name, Yang Chang. Age, 35. Position, former senior programmer at Xingyan Group. Status, resigned from my job a year ago for personal reasons and moved to North America with my family. The file contained convincingly fake employment records, project experiences, resignation reports, and even several altered photos of him with Lu Yanran at the company's annual meeting. Everything points to one conclusion: Xingyan Group's true technological core, YC, has long since disappeared. Yi Chen cleverly placed this meticulously forged file deep within that loophole, a perfect spot that a ghost would inevitably pass by, yet would think it was discovered by him after his breakthrough. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair and quietly watched the red dot on the screen. As expected. A few minutes later, the flashing red dot precisely exploited the loophole he had left behind and successfully stole the fake file. The other end. The ghost, who was in a secret base, looked at the downloaded data on the screen and breathed a long sigh of relief. He immediately conducted multiple cross-verifications of the file through the internal channels of the Ouroboros organization. Soon, feedback came in. Information about Yang Cheng's entry and exit records, property purchases, and even his children's school registrations was sent back from North America. Everything was flawless.
Target YC's identity has been identified. Name, Yang Chang, former programmer at Qingyan Group, currently residing overseas. Prepare to launch the second phase of the plan and conduct physical contact.
He sent out the mission report with satisfaction, then began to erase all traces of his presence, preparing to leave.
However, at the very last moment, his retreat path disconnected from the web. Yi Chen made a move.
His finger tapped the enter key lightly.
There were no earth-shattering cyber attacks, no devastating data deluge.
Only a tiny seed program, smaller than a speck of dust, followed the traces left by the ghost itself, went upstream, and silently implanted itself deep into the ghost's own terminal host.
This seed will immediately go into hibernation and will not be detected by any antivirus software or firewall. It simply lies dormant, waiting for the day it will be awakened.
After doing all this, Yi Chen shut down the computer. The study returned to darkness.
Ghost? It's just an appetizer. Long Xiaotian's true killing move would never be such a petty trick. Financial markets.
That's the meat grinder of capital, that's the real battlefield he prepared for himself. Yi Chen walked out of the study, picked up his phone, and found a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. That string of numbers seemed to be covered in the dust of time.
He pressed the dial button. A monotonous and drawn-out beep, beep
sound came from the phone's receiver.
Chapter 65 Earthquake in the Financial World.
The mysterious Pluto is enraged, and billions of dollars of capital besiege the Long family.
The next day,
the stock market opens.
There was no warning whatsoever.
A massive, suffocating wave of short-selling capital, like a prehistoric beast emerging from the void, opened its gaping maw and precisely bit into Qingyan Group.
Just 3 minutes after the market opened, the stock price began to plummet. In 10 minutes, the price dropped by 8%.
In 20 minutes, the price dropped by 15%. Half an hour later, the stock price plummeted by 20%, with massive sell orders pinning it firmly to the pillory of shame. The market was eerily silent. Immediately following, a short-selling report issued by a highly reputable overseas rating agency was simultaneously released across the entire internet.
The report's title is alarming: Qingyan Group, a tech bubble about to burst.
The report is detailed and malicious, pointing out that Qingyan Group's foray into the technology field and its huge investment in the Smart City project is a complete scam, a lie fabricated by management to cash out. The report listed a large amount of evidence analyzing how its huge R&D investment would drag down the group's originally profitable main business, and used highly professional terminology and models to imply that its financial data was seriously falsified.
Panic.
Utter panic spread through the minds of all shareholders of Qingyan Group.
A sell-off has begun.
Qingyan Group's market value evaporated by nearly 10 billion yuan in just half an hour.
Qingyan Group headquarters.
The atmosphere in the emergency board meeting room was so tense it felt like you could wring water out of it. Lu Yanran sat in the main seat, her face pale. Before her was a stock price chart flashing with ghastly green numbers every second it jumped felt like a heavy hammer blow to her heart.
Yanran. Is this the future you've been talking about? Is this the smart city you've staked the entire group's future on?
An elderly man with gray hair slammed his fist on the table.
He was Lu Yanran's second uncle, Lu Zhangong. Second uncle, now is not the time to assign blame. If not now, then when?
Lu Jiangong interrupted her angrily.
Are we waiting for the company to be delisted?
I told you long ago that kid surnamed Ji is a fraud.
What makes a consultant of dubious origin think he can influence the group's strategic direction?
Now look what's happened. One report from him has exposed us completely. Beside them, a woman with exquisite makeup but a mean expression on her face also spoke up.
She was Lu Yanran's third aunt, Lu Jianfeng. Big brother is right.
Yanran, you're too young, you've been fooled without even realizing it. The only solution now is to immediately announce a halt to all investment in the Smart City project and publicly admit the decision-making error. Then, immediately dismiss Yi Chen, that so-called chief consultant, and sever all ties with him. Only in this way can we restore market confidence.
That's right.
We must cut ties with him immediately. Hand him over and give the shareholders an explanation. In the conference room, the group of Lu family relatives and board members were indignant, their anger directed at Lu Yanran, and even more so at that name that had never appeared at the board meeting.
Yi Chen.
In their view, the culprit behind all this was the man who bewitched Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran's secretary stood aside, sweating profusely, but dared not utter a single word. Lu Yanran slowly raised her head and looked around at these so-called relatives. Their faces showed anger and fear, but even more so, an ugly eagerness to shirk responsibility. I already said that. Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy conference room. The Smart City project will not stop. Yi Chen's position as an advisor will not be revoked. I trust my judgment, and I trust him too. Lu Jiangong trembled with rage. You're going to drag the entire Lu family down with you. Lu Yanran ignored them and directly ordered her secretary, notify the finance department to use all of the group's reserve funds to begin stabilizing the market. In addition, transfer all the liquid funds in my personal account to the company account. What? Everyone was stunned. Using personal assets to prop up the market? In their eyes, that's utterly insane. Faced with the overwhelming force of short-selling capital, this amount of money is like a drop in the ocean. It won't even make a ripple. Lu Yanran. You're insane. This is like throwing an egg against a rock. Lu Yanran didn't explain a word further. She simply stood up and walked out of the conference room. She knew it was futile. But that's her attitude. She can lose, but she will never admit defeat. At the same time, Yi Chen's apartment was quiet. He didn't even turn on his computer to watch the horrific stock market massacre. He simply stood quietly by the window, watching the bustling traffic below. The monotonous and drawn-out beep, beep sound from the phone receiver finally got answered after ringing for nearly a minute. On the other end of the phone came a woman's voice, slightly sleepy, languid yet with a hint of amusement. Pluto, you actually contacted me on your own initiative. Tell me, who has offended you this time? This voice comes from a legend in the international financial market, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of countless financial giants. Codename, Phantom. She is the world's top hedge fund queen. Yi Chen didn't waste any words and calmly reported a few key pieces of information. Xingyan Group, stock code 60XXXX. The main short seller is an offshore fund called Sanglong Capital. Their leverage ratio is around 7 times. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately afterwards, a captivating soft laugh rang out. The Long family? They tried to poach me last year with a hefty sum, but I refused. So they used their money here. Interesting. I'll take this order. Same as always, profit split 30-70, I get 70% and you get 30%. This is already the highest level of cooperation terms she can offer. However, I don't want profits, Yi Chen said calmly. The Phantom on the other end of the phone was clearly surprised. Yi Chen's tone was completely calm, yet it carried a chilling undertone. This time, I not only want you to win, but I also want you to cripple Sanglong Capital along with all the funds behind it. I want them to be liquidated, wiped out, and completely disappear from this market. Also, follow their funding chain and dig out all the information about the investors behind them. Not one can be missed. This is no longer a business transaction. This is war. A financial war that will never end. Silence fell again on the other end of the phone, this time for even longer. A long time. The Phantom's laughter rang out again, but this time, it was filled with excitement and trembling. You're still the same old you. You either don't do anything, or you do it to the extreme. What incredible luck did the Long family have this time to provoke a killing god like you? Okay, I like it. We'll do as you say. Just wait and see what happens. The call ended. Almost simultaneously, in the hidden corners of major financial centers around the world, countless pairs of eyes lit up in front of trading terminals. A mysterious fund, larger, more secretive, and more ferocious than Azure Dragon Capital, has begun to quietly gather through thousands of independent accounts. They came from different countries and different institutions, but under the same command, they converged into a torrent powerful enough to overturn everything. A storm is brewing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only 1 hour left before the share market closes. After a flash crash in the morning and a continuous decline in the afternoon, Xingyan Group's stock price is now very close to the daily limit down. Lu Yanran's hundreds of millions of yuan investment was swallowed up instantly by the massive wave of short selling before she could even mount a decent resistance. A sense of despair permeated the entire market. Everyone believed that Xingyan Group's fate was sealed and that a stock price crash was inevitable. Just then, a sudden change occurred. On the limit down board, the millions of sell orders piled up like a mountain were swallowed up in a fraction of a second by an invisible giant mouth.
Immediately afterwards, an astronomical sum of money flooded the market without warning. 1 billion. 5 billion. 10 billion.
An unprecedented spectacle appeared on the stock price chart of Qingyan Group. A nearly vertical green line rose from the limit downline with overwhelming force.
10%. 8%. 5%. 2%. 0%. The stock price rebounded. Plus 3%. Plus 5%. Plus 8%. The whole process took less than 5 minutes.
All the stock market participants, institutions, and traders who were watching the market were stunned by this miraculous scene, their minds blank.
Inside the secret trading room of Azure Dragon Capital,
the fund manager stared intently at the frantic surge of funds on the trading screen, completely frozen in place.
Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Where did all this money come from? Are they crazy? Is this some kind of market bailout? No, wait a minute.
He suddenly woke up with a start. The speed and intensity of the other party's buying was not to support the stock price at all, but to carry out a frenzied buying spree.
Their goal is not to save the market. It's an encirclement and suppression. They're going to wipe out all the short positions in the market.
A chill ran from the soles of the fund manager's feet straight to the top of his head. He finally realized that his proud hunt had, from the very beginning, fallen into a much larger trap set by someone else.
They are not hunters. They are bait.
With trembling hands, he grabbed the red emergency communication phone and dialed Long Xiaotian.
Mr. Dragon. Mr. Dragon. Something's happened. We think we've encountered a shark. A giant shark from the deep sea. Chapter 66: A decisive move, the Phantom's Feast.
Inside the trading room of the Long family's private conglomerate, Sanglong Capital, chaos had erupted.
Close the position. Quickly. Close the position at any cost.
The fund manager roared hoarsely, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the candlestick chart. Every second that glaring green bar throbbed like a hammer blow to his heart.
It's no good, manager. Our sales orders were snapped up the moment they were posted. It's impossible to sell. The other party's capital is terrifying. The price is still rising. It's already hit the daily limit. Our short positions are losing money indefinitely. Panic spread like a plague throughout the trading room.
Their prized capital behemoths, now, appear as fragile as a moth caught in a spider's web before the other side's boundless financial network. Every attempt to close out a position and cut losses only tightens the net further. Every time they placed a buy order to close their positions, it was instantly swallowed up by that invisible maw, and then the stock price was pushed to a higher position by an even more ferocious force, leaving all the short sellers in despair. This is not a price surge.
This is a massacre.
Inside the study of the Long family manor. After Long Xiaotian finished the call, he squeezed the valuable antique rosewood microphone until it cracked.
Shark? A giant shark from the deep sea?
He repeated the last words of the incompetent manager on the phone, his previously composed demeanor completely gone, replaced by an offensive rage. In the financial field, which he excels at and is most proud of, someone actually dared to bare their fangs at him.
Moreover, they wanted to swallow him whole. Good, very good. Long Xiaotian was so angry that he laughed instead.
He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking his vast estate, and a domineering aura of a tyrant rose up again.
I'd like to see which foolish shark dares to act so recklessly in my waters.
He picked up another encrypted phone, his tone cold and devoid of any emotion.
Activate the storm contingency plan.
I need 30 billion yuan to be transferred from real estate, energy, technology, and all other dynamic sectors to Sanglong Capital's account within half an hour. I don't care what methods you use, even if you have to mortgage the property, you have to raise the money for me.
I need reinforcements. At all costs. He cannot lose. We must especially not lose in the battle of capital. This is the foundation and glory of him as the head of the Long family.
However, the order had only been issued for less than 5 minutes. His personal assistant rushed in, his face ashen, his tablet trembling.
Mr. Dragon. Mr. Dragon. Something terrible has happened.
7 of our listed companies, including Longting Real Estate, Jinyuan Mining, and Xuanfei Technology, were simultaneously hit by massive short selling just 3 minutes ago.
The scale is unprecedented.
The assistant's words instantly extinguished Long Xiaotian's newly ignited ambition, like a bucket of ice water poured over him.
Encircle the enemy stronghold and strike to capture reinforcements. The other party had anticipated all his possible moves. He wanted to draw resources from other industries to support Qingyan Group's battle, but the other party directly undermined him by inserting 7 sharp knives into the artery from which he was about to draw blood. Every penny spent to reinforce Qingyan's battlefield means that other industries will suffer even greater losses, and may even face collapse. However, without reinforcements, Sanglong Capital's core fund will be forced to liquidate within half an hour due to excessive losses. At that time, the losses will not be tens of billions, but a chain reaction of hundreds of billions.
A dilemma. A dead end. After decades of battling in the business world, Long Xiaotian experienced this profound sense of powerlessness for the first time.
It was as if he wasn't fighting against an institution, but against an omnipresent and omnipotent financial specter.
The opponent always manages to anticipate his every move and then uses the most precise and ruthless methods to block all his escape routes.
At the same time,
inside the president's office at Qingyan Group, Yi Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard, and what scrolled across the screen was not the breathtaking K-line chart of Qingyan Group, but a series of dazzling and complex codes.
He wasn't simply watching Phantom's solo performance.
The moment Phantom launched its all-out offensive, drawing all of the Long family's attention to the front lines, he silently used the high-level backdoor left by Ghost to once again infiltrate the Long family conglomerate's internal network.
This time, he did not steal any data. He found the Long family's internal fund allocation system.
It was an extremely large and complex financial hub that controlled the flow of funds in hundreds of companies and thousands of accounts under the Long family. The storm contingency plan just issued by Long Xiaotian, which includes a rescue fund of up to 30 billion yuan, is being prepared to be transferred to Sanglong Capital's account with the highest priority and through more than a dozen complex encryption procedures.
Yi Chen's movements were extremely fast.
He did not attempt to crack or intercept it.
That's too slow, and it's easy to be detected.
He made a trivial alteration to the final instructions regarding the flow of funds.
The account address that originally pointed to Sanglong Capital was replaced with an inconspicuous account from an overseas charitable foundation.
Furthermore, he added a triple irreversible encryption protocol at the end of the instruction.
The whole process took less than 10 seconds.
After doing all this, he withdrew from the Long family's network, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. It was like a ghost gently shifting a switch on the railway track at the enemy's most critical supply line.
2:40 p.m. The Long Family Consortium. Reporting to Mr. Long. The 30 billion yuan has been fully in place and is undergoing final allocation. Good. Long Xiaotian's spirits lifted, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. However, the next second, the CFO's phone rang in a shrill voice. Mr. Long. Something terrible has happened. That 30 billion yuan in bailout funds has disappeared. What? Long Xiaotian snatched the phone. What do you mean it's gone? 300 billion. Not 300 yuan. How could it be gone?
It was transferred to a Swiss Children's Out-of-School Aid Foundation account.
We can't get it back.
The other party's encryption protocol is too high level, and the bank said it will take at least 72 hours to process the appeal.
Boom. Long Xiaotian's mind went blank. It's never the heaviest stone that breaks the camel's back. It was the last straw. This missing fund became the final, fatal straw that broke Sanglong Capital's back. 2:50 p.m.
Because it was unable to replenish its margin in time, Sanglong Capital's huge short position in Qingyan Group's stock was forcibly liquidated by the exchange system. On the screen, an astronomical figure of losses was starkly displayed before everyone.
Hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth vanished in minutes.
Sanglong Capital, a financial behemoth that struck fear into the hearts of many in the share market, has declared bankruptcy.
It was exactly 3 p.m.
The share market closed on time. Qingyan Group's stock price not only recovered all of today's losses, but also firmly locked at the daily limit up in the last second before the market closed, setting a new historical high since the company's listing. At an emergency meeting of the group's board of directors, Lu Yanran stood in the main seat, looking around at the still shaken faces around the conference table. I hereby announce that in this malicious short-selling attack against our group, we not only held our ground, but also, thanks to the strategic buying by certain friendly capital, our group's current unrealized gains have exceeded 10 billion. The entire room fell silent. The second uncle and third aunt of the Lu family no longer looked at Lu Yenran with the doubt and contempt they had shown before. All that remained was a deep sense of awe and a trace of unconcealable fear. They finally understood that their niece, who sat in that position, had grown into someone they could neither comprehend nor shake. They completely lost the courage to challenge her authority. The meeting has ended. Yi Chen's phone vibrated slightly. It was an encrypted file sent by Phantom. Yi Chen clicked on it, and inside were all the financial records of the secret fund behind Sanglong Capital, as well as all the information on dozens of mysterious overseas accounts involved after going through layers of investigation. At the end of all funding sources, Phantom marked a name in red font. Ouroboros. Chapter 67 High-Dimensional Energy Key? My wife's family heirloom is actually my newbie gift pack. The study was dimly lit. Yi Chen's fingertips slid lightly across the virtual screen, and a huge and complex chart of fund flows, like a spider web covered with nerve endings, slowly unfolded before him. The work done by Phantom is, as always, impeccable. This chart clearly reveals that of the 30 billion yuan used by the Long family in this financial battle, less than one-third was actually Long Group's own assets. The vast majority of the rest are formed through a complex network of hundreds of shell companies, offshore trusts, and shadow banks, disguised layer by layer. All the funds originated from an offshore financial entity registered in the Cayman Islands. Its name was marked in scarlet font by Phantom. Ouroboros. Yi Chen turned off the screen and leaned back in the large seat. Just as I expected. This discovery completely confirmed his previous suspicions. Long Xiaotian may hold a high position within the mysterious organization Ouroboros, but he is more like an executor pushed to the forefront, a high-level pawn. Every step he takes is inseparable from the organization's resource support behind the scenes, and is also inevitably under the organization's close surveillance. The downfall of Sanglong Capital may seem like a personal defeat for Long Xiaotian, but in reality, it is a major loss for Ouroboros. A financial behemoth that can easily mobilize tens of billions of dollars is by no means a pawn that any organization can discard at will. Will they let this go? The answer is self-evident. Knock knock. There was a gentle knock on the study door. Come in. The door opened, and Lu Yenran walked in. She changed out of her sharp business suit and into a comfortable silk dress, losing some of her CEO's authority and gaining a more charming gentleness. What are you thinking about? She walked to Yi Chen's side, her body smelling fresh after her bath. Thinking about our enemies, Yi Chen said without hiding his thoughts. Lu Yenran followed his gaze to the now off screen and said softly, "Thank you for today." She was referring to the friendly capital that appeared at the most crucial moment and completely turned the tide of the battle. We're husband and wife, aren't we? Yi Chen smiled. Lu Yenran didn't speak, but a slight blush rose on her cheeks. The awe and fear on the faces of the uncles and elders in the conference room contrasted sharply with the nonchalant smile of the man before him. She became increasingly curious. How many secrets is this nominal husband still hiding? That money, was it from your friend? Lu Yenran asked cautiously, choosing her words carefully. She didn't want to pry into Yi Chen's privacy, but that force was just too powerful, so powerful that it made her feel uneasy. Yi Chen stared at her, remaining silent for a few seconds. He could have chosen to continue using coincidences as an excuse, but he ultimately decided to reveal some of his true intentions to her. Complete concealment will only breed suspicion. To build truly solid trust, appropriate honesty is essential. I'd say he's a business partner. Yi Chen spoke, his narration was very calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Many years ago, she ran into some trouble, and I happened to help her out. So, she has always owed me a favor. This time, I just asked her to repay that favor. He cleverly downplayed the existence of the Phantom and his own identity as Hades into a normal business partnership. This explained the source of the funds without revealing its most crucial secret. Lu Yenran listened quietly. She was an extremely intelligent woman, and naturally she could tell that there were too many ambiguities in those words. The power of a business partner who can freely mobilize hundreds of billions of dollars in cash flow cannot be summarized by the word trouble. But she didn't ask any further questions. She simply gave Yi Chen a deep look, then nodded. I see. She chose to believe him. This unconditional trust warmed Yi Chen's heart. Oh, right, Lu Yenran suddenly remembered something. There is something I have to tell you. What's up? Just now, my dad, he called me on his own initiative. Lu Weigua? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Whom?
Lu Yanran's expression became somewhat complicated. His attitude is completely different from yesterday. On the phone, it was full of flattery. Yi Chen didn't find it strange. Lu Weiguo was a complete opportunist. Currying favor with the powerful was his instinct. With the Long family fallen and his side displaying overwhelming strength, he would naturally change direction immediately and gravitate towards them again. He wasn't just trying to please me, Lu Yanran continued. He also told me a secret about our Lu family. Secret? Yes. Lu Yanran took a deep breath. He said that our Lu family is not the ordinary merchant family that appears on the surface. The ancestors of the Lu family were once the protectors of the treasures of the previous dynasty. Guardians of the treasure? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. These three words reminded him of some long-forgotten history. Yes, it guards a huge fortune and a secret that concerns the fate of the nation. But this legacy was lost during my grandfather's generation due to war. By the time it was passed down to my father, it had been completely severed. Lu Yanran's narration made the atmosphere in the study heavy. The only things left are a secret box that can't be opened no matter what, and an ancestral precept. Yi Chen's heart inexplicably quickened for a moment. What ancestral precepts? Lu Yanran repeated, word by word, when encountering a dragon, hide; when encountering a leaf, unfold. Boom! These 8 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Yi Chen's mind. When encountering a dragon, hide. It will open when it encounters a leaf. My father said he could never understand the true meaning of this ancestral precept. Lu Yanran's face was bitter. Until Long Xiaotian appeared with Sanglong capital, he thought the dragon referred to the Long family, and hidden meant that our Lu family should submit to the Long family and hide our strength in order to protect ourselves. That's why he was so determined to marry me off to the Long family's foolish son, hoping to ensure the Lu family's safety. But today, the downfall of Sanglong capital has made him realize the truth. He finally remembered the second half of the ancestral precept. Lu Yanran's gaze was fixed firmly on Yi Chen's face. When you encounter a leaf, you begin to awaken. He believes that the leaf refers to you. Yi Chen didn't speak, but his heart was in turmoil. Is all of this a coincidence? Or was it all predetermined? Lu Yanran took out an antique wooden box from her bag and gently placed it on the desk in front of Yi Chen. It was a sandalwood box, about a foot square, with a deep, dark red color and a faint, pleasant fragrance. There were no signs of locks or mechanisms on the box. The only decoration is a lifelike yin-yang fish relief carved in the very center of the box lid. The 2 fish, head to tail, seem to be in an eternal chase, forming a perfect circle. This is it, Lu Yanran said. Our Lu family has tried countless methods for generations, but we haven't been able to open it. Yi Chen reached out and gently touched the sandalwood box with his fingertips. A cool yet warm sensation came from my fingertips. The instant his fingers touched the secret box, a dormant power within him seemed to be quietly stirred by this aura. He subconsciously pressed his finger on the eye of the young fish. And at that very moment, a semi-transparent interface that only he could see suddenly popped into his mind. That's the interface of the Super Dad system. But this time, what was displayed was not the familiar task prompt. Instead, it was a line of brand new text shimmering with golden light. High-dimensional energy key detected. Shall we bind it to the host's bloodline? High-dimensional energy key? Yi Chen's heart clenched. There was almost no hesitation. He silently said to himself, yes. The next second, a barely perceptible stinging sensation came from his fingertips. A drop of bright red blood seeped from his fingertip and was instantly absorbed by the eye of the yin-yang fish, disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterwards, crack! A faint yet incredibly clear sound of a mechanism turning echoed from inside the sealed box, which had been silent for over 100 years. On the desk, the ancient sandalwood box, with its lid adorned with 2 intertwined yin-yang fish, began to slowly rotate. Chapter 68 Shocking. The secret the Lu family has guarded for a century is actually my employee list? With a faint whirring sound, the yin-yang symbol spun faster and faster, eventually creating a barely perceptible breeze in the study. Lu Yanran held her breath, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring intently at the sandalwood box that held the Lu family's century-old secret. She couldn't imagine that a mystery that generations of people had struggled to solve could be so easily solved by Yi Chen. Click! After a crisp sound, all the spinning came to an abrupt stop. The lid of the box, which had been tightly closed for over 100 years, slowly opened a crack upwards.
An aroma, a mixture of the dust of time and the strange scent of ink, wafted out from the cracks. Inside the box, there were no gold or silver jewelry as one might have imagined, nor any priceless antiques or paintings. There was only a yellowed scroll carefully bound with silk thread, and a black jade pendant lying quietly beside the scroll. The jade pendant was no bigger than the palm of one's hand. It was jet black, yet smooth and lustrous like cream. Its surface was engraved with incredibly intricate patterns, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be an unfamiliar star map. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw those two things. He reached out and first picked up the oddly shaped black jade pendant. It was icy cold to the touch, yet quickly warmed to his body temperature. The star pattern on the jade pendant seemed to contain some profound truth. Just a glance at it was enough to unsettle one's mind. His gaze finally settled on the silk scroll. Untie the threads and slowly unfold. Lu Yanran also came over, equally curious about what this thing that the Lu family had guarded for 100 years was. There were no martial arts manuals or treasure maps on the scroll. What comes into view is a dense array of tiny, fly-like characters. The Zhao family, in Hedong, controlled the salt and iron monopoly. The Qian family, from Jiangnan, one of the 7 major shipping groups. The Sun family, Guangdong and Guangxi, silk and tea horse trade. Li's Bank, the capital city, one of the 13 money shops. Each family, each name, and each astonishing resource they controlled, from salt and iron mines to canal transport routes, from grain and cloth to money shops and banks spread throughout the country. This is not a simple list at all. This is a vast network lurking beneath the shadow of the empire, powerful enough to control the nation's economy and people's livelihood. Lu Yanran only read a few lines before feeling dizzy and her delicate body swayed slightly. Any one of the names recorded on this piece of paper could cause the ground to tremble if you stomped your foot on it. And yet, hundreds of names are recorded here. If this force were to be integrated, its power would be unimaginable. Yi Chen continued looking down, his shock growing stronger. At the end of the scroll, an explanatory text finally appeared. We are all guardians of the treasure. What we protect is not gold and silver, but the lifeblood of the world. In this chaotic world, we should uphold justice and await divine revelation. This decree is called the Star Pivot Decree, and it is the only token to mobilize all guardians of the treasure. Seeing this decree is like seeing the master. Protectors of the treasure. Star Pivot Order. In Yi Chen's mind, it was as if countless lightning bolts flashed, connecting all the clues together. It hides when it encounters a dragon, and unfolds when it encounters a leaf. It turns out that what the Lu family was guarding was never a treasure, but this token in this list. And the true meaning of unfolding when encountering leaves is revealed at this moment. His Yi family is probably no ordinary family. It is highly likely that he is the true core, or even the leader, of this massive and suffocating treasure protector organization. Just as he was feeling excited, that familiar semi-transparent interface reappeared in his mind. Hidden Quest Guardian's Legacy activated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the key item Star Pivot Token. A new skill tree has been unlocked. Networking. A series of golden characters flashed in Yi Chen's consciousness. He immediately focused his attention on the new skill tree. Network of Connections Basic. The host can contact some members on the list via the Star Pivot Token. Currently 3 members can be contacted and issue basic commands. Note, time changes everything, and people's hearts are fickle. A century is enough to change everything. Some members on the list may no longer be loyal, or may even harbor ulterior motives. Please use this permission with caution. The system's notification was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame that had just ignited in Yi Chen's heart. Yes. More than 100 years have passed. This list is no longer an absolute testament to loyalty. Those families, through generations of management, have long been deeply rooted in their respective fields, becoming true local tyrants. If you rashly bring a so-called token to their door now, claiming to be their owner, you probably won't receive a respectful welcome. More likely, he'll be treated like a madman and thrown out, or even killed and robbed to cover up the secret. Yi Chen's thoughts became incredibly clear in an instant. He would never be foolish enough to immediately try to contact anyone on the list. This network is a double-edged sword. Before you have enough strength, wielding it rashly will only hurt yourself. What he needs to do is investigate and evaluate. He rolled up the scroll again and his gaze fell on the names of several families located in the capital on the list. The safest approach is to start with those around you, to work from the shadows, and to first understand the background and current attitude of these people. Standing to the side, Lu Yanran watched the changing expressions on Yi Chen's face and was deeply shocked. From the opening of the sandalwood box, to Yi Chen unrolling the scroll, to his current state of contemplation. Although she was unaware of the existence of the system in Yi Chen's mind, she could clearly sense that a vast world far beyond her imagination was slowly unfolding before Yi Chen. Her once proud Xingyan Group, the business empire she had painstakingly built, now seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust in a sea of sand compared to the vast network recorded on that scroll. At this moment, her relationship with Yi Chen seemed to undergo some inexplicable qualitative change. He was no longer just the man who saved her and her daughter. Behind him lies a terrifying force capable of stirring up storms at crucial moments. The atmosphere in the study became unusually quiet, with only the soft breathing of the two people remaining. Just then, buzz, buzz. The silence was broken by a sudden vibration of a cell phone. It's Yi Chen's phone. He picked it up and glanced at it. The caller ID showed Phantom. Yi Chen answered the call and immediately pressed speakerphone. On the other end of the phone came Phantom's usual efficient and concise voice. "Boss, we've found out the true identity of Ghost. Yi Chen instantly regained his composure and asked in a deep voice, "Who is he?" His file was encrypted at the highest level on the international dark web, and it took us a lot of effort to crack it. The Phantom's voice carried a hint of solemnity. He is not one of Long Xiaotian's men, but directly reports to another high-ranking member of the Ouroboros organization, codenamed Professor. Professor? Another new character has emerged. The enemy is not a monolithic entity. There is even more important information, Phantom continued to report. The professor has initiated an internal accountability process due to Long Xiaotian's disastrous defeat in this financial war and his unauthorized use of Ghost to assassinate you. According to the latest intelligence we have intercepted, he will come to the capital in person. The Phantom paused for a moment before uttering the final words that seemed to freeze the air. The goal is to clean house and take full control of all of Long Xiaotian's affairs in the Smart City project. Chapter 69 Hades is coming. Professor, what are you going to use to receive him? Clean house and take full control. These 8 words were like 8 heavy hammers, striking Yi Chen's heart hard. After hanging up the phone, the study fell silent once again. Lu Yanran looked at Yi Chen and could sense that the content of the phone call made the already heavy atmosphere even more oppressive. An entity that can trigger internal accountability within the Ouroboros organization, and even send people to clean house. Just how terrifying is this person codenamed Professor? The power struggles within Ouroboros are more brutal and direct than one might imagine. Long Xiaotian's failure was not only his personal failure, but also the failure of the faction behind him. This professor is clearly the victor, a purger who has come to reap the spoils of war. Yi Chen quickly processed the information provided by Phantom in his mind. The professor has 2 goals. The first step is to clean house, which means dealing with Long Xiaotian. Second, take full control of the Smart City project. This means that Yi Chen's next opponent will no longer be a somewhat impetuous business tycoon like Long Xiaotian, but a terrifying figure who holds the power of life and death within the organization and is even more cunning and scheming. This is definitely not good news. However, there are still opportunities. The contradictions within the enemy are the gaps he can exploit. 1 week later. Beijing Capital International Airport, a private jet parking area. A Gulfstream G650 landed smoothly, and the gangway was slowly lowered. An old man came down. He was dressed in a well-fitting gray suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was neatly combed, and he had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't look like a tycoon who controlled the underworld, he looked more like a seasoned scholar who had just attended an international academic conference. He is the professor. In stark contrast to Long Xiaotian's domineering aura, the professor possesses a refined elegance unique to intellectuals. However, behind his glasses, in those eyes that occasionally swept across the surroundings, lay an absolute coldness that could quantify and formalize everything. Life, emotions, loyalty, in his eyes, they may all just be a series of variables that can be calculated and manipulated. Several bodyguards in black quickly stepped forward and respectfully opened the car door for him. To Long Xiaotian's place, sir? The professor sat in the back seat, slowly took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket, and wiped his glasses. No. He uttered a single word, then gave an instruction that surprised everyone. Let's give Mr. YC a small gift first. That afternoon, Yi Chen received an encrypted email in his private inbox. When he saw the email, he was completely stunned. The encryption method used in this email is an extremely old and complex algorithm that combines classical cryptography with the rudiments of modern quantum encryption. This was a personal signature he created himself to distinguish himself during his time in the underworld. Theoretically, no one else in the world could solve it, let alone imitate it so perfectly, except for himself. But now, it just lies quietly in its mailbox. The sender is identified as Professor. The email was simple, containing neither threats nor boasting. There was only one sentence and one address. I have long admired Your Majesty the Underworld. Would you be so kind as to have a chat with me? Hades. These two words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Yi Chen's mind. His identity has been exposed. This professor knows far more than he imagined. He not only knew that he was YC, but also that he was the Pluto who once made the entire underworld tremble. This is no longer a test. This is a blatant showdown. The other party is telling him in this way, I know everything about you, all your pretenses are meaningless in front of me. This was a trap. A trap set specifically for him, a den of dragons and tigers. To go or not to go? Going there means facing a terrifying enemy who is unfathomable and holds your greatest secret. Your fate is uncertain. If you don't go, you will immediately show weakness, handing over the initiative to the other party and allowing them to devise plans and dominate you. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. I have to go. This is not only the only opportunity to understand the internal structure of the Ouroboros and uncover the true intentions of this professor. Furthermore, his dignity as the king of the underworld did not allow him to back down. On the other side, in the western suburbs of Beijing, there is a heavily guarded secret manor. This is one of Long Xiaotian's many secret strongholds in Beijing, and also an important liaison point for the Ouroboros organization in the China region. At this moment, the atmosphere in the study of the manor was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Long Xiaotian stood in front of the desk, his once arrogant face now covered in cold sweat. Across from him, the professor was leisurely sipping a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. He didn't even glance at Long Xiaotian, he was simply manipulating the holographic projection in front of him. On the projector screen, a detailed record of every command error made by Long Xiaotian in the financial war was being played, including his communications with Wall Street Capital and every unusual movement of funds, all of which were crystal clear. Even more fatally, the document also included his complete instructions and process for bypassing the organization and privately mobilizing Ghost to carry out the assassination mission. Each and every one of them is irrefutable evidence. Each of these offenses was enough to sentence him to death in the internal code of the Ouroboros. Long Xiaotian. The professor finally spoke, putting down his teacup and slowly picking up a document. Your work on the Smart City project has resulted in direct losses of over $30 billion for the organization, as well as incalculable strategic losses. You used the organization's Class A combat unit Ghost without authorization to carry out an unauthorized private mission, resulting in the unit being exposed and annihilated. Do you have anything to explain? Long Xiaotian's body trembled, and his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a single word. Rebuttal? Explanation? Faced with the ironclad rule of the Ouroboros, and the professor in charge of discipline and internal purges, any explanation is pale and powerless. This organization only cares about results, not the process. The professor's status and authority within the organization far surpasses that of a regional manager. The professor adjusted his glasses and read the contents of the document aloud. In accordance with the resolution of the organization's Supreme Council. First, strip Long Xiaotian of all leadership and related authority in the Smart City project. Second, he will be demoted to an observer of the organization and will be required to reflect on his actions here indefinitely. He is not allowed to leave the manor without permission. Third, all of the Long family's assets worldwide will be temporarily taken over by the organization as collateral to compensate for this loss. Boom! The last one struck Long Xiaotian like a thunderbolt. His business empire, painstakingly built over decades, and the Long family, which he was so proud of, proved utterly vulnerable in the face of the Ouroboros' will. A single piece of paper and a single sentence determined his fate and that of his entire family. Professor, Long Xiaotian wanted to say something more. Implement. The professor didn't give him a chance at all, simply uttering two words indifferently. Outside the door, two guards, as still as statues, entered, one on each side, and grabbed the distraught Long Xiaotian, dragging him out. The study returned to quiet. Long Xiaotian, who was being held captive in a secret room in the manor, slumped to the ground.
He's finished. The organization has completely abandoned him. No. He hasn't completely lost yet. He has one last card to play. That Phase 2 asset that he's secretly contacted through special channels. That was his last and most desperate hope for a comeback. He clenched his back teeth, and a miniature communicator hidden inside his teeth was activated. He issued his final command in a frequency that only he could hear. Initiate the final solution. Target, Yi Chen. Yi Chen prepared to keep the appointment. Lu Yanran realized that he was going to an extremely dangerous place. She didn't cry and plead like a typical woman would, because she knew that once this man made up his mind, no one could change it. She silently took out an extremely small object from deep within her jewelry box. It was something that looked like an earring, made entirely of an unknown black metal, with fine star patterns engraved on it. This is something passed down from the Lu family, used for self-defense. Lu Yanran handed it to Yi Chen. It has a state-of-the-art locator and emergency call device built in, and its signal can penetrate most shielding devices. Once you press it, no matter where I am, I can immediately receive your location and activate the highest level of rescue plan. She paused, then added. Its core technology is related to the star pivot order. Yi Chen looked at the object in his hand, feeling the slightly cool touch it emanated from. He did not refuse. Thanks. He accepted the gift, put it on his ear, and it was perfectly covered by his hair. Night was falling. Yi Chen arrived at the agreed location alone. Beijing, the National Library. The museum was already closed, and the massive building looked like a sleeping behemoth in the night. But a light was kept on for him in the ancient book reading room on the top floor. Yi Chen passed through layers of invisible security and took a private elevator to the top floor. Push open the heavy wooden door. The huge reading room was completely empty. There were only towering bookshelves and the ancient scent of books permeating the air. And a figure with its back to him. The professor stood in the center of the reading room, his hands behind his back, flipping through an ancient thread-bound book that was open on the table. He seemed so engrossed in watching that he didn't even notice Yi Chen's arrival. The entire space was so quiet that only the sound of ancient book pages being turned softly could be heard. Rustle. Chapter 70 The Devil's Proposal. I'll give you a chance to replace the Long family. The soft sound of turning pages abruptly stopped. The professor closed the ancient thread-bound book gently and quietly, without making a sound. He slowly turned around. Yi Chen finally saw his face clearly. Unexpectedly ordinary. Around 50 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a gentle face and refined demeanor, he resembled a university professor who had dedicated his life to academic research rather than a high-ranking member of a terrorist organization who could decide Long Xiaotian's life or death with a single word. He showed no hostility whatsoever, not even a hint of wariness. He simply smiled and pointed to the pearwood chair opposite him. Hades, or perhaps I should call you Yi Chen. His voice was calm, as if he were calling out a student he admired in class. Please sit down. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode in Yi Chen's mind. Hades. This code name was known to no one except himself and a very few core members. The other party actually revealed his deepest identity as soon as they opened their mouth. He showed no emotion, calmly walked over, and sat down in the chair. He knew that from the moment the other party asked him to meet here, and was so certain of it, any explanation or pretense was meaningless. This in itself is a form of protest. In terms of intelligence capabilities, it is an absolute crushing victory. Long Xiaotian is an idiot. The professor slowly took off his glasses, wiped them with a velvet cloth, and continued speaking in that casual tone. He had countless opportunities to make you disappear, but he was indecisive and thought he was being clever, ultimately becoming a laughingstock. However, his failure also proved your worth from another perspective. He put his glasses back on and looked at Yi Chen. Our organization is very interested in your abilities. They've arrived. The real heart of the drama. Yi Chen didn't reply, but just looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. On behalf of Ouroboros, I can make a proposal to you. The professor leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlaced and placed on the table. We can help you completely eradicate all remaining influence of the Long family in the capital. We will uproot those tangled and hidden branches, leaving no future trouble. Not only that, we can also support you and take your place. Become the new agent of Ouroboros in the capital. This proposal was like a bolt from the blue, enough to drive any ambitious person mad. He became the new underground king of the capital, backed by an unimaginably large multinational organization. This is the position that Long Xiaotian climbed to after a lifetime of hard work. Now, the other party is casually about to present it to Yi Chen as a gift. Yi Chen remained completely unmoved. He knew very well that the gifts the devil gave him already had a price tag attached to them. What are the conditions? He finally asked. A smart person. The professor nodded approvingly. There are 2 conditions. First, deliver the complete core code of Data Hive. We need it to complete a project that is critical to the organization's future. Second, swear allegiance to Ouroboros and become one of us. A slight smile played on the professor's lips. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that we are your enemies, and you can't possibly be on our side. He paused, then dropped an even more shocking bombshell. But have you ever considered that Long Xiaotian, or even I, might not be your true enemy? These words caused Yi Chen's breathing to pause slightly for the first time. Do you think that destroying the small Yi family would require an organization the size of Ouroboros to personally intervene? The professor's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible pity. Long Xiaotian was merely an executor. He wasn't even qualified to know which level of the organization that order came from back then. I can tell you that the person who gave the order holds a position within the organization far above mine. A chill rose from Yi Chen's spine and instantly swept through his entire body. He always thought that Long Xiaotian was the ultimate boss. He always believed that as long as he brought down the Long family, he could avenge his parents and the entire family. But now, the professor is telling him that Long Xiaotian is nothing more than a knife. The hand holding the knife was hidden in a deeper, darker mist. Ouroboros. The enemy who destroyed the Yi family actually has a higher level figure within the Ouroboros organization. What does that mean? This means that all his past revenge plans were just attacking an insignificant target. Once you join us and swear allegiance, the organization can provide you with resources far beyond your imagination, making you stronger and granting you greater authority. The professor's voice was incredibly seductive. At that time, you will have the opportunity to personally confront your true enemy and complete your so-called revenge. This is the devil's deal. A contract that trades soul for power. Acceptance means he will join the organization that killed his parents and become the very thing he hates most. Refusing would mean he would immediately stand on the opposite side of this behemoth and face the pursuit of the entire Ouroboros organization. The huge reading room fell silent once again. The air seemed to freeze. For a long time. Yi Chen smiled. He leaned back in his chair, a playful smile on his face. The professor looked at him calmly, not understanding why he was laughing. I have absolutely no interest in being someone else's dog. Yi Chen suppressed his smile and spoke slowly and deliberately. But. He then changed the subject. I am somewhat interested in becoming your customer. Client? The professor was stunned. He had imagined countless reactions from Yi Chen: anger, struggle, hesitation, or even a fight to the death. The only thing he didn't expect was that Yi Chen would dare to try to turn the tables and bargain with him despite being at such a disadvantage. That's right, customer. Yi Chen's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, the sound seeming to resonate in everyone's hearts. We can make a deal. I can provide you with a stripped-down version of the Data Hive algorithm. It's enough to support you in completing your so-called Smart City project, allowing you to solidify your position within the organization, and even go further. The professor's pupils contracted slightly. Yi Chen even knew everything about the projects he was in charge of within the organization. And you, in return. Yi Chen's voice turned cold and sharp. You need to provide me with all the files from the incident that wiped out the Yi family. I need to know the name of every participant and the source of every order, from beginning to end. In exchange for a stripped-down version of the algorithm, they obtained crucial intelligence for revenge. Use a single transaction to influence the entire game. This goes beyond mere audacity. This is insane. The professor looked intently at Yi Chen. For the first time, the smile disappeared from that gentle and refined face. He saw in Yi Chen a reckless madness, and beneath that madness lay absolute confidence. For a fleeting moment, he even felt a hint of approval. But soon, this hint of approval was replaced by a deeper and more intense killing intent. These uncontrollable pieces must either be completely subdued or completely eliminated. He nodded slowly. Can. Surprisingly, he agreed. I agree with your proposal in principle. But before the deal,
His voice suddenly turned cold, like a Siberian chill. You need to prove to me that you are qualified to live to see the day of the deal. The words had barely left his mouth. Woo woo woo. A piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire top floor of the National Library. On the wall, red warning lights flashed wildly, illuminating the professor's expressionless face in a blood-red hue. Chapter 71: The Professor's Gift? No, it's a death knell. Yi Chen watched the professor's retreating figure quietly, without making a sound to disturb him. He knew that beneath this seemingly calm atmosphere lurked the most deadly danger. The fact that the other party chose a place like the National Library is itself full of strange and illogical reasons. Sudden clatter. The professor closed the ancient book in his hands with a soft sound. The sound was like a switch. Woohoo! The piercing alarm sounded without warning throughout the reading room, so sharp it almost pierced eardrums. Almost simultaneously, all the windows of the reading room and the heavy wooden door were completely sealed off by thick alloy panels that appeared out of nowhere. Clang! 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 The heavy impacts echoed one after another, turning the entire space into an airtight metal cage. The indoor lighting also changed from its original soft, warm yellow to a glaring blood red in an instant. The red light shone on every bookshelf and every book, turning this sacred place of knowledge into a slaughterhouse. The deadly trap has been set. Yi Chen stood still, without moving an inch. His composure seemed to have taken the professor somewhat by surprise. Aren't you surprised? The professor turned around, his face still bearing the gentle scholar's demeanor, but his words were devoid of any warmth. Should I be surprised? Yi Chen asked rhetorically. From the moment you chose this location, I knew this wouldn't be a friendly conversation. The professor nodded approvingly. Very good. I admire your composure. But composure won't save you. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Crackling. From the center of the ceiling came the sound of machinery operating. An alloy plate slid open to both sides, and a huge cylindrical glass container slowly descended from above. Inside the container, there was a strange green nutrient solution, with countless bubbles bubbling and churning upwards. A naked man whose muscles were bulging to an abnormal degree, was immersed in the liquid. His body was covered with tubes of various thicknesses, connected to the top of the container, making him look like a horrifying unfinished specimen. He was Long Xiaotian's last trump card. Phase 2 asset. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the man. Even through the glass and liquid, he could feel the pure, extreme violence and destructive aura contained within that body. That's not a person. That was a monster. The professor's voice rang out through the indoor broadcast system, carrying a hint of condescending amusement. Let me introduce it to you. This is an early, failed experiment of the organization. We called it Tyrant. That idiot Long Xiaotian gained control of it through some shady channels and saw it as his last hope for a comeback. How ridiculous. Its advantages are obvious. It feels no pain, it has no reason, it only has the instinct to destroy and kill. If you can survive 10 minutes in its clutches, our deal can continue. The professor had barely finished speaking. Bang! Inside the glass container, the man known as the Tyrant suddenly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? There was no white in the eye, no pupil, only a pure, blood-red color, like congealed blood. He seemed to sense another life force in the room besides his own. Roar! A roar that seemed utterly inhuman exploded from the depths of his throat, still making one's chest feel heavy even through the thick glass and liquid. Click! Click! Spider web-like cracks have appeared on the surface of the sturdy special glass container. The next second. Whoosh! The entire container shattered with a crash. Tons of green nutrient solution poured down like a waterfall, instantly flooding the surrounding floor. The Tyrant slowly straightened up from the shattered glass. The tubes in his body were all severed by brute force, sparks flashing and smoke rising from the broken ends. He was over 2.5 meters tall, like a moving small mountain. His skin was an unnatural, bloodless grayish white. His bulging muscles exuded explosive power. He shook the liquid off his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the only living creature in the room. Yi Chen. The killing intent instantly boiled over. The moment the Tyrant locked onto him, a long-lost voice rang in Yi Chen's mind. The host has been detected to be facing a threat of death through pure physical violence. New user bonus, Basic Guardian module, automatically starts.
Slight enhancements in dynamic vision, reaction speed, and muscle control. A barely perceptible warm current instantly flowed throughout my body. The world, in his perception, seemed to have become slightly different. The outlines of everything became clearer. The murderous intent permeating the air seemed to have taken on a tangible form. This was the first time he had faced such pure and unreasonable physical violence in the real world. Roar! The tyrant has made his move. There are no skills, no rules. Only the simplest and most direct charge. The ground beneath his feet cracked under his feet, and he transformed into a gray-white afterimage, instantly traversing a distance of more than 10 meters and appearing in front of Yi Chen. A fist larger than Yi Chen's head, carrying a terrifying sonic boom that tore through the air, slammed straight towards him. That's too fast. With the support of the basic protection module, Yi Chen's dynamic vision captured the trajectory of the fist. His body reacted almost instinctively. He pushed off with his feet and dodged to the side and back at an extreme angle. Boom! The fist grazed the tip of his nose. He could even feel the force of the punch, which stung his cheek. The bookshelf behind him, made of precious solid wood and several meters tall, along with the hundreds and thousands of rare ancient books on it, were shredded the moment they came into contact with the force of the fist. It exploded instantly. Wood chips, paper scraps, and tattered leather covers mixed together, creating a terrifying rainstorm. Yi Chen broke out in a cold sweat. If that hits hard, there probably won't even be a puddle of minced meat left. A head-on confrontation is suicidal. The thought was crystal clear. He glanced around. The towering bookshelves, row upon row, form a natural maze. This is the only advantage he can leverage. The tyrant missed its first attack, but without pausing, its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Chen again, and with another roar, it charged forward once more. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen turned and ran, disappearing directly into the narrow passage between the bookshelves. A cat-and-mouse game has begun. Boom! The tyrant slammed his body into the bookshelf, causing the massive bookshelf to collapse with a deafening roar, and countless books fell like raindrops. Yi Chen nimbly weaved through the collapsed bookshelves, dodging flying pieces of wood and books. His brain was working at lightning speed. 10 minutes. The professor gave him 10 minutes to survive. But this is definitely not just about letting him run away. This monster must have a weakness. The tyrant's attacks are ferocious and swift, each strike causing the earth to shake and displaying astonishing destructive power. Relying on the slight enhancement provided by the Guardian module and his superhuman physical abilities, Yi Chen repeatedly dodged fatal attacks by the smallest of margins. The reading room was in a complete mess. The collapsed bookshelves, torn ancient books, and splattered nutrient solution made the place look like it had just experienced a local earthquake. After narrowly dodging the tyrant's attack once again, Yi Chen rolled over and hid behind a row of still intact bookshelves. He was breathing heavily, but his mind was calmer than ever before. Something's not right. It's too predictable. Although the tyrant's actions were swift, they seemed to strictly follow some kind of instruction. After each attack, whether it hit or not, he would pause for an extremely short time, almost imperceptibly. Approximately a fraction of a second. It's like a powerful machine that, after performing one action, needs to receive the next instruction. His gaze was fixed intently on the back of the tyrant's neck. With the enhanced vision provided by the Guardian module, he could see it clearly. On the back of the tyrant's neck, at the position of the 7th cervical vertebra, there is a palm-sized metal implant, half of which is embedded in his flesh. In that brief pause of a fraction of a second, an indicator light on the metal implant flashed a barely perceptible green light. Control center. Found it. But a new problem arose. How to destroy it? That thing was embedded in the tyrant's body, surrounded by steel-like muscles. Trying to destroy it with bare hands was nothing short of a pipe dream. Countless solutions flashed through Yi Chen's mind, only to be rejected one by one. Time is passing by, second by second. He couldn't wait any longer. We have to take the risk. His hand instinctively reached for his ear. There, he was wearing the black earring that Lu Yanran had given him. This is something passed down from the Lu family, used for self-defense. Its core technology is related to the Star Pivot Order. Lu Yanran's words echoed in his ears. A crazy idea began to take root in his mind. He stopped running away. Seeing him stop, the tyrant roared and charged again, its huge hands spreading out like a giant net, ready to crush him into mincemeat. Now! Instead of retreating, Yi Chen advanced and charged towards the tyrant. Just as the two were about to collide,
his body suddenly dropped in an incredible way, slipping under the tyrant's raised arm. We brushed past each other. In that split second, Yi Chen used all his strength to press the black earring he had taken off his ear hard against the metal implant on the back of the tyrant's neck. He didn't even have time to look at the result. His body rolled forward due to inertia, creating distance between them. The earrings were activated. An ultra-high-frequency energy pulse, which is impossible for ordinary people to detect or hear, burst out from that small earring in an instant. This was originally a special signal used by the Lu family to activate the relevant mechanisms of the star pivot order. But at this moment, it's like an invisible key that's been inserted into the wrong lock. Sizzle. The metal implant behind the tyrant's neck arrived, and a shower of sparks erupted. His body suddenly stiffened. For the first time, a hint of chaos and struggle flashed in those pure blood-red eyes. Ugh! Ah! A roar, more shrill and painful than ever before, erupted from his mouth. He stopped pursuing Yi Chen. He clutched his head, screaming madly, his bloodshot eyes completely unfocused. It's out of control. Boom! He suddenly threw a punch at the nearest object. It's not a bookshelf. Instead, it was the protective panel made of thick alloy that sealed off the entire room. When? A deafening roar. The alloy protective plate, which was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of small artillery shells, was actually dented inward by his punch, leaving a clear fist mark. Chapter 72, I'm coming clean, I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. When? Another deafening roar, more violent than any before. The entire reading room was shaking violently, the chandeliers on the ceiling were swinging wildly, and dust was falling in droves. The out-of-control tyrant had completely given up on hunting down Yi Chen, and all his anger and pain were poured out on that indestructible alloy plate. Boom! 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 He punched tirelessly, without regard for the consequences, using the most primitive and savage methods to beat the cage that imprisoned him. With each punch, the thick alloy protective plate let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, leaving one dented fist mark after another, densely packed and shocking to behold. In the monitoring room, the professor's composed and confident demeanor vanished completely for the first time. He stared intently at the monstrous, rampaging monster on the screen, his body leaning slightly forward in disbelief. How is that possible? The tyrant's control system is the pinnacle of Ouroboros technology, having undergone thousands of experiments without a single error. The control center implanted within the body possesses signal stability and anti-interference capabilities sufficient to withstand military-grade electromagnetic pulses. A tiny earring? An energy pulse of unknown origin? How could the organization's most perfect biological weapon have completely gone out of control? This completely overturned his understanding. Taking advantage of this precious moment of respite, Yi Chen scrambled and crawled behind a row of collapsed bookshelves, completely hiding his body in the shadows. Amidst his heavy breathing, he looked down at his hands. The earring is gone, but the cold touch of pressing it down seems to linger on my fingertips. His brain was working at lightning speed. The device Lu Yanran gave her was essentially an emergency call button, or rather, a beacon. The high-frequency energy pulses it emitted formed a unique signal. The tyrant's control center clearly received this signal. Two completely different instruction sets clashed violently within a single core processor. It's like forcibly injecting a piece of faulty, high-privilege low-level code into a sophisticated computer that's running at high speed. The result was, the system crashed and went completely down. This made Yi Chen have unprecedented doubts about the background of the Lu family. How could a family with a long history and a seemingly ordinary emergency call device accurately interfere with the Ouroboros biological weapon? This is by no means a coincidence. The only explanation is that the technology possessed by the Lu family has some unknown connection with the core technology of the Ouroboros organization. Even, they share the same origin, or perhaps they have an innate relationship of restraint. Star pivot order, Lu family, Ouroboros. Countless clues intertwined in Yi Chen's mind, yet he couldn't make sense of them all. Just then. Creak. A sickening metallic creak pulled Yi Chen's thoughts back to the harsh reality. He peeked out and saw that the alloy plate was covered with spiderweb-like cracks from the tyrant's tireless hammering. The most severely dented area was in the very center, where the metal sheet had been torn open in numerous places. If this continues, in just a few minutes, this terrifying monster will completely break through the blockade and rush out of the reading room. At that time, the entire National Library, and even the wider area outside, will face a catastrophe. A new crisis is looming. Sizzle.
Suddenly, a static crackled from the room's loudspeaker, followed by the professor's suppressed warning. Yi Chen, stop your underhanded tactics immediately. I don't know what method you used, but stop immediately. Otherwise, you will bear full responsibility for the destruction of the entire library, and even the capital. He tried to shift all the blame for the situation getting out of control onto Yi Chen. Use public opinion and morality to blackmail him. However, Yi Chen, hiding behind the bookshelf, ignored his threats. Stop? How do I stop it? Should I pry the earring out myself? Besides, isn't this the situation he wanted? Yi Chen not only ignored it, but also took advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to raise his left hand. On my wrist, the screen of that seemingly ordinary smartwatch lit up. His fingers flew across the screen. The Guardian module quickly took over the watch's underlying permissions, bypassed all physical barriers, and forcibly connected to the library's internal local area network. A highly encrypted data stream, containing everything that happened in the reading room, is being sent out at high speed through a secret channel. There are only 2 targets for the message. One of them is Song Jiangwo. The other one is Phantom. After doing all this, Yi Chen slowly exhaled. He has done everything he could. The rest is up to time. When? The professor's warning was still echoing in the loudspeaker, but the tyrant's response was an even more ferocious punch. Yi Chen. Did you hear me? I'm ordering you. Boom. This time, it wasn't a dull thud. It was a deafening roar as metal was completely torn apart and shattered. The thick alloy protective plate finally reached its limit, and under the final blow of the tyrant, a huge hole was blasted open. A violent gust of air rushed in through the breach. Roar! The tyrant, now free, roared triumphantly to the sky. His blood-red eyes scanned the wide corridor outside, seemingly searching for his next target for destruction. The crisis has fully erupted. However, just as he took a step and was about to rush out of the reading room. Boom! An even louder explosion came from the other side of the reading room. That's not the direction the tyrant is attacking. It was an external explosion. In an instant, a large hole was blasted open in the sturdy load-bearing wall, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, several agile figures burst in. They were neither police officers nor ordinary soldiers. They were dressed in jet-black combat uniforms, wore full-face tactical helmets, and carried weapons that were unlike anything seen before. That's not a conventional firearm. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around the muzzle of the gun. High-energy electromagnetic pulse gun. The lead team member locked onto the massive figure almost the instant he rushed in. Target confirmed. Open fire. Without the slightest hesitation. Several powerful electromagnetic pulses, visible to the naked eye, drew blue-white beams through the air and precisely struck the tyrant's body. Sizzle, sizzle. Dense electric sparks surged wildly across his body, and the tyrant's massive body shuddered violently as the metal parts embedded in it burst into a series of sparks. His roar turned into a painful whimper, and his steely muscles twitched violently. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Intense electromagnetic pulses bombarded his body repeatedly, completely destroying the out-of-control electronic components within him. Finally, this terrifying biological weapon swayed its massive body, then collapsed to the ground with a resentful roar, completely losing its ability to move. The entire reading room fell silent instantly. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The leader of the action team strode across the messy ground and walked straight up to Yi Chen. He took off his helmet, revealing a resolute and stern face. Then, he stood at attention and gave Yi Chen a standard military salute. Mr. Song sent us to meet you, Mr. Yi. Chapter 73. The cleanup begins. I've been recruited by the national team. His resolute and stern face showed no extra emotion, only the composure unique to soldiers. Mr. Yi, this place is now under our control. Please leave with us. The captain's words were concise and powerful. Yi Chen nodded, finally getting a chance to catch his breath. He glanced at the tyrant lying on the ground, his body still twitching slightly, and then at the blasted open walls and alloy panels. The entire reading room was now a ruin. Several team members immediately stepped forward, surrounding Yi Chen in a protective posture, and escorted him out. The remaining team members quickly dispersed, some taking charge of guarding the area, while others began evacuating the other terrified students from the reading room. They would be treated as ordinary victims and witnesses, and subjected to questioning and psychological reassurance. Yi Chen, on the other hand, has an even more unique identity. the victims, and key witnesses. As Yi Chen walked down the corridor on the other side of the reading room, he paused for a moment. There, several operatives dressed in the same uniform were escorting a person out from a corner. The man was not wearing a mask, but rather a well-fitting white lab coat, which, though slightly dusty, still maintained a certain scholarly dignity. It means professor. He did not resist. His hands were bound behind his back with specially made restraints, and he was calmly pushed forward by his teammates. Seemingly noticing Yi Chen's gaze, he raised his head, and their eyes met in the air from a distance of more than 10 meters. His face showed no dejection of defeat, no panic of being arrested, and not even anger. It was an extremely complex combination, with regret for missing a crucial move, curiosity about Yi Chen as a variable, and even a hint of admiration that was hard to define. He simply watched Yi Chen quietly, and then, escorted by his teammates, disappeared around the corner of the corridor. He remained silent throughout. But Yi Chen inexplicably felt a chill. This person is 100 times more dangerous than a purely destructive weapon like a tyrant. Mr. Yi, please get in the car. The captain's voice interrupted Yi Chen's thoughts. He had been escorted to the outside of the library, next to a black, inconspicuous Hongqi sedan. The area had been cordoned off, but there were no police cars in sight, only these mysterious black combat vehicles. Yi Chen sat in the back seat, the car door closed, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The vehicle started smoothly and merged into the traffic flow of Beijing, just like a drop of water merging into the ocean, disappearing without a trace in an instant. 1 hour later. In the western suburbs of Beijing, there is a secret hotel that is not open to the public. Everything in the room was extremely simple, with only a table and 2 chairs. The walls were made of a special sound-absorbing material, so every word spoken inside wouldn't be heard outside. Song Jiangwo sat across the table. He wasn't wearing a military uniform, just civilian clothes, but the imposing aura of someone who had long held a high position was more oppressive than any military rank. He personally poured Yi Chen a cup of hot tea. Calm down. Thank you, Elder Song. Yi Chen took the teacup, the warmth from his fingertips calming his chaotic thoughts somewhat. We received the intelligence you sent out, Song Jiangwo said bluntly. Fortunately, you bought enough time, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What about the professor? Yi Chen asked. He is already under our control and we're conducting the highest level of interrogation. But he is tight-lipped and won't say anything. Song Jiangwo shook his head. These kinds of people are the most rigorously trained assassins. He could have run away, Yi Chen said, expressing his doubts. He had at least 3 minutes to evacuate before your men broke through the wall. Song Jiangwo gave him an approving look. You observed very carefully. He did try to evacuate, but he failed. The entire National Library, from the underground parking garage to the rooftop, was locked down the moment he was about to act. He was trapped in that building, like a bird in a cage. Yi Chen paused slightly in the hand holding the teacup. This design is phantom. She not only received her own distress signal, but also mobilized her forces immediately, sealing off all of the professor's escape routes from another dimension. Was it done by our friends? Yi Chen asked calmly. A powerful and mysterious ally who was willing to extend goodwill to us. Song Jiangwo gave a vague but clear answer. She helped you fill the most crucial gap. A brief silence fell over the room. Song Jiangwo spoke again, and this time, the news he brought completely changed the nature of the entire incident. We intercepted a copy of the video and data you sent through the protection module, but we also complied with your settings and allowed it to leak out. Right now, the entire underground dark web is in an uproar because of this. In the heart of the national capital, at the National Library, class of biological weapons have been deployed and have gone out of control. The Ouroboros organization is now facing the biggest crisis of trust and internal turmoil since its inception. Song Jiangwo's narration was calm, but Yi Chen could hear the turbulent undercurrents within it. This has crossed the line for everyone, whether it's the government or the underground forces. This behavior is enough to shake the foundation of Ouroboros. Therefore, they have to react. Just half an hour ago, we intercepted an order from the highest level of Ouroboros, Song Jiangwo said, looking at Yi Chen. The order came from a mysterious entity codenamed High Priest. The instruction contained only 2 words. To quell, and to cleanse. Clean. These 2 words made Yi Chen's heart clench. We originally thought that Long Xiaotian, the eldest son of the Long family who activated the tyrant, would be the first to be purged. Song Jiangwo's tone suddenly changed, taking on a hint of absurdity. But we were all wrong.
The high priest believed that although Long Xiaotian was reckless, his act of daring to overturn the table in a desperate situation showed a certain kind of courage. He wasn't silenced. Just now, he was secretly transferred out of the capital and sent to a secret base of Ouroboros in South America for so-called retraining. Yi Chen could hardly believe his ears. What's this? Not only did he not die, but he actually turned misfortune into a blessing and went on to further his studies? The logic behind the actions of this Ouroboros organization is completely beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He didn't die, he just moved to a different place and will become an even more dangerous enemy in the future, Song Jiangwo said solemnly. And what about the professor? Yi Chen pressed. He became the scapegoat. Song Jiangwo let out a breath. The plan failed, damaging the organization's reputation, and all the blame is placed on him. He has already been declared a traitor within Ouroboros. Right now, as we are talking, a global kill order against him has probably been sent to the terminals of every top assassin and mercenary around the world. A former purger has now become the one being purged. How ironic. Yi Chen fell silent. He could imagine the professor's future fate. If caught by the state, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. If hunted down by the organization, he would have nowhere to turn but death. Then, what about me? Yi Chen asked the most crucial question. Song Jiangwo's expression became extremely serious. You, Yi Chen, are the one who exposed all of this, putting Ouroboros in a huge passive position. From this moment on, there is no room for maneuver between you and the Ouroboros. You've been placed on their highest priority kill list. The air in the room seemed to freeze at that moment. Although he had expected it, when Song Jiangwo said it himself, the heavy pressure still made Yi Chen feel suffocated. It is a colossal entity lurking in the shadows of the world. And I became a thorn in its side. Individual strength is insignificant in the face of such a behemoth. Song Jiangwo stared at him. No matter how capable or talented you are, you cannot defend yourself against bullets and conspiracies from the shadows of the world 24 hours a day. You need a shield. A shield strong enough to allow you to stand securely in the back and fully display your talents. Yi Chen raised his head and met Song Jiangwo's gaze. So, on behalf of the nation, I formally extend this invitation to you. Song Jiangwo's voice was firm and resounding. Serve as a National Information Security Strategy Advisor. We promise to provide the highest level of policy support and security for your Qingyan group. Anyone who attempts to harm you and your company, whether physically or commercially, will face the wrath of the entire state apparatus. And what you need to do is use your talents to protect this country. Yi Chen's heart suddenly raced at that moment. National Information Security Strategy Advisor. This is no longer a simple collaboration, but rather a formal inclusion of him under the wing of the nation. He thought of Phantom, the mysterious high priest, Long Xiaotian, who had been sent for retraining, and even more so, the massive and despair-inducing Ouroboros organization. To fight them, relying solely on yourself and the Guardian module is far from enough. He needs allies. And there is no more powerful ally than a nation. His battlefield can no longer be limited to the business world and the underworld. To completely eliminate the threat, he must rise to a higher position and possess greater power. Yi Chen slowly opened his mouth, his throat a little dry. He took a deep breath and made a decision. I accept. A hint of relief finally appeared on Song Jiangwo's face. He stood up, took out a black, unmarked folder from his briefcase, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Yi Chen. Then, Mr. Consultant. This is your first job. Welcome to the real battlefield. Chapter 74, I told you to kneel down and call me master, but I didn't actually tell you to kneel. After Song Jiangwo left with the black folder, Yi Chen did not open it immediately. He simply sat there quietly, feeling the heavy weight conveyed by the title of National Information Security Strategy Advisor. The next day, a silent earthquake struck the entire upper class of Beijing. Have you heard? Qingyan Group is now on the list. It's not just getting a number, it's having connections at the highest level. The most lucrative part of the Long family Smart City project was directly allocated to Qingyan. The Long family doesn't dare utter a single word? Release him? Long Xiaotian is still studying inside. The Long family is too busy protecting themselves to dare to risk this trouble. The news circulated wildly within certain circles in a semi-public manner. Yi Chen became the National Information Security Advisor. This news, though not published in newspapers, was more explosive than any front-page headline. It represented an attitude, a highest level of approval. Xinyan Group's status rose overnight. If before it was just a rising business tycoon that relied on mysterious technology and ruthless methods, now it has been marked with a distinct red brand. The most direct change is reflected in the Sky Dome Data Center project, which was originally planned to be jointly built by the Long family and Xinyan Group. With a single order from the state, the project's leadership was completely handed over to Xinyan Group. Moreover, the Long family's share of the entire smart city pie was forcibly redistributed, and Xinyan Group naturally obtained the most core and crucial part of it. This is an undisguised favoritism, and also a form of compensation and reward for Yi Chen. Within the Xinyan Group, Lu Yanran's prestige reached an unprecedented peak. No one dared to question any of her decisions anymore, because everyone knew that behind her stood Yi Chen, and behind Yi Chen now stood the entire nation. The budget for all technology barrier departments will be tripled, and there will be no upper limit on staffing. I want you to put the list and information of the top 100 experts in the fields of artificial intelligence, data encryption, and quantum computing on my desk within a month. Tell the headhunting firm that money is not an issue, compensation is not an issue, and the terms we offer will always be 30% higher than their previous employers. Lu Yanran acted swiftly and decisively, starting to wave checks at the world, taking advantage of the massive resources that had suddenly appeared, in accordance with the blueprint that Yi Chen had already planned. The beginnings of a vast technological empire are being built at an astonishing pace. Xinyan Group is undergoing a transformative leap from a phenomenal beauty company into a true technology giant. Night was falling. When Yi Chen returned home, the air was filled with a faint milky fragrance. He tiptoed into his daughter's room, and looking at the little girl's peaceful sleeping face, the tension in his heart caused by his identity as Zurabaros and a national advisor finally eased slightly. He tucked the blanket around his daughter and gently kissed her forehead. Back in his study, he locked the door and drew the heavy curtains. He took out the warm, smooth jade pendant again from his inner pocket. Star Pivot Order. Having experienced the Tyrant incident, he realized that the power inherited from the Lu family might be even greater and more mysterious than he had initially imagined. To combat a behemoth like the Ouroboros, relying solely on the shield of the nation is not enough. A shield can defend, but it cannot be used to launch an attack. He needs a sword of his own, one that can precisely pierce the enemy's heart. And this sword may be hidden within this Star Pivot token. A network of connections. He murmured the word to himself. He carefully probed a wisp of his spiritual energy into the Star Pivot token. Buzz. The jade pendant trembled slightly, and the star pattern carved on it suddenly lit up. The next second, a vast and boundless three-dimensional star map unfolded directly in his mind. Countless points of light floated in the deep darkness, each representing a family or individual on the Lu family's inheritance list. This is the true usage of the Star Pivot Order. It is a communicator, an index, and even more so, a terminal for a vast network of influence. Yi Chen was completely absorbed in the information and quickly browsed through it. Most of the light spots appeared as a lifeless, dull gray. This represents loss of contact, interruption of tradition, or betrayal. The long years can change everything, and loyalty is no exception. Even so, in that endless gray sea of stars, there was still a small cluster of light, emitting light that was either strong or weak. They are the embers that still uphold the ancient vows. Yi Chen focused his mental energy, and the entire star map rapidly expanded, locking onto the China region. The capital city. At the heart of this power, three bright spots stand out. One of them shone brightly, almost the most dazzling presence in the entire China region, while the other two appeared much dimmer. Logically, he should contact the brightest point of light first. The brighter the light, the greater the power of the other party, and the more help they can provide. But Yi Chen's gaze swept past the brightest point of light and finally settled on one of the almost extinguished, flickering points of light. The brightest one is also the most eye-catching. With the Ouroboros already focused on him, rashly contacting a powerful force in the capital city could immediately expose him to enemy surveillance. On the contrary, this faintest, almost forgotten spark is the safest. Moreover, the fainter the signal, the more it indicates that the other party is in a predicament. An ally in dire need of help is far easier to control than an ally who is wealthy, powerful, and unpredictable. Offering help in times of need is always more effective in winning people's hearts than adding to someone's existing success. His mental focus locked onto that faint point of light. In an instant, a stream of information silently flooded into his mind. The Han family owns the Juboj antique shop in Lulikang, Beijing. Responsibilities inherited, intelligence gathering, identity disguise, and disappearance. Current status: due to offending a powerful figure while appraising a counterfeit item, my business has been completely blocked and suppressed. I am on the verge of bankruptcy, and the heirloom is about to become invalid.
Intelligence agents? Yi Chen made his decision in an instant.
He needed to build his own intelligence network, and the Han family was practically tailor-made for him. He did not choose to issue any mandatory orders using the star pivot order, as that would appear too arrogant and foolish. He pondered for a moment, then sent an extremely simple thought to the faint point of light through the star pivot token. That wasn't an order or an instruction, it was a purely business message.
Plot Ding 7 in Changnan New District will be auctioned off next Wednesday.
30 meters underground lies the former Prince Gong's Villa's underground palace, containing more than 300 funerary objects.
At the same time, Lulakang Antique Street in Beijing.
Night had fallen, the tourists had all left, and the whole street seemed rather deserted.
At the end of the street, a shop called Juboj still had a dim yellow light on.
An elderly man with gray hair and a withered figure was wiping the empty shelves with a rag, looking rather forlorn.
He is the current head of the Han family, Uncle Han.
Well. A long sigh, filled with endless desolation and exhaustion. If the overdue rent cannot be paid in 3 more days, this century-old shop will have to close down completely. He shakily prepared to pull the switch.
Just then,
a majestic, grand, yet utterly unfamiliar thought suddenly resounded deep within his mind without warning.
Changnan New District, Plot Ding 7.
Han Bo trembled violently, and the rag in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He seemed to have been struck by lightning, frozen in place.
That sound. He suddenly pulled out a dragon-shaped jade pendant that was half broken from his pocket.
The jade pendant, which had been dull and even cracked, was now emitting a faint yet incredibly firm warm light. Though the light was weak, it seemed to pierce through the endless night. Han Bo's eyes instantly reddened, and turbid tears welled up in his eyes. He faced the void, his knees buckled, and with all his might, he knelt down heavily, his forehead slamming against the cold ground.
Master, you finally appeared.
Chapter 75: The Master of Jubao Pavilion, the underground intelligence network of the capital. Han Bo did not hesitate at all. He wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve, and an unprecedented strength burst forth from his hunched body as he struggled to his feet from the cold ground.
The master appeared. That's enough. The Han family is saved.
The next day, a rumor circulated in Beijing's antique circles: old Han from Juboj and Lulakang had gone mad, selling all his possessions, including his ancestral home where he had lived for most of his life, to raise a sum of money. No one knew what he was trying to do, they just assumed he was driven to the brink and was having a last gasp before his death.
3 days later. Scene from a land auction in Beijing.
When the words Changnan New District, Plot Ding 7 appeared on the big screen, the room fell silent, followed by a few undisguised sneers.
This piece of land is being put up for auction? Who would want it? It's a notorious wasteland with a complex geological structure.
The development costs are incredibly high, and it's planned as a green park with absolutely no commercial value.
I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free.
Just as the host was about to go through the motions and announce the failed auction, an old but firm voice rang out from the corner.
I'll offer my bottom price. All eyes turned to that direction.
Han Bo was dressed in a faded old Zhongshan suit, his emaciated figure appearing even smaller in the large chair. He remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding chatter and mockery.
Just an old madman. Let him be, it's his money anyway.
In the end, Han Bo successfully bid for the previously unpopular land at an almost humiliatingly low price.
Holding the signed documents, he staggered out of the venue as everyone watched him with disbelief.
He didn't go home because his house had already been sold. He found the cheapest hotel to stay in, and then began a 3-day, almost agonizing wait.
On the morning of the 4th day,
a news item, like a bombshell, detonated throughout the entire capital city. During exploration work on Plot Ding 7 in the Changnan New District, a municipal construction team unexpectedly discovered a well-preserved tomb of a former prince. Preliminary investigation has identified it as the underground palace of Prince Gong's villa, with immeasurable cultural value. News footage showed that Plot Ding 7 had been completely sealed off by the Red Line, and countless archaeological experts and vehicles poured in. The value of the land skyrocketed 100-fold overnight. The old madman who was ridiculed by everyone before has become a land king worth billions in the blink of an eye.
The entire capital city fell silent.
At that moment, in the room of that cheap hotel, Han Bo knelt down again, holding the broken dragon-shaped jade pendant high above his head.
The light on the jade pendant was several times brighter than before.
Through the star pivot token, he sent the most devout message of his life to that supreme master. He did not ask about the master's identity, nor did he ask why the master knew the secret of the underground palace.
He only said one sentence.
Han Zhongjing, the 8th-generation descendant of the Han family, pays his respects to the master. From this day forward, all that the Han family has accumulated over generations belongs to the master.
I will go through fire and water, even unto death.
Yi Chen put down his phone. Han Bo's message had been clearly displayed in his mind through the star pivot token.
An intelligence network that spans all walks of life in the capital. This is exactly what he needs right now.
The Han family's loyalty has been initially verified through this timely assistance, but loyalty also needs to be consolidated and tested through missions.
Yi Chen's thoughts were once again transmitted through the star pivot token.
Very good. Your first task is to investigate all of the Ouroboros organization's strongholds, assets, and peripheral members in the capital, regardless of what identities they are disguised as.
This is a task that is almost impossible to complete. Yi Chen was well aware of the Ouroboros' secrecy and power.
Asking an antique shop owner who had just crawled back from the brink of bankruptcy to investigate such a behemoth was like asking an ant to shake an elephant. What he wanted to see was Han Bo's attitude. The reply came back almost instantly from the other end of the star pivot order.
There was no doubt, no hesitation, and not even the slightest fear. There is only one word. Yes, ma'am.
Yi Chen was very satisfied.
A qualified subordinate must first learn to execute orders, not question them.
How to accomplish them is Han Bo's problem to consider, and it is where he demonstrates his value. Just then, his private phone rang.
It's Lu Yanran. Yi Chen, where are you? I need to see you, right now. The voice on the phone betrayed an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and anxiety.
Half an hour later, in the president's office on the top floor of Qingyan Group, Lu Yanran slammed a thick stack of reports on the table. The usually capable woman seemed somewhat irritable at this moment.
Something's wrong. What's the problem?
Yi Chen poured himself a glass of water.
Everything is going wrong.
Lu Yanran rubbed her temples. Our development has been too fast, out of control. Every single technology you provided has spawned several large-scale projects. We have a severe shortage of talent, and our existing management structure simply can't keep up with such a large operation. It's riddled with loopholes. She experienced these growing pains for the first time. The stall was too big, and there was too much food on the plates. She, the person carrying the plates, was almost unable to hold them steady.
This is not a problem, it's a happy problem.
Yi Chen slowly took a sip of water. I'm so annoyed, and you're still making sarcastic remarks.
Lu Yanran glared at him. Of course we will continue down the path of independent research and development. It's the foundation. But we can't rely on just that one leg.
Yi Chen put down his water glass and made a suggestion: establish an independent Qingyan venture capital fund.
Venture capital fund? Lu Yanran was taken aback. That's right. Yi Chen's thinking was crystal clear.
We're no longer limiting ourselves to doing our D from scratch. That's too slow. We need to use the power of capital to integrate cutting-edge technology teams and startups around the world that have already shown promise or have yet to be discovered. We'll provide the money and resources, and through acquisitions and investments, we'll turn their technology and talent into our own. These words opened a completely new door for Lu Yanran. Her previous thinking had always been focused on how to make her company bigger and stronger. Yi Chen's approach, however, was to leverage his strengths to integrate the entire industry.
This is a strategic, albeit less effective, strike. I understand. Lu Yanran's breathing became rapid, due to her excitement. But how do we find those companies with potential?
There are countless technology companies around the world.
If we invest in the wrong one, we will lose everything.
You don't need to worry about that. Yi Chen smiled, took out his phone, and contacted Phantom directly. Give me a list of highly promising technology companies in the fields of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and new materials that have not yet been discovered by mainstream capital, along with a detailed evaluation report. In less than 10 minutes, an encrypted file was sent to his phone.
Yi Chen forwarded it directly to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran eagerly opened the document, and after just one glance, she was completely stunned. This list is far more detailed and accurate than any report from the world's top investment banks.
Each company listed includes its core technology, founder background, financial status, and even projections of its future development potential. Yi Chen, you. Lu Yanran looked up, wanting to ask something, but then swallowed her words. She knew not to ask questions she shouldn't ask. She quickly scanned the list, and suddenly her finger stopped on one of the companies. Immortal Life? She read the name aloud, a hint of confusion on her face. Yi Chen highlighted the company's information in red on the list. This company has a problem. Lu Yanran's professional intuition immediately detected something was wrong. Its research focuses on reversing cellular aging, and the founder is Eric von Heinz, who has a very bad reputation in the industry. Many people say he is a radical visionary, a madman. Why did you highlight it? Because this madman may have inadvertently touched a forbidden zone of the gods. Yi Chen's answer was full of meaning. What's the meaning? Remember the tyrant I mentioned to you? Yi Chen explained, I reverse engineered some biotechnology fragments from him. Some of the theories of this immortal organism have a striking similarity to those technological fragments. Lu Yanran's heart sank. The tyrant is a product of the Ouroboros. Doesn't this mean? I suspect that Eternal Life's research may have touched upon the core technology of the Ouroboros organization. Whether intentional or unintentional, we must keep this company under our control. Lu Yanran made a decision immediately. I'll go there myself. Her ability to act is as amazing as ever. The company's headquarters are in Switzerland. I will immediately assemble an inspection team and depart tomorrow. This is the first time our group has shifted its focus from China to overseas, so we must ensure that everything goes smoothly. Yi Chen nodded and did not stop him. It's good to let Lu Yanran go in person. There are some things she needs to see with her own eyes to truly understand what kind of enemy they are facing. On the same day that Lu Yanran left for the airport, Yi Chen's star pivot token heated up slightly again. This was the first intelligence report sent by Han Bo. His efficiency exceeded Yi Chen's expectations. The intelligence was brief, yet it brought Yi Chen to an instant halt. In the western part of the city, a suspected Ouroboros supply depot was discovered inside an abandoned air raid shelter, heavily guarded. Additionally, the above-ground building of this air raid shelter houses a children's welfare home called Starlight. Chapter 76 Angel Welfare Home, Devil's Lair. The contents of the intelligence made the air around Yi Chen seem to freeze. Children's Welfare Home. Ouroboros' supply depot. The combination of these two words itself exudes a chilling, bloody aura. He did not notify Song Jiangwo immediately. This matter involves an orphanage, and once official forces intervene, no matter how discreetly they operate, it could trigger an uncontrollable public opinion storm. Before the situation is fully understood, any rash action could alert the perpetrators, or even harm those innocent children. He had to go and see for himself. The next morning, an ordinary black sedan stopped in front of the Angel Welfare Home in the west of the city. The sign of the welfare home was a bit old, but the courtyard was clean and tidy, and you could hear the children laughing and playing. Yi Chen, as a philanthropist intending to make a large donation, received a warm welcome. Mr. Yi, you are truly a great philanthropist. Please come in, please come in. The director of the welfare home was a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s. She was slightly overweight and always had a kind and gentle smile on her face, which made it easy for people to feel close to her. It is a blessing for the children to have such a kind-hearted person like you to care for them. The director warmly guided Yi Chen on a tour while introducing the welfare home. Yi Chen simply smiled and nodded, but his gaze subtly swept over the children playing in the yard. They all looked happy and innocent, seemingly no different from the other children in the orphanage. Everything seemed so normal. However, just as he walked through a game area, a line of scarlet warning popped up in front of him on the system panel without warning. Warning: multiple children with abnormal vital signs have been detected within the area. Analysis in progress, all targets contain trace amounts of unknown chemically active substances. Yi Chen paused almost imperceptibly. He still wore a gentle smile as he talked with the dean, as if nothing had happened. Dean, the children are so cute. He walked over to a boy who was stacking blocks. The boy looked to be about 7 or 8 years old and was the most lively of all the children, with exceptionally bright and lively eyes. Yes, the children here are all very well behaved, the director agreed with a smile. Yi Chen squatted down, pretending to be very interested in the building blocks. When he picked up a block, he seemingly unintentionally touched the back of the boy's hand. It was that one moment of contact. The system's cold yet precise analysis report refreshes immediately. Target: life form number 7. A nerve system growth inhibitor model 12 was detected. Effect: this medication will irreversibly and permanently inhibit the division and growth of human bone and muscle cells, causing physical development to stop at the age at the time of injection. However, it has no inhibitory effect on the cerebral cortex and nervous system, and the brain will continue to develop and mature.
Yi Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant.
A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head.
He finally understood. He finally understood what the Ouroboros organization was doing. They are not doing charity. They are cultivating. It is about raising a most special and cruel commodity.
They use drugs to lock these children's bodies in place, keeping them forever in the appearance of children as the perfect disguise. Beneath these tender shells, however, lie brains that, with the passage of time, will gradually mature, acquiring the intelligence, cunning, and experience of adults. An agent with the intelligence of an adult, but the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old child.
An assassin who will never be suspected and can easily enter and leave any place.
This is 1,000 times more evil and vicious than the plan to create a biological weapon like Tyrant. The Tyrant destroys the body, but this plan is to devour and twist a person's soul, turning them from a human into a monster in the skin of a child.
Yi Chen.
An uncontrollable killing intent surged within him. He forcibly suppressed the impulse, slowly stood up, and gave the dean an apologetic smile.
Excuse me, I need to use the restroom.
Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll have Teacher Wang take you there.
Led by staff, Yi Chen entered the welfare home's office building.
Taking this opportunity, he activated the system's deep scan function. The data stream swept rapidly across his field of vision, and the structural diagram of the entire building was quickly constructed. Soon, he detected an unusual energy source in the basement area marked as a storage room behind the main building of the welfare home.
That was the entrance to the abandoned air raid shelter mentioned in Hanbo's intelligence report.
Near the entrance, a vertical passage, heavily disguised by thick lead plates and signal shielding layers, was clearly marked on the system's scan map.
An elevator.
An elevator that leads directly to the depths of the earth.
Found it.
But Yi Chen did not choose to rush in now. Even a fool would know that the underground defenses of a secret base of this caliber are absolutely beyond imagination. Forcing your way in would only lead to a very passive and disadvantageous situation.
He needs a smarter approach.
After leaving the restroom, he returned to the dean's office, his face showing just the right amount of embarrassment.
Dean, to be honest, I'm here on behalf of our group to conduct preliminary investigations. We still need some detailed information to prepare a report regarding the amount of the donation and the specific projects.
Of course.
The director immediately took out a large stack of documents from the drawer.
Mr. Yi, please take a look. These are our orphanage's qualification documents, as well as financial statements. Just as the dean was enthusiastically introducing the documents and focusing all his attention on them, Yi Chen raised his hand to straighten his suit collar.
An inconspicuous black button slipped accidentally from his cuff and rolled silently into the corner under his desk.
On that button was a tiny data honeycomb node, barely larger than a speck of dust.
Dean, the materials are complete. I'll take them back and study them first. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow at the latest.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yi.
Let me give you a ride.
Back in the car, Yi Chen closed the door and immediately opened his laptop.
He typed a line of code. The next second, the micronode left in the director's office had silently infiltrated the welfare home's local area network and successfully taken over the highest level of access.
At this moment, all the surveillance footage, network data, and access control records of the entire welfare home, both above and below ground, were presented to Yi Chen without reservation. He directly accessed the surveillance footage around the secret elevator. The scene changes. A vast, cold, metallic underground space appears on the screen.
This is a completely different world. It combines state-of-the-art biological laboratories with the most brutal military training camps.
Among dozens of surveillance videos, Yi Chen saw a group of children who never grew up. Some of them were engaged in life or death battles in a cold fighting arena, their movements ruthless and deadly, completely devoid of any childlike innocence. Others were in a simulation classroom, learning professional courses such as intelligence analysis, code breaking, and infiltration assassination. Their faces all bore a numbness and indifference that were completely out of character for their age.
Yi Chen's gaze finally settled on the core area of the base, the biological laboratory with the highest level of protection.
Through the thick bulletproof glass, he saw a figure wearing a white coat. He was a refined-looking man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant demeanor. However, the moment Yi Chen saw that face clearly, his movements completely stopped. It's a professor. That traitor to the organization, who was being hunted down globally by Ouroboros and should have been hiding like a stray dog. Not only was he not hunted down, but it even seemed that he was the highest-ranking person in charge of this devil's lair. At this moment, the professor is holding a syringe filled with an unknown drug and walking toward a new child who has just been brought into the laboratory and is still crying. The so-called kill order was a complete hoax from beginning to end. A massive smokescreen used to deceive the outside world and even members of the organization, so that he could slip away and oversee this even more sinister plan from here. On the screen, the professor aimed the needle at the child's neck. Chapter 77: The Professor's Noah's Ark, a deception within a deception. Stop. These two words roared wildly in Yi Chen's mind, but his muscles were firmly nailed to the spot, unable to move. Charge in? Then what? Can he take on an armed base hidden beneath the orphanage all by himself? Even if he can take down the professor, what about the children? The children trained to be killing machines, and the children about to be transformed into monsters. He can't take any of them with him. On the screen, the new child was crying his heart out, his small body trembling violently with fear. The professor wore an almost saintly smile, as if he held not a deadly potion, but holy water of salvation. Don't be afraid, child. The pain is only momentary. In the future, you will be among the first inhabitants of the new world. His voice was very soft, and the audio eavesdropping through the micronodes carried a slight electrical noise, making it even more eerie. The needle pierced the child's tender neck. The child's crying stopped abruptly, his body convulsed violently, and then he slumped down limply. Yi Chen closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, that slight loss of control had been completely crushed, leaving only absolute calm. Anger solves nothing. What he wants to do is make the instigator pay the heaviest price. His fingers began to dance across the keyboard again. Now that Data Hive has taken control of the highest level of authority here, all of the professor's secrets will be exposed. Lines of code flashed by. The server's underlying data was brute force cracked. Countless encrypted files were forcibly decrypted and presented to Yi Chen. One of the top secret folders, named Noah's Ark, caught his full attention. Click to open. It wasn't filled with dry data, but rather with passionate plans, or rather, a madman's manifesto. The era of the Ouroboros is over. Relying on primitive violence and fear to control the world is the least efficient and most foolish method. The future world belongs to infiltration. To silently control the economy, politics, and technology, to become the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads, that is the true God. I will create a new kind of human. They will have the appearance of children, the perfect disguise, and can appear whenever they are needed without arousing anyone's suspicion. They will possess absolute loyalty, rooted in genetic and drug control, and will never betray. They will learn knowledge in all fields and become the top scholars, the richest businessmen, and the most powerful politicians. They are my tickets to the new world. They are my Noah's Ark. Yi Chen's breathing almost stopped. That madman. He doesn't want to betray the organization, he wants to overthrow it and take its place. The so-called kill order was nothing more than a perfect smokescreen. It allowed the professor to legitimately disappear from the organization's site, hiding in the shadows of Beijing to secretly carry out his plan, which was even more evil and insane than the Ouroboros itself. He continued scrolling down. There was also a list in the folder. Arc 1 Base, Beijing Chule Welfare Home. Arc 2 Base, a sanatorium under the Eternal Life Group, located at the foot of the Swiss Alps. Arc Base 3, the Golden Triangle, a private military-controlled area belonging to a general. A long list, spanning the globe. Behind each name lies a hell, imprisoning countless innocent children. This network is outrageously large. Yi Chen no longer hesitated. He packaged the surveillance footage he had just recorded of the professor personally injecting the drug, the entire Noah's Ark plan, and the list of bases around the world into an encrypted data packet. Then he made 3 copies. His fingers danced on the keyboard as if on the tip of a knife. The first data packet was sent to a specific number through an absolutely secure military encrypted channel. Recipient, Song Jiangwo. The second data packet, via a completely different path, bypassed layers of firewalls and entered the top VIP customer mailbox of a Swiss bank. Recipient, Lu Yanran. After doing all this, Yi Chen paused for a moment. Next up is the last and most crucial one. He opened a deep red dark web interface, in the center of which was an Ouroboros totem that was constantly devouring its own tail.
This is the highest level internal communication channel of the Ouroboros organization. He dragged the third data packet into the totem. Send. After doing all this, he closed his laptop, leaned back in his chair, and waited quietly. He lit a chess piece. Now, it's time to see what the other players on the board do. A secret base in the capital city. Song Jiangwo was listening to a report from his subordinates when his secretary rushed in and handed him a military-grade encrypted tablet. Minister, urgent intelligence with the highest encryption level. Song Jiangwo took the tablet and opened it. In the video, a refined-looking man is seen inserting a needle into the neck of a crying child. Next came that insane Noah's Ark plan. The air pressure in the office instantly dropped to freezing point. Song Jiangwo's face was expressionless, but those who knew him well knew that this was his extreme anger. Investigate. Investigate this Chunlei welfare home thoroughly, leave no stone unturned. Yes. Wait. Song Jiangwo called out to his subordinate who was about to leave. He pointed to the list of global bases. This matter is beyond the capacity of our country alone. Immediately contact Interpol headquarters and launch the global joint counter-terrorism operation. Remember, before the coordinated crackdown, we must not alert them. He knew very well that if the capital city took action first, the enemies in other strongholds around the world would immediately flee and destroy all evidence. If we're going to act, we must strike decisively and eradicate this evil network from its roots. Geneva, Switzerland. In a state-of-the-art conference room by the lake, Lu Yenran was having a pleasant conversation with a white-haired European man. Mr. Klein, the Lu Group is very sincere in reaching a strategic cooperation agreement with Eternal Life Biotechnology. Miss Lu's courage is admirable. Just then, Lu Yenran's personal cell phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. She picked up her phone without making a sound and glanced at it. It's an email. The sender was the highest level of alert she had set, a code name known only to her and Yi Chen. She stood up and smiled apologetically to Mr. Klein. Excuse me, I have an urgent message to give you. Entering the lounge, Lu Yenran opened her email. When she saw the video and the name Sanatorium under the Yongsheng Bio Group, she instantly understood. So this was Yi Chen's real purpose in sending her to Switzerland and bringing her into contact with immortal biotechnology. He had long suspected there was something wrong here. He didn't send her here to discuss business, he sent her to infiltrate his organization. An indescribable tacit understanding flowed through our hearts. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yenran deleted the email, tidied her makeup, and walked back to the conference room. Her face wore a brighter, more confident smile than before. Mr. Klein, I have just received the latest instructions from the board. We believe that the previous cooperation plan was too conservative. Oh? Lu Yenran sat up straight, exuding an aura that commanded respect. We have decided to increase our investment by 50%. Furthermore, I propose that we jointly fund the establishment of a joint biological laboratory, located at your sanatorium in the Alps. I will personally serve as the head of this laboratory. She wanted to go in herself and see what kind of devil was hiding inside. In some unknown corner of the earth. In a dark room enveloped by a waterfall of data, on a terminal screen, the Ouroboros totem that was devouring its own tail suddenly flashed with a blood-red light. An anonymous intelligence report from the highest-level intelligence officer was submitted. The video has started playing. The professor's familiar face appeared on the screen. Ironclad evidence of betrayal. The entire dark room was deathly silent. After a long time, an instruction that could not be distinguished by gender and seemed to be synthesized from countless electronic voices was transmitted through this channel to every armed stronghold and every core member of the Ouroboros organization around the world. Initiate the Great Purge Protocol. Target all Noah's Ark outposts on the list. Authorize the Ouroboros armed guard to carry out the elimination mission. Allow everything, with the side effects. A global storm of double-crossing was ignited at this moment. Inside the car, a confirmation box popped up on Yi Chen's laptop. The Great Purge Protocol has been activated. He succeeded. He handed a knife to Ouroboros. Now, the hunter is about to become the prey. And he will become the fisherman who picks up the spoils of war on the battlefield. Yi Chen picked up his phone and dialed Uncle Han's number. Uncle Han, prepare to make your move. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Han's voice was as steady as ever. Young master, please give your orders. Yi Chen looked at the gate of the welfare home not far away.
The building, which looked particularly warm in the night, was now, in his eyes, a volcano about to erupt. Gather all of us and set up a perimeter around the orphanage. If a fight breaks out inside, you will all have only one task. Take advantage of the chaos and bring every single child out safely. Chapter 78: The Night of the Great Purge, the Battle of the Two Scorpions. The night was so dark it was almost impenetrable. Several heavily armored, jet-black trucks, like lurking beasts, silently slipped into the shadows surrounding the Angel Welfare home. They had no license plates, and their one-way dark windows swallowed up any light that tried to peer inside. The car door slid open without making a sound. Squads of armed personnel clad in black special operations uniforms filed out. Their helmets covered their entire faces, leaving only a scarlet tactical visor visible. From the heavy rifles mounted on their bulletproof vests to the tactical pistols tucked into their thighs, and the menacing scorpion tail emblem on their backs, everything proclaimed their identity. The armed guard of Ouroboros. The sharpest knife within the organization, the coldest enforcer. The team leader made a gesture, and the squad immediately dispersed in perfect unison, exchanging no words except for the faint buzzing of their tactical headsets. They completely ignored the orphanage's main entrance and went straight to an open area on the side of the building. Several team members took their equipment off their backs and quickly set up a circular device on the ground. It's not a direct assault, but a surgical approach. Boom! With a muffled thud suppressed to the extreme by a special device, the ground shook violently, and a precisely circular opening was blasted open. Soil and grass were sucked inward by an invisible force, revealing a metal passage below flashing red warning lights. They showed no regard for the ordinary workers and sleeping children who might be inside the buildings. In their mission instructions, these people weren't even classified as collateral damage. They are just obstacles. Almost simultaneously with the appearance of the cave entrance, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the underground base. Alert! Level 1 intrusion. Passage 3 in Area A has been breached. All security units respond immediately. Repeat, all security units respond immediately. The professor's private security force reacted extremely quickly. This security force, composed of retired Special Forces soldiers and genetically enhanced warriors, rushed out from various restrooms and posts in an instant to form a defensive line. But the Ouroboros' guard was faster. The first stun grenade has already been thrown in through the hole. A blinding flash of white light and a high-frequency noise exploded in the narrow passage. Then, several armed guards slid in along tactical ropes and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Tracer bullets crisscrossed the dark underground tunnel, forming a deadly web. Gunshots, explosions, the shrill whistling of metal being torn apart, and the screams of the dying mingled together, bursting forth from the opening only to be quickly swallowed by the deep night. A bloody purge from within the organization has begun. The top floor of an abandoned building several hundred meters away. Yichen sat in the darkness, his laptop screen displaying dozens of real-time monitoring feeds. There were miniature monitoring nodes he had secretly left when he infiltrated the orphanage, as well as aerial views transmitted from the silent drones that Han Bo had just set up, hovering over the orphanage. Every major passageway and every point of crossfire in the underground base was under his watchful eye. He was like a detached director, quietly appreciating the play he had personally orchestrated. The actors were in place, the script was being performed, and every gunshot, every explosion, was within his expectations. The Great Purge Protocol has been activated. The confirmation box in the lower right corner of the computer screen is still prominently displayed. He succeeded. He handed the sharpest knife to Ouroboros himself. He exploited the organization's rules, the High Priest's paranoia and controlling nature, to put the professor, a traitor who had tried to establish his own faction, on trial. Now, the hunter has become the prey. All he had to do was wait. Wait until both sides are severely weakened, then calmly enter the battlefield and collect the spoils of victory. Chaos is the best cover. While the Ouroboros guard and the professor guard were engaged in a fierce battle underground, another group of people, like ghosts, scaled in through the back wall of the orphanage. They were Han Bo's men. There were no heavy weapons, only silenced pistols and tranquilizer darts. Their goal is not to fight. A team member pried open a window of the first-floor dormitory and slipped inside. Inside, several children, awakened by the gunshots, were huddled in a corner, trembling with fear in their eyes. The team member made a shoe gesture to them, then took out a small, glowing rabbit doll from his pocket. The soft glow of the dolls miraculously soothed the children's emotions in the darkness. "Don't be afraid, Uncle will take you to a safe place." He picked up the smallest girl, while another team member led the remaining children, quickly and quietly evacuating through the back door.
The entire process was completely silent.
While surface rescue efforts are proceeding smoothly, the battle underground has intensified.
The battle was far more brutal than expected.
Although the professor's private guard was outnumbered, they had the advantage of terrain. More importantly, they were fearless and ruthless. Most of these men were beneficiaries of the Noah's Ark project and held a fanatical cult of faith in the professor. Relying on their complex underground fortifications, superior weaponry, and unwavering determination, they relentlessly stalled the advance of the Ouroboros Guard. The High Priest's armed guard, on the other hand, displayed terrifying tactical prowess. Working in groups of 3, they took turns providing cover, precisely throwing grenades as they cleared each room one by one. Their movements were devoid of emotion, driven solely by the most efficient instinct for killing. Blood stained the cold metal floor. The underground has become a grinding wheel of flesh and blood. Yi Chen watched the casualty figures on the screen rise steadily, but his heart remained unmoved. Just then, the battle situation suddenly changed. In one of the surveillance videos, the professor appears in the central control room, his expression manic and ferocious, as he fiercely presses a red button on the control panel.
Since you want my hard work, then let you taste it. Boom. Deep within the base, several heavy alloy gates slowly rose. Behind the gate were several huge culture tanks. As the nutrient solution was drained, several naked teenagers emerged.
Their physiques were somewhere between teenagers and young adults, with smooth muscle lines, but their eyes were bloodshot, full of primal, uncontrolled wildness.
Young Tyrant.
A work in progress on the Noah's Ark project. Their minds are not yet mature enough to execute complex commands like a true tyrant, but their strength, speed, and madness are even more terrifying than those of a fully formed being.
Roar.
A teenage tyrant let out a roar that was not human, and in a flash, he rushed into a passage full of Ouroboros guards. The bullets hit him, only splattering blood. They did nothing to stop him. He was like a runaway tank, crashing straight into the crowd.
A scream rang out instantly. A guard was easily torn in two, blood and entrails splattering all over the wall. The tide of battle turned in an instant.
These unfinished monsters became the most unstable factor on the battlefield, causing huge casualties to the attacking side. Yi Chen lightly tapped the touchpad of his laptop, zooming in on the image of the teenage tyrant.
Interesting. Is this the professor's trump card?
Using an imperfect creation to fight against the organization's most elite forces. However, Yi Chen's attention was quickly drawn to another scene. At the height of the chaos, the professor himself, along with several core researchers, quietly slipped away through a hidden side door. Yi Chen quickly retrieved the underground structure map of the welfare home from his database.
That road led to an abandoned subway line, unmarked on any official maps.
An escape route prepared specifically for him.
Yi Chen's fingers flew across the keyboard as he hacked into the subway system's dispatch records. Destination: Switzerland.
The city where Lu Yanran lives.
So that's how it is. He wasn't simply running away, he was going to Switzerland to consolidate the power of the Eternal Life Biotechnology Group and make a comeback. He might even be planning to use Lu Yanran to turn against me.
A global network of interconnected resources instantly took shape in Yi Chen's mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he packaged all the information about the professor's real-time location, escape route, destination, and the secret subway line into an encrypted file.
One copy was sent to Lu Yanran, who was far away in Switzerland. Another copy was sent to Song Jiangwo.
Professor, you can't escape it.
The entrance to the underground escape tunnel.
The professor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glanced back at the base engulfed in flames, and a mixture of relief and resentment on his face.
Let's go. Once we get to Switzerland, I'll make that old high priest pay 100-fold.
He turned around, about to step into the dark subway tunnel.
A figure stood quietly in the shadows at the tunnel entrance, blocking his way. It was the female director of that welfare home. That middle-aged woman who always wore a kind and gentle smile and seemed harmless. The professor was taken aback, then impatiently shouted, "What are you doing here? Get out of the way." The female dean did not move.
She slowly raised her head, and the familiar, kind-faced disguise on her face peeled away like layers of a mask, revealing a cold and unfamiliar face. In her hand, a strangely shaped short blade appeared out of nowhere, its edge gleaming with a faint blue light in the distant firelight. She spoke, and it was a voice he had never heard before, devoid of any emotion. "The High Priest has decreed that traitors must die.
Chapter 79. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The high priest has decreed that traitors must die. The voice was so flat and emotionless that it seemed to freeze the blood in the professor's body instantly. He stared intently at the woman before him, the woman he had personally rescued from human traffickers and placed in the orphanage as his most loyal eyes and ears. Loving mother? No, every muscle on that face is being rebuilt. The kindness and gentleness that has been disguised for more than a decade is rapidly fading away, replaced by a murderous intent honed to the extreme. You're his man? The professor managed to squeeze out a few dry words, his heart pounding, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. His most trusted pawn turned out to be the enemy's deepest planted nail. The professor instinctively stepped back, but behind him lay a battlefield of fire and carnage. His personal guard, his most elite force, was currently being held tightly by the out-of-control young tyrants and the Ouroboros' guards, and there was no way anyone would come to his rescue. He became a lonely man. The loving mother did not answer his question, or rather, she disdained to answer it. She moved. Without warning, her figure left an afterimage in place, and the short blade in her hand drew a strange blue arc, heading straight for the professor's throat. Fast. Extremely fast. The professor's pupils contracted sharply, his years of experience dealing with non-human objects giving him an astonishing reflex. He fell backward abruptly, the short blade grazing his Adam's apple, the force of the wind stinging his skin. He rolled away in a lazy manner, dodging the attack, and at the same time pulled a handful of powder from the leather pouch at his waist and threw it forward. Laugh. The powder exploded in the air, forming a pungent white smoke. The mother's figure paused slightly in the smoke. Instead of covering her mouth and nose, she relied on her killer instinct and lunged again in the direction where the professor rolled. Her short blade, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, pierced straight for his back. However, she missed. A thin layer of oily liquid had spread across the ground. As the professor rolled around, he crushed a small glass ball. The loving mother stepped on it, and her body immediately staggered. In a duel between top assassins, even the slightest mistake can be fatal. The professor seized this 1,000th of a second opportunity, sprang up from the ground, and held a metal rod that he had broken off from the pipe by the wall. He then smashed it hard toward the benevolent mother's head. Bang! The loving mother reacted extremely quickly, twisting her body at an incredible angle and using the wrist guard on her arm to withstand the blow. The violent impact forced her back 2 steps, but she didn't care. Using the momentum from the fall, she spun around like a top and swung the short blade in her hand back at the professor's abdomen. Bite! The metal rod and the short blade clashed again, sending sparks flying. One is a mad scientist who risks his life for others, the other is a heartless killing machine. The battle between the two unleashed a deadly storm at the narrow tunnel entrance. This top-level duel was faithfully recorded on the laptop screen. Yi Chen's fingers hovered over the touchpad, but he didn't move them at all. He just watched quietly. Whether it was the death of the professor or the death of the woman codenamed Mother, it was a good thing for him. The former was an enemy, and the latter was the enemy of the enemy, neither of them friends. Dogs fighting, a mouthful of fur. His attention quickly shifted to another window on the screen, which displayed a 3-dimensional structural diagram of the underground base. A green dot representing Hamber's team was stuck in front of a red area. "Mr. Yi, we're trapped," came Han Bo's urgent communication. "The alloy door leading to the core experimental area is physically locked, we can't open it." On the screen, next to the heavy alloy door, the material and thickness are marked. Even with explosives, it still takes time. Right now, what they lack most is time. Yi Chen's gaze swept quickly across the structural diagram, finally settling on the fire protection system node. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of his lips. "Since it can't be opened physically, let's use rules to open it." His fingers danced across the keyboard, countless lines of code flowing like a waterfall across the screen. Instead of attacking the door's control system, he bypassed it and infiltrated the base's central power control hub. Sizzle! At the end of the corridor in the core experimental area, an inconspicuous circuit box suddenly burst into a dazzling electrical spark, and a burnt smell instantly filled the air. The next second. Alarm! Alarm! Fire detected in Area C7. Activate highest level fire suppression procedures. A piercing alarm blared throughout the underground base, red warning lights on the ceiling flashed wildly, and a cold, mechanical voice played on a loop over the loudspeaker. Before Han Bo and his men could react, the fire sprinklers overhead sprayed down a mist of cold water, soaking them to the bone.
Immediately following, a heavy hissing sound was heard. Boom! The heavy alloy door that they were powerless to open slowly rose up for the so-called fire safety evacuation, revealing the hellish scene behind it. Han Bo paused for a second, then roared, "Go in! Take your men and leave!" The rescue team rushed in immediately. Behind the door, there were more than a dozen small beds, with more than a dozen children sitting on them. They were dressed in uniform white hospital gowns, their eyes empty and numb, unresponsive to the alarms and chaos outside, like exquisite but soulless dolls. The rescue team members were deeply saddened. They quickly picked up the children, wrapped them in blankets, and rushed towards the planned evacuation route. However, just as they were about to rush out of a side road, a fully armed squad of Ouroboros rushed towards them. Enemy attack! Both sides spotted each other almost simultaneously and opened fire without hesitation. Day. Dense lines of fire intertwined in the narrow passage. Hanbo's men, armed with light weapons, were forced to retreat under the enemy's suppressive fire and were on the verge of being trapped on the spot. At this critical moment, whoosh! 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 Several dark figures suddenly fell from the ceiling ventilation ducts above them, moving as swiftly as cheetahs. They were dressed in jet black combat uniforms and equipped with sophisticated weapons that Han Bo had never seen before. They landed silently, with barely perceptible flashes of light coming from their gun muzzles. The once arrogant Ouroboros guard didn't even have time to utter a scream before they all fell to the ground amidst several precise shots. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. Han Bo and his men were stunned. The leader of the men in black walked up to Han Bo, raised his tactical goggles, and revealed a cold, hard face. National Special Operations Team. Under orders from Minister Song Jangwo, take over the management of all rescued personnel. His voice was devoid of any emotion, and the team members behind him had already stepped forward in an orderly manner to take the still unconscious children from Han Bo's team members. How did you get here? Han Bo asked in astonishment. The captain in black didn't answer, but simply handed him a communicator. This is the safe route. Mr. Yi will tell you the new evacuation route. Our mission is to ensure the children's safety. Standing in front of his laptop screen, Yichin stared at the swan that had fallen from the sky and fell into a brief silence. He retrieved the encrypted emails he had sent to Song Jangwo, and also retrieved the access records of a security department's server in Beijing. Within 3 minutes of him sending the intelligence, a higher-level operational order was sent from Song Jangwo's office to the Special Operations Team. It turns out that Song Jangwo never intended to follow his own script completely from the very beginning. The so-called using someone else to do the dirty work may just be a pretext for being exploited in the face of the sophisticated machine of the state. My every move is probably already under their watchful eye. This elderly man, who wielded the nation's most powerful weapon, was far more far-sighted than he had imagined. Just then, a new change occurred in the corner of the screen where the battle between the professor and the mother was taking place. The professor was covered in injuries, one arm hanging limply at his side, clearly broken. He had been cornered in the tunnel by the benevolent mother, with nowhere to retreat. The benevolent mother also had several burn marks from chemical reagents on her body, but her attacks remained fierce, and the short blade in her hand was aimed straight at the professor's heart. In this desperate situation, a crazed grin appeared on the professor's face. He suddenly threw the last glass bottle in his hand not at the loving mother, but instead smashed it hard against a main control valve of the ventilation system on the wall behind her. Bang! The glass bottle shattered instantly, and a thick, yellowish-green gas with a sweet smell gushed out and was sucked into the rapidly operating ventilation system. The professor quickly pulled a small breathing mask from his pocket and put it on. Looking at the rapidly spreading poison gas, he let out a frantic roar. This is my most perfect creation. It's specially made for traitors. Let them be buried with me. The poisonous gas instantly filled the entire tunnel entrance, and the short blade, gleaming with an eerie light, clattered to the ground from the compassionate mother's limp hand. Chapter 80 National Treasure, a deal from the professor. The yellowish-green poison gas did not spread throughout the base as the professor had hoped. The instant the gas gushed out from the main valve, several inconspicuous fire sprinklers on the ceiling activated instantly. Instead of water, they sprayed a pale blue neutralizing mist. When the toxic gas comes into contact with the aerosol, it makes a hissing sound, reacts quickly, and turns into a harmless white precipitate that falls to the ground. The professor's crazed grin froze. Before he could react, several Special Operations Team members, also dressed in black combat uniforms, appeared like ghosts from the shadows behind him. They wore fully enclosed breathing masks and pointed their specially made firearms at his head. No warnings, no unnecessary chatter. One of them stepped forward and delivered a clean, swift chop to the back of his neck. The professor rolled his eyes and collapsed limply. Yi Chen watched all of this quietly in front of the laptop screen. From the arrival of the special operations team to the subjugation of the professor, the entire process was seamless and efficient, without the slightest delay. Every step seemed to have been meticulously calculated and rehearsed countless times. Song Jiangwo, this old man, not only predicted his actions, but even the professor's possible suicidal tactics. This is no longer a simple case of the Oriole unaware of the mantis behind. This is a trap set from the very beginning, and I, along with the Ouroboros, am just a pawn in this trap, meticulously planned and manipulated. Han Bo's slightly excited voice came through the communicator. He had already met up with the support troops designated by Mr. Yi and was safely evacuating. Yi Chen turned off the communication and closed the laptop. A moment later, an encrypted call came in. Come to base number 3 in the south suburbs. It was Song Jiangwo's voice, devoid of any emotion, yet exuding an undeniable authority. The number 3 secret base in the southern suburbs of Beijing. This structure is located hundreds of meters underground and is made entirely of a special alloy, which is said to be able to withstand a tactical nuclear strike. Yi Chen met Song Jiangwo again in a brightly lit conference room. The old man was still wearing his worn-out Zhongshan suit, holding an enamel mug filled with strong tea. Sitting opposite him was the professor. He changed into a clean gray prison uniform, his previous madness gone, and even his wounds had been given basic treatment. He wore frameless glasses and sat there quietly, exuding an air of refined elegance, truly resembling a highly respected scholar. If one hadn't witnessed his madness in the tunnel firsthand, no one would have been able to connect him with the professor who had caused countless tragedies. There was no one else in the meeting room besides the three of them. The atmosphere was oppressive and eerie. Ouroboros has arsenals in Eastern Europe, personnel training bases in South America, and biochemical raw material suppliers in Africa. The first to break the silence was the professor. He calmly rattled off a string of place names and organization codes, each one enough to cause an earthquake in the international underworld. Song Jiangwo listened quietly, occasionally taking a sip of tea, without interrupting. Yi Chen remained silent. He knew that the real show was just beginning. I can give you all of these. The professor paused, adjusting his glasses. Including the detailed list I have of all a level and above members of Ouroboros worldwide, as well as their networks of influence in political and business circles around the world. Even Song Jiangwo, whose heart was as deep as a still pool, paused slightly upon hearing this. The value of this intelligence cannot be measured in monetary terms. This is almost half the life of the massive organization Ouroboros. Your conditions, Song Jiangwo finally spoke, his words concise and to the point. I know my sins are grave, and I deserve to die. A complex self-mockery appeared on the professor's face. After I die, you can study my body as you please, even dissect it, I will have no complaints. I have only one request. His expression turned serious, even carrying a hint of obsessive pleading. Please let the country take in those children and let me continue my research in the right way. My belief is not wrong. Human evolution has stagnated, and the shackles of our genes are dragging us into an abyss. The Noah's Ark project is the only hope for finding the next way out for human civilization. He was a little agitated, but quickly calmed down. I admit that my methods were too extreme and too hasty. I went down the wrong path. But the future is bright. I hope that the country can complete the work I left unfinished in a more humane, scientific, and rigorous way. Those children are not monsters, they are the spark of humanity's future. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Song Jiangwo frowned, lost in deep thought. The professor's research is undoubtedly Pandora's box once opened, the consequences will be unimaginable. It touches upon the most fundamental ethical bottom line of human society. However, the information he provided was too tempting. With that list and information on the strongholds, the nation had essentially acquired a trump card in its decades-long covert war against the Ouroboros, a card that could be used to overturn the table at any time. This is a difficult choice. Just then, Yi Chen spoke up. I agree to your deal. Song Jiangwo and the professor both turned their gazes toward him. However, the conditions need to be modified. Yi Chen looked directly into the professor's eyes, speaking each word clearly and distinctly. The state can receive all the technical data and those children, and establish a top-level special task force to conduct research. But the direction of the research must be changed. From creating superhumans to conquering genetic diseases, repairing nervous system damage, and extending human healthy lifespan. Your technology should not be used to create Cold War machines, but to save lives struggling in hospital beds. Those suffering from ALS, Alzheimer's disease, and hereditary cancers are the ones who need Noah's Ark the most to cross the sea of suffering.
You must transform the devil's techniques into the gospel of angels. Yi Chen's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the professor's mind.
He stared blankly at Yi Chen, his lips moving slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word.
Save? Treat? He had never considered this direction.
Or rather, in his fervent pursuit of human evolution, he had long since forgotten these most basic medical aspirations.
A long silence. 5 minutes later, a smile suddenly appeared on the professor's face.
It was a relieved, liberated laugh. Well, what a gospel of angels, he murmured to himself, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps to Yi Chen.
He tremblingly took out a black encrypted USB drive from the inside pocket of his prison uniform and placed it on the table.
All my life's work is in there.
The password is, my daughter's birthday.
After saying that, he seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes.
Song Jiangwo gave Yi Chen a meaningful look, then solemnly put the USB drive away.
On behalf of the country, I accept this treasure.
He stood up and looked at Yi Chen. Starting today, a top-secret scientific research project codenamed Pangu was officially launched.
You, Yi Chen, will be appointed as a special advisor to this project, with the highest level of security privileges and decision-making participation rights.
Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Special advisor, highest authority.
This means that he will no longer be a passive pawn, but one of the players who can truly influence the direction of national strategy. Just as his heart was churning with emotion, the familiar system panel quietly popped up before his eyes.
Main quest: the cornerstone of the empire is 70% complete.
The intermediate node in the network of power skill tree national allies has been successfully unlocked. Reward: unlock special privileges in the system shop gene permission basic.
Immediately afterwards, a new prompt appeared. Genetic access basic: the host may perform one basic gene chain optimization. Please choose one of the following 3 directions.
1. Strength enhancement, increases basic muscle strength and explosive power by 30%. 2. Speed enhancement, increases neural reaction speed and agility by 30%. 3. Enhanced self-healing, cell activity and metabolic rate are significantly increased, resulting in a 100% increase in wound healing and physical recovery speed. Yi Chen's gaze fell directly on the third option without the slightest hesitation. Strength and speed are important, but after the near-death experience of the Tyrant battle, he knew better than anyone that survival was the most important thing.
A powerful self-healing ability is equivalent to having one or even several extra lives. I choose self-healing and strengthening.
He silently recited it in his heart.
Selection confirmed, gene optimization begins.
An indescribable warm current surged from his heart, quickly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Every cell, washed by this warm current, let out a joyful groan.
The entire process lasted only a few seconds.
Yi Chen could clearly feel that his body had undergone a complete transformation. The previous fatigue had vanished, and he was full of energy.
Just then, buzzing. His encrypted phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed a number from Switzerland. Lu Yanran. Yi Chen answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yanran's rapid and heavy breathing could be heard. Yi Chen, I've found it.
The biggest financial backer behind Eternal Life is not Ouroboros.
Among the 4 major families in the capital, they have always focused on the pharmaceutical industry, second only to the Long family. The Bai family. Chapter 81: The Pharmaceutical Giant, the Bai family's hypocritical mask. The Bai family.
This answer instantly tightened Yi Chen's nerves, which had just relaxed due to gene optimization.
On the other end of the phone, Lu Yanran's breathing was still rapid. They didn't just fund Eternal Life biotechnology.
I traced the flow of funds backward and found at least 3 other similar aggressive biotech companies globally, all with the shadow of Bai family capital behind them. Their methods are exactly the same as the professor's, but 100 times more covert.
In Yi Chen's mind, countless clues instantly connected into a complete logical chain.
The professor is merely a flag pushed to the forefront, a target to draw attention. The Bai family, a family renowned for its medicine and charity, is very likely the real mastermind behind the Ouroboros organization, responsible for biotechnology research and development and the cultivation of special talents. They are genuine snake breeders. An enemy who is even better at disguise than the arrogant and domineering Long family, and who knows better how to hide his claws under his velvet gloves.
Such an opponent is even more terrifying. Yanran, stop immediately.
Yi Chen's voice unconsciously lowered, carrying an unquestionable command.
Immediately.
Destroy all investigation records, as if this never happened.
Don't let anyone know you're investigating them.
There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone.
Lu Yanran was incredibly intelligent and immediately understood the immense weight of Yi Chen's words.
The fact that Yi Chen took this so seriously meant that the danger lurking within the Bai family was definitely beyond her imagination.
I understand. Her voice also became serious.
You yourself please be very careful. Rest assured. Yi Chen hung up the phone, and the room fell silent once again. Without pausing for a moment, he immediately dialed Han Bo's encrypted line.
Uncle Han, it's me. Young master. Uncle Han's voice was as steady as ever. Put down all your work on the old Ouroboros strongholds. Yi Chen's instructions were clear and direct.
I need you to use all your resources to shift the focus of the intelligence network to the Bai family in the capital.
Uncle Han on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback. The Bai family? The Bai family, the family of renowned physicians?
Yes. Yi Chen answered without the slightest hesitation. I want the cash flow of all their businesses, the whereabouts of all core members, and 24/7 surveillance without any blind spots.
Han Bo did not ask for the reason, which was his professional quality as a top intelligence officer. Yes, young master. However, I just received some rather strange information regarding the Bai family. Explain.
Bai Jingting, the current head of the Bai family, is a highly respected figure in the medical field who conducts charitable medical consultations in various places for many years and has an excellent reputation. However, he has a hobby that only a very few people in the industry know about.
Han Bo paused.
He has a passion for collecting all kinds of rare fossils, especially those unique pieces whose origins are unknown or even questionable in academic circles.
Paleontological fossils? Yi Chen's thoughts were instantly stirred by this seemingly unrelated word. How could the head of such a well-disguised family have such an extravagant and easily traceable hobby? This is illogical.
Business dealings and records of charitable activities may all be carefully designed disguises. However, a person's hobbies, especially those that involve a great deal of energy and money over many years, often reveal their truest desires and secrets.
The breakthrough might be right here. Uncle Han, don't worry about his business and charity, those are just costumes for outsiders to see. Yi Chen's thoughts became exceptionally clear. Investigate. Start with this hobby. Find out the origin of every fossil, the counterparty in every transaction, and every transportation route. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find out exactly which pit these fossils came from. Understood.
Han Bo replied decisively. After ending the call, Yi Chen turned and walked out of the makeshift interrogation room. Song Jiangwo was waiting outside the door, with several middle-aged men standing beside him, all with refined demeanors but sharp eyes. They wore white research uniforms and each had a dragon-shaped badge pinned to their chest.
These people are the nation's top think tank members and scientists. Advisor Yi, Song Jiangwo introduced him. These are the core members of the Pango Project, Dr. Li, Academician Wang. Yi Chen shook hands with each of them.
From that moment on, he officially stepped into the nation's highest-level scientific research field. For the next few days, Yi Chen practically lived in the heavily guarded secret base. As the chief consultant, he has access to all relevant materials. Through constant exchanges and discussions with these top scientists, his knowledge of gene technology is being filled and perfected at an alarming rate. He no longer relied solely on the system to know what, but began to truly understand why it is so. Late that night, Yi Chen was alone in his private office, organizing the massive amount of data copied from the professor's USB drive.
This material is incredibly vast, ranging from basic gene sequence maps to reports of various taboo bioengineering experiments. It's practically a devil's library.
Just as he was about to archive a set of experimental data, a hidden folder that was encrypted in multiple layers caught his attention.
The naming of this folder is very simple. The Serpent of Eden.
Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He used his highest level of security privileges to call upon the base's supercomputer for brute force attacks. Hours later, when the last combination lock was unlocked and the folder slowly opened, what appeared before Yi Chen sent a chill down his spine. There are no complicated formulas or profound technical documents inside. That's just a list. A list of genetically modified individuals. The format of the list is very simple: name, age, job title, and a note titled Optimization Project. Physical Fitness Optimization T1 type. Neuronal Activation N2 type. Telomere Elongation L1 type. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on the top of the list. The first few names on the list made him freeze in place. Those were none other than several powerful figures in the capital, and their most beloved children and grandchildren. Chapter 82: The Serpent of Eden, the Devil's Deal of the Powerful. This list was colder and heavier than he had imagined. Each name represents a tremendous force, a field that can influence the national economy and people's livelihood. Now, the source of these forces, the very pulse of these people, are firmly gripped by an invisible net. This network is neither the Long family's business empire nor the professor's global network of spies. It was a vast and inescapable net woven from gene sequences. The Bai family, a family that seems to be indifferent to worldly affairs and devoted to paleontological research, is not actually in control of wealth. They are in control of life. They are defining the future. This is more terrifying than any power or money. The notes for each optimization project on the list are like a devil's contract. The result of the physical fitness optimization T1 type is a strong physique that is immune to all diseases. Neuron activation N2 type results in extraordinary memory that can be remembered at a glance. The result of telomere elongation L1 type is a longer lifespan that mortals dream of. They got everything they had ever dreamed of: better health, longer lifespans, and even their offspring might benefit from it, winning at the genetic starting line. What is the cost? The price was their absolute loyalty. Yi Chen could almost picture the scene. Bai Jingting, the head of the Bai family, would tell them in the gentlest tone that this was just a small optimization, a guarantee that would allow them to better serve the country. But in reality, the Bai family left a backdoor in their genes. A switch that can be activated at any time and can end everything at any time. That explains it. This explains why the Bai family can be so low-key, yet possess an influence that others cannot match. They don't need to personally get involved in the power struggle. They only need to control the lives of these powerful figures to indirectly control all the power in their hands. This network has silently enveloped the entire capital city, and perhaps even more. Yi Chen took a deep breath, encrypted and backed up the list, and then sent it directly to Song Jiangwo. Communication requests are answered almost instantly. On the other end of the screen, Song Jiangwo appeared. He seemed to be in a conference room with a solemn and dignified background. Advisor Yi, how is the situation? Yi Chen didn't say anything, he just transferred the file. Song Jiangwo opened the document, initially with a hint of scrutiny. But soon, his movements stopped. Time passed by, second by second. Song Jiangwo sat there quietly, motionless, with only the ever-changing light from the screen reflecting on his increasingly solemn face. For a long time. So long that Yi Chen thought the communication had been cut off. Song Jiangwo slowly raised his head, his movements appearing somewhat stiff. This is impossible. His voice trembled slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. I've confirmed the identities and backgrounds of the people on the list, they all match. Yi Chen's answer was calm. Song Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, as if all his strength had been drained away. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and fell into a long silence. Some of the people on the list, even he, require careful consideration when dealing with them. These are the true pillars of the nation. The fall of any one of them could trigger an unpredictable earthquake. Now, this list tells him that these pillars have long been corrupted and riddled with holes by the Bai family. This is no longer just a case, Song Jiangwo finally spoke, each word carrying immense weight. This is a massive crisis that could shake the very foundations of the nation. I see. This matter requires careful consideration. We must not act rashly. Song Jiangwo's thoughts began to clear. We cannot easily touch any of the people on the list. If we alert the Bai family and they find out, all they need to do is activate that so-called backdoor. The consequences will be unimaginable. The entire upper class will be instantly paralyzed, and may even trigger violent unrest and panic. That would be a disaster. I agree, Yi Chen surprisingly chimed in. Song Jiangwo looked at him with some surprise. To deal with a web, there is no need to tear each strand of silk, that would only make things worse. Yi Chen's thinking was crystal clear. We just need to take down the spider that is weaving the web. Song Jiangwo immediately understood what Yi Chen meant. You mean Bai Jingting?
That's right. Yi Chen's voice was sharp. To break this network, we don't need to deal with everyone. We just need to cut off the center of the network. As long as we control Bai Jingting and get the master switch of the gene backdoor, this network will collapse on its own. This is a surgical strike plan. Precise and efficient, but the risks are equally enormous. As the mastermind behind all of this, Bai Jingting undoubtedly has top-tier security. Getting close to him is virtually impossible. The idea is good, but the opportunity Song Jiangwo Han-ti finished speaking. Yi Chen's encrypted communicator then beeped. It is Han Bo. Young master, we have new intelligence. Han Bo spoke quickly, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Our people have found out that Bai Jingting will soon receive a batch of extremely valuable paleontological fossils from overseas. According to our informant, this shipment is very important, and he will personally go to the bonded warehouse in Tianjin port to inspect it. Time? Place? Yi Chen immediately pressed for details. Tomorrow night, Tianjin port number 7 bonded warehouse. The opportunity has arrived. In Yi Chen's mind, the clue about money-burning hobbies instantly connected with the list of Eden's serpent. A bold conjecture formed in his mind. The so-called paleontological fossils are probably not fossils at all. That could be the most critical overseas raw materials needed for genetic modification. Or, something even more horrifying, a special experimental subject. Minister Song, Yi Chen turned to the screen. I need an identity. Looking at Yi Chen, Song Jiangwo instantly understood everything. You're going in person? I must go in person. Yi Chen's determination was unwavering. I want to get up close to those fossils, and more importantly, I want to find the key to cracking this genetic web from Bai Jingting. Song Jiangwo remained silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. I'll give you the title of Special Commissioner of the Port Quarantine Bureau, with the highest inspection authority. I will personally coordinate the situation at Tianjin Port. That's enough. Late at night, Tianjin Port. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, rustled through the rows of containers on the dock. Outside the number 7 bonded warehouse, all was quiet, with only a few tall lampposts casting a dim yellow light. Yi Chen, dressed in a crisp quarantine officer uniform with a forged badge pinned to his chest and holding a highly professional-looking testing device, stood quietly in the shadows at the warehouse entrance. In the distance, several bright car headlights pierced the darkness. A convoy of 3 black armored cars arrived silently and eventually stopped in front of the bonded warehouse gate. The back door of the middle car opened, and an elderly man with gray hair, wearing a tang suit and leaning on a dragon-headed cane stepped out, surrounded by bodyguards. It was Bai Jingting. He looked up at the warehouse, seemingly quite satisfied with the environment. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure emerged from the shadows and calmly blocked his path. Bai Jingting's bodyguard immediately stepped forward, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yi Chen ignored the menacing bodyguards and calmly looked at the old man in front of him, raising the identification in his hand. Mr. Bai, this is a routine check. Please cooperate. Chapter 83 The Fossil Deception, The Dormant Cells of God. Bai Jingting's cloudy eyes sized up the young man in front of him. He was dressed in a smart uniform, but the man himself was a complete stranger. The dragon-headed cane in his hand tapped lightly on the cement ground, making a dull sound. Examine? Bai Jingting spoke slowly, with a composure that comes from long-standing authority, as if he were not surprised by what was happening before him. Of course we have to cooperate. We old folks have to abide by the country's regulations. He tilted his head and gave him a look. A burly bodyguard behind him immediately understood, stepped forward, and used a special tool to pry open a lead-sealed shipping box that was half a person's height. With a click, the lid of the box was lifted. A smell of soil and lime wafted over. Inside the box, thick cushioning material was laid out, and a huge fossil that looked like the leg bone of some kind of reptile lay quietly inside. The fossil's surface has clear patterns, and the petrified skeletal structure gleams with a grayish-white luster under the light, truly resembling a dinosaur fossil. Yi Chen stepped forward, opened the highly professional-looking testing equipment in his hand, and began scanning the fossils inside the box. On the device screen, the data stream flashed by rapidly before finally freezing. Ingredients: silicate, calcium carbonate. Period: late Cretaceous. Radiation level: normal background value. Everything was perfectly normal. The bodyguard's tense muscles relaxed slightly. However, Yi Chen did not give up. His equipment paused for a moment on an inconspicuous fracture surface of the fossil.
At the breakpoint of this fossil, there are trace amounts of gamma rays remaining, exceeding the normal standard by 0.03 units. Yi Chen raised his head and calmly announced. Although the dose is very small, according to the regulations on quarantine of special articles for entry and exit, I need to take this sample back to the General Administration of Customs Laboratory for 24-hour isolation observation and in-depth analysis. The air froze again. For the first time, Bai Jingting's ever-smiling face showed a slight stiffness. The bodyguard next to him, who had just opened the box, suddenly took a step forward, one hand already on his waist. A strong killing intent instantly locked onto Yi Chen. "Commissioner, you may not know the value of these fossils." The bodyguard's voice was low and full of warning. "You can't afford to be damaged in any of these areas." Yi Chen completely ignored him, and simply flashed a red-covered ID card in front of Bai Jingting. On the inside page of the document, the prominent badge of the National Security Department gleamed gold under the dim light. Special Pass. Bai Jingting's pupils contracted slightly. The bodyguard, who had been so aggressive, vanished the moment he saw the identification, like a rooster being choked. All his arrogance disappeared, and he silently retreated to his original position. "Since it's a rule, then we'll follow the rules." Bai Jingting smiled again, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "I hope you can keep it safe. This old man just loves these old things." Yi Chen didn't say another word. He gestured to the two Pango project members behind him, who were also wearing quarantine suits, to carefully repackage the huge leg bone fossil and lift it into their vehicle. Throughout the entire process, Bai Jingting and his bodyguards simply watched quietly. Until Yi Chen's car disappeared into the night at the port. The Pango project is an underground secret laboratory. Under the huge operating light, the fossil brought back from Tianjin port was fixed on the cutting table. Yi Chen changed into a sterile protective suit and personally operated a high-precision laser cutting machine. Without conducting any component analysis, he began cutting directly based on the internal structural anomalies marked during the previous equipment scan. Sizzle. The blue laser beam moved precisely along the natural texture of the fossil without emitting any harsh noise. A few minutes later, the fossil's outer shell was completely peeled off. The sight inside made all the scientists present gasp in astonishment. The interior of the fossil was indeed completely hollowed out. A cryogenic container made of some unknown silver-gray alloy is embedded inside, its surface covered with intricate pipes and energy indicator lights. This is not a fossil at all, it is a Trojan horse that is perfectly disguised. Yi Chen carefully cut the external energy lock on the container and removed it from inside the fossil. In the absolutely sterile isolation workbench, he initiated the unlocking procedure. With a slight hiss of pressure release, the top cover of the alloy container slowly unscrewed open. A wisp of cold white air wafted out. Inside the container, there was no complicated instrument, only a small tube of golden liquid suspended in a special culture medium. Yi Chen took it out and dropped a drop onto the ultra-high magnification microscope slide. On the screen, a scene unlike any scene before appeared. That was a perfect single-celled organism. Its entire body is a pure gold color, and at the location of the cell nucleus, it looks as if a miniature sun is burning. It does not divide like a normal cell, but beats slowly and rhythmically. Each pulse emanates a faint golden halo, filled with an indescribable rhythm of life. God! A young researcher muttered to himself unconsciously. The same thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind. This is the cell of God. He immediately retrieved all the encrypted data he had obtained from the professor and performed a high-speed comparison. Lines of code and gene sequences flashed by rapidly. Finally, a result with a 99.9% match rate popped up on the screen. Found it! Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. According to the incomplete records left by the professor, this lifeform, which he named God Cell, is the source of all the Bai family's genetic modification technology. It is a seed of life from extraterrestrial meteorites, possessing almost limitless potential. It can act like a perfect gene editor, seamlessly integrating with the DNA strands of any known organism to optimize, repair, or even completely rewrite them. This is the secret behind the Bai family's ability to extend the lives of those powerful and wealthy individuals, and even rejuvenate them. But what's even more terrifying is yet to come. As the data analysis progressed, a note that the professor had encrypted with the highest level of privileges was deciphered. The God Cell does not exist in isolation, it possesses collective consciousness. All individuals modified through its daughter cells will, at a subconscious level, unconditionally obey the commands of the mother cell. It is not a gene serum, it is a network of mind control. And the mother, according to my final deduction, is within Bai Jingting's body.
The laboratory was deathly silent.
This discovery is 100 times more terrifying than a list of powerful and wealthy individuals. This means that Bai Jingting not only holds these people's lives in his hands, but also controls their will. He can command anyone in this network to do anything at any time.
A researcher, trembling, advised, it must be destroyed immediately. Destroy? Yi Chen looked at the pulsating golden cell under the microscope.
Once the daughter cells within the mother's sensory range are destroyed, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps those modified elites will die instantly due to the sudden collapse of their genetic chains.
That would trigger an unprecedented upheaval. It cannot be destroyed. An even crazier and bolder idea took shape in Yi Chen's mind.
Since Bai Jingting can control the offspring using mother cells,
so why can't I create a king with higher authority to take over the entire network? No, we will not destroy it. Yi Chen turned around to face all the core scientists in the project team. We need to study it, replicate it, and even create a king cell that can reverse its control. The entire laboratory fell silent at first, then a burning light shone in everyone's eyes.
It was the fervor and passion of a scientist who had discovered the ultimate mystery. A scientific research competition aimed at cracking the code of the gods and creating gods in reverse has officially begun at this moment. At the same time, at the Bai family manor. Inside the study, Bai Jingting was alone, facing an unfinished game of chess.
A butler entered silently and reported in a low voice. Sir, the things have been taken away.
Bai Jingting placed a black stone without looking up.
Which piece did you take?
It was the Dragon King's leg bone that was used to place the seed, as you instructed.
Very good.
Bai Jingting finally raised his head and looked out at the dark night sky, as if he could see through the darkness and into the brightly lit laboratory. He spoke calmly to himself.
The seeds have been sown, it's time to see what kind of fruit they will bear. Chapter 84: The Bai family's open scheme, a call from bloodline. The frenzied atmosphere in the laboratory had not yet dissipated. The concept of king cells was like a powerful stimulant injected into the heart of every top scientist. They gathered around the holographic projection, discussing various technological approaches with great enthusiasm, their words filled with a desire to conquer the unknown. But Yi Chen felt a chill run up his spine. He didn't participate in the discussion, but walked alone to the French windows and looked at the deep night outside. The image of Bai Jingting making his move lingered in his mind. That composure, that certainty, is not the reaction one would expect from someone whose plans have been disrupted. The seeds have been sown, it's time to see what kind of fruit they will bear. This statement was less a soliloquy and more a deliberate way of saying it to him through some means. This is an open strategy. A well-known trap, yet one is forced to step into it. Bai Jingting deliberately let him obtain the cell of God, and it's even possible that the professor's notes were part of the plan. What exactly is his purpose? This thought made Yi Chen restless. He turned and gave a brief instruction to the project manager before walking alone into a separate biological testing chamber deep within the laboratory. Conduct a comprehensive genetic test on yourself with the highest precision, Yi Chen instructed the intelligent assistant. He had never examined his body so thoroughly since undergoing basic genetic optimization. A strong sense of unease compelled him to immediately confirm a certain conjecture. Testing begins, estimated time is 3 minutes. The cold robotic arm unfolded, and various sophisticated probes and scanning beams began to work on him. Time passed by second. Yi Chen's heart also started racing. 3 minutes later, an extremely detailed genetic map appeared on the virtual screen in front of him. Perfect. After initial optimization, his physical fitness, cell activity, and nerve reaction speed all reached the peak level of humans. On the map, each segment of the gene chain shines with a healthy and stable light. Etc. Yi Chen's gaze suddenly froze. In that vast, star-studded genetic map, there is an extremely tiny dot that is flashing at a completely different frequency. It was a fragment he had never seen before, extremely small yet structurally very stable. It was like a mysterious code that appeared out of nowhere, forcibly written into his genetic code. When? Yi Chen quickly retrieved all his past physical data. This gene appeared after he came into contact with the Dragon King's leg bone and that divine cell. System, analyze this unknown gene fragment immediately. He was practically roaring in his mind. The next second, the system notification sounded in his mind, but this time, it was not the usual calm. Urgent warning, unknown gene fragment invasion detected, analysis in progress. Analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Fail? Yi Chen's heart sank. This gene fragment resonates strongly with the host's bloodline and cannot be determined to be harmful. Warning. Its activity is slowly increasing. The host is advised to upgrade their gene access level as soon as possible to gain higher analytical capabilities. Bloodline resonance. It cannot be determined to be harmful. Boom. It felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in Yi Chen's mind. He understood everything in an instant. Bai Jingting's target has been him from the very beginning. For those powerful and wealthy individuals, God cells are foreign invaders, plug-ins that need to be carefully grafted. But for Yi Chen, who possesses a special bloodline, it was not an invasion, but a call. A fusion. Bai Jingting is gambling. He gambled that Yi Chen's bloodline could react with this divine cell from outer space in an unprecedented way, eventually achieving a perfect fusion and creating the ultimate dream that he could never achieve in his entire life, a true perfect life form. And I am the chosen experimental subject. What a find by Jingting! Yi Chen slammed his fist into the reinforced glass of the testing chamber, and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread out. This is an open conspiracy with no solution. He cannot remove that gene. The system has already indicated that it has become one with his bloodline. Forcibly separating it would be tantamount to destroying his very foundation. He now only has two paths. Alternatively, they might be completely assimilated by the will of the God cell without realizing it, becoming Bai Jingting's perfect puppet and a true trump card. Either we must find a way to counter it before we are completely assimilated. Time is running out. Just as Yi Chen felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and anxiety, a warm sensation suddenly came from his chest. It was that star pivot order. That warm current quickly spread throughout my body, and wherever it passed, the restlessness and unease at the genetic level were slowly soothed. Yi Chen immediately looked at the testing screen again. On the screen, the flashing frequency of the foreign gene fragment decreased significantly, and it fell back into a state of silence. It has been temporarily suppressed. Yi Chen let out a long breath. What can fight against the cells of God is not the cells of the king, but the power within his own body that comes from his family's heritage. He immediately dialed Uncle Han's number. Uncle Han. Young master, what are your orders? Came Han Bo's calm reply from the other end of the phone. Use all available resources to investigate immediately. Investigate the former site of my Yi family, all relics, and every record, no matter how trivial or seemingly useless. I want it all. Immediately. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Uncle Han didn't ask any more questions. He could hear the urgency in Yi Chen's voice. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen had just stepped out of the testing booth when he saw Lu Yanran standing prettily at the door. She seemed to have been waiting for a while. You're back. Yi Chen composed himself. Yes, I just got off the plane. Lu Yanran nodded and handed over a document. This is a map showing the layout of all the Bai family's secret accounts and assets in Europe. It's enough to give them a hard time. But she then added, however, I brought someone with me this time. Who? Someone you might be interested in. Lu Yanran turned to the side, revealing an elderly white man standing behind her. The old man was about 60 years old, with messy hair and wearing a wrinkled research coat, but his eyes shone with an almost manic light. Dr. Albert? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. This legendary scientist, regarded as a madman by the entire biological community, single-handedly created the behemoth of immortal life? Mr. Yi, hello. Dr. Albert extended his hand and said in somewhat broken Chinese, Miss Yanran said that there are traces of divine here. I cannot refuse such an invitation. Lu Yanran explained from the side, the doctor and his core team have agreed to join the biological research department of Qingyan Group as a whole. This is undoubtedly a huge help. Yi Chen brought Dr. Albert to the core laboratory. When Albert saw the golden god cell floating in the nutrient dish, slowly pulsating, he froze. The next second, his knees buckled and he collapsed to his knees. His face no longer displayed the rationality of a scientist, but instead showed a primal, fanatical worship. The blood of origin. He trembled as he reached out, seemingly wanting to touch the holographic projection. It really exists, the ancient legends of our family are true. Yi Chen and Lu Yanran exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other. Doctor, what did you say? The blood of origin? Yi Chen pressed. Albert slowly raised his head, his fanatical eyes fixed on Yi Chen. In my family's oldest records, it is said that all life on Earth originated from the first drop of blood. It came from the stars, and it created all things. It is the blood of origin. He continued, panting, the scriptures also say that the blood of origin possesses its own will. It waits for a soul that can resonate with it to appear. And that bloodline, in legends, is called. Albert spoke the words slowly and deliberately, using all his strength. Guardians. Guardians. These two words, like two bolts of lightning, instantly cleaved through all the fog in Yi Chen's mind. He subconsciously reached out and pressed his hand against the still warm star pivot token on his chest. He looked up again at his reflection on the smooth wall of the laboratory. The destruction of his family, the tragic deaths of his parents, and the relentless pursuit by the Ouroboros organization. It turns out that the root of all this was never a trade secret or a dispute over wealth. From the very beginning, their target was him, or rather, what flowed within him. The Guardian Bloodline. Chapter 85: The Guardian's Bloodline, a War from Ancient Times. Dr. Albert's fanaticism did not subside with the kneeling. On the contrary, it intensified. He brought not only himself and a top-notch research team, but also a completely new theoretical framework and a batch of unprecedented precision equipment. Once these devices were combined with the technology left behind by the professor, the research progress of the entire Pango project was soaring, almost like a rocket taking off. In the laboratory, Yi Chen watched the complex data stream scrolling rapidly on the screen. Those originally obscure and difficult to understand gene sequences were being deciphered and recombined at an astonishing speed with the intervention of Albert's team. The purpose of blood of origin is not destruction. Dr. Albert stood beside Yi Chen, his lab coat still wrinkled, but he exuded a kind of radiance. He pointed to a golden sequence on the holographic screen that was constantly replicating itself and devouring other gene fragments. Its purpose is assimilation. To turn all life, all genes, into itself. To bring them into unity, into eternity. The doctor's Chinese was still not fluent, but every word carried undeniable weight. And the purpose of the Guardians is to maintain balance. To maintain genetic diversity, protect natural evolution, and safeguard the infinite possibilities of life. He turned his head, his fervent eyes fixed on Yi Chen. This is not a struggle that has lasted for hundreds of years, Mr. Yi. According to my family's ancient records, this war began before the birth of humankind, even when dinosaurs roamed this planet. A war that has lasted for billions of years. Yi Chen's heart sank. He always thought he was dealing with a huge, shadowy multinational organization. In hindsight, he was wrong. That's completely wrong. Ouroboros. Yi Chen uttered these three words. Yes. Albert nodded emphatically. They are the modern enforcers of the origin blood in human society. They are looking for you and hunting you down, not for your wealth, nor for any trade secrets. What they want is to end this war completely. And you, Albert extended a trembling finger, pointing to Yi Chen's heart, the purest guardian bloodline is the only key to ending the war. As long as you are controlled, the origin blood can declare complete victory. An unprecedented pressure surged towards Yi Chen like a tidal wave. From the Yi family to the Bai family, from the Ouroboros organization to an unknown professor. He thought he was already in the eye of the storm. Only now did he realize that what he had seen before was merely the tip of the iceberg. His enemies are not a particular family or organization. It is a terrifying existence that is as old as life on Earth and even surpasses the comprehension of human civilization. Can I really do it? Just then, Yi Chen's phone rang urgently. It is Han Bo. Young master. Uncle Han on the other end of the phone was breathing rapidly, with the sounds of wind and rolling gravel mixed in the background. As you instructed, I led people to clear the ruins of the Yi family ancestral home, and, under the foundation of the main house, we found something. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. What is that? A secret room. A secret room sealed by a mechanism. There's a recess at the entrance, shaped exactly like the token on your chest. Star pivot order. Yi Chen instinctively pressed his hand to his chest. The token found among his parents' belongings was now radiating a warm glow, as if responding to a distant call. I'm coming right away. Yi Chen said without hesitation. He hung up the phone and looked at Lu Yanran and Dr. Albert. I have to go back to the old house. Lu Yanran didn't ask any further questions, she just nodded, be careful. Dr. Albert gave him a deep look, go, Guardian. Perhaps you will find the answer you need there. Yi Chen didn't delay and set off immediately. Almost at the same time he left Qingyan Group, a phone call came to Song Jiangwo's office. After listening to the report, Song Jiangwo remained silent for a moment, then picked up the red telephone on the table. Special Operations Division, Level 1 Alert. Dispatch the Dragon Fong 3rd Squad to provide full-time protection for Yi Chen, ensuring his absolute safety. I repeat, absolutely safe. Song Jiangwo put down the phone, walked to the window, and looked at the distant sky. He knew very well that Yi Chen was now more than just an excellent collaborator. He is the only key to unlocking all mysteries and even determining the future. The Yi family ancestral home. The once graceful gardens of Jiangnan are now nothing but ruins. When Yi Chen's private plane landed on the temporary helipad next to the ruins, Han Bo and a team of fully armed soldiers with solemn expressions were already waiting there. The captain at the head of the team gave Yi Chen a standard military salute. "Mr. Yi, the Dragon Fong 3rd Squad has been ordered to come here to ensure your safety." Yi Chen nodded, without any further pleasantries, and headed straight into the depths of the ruins. In a cleared area, a deep cave entrance suddenly appeared. At the edge of the entrance was a heavy stone door, and in the center of the door, a star-shaped groove was clearly visible. "Young master, this is it." Uncle Han pointed to the stone gate. Yi Chen stepped forward, took a deep breath, and took out the star pivot token from his pocket. He slowly pressed the token into the groove. Perfectly fitted. Click. With a soft sound, the stone gate remained completely still. Bloodline verification is still required. Yi Chen was not surprised. He drew his military knife, lightly sliced it with his fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood fell onto the star pivot token. The blood was instantly absorbed by the token and disappeared. The next second. Boom! The entire earth seemed to tremble, and the incredibly heavy stone door slowly rose up amidst a teeth-grinding sound. A desolate, ancient aura, as if from the very source of time, wafted in from inside the door. Everyone instinctively took a step back, but Yi Chen, facing that aura, walked in step by step. Han Bo and the Dragon Tooth Squad followed closely behind. Inside the secret chamber, there were no gold or silver treasures as one might have imagined, nor any secret martial arts manuals. This place is more like an ancient altar. The altar has a very simple structure, made of dark blue-black boulders. In the very center of the altar, a fist-sized blue crystal floated silently in mid-air, emitting a soft and mysterious glow. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the crystal. But Yi Chen's gaze fell on the walls surrounding the altar. The stone walls there are covered with countless intricate and vivid murals. The first mural depicts a vast sea of stars, with a drop of golden blood and a drop of blue blood falling onto a blue planet. The second mural depicts a wild, untamed land where dinosaurs roam. Golden blood transforms into ferocious beasts that devour everything, while blue blood splits into countless creatures of various shapes to fight against them. The third mural depicts Atlantis, a magnificent continent sunk to the bottom of the sea. An ancestor wielding the star pivot token leads warriors with extraordinary powers in a fierce battle against sea monsters formed from the corruption of golden blood. Yi Chen looked at each picture one by one, his heart filled with turbulent emotions. The murals depict the very war that Dr. Albert spoke of, a war that lasted for hundreds of millions of years. He even saw a familiar figure in one of the murals depicting modern warfare. A gigantic, muscular monster with a violent, aesthetically pleasing appearance. Its form was none other than the bioweapon he had encountered in the underground boxing ring, Tyrant. It turns out that it was not a product of modern technology, but an ancient creation eroded by the blood of origin. Yi Chen was completely shocked, and he continued to look at the last mural. It was that one glance that froze him in place. On the screen, one of the Yi family ancestors, who also held the star pivot token, did not fight the golden monster like the other ancestors. On the contrary, he stood on the altar, actively guiding a wisp of golden blood of origin to slowly merge it into his left arm. His face showed no pain, but rather a calm that indicated he was in complete control. On that arm fused with golden blood, the blue guardian bloodline and the golden origin blood did not devour each other, but instead formed a strange symbiotic relationship, swirling and intertwining. Beside the mural, there was a line of small characters written in an ancient script that Yi Chen had never seen before. But for some reason, he actually understood it. To control divine power, one must first become a god. Chapter 86 Fusion and Evolution, The Birth of the King's Cell. To control divine power, one must first become a god. These 8 ancient characters, like a brand, were deeply engraved in Yi Chen's mind. He stood frozen in place, his body motionless, but his thoughts were racing at an unprecedented speed. So, this is the truth. What our ancestors left us was neither a warning nor a taboo. This is a road. A path fraught with endless risks, yet leading to true strength. Confrontation, suppression, expulsion, these are all the mindsets of the weak. True strength lies in control, integration, and making something one's own. Yi Chen suddenly understood. He had always regarded the foreign gene in his body as a time bomb, and tried every means to suppress it, fearing that it would explode and devour him. But the ancestor in the mural gave him a completely different answer through his actions. The only way to harness this power from God is to become God yourself. With a stronger bloodline and a more resilient will, we will devour it, control it, and make it a part of ourselves. Young master? Seeing that Yi Chen remained motionless for a long time, Han Bo couldn't help but call out softly. Yi Chen slowly turned around. The shock he had shown earlier was gone from his face, replaced by an unprecedented calm and resolve. Uncle Han, all of you go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Han Bo was taken aback. Young master, what are you going to do? Walk the path that my ancestors walked. Yi Chen didn't explain much, but stared intently at the blue crystal floating in the center of the altar. Han Bo wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Yi Chen's unyielding expression, he swallowed his words. He gestured to the members of the Dragon Fang squad, and the group quietly withdrew from the secret chamber. The stone gates slowly closed, separating the inside from the outside. Inside the secret room, only Yi Chen remained. He walked to the altar and sat down cross-legged. The fist-sized blue crystal was just a meter in front of him, radiating a gentle and pure energy. He closed his eyes and relinquished all control over his body. He had always been like a master beast tamer, using the power of his spirit and bloodline to tightly bind the beast within his body called the God Cell. Now, what he needs to do is loosen all the chains. Buzz! Almost the instant he released his restraint, a violent, chaotic energy, filled with a destructive desire, erupted from the depths of his genes. That long-dormant foreign gene felt an unprecedented freedom and began to frantically erode his body. A sharp pain instantly swept through my entire body. Yi Chen's body trembled violently. Under his skin, it was as if countless small snakes were writhing, and his veins and blood vessels bulged out, looking ferocious and terrifying. His genetic chain is breaking inch by inch under the impact of the divine cells. Destruction has begun. But Yi Chen's consciousness became incredibly clear at this moment. Now! He actively guided the power of his guardian bloodline, no longer trying to block it, but rather like a large net, actively enveloping the violent energy. At the same time, he placed his hand on the star pivot token that was still embedded in the groove. The token hummed, resonating with the blood within his body. A purer, more ancient blue energy surged from the token, flowed down his arm, and entered his body, joining the encapsulation and analysis of the divine cells. Two forces, one from his own bloodline and the other from the blessing of the star pivot order, together formed a massive blue furnace. And that golden divine cell is the stubborn iron that needs to be refined in the furnace. Ah! Even with Yi Chen's strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. It hurts so much. This is no longer just physical pain, but a collapse and reconstruction from the deepest level of life. His body teetered on the edge of destruction and rebirth. The genetic chain broke, but was barely repaired by the gentle energy emanating from the blue crystal. Cell necrosis occurred, but was forcibly activated by the power of the Guardian's bloodline. He felt as if he had turned into a puddle of mud, then been forcibly molded into shape by a pair of invisible hands, only to be shattered again and reshaped once more. Outside the sealed room, Han Bo and the members of the Dragon Tooth Squad were staring intently at a vital signs monitor in front of them. This is the most advanced equipment in the Special Operations Team. Through miniature sensors, it can monitor Yi Chen's physical condition in real time. But at this moment, the data on the screen instilled a deep sense of fear in everyone present, including Dr. Albert, who was watching via video link. Heart rate reset to 0. Brainwaves disappeared. Life energy reaction not detectable. A team member read out the data, his voice trembling. No. Wait. It's happening again. On the screen, the line representing heart rate suddenly spiked at a terrifying angle to over 300 beats per minute. Immediately afterwards, all the data fluctuated wildly, like a roller coaster, jumping back and forth between midnight and off-the-charts peak values. My God, Dr. Albert murmured inconsolably on the other end of the screen, this is impossible. No carbon-based life form could withstand this level of physiological fluctuation. What on earth is happening inside his body? Doctor, do we need to go in?
Han Bo's voice was also a little tense.
No. Absolutely not. Dr. Albert exclaimed resolutely. We don't understand what's happening at all.
Look at that energy level, it's exceeded the instrument's maximum range.
This is beyond the scope of modern science, this is evolution. A leap in life beyond our comprehension. Any external intervention could lead to the worst possible outcome.
Han Bo remained silent. He could only imagine the terrifying transformation Yi Chen was undergoing in the secret room through the wildly fluctuating data on the monitor.
Time passed, second by second.
I don't know how much time passed, maybe an hour, maybe a whole day. The wildly fluctuating data on the monitor finally calmed down and stabilized at a level far exceeding that of ordinary people, yet filled with a strange rhythm.
Inside the sealed room, the storm within Yi Chen's body subsided. He slowly opened his eyes.
In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes, then disappeared, replaced by a deeper azure than ever before.
He succeeded.
He could clearly feel that the fragment of God's cells that had once made him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy was now flowing gently through his blood.
No, it can't be described as flowing.
It has been completely digested. His guardian bloodline dismantled, analyzed, and recombined them in an extremely domineering way, ultimately assimilating them into a completely new type of cell, entirely under his control.
Yi Chen gave it a name in his heart.
King's cells. Almost simultaneously, a stream of information appeared in his mind.
Gene permissions basic automatically upgraded. Upgrade successful. Genetic access intermediate, royal bloodline.
Ability description: the host can perceive and influence other individuals carrying God cells to a limited extent. The host possesses absolute suppressive power and the ability to devour God cells.
Yi Chen slowly stood up.
He clenched his fist, and an unprecedented sense of power, as if he could control everything, filled his limbs and bones.
He has been completely transformed.
He not only completely resolved his own crisis, but also turned the enemy's most powerful weapon into the sharpest sword in his own hand. From this day forward, the invisible genetic web laid out by the Bai family will no longer be a secret to him.
And he is the only natural enemy of this network.
The balance of power has shifted. However, at the very moment he felt the new power within his body.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
Outside the sealed room, a piercing emergency alarm suddenly blared.
Report. Base has received a top-level emergency intelligence.
Globally, all financial groups, political figures, and armed forces associated with the Bai family launched an indiscriminate attack on Qingyan Group and all related industries at the same time. A member of the Dragon Fang squad rushed to the stone gate with a horrified expression and reported loudly.
Almost at the same time,
thousands of miles away, in a secret base hidden deep in the snow-capped mountains, Bai Jingting suddenly stood up from the throne. He didn't look at any intelligence reports, but instead clutched his chest tightly. There, the mother cells within his body were experiencing unprecedented throbbing. That wasn't excitement, nor was it in order.
Rather, it is a kind of fear and hostility that originates from the very source of life.
It was as if another monarch, capable of challenging the throne, had been born in the territory.
It's him. Bai Jingting's face no longer held its usual composure, instead, it displayed an almost manic ferocity. At all costs.
Use all pieces.
Destroy him. Destroy everything related to him. He had not received any information about Yi Chen's evolution.
This is just the instinct of a wild beast, the instinctive rejection of the king by the mother. A terrifying storm, affecting the global political and business world, swept towards Yi Chen and Lu Yanran without warning in that instant.
Countless former partners have turned into the most vicious enemies in the blink of an eye.
Some forces that had benefited from Qingyan Group also turned their guns on her without hesitation. Qingyan Group, the business empire built by Lu Yanran, was suddenly besieged by the whole world.
Chapter 87: Global Encirclement, Qingyan Group's Darkest Hour.
The alarm blared shrilly, as if it were about to tear the entire base's dome apart.
An atmosphere of anxiety and panic filled the air. Report.
At the opening of the NYSE, Qingyan Group's stock price triggered 3 circuit breakers within 3 minutes and has been suspended from trading.
Report. All bank accounts of the European branch have been frozen by local financial regulators on suspicion of money laundering. Report.
Our raw material supplier in South America has unilaterally broken the contract and, together with local armed groups, seized our cargo ship worth $3 billion.
Report.
The world's largest hacker group, Abyss, has launched a saturation attack on the group's servers. The firewall is about to collapse. The headquarters of Qingyan Group, a skyscraper that once represented a commercial miracle, is now in dire straits. One devastating message after another, like the most precise cruise missiles, came hurtling in from all over the world, leaving this business empire riddled with holes. Lu Yenran stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city below. Her back remained straight, but only she knew that a bone-chilling cold was rising from the soles of her feet, instantly freezing her limbs and bones. The phone was still ringing in her ear.
Uncle Wang, we've been working together for 10 years. Back then, when your company was on the verge of bankruptcy, it was me.
A weary, aged sigh came from the other end of the phone.
Yenran, I'm sorry. You can't fight against their power. Beep. A busy signal sounded. Lu Yenran slowly put down her phone. Betray.
This was the 17th betrayal call she had received today from a close business partner. The smiles of the past, the vows of the past, are as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the invisible hand of the Bai family.
In just a few hours. Just a few hours.
Everything she built with her own hands, the business barriers she was so proud of, and the network of partnerships she had carefully maintained, crumbled.
This is not a business war. This is a massacre.
A one-sided massacre that mobilized the full power of a superpower, disregarding all costs and reasons. For the first time, she felt such a profound sense of powerlessness.
Even despair.
Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and her secretary scrambled in, her face covered in tears and terror.
President Lu. It's over. It's all over.
Our stock price, it's already dropped to just 1 cent.
1 cent.
A business empire worth hundreds of billions was reduced to a pile of worthless garbage in just a few hours.
Lu Yenran's body swayed slightly.
She looked out the window. The city lights were still dazzling, but her world had fallen into boundless darkness.
Dragon Tooth Base.
The heavy stone door slowly slid open to both sides.
Yi Chen came out.
In stark contrast to the panicked atmosphere outside the secret room, his steps were steady, his breath long and deep, and he was like a peerless divine weapon hidden in its sheath, its sharpness concealed, yet possessing immense weight.
Song Jiangwo quickly stepped forward, his face now etched with solemnity.
This veteran general, who had been through countless battles, was also very serious.
Yi Chen, the situation is very bad.
He then summarized the intelligence he had just gathered in the most concise language.
The Bai family has gone mad.
They have used all their hidden forces around the world to launch a saturation attack on the Qingyan Group. This is not a warning, this is an attempt to completely erase Miss Lu and everything about you from this world. The Dragon Fall team member reporting the situation had his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, filled with resentment and anger.
These bastards. They don't follow any rules at all.
Our people wanted to go and provide support, but the other side mobilized political figures and financial magnates from various countries, so we couldn't intervene directly at all.
Everyone present felt the suffocating pressure. The enemy is not an organization, but a vast network that spans the globe and penetrates to the bone.
However, Yi Chen's face remained expressionless after hearing all of this. There was no anger, no panic. He simply looked at Song Jiangwo calmly.
It's time to close the net. Song Jiangwo was taken aback. Closing the net? They are the ones being hunted now.
Yi Chen didn't explain much. He walked straight to an encrypted communication device.
He needs a top-notch trader. A madman who can stir up global financial markets. He dialed a number. Phantom.
A lazy, slightly playful female voice came from the other end of the phone.
Oh, what a rare guest. I thought you'd forgotten about me. What's wrong? Your little sweetheart's about to collapse, and you want me to step in and save the day? It won't be cheap. No. Yi Chen interrupted her. I don't need your bailout. The Phantom was clearly taken aback for a moment. What's the meaning?
I want you to use all your funds and resources. Yi Chen's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable command. Globally, go short of the stocks of all companies involved in the attack on Qingyan Group.
Bring them all into bankruptcy.
There was a deathly silence on the other end of the phone. The Phantom was stunned by this insane command.
This is hardly a counterattack.
This is clearly taking advantage of someone's misfortune and undermining their resources.
He intends to use a combined attack from the enemy to carry out an unprecedented financial plunder. Are you sure? Execute the command. Yi Chen hung up the phone. He slowly closed his eyes. Moment. The whole world appeared different in his perception. A vast network of countless points of light, some bright and some dim, clearly appeared in his mind. Each point of light represents an individual who has been implanted with divine cells by the Bai family. They are scattered all over the world, holding high positions, and are the tentacles through which the Bai family controls the world. This net was once Yi Chen's biggest threat. But now, before his royal bloodline, every node and every vein of this network was laid bare. He is the new owner of this network. Yi Chen's consciousness wandered above this vast network, searching for the most suitable target. He quickly identified an unusually active node that shone with an aura of power. Europe. A country's Ministry of Finance. A high-level closed-door meeting is underway. The chief finance minister, a blonde, blue-eyed man known for his iron fist, was about to pick up his pen and sign a final freeze order on all of Qingyan Group's assets in the country. Once this document is signed, Qingyan Group's roots in Europe will be completely uprooted. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the pen, the man's body jolted violently. A shiver, originating from the depths of his blood and the very essence of his cells, swept over his entire body without warning. In his mind, the mother will that had always issued commands like a god was instantly overwhelmed by an even more ancient, domineering, and supreme majesty. That wasn't a suggestion, that wasn't a discussion. It is the absolute divine right of kings. An indifferent yet dignified will descended directly into the depths of his soul. Cease the attack and launch a counterattack. The finance minister's actions have stalled. All eyes in the conference room were on him. He slowly raised his head, but did not immediately tear up the documents and shout his allegiance like a controlled puppet. A perfectly measured look of confusion and caution appeared on his face. He pushed the freeze order back and looked at his deputy. What is the legal basis for this proposal? His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable air of questioning. Mr. Butler, to impose such severe sanctions on a reputable multinational corporation, we need a complete and irrefutable chain of evidence, not a few vague intelligence reports. The deputy was stunned. Minister, this is an order from the highest level. I don't care whose orders it was. The finance minister slammed his fist on the table, displaying his usual tough stance. In my department, everything must adhere to procedural justice. This proposal is riddled with flaws and illogical. I suspect the proposer's motives are impure and may involve unfair business competition. He stood up and looked around the room. I hereby declare this meeting adjourned. Simultaneously, a special investigation team will be established to conduct a reverse background check on the initiator of this sanctions proposal. I need to know who is attempting to use state power to achieve their own ulterior motives. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving a room full of dumbfounded officials. He executed Yi Chen's instructions perfectly in the most reasonable way, in a manner most in line with his identity. Not only did they halt the attack, but they also managed to outmaneuver the enemy. Similar scenes began to unfold around the world. In the command center of a military base in South America, a general who was about to order a troop deployment suddenly cancelled the operation, citing armory maintenance in poor condition. In Asia, a media mogul who controls enormous public opinion changed a smear campaign against Qingyan Group to an article praising its charitable contributions just seconds before the live broadcast. In North America, a powerful congressman openly defected in parliament, accusing the business investigation against the Qingyan Group of being a political persecution. The command system that the Bai family had painstakingly built over decades suddenly experienced strange, widespread delays and errors. The most loyal pawns began to defy the orders from the mother for various logical reasons. An invisible war for power was quietly brewing in the minds of countless powerful figures. Yi Chen remained standing in a corner of the base, his eyes closed. His consciousness, like that of a master hacker, a ghost wandering in the sea of data, roams freely through this vast web of genes. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he were plucking another thread of fate in the void. Chapter 88: The Change of Thrones, the changing of control of the genetic web. Dominoes don't fall one by one, they collapse all at once in a single instant. The Bai family's meticulously planned global encirclement and suppression, after reaching its zenith, was met with an inexplicable avalanche. Every key node in the attack chain, in a manner most consistent with their identity and logic, committed the most fatal betrayal. The true battleground of this silent war is not in the conference room or command post, but in the cold financial market. The operators of Phantom caught the first whiff of blood in the air.
When the South American general cancelled the operation citing arms maintenance, the share price of the South American mining group, controlled by the Bai family, plummeted. When the Asian media mogul switched sides at the last minute, replacing the smear article with praise, the stocks of several entertainment companies invested in by the Bai family instantly plummeted. When North American lawmakers openly turned against the investigation, characterizing the business investigation as political persecution, Wall Street's fear gauge began to soar. A series of seemingly unrelated negative news items, however, were precisely targeted, like a surgical scalpel, cutting into every major artery of the Bai family's financial empire. The army of phantoms then moved. They are not shorting, they are carrying out an execution. Countless sell orders poured down like a black rainstorm, plunging the Bai family and its allies' assets into an abyss. The once invincible financial behemoth was now following in the footsteps of the Long family, its massive body teetering on the brink of collapse under the watchful eyes of the world, emitting a dying groan. In an old manor house on the shores of Lake Geneva, Switzerland, Bai Jingting stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the calm lake. But inside his body, a cataclysmic tsunami was unfolding. The genetic web he had painstakingly woven throughout his life, the invisible empire that allowed him to look down upon all living beings from a godlike perspective and manipulate power, was spiraling out of control. No, it's not out of control. It is a change of monarchy. He could clearly feel that his own will, the once sole monarch in the network, was being replaced by a more magnificent, more ancient, and more unquestionable will. If his will is that of the king, then this newly arrived will is the deity that created royalty itself. His commands were ignored, his connections were rejected. Those chess pieces he once took pride in were now offering their silent allegiance to the new monarch. Fear. A primal emotion, dormant for decades, burst forth from the depths of his frozen heart, instantly gripping his soul. He reached out in disbelief, as if trying to grasp the invisible threads that were rapidly slipping away. He lost. The defeat was so complete and so inexplicable. He didn't even know who his enemy was or where he was. A surge of insane destructive urge welled up within me. If I can't possess it, then I'll destroy it completely. Since you are going to betray me. He mobilized the last remaining bit of authority, attempting to detonate the genetic backdoor implanted in each target's body. It was a program of mutual destruction. Once activated, the genetic chains of all those parasitized by the god cells would instantly collapse, turning into a pool of primitive protein. He wants the world to pay for his failure. However, when he gave this final command, the entire genetic web shut down completely for him. The door to ultimate authority closed mercilessly and forever before him. Yi Chen's king's cells had already anticipated all of his actions. The moment he seized supreme control, he conveniently stripped him of all his privileges, including the privilege to self-destruct. Bai Jingting froze on the spot. He was utterly expelled from the empire he himself had created. He became an exiled king. In a corner of the base, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. The enormous, global genetic network, in his perception, was now as docile as a lamb. He can clearly perceive the location, emotions, and even the most secret thoughts of each implantee. He can give them life, or he can make them die. He can make them his most loyal servants, building an unbreakable commercial barrier for the Qin Yen Group. This power is the most alluring poison in the world. But he did not indulge in it. The feeling of manipulating other people's will instinctively disgusted him. Power itself is neither right nor wrong, but the power to control people's hearts is itself a kind of original sin. He did not kill those powerful figures. He easily dismantled the Bai family's control, and in its place was an extremely simple mark left by Yi Chen. Never be an enemy of Qin Yen Group or Yi Chen. That's all. He transformed a tight, impenetrable net of control into a loose, yet unbreakable, net of protection. But he has no intention of becoming the new master of this network. He dialed Dr. Albert's encrypted communication. Doctor, I need your help. I want to develop a gene decoding agent that can safely and without side effects remove God cells from the human body. Dr. Albert remained silent for a long time on the other end of the communication line. Yi, do you know what you possess now? It's the power to make you the king of the world. I know, Yi Chen replied calmly. That's why I want to destroy it. Or rather, give the choice back to those people themselves. The choice is between continuing to enjoy the convenience brought by the cell of God or removing it and returning to a pure, free self. Yi Chen returned this choice to them. Beijing, office number 1. Song Jiangwo put down the red phone in his hand and remained silent for a long time. He had just received a report from the highest level, the contents of which deeply shocked even this old man who had seen many storms.
Yi Chen not only thwarted the Bai family's conspiracy and took control of that terrifying gene network, but also chose to relinquish this supreme power after gaining it.
At the end of the report, there was a comment personally approved by the top leader. His heart is pure and red. He is a peerless national hero.
Song Jiangwo let out a long breath.
They realized that Yi Chen possessed far more than just reckless courage. He had the character and magnanimity to truly harness the power of thunder. The era of the Bai family has come to an end. After being completely abandoned by the empire he created, Bai Jingting chose to end his own life in despair. In the final moments of his life, he used a physically isolated encrypted device to send a last message to a mysterious organization codenamed Ouroboros.
Recipient, High Priest. The message contains only one sentence. A new king has been born. Almost simultaneously, in Yi Chen's mind, the long-lost system panel shone with an unprecedentedly brilliant light.
Lines of golden text refreshed rapidly.
Main quest: the cornerstone of the empire 100% complete.
The host has been detected to have completely dismantled the Bai's genetic network and established a preliminary barrier to global influence.
Mission complete.
Congratulations, host. You now possess the foundation to build an immortal business empire and the initial power to combat darkness. A massive flow of information and energy surged into his limbs and bones.
Task rewards: proceed with settlement.
Reward 1: Qingyan Group is promoted to a top global technology conglomerate, gaining world-class influence and technology exemptions. Reward 2: genetic privileges intermediate level are fully stabilized, and the host's control over themselves and the king's cells is greatly enhanced.
Reward 3: unlock the final main quest.
All the gold lettering on the panel disappeared instantly. Instead, a huge, blood-red title appeared abruptly in the center of the panel, each word radiating a chilling aura of bloodshed and slaughter, as if from an ancient battlefield. Final main quest: the war to slay the gods. Chapter 89: The War to Slay Gods, the gaze from the High Priest.
Color.
Endless crimson light spread from every corner of the system panel, devouring all the previous golden radiance. The title line floated in Yi Chen's mind, each stroke seemingly forged from dried blood and broken weapons, exuding an aura of rust and gunpowder that transcended time and space. Final main quest: the war to slay the gods. Immediately afterwards, more blood-red text appeared, forming a detailed description of the mission. Mission description: the High Priest, the supreme leader of the Ouroboros, considers you a false god who has usurped his power. He will use all the power accumulated by the organization over thousands of years to deliver a final divine judgment upon you. Mission objective: survive this war and completely eradicate the existence of the Ouroboros.
False god? Divine judgment? Yi Chen's thoughts were eerily calm.
He never thought of becoming a god, but a guy who claimed to be a god already regarded him as his greatest enemy.
The information on the panel is still being updated. Target analysis: High Priest. Parsing. Insufficient permissions.
Force parsing.
Warning.
Mental gaze detected from an unknown dimension.
Analysis successful. The High Priest is not an individual life form.
It is a clustered consciousness formed by the fusion of the consciousnesses of successive Ouroboros leaders through some ancient secret method. It has no physical form. Its core exists in an ancient ruin located 10,000 meters beneath the Antarctic ice sheet, thinking and controlling the entire organization through a massive biological host.
Cluster consciousness. Biological host. Ancient ruins beneath the Antarctic ice sheet.
A series of words completely overturned Yi Chen's previous understanding of this struggle.
This is no longer a commercial struggle, nor a technological confrontation.
This was a true clash of wills. It is the ultimate battle between the guardian of a new civilization and a corrupt will that has been dormant for thousands of years and is trying to control the world. The crimson light on the system panel slowly faded, and Yi Chen's consciousness returned to reality. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, the night view of the capital city stretching out beneath his feet like a dazzling sea of stars. Just then, a slight vibration came from the special communicator on his wrist.
It's Lu Yanran.
I'm fine, Yi Chen said as soon as the call connected. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the communication. Lu Yanran's voice came through, without the slightest panic or weakness, but instead with an astonishing calmness and decisiveness.
I have activated Qingyan Group's highest security protocol. All branches, laboratories, and partners around the world have entered a state of war.
Dr. Albert's gene decoding agent project has been elevated to the highest priority, and all resources are being directed towards it. The group's global satellite network, data centers, and logistics channels have all been integrated to build a preliminary global intelligence and logistics support system. Its supreme command is now in your hands.
She didn't ask Yi Chen what had happened, nor did she ask who the enemy was.
After experiencing a global crackdown that nearly plunged Qingyan Group into the abyss, this former business queen has transformed into a true warrior. In her own way, she forged the strongest shield and the sharpest sword for Yi Chen.
Yan Ran, thank you. A warm feeling welled up in Yi Chen's chest. We are family. Lu Yanran's answer was simple and firm.
I don't know what you will face, but I will make sure that no matter where you are in the world, you will always have the power of the entire Qingyan Empire behind you. Before Yi Chen could even process the emotion he felt after ending his communication with Lu Yanran, another encrypted communication request came in quick succession.
From office number 1.
The screen showed Song Jiangmo's weathered face.
Yi Chen. Song Jiangmo didn't waste any words and went straight to the point.
Regarding the Ouroboros, all the top secret files held by the state have been granted access to you.
You can access them on any military-grade terminal.
These materials record all the details of our dozens of encounters with this mysterious organization since the founding of the nation, including their modus operandi, known strongholds, and the countless outstanding comrades we have sacrificed.
Song Jiangmo's expression was extremely solemn.
The highest levels have reached a consensus. This is not just a war between you and that organization, but also a war to defend national sovereignty and human civilization. From now on, whatever support you need, whether it's strategic weapons or global troop movements, the nation will do everything in its power.
We have only one request. Song Jiangmo looked at Yi Chen. Keep winning. This trust is as heavy as Mount Tai. Yi Chen nodded slowly. I see.
Overnight, he seemed to have become the commander-in-chief of a massive war machine.
Qingyan Group's technological empire is his vanguard and technological guarantee. The country's strategic support is his strongest backing.
Han Bo's underground intelligence network, which he had cultivated for many years, served as his eyes and ears, lurking in the shadows.
The global financial network controlled by the Phantom Organization is an economic weapon that he can mobilize at any time.
And his most unique trump card is the Gene Protection Network that he modified, which covers billions of people around the world.
An unprecedented anti-Ouroboros alliance, centered around Yi Chen, was formed silently and officially. He began to devour the declassified national archives.
One after another, long-forgotten cases and shocking names gradually sketched out the outline of the Ouroboros organization in his mind. They infiltrate, assassinate, instigate wars, and overthrow regimes. For thousands of years, their shadow has been behind many unsolved mysteries in human history.
This is a huge malignant tumor that parasitizes human civilization.
Just as Yi Chen was fully preparing for battle, consolidating all his strength, and getting ready to deliver a fatal blow to this ancient enemy, a completely unexpected communication request, via a long-abandoned South American satellite channel, forcibly intruded into his secure network. This was an encryption protocol he had never seen before, filled with an aura of rage and chaos, yet at its underlying logic, it shared the same origin as the Ouroboros communication method. Yi Chen's fingertip paused on the screen for a moment.
He chose to answer the call.
After multiple transfers and filters, the signal eventually forms a blurry image on the screen. It was a humanoid creature imprisoned on a giant mechanical frame.
Half of his body remained human, but the other half had been brutally replaced with metal components flashing with electric arcs and hydraulic lines.
A beating heart, encased in a transparent biocontainer, was exposed on his chest, with countless cables connecting his brain and spine. Despite his distorted face, Yi Chen recognized him at a glance.
Long Xiaotian. That once arrogant young master from Beijing, who was eventually sent to the Ouroboros organization for retraining.
At this moment, he was no longer human, but a monster who had been forcibly modified, half human and half machine. However, the energy fluctuations emanating from him were more than 10 times stronger than before.
Yi Chen.
A hoarse sound, a mixture of electrical noise and metallic friction, came from the speaker. Yi Chen didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. He didn't believe Long Xiaotian had any good intentions.
You must be wondering why I would contact you. Long Xiaotian's voice was devoid of any emotion. The organization, the High Priest, already knows of your existence.
That idiot Bai Jingting sent the highest alert to the High Priest before he died.
A new king has been born.
Long Xiaotian repeated the message, and on his mechanical half-face, an electronic eye flashed red.
The high priest was very happy. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. To welcome you, the new king, he is preparing to activate the final agreement at the throne in Antarctica. Yi Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Final agreement? What is that? That was a grand baptism. For the first time, a slight fluctuation appeared in Long Xiaotian's voice, a tremor mixed with fear and madness. Using ancient relics in Antarctica as the core, we will detonate the weak points of all the Earth's crustal plates, triggering supervolcanic eruptions and apocalyptic tsunamis, washing away 99% of the impurities on the Earth's surface, allowing the entire world to return to a purest era, suitable for the descent of gods. A global ecological catastrophe. Yi Chen's heart sank. A madman. A complete and utter madman. Why are you telling me all this? Yi Chen asked, not believing that Long Xiaotian would have such good intentions. Because I've had enough. Long Xiaotian's heart pounded violently in his exposed chest cavity. They stripped me of everything, turning me into this inhuman creature. But they couldn't take away the last shred of humanity from me. I don't want to see the whole world perish because of their madness. I don't want to see the place I once lived become a wasteland. His voice became hysterical. I hate you, Yi Chen. I dream of killing you. But compared to you, I hate them even more. I can help you. Long Xiaotian gradually calmed down, his electronic eyes fixed on the screen. I can use the permissions implanted in my body to open a secret passage for you to infiltrate the Antarctic ruins. That's the only chance to bypass the outer defense system of the Throne of Gods. I have only one request. He paused for a moment, as if he had used up all his strength. After this war ends, you will kill me with your own hands. Give me relief. The final request of a former mortal enemy was to die. The sorrow and irony contained within made the air heavy. Yi Chen looked at the soul struggling in pain on the screen. This could be an elaborate trap set by the Ouroboros. But it may also be their only chance of winning. Time was no longer on his side. I promise you. Yi Chen gave his answer. Communication interrupted. Silence returned to the study. Yi Chen slowly turned around and looked out the window. The myriad lights of the capital city lay quietly and peacefully beneath his feet. He turned back and peered through the crack in the study door. He could see his wife and daughter sleeping peacefully in the bedroom, their breathing even. He had no way out. For all of this behind me. Yi Chen picked up the communicator and connected to Song Jianghuo's private line. Mr. Song, please prepare a plane for me that can fly directly to Antarctica. Immediately. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 90 The Polar Expedition, the final battlefield. On the outskirts of Beijing, there is an underground base classified as top secret. The piercing alarm had long since died down, replaced by a more oppressive silence. A team assembled in the huge hangar. Each of them was dressed in black high-tech combat suits, with solemn faces and exuding the iron-blooded aura of battle-hardened elites. The one leading them was Yi Chen. Beside him stood a tall, stern-faced man. Mr. Yi, I am Li Zhan, the deputy commander of this operation and the captain of the Thunder Special Operations Team. The man's voice was loud and clear, each word firm and powerful. The person sent by Song Jianghuo was indeed the ace of ace. All team members have assembled and are ready to depart at any time. Yi Chen nodded. On the other side of the group, an elderly blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man was leading his team, nervously adjusting a series of sophisticated instruments. Dr. Albert, one of the world's leading physicists, was also the chief technical advisor for this operation. Yi, God help us, please don't let these devices break down in that godforsaken place like Antarctica. Albert wiped the sweat from his brow, his face full of worry. Don't worry, doctor, they will. Yi Chen's reply was calm. Through the earphones came Lu Yanran's clear and steady voice. Yi Chen, the Global Resource Allocation Network is now operational, and I will be your strongest support. Receive. He looked up at the enormous thing in front of him. A massive, jet-black ship, exuding a futuristic feel, sat silently in the center of the hangar. Its flat, streamlined shape conveyed a sense of power, like a lurking ancient beast. The nation's most advanced aerospace carrier, the Xian Nu. Commander-in-Chief, please board the ship. Li Zhan gestured for them to proceed. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen took his first step and became the first to step onto the gangway leading to the mysterious maiden. The team members followed closely behind, their movements perfectly synchronized and without making a single unnecessary sound. The hangar's dome slowly opened to both sides, revealing the deep night sky outside. Inside the mysterious Maiden command center, Yi Chen sat in the commander-in-chief's seat, with hundreds of screens flashing data streams in front of him. Report to the commander-in-chief, engine warm-up complete, energy output 100%. Takeoff procedures are complete. Route confirmed, destination, Antarctica, coordinates XXX. Yi Chen stared at the red marker representing Antarctica on the main screen. Set off. He only said 2 words. There was no violent shaking, only a powerful push that pressed everyone firmly into their seats. The mysterious Maiden ascended vertically, its tail spewing out blue plasma flames that instantly pierced the night sky, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into the heavens. The speed is getting faster and faster. Breaking the sound barrier. Enter the adjacent space. Through the porthole, you can see the blue outline of the planet below, and its beautiful arc. Magnificent, yet fragile. This planet holds everything he has. We must not let those lunatics, the Ouroboros, succeed. After several hours of high-speed flight, the Xiannu hovered steadily above the ice sheet of Antarctica. The hatch opened, and a biting cold wind rushed in instantly. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless white wasteland. The sky was gray, and the whole world was only black, white, and gray, so silent that it was unsettling. The agreed meeting place is 3 kilometers ahead, Li Jian said, pointing to the map on his portable device. Yi Chen led an elite squad and landed on the ice in a small landing craft. The cold wind was like a knife, stinging my face. On the vast white ice field, a black figure stood out conspicuously. He stood there quietly, like a statue eroded by wind and snow. It is Long Xiaotian. As the distance closed, Yi Chen could see what he looked like now. More than 2/3 of his body had been replaced by cold metal. His bare left side was connected to countless pipes and mechanical structures of varying thicknesses, gleaming with an eerie red light. On the remaining half of the human face, the one intact eye was bloodshot, filled with unspeakable pain and struggle. He was no longer a complete person, but more like a failed mechanical creation forcibly pieced together. You've arrived. Long Xiaotian opened his mouth, and the synthesized sound, like metal friction, spread through the wind and snow. He raised his only remaining left hand, which was also covered with metal wires, and tossed a small chip over. Inside is a diagram of the internal structure of the ruins, as well as the location of that secret passage. Yi Chen caught the chip. They are close to succeeding. Long Xiaotian's body trembled slightly, whether from the cold or fear, it was hard to tell. I can feel the energy of the throne of gods is rising. The final agreement could be activated at any moment. Take us to the entrance, Yi Chen ordered. Long Xiaotian didn't say anything, turned around, and led the way with a limp. With each step he took, his mechanical legs made a dull thud as they hit the ice, the sound carrying far across the desolate ice field. Guided by Long Xiaotian, they arrived at a huge glacial rift valley. Deep within the rift valley, a cold wind howled. At the bottom of the rift valley, a huge door made of an unknown black metal suddenly appeared before everyone. The gate is 100 meters high, with complex and strange patterns engraved on its surface, exuding a chilling ancient aura. 2 rows of guards stood in neat rows in front of the gate. They wore full silver white armor, wielded energy halberds, and were surrounded by a faint glow of energy. Their faceplates bore only the symbol of an Ouroboros. The most elite guardians of the Ouroboros, the Temple Guard. They are the last line of defense. Long Xiaotian stopped in his tracks. The entrance to the passage is under a rock about 300 meters to the left of the gate. Li Jian. Yi Chen looked at the deputy commander beside him. Clear. A fighting spirit surged in Li Jian's eyes. He drew his specially made high-frequency battle blade from his waist and issued a short but powerful command. Thunder Squad, prepare for battle. Clear the way for the commander. Yes. The next second, the battle erupted. Dozens of Special Operations team members slid down the ice walls on both sides of the rift valley like tigers descending the mountain, their energy rifles spitting out deadly flames. For the High Priest. The Temple Guard reacted instantly, raising their halberds and unleashing energy barriers in front of them, while simultaneously unleashing devastating energy beams from the tips of their halberds. The sound of explosions and the roar of colliding energy instantly reverberated throughout the entire glacial rift valley. Li Jian's Special Operations team was locked in a fierce battle with the Templar Guard. Now! Long Xiaotian roared. He rammed into Yi Chen, dragging him towards the edge of the battlefield.
Using the smoke and chaos from the explosion as cover, the two quickly escaped the battlefield and arrived at the rock that Long Xiaotian had mentioned. With his semi-mechanical arm, Long Xiaotian easily lifted the several-ton boulder, revealing a dark opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. Jump! Without the slightest hesitation, the two leaped into the bottomless darkness, one after the other. The feeling of falling lasted only a few seconds. A solid feel came from beneath my feet. They fell into a narrow metal passage, with a small lamp emitting a faint green glow every few meters along the walls. The two did not exchange words and ran wildly along the passage. At the end of the passage was a small, round door, also made of black metal. Long Xiaotian placed his hand on the door, and several streams of data shot out from the mechanical hand, causing the small door to slide open silently. The scene outside the door completely stunned Yi Chen. This is an unimaginably vast space. The dome is so high that its top is invisible, and countless enormous, non-human geometric structures float in mid-air, connected to each other by energy pipes that shimmer with an eerie light. This place doesn't resemble any human creation, it's more like an interstellar base of a vast alien civilization, or rather, the body of some enormous creature. They successfully infiltrated. Just then, a sharp, piercing screech came from the depths of the space. The voice was filled with savagery and hunger. Long Xiaotian's exposed heart suddenly contracted, and a look of horror flashed in his only remaining human eye. They've arrived, the purifiers corrupted by the blood of origin. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of pairs of scarlet lights suddenly lit up in the darkness. Chapter 91: The Secret of the World Tree, Symbiosis and Devouring. Dozens of pairs of scarlet lights were dozens of twisted and deformed creatures. They were once human, but now their bodies have been completely transformed by the blood of origin. Bones pierce their skin, forming natural armor and blades, while muscle fibers abnormally twist and swell, granting them extraordinary strength and speed. These corrupted purifiers are failed experiments, and also the most insane killing machines. Roar! Before the hiss had even faded, the closest purifier had already transformed into a black shadow and pounced on Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian reacted extremely quickly, raising his semi-mechanical arm abruptly, with scorching energy condensing at the cannon muzzle in his palm. However, a dark shadow, even faster than the purifier, suddenly plummeted from a higher point in space. That was a root. A huge, fleshy root covered with black metallic patterns, pulsating like a living thing. It descended from the darkness of the dome, precisely coiling around the body of the purifier. With the monster's piercing screams, the roots tightened abruptly. Snap! The sound of bones and armor shattering was so crisp it sent chills down your spine. The ferocious purifier was instantly squeezed into an indistinguishable mass of flesh and blood, which was then rapidly absorbed and devoured by the countless tiny mouthparts on its roots. 1 second. It disappeared in just 1 second. Immediately afterwards, hundreds and thousands of identical roots surged forth wildly from all directions, from the ground, from the walls, and from the dark depths of the dome. Their target was not the purifiers, but Yi Chen and Long Xiaotian. The world tree it has awakened. Long Xiaotian's exposed heart pounded violently. He shoved Yi Chen away, and the weapons on his mechanical arm opened fire wildly, temporarily repelling several attacking roots. Hurry! To the center. The high priest is there. The number of roots was countless, seemingly endless. Like a swarm of sharks drawn by the scent of blood, they converged on the two from the vast expanse of space. Yi Chen's high-frequency battle blade hummed as it severed root after root, but what gushed from the cuts was not sap, but a viscous, faintly glowing black blood. This blood, falling to the ground, began to corrode the hard metal surface. It's no use. Long Xiaotian roared. Physical attacks can't stop it. It is itself a collection of origin blood. No sooner had he finished speaking than a root bypassed Long Xiaotian's barrage of fire at an incredible angle and tightly wrapped around his mechanical arm. Sizzle! A piercing electrical sound exploded, and the metal parts on his arm, entangled by the roots, began to disintegrate and decompose at a visible speed, turning into the most primitive metal particles, which were absorbed by the roots. Damn it! Long Xiaotian tried to break free, but more roots surged up and wrapped around his legs, his waist, and his only remaining human arms. His entire body of mechanical parts was groaning under the strain, then one by one they went out and disintegrated. Yi Chen! Long Xiaotian used the last of his strength to look at Yi Chen, who was being forced back step by step by the roots. In his last remaining human eye, there was no fear, only a liberating madness. Avenge me! He suddenly twisted his body, using it as a fulcrum to redirect the dozens of roots that were wrapped around him in another direction, creating a momentary opening for Yi Chen. Then, with his last bit of strength, he pushed Yi Chen violently into the deepest part of the space, the place where the high priest might exist. Walk! These were his last voices. The next second, countless roots completely submerged him, enveloping him into a giant fleshy cocoon. The cocoon writhed violently, eventually merging entirely into the ocean of roots. The once powerful figure, one of the highest leaders of the Ouroboros, Long Xiaotian, has fallen. It was devoured by the god he created himself. Yi Chen's body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily into the center of space. He had witnessed Long Xiaotian's fate, and a surge of anger and chill ran through him simultaneously. There is no time for sadness. More roots have sprung up from where he landed, their goal never changing. Now! Yi Chen stopped suppressing the power within his body. King's cells, activate! In an instant, golden light burst forth from his body, flowing across his skin and forming a thin yet imposing energy shield. Bang! 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 The attacking roots collided with the golden light, producing a deafening metallic clang. They could no longer be easily disintegrated as they had with Long Xiaotian's mechanical body. Instead, they were scorched by some power contained within the golden light, emitting plumes of black smoke. The countermeasures are effective. But Yi Chen's situation did not improve. He sensed that the roots of the world tree were not launching a simple physical attack. An invisible will was attempting to penetrate his body with each contact, trying to establish some kind of link with the king's cells within him. It is not destroying, but absorbing. It wants to assimilate him. A very interesting form of energy. A calm, even indifferent, male voice came from the darkness ahead. Yi Chen looked up. Surrounded by countless roots, a figure slowly emerged. He wore a simple white robe, his face was so handsome that he seemed otherworldly, and his expression was serene and compassionate, as if he were a deity looking down upon all living beings. He was the high priest. Welcome to my garden, Mr. Yi. The high priestess' face held a scholarly curiosity. Or rather, welcome home. He reached out and gently stroked a huge root that was attacking Yi Chen as it passed by him, his movements tender, like petting his own pet. You don't need to resist. The world tree is the final form of the blood of origin, the ultimate destination for all life. Its existence is to end all conflict, suffering, and death, and to merge all life to achieve the most perfect unity. The high priest's gaze fell on the golden light flowing around Yi Chen. The king's cell within you is a surprise. A mutant I've never encountered before. It possesses such an independent will, such powerful exclusivity. It has aroused curiosity in the world tree. As he spoke, the surrounding roots attacked even more fiercely, and the will to penetrate grew stronger. Yi Chen understood instantly. This feeling. This type of attack, which attempts to rewrite, control, and erase self-awareness at the genetic level. The control methods used by the Bai family's god cells are exactly the same. No, they are not exactly the same. This is the source. The Bai family's abilities were merely a negligible sliver of power stolen from this world tree. The world tree before them, however, possessed an attack that was far more expansive and thorough. What it wanted to do was not to control Yi Chen, but to completely shatter Yi Chen's genes, memories, consciousness, soul, everything, and then integrate them into its massive collective consciousness. To become part of the high priest. If we stubbornly resist, we will definitely lose. Long Xiaotian's fate is the best proof. Yi Chen's brain was working frantically. Resisting means death, not resisting also means death. Unless. An extremely crazy idea flashed through his mind. The high priest said it was curious about itself. The high priest said it wanted to merge itself. Since you want it, here you go. Yi Chen made a decision that surprised even the high priest. He deliberately withdrew the king's cell energy flowing through his body and released all his mental defenses. You want to come in? Then let's go. He voluntarily opened the door to his consciousness. Boom! It was like the Big Bang. The torrent of information spanning billions of years instantly breached Yi Chen's dam of consciousness. He saw it. We witnessed the birth and death of Paramecia, the lamentations of dinosaurs in their doom, the bewilderment of the first human ancestor gazing at the stars, and the rise and fall of countless civilizations. For billions of years, countless lives have been assimilated and devoured by the blood of origin on this planet. All their memories, all their knowledge, and all their emotions, at this moment, transformed into a boundless ocean of consciousness and surged into Yi Chen's mind. Although these consciousnesses have long lost their self, everything about them still exists, serving as nourishment for the High Priest's vast and divine torrent of consciousness.
Lost. Sinking into oblivion.
Yi Chen felt that his self was like a grain of sand thrown into the Pacific Ocean, which could be completely dissolved by the ocean at any time.
Just then, on the distant battlefield, the battle also reached its climax. Li Zhan's Thunder Squad was completely suppressed.
The Templar Guard activated the ruins' final defense system. Countless bioweapons, modified by the blood of origin, surged out from all sides of the ruins, surrounding them completely.
Captain, we can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, in another relatively safe area, Song Jiangwo and Dr. Albert were looking at the map left by Long Xiaotian, their expressions solemn.
Found it. Dr. Albert suddenly pointed to an area marked with a special symbol on the map. According to my calculations, this symbol doesn't represent a location, but an energy frequency. This must be the energy hub of the entire ruins. In the ocean of consciousness, Yi Chen's self is rapidly dissipating. However, deep within this chaotic torrent, he suddenly caught a faint yet incredibly familiar resonance. That is the connection that originates from the deepest part of one's bloodline. Fragments of the consciousness of the Yi family's ancestor. That consciousness was extremely blurred, almost indistinguishable, but it still retained a trace of the most primal vigilance and instinct to resist the world tree. It couldn't communicate with Yi Chen, but it was like a lighthouse, guiding him in a direction. Following that guidance, Yi Chen saw something in the endless torrent of consciousness. It was something, collectively maintained and concealed by all consciousness, something so tiny it was almost negligible.
Logical flaw.
This is the core of the High Priest group's consciousness, and also its only weakness.
Found it.
Yi Chen instantly concentrated all his fading spirit and mobilized the unique energy frequency of the king's cells within his body. What he wanted to do was not to attack. Instead, it uses the frequency of the king's cell to interfere with that logic loophole.
He wants to reawaken the most primal self in this unified ocean of consciousness devoid of self.
He wanted to cause this god to collapse from within. The golden energy frequency, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, precisely struck the dark logic loophole. A barely perceptible ripple began to spread. Chapter 92: The Abyss of Consciousness, the Ancestors' Redemption. That wisp of golden ripple did not dissipate. It transformed into a spark.
A spark was thrown into the endless, desolate grassland. Boom!
The first wisp of self was awakened. It was the memory of a prehistoric giant shark, its primal hunger chasing prey in the cold deep sea, instantly breaking through the shackles of unity. Then came the second wisp, the third wisp.
A blade of grass yearns for sunlight. The absolute loyalty of a worker ant to the queen.
A primitive man's hatred for the tribal chief. Love, hate, greed, fear, joy, sorrow, all the emotions that have been smoothed over, assimilated, and absorbed by the blood of origin for billions of years, all the most instinctive self, are rekindled under the unique frequency of the king's cell. Golden flames began to spread like wildfire in the gray sea of consciousness.
Yi Chen's consciousness was no longer an isolated island.
He became the eye of the storm, the initial spark that ignited this rebellion.
Roar! An invisible roar, yet one that reverberated throughout the entire dimension of consciousness, exploded with a deafening roar.
This was not a sound, but a pure, furious will. The High Priest has detected the virus within his body. The gray ocean instantly boiled, and countless jet black roots composed of high-density information flow stretched wildly out from the consciousness of the world tree, like billions of deadly tentacles, overwhelming and strangling towards Yi Chen's core consciousness. It will completely crush and eliminate this heresy that dares to incite division in its country. Yi Chen's consciousness darted around rapidly amidst the frenzied attacks. He no longer passively defended himself, but instead used the lighthouse left by the fragment of his ancestors' consciousness as a guide to wander among the gaps in the roots. Each dodge gave him a deeper understanding of the massive collective consciousness.
This so-called logic loophole is neither a program error nor a technical defect. No.
This was a choice made by the High Priest himself. In order to maintain the absolute unity and absolute tranquility of the entire ocean of consciousness, it actively castrated and suppressed the diversity of all assimilated life forms and obliterated all their free will.
It fears chaos and is terrified of difference.
Therefore, it created a kingdom where there is only one and no things.
I see.
The way to defeat it has never been with more energy or sharper weapons.
Instead, freedom. Yi Chen stopped running away.
He stopped in the abyss of consciousness, facing the sweeping black roots, and completely transformed the nature of the energy of the king's cell.
It's no longer interference, it's amplification. He acted like a signal amplifier, frantically amplifying those newly awakened, yet still weak, sparks of self. Do you want to live? Do you want to feel the sunshine again? Do you still remember the name of the person you love?
His will transformed into a series of soul-searching questions, echoing throughout the ocean of consciousness. Those dark roots suddenly stopped. The high priest hesitated for a moment in his attack.
It felt an unprecedented sense of unease.
Suddenly, the violent attack stopped. The surrounding chaos and anger receded like a tide.
A completely new scene unfolded before Yi Chen.
That was a perfect world. The sky is always a gentle blue, the earth is free from disasters, and the people in the city wear peaceful and contented smiles. There is no disease, no aging, no poverty, and no war. Every life, from birth to death, is perfectly planned, enjoying eternal peace and abundance. A grand, ancient, and emotionless will descended upon Yi Chen's consciousness.
Look. This is the ultimate form of origin. A universe without pain, conflict, or regret.
The self you cling to will only bring conflict and destruction.
The freedom you defend is nothing but another name for suffering. Give up resistance, Yi Chen.
By joining us, you will gain eternal peace and become a part of this perfect world.
The high priest was tempting him.
It showed him the ultimate utopia that the blood of origin could provide, attempting to fundamentally undermine his fighting spirit. Yi Chen looked at that world. He saw a painter painting the same perfect picture day after day, his face showing no joy in creation, only numb repetition. He saw a couple who treated each other with respect, but never argued or hugged. Their love was set at a perfect constant value.
He saw countless lives, living, yet dead. Perfect.
But it was lifeless.
No. Yi Chen's will was stronger than ever before.
A world that cannot make mistakes is not worth existing.
A life without tears cannot experience true joy.
He made his declaration to that false perfection. Your so-called perfection is nothing but a magnificent graveyard.
And I choose to live, flawed, full of pain and struggle. Boom!
His will transformed into a golden thunderbolt, slashing open the illusion of that perfect world. The temptation of the high priest failed.
This refusal became the final straw that broke the camel's back. For freedom.
A fragment of the consciousness of an ancient mammoth let out an indomitable roar and broke free from its restraints.
My painting isn't finished yet.
A painter who died in despair rekindled his passion for art.
Mother.
A child who died young uttered his final murmurs of love for his family. One after another, the cells that had been suppressed for millions of years erupted completely under the inspiration of Yi Chen's declaration of freedom. They are no longer faint sparks, but wildfires that rage across the sky.
Click. Click.
The unified and pure torrent of consciousness of the high priest began to show huge cracks. Countless fragments of consciousness, no longer seeking a return, chose to completely dissipate into the origin of the universe, carrying with them their newly rediscovered self.
They are free.
At the cost of complete annihilation. The high priest let out a desperate roar, for his very foundation was being eroded from within by these traitors. Meanwhile, at the other end of the ruins.
This is it.
Dr. Albert pointed to a core area surrounded by countless huge metal pipes, his expression a mixture of excitement and tension. The entire ruin's energy is supplied to the world tree from here. Destroying it will sever the energy source of the high priest's ideology.
Song Jiangwo glanced around.
Countless Templar guards and modified bioweapons have surrounded them and are frantically attacking the Thunder Squad's defenses built of flesh and blood.
Old Song. We can't hold on much longer.
Li Zhan's roar came through the communicator, accompanied by heavy breathing.
Song Jiangwo turned around and said to Dr. Albert in a deep voice, "How long will it take?" "Give me 5 minutes. The calculations for the directional blasting device are too complex."
The doctor was sweating profusely, his hands moving so fast on the laptop that they left after images.
Good. Song Jiangwo pulled out a specially made tactical high-frequency dagger from his waist. "I'll give you 10 minutes.
He led the last few members of the special operations team and resolutely charged towards the surging enemy, buying precious time for the doctor.
A fierce battle ensued instantly.
And in the deepest part of the abyss of consciousness, Yi Chen suddenly felt a violent energy fluctuation from the outside world.
It's Song Jiangwo and his group. They found the hub. Time is running out.
He held nothing back, condensing all the energy of the king's cells within his body, along with his entire spirit and will, into a final, and most resounding, statement. He directed these words at the crumbling core of the high priest. That was neither an attack nor a declaration. Rather, it is an invitation, an ultimate switch that ignites all selves. Wake up! The golden light completely engulfed the entire gray ocean of consciousness. The ultimate backlash from the self was completely detonated at this moment. Chapter 93: The Collapse of the Nexus, the Fall of the High Priest. Give me 5 minutes. Dr. Albert's voice sounded somewhat distorted amidst the roar. The calculations required for directional blasting devices are too complex. Fine. Song Jiangwo roared in response, his high-frequency dagger slicing open the chest of a modified creature. I'll give you 10 minutes. However, just as he was preparing to lead the last of his team in a desperate charge, he saw the doctor's fingers stop on the keyboard. 1 second. 2 seconds. The doctor raised his head, his bloodshot eyes flashing with madness and determination. There's no time to calculate. Then, let's all perish together. He didn't look at anyone else, but instead used all his strength to slam down the red physical button that was supposed to be activated at the last moment. Goodbye, everyone. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening roar, beyond description, did not originate from a single point, but rather exploded simultaneously from all 4 directions of the entire ruins. The massive metal pipes surrounding the core area were instantly shattered by pure energy, turning into billions of flying steel fragments. A blinding white beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through the ice sheet several kilometers thick, briefly turning the Antarctic polar night into day. The entire world tree, the giant tree that supported the ideology of the high priest, trembled violently. Its soft light began to flicker wildly, its brightness fluctuating, like a lamp that was about to break down. The external physical attack worked. In the abyss of consciousness, Yi Chen's cry of "wake up" became the last spark that ignited the powder keg. The once unbreakable unified consciousness of the high priest collapsed instantly, like a dam being gnawed by billions of ants. Countless fragments of consciousness, assimilated for billions of years, no longer sought to return to their original state in the ecstasy and liberation of finding their self, but instead chose to dissipate. They have completely broken free from the control of the world tree. They are free. At the cost of eternal death. No! A painful, angry, yet utterly exhausted roar echoed from the core of the crumbling ocean of consciousness. It wasn't a collection of countless voices, but for the first time, an independent will belonging to the high priest himself was wailing. Its foundation has been completely destroyed. Immediately afterwards, an irresistible and immense repulsive force came, and Yi Chen's consciousness was violently ejected from that gray ocean. The real world. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The cold, metallic structure on the ceiling spun in his field of vision, and the deafening roar of an earthquake filled his ears. He's back. He succeeded. An overwhelming feeling of utter exhaustion instantly swept over him. He felt as if every cell in his body had been drained of energy. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a finger, and could only gasp for breath. Just as he was struggling to sit up, a scene not far away made him forget to breathe. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged, the physical embodiment of the high priest, was undergoing a terrifying transformation. His body swelled rapidly as if inflated, his skin cracked inch by inch, and what emerged from the cracks was not flesh and blood, but tangled, wildly twisting plant roots and dark black blood vessels. Roar! He let out a pained roar unlike any human's, transforming completely into a monster made of roots and blood vessels. The final boss's physical form completely went out of control the moment its consciousness collapsed. However, this is not the end. At the heart of the ruins, the world tree, which had been flashing wildly, finally went out after one last intense alternation of light and darkness. The entire ruins were plunged into a deathly silence and darkness. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, an energy fluctuation more terrifying and primal than ever before erupted from the original location of the world tree. In the darkness, a deep crimson light appeared. The enormous tree of light vanished, replaced by a rapidly expanding, viscous, ominous red lake. The world tree is not dead. After the collapse of the unified will of the high priest, it reverted to its most primitive form of origin blood. It no longer possesses wisdom or allure. All that remains is the purest and most primal instinct to devour. Sizzle! A crimson tentacle shot out from the lake and wrapped around the corpse of a Templar guard lying on the ground. There was no chewing, no tearing. The moment the corpse came into contact with the blood-red liquid, it silently dissolved and became part of the blood of origin.
This thing is indiscriminately absorbing everything within the ruins. Energy, matter, life. Not good. Song Jiangwo's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He hoisted the nearly unconscious Dr. Albert onto his shoulder and roared into the communicator, "All units. Abandon defense. Retreat at full speed. Converge on the mysterious maiden. Now." Boom. The ice cap overhead groaned under the weight, and massive blocks of ice and metal structures began to rain down. The entire Antarctic ruins are heading towards complete destruction. The survivors of the Thunder Squad, dragging their battered bodies, supported the weakened Yi Chen and began their final desperate sprint. During the chaotic evacuation, Yi Chen, clinging to his last shred of consciousness, glanced back. He saw the physical embodiment of the High Priest. The monster, made of roots and blood vessels, was being entangled and torn apart by countless tentacles of origin, blood gushing from the ground, and was being dragged into that blood-red lake. Its body is being mercilessly devoured by the very force it once relied on for survival. But on that face, which was no longer human and torn apart by roots, Yi Chen clearly saw a hint of relief. Perhaps it is a blessing for him to have escaped his fate of millions of years. A complex and indescribable emotion welled up in Yi Chen's heart. "We're here. Hurry up and get on." Li Zhan's roar pulled him back to reality. They burst through the final gate, a biting wind whipping at their faces with icy shards. Before them, the hatch of the mysterious maiden space carrier was open, its tractor beams illuminating their last foothold. The moment everyone was sucked into the mothership by the beam of light, the ground beneath their feet, along with the entire Antarctic ruins, let out a final lament. The massive ice sheet collapsed with a deafening roar. A terrifying vortex with a diameter of tens of kilometers was formed in an instant. Endless seawater, mixed with hundreds of millions of tons of ice and snow, rushed down madly, completely swallowing and burying the ancient ruins that had been buried for hundreds of millions of years. The deep blue sea eventually returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Inside the medical bay of the mysterious maiden space carrier, Yi Chen lay on the white medical bed, various instruments connected to his body, repairing his nearly depleted vitality. He was too tired. Consciousness oscillated between wakefulness and drowsiness. Just as he was about to fall into a deep sleep, a semi-transparent panel that was both familiar and unfamiliar slowly appeared before his eyes. Final main quest: War to Slay the Gods, completed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully destroyed the Ouroboros organization and deciphered the ultimate secret of the origin blood. Mission rewards: full system privileges unlocked. Ultimate gene privileges unlocked. System fully unlocked? What does this mean? Before he could think it through, the text on the panel disappeared, and in its place appeared a huge title that radiated a scarlet light and looked as if it were written in blood. Every word in that title carries an aura of supreme power and the ability to reshape the world. New main quest: Creation. Mission description: You have mastered the secrets of the blood of origin and the power of the King's cells. How will you utilize this power to change the world, and even the universe? Host, please use your own choices to write a new chapter in human civilization. Creation. The moment Yi Chen saw those two words, his consciousness was completely swallowed up by the boundless darkness. Chapter 94: A New Era, The Choice of Creation. Consciousness slowly rose from the endless darkness. It was as if they had been asleep for billions of years, yet it also seemed like only a moment had passed. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and what came into view was the ceiling of the mysterious maiden medical pod, bathed in soft white light. The air was filled with the unique smell of a mixture of nutrient solution and disinfectant. He flexed his fingers, and every cell in his body felt an unprecedented fullness and vitality. The feeling was no longer the forced infusion of King's cells as an external force, but a complete fusion originating from the depths of his bloodline. They are no longer Wang Ji, but Yi Chen's cells. He is the guardian. He was also the creator. The roar of the High Priest, the liberation of billions of fragments of consciousness, and that breathtaking war of wills seemed to linger in my mind just a second ago. It's all over. The hatch slid open silently. Song Jiangwo and Dr. Albert walked in. Song Jiangwo's military uniform was a little wrinkled, and his face showed undisguised fatigue, but his eyes were bright and piercing, revealing a sharpness that came from surviving a disaster. Dr. Albert, on the other hand, was a completely different person. He seemed to have become 20 years younger, his whole body was glowing, and he was so excited that he almost danced with joy. You're awake. Song Jiangwo walked to the cabin side, his voice steady. Yi Chen sat up. The medical pod automatically emptied the repair fluid, and a warm airflow instantly dried his body. He picked up a clean combat suit from the side and put it on. "How's it going outside?" "It's over," Song Jiangwo stated succinctly. The moment the High Priestess ideology collapsed, all controlled Ouroboros strongholds and members worldwide descended into utter chaos. Deprived of the link of a unified will, they were like robots whose power had been cut, utterly vulnerable. He paused, then added, "The forces of various countries are carrying out the final cleanup. Some diehards are still putting up a last-ditch resistance, but it's only a matter of time. The world is healing its wounds." Yi Chen nodded. This result was within his expectations. It's not just that. Dr. Albert could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, grabbed Yi Chen's arm, and his eyes gleamed. "Yi, what we've gained is far more than just winning a war. It's the future. It's the future of all humanity." He brought up his laptop, on which was displayed an extremely complex, constantly rotating double helix structure diagram. A remnant sample of the world tree. "I succeeded. I deciphered the most primal blood of origin genetic code from it." The doctor's voice trembled with excitement. "Do you know what this means? It means we can rewrite human genes at their very foundation. Completely rid ourselves of disease, aging. Even break the shackles of life." Song Jiangwo listened from the side, and although he already knew, his face still showed an unquenchable shock. Eternal life. This ultimate dream, pursued by emperors, generals, and ordinary people throughout history, has appeared before them in this way. Just as Dr. Albert was outlining that magnificent blueprint, a familiar yet unfamiliar interface quietly unfolded in Yi Chen's mind. It was no longer a cold, mechanical prompt, but a gentler, almost intelligent, message communicating with him. "The host has been detected to have fully taken control of the King's cell, achieving the sole controller achievement. System privileges fully unlocked. The host can now freely choose the direction of civilization's development and obtain the corresponding creation level permissions." Then, 3 options, each radiating a different aura, appeared before him, like 3 paths to different futures. Genesis Mission Option 1, Genetic Ascension. Description: by utilizing the deciphered code of the blood of origin in the King's cells within the host's body, genetic optimization will be performed on all of humanity, eliminating all defective genes, enhancing racial potential, and leading humanity into the next stage of evolution, becoming a perfect, god-like civilization. Creation Mission Option 2, Interstellar Civilization. Description: unlock and utilize the system's advanced technologies such as faster-than-light travel, Dyson spheres, and stargates to lead human civilization out of Earth's constraints, towards the vast universe, and become a truly multi-planetary, multi-galaxy species. Genesis Quest Option 3, Dimensional Leap. Description: unlock the highest system privileges, analyze the fundamental rules of the universe, and explore higher dimensional forms of existence. Led human civilization as a whole in a dimensional leap, breaking free from the physical laws limiting the current 3-dimensional universe. Each option represents a chilling future. To become a god. Conquer the universe. Beyond dimensions. Any one of them would be the ultimate reward that would drive countless novel protagonists crazy. Yi Chen remained silent. He was not blinded by this godlike authority. In his mind, there was no image of humans worshipping him while he sat on a divine throne. Instead, a young, innocent face appeared. "It's Yi Nian." She giggled, snuggled into his arms, and called out "Daddy" in a soft, sweet voice. He thought of Lu Yanran again. I remembered the resilience beneath her delicate exterior when Qin Yan Group faced a crisis. I remembered the countless nights she spent worrying about me, yet still managing to keep everything in order. Genetic ascension? Would Nian Nian still be the same Nian Nian? Would she still be happy all day just because she ate a piece of candy? Interstellar civilization? That means endless exploration and war. It means he will be farther away from home, and perhaps never be able to turn back. Dimensional leap? That's even more ethereal and elusive, a form of existence that even he himself couldn't comprehend. He clenched his fist. These choices are enormous. Enough to completely change everyone's destiny. He cannot, and should not, make such a hasty decision. Just then, the encrypted communicator on his wrist vibrated slightly. It's Lu Yanran. Yi Chen walked to the side and connected the communication. Lu Yanran's figure appeared on the screen. She looked somewhat haggard, but her eyes were still bright. It's over, isn't it?
Her voice held a hint of uncertainty and deep anticipation.
Yes, it's over. Yi Chen nodded.
That's great. Lu Yanran breathed a long sigh of relief, her tense body relaxing. She then gave a bitter smile. The world has changed so fast while you were away.
After the collapse of Ouroboros, a huge market gap was left.
Qingyan Group's global business has expanded more than tenfold, and we have acquired a large number of their industries.
But I feel powerless.
She looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with pleading. Yi Chen, the wealth and influence we possess now far exceed the scope of any business empire.
But I don't want to be a queen. I just want you to come back. Nian Nian misses you so much. I miss you too. Come back, let's stay together, protect our home, protect Qingyan, okay?
They had no grand ideals, nor any ambition to conquer the world. It's just the simplest kind of longing for family. Yi Chen hung up the call and remained silent for a long time. He walked to the porthole and looked down at the blue, incredibly beautiful planet.
Creation. What is creation? To create a completely new, cold, perfect God race? Or to lead humanity to wander in the cold universe? No. Creation should be about making the world a better place. To enable everyone like Lu Yanran to live in peace. May every child like Nian Nian grow up happily.
His roots are here. His decision had to start here. He refocused his consciousness on the system panel, looked at the three magnificent options, and made his initial decision. A decision that takes into account both the present and the future. He issued his commands to the system.
I choose genetic ascension.
The system interface lit up slightly.
Host, please confirm, do you wish to activate the genetic ascension main quest?
No, Yi Chen refused.
I want to start the main storyline.
I'll choose one of its branches. He remembered the child who died young, uttering his last murmur in the abyss of consciousness. It reminded me of countless families who suffered a lifetime of pain because of congenital diseases. His original intention as a super dad has never changed. So, his creation began here.
My first goal.
Yi Chen's voice was calm and firm, conveying it to the system through his thoughts. By utilizing the power of the king cells and combining them with the genetic code of the origin blood, we will create a super vaccine that can eradicate all human hereditary diseases. I hope that from now on, every child born will have a healthy body. This was his wish as a father. It was also the first piece he made as the creator. The system remained silent for a moment, seemingly performing massive calculations and deductions.
Finally, a new panel unfolded in front of Yi Chen. Custom subtask generation complete. Quest name, Cradle's Blessing.
Mission objective, to create and release gene repair factors globally to eradicate all hereditary disease-causing gene fragments in the human gene pool.
Driving simulation in progress. Deduction complete.
A line of blood red warning suddenly popped up at the bottom of the panel. Warning, global targeted genetic modification activities will be classified as unknown biological weapons attacks by the highest level defense systems of all countries, and are expected to trigger indiscriminate interception and counterattacks by 100% of the global armed forces.
Chapter 95: The creation of a new era of health by a stay-at-home dad.
A blood red warning flashed on the system panel, carrying a mechanical coldness. Indiscriminate counterattacks by armed forces worldwide. This means that the moment he releases the super vaccine, he will become the enemy of the entire world. His goodwill will be misinterpreted as the most vicious attack.
Yi Chen simply watched calmly.
Then, he closed the system panel. This warning meant nothing to him.
Because from the very beginning, he never intended to do this alone.
He was neither a reckless lone warrior nor a savior who stood above humanity.
He is a member of humanity.
He picked up the communicator, but this time, instead of contacting Lu Yanran, he dialed a number he had never dialed before, yet knew by heart. The line was connected instantly, without waiting or transfer. A steady, authoritative male voice, tinged with weariness, came from the other end.
Comrade Yi Chen, welcome home. I'm back, Yi Chen replied. I've brought back a gift, and I need the country's help to send it to the whole world. 3 days later. In the western hills of Beijing, there is a top-level classified research institute that is not open to the public. Yi Chen appeared here.
There was no welcoming ceremony, no media reporters, and even the guards were dressed in civilian clothes. Everything was kept extremely low-key. In a spacious yet somewhat empty conference room, several solemn-looking elderly men had been waiting for quite some time. They are the true leaders of this country. This is the complete genetic code of the blood of origin, as well as the method for inducing and safely controlling the activity of the king cell. Without any further pleasantries, Yi-Chen placed a shimmering chip in the center of the table. My goal is to create a gene repair factor that can eradicate all human hereditary diseases. I need the country's help. The elderly man at the head of the group stared at the chip for a long time before slowly speaking. What do you need us to do? I need a top-notch biological team, state-of-the-art laboratories, and absolute trust and support at the national level. Yi-Chen's request was simple and direct. I will participate in and guide the research and development process, but the results will belong to all mankind. The old man stood up and gave Yi-Chen a solemn military salute. On behalf of the country and the people, I thank you. The Pango Biological Project team will be fully open to you. Dr. Albert is already waiting for you. We will provide you with all the resources you need. Pango Project Team. The country's most mysterious and cutting-edge life science research institution. As Yi-Chen stepped through the heavy isolation door, the white-haired Dr. Albert excitedly greeted him. A miracle. This is simply a miracle. The old doctor's hands trembled as he held the genetic map provided by Yi-Chen. A perfect closed-loop structure and unimaginable density of genetic information. Mr. Yi, you have opened a door to a new world. Yi-Chen did not take credit for it. Doctor, we don't have much time. I need to turn the theory into reality as soon as possible. No problem. With this data, we can shorten the research process by 100 years. The entire project team immediately went into overdrive. Yi-Chen became the core of this place. He was no longer the ruthless king of the night, nor the aloof creator. He is a researcher. He shared his experience in microscopic control of the king cell with his team without reservation. He personally demonstrated how to extract harmless gene fragments with super strong repair capabilities from the blood of origin. Countless failures. Countless times we started over after tearing it down. Under Yi-Chen's guidance, one technical barrier after another was successfully overcome. Finally, a month later, a reagent emitting a soft white light in a petri dish has been successfully synthesized. It was injected into a laboratory mouse with a congenital nervous system defect. Under the watchful eyes of all the researchers, the white mouse that had been paralyzed and convulsing stopped trembling. It slowly tried to stand up. Then it started running. They run happily in their cages, full of vitality. The test report showed that all the defective genes in his body had been repaired, and no adverse mutations were found. It was a success. The entire laboratory erupted in thunderous cheers. Dr. Albert, tears streaming down his face, hugged Yi-Chen tightly. We succeeded. We changed history. Yi-Chen gently patted his back, a warm feeling welling up inside him. The joy of creation is far more real than the pleasure of destruction. He named this medicine Light of Life. The success of Light of Life has put the top management in a state of happy predicament. Another meeting was held to discuss its future direction. Preliminary estimates suggest that the manufacturing cost of Light of Life is extremely high. If it were to be put on the market, the price of each one would be at least in the tens of millions, an expert in charge of economic assessments said first. Even so, there will absolutely be a shortage of supply. This will be the greatest commodity in human history. The profits it generates will be enough to multiply our GDP several times over. Another official could not hide his excitement. We can charge hefty patent fees worldwide through technology licensing. This will change the global economic landscape. In the conference room, everyone was blinded by the enormous profits. Only Yi-Chen remained silent from beginning to end. The elderly man at the head of the group noticed his silence and took the initiative to ask, Comrade Yi-Chen, what are your thoughts? All eyes instantly turned to him. Yi-Chen looked around and slowly spoke. The Light of Life is not a commodity. One sentence silenced the entire conference room instantly. Every child has the right to be born healthy. This should not be measured in money. Yi-Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the world outside. I propose that we establish a non-profit foundation. The government will take the lead, and I, along with Qing Yen Group, will provide the initial startup funds. I named it the Genesis Fund. Its sole mission is to provide Light of Life treatment permanently and free of charge to all children around the world suffering from genetic diseases. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi-Chen's words, leaving their minds blank. Free? To the whole world?
What a magnificent spirit! He gave up enough wealth to buy half the world, all for a simple wish. I disagree, an official suddenly stood up. This is our country's highest scientific achievement. Why should we give it to those foreigners for free? Because viruses and diseases know no borders. Yi Chen turned around and looked at him calmly. Because we helped their children today, tomorrow, when a crisis comes, they won't point their guns at our children. This is my first step in creating the world. I hope that this new world will have less division and hatred from the very beginning. His words carried weight and authority. The elderly man at the head of the group looked at him intently, and finally made the final decision. Let's do as Comrade Yi Chen says. The world seemed to stop turning the day the news was announced. When the official spokesperson of China announced the establishment of the Genesis Foundation in front of the world's media and promised to provide free treatment for all eligible children worldwide, at first, no one believed it. This is insane. This makes absolutely no sense in terms of political or business logic. Until the first batch of sick children from all over the world were successfully cured in Beijing. When those children who had been sentenced to death appeared lively and energetic in front of the camera, and when their parents thanked the man named Yi Chen with tears streaming down their faces, the whole world was in an uproar. God! This is a true miracle. He didn't choose to become a businessman with immense wealth instead, he chose to become a savior. Father of life. He deserves this title. Countless accolades poured in from every corner of the world. At this moment, Yi Chen's reputation reached the pinnacle of human history. He did not establish an empire, yet he was more popular than any emperor. Lu Yanran contacted Yi Chen immediately, her voice filled with pride and love. You did the right thing. Qingyan Group will be the strongest backing for the Genesis Fund. Subsequently, Qingyan Group announced that it would inject 30% of the group's profits for the next 10 years into the Genesis Fund. At the same time, it utilizes its global business network to assist the foundation in establishing branches around the world, responsible for the screening, transportation, and post-treatment rehabilitation of sick children. In a short time, Qingyan Group's brand image was elevated from a powerful business empire to the creator of human hope. Its influence has transcended the realm of commerce, reaching a whole new level. Yi Chen, the creator of all this, quietly returned to his home in Donghai City. He kept his promise. He turned down all interviews and meetings, and turned off his communicator. When he opened the door and saw the little one with short legs running into his arms, calling Daddy, all the praise in the world couldn't compare to the warmth of that moment. Nian Nian, do you miss your dad? I want to. Yi Nian Nian hugged his neck tightly and answered in a childish voice. He played with his daughter, built blocks, told her stories, and took her to the amusement park. He was no longer the soldier burdened with a heavy mission, but simply a father enjoying the joys of family life. A true, stay-at-home dad. The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon. Yi Chen played with Nian Nian in the garden, and the system panel quietly unfolded in his consciousness. Genesis Mission Phase 1, a new era of health, 100% complete. Reward, unlocks future technology tree beginner in the system shop. New main quest unlocked, the call of the stars. Mission description, the cradle is becoming somewhat crowded. The progress of civilization should not stagnate here. Host, please lead human civilization to set sail, explore the vast universe, and find and establish a new home for humanity. A mission far more ambitious and far longer than genetic ascension. Explore the universe and build an interstellar home. This requires unimaginable resources and technology far beyond what is currently available. His gaze involuntarily drifted into the distance. Qingyan Group, the business empire he and Lu Yanran built from scratch, has now transformed into a symbol of global hope. Perhaps, it can become the first cornerstone for humanity's journey to the stars. Night falls, and the stars twinkle. Yi Chen held the somewhat sleepy Yi Nian Nian in his arms and sat on the rocking chair on the balcony. The little one nestled in his arms and suddenly stretched out his tiny finger, pointing to the brightest star in the night sky. Dad! Her voice was sleepy, soft and sweet. Are there little rabbits up there? Chapter 96 Technological Singularity, Qingyan's Interstellar Journey. Yi Chen held his daughter, gently patted her back, and hummed an off-key lullaby. The little one's breathing gradually calmed down, and he drifted off to sleep. He carried Nian Nian back to the children's room, carefully placed her on the soft crib, and tucked her in. Lu Yanran had quietly appeared behind him at some point, handing him a glass of warm water. Did she ask you? You asked me if there are any little rabbits on the stars. Yi Chen took the water glass, a gentle smile on his lips.
The two walked back to the balcony side by side. The night breeze was cool, dispelling the hustle and bustle of the day. The city lights converge at your feet into a dazzling galaxy, echoing the stars in the night sky. So what was your answer? Lu Yenran leaned on his shoulder and asked softly. I said, it's not there now, but it will be in the future. Yi Chen's answer was soft, yet it stirred something within Lu Yenran. She looked up, gazing at Yi Chen's profile. In the starlight, his features appeared deep and resolute. Yi Chen, do you have some new ideas again? She knew this man too well. Every time he exudes this calm yet incredibly distant demeanor, it means that a plan powerful enough to shake the world is brewing in his mind. Yi Chen didn't answer directly, but instead asked her a question in return. Yenran, where do you think Qingyan Group should end up? The finish line? Lu Yenran was taken aback. In her view, Qingyan Group is already the pinnacle of the business world, an unsurpassable legend. We are already number one in the world, both in terms of market capitalization and influence. Number one in the world in business, yes. Yi Chen nodded, then slowly shook his head, but that's not enough. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the deep, boundless night sky. Human civilization is like a carefully nurtured baby, and the earth is our cradle. But the baby will eventually grow up, and the cradle will eventually become crowded. Lu Yenran looked in the direction he was pointing, and her heart trembled. An incredibly grand, even somewhat insane, idea surfaced in her mind. You mean the vast universe? Yi Chen uttered those 4 words with resounding conviction. I want to lead human civilization out of this cradle to explore the vast universe and find and build a new home for our descendants. If these words had come from anyone else, Lu Yenran would have thought they were just wishful thinking. But the person who said these words was Yi Chen. He is the man who single-handedly built the Qingyan Group and personally ended his cancer. His words are divine pronouncements. Lu Yenran's heart pounded violently, not from fear, but from an indescribable excitement. She was completely ignited by the grand vision Yi Chen had painted. Qingyan Group will become the interstellar flagship for human civilization's voyage. Yi Chen's plan was crystal clear. It will no longer be just a commercial company, but the first cornerstone for humanity's journey towards interstellar civilization, a collection of all dreams and technologies. Lu Yenran did not hesitate at all. Her reaction was even faster than Yi Chen had expected. I understand. She straightened up, her aura as a business tycoon instantly returning. I will convene the top board meeting tomorrow to announce the group's strategic transformation. A brand new department will be established, called the Starry Sea Exploration Department, to be responsible for coordinating all related R&D projects. She gazed at Yi Chen. This department needs a chief scientist. I think no one is more suitable than you. Yi Chen smiled. This is Lu Yenran. Always supportive, always decisive. Good. The next day, an unprecedented earthquake struck within the Qingyan Group. As the CEO, Lu Yenran announced a decision that left everyone speechless. The group's future focus would shift entirely to the field of interstellar technology. The Star Exploration Department was officially established. There is no upper limit to the budget for this new department. Its sole purpose is to send humanity to the stars. And its leader is none other than Yi Chen, the man who has just become the father of life. The news caused an uproar both inside and outside the group. But no one questioned it. Because that was Yi Chen. That night, Yi Chen locked himself in the laboratory. His consciousness sank into his mind, where the system panel, visible only to him, was emitting a soft light. The future tech tree beginner has been unlocked. It was a dazzling star map composed of countless points of light, each point representing a technology ahead of its time. Yi Chen's fingertips gently traced across the star map. Antimatter engine design drawings. Controlled nuclear fusion technology civilian grade. Fundamentals of spacefolding theory. He chose to redeem it without hesitation. Confirmed redemption of controlled nuclear fusion technology civilian grade? Confirmed redemption of antimatter engine blueprint? Confirmed redemption of theoretical basis of spacefolding? All confirmed. In an instant, an unimaginable torrent of data, like a burst dam, surged into his brain. That is the culmination of technology that humanity has needed hundreds, even thousands of years to figure out. Now, they are clearly imprinted in Yi Chen's mind. Every formula and every structure is vividly clear. With these, he could set about designing and building a real interstellar spaceship at any time. But he didn't. His first action was to pick up the communicator and call Lu Yenran. Yenran, please help me announce something to the world.
What?
Xingyan Group will disclose its controlled nuclear fusion technology to the world free of charge.
There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Yenran was completely stunned by this decision. This is not about treating illnesses and saving lives. This is energy. It's the lifeblood of modern civilization. Whoever controls it controls the future of the earth. Yi Chen is about to hand over the power that allows him to control the world. Yi Chen, are you sure? I'm sure. Yi Chen's answer was calm and firm.
Even the most powerful ship needs a stable port to set sail. The Earth today is full of conflict and rifts due to the struggle for resources. This port is too fragile. I need a united human civilization free from internal strife as the backing for my voyage. And solving the energy crisis is the first step to achieving all of this.
Lu Yenran instantly understood Yi Chen's deeper meaning.
He is not relinquishing power, but rather reshaping the entire world order in a higher dimension. What he wants to be is not an emperor who controls the world. Rather, he is a mentor who guides the entire civilization forward.
I understand. Lu Yenran hung up the phone and immediately began making arrangements.
When Xingyan Group issued its announcement, the world went into a frenzy even more than when cancer was cured last time.
If the last time was a boiling point, this time it's a complete explosion. Free, clean, and virtually unlimited energy. What does that mean?
This means that the biggest conflict between countries, the competition for energy, will no longer exist. This means that the development of impoverished areas will no longer be hampered by electricity shortages.
This means that the material foundation of human civilization will usher in an unprecedented leap. In the wake of the immense shock and euphoria, governments around the world sprang into action at an unprecedented pace.
Under Yi Chen's advocacy, a brand new organization aimed at pooling the strength of all mankind for common development, the Earth Federation, was put on the agenda at an unprecedented speed and was quickly established.
Humanity has never been so united.
As the giver of all this, Xingyan Group holds a position that transcends worldly concerns. Countless top scientists and engineers, with a pilgrimage-like mentality, flocked to Donghai City from all over the world, just to join the department called Star Exploration Department. With the full support of the Earth Federation, Lu Yenran demonstrated her extraordinary business and political skills, raising massive amounts of funds and resources for an unprecedentedly large-scale project. The construction project of a giant interstellar spacecraft, codenamed Project Ark, has officially begun. At the same time, Yi Chen also began another research project. He extracted a drop of his own blood, and under a super high magnification microscope, the king's cell was emitting a faint golden halo.
In interstellar exploration, the greatest enemy, besides technology, is the universe itself. Radiation, weightlessness, a long lifespan. He needs to use the power of the king's cell to add a lot to the human body that leads to the universe. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. 1 year later. Final review meeting for the design of the Ark Project spacecraft.
On the enormous holographic projection, a majestic interstellar spaceship, as imposing as a mountain range, floats silently. It is full of power and futuristic feel, and every detail shines with the highest brilliance of human wisdom. The conference room was filled with top experts from all over the world, and everyone's face was filled with excitement and pride. Lu Yenran stood beside Yi Chen, gazing at the colossal ship that carried all of humanity's hopes with him. The journey to the stars and the sea seems to be just around the corner. However, at that very moment, Yi Chen felt a slight chill creep into his heart without warning.
That wasn't physically cold.
Rather, it was a throbbing sensation from the depths of the soul, as if some ancient, vast, indescribable being had cast a glance from the immeasurably distant depths of the universe. That gaze was devoid of hostility or emotion, it was merely a pure, cold awareness. Like a giant that has been sleeping for billions of years, awakened by the faint light of a match lit by an ant. Yi Chen's body didn't move, but his whole body tensed up instantly. Chapter 97 Whispers of the Universe, Warnings from Ancient Times. That chilling sensation vanished in an instant, so fast it seemed like Yi Chen's illusion. But he knew it wasn't. The feeling of being seen by a higher-level lifeform was deeply imprinted on his soul.
What's wrong? Lu Yenran keenly noticed his momentary stiffness.
Yi Chen slowly shook his head, offering no explanation. Those present were the elite of humanity, the cornerstone of the Ark Project, and he could not shake their confidence with an unverifiable feeling. However, the seed that was disturbed had already been planted. The meeting concluded successfully, and the magnificent ark design was unanimously approved, filling the entire conference room with a wave of celebration.
Yi Chen walked to the window alone and looked out at the bustling city. Giants. Ants. Is this a true reflection of humanity in the universe?
In the following months, Yi Chen devoted more energy to the research of king cells, trying to find the confidence to fight against that unknown gaze. With the full support of the Earth Federation, the construction of Project Ark is proceeding at an unimaginable speed. 3 months later, an urgent communication from the Qingyan Group's Deep Space Exploration Center interrupted Yi Chen's experiment.
Chairman Yi, we've detected something.
The person in charge on the other end of the phone spoke with barely suppressed excitement and confusion. A set of regular signals, coming from the edge of the Oort cloud.
Yi Chen immediately rushed to the Deep Space Exploration Center.
A massive waterfall of data is rapidly refreshing the main screen, with a small section of waveform highlighted in red repeating at a fixed frequency. It does not belong to any known pulsar, quasar, or other natural object. It is a kind of fluctuation with clear logic and complex structure.
It is a product of wisdom. We tried all known decoding methods, and they all failed.
The person in charge handed over a report. Its structure is too old and too complex, completely beyond our mathematical model.
Yi Chen's attention was completely drawn to that waveform.
Instead of looking at the complex mathematical analysis, he directly observed the most basic structure of the signal.
A strange sense of familiarity welled up inside me.
This structure.
He's seen it.
Yi Chen immediately retrieved another top-secret document, which was the Guardian script system that he had recorded in the ancient ruins under the Antarctic ice sheet. He displayed the two pieces of information side by side on the screen. One is an ordered electromagnetic wave, and the other is a hieroglyphic inscription on an unknown metal.
The two seem to be completely unrelated. But in Yi Chen's eyes, their underlying logical structures were surprisingly similar. Contact Dr. Albert immediately. Yi Chen ordered. Transfer all the genetic sequence data related to the blood of origin. If the word guardian is a lock.
So, the genetic code of the blood of origin might be the key to unlocking this lock. Dr. Albert, a leading figure in the field of genetics, immediately threw himself into the frantic work of deciphering the code after receiving Yi Chen's request. For a full 72 hours, with the aid of a supercomputer, they used the genetic fragments of the blood of origin as the grammatical foundation to painstakingly translate the ancient whisper from the depths of the universe. When the first meaningful passage was deciphered, the entire center fell into a deathly silence. Dr. Albert leaned on the table, his aged body trembling slightly.
Yi Chen.
He spoke with difficulty, turning the screen towards Yi Chen. There was only one short line of text on it, yet it carried the scent of blood and fire.
Warning. The void is awakening.
As the deciphering progresses, more information is being revealed.
That was a warning from the distant past.
It tells the story of a terrifying civilization called the Void Raiders. They are not there for resources, nor for conquest. Their sole purpose is to devour. It devours the energy of planets, the light of stars, and all matter and life, turning the entire universe into a lifeless void. The warning message also mentioned an ancient civilization called the Guardians that once waged a war against the Void Raiders that swept across countless star systems.
Ultimately, the Guardian civilization sacrificed itself to seal the main force of the Void Raiders in a certain fold of the universe.
But the energy of the seal is waning, Dr. Albert's voice was hoarse, and they are about to return. A tremendous sense of crisis weighed heavily on everyone's hearts.
We must keep this information under wraps, a representative from the Earth Federation immediately declared.
Once it's released, the world will immediately descend into apocalyptic panic, and all the order we've established will collapse.
Everyone looked at Yi Chen, waiting for his decision. Concealment seems to be the only option.
Yi Chen slowly shook his head.
No.
His answer was only one word, but it was resolute.
We don't hide anything. Yi Chen, the representative exclaimed urgently, do you know what you're saying?
This is courting death.
The ostrich that buries its head in the sand is truly courting death. Yi Chen turned to face everyone.
We are not facing a country, not an enemy, but a cosmic catastrophe.
Do you think we can handle it with just a few of us?
He took a deep breath and made a decision that defied everyone's expectations. Convene the Earth Federation Supreme Conference immediately, and I will make all information about the Void Raiders public.
At the same time, I propose that the Ark project be revised immediately. It is no longer a fleeing colonial ship. From today onwards, its codename is Ark Battleship. We will dedicate everything in human civilization to equip it with the sharpest fangs. As expected, the world was plunged into immense panic the moment the news was announced. Despair spread like a plague. However, Yi Chen and Lu Yanran's response exceeded everyone's expectations. They offered no reassurance, no promise of a false peace. Instead, they broadcast Qingyan Group's latest weapons test live to the world. In a secret experimental base, Yi Chen stood in front of a huge metal device. He reached out, and a drop of golden blood emerged from his fingertip, merging into the core of the device. The next second, a pure beam of golden particles, seemingly from the core of a star, shot out from the muzzle and instantly pierced through a 100-meter-high ally target in the distance. There was no explosion, no roar. Only the ultimate energy can completely annihilate matter. This is a high-energy particle weapon created by converting the energy of King cells and origin blood. Yi Chen faced the camera, his voice resonating across the globe. It can effectively dismantle the bio-armor of the Voidgriever. The threat has arrived, and we have nowhere to run. Now, we only have two choices. Either wait for death in panic. Either we take up arms, venture into the depths of space, and fight for our civilization's right to survive. Rather than waiting to be killed, we should take the initiative to fight. Yi Chen's toughness, and the golden beam of light that could tear everything apart, became the most effective tranquilizer. Humanity's consensus is coalescing at an unprecedented speed under the threat of extinction. Lu Yanran seized this opportunity and obtained almost unlimited authorization within the Earth Federation. All global military forces were integrated, industrial capacity was uniformly allocated, and all resources began to be tilted towards the Ark warship. An interstellar expeditionary force, composed of the most elite soldiers from various countries, began to be formed and trained. During a collaborative simulation training session for the core AI of a warship, Yi Chen unexpectedly discovered that his daughter, Yi Nianyan, was holding a tablet computer and playing a seemingly simple game. The game screen prominently displays a diagram of the internal structure of the Ark battleship. As Yi Nianyan's small hand swept across the screen, a subtle, positive change occurred in a certain underlying logic of the warship's AI. A peculiar spiritual connection seemed to be quietly established between her and the massive AI. A thought struck Yi Chen, and a bold plan began to take shape. 1 year later, the main structure of the Ark warship is nearing completion. This massive steel behemoth, larger than a mountain range and suspended in near-Earth orbit, has become a beacon of hope for everyone on Earth. Yi Chen stood on the bridge of the warship, looking down at the blue planet below through the huge porthole. Everything is moving in the best possible direction. Just then, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. An unauthorized, encrypted communication that bypassed all firewalls appeared directly on his private interface. The communication has no source and no content. Only one ancient hieroglyphic character slowly emerged. Return. Chapter 98 Interstellar Expedition, The Call of Return. That ancient hieroglyphic script floated silently on Yi Chen's personal terminal. Return. A single word, yet it seemed to contain immense power, piercing through time and space, carrying an indescribable sense of desolation and urgency. Yi Chen did not shut down the communication, but instead directly connected it to the highest analysis center of the Ark battleship. A few minutes later, Dr. Albert, the gray-haired old scientist who had dedicated his life to the study of extraterrestrial civilizations, appeared before Yi Chen with a look of shock and fervor. Incredible! This is simply a miracle of the universe. Dr. Albert pointed at the enlarged hieroglyphs on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. We conducted a source tracing analysis of the signal, and its source is extremely distant, possibly even beyond the scope of our currently observable universe. He paused, seemingly trying to calm himself down. More importantly, it's the encoding method. Mr. Yi, this encoding has very obvious characteristics of the Guardian civilization. Although it has undergone some kind of encryption and disguise that we cannot understand, its underlying logical structure resonates with the information frequency in your blood. Yi Chen remained completely calm, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. The Guardian civilization, the source of his bloodline, was a once glorious but ultimately fallen powerful race under the iron hooves of the Void Raiders. Are any of them still alive? Dr. Albert offered his speculation. I suspect this might be a remnant of the Guardian civilization. They survived somewhere in the universe. Now, sensing the imminent full awakening of the Void Raiders, they've sent some kind of guidance, or even a distress signal, to Earth, which shares the same bloodline. Call for help?
A once mighty civilization that spanned the stars is now pleading for help from humanity, who have just emerged from the cradle of life.
This sounds absurd. But Yi Chen sensed something different about it. Threats can also be opportunities.
Doctor, I need the maiden voyage plan for the Ark battleship, Yi Chen said calmly.
Of course, Commander-in-Chief, we have already.
I need to modify it, Yi Chen interrupted him. In addition to the publicly announced expedition plan, I will personally lead a small team to secretly investigate the location of the signal source. His finger traced a sharp line across the star map, pointing directly into the unknown darkness.
This operation is codenamed Journey Home.
Dr. Albert opened his mouth, but looking at Yi Chen's undeniable profile, he ultimately swallowed his words of persuasion. He knew that once this man made a decision, no one could change it.
The atmosphere inside the meeting room was heavy.
When Lu Yanran heard Yi Chen's plan, especially the name Yin Yan on the team roster, she publicly objected to Yi Chen's decision for the first time.
I disagree.
Her voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm.
Yi Chen, that's not a picnic.
That's deep in space, an unknown star field where even the signal source can't be fully analyzed.
You can't take Nian Nian there.
Yi Chen didn't look at her, but instead pulled up a video clip. In the video, Yin Yan is holding a tablet and swiping on it with her little hands. Behind her, the AI core of the Ark battleship is undergoing a wonderful and positive optimization as countless data streams follow her movements.
Yanran, look. Nian Nian has established a spiritual connection with the warship's AI that transcends our understanding.
This connection may be related to the guardian gene in her blood.
On this journey home, we may be facing more than just physical danger. That signal is more like a spiritual call. Nian Nian may be the only key we can use to decipher this call.
Yi Chen turned around and met Lu Yanran's worried gaze.
I know this is dangerous. But it is also the destiny and inheritance of her bloodline. We cannot protect her under our wings forever.
Rather than letting her passively bear everything in the future, it is better to let her begin to understand her own power and the enemies she needs to face now.
Lu Yanran fell silent. She looked at her daughter's focused and innocent face in the video, and her heart was in turmoil. After a long while, she raised her head. Okay, I can agree. But there is one condition. I have to go with her. Protecting my daughter is a mother's responsibility.
Yi Chen looked at her and finally nodded slowly.
Can. The team's final roster surprised everyone who saw it.
Not a single ace soldier came from the Interstellar Expeditionary Force.
Team leader, Yi Chen. Core members, Lu Yanran, Yin Yan. And 10 teenagers who were rescued from the Ouroboros incident and successfully broke free from mind control.
They were once killing machines codenamed Teen Tyrants, and after regaining their senses, their brains demonstrated extraordinary resistance and adaptability to mental attacks. Rather than sending the most elite soldiers to face the unknown mental challenges, it's better to let these fight fire with fire teenagers become the first line of defense.
This is a crazy plan.
An expedition team consisting of a commander-in-chief, the Federal Corps, a 6-year-old child, and 10 former teen killers. The maiden voyage ceremony of the Ark warship was held as scheduled, broadcast live globally. This steel mountain range, suspended in the sky, carries the hopes and anger of all humankind.
Yi Chen stood on the bridge, facing the camera and the blue planet below.
His speech was short, but incredibly inspiring.
Today, we are not fleeing, but embarking on a long expedition. We will not surrender our homeland. We will go to the depths of the universe to prepare a magnificent tomb for our enemy. Human civilization will pave its path to the stars with the remains of its enemies. Set off.
Amidst thunderous cheers, the engines of the Ark battleship ignited, and the massive hull slowly accelerated, bursting out of the atmosphere like a sharp sword piercing the darkness, heading towards the depths of space. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath the massive shadow of the warships, a ghost ship codenamed Homecoming silently broke away from the formation, adjusted its course, and leaped towards a completely different coordinate. The long interstellar voyage began.
Time loses its meaning during near-light speed travel.
Yin Yan spends most of her time in the hibernation pod to reduce the physical strain of ultra-long distance travel.
But her spirit was more vibrant than ever before.
In her dreams, she began to receive some blurry, fragmented images.
A giant tree beyond description, its branches and leaves are nebulae, and its fruit is a star. A drop of golden blood flowing in the veins exudes an aura of creation and destruction. And a shadow large enough to devour stars is slowly approaching from the ends of the earth. Yi Chen watched these images recorded through the mental connection device repeatedly. The World Tree. The blood of origin. These words, which once existed only in myths and the mouths of the Ouroboros madman, are now strangely overlapping with fragments of the Guardian civilization's memories.
A terrible thought began to surface in his mind.
The fall of the Guardian civilization may be more than just a simple war. It was more like a sacrifice. Is the advanced form of blood of origin the ultimate goal pursued by the Void Raiders? And is the Guardian civilization the unfortunate sacrifice?
Just then, a piercing alarm interrupted his thoughts.
Warning, you are about to exit warp drive. Target coordinates reached.
Yi Chen walked to the porthole.
The universe outside the window was no longer a colorful galaxy. Instead, it was a deathly silence and darkness. This is a dead galaxy.
All the planets had lost their luster, their surfaces covered with terrifying ravines and holes that had been eaten away and drained, like skeletons floating in a vacuum. At the center of the galaxy, an incredible sight filled the entire field of vision. It was a massive vortex formed by the convergence of countless broken planets, celestial debris, and dark matter. It rotated slowly, radiating a chilling malice and hunger. It seemed to be prepared to incubate some kind of peerless, ferocious beast.
Nest.
Chapter 99: The Void Nest, The Awakening of the Devourer. The homecoming came to a stop at the edge of the dead galaxy. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. All eyes were drawn through the reinforced porthole to the enormous vortex made up of billions of planetary debris. It slowly rotates, like a giant beast lurking in the universe, swallowing up the surrounding light and darkness with each breath. This place. Dr. Albert's voice was a little hoarse. Doesn't T's seem like the style of the Guardian civilization? His fingers flew across the virtual screen, and countless streams of data refreshed like a waterfall. Energy readings, chaotic, hungry, and filled with negative entropy.
This is not the creation of a civilization, it is a predatory field. Yi Chen remained silent. He had a premonition.
The fragments of the Guardian's memories, Yin Yan's dream, and the hellish scene before her all point to one answer.
Let's go in, he ordered.
Commander, a former teenage assassin, couldn't help but speak up.
This is too risky.
Our mission is to find the legacy of the Guardians, not to break into a monster's lair. The mission objective has changed.
Yi Chen's answer was simple and direct.
He turned to the control panel and took control of the homecoming himself. This ghost ship had no massive engines, no dazzling flames.
Its hull seemed to blend into the darkness, silently gliding towards the enormous whirlpool.
The homecoming ship was like a speck of dust thrown into the storm. The moment the ship made contact with the outer edge of the vortex, a teeth-grinding scraping sound rang out. It was the fragments of planetary bone scraping across the ship's surface.
Soon, they entered the interior.
There was no collision or chaos as expected.
The inside of the vortex was surprisingly calm. But this calm is more suffocating than any storm. Enormous, indescribable biological structures replaced the cold, stellar debris.
They resembled flesh-colored blood vessels or twisted bundles of nerves, intertwining and forming a vast, boundless biological cavern. The surface of these blood vessels is covered with a viscous, constantly wriggling film, emitting a foul stench mixed with putrefaction and sulfur. Turn the air filtration system up to maximum, Dr. Albert immediately ordered.
Conduct component analysis.
My God, these gases are highly corrosive and hallucinogenic to carbon-based organisms.
However, the air was not the worst problem.
Yin Yan let out a painful groan, her small body curling up as she tightly hugged her head with both hands.
Nian.
Yi Chen rushed over and hugged her tightly. The girl's face was pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat.
My head, it hurts so much, it's so noisy.
Her voice broke, so many sounds, screaming, crying.
Yi Chen's heart sank. Yin Yan's mental connection ability was subjected to unprecedented and intense interference here.
A vast, chaotic collective consciousness, filled with malice and hunger, was surging in from all directions of this nest, assaulting her fragile mental barrier.
This awareness is awakening. Doctor, scan the nest structure.
Yi Chen's voice was cold.
In progress. Sweat beaded on Dr. Albert's forehead. The biofield here is too strong, greatly interfering with the scanning equipment. Found it. In the central area.
A 3D structure diagram appears on the main screen. At the confluence of countless twisted blood vessels, in the deepest part of the layer, a massive object is emitting regular energy fluctuations.
That was a heart. A biological heart so enormous it defies description.
With each pulse, the entire nest trembled slightly. Countless cosmic dust and dark energy were drawn from the surrounding void, transformed into the purest nutrients, repairing its tissues and promoting its evolution. It's repairing itself, no, it's hatching. Dr. Albert's voice trembled slightly. Just then, a faint alarm sounded in the bridge. Multiple high-energy biosignals detected, approaching. It's here. Everyone tensed up, and weapons were loaded instantly. Through the porthole, they saw that some smaller tumors had split open on the walls of those huge biological blood vessels. From it crawled out one after another grotesque monsters. These were the Void Raiders that Yi Chen had encountered before. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. These Void Raiders crawled past the homecoming in droves, completely ignoring the uninvited guest that had intruded into their mothership. Their target is not the squad. They were like a group of fanatical believers, crawling forward in the same direction the core of the nest, that enormous heart. They seemed completely oblivious to the squad's presence, their minds completely absorbed in a grand and malevolent awakening ritual. This feeling of being completely ignored is more chilling than a direct attack. It was a contempt born of absolute power. In their eyes, Yi Chen and his group were probably just a bunch of insects who had accidentally wandered into the temple, not even worth the slightest effort to crush. Lu Yanran looked at this scene in disbelief. This actually gives us an opportunity. Yi Chen's thinking was incredibly clear. Their arrogance is their cover. Keep moving forward, target the core area. The homecoming started up again, carefully avoiding the Void Raiders on their pilgrimage, and stealthily made its way deeper into the lair. The deeper you go, the denser the surrounding biological structures become, and the stronger the stench in the air becomes. Etc. Lu Yanran, who had been on guard, suddenly spoke. Her gaze was fixed on the wall of a huge, fleshy blood vessel. Something seemed to be embedded in that writhing flesh. It was a fragment, about the size of a palm, shimmering with a faint metallic luster, and extremely irregular in shape. Yi Chen signaled the spaceship to stop. A team member donned an exoskeleton suit and carefully used a robotic arm to dig the fragment out of the flesh. After a simple cleaning and disinfection, the fragments were delivered to Lu Yanran. She was once the Federation's top assassin, with knowledge of artifacts and technologies from various civilizations. This is a memory chip from the Star Speaker's civilization. Lu Yanran's fingertips brushed over the strange patterns on the fragment. They went extinct 3,000 years ago. Legend has it that their entire star system was devoured by a kind of cosmic locust. Dr. Albert quickly connected the chip to the analysis equipment. Soon, a piece of information that was severely damaged but still shocking was restored. That was the final lament of a civilization. They came, pouring out from the cracks in the stars. This is not war, it's devouring. We are powerless against them, our weapons are ineffective. God, what is that? Golden blood? No. It's a curse. Those infected by it have turned into even more terrifying monsters. We have become part of them, we are devouring our own home. This isn't a natural disaster, it's an infection. The message ends here. The entire bridge was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yi Chen connected all the clues in his mind. The sacrifice of the Guardian civilization. The madness of the Ouroboros. The last words of the Star Speaker's civilization. Void Raider. The blood of origin. A terrible truth became crystal clear to him. The Void Reavers are not an inherently evil race. They are the victims. It was infected by the blood of origin and mutated into a monster that devours everything. The blood of origin is the source of the virus that has swept the universe. And this nest is the petri dish for the virus. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly shattered the deathly silence of the bridge. It's Yi Nian. She suddenly broke free from Yi Chen's embrace, her small body trembling violently, her eyes rolling back, and golden lines running wildly under her skin. Her mental connection, after enduring tremendous interference, not only did not collapse, but was forcibly torn open, capturing a stream of consciousness from the core of the nest. The tree, the world tree. Yi Nian's voice became hollow and eerie, as if countless voices were speaking through her throat. The seal, the Guardians, sealed it with their civilization. Antarctica is fake. It's bait. It's a trap. The real core is here. It is fusing. Boom. Yi Chen's mind was struck as if by a bolt of lightning that seemed to create the world. He understood everything. The ruins in Antarctica, a high priest he defeated, was not the true form of the blood of origin at all. That was just a branch, a bait. A massive trap designed to lure the remnants of the Guardian civilization, and even to lure itself into the trap. The true core of the blood of origin has always been hidden here. Hidden deep within this void nest constructed from the remains of countless civilizations. It is merging with the entire Void Reaver's hive, and once the ritual is complete, an unprecedented ultimate monster, a fusion of the two terrifying beings, Blood of Origin and Void Reaver, will be born. At that time, the entire universe will be its hunting ground. We can't let it succeed. Yi Chen made his decision in an instant. Full speed ahead. Target, the heart. The homecoming ship's engine overloaded, turning into a shadowy figure as it hurtled towards the deepest part of the nest. However, it was too late. Just as they were about to reach the core area, a roar that defies description came from ahead. That wasn't a sound wave that traveled through the air, it was a terrifying shock that acted directly on the soul, on the genes, and on existence itself. Roar! The entire nest trembled violently. Countless enormous blood vessels convulsed wildly, and the sturdy hull groaned under the strain. Yi Chen gripped the control panel tightly, steadied himself, and looked ahead. At the location of that enormous heart, an endless darkness was slowly rising. That darkness was purer than the vacuum of space, more absolute than death. A shadow, larger than any planet, whose mere outline could freeze the soul, slowly emerged from the darkness. Emerging. Chapter 100, the final chapter of creation, the dawn of the universe. The shadow was finally fully revealed before the homecoming ship. It has no fixed form. It was an aggregate forcibly fused together by an indescribable force, consisting of the remnants of billions of civilizations, the remains of countless planets, and countless biological tissues. Its broken rings are its crown, its extinguished stars are its pulsating organs, and its twisted, enormous blood vessels that fill the entire nest are merely its extended tentacles. This is the origin of the Void Raiders. It is the final host chosen after the blood of origin infected the entire race. A living, galaxy-eating cosmic cancer variant. Just as everyone was captivated by this unimaginably terrifying sight, in the center of the aggregate, a region composed of pure gravity and darkness slowly cracked open. That's a mouth. A gigantic maw large enough to swallow stars whole. There was no sound. There is no light. An invisible, pure, and destructive mental shockwave swept in at faster than lightspeed. Ugh! On the bridge, the helmsman, who was closest to the ship, was hit first. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before he collapsed limply, black blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Next came the communications officer, then the weapons officer. One by one, the crew members collapsed to the ground like felled wheat. Their spirits were as fragile as paper before this primal will, which was nothing but devouring in hunger. Lu Yanran groaned, her body swaying violently. She only managed to stay upright thanks to her strong willpower, but her face was as pale as paper. Buzz! At the critical moment, a golden light suddenly erupted from Yi Chen. King's cells, in full swing. The golden energy formed an indestructible barrier, firmly blocking the spiritual shockwave that was powerful enough to tear apart the soul. All the team members who were still conscious were enveloped in this warm and unwavering light, and the terrifying pressure that could have caused their genes to collapse vanished instantly. Are you all right? Yi Chen's voice echoed in everyone's minds. Still alive. Lu Yanran gasped for breath, holding onto the control panel, looking at the enormous monster outside with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, she felt as if her consciousness had been completely erased. In Yi Chen's arms, Yin Yanyan's trembling stopped. Protected by the golden barrier, her forcibly torn mental connection was not interrupted. Instead, it became like the most resilient probe, enduring immense pressure, and once again pierced the deepest part of the mother's consciousness. The little girl's body stopped trembling, but her expression became extremely solemn, even carrying a hint of confusion. Dad! I saw it. So hungry, it wants to devour everything. Yin Yanyan relayed the information she had captured intermittently. The information was filled with chaos, rage, and a desire for destruction. But soon, her tone changed. No. It's inside, in the deepest darkness. There's a glimmer of light. Very faint, it's about to go out. Its memories, the memories of the Guardian. Boom! All the confusion in Yi Chen's mind was completely dispelled at this moment. I see. The Guardian's civilization was not simply devoured or destroyed. Their last will, the imprint of their civilization, was absorbed by the blood of origin along with their genes and imprisoned at the very core of this mother body. It was enveloped and suppressed by endless hunger and destructive desires for hundreds of millions of years, yet it still has not been completely extinguished. That was the last spark. It's also the only hope. Should we confront this monster, which has merged with the entire void nest, head-on? Let alone the homecoming ship, even if the Guardian civilization fleet at its peak were to return, it would only be an extra meal for it. Physical attacks have become meaningless. The only way out is not outside, but inside. An outrageously crazy plan instantly took shape in Yi Chen's mind. He turned around and looked at Lu Yanran, whose face was still pale from the aftermath of the ordeal. Yanran, I want to go in. Lu Yanran's mind went blank for a moment. She thought she had misheard. Go in? Where to? Inside it. Yi Chen pointed to the enormous monster outside, his tone eerily calm. Are you crazy? Lu Yanran cried out, grabbing Yi Chen's arm. Where is that? Your body will be torn to shreds in an instant. It's not the body. Yi Chen shook his head and carefully handed Yin Yan, whom he was holding, to Lu Yanran. It is consciousness. Nian Nian has opened a channel for me. I will use her mental connection as a medium to inject my consciousness and my king cells into the core of the mother body. Lu Yanran was completely stunned. Injecting consciousness into the brain of a monster filled with a destructive will? What's the difference between this and deliberately jumping into a meat grinder? No. Absolutely not. She clung tightly to Yin Yan, as if that would keep Yi Chen with her. This is too dangerous. Your consciousness will be instantly devoured and assimilated. You will become a part of it. This is the only way. Yi Chen gently pushed away her hand that was gripping his arm. His movements were light, but his will was unquestionable. We have no time left. Once it completes its final fusion, the entire universe will be dragged into the abyss. He looked down at his daughter, who had regained consciousness and was looking at him with clear yet worried eyes. Nian Nian, help Daddy one last time. Yin Yan nodded heavily, her small face full of determination beyond her years. Dad, be careful. Yes, it will. Yi Chen took one last look at Lu Yanran. Her eyes were already red, but she was holding back her tears. He didn't say anything more about saying goodbye. Because he will definitely come back. The next second, Yi Chen's figure transformed into a golden streak of light, resolutely breaking through the barrier of the homecoming ship and heading straight for the giant maw that was slowly opening, a maw large enough to devour stars. Without the slightest hesitation. Without the slightest hesitation. Just as he was about to come into contact with that pure darkness, Yin Yan's mental connection transformed into an invisible bridge, precisely connecting Yi Chen with the core of the mother body. Now! Boom! Yi Chen's consciousness seemed to be violently pulled out of his body by an irresistible force. The entire world vanished from his senses in an instant. Time, space, matter, everything has lost its meaning. His self transformed into a pure stream of consciousness, which was frantically sucked into the mother's body along the fragile passage built by his daughter. Dark. Endless darkness. And decay. Yi Chen's consciousness was here, he saw it. Before him stood a withered tree of unimaginable size. Its roots are planted in a void composed of wailing and despair, while its branches are tightly entangled, pierced, and polluted by countless scarlet, destructive blood and flesh veins. He had seen this tree before. In the ruins of Antarctica. World Tree. This is the true form of the World Tree. It is the final creation of the Guardian civilization, the cage they used to seal the origin blood. But now, this cage is being devoured by the prisoners inside. The destructive consciousness of the Void Raider has transformed into endless crimson flesh, which is slowly gnawing at and digesting the giant tree that represents life and protection. Deep within this withered tree, among those polluted branches, Yi Chen saw it. Billions of faint points of light. They flickered on and off, as if they might be extinguished at any moment under the pressure of scarlet flesh. Each point of light represents the lingering consciousness of a guardian. They are fragments of their indomitable will. It's you guys. Yi Chen's consciousness let out a silent cry in the darkness. Wake up! The Golden King cell consciousness, like a star thrown into the dark depths of the sea, suddenly erupted. He held nothing back, releasing his entire life essence and all his will without reservation, and deliberately crashing into those dormant fragments of consciousness. In the name of the king, I awaken you.
In the name of life, let the flames of war be reignited. Buzz. The moment the golden light touched the first point of light, the fragment of consciousness that had been dormant for billions of years trembled violently. Then came the second, the third, and thousands upon thousands more. A tiny spark was ignited. The sleeping heroic spirits were forcibly awakened at this moment by their kind from another time and space. Inside the withered world tree, the crimson, destructive flesh seemed to sense the change and began to shrink and compress frantically. But it was too late. The awakened fragments of the Guardian's consciousness resonated with Yi Chen's king's cells. On the withered world tree, a bright green vein suddenly appeared on its pitch-black trunk. It no longer passively endures being devoured. It began to fight back. A surge of pure, powerful life energy erupted from the core of the world tree, no longer devouring, but releasing. Purify. Repair. Creation. Outside the mothership, on the bridge of the homecoming ship, Lu Yanran and all the crew members watched in horror what was happening before their eyes. The enormous monster made of planetary debris, its seemingly indestructible biological structure, began to show huge cracks. But what flowed from the crack was neither destructive energy nor disintegrating fragments. Instead, light. It is an endless, vibrant green light. The entire dark void nest began to be permeated by this light, and countless huge, ferocious blood vessels began to disintegrate, turning into pure energy that was absorbed by the recondensing planet. The remnants of a long-dead planet, devoured down to its core, miraculously reformed under the green light, emitting a faint aura of life. Creation. Lu Yanran murmured to herself. The ultimate mission that human civilization has pursued for several eras has begun its final sublimation in such an inconceivable way, in the darkest corner of the universe. That all-consuming ultimate monster is being transformed from within into something else. A brand new, vibrant galaxy of creation. At the heart of all this, the world tree that runs through the entire mother tree shines ever brighter. Suddenly, a dazzling green light shot into the sky from its core. Chapter 101: The Genesis Galaxy, a New Civilization. In a chaotic ocean of consciousness, Yi Chen's existence became a final coordinate. The all-consuming darkness, the ultimate will that merged the blood of origin and the Void Raider, was sweeping towards him. Destruction is its instinct. Devouring is its law. However, the torrent slowed down the moment it came into contact with Yi Chen's faint light. It saw the last genetic imprint of the Guardian civilization deep within Yi Chen's consciousness, as analyzed by the system. It heard the lamentations left behind by the Star Speaker's civilization regarding infection. It felt what it used to be like. Before becoming Void Raiders, before being corrupted by origin blood, they were once a civilization that looked up at the stars. Yi Chen did not choose to fight back. To resist is to submit to its destructive logic. He chose to give. He released his entire understanding of life, civilization, and the universe without reservation, using system privileges. That was not an attack. It means coverage. It uses a completely new set of underlying code called creation to overwrite the old virus called devour. Boom! The roar that could tear the soul apart gradually subsided. Instead, there was an ancient and grand hum, like the hum at the beginning of creation. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. Everyone was captivated by the shadow, which was larger than a planet, and awaited the arrival of the apocalypse. However, the anticipated destruction did not occur. That absolute darkness began to shrink and rotate. A ray of light was born in the very heart of the darkness. Then came billions of points of light. The darkness receded like the tide. Light burst forth, radiant as a new life. Yi Chen's body trembled violently as his consciousness returned from that vast maternal body. An unprecedented exhaustion swept over him, as if his soul had been drained, but a surge of indescribable ecstasy welled up within him. He succeeded. He transformed the deathly lair built from the corpses of countless civilizations, that ultimate monster about to devour the universe, into a completely new world. Report. Energy reading is increasing exponentially. Target form is being reconstructed. Oh my God, look. A gasp broke the silence of the bridge. All eyes were fixed on the main screen. The once desolate, ugly void nest filled with skeletons and twisted flesh has completely disappeared. In its place lies a galaxy so magnificent it defies description. Countless newly formed small planets, trailing iridescent comet tails, slowly orbit along their predetermined paths. Vast swaths of nebulae display the colors of emerald, amber, and amethyst, interspersed with stars that glitter like diamonds. This is no longer a graveyard of death, but a galaxy full of infinite possibilities, a cosmic creation. This is what we did," a young crew member muttered to himself, completely unable to believe it. "A miracle, this is a divine intervention." Yin Yan's face regained its rosy hue, and with her eyes closed, her small body radiated a soft glow. "Dad, I heard it. So many new voices. They are singing." Her mental connection was now clearly perceiving that on those newly formed planets, the most primitive life molecules were combining, and the faintest sparks of life were being ignited. "The scan results are in." Dr. Albert's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. "The core of the galaxy, the core energy source is that world tree." The holographic projection unfolds. The colossal world tree, once tainted by the blood of origin and serving as the heart of its lair, has now been completely purified. It is no longer a pump that delivers destruction and infection, but has transformed into a vast source of life energy, stretching out its branches made of starlight and scattering gentle energy and seeds of life to every corner of the galaxy. "We did it! We won!" After a brief silence, the entire bridge erupted in deafening cheers. People hugged, jumped, and wept with joy. This is the greatest and most incredible victory that human civilization has achieved since entering the interstellar age. "Immediately plan the route and land on Planet 1. Establish an outpost," a general shouted instinctively. "Such a rich star system must be incorporated into the Federation's territory immediately." "Yes. This is our spoils of war. A new home for human civilization." A frenzied sentiment is spreading. "No." A single, clear, and powerful word silenced all the noise. Yi Chen supported himself on the control panel and slowly straightened up. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. "We do not colonize, occupy, or interfere." Everyone was stunned. Lu Yanran stepped forward and supported him. "Yi Chen, what do you mean?" Yi Chen's gaze swept over the dazzling starry sky on the screen, filled with awe. "We have just witnessed a creation. These new civilizations should not become anyone's vassal or resource source. We were almost destroyed, so we can best understand the helplessness of a weak civilization in the universe. We should be guardians, not new predators." He paused, then said, "Word by word, I have decided to designate the Genesis Galaxy as an observation zone for human civilization. We will only conduct long-distance monitoring and record their growth, but we will not make any contact with them." Silence fell once again on the bridge. This time, however, the silence was no longer fervent, but rather imbued with reflection and acceptance. Having returned from the brink of destruction, they understood the weight of Yi Chen's words better than anyone else. The homecoming ship changed course, carrying this discovery that was enough to change the history of human civilization, and leaped toward the coordinates of the Ark warship. When the news reached the Ark, the entire fleet was in an uproar. The revelry, lasting for several standard days, swept across every warship. The morale of human civilization reached an unprecedented peak. Yi Chen encrypted and transmitted the complete data and coordinates of the Genesis Galaxy back to the Earth Federation. An hour later, the Federal Supreme Council passed an emergency resolution. The galaxy was officially named the Dawn Galaxy. At the same time, it will be designated as a permanent protected area of the highest level of human civilization, and any unauthorized approach will be regarded as a declaration of war against all mankind. On the way back, Lu Yanran had already started her new job. She didn't think about colonization, but she keenly realized that the transformation process of the Dawn Galaxy itself was a priceless treasure trove of technology. The World Tree's energy conversion model, the environmental parameters for the birth of life. If we can analyze even 1% of it, Qin Yen Group's biotechnology will be at least 2 eras ahead of the entire Federation. Her eyes gleamed with the dazzling light of an expanding business empire. Yin Yanyan sat quietly by the window, gazing at the starry sky. Her mental connection ability underwent a qualitative leap after experiencing the impact of the core consciousness of the nest and the baptism of the primordial energy. She can now hear fainter life signals from further away in the universe. She can even engage in the most basic consciousness communication with some silicon-based and gaseous life forms that possess simple intelligence. A door to the universe and all living beings is slowly opening for her. At this moment, in Yi Chen's captain's cabin, he finally had time to open his system panel. A line of golden text, burning hot, appeared before his eyes. The final stage of the Genesis mission, the dawn of the universe, 100% complete. Rewards being processed. Congratulations, host. System permissions are now fully fixed.
You are no longer a borrower of permissions, but the true owner. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique legendary title, Guardian of the Universe. Title effect: your reputation with all non-malicious civilizations will be permanently locked at revered. All your actions in protecting life and civilization will receive a slight blessing from the fundamental will of the universe. It's done. Everything is over. However, just as he was about to close the panel and take a good rest, a brand new line of purple text, exuding an aura of a higher dimension, slowly emerged. Host has completed all main quests in the current universe phase. Overall rating, perfect creation. New main quest unlocked. Main quest, the Gate of Dimensions. Mission description: the boundaries of the universe are not the end, but merely the walls of the cradle. In higher dimensions exist ancient beings, more powerful civilizations, and deeper cosmic mysteries. Host, please find the key to the dimensional gate, lead human civilization to a leap in its form of existence, and journey towards the true stars. Yi Chen's breath caught in his throat for a moment. His gaze was fixed intently on that last line of text. Current task: find the dimensional gate. Chapter 102: The Gate of Dimensions, a new challenge. The emerald green pillar of light that pierced the heavens and earth did not bring destruction. It is a door. When Yi Chen's consciousness was enveloped by this power, he felt as if he had passed through a tunnel constructed from the pure essence of life. The next second, he was back on Earth. It wasn't the bridge of the homecoming ship, but appeared directly above the central square of the Earth Federation Supreme Council. The whole world was in an uproar. When the enormous green beam of light tore through the atmosphere and gently cast a figure in the center of the square, all the alarms went out of control. Because everyone recognized him. Yi Chen. They are guardians. He's back. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the square to the city and to every corner where the scene was being broadcast live globally. He appeared out of thin air without boarding any spaceship, surrounded by a lingering emerald green aura belonging to creation. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament, an elderly man with gray hair, stepped forward quickly, ignoring the guards' attempts to stop him. His hands were trembling. Welcome home, Counselor Yi Chen. The light emanating from Yi Chen slowly faded. He looked at everything that was both familiar and unfamiliar before him and nodded. I'm back. There was not much small talk. At the subsequent emergency meeting, Yi Chen made public everything he had seen and heard in the Void Nest. The existence of the Dawn Galaxy. The truth about the Void Raiders. And the creation miracle that he both ended and started with his own hands. The entire conference room was deathly silent. The top elites of all human civilization were stunned into a blank mind by this unimaginable cosmic truth. A monster that devours galaxies. The guardian spirits who have been sleeping for millions of years. A new world born from destruction. All of this has overturned humanity's entire understanding of the universe. So, our greatest enemy all along, the Void Beast that almost destroyed us, was just a biological weapon released by the Void Raiders civilization, a general asked with difficulty. That's one way to understand it, Yi Chen replied calmly. And you ended its mother system, and transformed it into a brand new, nascent galaxy, the speaker pressed, his voice filled with awe. Yes. No one spoke in the meeting room. They looked at Yi Chen, the nominal counselor, the young man whom the people called the Guardian. They suddenly realized that no existing title could adequately describe his achievements and status. He is no longer simply a guardian or a warrior. He brought the truth to human civilization, a brand new future, and even the authority to create the world. At the end of the meeting, the Speaker of the Federal Parliament stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. By unanimous resolution of the Supreme Council of the Earth Federation. Effective immediately, Mr. Yi Chen's title of Guardian of the Universe is revoked. Everyone held their breath. The speaker raised his head and made a solemn declaration like never before. Promote Mr. Yi Chen to Chief Architect of Human Civilization. This position holds the highest decision-making authority in human civilization, and oversees and leads all future development directions of human civilization. All federal agencies must unconditionally cooperate with all the Chief Architect's instructions. Chief Designer. This title transcends power. It represents a level of responsibility within a civilization. Yi Chen did not refuse. Because he knew this was just the beginning. That evening, he returned to his long-missed home. Lu Yanran gave him a hug with all her might, saying nothing, but everything was understood without words. My daughter, Yin Yan Yan, is already asleep, with a sweet smile on her little face. Yichen sat on the sofa, finally getting a chance to catch his breath. He calmed himself down and called upon the system. Congratulations, host, on completing the epic mission, ending the void. Rewards being processed. Gains, abundant life essence, max affinity with the world tree, and recognition from the guardian heroic spirits. Host behavior has been detected to exceed the current civilization's cognitive limits. System shop privileges upgraded. Dimensional Tech Tree Beginner is now unlocked. Yichen's attention was instantly drawn to the brand new technology tree in the store, which emitted a faint blue light. He clicked on it. The rows of brand new technology names made him gasp for breath. Fundamental theories of higher dimensional space. A detailed explanation of quantum entanglement-based long-distance communication technology. A preliminary exploration of the applications of spacetime bubble distortion and stabilization. Each term represents a completely new field that could completely overturn existing physics. This is the key to a higher dimension. Just then, his communicator rang. It was Dr. Albert. Yi. You must come to the Pangu laboratory. Immediately. The doctor's voice was so excited that he was almost incoherent. We've made a groundbreaking discovery. When Yichen arrived at the laboratory, he saw Albert with a fanatical expression and a group of researchers behind him. In the center of the laboratory, inside a special energy container, a drop of Golden King's cell and a small sample of origin blood are undergoing a peculiar reaction. They neither merged nor clashed. Instead, at the interface where they come into contact, an extremely weak but very high-frequency energy oscillation is generated. We can't understand this oscillation. Albert pointed to the wildly fluctuating data stream on the screen. It doesn't belong to any form of energy we know. Some of its properties seem to disappear and reappear out of thin air. It's as if a part of it exists on another level that we can't observe. Yichen's heart was stirred. Another level. This coincides with the dimension technology that he just unlocked. Humanity's own pinnacle of intelligence and his system's cheat code both pointed in the same direction at this moment. Doctor, your research direction may need to be adjusted, Yichen said slowly. From now on, the core task of the project team is to study dimensional science. He did not immediately retrieve the technical data from the system. That was too shocking. He needed a catalyst, a process that would allow these technologies to emerge reasonably. Albert's team's discovery was the perfect catalyst. In the following months, the Earth entered an unprecedented period of rapid development. To everyone's surprise, the newly appointed chief architect Yichen did not choose to immediately launch any grand space exploration plan. The first thing he did was to utilize the most basic and safest technology he had redeemed from the dimensional technology tree, space energy conversion. He applied this technology to the Earth's energy systems and environmental transformation. A completely new type of energy station has been established. These stations do not burn any materials but instead draw the most basic energy directly from the space itself, with an efficiency of nearly 100% and zero pollution. The smog that once shrouded the industrial city completely dissipated within just a few weeks. The polluted river became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Earth's ecological environment has reached the most perfect balance in history. People found that the sky was unbelievably blue and the air was so fresh it was intoxicating. Everyone thought this was the miracle brought about by the chief designer. But only a few people understood that this was just Yichen laying the most solid foundation for an even grander plan. Lu Yanran's business acumen was extremely sharp. At Yichen's behest, she decisively transformed all of Qingyan Group's core businesses, establishing the new Dimension Technology Group and devoting herself to the civilian application research and development of the new technologies released by Yichen. Her business empire once again stood at the forefront of the times, completing yet another incredible leap. Yichen's daughter, Yin Yanyan, also showed amazing changes during this transformation. Her innate ability to connect with the spirit has become increasingly powerful and acute after a qualitative leap in the entire life field of the Earth. She began to be able to hear some things. Some noise that doesn't belong to Earth, and doesn't belong to any known signal. Dad, the stars are singing. One evening, Yin Yanyan pointed to the night sky and said to Yichen, "Their singing is so chaotic, it hurts my ears." Yichen held his daughter in his arms and comforted her. His consciousness, however, quietly emerged and connected with his daughter's spiritual world. In an instant, an endless stream of chaotic and fragmented information flooded into his mind. That wasn't singing. That's an information turbulence from a higher dimension. Through analysis and filtering using massive computing power, Yi Chen extracted some meaningful words from these fragments. Balance. Guard. Crossing is prohibited. Dimensional guardian. Duties. A new concept of civilization appeared in Yi Chen's mind for the first time. A mysterious entity that seems to be maintaining a balance between different dimensions. But at the same time, he also sensed danger. With the initial application of dimensional technology on Earth, some inexplicable anomalies began to appear on a small scale. A report from the Academy of Sciences states that time flows at a rate 1/1000th of a second slower than in the outside world on a rock in a certain location. The space agency detected a spacefold that lasted for a fraction of a second at a certain coordinate point in lunar orbit, causing one probe to lose signal and disappear into thin air. Exploring higher dimensions is by no means an easy path. It is a door to heaven, or it may be a door to hell. That day, Yi Chen had a rare moment of leisure, spending time with Lu Yanran and their daughter in the living room. The family enjoyed a cozy afternoon. Yin Yanyan was playing with building blocks when suddenly she stopped what she was doing and pointed her little finger into the air above the living room. There was nothing there. But then, the air began to subtly distort. A fist-sized, transparent bubble shimmering with iridescent colors appeared without warning. It floats there quietly, its interior filled with ever-changing light and shadow, as if containing the reflection of another world. Lu Yanran stood up in surprise. What is this? A new holographic toy? Yin Yanyan tilted her little head and asked in a childish voice. Dad, what is this? Yi Chen did not answer. His body tensed up instantly, and all his attention was focused on that tiny bubble. That's not a toy. That was something that shouldn't have happened at this time and place, after countless deductions and calculations. Projection of the Dimensional Gate. Chapter 103 Dimensional Projection, The Peeping of Civilization. Yi Chen's reaction was incredibly fast. Before Lu Yanran and Yin Yanyan could react, an invisible, gentle force field enveloped the mother and daughter, gently pushing them to a corner of the living room. Don't move. His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable command. Lu Yanran stopped in her tracks instantly. From her husband's unprecedentedly solemn expression, she understood the seriousness of the situation. That fist-sized bubble was not a surprise, but an unexpected turn of events. Yi Chen's entire focus was locked on that small dimensional projection. His consciousness, like an invisible net, carefully covered it. It is not aggressive. There are no energy fluctuations. It doesn't even have a physical form. It's like a mirage, existing in our vision but not in the physical world. But Yi Chen's consciousness could touch it. It was a pure torrent of information, chaotic, vast, and illogical, like the background radiation at the beginning of the universe, containing everything, yet nothing at all. This is not a door. Yi Chen quickly came to a conclusion. It's more like a footprint, a passing high-dimensional being that unintentionally left an extremely blurry, soon-to-disappear footprint in a low-dimensional spacetime. A message in a bottle from the depths of the universe. Just then, Yin Yanyan, who was being protected behind, broke free from Lu Yanran's grasp. She is not afraid. Her big eyes were full of curiosity as she walked step by step toward the bubble. Yan Yan. Lu Yanran called out anxiously. It's all right. Yi Chen stopped her. Let her go. His consciousness remained constantly connected to his daughter. He discovered that even his immense mental power, comparable to that of a supercomputer, struggled to receive this information, as if he were facing an ocean of data. But Yin Yanyan is different. Her mental connection ability was like a ship tailor-made for this vast ocean. The turbulent flow of information passing through her mental world was automatically sorted and filtered, becoming calm and orderly. She is the best decoder. Yin Yanyan walked up to the bubble, stretched out her chubby little hand, and curiously poked it. My finger went right through it and didn't touch anything. Daddy, it's singing to me, the little girl said, turning around in her childish voice. Yi Chen took a deep breath, ceasing his attempt to forcibly analyze the vast ocean of information. He changed his strategy, fully integrating his consciousness into his daughter's mental world, using her as a transfer station to receive the translated information. In an instant, a clear, structured flow of information flooded into his mind. The first word that was deciphered was a civilization's self-designation. The Protoss. Following that was a vast amount of information about this civilization. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. He envisioned countless possibilities, intruders, warning agents, supreme deities.
But this was the only one I hadn't considered. There was no hostility in the information from the Protoss. On the contrary, it was filled with curiosity and goodwill towards the universe.
They were like a group of cosmic bards, or perhaps a group of ultimate observers. The information stream contains grand descriptions of a collapsing neutron star, praise for the colors of a newly formed nebula, and even records of the tragic migration of a silicon-based lifeform on a distant planet in order to reproduce. They observe, record, but do not interfere. One piece of information describes their long-term observation of a carbon-based civilization. They cannot understand why the life forms of that civilization would sacrifice their lives for an abstract concept called love. The words are filled with pure, incomprehensible curiosity.
This completely overturned Yi Chan's understanding. Higher dimensional civilizations are not necessarily destroyers. They may also be scholars.
However, just as Yi Chen relaxed slightly, the style of the information feed suddenly changed. The mild record disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented vigilance and hatred. A brand new term, imbued with the scent of blood and fire, rushed into Yi Chan's consciousness.
Dimensional predator. Information from the Protoss indicates that a terrifying civilization exists in the vast multidimensional universe. They disdain conquering planets and enslaving races. They travel between different dimensions, with the sole purpose of feeding. Their food is other civilizations. Yi Chen's heart sank. The Void Raiders devour matter and energy, while these dimensional predators, they devour everything a civilization produces from its birth to its demise. This includes matter, energy, history, culture, and most importantly, information entropy. Civilizations devoured by them will be completely erased from all timelines and all dimensions. It will no longer be extinct, but never existed. This is a kind of conceptual obliteration. An ultimate annihilation that is billions of times more terrifying than death itself. Yi Chen instantly understood the duty of the dimensional guardians. What they were protecting was perhaps these fragile low-dimensional civilizations from being discovered and devoured by the predators. As dimensional technology began to emerge, Earth was like a tiny match being lit in a dark forest. This firelight might attract benevolent Protoss, but it's more likely to attract hungry predators. The level of threat has once again been raised to an unprecedented level. Hours later, at the Academy of Science's highest-level dimensional laboratory, the colorful bubble was bound by Yi Chan's energy field and suspended in the center of the laboratory. Dr. Albert, with his white hair and beard, surrounded a group of top scientists, all of whom were filled with fervor. Incredible! This is simply a miracle. Dr. Albert adjusted his glasses, looking at the data stream jumping on the screen. Yi Chen, it's not just an information projection. Every flicker, every change in light and shadow, follows an extremely complex energy code. He pointed to a continuously looping waveform on the screen. Look here. The structure of this code, it's self-calibrating. It's simulating the construction of a stable dimensional channel. My God, this isn't a letter in a bottle, it's the blueprint for the bottle itself. Dr. Albert was so excited he was trembling. This might be the key for us to open the true dimensional gate. At the same time, at the headquarters of Dimension Technology Group, Lu Yanran has just finished a top-level board meeting via video conference. Her decision was decisive and swift. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, a brand new independent department will be established within the group, the Dimensional Exploration Department. This department has no budget limit and independent personnel authority. Summon the world's top dimensional physicists, information scientists, and superstring theorists. No matter where they are, no matter what they want, I want to see their employment contracts within a day. The charisma of the business queen was on full display at this moment. She didn't understand those complicated technologies, but she understood Yi Chen. She knew that her husband's battlefield had expanded from Earth to a realm she could not even imagine. And what she had to do was to build the most secure rear base for him. It was late at night. Yi Chen stood alone in the study. The pressure from the dimensional predators is like an invisible mountain. He opened the system store, which only he could see. System, search for all technologies related to dimensional defense. The light screen unfolds, revealing a dazzling array of technologies. Yi Chen directly clicked on the Dimensional Technology Tree Intermediate option. A design sketch lies quietly at the top of the list. Dimensional Stabilizer Design Diagram. Its sole purpose is to establish a globally distributed dimensional stability field in the outer space of a planet.
This field is unassailable, but it can greatly reinforce the spacetime structure of the current dimension, making any attempt to travel or project from higher dimensions extremely difficult. It's like applying a layer of strong epoxy resin to a fragile paper house. It cannot withstand a real forced demolition, but at least it can prevent stray dogs from easily knocking it down. Exchange. Yi Chen did not hesitate at all. The vast amount of technology points was instantly cleared, and an incredibly complex blueprint flooded into his mind. This is Earth's first, and currently only, dimensional defense line that can be established. After doing all this, he returned to the living room. Lu Yanran had already fallen asleep, but Yin Yanyan was still sitting on the carpet, hugging a pillow, watching the bubble that had been brought back and then released again. It remained suspended there, shimmering quietly. Yin Yanyan seemed a little sleepy. She rubbed her eyes and asked the bubble softly, "Bubble, are you going home?" The words had barely left his mouth. The colorful bubble suddenly burst forth with unprecedented light, illuminating the entire living room. The light lasted only a moment. Then it simply vanished into thin air, without a trace, as if it had never existed. Silence returned to the living room. Yin Yanyan's small mouth opened slightly. She didn't look at where the bubbles disappeared. Her pupils reflected a scene that did not belong to this world. That image, through their mental connection, was imprinted clearly deep in Yi Chen's mind. In the endless, dark depths of the universe, in a void where even light cannot reach, a colossal portal, constructed of pure energy and starlight, whose magnificence defies description, is slowly opening a crack, accompanied by a silent roar. Chapter 104 Dimensional Expedition, guided by the Protoss. The magnificent, indescribable scene slowly faded from Yi Chen's mind. But the enormous portal built of pure energy and starlight, and its coordinates in that hidden galaxy deep in the universe, were like a red-hot branding iron, deeply imprinted on his soul. The true gateway to dimensions. The next stop for human civilization, the goal of our expedition. He didn't disturb Lu Yanran and Yin Yanyan, who were already fast asleep. He simply carried his daughter back to her room and covered her with a blanket. He then turned and went into his study, directly connecting to the encrypted communications of the Earth Federation's highest command center. Convene a top-level emergency meeting. All members with first-level authority must be online within 3 minutes. His instructions were brief, yet carried undeniable weight. 3 minutes later, a series of holographic projections appeared in front of Yi Chen. The military supreme commander, the federal chief scientist Dr. Albert, and the highest administrative officials of each continent were all the most powerful figures on Earth. Commander-in-Chief Yi Chen, what happened? The military commander asked in a deep voice, the atmosphere heavy. Without wasting words, Yi Chen directly used his mental power to transform the image of the dimensional gate in his mind into a data stream and projected it into the center of the conference room. The moment that magnificent portal to the stars appeared, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Even the usually active Dr. Albert just opened his mouth, unable to utter a sound. This is a miracle, an administrator murmured to himself. No. Yi Chen's voice broke the silence. This is our opportunity, but also the sword of Damocles hanging over our heads. He looked around at everyone. I've located it. That's the next battlefield we must reach. The military commander's breathing quickened instantly. Commander-in-Chief, I propose we immediately activate the highest level war plan. Assemble all fleets and launch an expedition to the dimensional gate. We must seize the opportunity before any unknown enemy. I object. Yi Chen's answer surprised everyone. To embark on an expedition now would be tantamount to suicide. He looked at the radical commander. Our understanding of higher dimensions is almost zero. We are like a soldier without armor, trying to rush into the most dangerous battlefield. Before we learn to attack, we must first learn to take a beating. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen caused the holographic projection to change, revealing the complex design blueprint of the dimensional stabilizer to everyone. I named it Project Great Wall. Using this design as the core, we will build a global dimensional defense network in the shortest possible time. It will reinforce the space-time structure of the Earth and hide our coordinates from a higher dimensional perspective. It cannot guarantee our absolute safety, but at least it can give us some breathing room under the watchful eyes of the dimensional predators. Unconventional approach. Everyone thought he would immediately launch a long-distance expedition, but he chose the safest and most difficult option, defense. At the same time, Yi Chen turned his gaze to the other side. I announced the launch of the Dimensional Arc Project.
We will dedicate the entire global effort to building a brand new dimensional warship. It will be equipped with a mobile version of the dimensional stabilizer and humanity's most elite exploration team. His voice echoed in the conference room, clear and firm. Project Great Wall is responsible for defense, while Project Ark is responsible for expeditions. One is for defense, and the other is for offense. This is the only path for human civilization to advance into the next dimension. The meeting ended in shock. The entire Earth Federation, this massive war machine, began to operate with unprecedented efficiency. Lu Yenron's Dimensional Exploration Department became the core hub for global resource allocation, with funds, talent, and materials flowing into the two massive projects like a tidal wave. She demonstrated remarkable skill, not only coordinating cooperation among hundreds of countries worldwide, but also taking on an unbelievable mission to attempt to establish contact with a high-dimensional civilization called the Protoss. She doesn't understand dimensional physics, but she understands people, resources, and how to break down impossible goals into actionable steps. We don't have their contact information, but we have the residual energy that escaped when that bubble disappeared. Analyze it, copy it, and broadcast it throughout the universe. Use the dumbest method to call them on. The business queen's instructions were simple and direct, yet they hit the nail on the head. Yi Chen, on the other hand, personally oversaw the construction of the dimensional ark from the secret dock on the far side of the moon, while simultaneously remotely directing the deployment of the Great Wall project. He incorporated the core technology of the dimensional stabilizer into the keel of the ark, creating a powerful mobile dimensional stabilizing field that will serve as a shield for the warship as it traverses higher dimensions. Time flew by amidst the intense construction. In Earth's outer space, massive ring-shaped structures are launched into the air and begin to be assembled, forming the initial outline of a dimensional defense network. In the lunar dock, the outline of the dimension arc is becoming increasingly clear. Just then, Lu Yenron's team delivered some groundbreaking good news. They actually received a response by simulating the energy fluctuations of the bubble. Although it was only a sporadic signal, it definitely came from that Protoss. And the one who took on the arduous task of translation was Yin Yin. With the initial construction of the dimensional defense network, the space-time structure around Earth became stable, and this stability seemed to amplify Yin Yin's spiritual talent. She was no longer just passively receiving information, but could engage in some simple conversations under Yi Chen's guidance. They said they were very happy. They are hiding from a devourer. The map they gave us a part of the map. Intermittent messages were relayed to Dr. Albert's team through Yin Yin. This information is not language or text, but a pure dimensional energy encoding. My God! My God! This is the source code of the universe. Dr. Albert's laboratory erupted in cheers of jubilation. They worked day and night, and finally, after several days, successfully deciphered the meaning of a small segment of the code. Commander-in-Chief! We've succeeded, the doctor exclaimed excitedly over the communications, his words almost incoherent. This encoding can distort local dimensions. We can use it to open, close, and even interfere with dimensional channels. This is a landmark breakthrough. This means that humans not only have the address of the door, but also a replica of the key. Everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. The construction of the dimensional arc has entered its final sprint stage, and the dimensional defense network is about to complete its final closed loop. However, on this very night when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Yi Chen was reviewing the final debugging data of the arc in his study when Yin Yin suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. She didn't say anything, but just hugged a rabbit doll tightly, her little face pale. Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately squatted down. Yin, what's wrong? Dad. The girl's voice trembled slightly, a tremor she had never felt before. There is a very, very bad thing watching us. It is coming. The words had barely left his mouth. The piercing alarm instantly tore apart the entire Earth Federation's command network. Warning! High-intensity unknown dimensional intrusion detected. Coordinates, Kuiper Belt, Outer Solar System. The target is rapidly approaching Earth. Yi Chen suddenly stood up and instantly appeared on the bridge of the dimensional arc. Through the enormous holographic porthole, he could see that outside of Earth, the golden energy grid composed of countless ring-shaped structures was instantly illuminated. A silent impact occurred. An invisible and terrifying will, like a heavy hammer from a higher dimension, slammed down on the newly born Great Wall.
The entire dimensional defense network flickered violently, energy readings skyrocketed on the screen, and red warning boxes covered the entire interface. Although the first wave of attack was successfully repelled, the defensive network was not torn apart. But everyone on the bridge could feel that malevolent intent that seemed to penetrate dimensions and send chills down their spines. Those were the pioneers of the dimensional predators. Yi-Chen stood in the center of the bridge, his hands behind his back, calmly watching the golden net of light on the screen fiercely battling the invisible enemy. War arrived prematurely, in a way no one had anticipated. He must pilot the Ark to find the door and the Protoss before the Great Wall is breached. Chapter 105 Dimensional Defense War, Protoss's Aid. On the bridge, the deathly silence was replaced by countless urgent alarm sounds. On the holographic screen, golden light grids representing the dimensional defense network are locked in a frenzied struggle with an invisible darkness. Points of light appear and disappear on the screen, each flash representing a clash incomprehensible to the lower dimensional world. Report. G7 defense node has lost contact. F3 area energy shield has dropped to 82%. Target locked. Their dimensional coordinates are constantly jumping, and our weapon systems can't keep up. A young weapons officer's hands flew across the control panel, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, before he finally let his arms fall limply to his sides. Their conventional weapons, even the newly deployed dimensional torpedoes, were a joke in the face of enemies capable of freely traversing the crevices between different dimensions. The vanguard of these dimensional predators are not traditional metal warships. They are more like living creatures, monsters composed of pure dimensional energy and distorted spacetime structures. They appear in the three-dimensional universe for a fleeting moment, unleash their attack, and then, just before being locked on, leap to a higher dimension and calmly depart. This is not a war at all, but a one-sided beating. The Earth Federation's proud Great Wall is like a slow giant in front of these ghostly enemies, possessing brute force but unable to even touch the hem of its opponent's clothes. The energy shield value is continuously decreasing. Reports of the defense nodes going offline came one after another. The atmosphere inside the bridge was extremely oppressive. Yi-Chen stood motionless in front of the command console. His gaze swept over the wildly fluctuating data and over the anxious faces of every crew member. Panic is spreading. We must disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Activate the Ark main stabilization field, Yi-Chen said calmly. Commander-in-Chief? The adjutant beside him was taken aback. The main stabilization field consumes a massive amount of energy, and our Ark hasn't even completed the final energy circuit test yet. Execute the order. Yi-Chen didn't turn around. Yes. At his command, an invisible force field instantly spread out from the dimensional Arkansas. This was neither a shield nor a weapon, but a domineering force that forcibly flattened the curvature of local spacetime. Like an invisible net, it was cast across that chaotic battlefield. The effects are immediate. On the holographic screen, several red dots that were originally flashing at high speed seemed to be pulled out of the void by an invisible hand and suddenly frozen in the three-dimensional universe. Their bizarre form, existing somewhere between life and energy, was clearly exposed to everyone for the first time. Target locked, the weapons officer shouted with a hint of elation. Fire! Wipe them out of the universe! Dozens of high-energy beams instantly ripped through the dark universe, precisely striking the Predator warships that were frozen in place. Violent explosions erupted in the silent space, like dazzling fireworks. Suppressed cheers erupted from the bridge. However, Yi-Chen's heart did not relax in the slightest. He noticed that those destroyed were only small reconnaissance units. The real main force, the much larger Predator warships, did not panic when locked onto by the stabilizing field. Instead, they made a completely unexpected move. They voluntarily stopped dimensional travel. Warning! Multiple high-energy reactions detected. The target energy core is operating at overload. What are they doing? Are they committing suicide? No. Their energy pattern, they're actively detonating the dimensional core. Dr. Albert's image appeared on the main screen, with the equally chaotic laboratory in the background. They're using their own bodies as bombs, trying to forcefully destroy the defense network from the outside with the most primitive dimensional energy shockwave. What a crazy yet highly effective tactic. To sacrifice a few warships in exchange for the collapse of the entire defense system. Is this how higher dimensional civilizations wage war? Cold-blooded, ruthless, and calculating everything to the extreme. Yi-Chen's plan was instantly exploited by the other party, becoming a catalyst that accelerated his defeat. A tremendous sense of crisis enveloped the entire bridge. Just then, a cool sensation crossed space and flowed directly into Yi Chen's mind. It's Nian Nian. That thought was not language, but an incredibly complex yet instantly comprehensible diagram of energy flow. It revealed an unbelievable possibility, transforming the defensive mode of the Great Wall into an absorption mode. Absorb the energy from the enemy's attack, and then return it to them exactly as they were. This is the wisdom of the Protoss. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen immediately connected with Albert's communication. Doctor! Heed my command. Immediately modify the energy circuitry of the dimensional defense network. Reverse the energy flow of all defensive nodes and turn them from shield generators into energy absorbers. I'll send you the new dimensional resonant frequency right away. Execute it immediately. Dr. Albert was stunned as he looked at the dimensional code that Yi Chen had sent, which was shimmering with the light of wisdom. Reverse. Absorb. My God. My God. Is this even possible? This is turning the entire Great Wall into a battery. It's insane. It's amazing. The doctor's ecstasy lasted only a second before he turned around and roared at the research team behind him. Did you all hear that? Move. Everyone. We only have less than 30 seconds. The most outstanding scientists in the entire Earth Federation unleashed astonishing potential at this moment. Lines of instructions were input, and programs were rewritten. On the Earth's periphery, the enormous golden energy network began to undergo a strange transformation. It was no longer a solid barrier, but had become a soft and profound vortex. Almost at the same time that the renovation was completed, those Predator warships exploded with a deafening roar. An indescribable dimensional energy shockwave, like a cosmic tsunami, swept in. It didn't hit the wall. Instead, it was swallowed. The entire dimensional defense network was instantly expanded by this violent energy, and the golden light turned into a blinding white light, like a supernova about to explode. On the bridge of the Ark ship, all energy readings were off the charts, and the alarms were so shrill they almost pierced eardrums. Energy absorption, 97%, 98%, 99%. Circuit overload. Critical point imminent. Yi Chen stared at the pure white sphere of light in the center of the screen and gave the final command. Release. In an instant, dozens of beams of light, even more dazzling than those from the core of a star, shot out from the surface of that enormous white sphere of light. They did not spread out at all, precisely locking onto all remaining Predator warships on the battlefield. Those ghosts that were just toying with the Earth fleet were as fragile as paper in the face of these beams of light that contained the energy of their companions' self-destruction. The beam of light passed through without causing an explosion or flames. The Predator warship that was hit simply disintegrated and annihilated silently, completely erased from this dimension. The whole process took only a few seconds. When the last beam of light dissipated, the Kuiper belt returned to its deathly silence. The alarms on the bridge had stopped some time earlier, and everyone held their breath, staring at the empty holographic screen. Did we win? Did we win? After a brief silence, thunderous cheers nearly lifted the roof off the Ark. People hugged, cried, and vented their joy at surviving the ordeal. Yi Chen didn't move. He simply gazed silently at the starry sky, the resentful and bitter will that had lingered when the Predator vanguard retreated still echoing in the dimension. This is just the beginning. Just then, Yi Nian's voice rang in his heart, carrying a hint of joy. Dad, they are thanking us. They said we proved our courage and wisdom. They are willing to give us the key. The words had barely left his mouth. On the command platform in front of Yi Chen, a small area of space began to distort, and light converged. A rhomboid crystal, composed of pure dimensional energy and with an ever-changing internal structure, appeared out of thin air and floated there silently. It radiates a soft light, as if holding the possibility of countless worlds. This is the key given by the Protoss. Chapter 106 Dimensional Leap, The Rebirth of Civilization. The cheers gradually subsided, but the lingering euphoria still echoed in every corner of the Ark. Yi Chen did not participate in the celebration. His entire attention was focused on the rhomboid crystal on the control panel, whose internal structure was constantly changing. Key. The Protoss's gift is also a ticket to the unknown. Doctor, analyze its structure. Coordinates received, final route calibration underway. The doctor's voice trembled slightly, the lingering echo of extreme excitement. We're really going to that place. Yi Chen did not answer. He issued the order. Full fleet, prepare for jump. Target, Protoss coordinates, dimensional gate. The massive dimensional arc turned around amidst the wreckage of the Kuiper belt, and the golden energy patterns on its surface lit up once more brilliantly than ever before. This time, it's not for defense. Rather, it was for a new life. The warp portal opened ahead of the fleet, deep and dark. The dimensional arc was the first to enter and then disappeared into three-dimensional space. The transition process is so brief that it is almost imperceptible. When the arc once again emerged from the spatial folds, everyone on the bridge was captivated by the sight before them. There are no stars, no planets. There was only pure darkness. At the center of this darkness is a vortex so enormous that it cannot be measured by any known unit. It is composed of pure, visible dimensional energy, rotating slowly and steadily. The edge of the vortex is a deep purple, and the color becomes more brilliant towards the center, from azure to crimson gold, eventually converging into a pure white singularity. Indescribable energy fluctuations, like silent giant waves, washed over the shields of every warship and the souls of every individual. This is the gateway to dimensions. The ultimate entrance connecting countless higher dimensional spaces. My God, a young bridge officer muttered absent-mindedly, so this is what the universe is like. Yi Chen was also awestruck by the magnificent sight. Before this door, the entire Earth fleet, and even the entire solar system, appeared disproportionately small. Dad, it is calling for the key. Yi Niannian's voice echoed in his heart. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze, took a step forward, reached out, and gently touched the floating rhomboid crystal. Go! As if understanding his command, the crystal transformed into a stream of light, broke free from the control panel, and shot straight towards the enormous energy vortex. The moment the key touched the edge of the vortex, the entire universe stood still. The massive, wildly spinning vortex suddenly stopped. Immediately afterward, starting from the point where the key merged, a soft white light rapidly spread out, and the chaotic energy inside the vortex began to become orderly and stable. Inside the enormous vortex, bizarre and fantastical scenes began to appear. Countless worlds composed of light and shadow are born, die, and flow within them. In some worlds, enormous geometric shapes float and combine slowly in endless space. In some worlds, rivers flow from pure musical notes. There are other worlds that seem to exist only in a concept, beyond the reach of sight. The door is open. We can go in. A new era for humanity. A senior staff officer looked at Yi Chen excitedly, his words representing the sentiments of everyone on the bridge. Commander, give the order. Let's enter the new world. Everyone's face was filled with fervor and anticipation. However, Yi Chen shook his head. No. Those two words were like ice water poured over a person's head, instantly silencing the entire bridge. The staff officer was stunned. Why? Commander, this is the opportunity we've been dreaming of. We know nothing about the world beyond the door. Yi Chen's reply was calm and firm. Higher dimensions may pose a fatal risk to lower dimensional life. To rashly enter without understanding the rules is not exploration, but suicide. Unconventional approach. Everyone thought he would lead humanity toward a new beginning without hesitation. But he chose the safest, and also the most difficult, path. Our courage is not for recklessness. Yi Chen looked around. Doctor, activate the messenger probe 1. Understood. The doctor immediately understood Yi Chen's intention. An unmanned probe, constructed from the most advanced special materials of the Earth Federation, was ejected from the hangar of the Ark. Its shape was unusual, not a traditional streamlined shape, but an ever-changing polyhedron to adapt to different possible physical rules. Messenger number 1, carrying the hopes of human civilization, slowly flew toward that open dimensional gate. On the main screen of the bridge, the view switched to the first-person perspective transmitted back by the probe. When Messenger 1 passed through the thin membrane of that world of light and shadow, everyone held their breath. The image did not disappear. Instead, it became incomprehensible. The probe seemed to have entered a world composed of abstract paintings. Space was no longer three-dimensional, and time lost its linear meaning. It saw countless forms of life. A mass of energy, composed of joy and sorrow, is chasing and playing with each other. A stream of consciousness composed of countless mathematical formulas meanders through space, causing subtle changes in physical constants wherever it goes. The detector even detected a pure concept of existence itself, which had no form and no consciousness, but was a kind of life. These are all lives? Our definition of life is too narrow. The scientists on the bridge were stunned, their worldviews being ruthlessly crushed and reshaped. Just then, the screen suddenly started shaking violently. The alarm sounded. High energy reaction detected. Approaching. At the edge of the probe's field of view, a space had been eaten away. Yes, gnawing. It's like a piece of paper being bitten off out of thin air, revealing the empty background behind it. Several distorted, indescribable shadows appeared at the gaping hole in the space. They moved and prayed in a way that Yi Chen had never seen before in the higher dimension. They are not physical entities, but rather a kind of phenomenon. A phenomenon of erasure. Dimensional predators. Their true form in higher dimensions. With almost no resistance, the Messenger 1 signal was cut off in an instant, and the main screen turned into static. The bridge was deathly silent. The group, who had just been full of fantasies about the new world, now felt a chill rise up their spines. In the oppressive silence, Yin Yan's voice rang out again, tinged with seriousness. Dad, I have had a deeper interaction with the Protoss. They say they are not a single civilization. They are a dimensional alliance composed of multiple high-dimensional civilizations, with the common goal of fighting against the dimensional predators. Dimensional alliance. This word made Yi Chen's heart skip a beat. It turns out that the Protoss are just one of the alliance. Human civilization, from beginning to end, has only ever been fighting against the vanguard of a massive war machine. After a tremendous sense of powerlessness comes an even stronger fighting spirit. Merely a protected member of the Dimensional Alliance? Eagerly surviving under their wings? No. Human civilization has come this far not because of the charity of others. We want to be an indispensable part of the Dimensional Alliance. Even, become a leader. Once this crazy idea took hold, it took root in Yi Chen's heart. The moment he made the decision, the familiar system panel unfolded before him. Dimensional Gate Quest Phase 1, Initial Exploration, 100% complete. Reward, unlocks Dimensional Technology Tree Intermediate in the System Shop. New Main Quest, the Trial of the Dimensional Alliance. The light flashed, and the last line of the mission description was clearly imprinted on the screen. Mission description: to join the Dimensional Alliance, human civilization must pass a series of severe tests. Please lead humanity to prove the value and power of human civilization. Chapter 107: The Trial of the Dimensional Alliance, the Value of Civilization. The glaring static on the main screen and the deathly silence inside the bridge created an eerie harmony. Yi Chen could still hear the desperate cry of Messenger Number 1 before its signal was cut off. It was the last data stream emitted by artificial intelligence as it was swallowed by the concept of erasure. His heart was still pounding at the mention of the term Dimensional Alliance. Humans are not alone. But it is by no means safe. He did not dwell on his emotions, but immediately turned to face the highest-ranking communications officer on the bridge. Connect to the Earth Federation Supreme Council, all A-level authorized members, for an emergency meeting. Now. His commands were devoid of emotion, yet contained an undeniable power. A few minutes later, faces some dignified, some refined, some sharp appeared in holographic projection on the circular conference table on the bridge. They were the helmsmen of human civilization. Yi Chen didn't waste a single second of small talk. He made public the last images transmitted back by Messenger 1 and all the information about the Dimensional Alliance and Dimensional Predators relayed by Yin Yan. When the footage of that space being eaten away was played, even these seasoned committee members couldn't help but hold their breath. When the concepts of Dimensional Alliance and Dimensional Predators were introduced, the entire venue erupted in unprecedented commotion. This is war. A war we can't even comprehend, a white-haired strategic advisor murmured to himself, his scholarly demeanor vanishing in the face of absolute unknown. Our fleet is probably not even dust in the face of the Dimensional Predators. A military commander's assessment was cold and realistic. Yi Chen then announced the tasks issued by the system. The test for the Dimensional Alliance. These few words completely ignited the already boiling atmosphere in the meeting room. Join them? General Yi Chen, are you sure we have the right to choose? A sharp voice rang out, from the chief representative of the Federal Economic Council, a man known for his conservatism and shrewdness. This is not a choice. This is an invitation for us to become cannon fodder in a higher-level war. Higher dimensions are full of risks we cannot even imagine. Dimensional predators can wipe out our probes, our fleet, and even our solar system. His words were immediately echoed by many others. He's right. We don't even understand our own world well enough, so why rush into getting involved in this battle of the gods?
We should close the dimensional gates immediately. Completely seal them off and focus on developing our own technology until we are strong enough to defend ourselves. A sense of panic and retreat quickly spread among the committee members. Differences within human civilization were instantly intensified under immense survival pressure. Yi Chen listened quietly. He had anticipated this reaction. Fear of the unknown is an instinct of all intelligent life. Just then, a clear and firm female voice rang out, drowning out all the noise. So, your choice is to bury your heads in the sand and pray that danger won't come? Lu Yanran's holographic image stood up. She looked around sharply. Fellow countrymen, when have we ever truly been safe? On Earth, we worried about asteroid impacts. Beyond Earth, we faced the threat of the Trisolaran civilization. Now, we see a vaster universe and an even more terrifying enemy. Is retreating useful? She paused, then said, word by word, the very existence of dimensional predators is our greatest threat. We can't be sure when they'll discover our low-dimensional pasture. Should we wait until they arrive before we start fighting back? Joining the Dimensional Alliance and passing their tests is our only way out. It's not just about gaining protection, but also about gaining knowledge, power, and the right to truly control our own destiny. I firmly support Yi Chen's decision. The future of human civilization lies not in hiding, but in exploration and progress. Lu Yanran's words were forceful and left the committee members who advocated retreating speechless for a moment. Yi Chen gave Lu Yanran a grateful look, and then he turned to face everyone again. I understand your concerns. So, before making a final decision, I need to know what exactly this test is. The meeting was adjourned temporarily, giving everyone time to calm down and think things through. Yi Chen came to Yi Niannian's side. The little girl was sitting quietly with her eyes slightly closed, as if listening to whispers from a distant time and space. Nian, can you help Daddy communicate with the Protoss one more time? I want to know the specifics of the test. Mum. Yi Nian nodded obediently. Her mental world expanded once again, transcending dimensional barriers and connecting with that vast collective consciousness. This exchange was clearer and more in depth than before. A massive flow of information flooded into Yi Nian's consciousness, and through her understanding, it was transformed into language that Yi Chen could comprehend. Dad, they said trials are not battles. Yi Chen was taken aback. They say that pure power is the cheapest thing in the universe. The value of a civilization lies not in how much it can destroy, but in how much it can create. The test is a comprehensive assessment of a civilization's wisdom, morality, and contribution to the diversity of the universe. This answer was completely beyond Yi Chen's expectations. He had expected it to be a brutal battle, a test of strength. So, what is the first test? Yi Nian's brows furrowed slightly, as if she was trying to understand a very complex concept. The first test is to help a civilization. A low-dimensional civilization called Gliese. They are on the verge of extinction. Their planet's energy is dwindling, and their social order is on the verge of collapse. The Dimensional Alliance has been observing them for thousands of years, but the Alliance's laws do not allow them to directly interfere in the internal affairs of lower-dimensional civilizations. Yi Chen immediately realized energy depletion? Is it a technical problem? We can provide controlled nuclear fusion technology, or even antimatter energy technology. No. Yi Nian shook her head, her little face full of confusion. The Protoss say this is not a technical issue. The Gliese civilization had long mastered the technology for efficient energy utilization. Their crisis stemmed from greed. A small elite class monopolizes the vast majority of energy and resources, leading to extreme social inequality. The lower classes struggle in despair, and the vitality of the entire civilization is being exhausted by internal consumption. It's not that they lack energy, but that energy cannot flow to where it is needed. Yi Chen was completely stunned. What kind of test is this? How to resolve the social conflicts and resource allocation problems of an alien civilization? This is simply absurd. He subconsciously looked at Dr. Albert, the top scientist who had also heard Yi Nian's retelling and had the same astonished expression on his face. General, this has gone beyond the scope of physics. The others on the bridge exchanged bewildered glances. They had prepared for an interstellar war, but their mission was to act as civilization mediators? Yi Chen fell silent. He suddenly understood the profound meaning of the Dimensional Alliance. A civilization that only knows how to solve problems with a hammer will see everything as a nail. If humanity only knows how to solve problems with force, what is the fundamental difference between it and dimensional predators? What the Alliance wants to see is the software of human civilization, not the hardware.
A crazy and audacious plan took shape in his mind. He reconvened his core team. Dr. Albert, the research team is on standby to analyze the physical parameters and energy structure of the Gliese civilization, but is prohibited from providing any technical solutions.
Yes, General. Although I don't understand at all. Albert shrugged. Yi Chen's subsequent order surprised everyone. Immediately assemble a special advisory group. Its members should not be scientists, engineers, or soldiers. I want the world's top sociologists, psychologists, economists, and historians. Their mission is to enter the Gliese civilization and help them resolve their social crisis from within. The order caused an uproar. Using sociologists to win the first battle in interstellar warfare? This sounds like a joke. But Yi Chen's expression was extremely serious. Nian Nian will serve as our translator and censor, he said, looking at his daughter. She will be able to sense the fluctuations in the collective consciousness of that civilization, helping our advisory team understand their culture and needs, and preventing us from doing more harm than good. Under Yi Chen's strong promotion, this unusual team composed of liberal arts students quickly assembled. They projected their consciousness into the society of the Gliese civilization using a special technology provided by the Dimensional Alliance, posing as one of them. The process went surprisingly smoothly. Under Yi Nianyan's precise emotional guidance, the advisory team quickly grasped the core of the contradictions in the Gliese civilization. Instead of forcibly instilling human values, they acted as guides, explaining concepts such as sustainable development, social contract, and resource equity to the reformist leaders of the Gliese. These sparks of thought ignited the flames of self-salvation for the Gliese civilization. A profound social transformation unfolded in a relatively peaceful manner. The old monopolies were broken, and a new distribution system was established. When energy began to flow fairly throughout society, the dying civilization was revitalized. Months later, when Yi Chen received feedback that the mission was successful, the entire Earth Federation's top leadership was shaken. They saved a civilization with wisdom, not force. This achievement has received unprecedented high praise from the Dimensional Alliance. While the advisory group was working, Dr. Albert's team also made an unexpected discovery. They observed that when the social conflicts of the Gliese civilization eased and the collective consciousness of the entire civilization changed from chaos to harmony, the efficiency of the background energy utilization in their dimensional space increased by several orders of magnitude out of thin air. General, we've discovered something. A completely new way to utilize dimensional energy. Albert reported excitedly. The efficiency of energy utilization seems to be related to the harmony of consciousness of intelligent life within this dimension. This is a whole new field. This discovery has illuminated an unexpected branch in humanity's technological development. The joy of victory and the new discoveries immersed the entire fleet in an optimistic atmosphere. Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief he had passed the first test. At that very moment, the system panel in front of him lit up again without warning. The first phase of the Dimensional Alliance's test is complete. Rewards being processed. The Dimensional Alliance presents you with a second test. A flash of light appeared, and a new mission description emerged, each word carrying a chilling aura. Challenge task: explore the death dimension rotting throat, which has been corrupted by the dimensional predators, and retrieve a special dimensional seed from its core. The relaxed atmosphere inside the bridge just moments before instantly froze. The Throat of Decay. A place whose very name sends chills down your spine. Chapter 108: The Dimension of Death, Seeds of Hope. The Throat of Decay. As Yi Chen silently recited the name, a sense of malice emanating from another dimension seemed to penetrate the screen and climb up his spine along his nerves. Inside the bridge, the jubilant atmosphere that had just risen due to victory was instantly drained, leaving only a deathly silence. Everyone froze, as if frozen by an invisible frost. Dimensional Alliance, are they sending us to our deaths? Dr. Albert murmured in a daze, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on his face, which was always full of curiosity. The rotting throat, in the Dimensional Alliance's publicly available database, is a forbidden zone marked extremely dangerous. It was once a coordinate, now, it's a grave. The remains left after being thoroughly devoured, digested, and excreted by the dimensional predators. There are no stable physical laws there, no spacetime routes for navigation, only chaotic, distorted, and broken dimensional fragments, and the hungry will of predators wandering among the fragments. Yi Chen did not answer Albert. His instructions have been given.
The Dimensional Ark, the ship carrying humanity's most advanced technology, changed course.
Its bow was no longer pointed towards the way home, but rather towards the dark void that symbolized end and destruction.
General, a helmsman's voice trembled. We really have to go?
Execute the command.
Yi Chen's answer was brief and calm, without the slightest ripple. This calm was more soothing than any rousing slogan. The commotion on the bridge gradually subsided, and everyone returned to their posts, their fingers flying across the control panels, though their tense bodies betrayed their inner unease. The engines of the Dimensional Ark emitted a deep roar, and countless intricate golden patterns began to emerge on the silver armor of the hull. That was the sign that the dimensional engine was operating at full power. The next second, an invisible force tore a rift in the space in front of the ship. Beyond the rift lay no longer the vast universe, but a chaotic scene beyond description. Broken stars, fragmented light, frozen time, everything was like shattered glass, pieced together in an illogical way. The thick darkness, like a living creature, slowly writhed in the gaps between the fragments.
This is the entrance to the rotten throat. Leap preparation complete. Leap.
Following Yi Chen's command, the Dimensional Ark transformed into a streak of light and plunged headlong into that distorted, dark world.
Boom.
The moment it entered, the entire ship groaned under the strain. The lights on the bridge flickered wildly, and alarms blared incessantly.
Warning. Space-time curvature anomaly. Structural stability has dropped to 70%. Warning.
High-intensity psychological pollution detected. It is eroding the ship's protective force field. My God, what kind of place is this? A young crew member cried out in anguish, clutching his head.
I see my home burning. Stay calm. It's an illusion.
Lu Yanran shouted sharply, while quickly activating the life support system to inject a high concentration of mental stabilizer into the cabin. But the effect was minimal. That kind of mental pollution is pervasive. It's not like an ordinary mental attack, but more like an environment itself. Just like feeling the water pressure in the deep sea, here, every intelligent life is enduring the crushing force of the residual will of the dimensional predator. It was a pure, instinctive malice. Devour, destroy, end.
Dad. Yi Nyan's face was deathly pale.
She gripped Yi Chen's clothes tightly, her body trembling slightly.
I feel so uncomfortable.
Her powerful spiritual perception became a torment here. She could hear the voices of this dimension more clearly than anyone else. Those were the silent cries of billions of living beings before they were swallowed up. It is the mark of despair left behind when an entire civilization is heading towards its demise. Even more terrifying, she felt her mental energy being constantly devoured by something invisible. The predator's consciousness was like a giant net spanning the entire dimension, and any mental energy that tried to explore it would be treated as food delivered to its doorstep. Yi Chen held his daughter's shoulders and gently pulled her into his arms. He could feel his daughter's pain and fear.
Direct confrontation?
No, that plays right into the predator's hands.
In its stomach, any form of energy struggle will ultimately become nourishment for it.
Yi Chen closed his eyes. At this moment, the king's cells within his body began to vibrate at a unique frequency.
That's neither the frequency of confrontation nor the frequency of defense.
Rather, it is a frequency of assimilation.
A frequency of declaring I am a predator too.
Buzz. An invisible wave emanated from Yi Chen and rapidly spread outwards, enveloping the core members of the entire dimensional exploration team. Within this area affected by the fluctuations, the omnipresent malice and mental pressure seemed to be isolated. The sailor who had been wailing and clutching his head gradually calmed down. He stared blankly at his hands, and the hallucination disappeared. Yi Nyan also felt a lightness on her body, and the feeling of being devoured was gone. She looked at her father in surprise and found that her father seemed to be shrouded in an invisible royal domain. We are safe in my spiritual sanctuary for now, Yi Chen explained to everyone as he opened his eyes.
Don't try to analyze or resist the environment here, treat it as background noise. That's his unconventional approach.
They neither fought nor fled, but instead feigned resistance. The best way to navigate a pride of lions is not to become a fiercer tiger, but to smell like a lion. Under the protection of the spiritual sanctuary, the Dimensional Ark finally stabilized and began its arduous voyage through this shattered dimension. They carefully avoided the distorted spacetime faults and energy turbulence, advancing towards the core area indicated by the mission.
The sights along the way silenced everyone. They saw the ruins of a colossal city suspended in mid-air.
The city's architecture was filled with unimaginable geometric aesthetics. Even in its broken walls and ruins, it exuded a grandeur far surpassing human civilization. They saw massive ship skeletons, as large as mountains, twisted into pretzel shapes, floating silently in the darkness, as if telling the story of a war that was beyond saving. This place was once an incredibly prosperous high-dimensional civilization. Now, only rotten bones remain. General, I've found something here. Lu Yanran's voice broke the silence. While analyzing the energy signals of a ruin, she unexpectedly detected an object protected by a powerful energy shield. After some effort, they teleported the object to the bridge. It was a silver, multifaceted object engraved with countless runes. When Lu Yanran's hand touched it, the polyhedron emitted a soft light, and a stream of information flowed directly into her mind. A moment later, Lu Yanran, with a hint of shock, reported to Yi Chen. General, this is the last record left by that civilization. The record mentions a dimensional seed. It is the last hope that this civilization created with all its might before it was completely devoured by its prey. It is neither matter nor energy. Lu Yanran's breathing became rapid. It is a dimensional consciousness that carries all the core information, history, culture and life blueprint of their civilization. If we put it into a new, suitable dimension, it can take root and sprout like a seed, and in that dimension, their civilization will re-evolve. These words silenced the entire bridge once again. Everyone was deeply moved by the tragic grandeur and magnificence of this civilization. They were not fleeing, they were continuing their civilization in a way that transcended life and death. Is there a location for the seed in the records? Yi Chen's voice pulled everyone back to reality from their shock. Yes. Lu Yanran nodded emphatically. It's in the core of this dimension, in a place they call the final sanctuary. With a clear objective, the dimension arc's travel speed increased. Several hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. The core of dimensions. There are no chaotic fragments here, but an absolute void. In the center of this void, a colossal, transparent crystal composed of pure dimensional energy floats silently. Inside the crystal, a tiny point of light, emitting a faint seven-colored glow, was pulsating quietly. That is the dimensional seed. Everyone held their breath. Hope is just around the corner. However, the next second, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They saw that around the enormous crystal were countless tentacles of consciousness composed of pure malice and darkness. Those tentacles, like the most greedy venomous snakes, were densely packed and layered, completely enveloping the entire crystal. The consciousness of the dimensional predators has already enveloped this place. They seem unable to break through the final seal left by that civilization, but they are patiently waiting for the moment when the seal's energy is exhausted. We can't wait any longer. Yi Chen made a decisive decision. Albert, immediately analyze the dimensional energy code of the crystal seal and prepare to forcibly open it. Yes, General. Dr. Albert immediately threw himself into the intense calculations. Time became incredibly precious at this moment. They had to get the seeds and escape before the predators noticed them, these little insects. The data on the console scrolled rapidly, and the cracking progress bar moved forward little by little. 80%. 90%. 99%. Encoding parsing complete. We can force it to start. Dr. Albert shouted excitedly. Yi Chen was about to give the order. Etc. Yi Niannian suddenly let out a sharp warning. Her small hands gripped Yi Chen's arm tightly, her whole body trembling, and her face was filled with unprecedented terror. Dad, hurry up. It's awake. Almost simultaneously, the entire dimension of the rotten throat shuddered violently. An indescribable, terrifying will, with an aura of supreme dominance, awakened from the deepest part of the dimension, instantly locking onto the dimensional arc, this insignificant ant. That's not the typical predator consciousness. That is the king. It is the sole ruler of this dimension of death. The Lord of Dimensions among predators. Chapter 109 Lord of Dimensions, Will of Civilization. Boom. That was not a sound, but a terrifying shock that acted directly on the soul. The moment Yi Niannian issued the warning, the entire rotten throat dimension froze. Time, space, energy, everything seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. The alarm system of the dimensional arc didn't even make a sound. All the light screens went dark instantly, and the energy system was completely suppressed by an irresistible force. Silence. A deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, behind the enormous crystal of the final sanctuary, in the deepest void of the dimension, a pure darkness began to emerge.
It is expanding. It expanded wildly.
It has no fixed form, it is merely a constantly churning, twisting, and converging mass of dark energy. But everyone who sees it will involuntarily conjure up a certain concept in their mind.
King. A monarch who reigns over billions of dimensions and feeds on civilization.
Lord of Dimensions. Its appearance made the originally ferocious and terrifying tentacles of consciousness around it become docile, like subjects paying homage to their emperor. That terrifying, all-powerful will, like billions of tons of seawater, instantly crushed the dimensional ark's psionic shield and directly overwhelmed the hearts of everyone on the bridge.
Thump.
Some crew members couldn't withstand the pressure, their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground, their consciousness going blank. Even elites like Lu Yenran and Dr. Albert felt their thoughts almost stop and their souls tremble uncontrollably. Fear originates from the deepest fear of life's instincts. Dajin Yanyan's face was as pale as paper, but she still clung tightly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the only one who could still stand up straight. That terrifying will, as vast as a mountain and as deep as the sea, was blocked by an invisible barrier before him. Golden light emanated from his body. The king's cells are operating at full speed. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, forming a dazzling barrier on his body, stubbornly resisting the all-consuming dark energy. He knew that this was not just about protecting the dimensional ark.
This is the final showdown between human civilization and the dimensional predators. Lu Yenran.
Yi Chen's voice boomed like thunder in the deathly silence of the bridge. Continue to activate the seal.
Don't stop.
Lu Yenran shuddered, breaking free from the terrifying pressure and regaining a sliver of clarity. She glanced at Yi Chen, who was enveloped in golden light, and then at the stalled progress on the screen.
Yes.
She bit her tongue, and the intense pain brought her brain back to function.
Attention all teams. Stream all backup power into the main control unit.
Maintain Dr. Albert's calculations at all costs.
Break the seal. This is our only hope.
Under Lu Yenran's command, the backup power was forcibly mobilized, the dim screen lit up again, and Dr. Albert's pale fingers flew across the control panel once more. They had to race against time. However, to everyone's surprise, the Lord of Dimensions did not immediately launch an attack on Yi Chen, this ant who dared to resist.
Its vast and boundless dark consciousness simply floated silently.
The next second, Yi Chen's body suddenly stiffened. The world before his eyes vanished.
The bridge, Lu Yenran, Yin Yanyan, everything vanished into nothingness.
He found himself standing under a starry sky of the universe.
Beneath my feet lies a blue planet. Earth. It is his hometown.
But then, a scene that made him furious appeared.
Endless darkness surged from the depths of the universe, like ink dripping into clear water, quickly polluting the entire galaxy. Planets lost their luster in the darkness and then silently turned into cosmic dust. Soon, darkness descended upon the earth. The atmosphere is being torn apart, the oceans are evaporating, and the land is disintegrating.
He saw countless humans wailing in despair, their bodies and souls being ripped away and transformed into the purest energy, which was then swallowed by the boundless darkness. There was no resistance throughout the entire process.
Just like a human crushing an ant, it's simple and taken for granted. Ultimately, Earth followed suit, turning into an insignificant pebble before being completely annihilated. All traces of human civilization's existence have been completely erased. This is not an attack. This is a declaration.
It was the Lord of Dimensions who projected the fates of countless civilizations it had devoured, as well as the impending future of human civilization, directly into Yi Chen's mind. In the final scene of the hallucination, Yi Chen saw Yin Yanyan. She was in a broken corner, hugging her knees, her eyes filled with fear and bewilderment at the world. He also saw Lu Yenran. She stood atop ruins, her face a picture of utter despair, a sense of civilization destroyed, hope extinguished, and deathly ashes.
This is the most vicious form of psychological attack.
It doesn't cause pain, it simply tells you that all your efforts to protect are meaningless. Your ultimate fate was already sealed.
It means destruction. No.
Yi Chen's will was wavering violently.
This is more terrifying than any physical attack.
However, just as his consciousness was about to be swallowed by this sea of despair, he saw his daughter Yin Yanyan's tear-streaked face in a hallucination. She was still looking at herself. That dependence, that trust, pierced through all the illusions of despair.
No.
This is not the future.
This is definitely not the future I want. Get out of here.
A furious roar erupted from the depths of Yi Chen's consciousness.
This is an attempt to destroy his will. An illusion is just an illusion. Boom.
A burst of golden light erupted, and Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The world before him had transformed back into the bridge of the dimensional arc. His back was soaked with cold sweat, but his will was stronger than ever before.
Dad. Yi Nianyan's voice was trembling with tears, but also tinged with surprise.
In the instant Yi Chen was mentally invaded, the golden light of the King's Cell acted like a warm harbor, firmly protecting her and isolating her from the oppressive aura of the Lord of Dimensions. At that very moment, the connection she had with the Protoss became incredibly clear in her mind.
An urgent message, traversing endless dimensions, surged directly into her consciousness. Dad.
My Protoss brothers and sisters say that big guy, it has a weakness.
Yi Nianyan shouted urgently.
It devours everything, but it cannot devour one thing.
It is free will. It is the life energy that possesses free will. Free will.
Yi Chen was deeply shaken. This civilization, destroyed by its prey, named the Seed of Hope Dimensional Seed instead of Dimensional Weapon. They are not trying to destroy the predators, but rather to continue their civilization in their own way.
This in itself is a manifestation of supreme free will.
The reason why the Lord of Dimensions could not break through the seal of the final sanctuary may not be because of insufficient energy, but because the seal itself was formed by the final free will of all the people of that civilization.
It cannot comprehend, much less devour. In an instant, Yi Chen understood everything.
He raised his head, facing the darkness that swallowed the heavens and the earth.
Let's go then.
King Cells, amplify my will to the extreme. He was no longer simply defending, but actively pouring all his spirit and will into the power of the King's Cell. The will to protect my daughter.
The will to continue human civilization.
The will to resist this unjust fate.
All wills converge into one belief. Free.
Buzz. The golden light was no longer a simple barrier, it began to shrink and condense, transforming into a golden beam of light that had been refined to the extreme in front of Yi Chen. At the core of that beam of light was Yi Chen's indomitable free will.
Go!
Yi Chen pointed forward. The golden beam of light tore through the void, like a spear of judgment, shooting straight at the core of the Lord of Dimensions' enormous consciousness.
Roar!
A silent yet resounding roar of pain erupted from the consciousness of the Dimensional Lord. A clear crack appeared on its dark energy body where it was struck by the golden beam. Countless black energies escaped from the cracks, only to be purified by the golden light of will.
It's injured. However, this thoroughly enraged the Dimensional King. An even more terrifying dark energy began to surge.
Ignoring its wounds, its massive consciousness pressed forward, attempting to completely crush and devour Yi Chen along with his will.
At this critical moment. Success. General. The seal has been broken.
With his last ounce of strength, Dr. Albert pressed one last command on the control panel.
Buzz.
The enormous, transparent crystal, the final sanctuary, instantly shone brightly. All the dark consciousness tentacles wrapped around the crystal surface were instantly purified, as if they had encountered their nemesis. At the very core of the crystal, the seed of dimension that had been pulsating for billions of years finally broke free from all its constraints.
A dazzling array of 7 colors burst forth from the crystal, illuminating this eternal void.
It was an energy core that carried all the hopes of a great civilization.
That is the ultimate expression of life and creation. Yi Chen felt that power.
It is the same life force as his free will, but even more magnificent and pure.
Last chance.
Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen stretched out his hand and aimed his burning will at the dazzling dimensional seed.
He's about to make a crazy decision. The power to guide it. With my will as the guide, let us merge with the light of civilization.
As Yi Chen shouted, the 7-colored light emitted by the dimensional seed seemed to be guided, turning into a torrent that surged toward the golden beam of light in front of Yi Chen.
Free will and hope for civilization are perfectly integrated at this moment.
A beam of pure life-light, capable of purifying all darkness in the world, instantly took shape and aimed at the cracked core of the consciousness of the Lord of Dimensions.
Chapter 110 Dimensional Purification, the Sublimation of Civilization.
That pure light of life, which combined free will and hope for civilization, made no sound, yet in an instant became the only thing in this void. It pierced through the darkness and accurately struck the cracked core of the Lord of Dimensions' consciousness.
Roar!
The agonizing screams no longer echoed throughout the dimensions, but were instead contained to their absolute depths. The vast, boundless dark consciousness began to tremble and convulse violently. Its all-consuming instinct seemed so fragile before the light of life. The darkness is melting away. It was not destroyed by violence, but purified and cleansed. The Lord of Dimensions struggled, summoning its remaining dark energy to try and extinguish the light, but all its efforts were in vain. The light of life was its nemesis, the antithesis of its very existence. As the darkness receded, its original form was revealed to Yi Chen for the first time. That was not a single, evil entity. Instead, it is a dimensional aggregate composed of countless fragments of civilization consciousness that has been forcibly distorted and squeezed together. Yi Chen could even see countless faces filled with pain and despair, yet gradually easing under the light of life. Some resembled humans, some were bizarrely shaped, some were pure energy forms. They were all victims alienated and contaminated by the devouring instinct of the dimensional predators. It is not inherently evil. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly remembered someone else. High Priest. And his world tree. How similar they are. Both are seeking a kind of unity. But the unity of the High Priest is the assimilation that suppresses all individuality and emotions, while the unity of the Lord of Dimensions is the devouring that destroys all traces of existence. Both roads lead to the same desolate end. Buzz. 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 Under the continuous purification of the light of life, fragments of civilization consciousness that had been imprisoned for hundreds of millions of years began to be reawakened. They emitted a faint, yet vibrant light. A little. 2 points. Thousands upon thousands, trillions upon trillions. Countless points of light detached from the distorted aggregate, like a reversed meteor shower, returning to their original dimensions with relief and gratitude. The entire desolate battlefield was illuminated by this magnificent sight. The order of the universe is repairing itself in a wondrous way. Dr. Albert and everyone inside the dimensional arc were stunned. They had expected a cataclysmic final explosion, but instead, it turned out to be a quiet and sacred purification. The core of the Lord of Dimensions is shrinking rapidly. Its dark energy has been almost completely purified, leaving only the most primordial core of consciousness and fragments of memories that cannot return to their homeland and are completely shattered. If Yi Chen wanted to, he could easily erase it completely. But he didn't. An idea popped into his mind. Destruction is not the only answer. Yi Chen stretched out his hand, and the pure light of life softened. He did not choose to destroy the Lord of Dimensions, but made a decision that no one could understand. He began to reinvent it. With the creative power of the King's Cell, with free will as the framework, and with the pure light of life as the adhesive. The core of consciousness that once represented destruction began to be transformed into a completely new form under his will. A huge, multifaceted crystal that emits a soft white light and is composed of countless radiant runes. It is no longer a threat, but a dimensional library that carries the memories of all civilizations in the Dimensional Alliance and the last traces of those civilizations that were swallowed up. It will remain here forever, serving as a warning to those who come after, and providing endless knowledge and lessons for future explorers of dimensions. After doing all this, Yi Chen withdrew his power. He carried the still brilliant seed of dimension and turned back to the dimensional arc. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, everyone stood up. There were no cheers, only the highest respect. The Protoss elders bowed deeply to Yi Chen via communication. General Yi Chen, your wisdom and benevolence transcend our definition of a hero. You not only saved us, but also preserved a precious legacy for this universe. On behalf of the Dimensional Alliance Council, I formally invite human civilization to join the Dimensional Alliance and become a core member of the Alliance, to jointly protect this multiverse. An invitation of the highest caliber. Human civilization will leap to the heavens and become one of the players in the higher dimensional universe. Just then, the familiar system panel popped up in front of Yi Chen. Final stage of the Dimensional Gate Quest, Dimensional Purification, 100% completion. Mission complete. Reward, system privileges are fully solidified. The host receives the unique title, Dimensional Guardian. New main quest has been generated, the source of creation. A stream of information flooded my mind. Yi Chen's authority was no longer temporary, but permanently solidified in his soul. He became a true guardian of dimensions. The new task gave him a jolt. The source of creation. Mission description: the ultimate mystery of the universe lies in the source of creation. It is the origin of all dimensions, all matter, and all life. Having become a guardian of dimensions, you have gained the qualification to explore this ultimate truth. Please explore the source of creation and comprehend the true meaning of the universe. This, perhaps, is his ultimate mission as a dimensional guardian. Yi Chen's gaze passed through the porthole of the dimensional arc and looked at the vast universe composed of countless dimensional light points. The journey of human civilization is not over. Rather, this is just the beginning. Several days later, on Earth, everything returned to calm, as if the cataclysmic crisis had never happened. Yi Chen was watching the stars with his daughter, Yi Nian, in the garden. Little Leaf sat on his lap, her tiny finger pointing to the deep night sky, where several of the brightest stars were navigational markers specially lit up for Earth by the Dimensional Alliance. She rested her little head against Yi Chen's chest and asked a question in her childish voice. Dad, what else is outside the universe? Chapter 111: The Origin of Creation, the Ultimate Mystery of the Universe. Yi Chen held his daughter in his arms, feeling her tiny body temperature, and gazed at the deep starry sky. Beyond this universe lies an even larger universe. It is a place, waiting for us to write our answers. His words were soft, yet they carried a power that could transcend dimensions. Yi Nian nodded as if she understood, buried her little head in her father's arms, and fell asleep peacefully. A few days later, an unprecedented joint meeting, through a quantum communication network with the highest authority, connected the Earth Federation's Supreme Council with the core members of the Dimensional Alliance. The venue was solemn and dignified. Yi Chen stood in the center of the holographic projection. Behind him was a real-time image of the magnificent dimensional library, with countless radiant runes flowing across the multifaceted crystal, exuding a profound sense of knowledge and history. Everyone, the threat from the Lord of Dimensions has been eliminated. It was not destroyed, but gained immortality in a new form. It will become a dimensional library for all civilizations, serving as a warning to the past and illuminating the future. Yi Chen made the results of dimensional purification public. There was no applause, only silent awe. The Protoss elders and representatives of other higher dimensional civilizations in the Alliance felt a profound reverence for Yi Chen's methods, which transcended destruction and conquest. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen changed the subject. But this is not the end. The system has given me a new mission, which is also the ultimate goal shared by all our civilizations. Before his eyes, on the panel that only he could see, the four large characters source of creation radiated golden light. Explore the origin of creation. When Yi Chen uttered those four words, the entire venue fell into absolute silence. Even the ancient monsters of the Dimensional Alliance who had lived for countless eons showed expressions of disbelief. The source of creation, that's a concept that only exists in the oldest myths, the Protoss elder exclaimed. Yes, Yi Chen nodded. It is the origin of all dimensions, all matter, and all life. Finding it and understanding it may be the key to understanding the true meaning of the universe. I hereby announce the official launch of the Origin of Creation Exploration Project. His voice was resolute. The representatives of the Earth Federation trembled with excitement, while the members of the Dimensional Alliance went from initial shock to unprecedented fervor. Yi Chen's leadership is beyond question. The Dimensional Alliance will devote all its resources to assisting General Yi Chen. The Earth Federation is willing to be a pioneer. The resolution was passed instantly. A brand new plan has been put on the agenda. A new flagship, surpassing the dimensional arc, will be constructed. It will integrate the creativity of human civilization with the cutting-edge technology of the Dimensional Alliance, and its name has been decided. The Arc of Creation. After the meeting, Yi Chen returned to his private laboratory. He brought up the system's online store. With the Dimension Guardian privileges now in place, the entire store has unlocked brand new content. A golden tech tree icon appears at the very top. Genesis Tech Tree Beginner. Redeemable items, theory of the application of the origin of the universe's energy, analysis of the ultimate conjecture of superstring theory, multiverse structure model. Each of these features is enough to drive any top civilization mad. Without hesitation, Yi Chen used the massive amount of points he earned from completing tasks to directly redeem all the beginner-level projects. A massive flow of information instantly flooded his brain, where it was perfectly absorbed and analyzed by the king's cells. Within seconds, his understanding of the universe was once again elevated to an unbelievable level. Meanwhile, a team led by Dr. Albert, which brings together the Alliance's top scientists, has moved into the Dimension Library. They devoted themselves to studying the sealed memories of ancient civilizations. A week later, Dr. Albert sent an urgent message.
General, we've made a major discovery.
In the holographic projection, Dr. Albert's face was filled with excitement and exhaustion. We discovered a legend about the source of creation in the fragments of memory from a long-extinct stargazer civilization. Legend has it that the source of creation is not a vague concept, it truly exists and is located at the very center of our multiverse. That is the intersection of all dimensions, the beginning of time, and the singularity of space.
This discovery sent the entire Origin of Creation Exploration Project Command Center into a frenzy. The target location has been identified. We can set a course now.
The construction of the Genesis Ark can be accelerated 3 months. No, we can complete the initial warp drive within a month, a human general shouted excitedly.
Everyone looked at Yi Chen, waiting for him to give the order to depart.
However, Yi Chen slowly shook his head.
No. We're not going yet.
One word froze the clamor in the entire command center.
Everyone was stunned. Dr. Albert asked, puzzled, General, why? We've already found the direction. We have a direction. Yi Chen's gaze swept over everyone.
But have you considered what identity we should go as?
Conquerors? Explorers?
Or pilgrims? A starship fully equipped with the most powerful weapons and a group of minds focused solely on unlocking the ultimate mystery cannot truly comprehend the source of creation, but... His words made everyone fall into deep thought. Before we can explore the origins of the universe, we must first improve ourselves.
Yi Chen issued an order that surprised everyone, even the Dimensional Alliance.
We will organize and translate all the knowledge about philosophy, art, culture, and the evolution of life forms in the Dimensional Library and make it available to all people of Earth's civilization without discrimination.
What I need is not a technologically advanced fleet.
But it is a civilization that has truly entered the higher dimensional universe in terms of thought, and will go with me.
This is an unconventional decision.
While everyone thought they should strike while the iron was hot and go straight for the enemy's stronghold, Yi Chen chose to stop and turn back to improve the internal strength of the entire civilization. The order was issued, and the entire civilization of the Earth was shaken. A vast amount of knowledge, connected through a brand new network of spiritual connections, flooded into everyone's minds. From children to the elderly, humanity saw for the first time with such clarity the diversity of the universe and the rise and fall of countless civilizations.
A magnificent intellectual enlightenment movement swept the globe at an unprecedented speed. The spiritual landscape of human civilization is undergoing leaps and bounds, measured in days. Lu Yanran once again demonstrated her astonishing business acumen and execution ability.
She reorganized the massive Qingyan Group into the Genesis Technology Group, abandoning all short-term profits and dedicating all the group's resources to the construction of the Genesis Ark and the logistical support for the entire exploration plan. Her business empire, along with the leaps in human civilization, has completed another epic upgrade.
Time slips away quietly amidst the accumulation of knowledge and the leaps in technology.
Yin Yan's mental connection ability underwent an astonishing transformation under the nourishment of the knowledge ocean of the Dimensional Library. She is no longer just passively perceiving, but can actively extend her consciousness into the depths of the multiverse, which are inaccessible to ordinary people. One evening, she found Yi Chen checking the construction progress of the Genesis Ark.
Dad.
Yin Yan closed her eyes, her little face full of tranquility.
I heard a voice, ancient and warm. It's not in our dimension, nor in the library.
It's singing in a very, very far place. Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he squatted down and gently held his daughter's hand.
What did it sing?
It is welcoming us. It says it has been waiting for a very, very long time. It invites us to the source.
Yi Chen's body jolted violently.
Guardians of the source of creation. An ancient, high-dimensional consciousness called Yuanling extended a formal invitation to human civilization through Yin Yan.
This news brought morale to its peak. Yi Chen's decision proved to be absolutely correct. 3 months later,
the magnificent Genesis Ark floats silently in Earth's synchronous orbit. Its hull shimmers with a soft silver light, blending human minimalist aesthetics with the Protoss's streamlined design, making it a perfect work of art in itself.
Final debugging is nearing completion. In these 3 months, human civilization has also undergone a spiritual transformation, truly gaining the confidence to engage in equal dialogue with higher dimensional civilizations. Everything is ready. Just then,
Yin Yan, who was on the bridge and sensing the flow of arc energy through her own abilities, suddenly opened her eyes, her face turning deathly pale.
Dad.
Her voice trembled with a fear she had never felt before. They're here. So many, so hungry, such evil consciousness, they've awakened. They've also headed for the source. Alarm! The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the bridge of the Genesis Ark. Yi Chen suddenly stood up straight and looked at the main screen. In the center of the vast multiverse star map, around the brilliant point of light representing the source of creation, a large number of densely packed, deep red points of light, representing the highest level of threat, suddenly emerged. Like sharks that have smelled blood, they frantically pounced on the center of the universe from all directions. A technical officer reported in a horrified tone. General. Residual energy signals from a large number of dimensional predators have been detected. The number is incalculable. Target, the center of the universe. Chapter 112 The Ark of Creation, the Ultimate Expedition. Highest priority instruction. Yi Chen's voice clearly echoed throughout the entire bridge amidst the piercing siren of the alarm. Activate the Genesis engine. Target, the center of the universe. Full speed ahead. Yes, General. The operator's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual screen, and a massive stream of commands was instantly injected into the core of Genesis Ark. Outside the magnificent hull, a soft silver light suddenly intensified, transforming into a dazzling streak that shattered the tranquility of the synchronized orbit. The Creation Ark, this colossal ship carrying all the hopes of human civilization, embarked on its destiny-bound expedition the moment it was born, with a resolute attitude. On the main screen, the crimson dots representing the dimensional predators are converging and shrinking at an alarming rate, their target being exactly the same as the Ark. This is a race against time, and even more so, a high-stakes gamble concerning the fate of two civilizations. Report. Spatial distortion has been detected in the shipping lane ahead. A large amount of high-dimensional energy has been detected. It's a predator. Before the words were even finished, the space in front of the Ark rippled outwards like the surface of water after a stone was thrown in, creating strange concentric ripples. Immediately afterwards, one after another, distorted biological warships exuding an ominous aura emerged from the center of the ripples. They had no physical form, appearing as shadows formed from pure malice and hunger. They blocked the way. Fire! Yi Chen's command was given without the slightest hesitation. The cannons on both sides of the Ark lit up instantly, and dozens of energy beams, embodying the highest level of human technology, precisely bombarded the Predator warship at the forefront. However, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The moment those energy beams made contact with the Predator warship, they were directly swallowed up, distorted, and dissipated into nothingness by the strange force field on its surface. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Their bodies do not exist in our physical dimension. A weapons officer's report was tinged with despair. The atmosphere on the entire bridge froze instantly. Just then, a long-lost interface automatically unfolded in Yi Chen's mind. The Genesis technology tree beginner is now activated. A high-dimensional threat, dimensional predator, has been detected. Threat level, extremely high. Based on current civilization reserves and the nature of the threat, we recommend exchanging for Dimensional Annihilation Energy Cannon Basic. This weapon can generate unstable dimensional singularities, directly attacking the Predator's dimensional core. Contribution points required for redemption, 1 million. Without the slightest hesitation. Exchange. Exchange successful. The Dimensional Annihilation Energy Cannon blueprint has been transferred to the Ark main control system. Proceed with modular modification immediately? Dr. Albert. Yi Chen directly connected with the research department's communication system. Did you receive the drawings? My God, it's here. This is a miracle. Dr. Albert's voice was filled with shock and ecstasy. Give me 3 minutes, no, 1 minute. We can install it. 1 minute later. General. The Dimensional Annihilation MIE energy cannon is fully charged. Target locked, fire. A beam of light, completely different from the previous ones, appeared to be a deep black, and shot out from the Ark's main cannon. It made no earth-shattering noise wherever it passed, space even briefly became empty. The black light struck a Predator warship with pinpoint accuracy. There was no explosion, no fire. The enormous biological warship vanished silently from its core upon being touched by the black light. Its existence was completely erased from the dimensional level. One fatal blow. On the bridge, there was a deathly silence at first, then a deafening cheer erupted. Efficient.
Yi Chen did not relax. He keenly observed that after his side displayed lethal weapons, the predators not only did not retreat, but instead changed their formation. They began to make short, irregular dimensional jumps. A predator warship suddenly appeared on the port side of the Ark, emitting a distorted energy wave, and immediately jumped away before the Ark could retaliate. The next second, another warship appeared to the right rear and carried out the same harassment. What are they doing? Aren't they just throwing their lives away? A young helmsman asked, puzzled. Yi Chen's body trembled. Wrong. They are not attacking, they are delaying. These predators are risking their lives to constantly force the Ark to evade and slow its speed. They are waiting. Waiting for the energy fluctuations of the source of creation to be fully exposed, providing their main army with incredibly precise cosmic coordinates. What a cunning commander! Just as Yi Chen was about to give the order to force a breakthrough regardless of the cost, a small hand beside him gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. Dad! Although Yin Yan's face was still pale, her clear eyes shone with an unprecedented light. I can see them. Before they leap, there will be a ripple of consciousness. Yi Chen instantly understood what his daughter meant. Nian, can you predict where they will appear? Yi Nian nodded heavily. Attention all ships. Yi Chen's voice rang out again. From now on, course and fire control will be coordinated by Yi Nian. When the order was given, all the officers on the bridge were stunned. To hand over command of an Ark-carrying human civilization to a child? But their absolute trust in Yi Chen led them to carry out the order immediately. Portside, bearing 374, energy reaction in 3 seconds. Yi Nian's clear voice rang out. The officer in charge of fire control aimed the cannons ahead of time with some skepticism. 3 seconds later, a predator warship appeared at the exact coordinates. Fire! The black dimensional annihilation beam had been waiting for a long time, and instantly swallowed it up. Back row, 721, 2 seconds. The right wing. Thanks to Yi Nian's astonishing prediction, the battle situation was instantly reversed. The predators, who were once elusive and unpredictable, now seemed like targets walking right into the line of fire. Every turn and every shot fired by the Genesis Ark was imbued with a calm foresight. Harassment tactics have completely failed. General. Urgent communication from Dr. Albert. On the screen, Dr. Albert's wrinkled face flushed red with excitement. We succeeded. We succeeded. By analyzing their jump energy trajectories and the consciousness ripple data provided by Miss Nian, we have reverse-engineered their dimensional jump technology. The Ark's engine module has been modified, and we can jump now. Lu Yanran's calm voice then came from the logistics channel. Yi Chen, the Ark energy supply system is stable, and the reactor's overclocked output power has reached 150%, ready to support short-distance dimensional jumps at any time. A surge of heroic spirit rose in Yi Chen's chest. The enemy's most prized advantage has now become their advantage as well. Lock on to that command ship ahead. Yi Chen pointed to the largest and most frequently jumping predator warship on the star map. Prepare for the first dimensional jump. Let's play with it. Yes. On the hull of the Genesis Ark, countless runes lit up, and the space in front of it began to distort. Just as the Ark was about to leap into the dimensional rift, the Predator command ship seemed to sense the danger and recklessly launched another jump. Keep up with it. Yi Chen issued a crazy order. The two giant ships, one after the other, disappeared from the spot almost simultaneously. A violent tremor was felt. When the Ark of Creation detached from the dimensional travel, the scene before them stunned everyone. The anticipated Predator fleet was nowhere to be seen. The command ship that was being pursued has also disappeared. Instead, there was a strange space that could not be described in words. There are no stars, no light or darkness here, only countless twisted and ever-changing geometric color blocks and light bands, which intertwine to form a magnificent, boundless labyrinth. Where are we? What about the predators? There was a blank stare on the bridge. Yi Chen felt the familiar and warm aura in this space, exactly the same as what Yin Yan sensed from the primordial spirit. This is not a trap. This was a test set by the primal spirit, and also a form of protection. It used this method to shake off its pursuers. To reach the source, you must first find your way out of this labyrinth. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to organize the team to start analyzing the maze's structure, Yin Yan, who had been closing her eyes and sensing something, suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her small hand and pointed to a bizarre and twisted node deep within the maze. Dad!
There, I can feel it. It's the aura of Source. No, not entirely, it's like the shadow of Source. Chapter 113 Dimensional Labyrinth, the Test of the Elemental Spirit. The twisted node that Yin 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 pointed to resembled a strange heart pulsating in the deep sea, exuding a deadly allure. Dad, there. Before she could finish speaking, a young navigator on the bridge suddenly screamed. Ahead! Impact warning! We are crashing into a dimensional fault. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the bridge. However, on the main screen, what appears to be in front of you is a vast, empty passageway made up of countless light strips. Nonsense! It's safe ahead, the fire control officer immediately retorted, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. No! Are you all blind? That wall is right in front of us. We're going to die. The navigator was frantic, his hands flailing wildly at the control panel, trying to forcibly change the course of the Genesis Ark. Control him! Yi Chen's order was decisive and calm. 2 security personnel immediately stepped forward and removed the navigator, who had lost control of his emotions, from his post. But this is just the beginning. Port, something's coming from port. Lots of predators. My God, that's my dead wife, she's waving at me. No! Don't come any closer. Panic spread like a plague across the bridge. The crew spirits began to crumble under the corrosive influence of the higher dimensional energy. Their visions became fragmented, each person succumbed to their deepest illusions and fears. Some saw ferocious enemies, some saw deceased loved ones, and some saw the power and wealth they most desired but could never obtain. Suspicion, fear, greed, negative emotions rapidly fermented within the confined bridge. Quiet! Lu Yenran shouted sharply, trying to stabilize the situation, but to little avail. Under such an attack that directly targets the mind, conventional command seemed pale and powerless. Nian Nian? Yi Chen looked at his daughter. Yin Yin Yin's face was pale, her eyes were tightly closed, and her body was trembling slightly. Dad, it's so messy here. She spoke haltingly. So many sounds, so many images. I can't find the elemental spirit anymore, and I can't tell which is real and which is fake. Her mental connection abilities were disrupted like never before in this chaotic dimensional energy field. Having lost its daughter, the most powerful cheat code, Genesis Ark has become a lost lamb. Yi Chen looked around at the faces distorted by fear and at his companions who had grown distant due to suspicion. Force a breakthrough? No. This maze doesn't test the performance of warships or the power of weapons. This is the first test set by the primordial spirit. It tests the heart. It is the collective will that a civilization can demonstrate when facing the unknown, fear, and temptation. Using force to break through is itself a failure. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes. He did not issue any instructions, nor did he attempt to appease anyone with words. The next second, an invisible yet powerful force suddenly spread out from him. King's cells. But this time, the power was no longer destructive. Instead, it was filled with a gentle and peaceful aura. Like the warmest spring sunshine, or a mother's tenderest caress, it instantly enveloped the entire bridge. The high-dimensional energy radiation, powerful enough to cause a mental breakdown, miraculously subsided under the soothing power of this force. The frenzied crew members stopped yelling. The officer who had seen the hallucination regained his senses. Everyone seemed to have just woken up from a nightmare, looking at each other blankly, then at the man with his eyes closed in the center of the bridge. What did you see? Yi Chen opened his eyes and asked calmly. No one answered. Many lowered their heads in shame. They saw the ugliest and weakest side of their own hearts. Is it an enemy? Is it wealth? Or is it a lost lover? Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. These things have appeared countless times in our civilization's long journey from Earth to the stars. They are our inner demons, and also our driving force. He didn't preach, he simply narrated in a plain manner. We were united by fear and built a city to shelter us from the wind and rain. We explored out of greed, leaving our footprints all over our home planet. We too once looked up at the stars because of love and longing, and eventually broke free from the shackles of gravity. Now, we stand here in a higher dimensional space, facing the same test. Yi Chen stretched out his hand and pointed to the ever-changing maze. There are no real enemies here. The only enemy is the wavering in your own hearts. True strength never comes from external powerful ships and cannons, but from our inner yearning for freedom, trust in our companions, and hope for the future. Now, tell me, are you still afraid? The bridge was deathly silent. A few seconds later, the young navigator who was the first to be subdued broke free from the security personnel's support, walked back to his post, and bowed deeply to Yi Chen. "General, I am no longer afraid." He sat back down and looked at the screen again. It still displayed bizarre and fantastical images, but his eyes had regained their professionalism and focus. "The navigation system is working properly and can determine our relative coordinates at any time. Fire control system is stable. The logistics support system is stable." One voice after another rang out, and the team, which was on the verge of collapse, was reunited into an indestructible force under Yi Chen's spiritual guidance. They began to remind and support each other. "Notice that the band of light on your left is a visual trap. Do not look at it. Don't worry, the fluctuations just now were just normal dimensional tides, not an enemy." The team's cohesion reached an unprecedented level after experiencing this test of inner demons. Just then, Lu Yanran suddenly spoke. "Yi Chen, look at that note ahead, coordinates 359. Following her direction, everyone looked and saw a seemingly stable spatial wormhole emitting a soft white light, as if it were a shortcut to the exit. "It looks like a good option," one officer remarked instinctively. "No, that's a trap." Lu Yanran shook her head firmly. "I've seen far too many scams like this in the business world. When an option seems perfect, risk-free, and even meets all your urgent needs, it's 100% a trap." Her analytical perspective was unique, yet incisive. "It's taking advantage of our anxiety to leave as soon as possible. It's like a contract with abnormally high profits. The only consequence of signing it is losing everything." Her calm insight allowed her to see through the first deadly illusion in the maze. Meanwhile, Dr. Albert's research team also made an amazing discovery. "My God! Yi Chen! Look at this wall." The doctor pointed to a wall of light composed of countless complex runes, trembling with excitement. "This isn't a wall. It's a problem. The ultimate puzzle of dimensional string theory. Solve it, and we can directly upgrade the Ark's warp drive algorithm." Scientists see no fear, only a fervent passion for the unknown. They pounced on the runes like hungry students beholding a feast of knowledge. With Yi Chen's mental stability, Lu Yanran's business acumen, and the professional analysis of the research team, the Genesis Ark, a colossal vessel embodying the essence of human civilization, finally found its correct course in this dimensional labyrinth. Instead of passively avoiding traps, they actively sought to solve puzzles, turning each challenge into an opportunity for learning and growth. After an unknown amount of time, the view ahead suddenly opened up after solving the last dimensional equation. The chaotic and distorted geometric color blocks disappeared. Instead, there was an incredibly magnificent and spacious central hall. In the very center of the hall, a huge sphere made of pure energy floats. It rotates slowly, its interior seemingly containing billions of galaxies being born and destroyed, its seven-colored light flowing erratically, exuding a supreme aura of creation and destruction coexisting. A projection of the source of creation. Dr. Albert murmured to himself, his eyes filled with a pilgrimage-like devotion. Everyone was speechless with shock at the sight before them. Just then, Yin Yanyan, who had been quietly staying by Yi Chen's side, suddenly trembled slightly. She looked up at the enormous energy sphere, her pure eyes reflecting the swirling, colorful starlight. A vast, ancient, and benevolent wave of consciousness swept across the entire creation arc, centered on the energy sphere. It doesn't spread through sound, but resonates directly deep within everyone's soul. Human civilization, your character is sufficient to bear the mysteries of the origin of creation. Chapter 114 The Source of Creation, the Truth of the Universe. That vast wave of consciousness echoed deep within everyone's soul, its lingering sound not yet dissipating. Human civilization, your character is sufficient to bear the mysteries of the origin of creation. Yi Chen took a step forward. He didn't consult anyone's opinion, but everyone's actions spoke for themselves. Lu Yanran, Dr. Albert, and all the crew members demonstrated their absolute trust in him through their actions. "Let's go in." Yi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly firm. From the bow of the Genesis Ark, a beam of traction light shot out, precisely enveloping Yi Chen, Lu Yanran, Dr. Albert, and Yin Yanyan beside him. The next second, a flash of light. They disappeared from the bridge and appeared directly in front of the enormous energy sphere. There was no scorching heat, no energy surge, only a gentle and inclusive return to the womb. Yi Chen reached out and gently touched the light barrier that flowed with billions of stars. His hand passed through without any hindrance. That is not matter. It's not even energy. It is a pure form of existence that cannot be defined by known physics.
Yi Chen took a deep breath and went inside first. The scene before my eyes changed in an instant.
There is no up, down, left, or right, there is no passage of time.
They seemed to be immersed in an ocean of pure information.
Countless rays of light, runes, and geometric shapes flowed around them, each ray of light containing the rise and fall of a civilization, and each rune recording the evolution of a physical law.
This is the end of knowledge, the source of truth.
Oh my God, Dr. Albert was completely stunned. He tried to capture a data stream that passed by him, but the data stream passed directly through his palm and merged into his consciousness.
In an instant, another possible explanation for quark confinement clearly appeared in his mind. This is more intuitive and more fundamental than any other form of instruction. Don't try to understand everything.
Lu Yanran's voice carried a hint of warning.
There's too much information our brains can't process it all, or they'll be overwhelmed.
Using her business acumen, she keenly sensed the danger here.
Endless knowledge is a fatal temptation in itself.
Yi Chen steadied himself, released his mental energy to form a protective shield, and isolated the overloaded flow of information from the outside.
Follow me to the center.
His intuition told him that the answer was there. The crowd followed him, drifting in this boundless ocean of consciousness. Here, distance lost its meaning wherever their thoughts led, their bodies arrived. Soon, they saw the core of this space. It was a collection of countless points of light. Each point of light is incredibly tiny, yet it contains the weight of the entire universe. They gather and disperse according to a mysterious law, sometimes forming human shapes, sometimes transforming into nebulae, and sometimes returning to nothingness. It has no fixed form because it is the collection of all forms. This is the primal spirit. The first wisp of consciousness at the beginning of the universe, the ultimate recorder of all information from the Big Bang to the present.
Welcome, humans. The Yuanling's consciousness fluctuations resounded once more, this time targeting only Yi Chen.
You are very curious about what exactly the source of creation is.
This is not a question, but a statement. Yi Chen didn't speak, but waited quietly.
The source of creation is not a specific location, nor is it a divine artifact with supreme power.
The Yuanling stream of consciousness transformed into a series of images, unfolding in Yi Chen's mind. He saw a barren planet where, amidst the interplay of lightning and volcanoes, the first organic macromolecule was accidentally formed.
He saw a speck of interstellar dust, carrying the seeds of life, drifting for a long time before crashing into the ocean of a newborn planet. He saw a group of primitive intelligent creatures facing extinction during the Ice Age, in which one of them accidentally awakened the wisdom to use tools and led the group out of its predicament.
The source of creation is a law.
It exists in all dimensions, all time and space, and all life. It is the ultimate manifestation of life will always find a way out, and the law of life itself that drives the universe to evolve and create infinite possibilities.
Yuanling's explanation overturned all of Yi Chen's previous conjectures.
He had always believed that the source of creation would be some kind of powerful weapon, or a machine that could restart the universe.
Power is just one of the countless possibilities that the laws of life have presented in the process of evolution. The spirit's consciousness continued to emanate. Control the universe? Transform the universe?
No, that's just the most primitive and brutal desire of an inferior civilization when faced with the unknown.
The true power of the source of creation is not control, but understanding.
Understanding the meaning of every life's existence and the right of every civilization to choose. At its core, it is about safeguarding the diversity and free will of the universe. These words struck Yi Chen like a thunderclap, resounding deep within his soul.
Unconventional.
This is truly subverting expectations. He instantly recalled everything he had done. It all started with the desire to cure his daughter's genetic disease and drive the development of gene technology. To lead civilization in exploring the stars for the future of humanity. Then, in order to protect the Earth, they chose to join the Dimensional Alliance and deal with other civilizations.
He never intended to control anything or enslave anyone.
Everything he did was for the sake of survival and better survival.
Isn't this a perfect example of life always finds a way out?
It turns out that he had been unconsciously following the laws of the source of creation. So Yi Chen's consciousness flickered slightly. You, and countless beings like you, are the concrete manifestations of the law of life in different worlds and timelines. You are the guardians of the source of creation.
The spirit gave its final affirmation.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Yuanling's body, composed of countless points of light, suddenly expanded outward.
A magnificent scene unfolded before Yi Chen. That's the multiverse. Countless bubble-shaped universes float in the endless void. Yi Chen saw one of the universes where human civilization had evolved into pure energy life forms, roaming the sea of stars. He saw another universe where humanity had been reduced to metallic dust by an out-of-control nanoplague, and the entire galaxy was deathly silent. In some universes, humanity has embarked on a path that combines magic and technology. In some universes, humanity has never left its home planet and was ultimately destroyed by resource depletion. Prosperity, flourishing, decline, oblivion. Countless possibilities and countless outcomes unfold simultaneously. Just then, Yin Yan, who had been quietly staying by Yi Chen's side, suddenly emitted a soft, seven-colored light. Her spiritual power began to surge at an unprecedented rate in the face of this multiverse landscape. This child, her spiritual talent is a bridge across possibilities. Yuan Ling's consciousness carried a hint of admiration. Under the resonance of the source of creation, she will no longer be confined to a single timeline. She can sense the fluctuations of all parallel universes, and even can have brief exchanges with herself in those universes. Yin Yan slowly opened her eyes. He can see the creation arc, the dimensional labyrinth, the wider dimensional alliance outside, and even countless human civilizations in those parallel universes. Everything is under control. He carried with him this mystery that would drive any god mad, and the supreme power of the cosmic will system, and his consciousness returned to his body. The ocean of consciousness before my eyes began to dissipate, and the dimensional labyrinth was crumbling. They returned to the bridge of the creation arc, as if they had never left. Yi Chen raised his head and looked out the porthole at the familiar yet unfamiliar starry sky. His journey is not over. A new era belonging to the multiverse, written by his own hand. This is just the beginning. He reached out his hand, and Yin Yan obediently placed her little hand in his palm. The girl tilted her head back, her pure eyes filled with dependence. "Dad, shall we go home?" Yi Chen looked down at his daughter, then his gaze drifted across the porthole to a certain direction in the endless depths of space. There, he sensed a malevolent coordinate that did not belong to this universe. That is, the source of the harvesters. Chapter 115: The Will of the Universe, a New Chapter. The moment consciousness returned, the entire bridge of the Genesis arc seemed to come alive. The piercing alarm abruptly stopped, and the flashing red lights returned to their soft, constant glow. Lu Yanran and a group of researchers practically tumbled over, their faces etched with the shock of surviving a disaster and utter bewilderment. Yi Chen. What just happened? All energy readings failed, and the ship's structural stability once fell below the theoretical lower limit. It seems we have escaped that dimensional labyrinth? Faced with a barrage of questions from the crowd, Yi Chen did not answer immediately. He simply looked down at his daughter Yin Yan's eyes, which reflected the birth and death of countless universes, and felt the warmth emanating from her small hands. An unprecedented sense of control filled every cell of his body. He no longer needs to understand the world through the system panel, because the world itself is within his consciousness. He raised his hand. There were no dazzling light effects, no amazing energy fluctuations. On his palm, a miniature nebula slowly rotated, with billions of starlight points within it, each representing a real galaxy. He gently blew on it, and the nebula began to evolve at an accelerated pace. Stars were born, planets orbited, and finally, in a spectacular supernova explosion, it fell silent. Creation and destruction are but a thought away for him. The bridge fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned speechless by the miraculous scene before them. This was neither technology nor superpower. This was the authority possessed only by the Creator. Yi Chen dispersed the nebula in his palm and calmly surveyed the crowd. Summoned the highest levels of the Earth Federation and the Dimensional Alliance for an immediate emergency meeting. His words were not heavy, but they carried an undeniable authority. The meeting was held with maximum efficiency. The bridge of the Genesis arc became the venue for one of the most important meetings in the history of the multiverse. The head of the Earth Federation, the supreme commander of the military, and several core envoys of the Dimensional Alliance all appeared before Yi Chen in the form of holographic projections. Mr. Yi Chen, Federal Yuan spoke first, his projection somewhat unstable, clearly not yet fully recovered from the cosmic level tremor just now. We have detected unprecedented space-time fluctuations. The source seems to be the creation Arkansas. Please tell us, what exactly happened? Yi Chen didn't waste time explaining. He extended his will infinitely through the cosmic will system. The next second, a piece of information appeared out of thin air in the minds of all the participants.
It was not language, not images, but a higher dimensional understanding. It was about the mysteries of the origin of creation, about the true picture of multiple universes, about the essence of possibility. Boom! The projection of the federal head of state flickered violently, nearly collapsing. The military commander abruptly stood up from his seat, his face filled with undisguised shock. The Dimensional Alliance's messengers, composed of pure energy, also began to show signs of instability, their light flashing wildly. The truth, this is the ultimate truth we have been pursuing for countless eons. An Alliance envoy uttered a wave of consciousness filled with awe. So, our universe is just one of infinite possibilities. Incredible! The understanding of human civilization, no, the entire universe, will be completely overturned because of this. Human civilization's understanding of the universe was forcibly elevated to an unprecedented level at this moment. After a brief moment of silence, the iron-fisted military commander was the first to react. His breathing quickened and his eyes gleamed. Yi Chen. Now that you have mastered this power, we must act immediately. Find the source coordinates of the Reapers and completely erase them from all timelines. The proposal was immediately approved by the majority. That's right. To prevent future troubles. End this long-running war with swift and decisive action. However, Yi Chen slowly shook his head. No. One word instantly cooled the enthusiastic atmosphere in the entire venue. The commander was somewhat taken aback. Why? This is the best opportunity. Yi Chen's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the blue planet outside the porthole. No matter how tall a tree grows, if its roots are not firm, it cannot withstand a real storm. Our roots are on Earth. He didn't give anyone a chance to refute him, and directly demonstrated his will through his actions. Before exploring the unknown, we must first protect the known home. Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed it at the Earth outside the porthole. Cosmic Will System activated. Command, construct an absolute law barrier of multi-dimensional defense network. Buzz. An undetectable wave, centered on the creation arc, instantly spread outwards. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a faint, almost transparent glow began to appear in Earth's outer space. This glow rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the entire planet, including the moon's orbit. It looks thin and fragile. However, the envoys of the Dimensional Alliance could sense the terrifying power of laws contained within that radiance. It was not an energy shield, but a barrier of rules. A multiverse defense network has been established. Law solidification, absolute exclusion. Any unauthorized dimensional jumps, spacetime invasions, or law-altering actions will be considered non-existent by the fundamental rules of the current universe. Energy source absorbs radiation from multiple cosmic microwave backgrounds, ensuring its perpetual existence. This means that from this moment on, Earth possesses absolute immunity against all malice in the multiverse. After doing all this, Yi Chen did not stop. His will extended once more, and a gentle yet powerful life energy silently flowed into the Earth. Deep in the Sahara Desert, tender shoots break through the parched sand in the deepest polluted area of the Pacific Ocean. The seawater is becoming clearer at a visible rate. The melting rate of glaciers is beginning to slow, and the holes in the ozone layer are being repaired by an invisible force. Instead of using divine power to instantly change everything, he accelerated the Earth's ecological self-repair process. He wanted this planet to regain its vitality through its own strength. A true star of creation. In the conference room, there were no more dissenting voices. Everyone was impressed by Yi Chen's methods and vision. First, solidify the foundation, then plan for the future. This was the most prudent and also the most ambitious plan. I agree with Lord Yi Chen's decision. The envoy of the Dimensional Alliance spoke first. After stabilizing the current universe, the Alliance is willing to work with human civilization to jointly formulate the multiverse exploration plan to explore unknown worlds and find new allies. The Federation's leader nodded emphatically. The Earth Federation fully supports you. The atmosphere at the meeting became enthusiastic and hopeful once again. Lu Yanran walked to Yi Chen's side, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Xing Yan Group will undergo a complete transformation starting today, she said in a voice only the two of them could hear. I will build it into a multiverse group, and our business empire will be an endless sea of stars. Yi Chen returned a smile. His empire needed an empress who could keep up with him. After the meeting, the noisy bridge finally quieted down. Yi Chen walked to his daughter, who had been obediently staying in the corner, and picked her up. With the support of the Cosmic Will System, Yin Yanyan's spiritual talent that transcended possibilities had been completely stabilized and reached its ultimate form. She is no longer just a passive perceiver, she can even exert limited influence. Holding his daughter, Yi Chen had a sudden thought, and through Yin Yanyan's unique bridge, his consciousness instantly connected with countless selves in parallel universes. He saw it. I saw a universe where humanity had long been wiped out by the Reapers, leaving only a desolate wasteland on Earth. They also saw that in another universe, without the threat of the Reapers, human civilization had already entered a higher dimension and become a true god-level civilization. He also witnessed countless human civilizations that had embarked on different technological paths and evolutionary routes, some coexisting with machines, some developing the ultimate power of the mind, and some returning to the most primitive tribal forms. It turns out that the possibilities of humankind are so rich and diverse. His mission is not only to protect the universe before him, but also to protect the unique free will and diversity of human civilization in all parallel universes. Yin Yanyan in his arms suddenly stirred. She opened her pure, big eyes and looked up at Yi Chen. The girl's little finger pointed to the deep starry sky outside the porthole, where countless unseen worlds resided. She asked in a childish voice, "Dad, when are we going to visit other dads and moms?" Chapter 116: The Call of Parallel Universes, Lost Civilizations. The daughter's innocent question echoed in the silent bridge. Yi Chen hugged the little one in his arms even tighter. He did not answer immediately, but conveyed his gentle thoughts to his daughter. "Do you really want to go?" "Yes." Yin Yanyan clenched her little hands into fists and nodded vigorously. "I want to help other dads and moms. Children's world is pure and direct. Help. Yes, it's about helping, not conquering or ruling." Yi Chen's will resonated with the cosmic will system, and a command was silently transmitted. Target locked. Initiate the multiverse leap. Outside the massive Genesis arc, space began to exhibit a strange distortion. It was no longer a simple wormhole opening, but rather the entire dimension of the ship's existence was being reconstructed. Leap begins. A cold, impersonal system notification sounded. The starry sky outside the porthole instantly transformed into a dazzling waterfall of light, with countless silhouettes of the universe flashing by, each representing a completely different possibility. The creation arc, this colossal ship carrying the future of human civilization, has officially sailed into the forbidden sea known as the multiverse, a place never before visited by anyone. The first coordinate they chose was a parallel universe that was highly similar to Earth's civilization, but whose development abruptly ended on the eve of the interstellar age. The moment the warp ended, a piercing alarm blared throughout the entire bridge. Warning! High concentration of dark energy erosion detected. Warning! Abnormal cosmic microwave background radiation life signal approaching zero. All shield power has been increased to maximum. Inside the bridge, all the staff were busy working at a tense pace. Yi Chen carried his daughter to the huge porthole. There were no stars, no nebulae, not even a ray of light outside. There was only pure, suffocating darkness. This darkness was not emptiness, it was viscous, heavy, and filled with the aura of death and end. It devoured everything. Stars, planets, life, all were erased from existence. Is this the universe after it has been harvested? Lu Yanran walked to his side, her face filled with solemnity. No. Yi Chen slowly shook his head. The Reapers only plunder lives and resources, but they completely wipe out everything. His words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Just then, Yin Yanyan in his arms suddenly began to squirm restlessly. "Daddy, it hurts so much." The girl's face scrunched up, and her pure eyes filled with tears. "So many people are crying. It hurts so much." Yi Chen immediately enveloped his daughter with his spiritual power, blocking out the wailing that came from the entire universe. He also sensed it through Yin Yanyan's unique spiritual bridge. In this endless darkness, countless fragments floated, so faint as to be almost imperceptible. That is, the remnants of human will. They have no form, no substance, only the purest obsession remains. Pain. Despair. Unwilling to accept it. And, deep within all negative emotions, that faint, almost extinguishable yearning for freedom. In the final moments before being completely devoured and erased, humanity in this universe imprinted the last fragments of their civilization's will onto the backdrop of the universe. "Commander!" A high-ranking officer stepped forward, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. "Requesting authorization. Activate the main cannon of the Genesis star to indiscriminately purify this darkness." "I object," another scientist immediately retorted. "The energy structure of this dark place is completely unknown. A rash attack could trigger unpredictable chain reactions.
Are we just going to stand by and watch as humanity, our fellow human beings, utter their final cries of despair? The debate in the meeting room resumed.
Yi Chen remained silent throughout. He closed his eyes, his mental energy extending infinitely along those fragments of will, attempting to touch the essence of this darkness.
Any attack on the material level will be meaningless. Because the enemy isn't even in this dimension.
They are predators from higher dimensions, and this universe shrouded in darkness is merely the dinner plate they leave behind after they have finished eating. How could attacking a plate with artillery fire possibly harm a diner who has already left the table?
Quiet. Yi Chen spoke.
Just 2 words were enough to bring the argument on the bridge to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at him, waiting for this guardian of human civilization to make a decision.
All offensive weapons are locked down, not a single shot or cannon shot may be fired.
His order left the general who advocated the attack completely bewildered.
Why, Your Excellency?
Yi Chen did not explain, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Yanran.
Yanran, have the analysis results come out yet?
Lu Yanran immediately pulled up a set of data models that were so complex they made people dizzy.
They're out.
Her expression was unusually serious.
This is a dimensional lifeform we've never seen before. I'll tentatively name them the Void Beings. Their essence is to devour information entropy. Information entropy?
Dr. Albert leaned closer and adjusted his glasses.
Yes, Lu Yanran explained. Simply put, the birth and development of a civilization is itself a process of constantly increasing information entropy.
Writing, history, technology, art, life, genes, all of these are information. And the nihilists live by erasing this information, completely wiping out the traces of a civilization's existence from the universe, thereby obtaining energy.
This explanation sent chills down everyone's spine. This is no longer a massacre, but an erasure that is 10,000 times more terrifying than a massacre. They're not killing people, they're wiping a civilization, Dr. Albert muttered to himself, his body even trembling slightly. However,
just as the atmosphere reached its most tense point, Dr. Albert's assistant suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Doctor!
Our simulation experiment was a success." Dr. Albert whirled around. What succeeded? In the reverse analysis of the residual energy of the void beings, we unexpectedly discovered a technique that can guide the reverse flow of information entropy. Although it's just a theoretical model, the success rate is as high as 90%. The entire research team erupted in excitement. Reverse the loss of information entropy. What does that mean? This means that the information that was erased could potentially be reconstructed. All eyes were once again focused on Yi Chen.
They may not fully understand the significance of this technology, but they believe that Yi Chen must have a solution.
Yi Chen opened his eyes.
His decision has been made.
Since we can't break this plate from the outside, let the flames ignite inside the plate. Cosmic will system.
His mind raced.
I am here.
The system's response was no longer a cold, mechanical voice, but rather carried a trace of will fluctuation originating from the same source as Yi Chen's.
By connecting Dr. Albert's research findings, we will use the reverse information entropy technology as a seed. Using my cosmic will as the energy source. Inject these seeds into every remaining fragment of human will in this universe. Command confirmed. Building a reverse information entropy template. Template completed.
Begin broadcasting your will on a cosmic scale.
An indescribable, immense power emanated from Yi Chen, spreading through the arc of creation and instantly engulfing the entire desolate universe.
He did not choose to directly confront the darkness with his own strength. Instead, they chose to awaken those sleeping souls. Those fragments of will filled with pain and despair initially resisted when they came into contact with this warm and vibrant power, but soon they sensed that same, human aura.
And the seed called hope that was infused into it. Buzz. The entire dark universe trembled slightly.
Then, in the deepest darkness, the first glimmer of light appeared. That was a radiance formed from a fragment of will that had been awakened and reformed. It was very faint, like a candle flickering in the wind.
But it lit up.
Then came the second point, the third point, the 10th point, the 100th point.
Thousands upon thousands, trillions upon trillions. Countless points of light shone from every corner of the darkness, connecting into one.
They were no longer chaotic, painful fragments, but under Yi Chen's will, they began to connect and resonate with each other.
They are rebelling. They are using their awakened will to devour the dark energy that was trying to erase them. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Oh my God.
On the bridge, someone uttered a dreamlike sigh. Outside the porthole, the deathly darkness was being dispelled. Countless rays of light converged into rivers, washing away the darkness of the universe and creating dazzling galaxies. The light of hope illuminated the entire universe. Lu Yanran and Dr. Albert, among others, embraced each other excitedly, celebrating this miraculous moment. However, Yichen felt no joy. His brows furrowed even deeper. Because, from beginning to end, the enemy known as the Void Ones never appeared. There was no retaliation, no anger, not even the slightest reaction. It's like a giant who doesn't even realize that a speck of dust on his plate is trying to rebel. This extreme indifference is more chilling than any thunderous counterattack. He was facing a terrifying being who was extremely arrogant and could not be fathomed by common sense. Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the reborn light, looking towards the deeper and more distant dark void of the universe. There, the behemoth known as the Void One might be burping, searching for the next civilization to be deleted. They don't even have the right to be looked at by it. Ultimately, all the fragments of human will in this universe were awakened. Under Yi Chen's guidance, they began to follow the memories from the depths of their bloodline and rebuild their own civilization. A seed made of information was planted at the center of this nascent universe. It will sprout, grow, and eventually recreate the glory of that lost civilization. The creation arc completed its mission and slowly sailed away from this newly reborn universe. The bridge was filled with jubilation. Everyone was immersed in the joy of creating a new world. Only Yi Chen stood alone by the porthole, gazing at the illuminated world behind him. At the edge of his perception, the eternal darkness that represented the Null Ones remained silent and motionless. Chapter 117: The Reconstruction of Civilization, the Gaze of the Nihilists. On the bridge of the creation arc, cheers continued for a long time. The joy was contagious. They witnessed the resurrection of a universe and participated in the creation of a miracle. Only Yi Chen stood quietly by the porthole, like a lonely island isolated from this jubilant scene. His perception extended to its limit, traversing the relit sea of stars and touching the eternal, unchanging, profound darkness that represented the nihilists. That darkness remained silent. This silence is more suffocating than any roar. We can't just leave like this. To leave a newborn baby in a cradle that could be trampled by a giant beast at any moment. This isn't salvation, it's a crueler form of abandonment. Yi Chen turned around and walked through the celebrating crowd. Everyone, prepare to execute the civilization leap plan. His words were quiet, yet they instantly drowned out all the noise. Dr. Albert was the first to react. He adjusted his glasses, his excitement still lingering. Yi Chen? We only lit the spark, Yi Chen interrupted him. But for that spark to burn into a raging inferno, we need wind and fuel. He didn't explain much, but directly communicated with the cosmic will system of the creation arc. Command confirmed, initiate resource swap agreement. Linking to a nearby parallel universe that has already been incorporated into the Human Will Alliance. Link successful. The directed transfer of fundamental matter and energy has begun. Buzz. The hull of the Genesis arc emitted a deep resonance. Beneath the arc, a massive spatial singularity was forcibly torn open, like an invisible giant maw. From the other side of that singularity, pure matter and high-dimensional energy, like a bursting dam, poured out and surged toward the core of the new civilization formed from fragments of human will. Mountains, rivers, atmosphere, metals. Everything that constitutes a civilization is being reshaped at a visible pace. This was not created out of thin air, but rather Yi Chen used the authority of the cosmic will system to allocate resources from other rich parallel universes. This is the authority of being a guardian of the universe. My God! On the bridge, someone was so shocked by the spectacular scene that they were speechless. This transcends the realm of technology, it is true creation. Lu Yanran quickly walked to Yi Chen's side, and her professionalism made her immediately understand Yi Chen's intention. Resources alone are not enough, she said quickly. The reconstruction of a civilization requires order and systems. We cannot let history repeat itself, given why their past civilization was destroyed. Yi Chen gave her an approving look. That's right. So, I need your help. He extended a finger and touched Lu Yanran's forehead. A massive influx of information poured in instantly. That is the entire history of this lost civilization from its birth to its destruction, the evolution of their social structure, and the root cause of their eventual self-destruction. Lu Yanran swayed slightly, but quickly regained her balance. Countless data streams flashed in her eyes. The powerful abilities of the CEO of the Earth Federation were fully activated at this moment.
I understand, she concluded immediately after processing all the information. Their social system was too focused on uniformity and purity, which ultimately led to intellectual stagnation and a loss of vitality. Any dissent or diversity was seen as a threat, and in the end, the entire civilization died spiritually first. She turned around and immediately began working at lightning speed on her operating terminal.
I will design a completely new economic and social model for them, with free will and diversity at its core. It will encourage divergence, protect minorities, and allow every independent will to find its own value. Seeing Lu Yanran's profile as she fully immersed herself in the moment, Yi Chen felt somewhat reassured. With her there, the software aspect of this nascent civilization is secured. Just then, a small figure ran over and tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve.
It's Yi Nian.
Dad, there are so many unhappy things in those little lights. The little girl's spiritual perception was more acute than anyone else's. She could directly touch the fear and confusion that remained deep within those reborn souls. They are afraid that they will disappear again.
Yi Chen squatted down and gently stroked his daughter's hair. Can Nian help them? Yi Nian nodded vigorously, yes.
I can talk to them and tell them that we are here and will not leave. As she spoke, her eyes shone with a soft, seven-colored light. A pure and warm spiritual wave spread out from the center of the creation arc. This is neither a command nor guidance, but a form of equal and gentle communication. She clearly conveyed the existence of the creation arc, as well as the goodwill of Yi Chen, Lu Yanran, and all the crew members, to every reborn will. More importantly, through her innate ability to connect to higher dimensions, she built an invisible bridge between the emerging civilization and the distant dimensional alliance.
A new signal from a native civilization has been detected. Civilization lineage verification in progress. Verification successful, belonging to the branch of human will. Already included in the Dimension Alliance protection list.
The system notification sounded. This means that, from this moment on, this nascent civilization has gained official recognition and protection from a higher dimensional civilization. Any outsider who wants to invade them must first consider the consequences of challenging the Dimensional Alliance.
Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Material resources, institutional safeguards, and security, all three of the most important safeguards have been in place.
However, at this very moment,
a sudden change has occurred.
Warning! High-intensity negative entropy energy erosion detected. It's not the material realm. It's the mental network. Dr. Albert's exclamation rang out from the bridge.
On the monitoring screen, the life curve representing the spiritual state of the new civilization began to fluctuate violently and then rapidly declined. Some of the city lights that had just begun to take shape began to dim and become illusory. Those sparks of hope and vitality that were just moments before now seemed to have been doused with cold water, their brilliance fading rapidly.
An invisible, chilling aura of despair, rising from nowhere, enveloped the entire universe. What happened?
Lu Yanran stopped what she was doing, her face full of astonishment.
Wasn't the dark energy of the Void Ones already dispelled? No, it has always been there. Yi Chen's voice was as cold as ice.
He had long anticipated that the terrifying being would not so easily let go of his meal.
It did not launch a physical attack because it would be pointless. What it aims to do is to eradicate this civilization from its very roots. It is eroding their free will.
It whispers to every reborn soul.
What's the point of resistance?
Hope is just a deeper despair. Your very existence was a mistake.
Returning to nothingness is the only peace. This kind of attack, which is spiritual in nature and intangible, is more deadly than any planet-destroying cannon. It wants the civilization to give up its own existence. Daddy, they're crying. Yi Nian's face turned pale as she felt the immense, all-consuming negative emotion. Don't be afraid.
Yi Chen shielded his daughter behind him, facing the darkness that was beginning to spread again.
I see. This is the true attack method of the Void Ones.
Deleting a civilization is not merely about erasing its material existence, but about completely resetting it conceptually and in terms of its meaning of existence.
Let it negate itself and end itself. What arrogance, and what terrifying methods. You want them to give up? Did you even ask me?
Yi Chen communicated with the cosmic will system again.
Permissions confirmed.
A conceptual mental defense protocol is being developed. His will transformed into a sharp sword, slashing fiercely at that invisible whisper of nothingness.
This time, he is not awakening, but protecting.
With the creation arc at its core, a vast net woven from pure meaning of existence and the concept of hope instantly unfolded, enveloping the entire nascent universe. This net has no physical form. But when that ethereal whisper touched the net, it was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun, emitting a silent scream and quickly melting away. On the defense network, fragments of countless civilizations flicker. In some civilizations on Earth, scientists have devoted themselves to studying and researching for a single truth. In other parallel universes, artists burn with the passion of their lives to create a perfect work of art. There is the glory of soldiers who shed their last drop of blood to protect their homeland. All of this is proof of existence. It is a manifestation of meaning. Together they constitute a response that resonates throughout the entire spiritual world. Our existence itself is meaningful. The battle of wits was decided in an instant. That chilling aura of despair receded like the tide. The spiritual curve of the nascent civilization has stabilized again and begun to slowly recover. The crisis has been temporarily averted. Everyone on the bridge was drenched in a cold sweat. This invisible war was far more terrifying than any actual battle. Yi Chen! Dr. Albert's excited shout suddenly rang out as he pointed at his research platform, so excited he was incoherent. We succeeded! We succeeded! Just now, while filtering the void energy through the defense network, we captured a sample. Its structure can be reversed. We can absorb it. We can turn it into our energy. This discovery thrilled everyone. This means that they have found the first weapon to fight against the void. However, Yi Chen hadn't had time to process this good news. Drop! A sudden, abrupt notification sound, not belonging to any system of Genesis Arc, echoed throughout the entire bridge. All the screens were instantly taken over by an unfamiliar signal source. The signal traversed infinite space, ignoring all the defenses of the Genesis Arc, and appeared directly on the main screen. The screen was completely black. Immediately afterwards, two ancient Chinese characters, emitting a faint glow, appeared. The Other Side. Chapter 118: The Call from the Other Shore, The Truth of the Multiverse. The Other Side. These two characters floated silently in the center of the main screen, each stroke seemingly containing the weight of an ancient universe. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. Having just survived a psychological war, the hearts of those who had just survived were once again gripped by an invisible hand. This signal source ignored all the barriers of the creation arc and projected the information directly in front of them. This in itself is a display of unimaginable power. What is this? Dr. Albert's voice was a little hoarse. He had just been immersed in the ecstasy of reversing the energy of the Void Ones, but now he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. Is it a new enemy? Or something else? Yi Chen shielded Yin Yan behind him, his gaze fixed on those two words. He didn't sense the all-consuming malice of the Void One he had felt before. Instead, he felt a kind of summoning. A calm yet grand call from a distant time and space. Daddy, it's calling us. Yin Yan's little hands gripped Yi Chen's clothes tightly. Her mental perception was more acute than anyone else's. It doesn't mean any harm. It's just there. Yi Chen closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already made his decision. Lock the coordinates of the signal source. His command was concise and powerful. Target, the other side. Commander, an operator immediately reported, the coordinates are not in any known quadrant of the universe. They point to a region of nothingness. On the screen, a star map unfolds. The nascent universe where the creation arc is located is merely an insignificant bright spot on the star map. The signal source, known as the Other Shore, lies outside all known star maps, in a pitch-black region marked as a space-time fault. Then let us go to the nothing area. Yi Chen's decision left no room for doubt. The engines of the Genesis Arc roared low as the bow turned toward the unknown darkness. Initiating a hyperdimensional jump. Target locked, unknown coordinates, the other side. The spaceship jolted violently, and the universe outside the window instantly transformed into a streak of light. But this leap is completely different from the past. The surroundings were no longer a dazzling band of light, but a shattered scene. Space here is not curved, but torn apart and then clumsily pieced back together. Time is no longer a one-way river, but a chaotic vortex that sometimes stagnates and sometimes flows backward. Countless fragments of shattered physical laws shimmered like glass shards on the waterway, creating ripples on the energy shield of the Genesis Arc. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been eternity. The creation arc suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned by the sight outside the window. They were suspended in a space that could not be described in words. There are no stars, no nebulae here. Instead, there is a magnificent structure woven from countless cosmic bubbles. Each bubble is a complete parallel universe. They hang like bunches of grapes on invisible vines, connected to each other by shimmering threads of energy. Some bubbles are radiant, while others are dim and lifeless, and some are even bursting and disappearing. This is the starting point of all parallel universes, and also the end point of all parallel universes. The center of the multiverse. Dad! Yin Yin suddenly let out a soft cry, and a faint seven-colored halo appeared around her body. Her little face was filled with surprise and bewilderment. I can hear them now. Them? Yi Chen immediately tensed up. All universes. Yin Yin stretched out her small hand, as if touching those invisible energy threads. This universe is singing, that universe is crying, the law of this universe is fire, the law of that universe is ice, I can talk to them. Her mental connection ability was amplified infinitely at the intersection of this multiverse, reaching its ultimate form. She is no longer just connecting a civilization, but connecting with the infinite will of the universe. Look! The center point. Dr. Albert pointed to the very center of that cosmic aggregate. There, the light shines most brightly, seemingly holding the answers to everything. We must go in. The signal from the other side comes from there. He shouted excitedly. Entering that place might unlock the secrets of the nihilists and even lead to the ultimate truth of the universe. No. Yi Chen flatly refused. His reason prevailed over everyone's impulse. Everything here is beyond our comprehension. To barge in is tantamount to suicide. The closer you get to the answer, the more cautious you must be. This is an ironclad rule he learned through countless life or death crises. Activate the Pioneer unmanned probe. Yi Chen issued a new command. Use the reverse nothingness material we just analyzed to apply a special coating. I want to see what's inside first. A uniquely shaped unmanned probe was launched. Its entire body was a strange, dark color that seemed to absorb all light, and it flew silently toward the center of the multiverse. On the main screen, images captured by the detector were transmitted back in real time. Everyone held their breath. The probe's lens swept past one cosmic bubble after another. They saw a universe made entirely of liquid metal, inhabited by civilizations of flowing metal life. They saw a universe where time was fixed, everything was in eternal stillness, and life existed in the form of thought. They saw a universe with only sound and vibration, and no physical form. Countless universes and civilizations of various forms operate according to all sorts of strange laws and rules, together forming this magnificent and breathtaking picture. Just as the probe was about to reach the core area, an unexpected change occurred. Several figures, also composed of pure energy, appeared out of thin air in front of the detector and stopped it. These figures come in various shapes and sizes, some like burning stars, others like flowing rivers of light, but they all exude a common aura, protection and order. They are asking us who we are. Yin Yin closed her eyes, acting as a translator. Yi Chen stepped forward, gently placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder, and transmitted his will to her through their spiritual connection. We are human civilization, from a newly born universe. We have received a call from the other side. The energy figures remained silent for a moment. A powerful thought surged into Yi Chen's mind through Yin Yin. We are the guardians of the multiverse. An alliance of creation guardians from all universes. We have been waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? A creator capable of unifying the wills of all parallel universes. The multiverse is being eroded. The threat of nothingness grows ever stronger. We need a leader to combat ultimate entropy. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. The creator? At this moment, the cosmic will system and king cells within his body vibrated violently at an unprecedented frequency, resonating with the entire multiverse center. So that's the real reason he was chosen. He is the creator who has been waiting. You possess the ability to unify all parallel universes. The thoughts of the multi-guardians resounded once more, this time presenting Yi Chen with an even more terrifying scene. It was an endless darkness. In the darkness, there were no physical entities, only countless distorted, wailing, and desperate faces. Those faces belonged to countless destroyed civilizations and come from countless dead universes. The nihilists are not a civilization. They are the aggregates of fragments of destroyed, forgotten, and denied civilizations from across the multiverse. They are the failed aspects of the universe, the tombstones of existence. Their sole purpose is to devour all existence, returning everything to the ultimate unity of nothingness they once experienced. These words completely overturned Yi Chen's understanding of the enemy. What he is fighting against is not a powerful civilization, but the sum of all the failures and despair in the entire multiverse from its inception to the present. This is a war, destined to be an enemy of the dark side of the entire universe. He must lead humanity, the Dimensional Alliance, and all the civilizations he has awakened, to protect this sea of diversity composed of countless possibilities, and to protect the free will of each civilization to choose its own destiny. Yi Chen raised his head and looked at the dazzling galaxy composed of countless universes. The war has only just begun. His battlefield is the entire universe. Chapter 119: The Multiverse Showdown, The End of the Void. The Genesis arc tore through the last spatial barrier and entered the end of all things. Following closely behind, the Dimensional Alliance fleet, composed of countless civilizations, surged into this chaotic realm like a dazzling galaxy. This is the center of the multiverse. The laws have collapsed here. Time is distorted here. Space folds here. The laws of countless parallel universes intertwine and collide here, forming visible energy storms and bottomless spacetime rifts. A warship belonging to the Dimensional Alliance was merely swept along by a rift at its edge, and in an instant, the ship went through the entire process from birth to decay, turning into cosmic dust. The dense, almost impenetrable dark energy permeated every inch of space, exuding an aura of ending and death. This is the lair of the nihilists. The decisive battle begins now. Dad! Yin Yan's voice rang in Yi Chen's mind, trembling slightly. Her face was pale, her eyes were closed, but her mental perception extended infinitely in an unprecedented way. I saw them. They are not in any one universe, yet they are in all universes. Every parallel universe has its own echo. They are a whole, a collective consciousness composed of countless despairs. Yin Yan's mental connection, at the center of this multiverse, seemed to have broken through some kind of limit and reached its ultimate form. She was no longer a simple translator or probe, but had become an observer capable of overlooking the entire multiverse of consciousness. The whispers of all the nihilists in parallel universes, the wails of all the eroded civilizations, all converged into her perception. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. But it wasn't the fierce attack that was expected. There were no energy cannons, no fleet charge. A more bizarre and chilling attack method unfolded silently. On the bridge, a member of the Alliance from a silicon-based civilization suddenly began to flicker, its crystalline body glowing erratically. Warning! Universe 734, traces of the Krellin civilization are being erased. The data stream in front of Dr. Albert refreshed like a waterfall in an instant, emitting a piercing alarm. What do you mean? Lu Yanran immediately asked. Not physical destruction. Albert's voice was filled with unprecedented horror. It's erasure at the conceptual level. Their history, their culture, all evidence of their existence are disappearing from the records of the multiverse. It's as if they never existed. These words plunged the entire bridge into a deathly silence. This is the attack of the nihilists. They do not intend to destroy the Genesis Arc, nor do they intend to destroy the Dimensional Alliance's fleet. What it aims to do is to fundamentally deny the existence of anything. It projects its nihilistic will onto all parallel universes, attempting to reduce every civilization to utter nothingness at the level of consciousness. Yi Chen understood instantly. This is a war about definition. If the nihilists succeed, then even if humanity wins a physical victory, it will lose all meaning. Because when all civilizations are forgotten, when existence itself loses its witnesses, what difference is there between that so-called victory and nothingness? He must stop them. Defeat this collection of failures and despair from the entire universe before all traces of civilization's existence are completely erased. System, connect my will to all parallel universes. In progress. Synchronizing the King's Cell with the will of the multiverse. Synchronization rate 10%, 30%, 70%. Completed simultaneously. An unprecedented and immense power erupted from Yi Chen's body. That's neither energy nor matter. That was pure, unyielding free will. Yi Chen's consciousness was elevated infinitely in an instant. He saw countless parallel universes and countless flickering flames of civilization that were about to disappear. His will transformed into a dam, a barrier, standing between nothingness and existence. We exist. We choose to exist. This will, amplified by the cosmic will system, spread to every eroded parallel universe, protecting those flames that were about to be extinguished. Yen Ran. Yi Chen's voice rang out from the bridge. I'll hold back its spiritual core, and you'll be responsible for cleaning up its anchor points. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yenran immediately turned to the command post. All fleets, listen up. Her instructions were clear and decisive. Lock onto the highly condensed material manifestations of all void energy. That is their anchor point for interfering with reality. Open fire. Destroy them. Upon receiving the order, the Dimensional Alliance's massive fleet instantly sprang into action. Countless weapons, each containing laws of different dimensions, cleaved through the chaotic center of the universe, precisely striking the dark energy entities that clung to the folds of spacetime like black tumors. Each explosion thinned the dark energy permeating the space by a little. Each bombardment seemed to relieve some of the pressure on Yi Chen's mental battlefield. Lu Yenran knew very well that Yi Chen was waging a war that mortals could not even imagine. All she could do was clear away all physical obstacles for him and cut off the enemy's claws reaching into the real world. The battle is taking place simultaneously on two levels. In the spiritual world, Yi Chen's will clashes violently with the negative will of the void aggregate. In the real world, the Dimensional Alliance's fleet is engaged in fierce combat with the materialized avatars of the Void Ones. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Dr. Albert's ecstatic voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the internal channel. We succeeded. We have successfully deciphered the essence of void energy. It is not a form of energy, but a state of lack of law. It is the opposite of the law of life. In theory, it can be neutralized and purified by the life laws of the source of creation. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yi Chen's spirits lifted instantly. Purify. Instead of confrontation. He had been trying to resist with his own will, but Albert's discovery gave him a completely new perspective. System, activate the source of creation. The source of creation is now connected. Analyzing the law of life. Transforming it into a module that can be injected into the cosmic will system. Conversion complete. Without further hesitation, Yi Chen used the precise coordinates provided by Yin 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 to pinpoint the unimaginably vast core of consciousness of the Void Collective. In my name, I infuse all things with the power of existence. He pushed the power of the cosmic will system to its limit, no longer simply releasing his own will, but injecting the most fundamental law of life from the source of creation into the core of the Void One's consciousness like an invisible arrow. Boom! The entire multiverse trembled violently. Life and nothingness. Existence and negation. Two diametrically opposed ultimate laws collided most violently at the level of consciousness in all universes. That dark ocean, composed of countless distorted faces, emitted a silent, soul-piercing shriek. Faced with the pure laws of life, empty energy is like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, rapidly melting and purifying. Darkness is collapsing. Despair is crumbling. Countless fragments of civilization consciousness, swallowed up and forgotten by the nihilists, are reawakened under the illumination of the laws of life. They were no longer distorted, wailing faces, but instead coalesced into tiny, faint lights. Those points of light, carrying the joy of liberation and rebirth, began to break away from the collapsing void aggregate, following the guidance of the unseen, returning to the parallel universes to which they originally belonged, either already dead or dying. A civilization. 10 civilizations. 100 million civilizations. Countless points of light converged into a magnificent rain of light, which spread throughout the entire multiverse. Yi Chen hovered silently above the bridge of the Genesis, Arkansas. His body did not move, but his will witnessed everything. He watched as the endless darkness completely dissipated, and as countless universes were reborn. He completed his final mission as the guardian of creation. The multiverse has finally ushered in its true, unthreatened dawn. However, just as the last wisp of nothingness was about to completely dissipate, a thought, completely different from all the previous despair and chaos, was clearly imprinted deep in Yi Chen's mind. That wasn't a wail, nor a curse. It was a cold, clear, and emotionless statement. Thank you for opening the door for us. Chapter 120, The Dawn of Many Forms, The Eternal Guardian. Thank you for opening the door for us. This statement, devoid of any emotion, is more chilling than the most insane roar of the void aggregate. The euphoria of emerging from the ultimate battle froze instantly. The cheers from the Dimensional Alliance fleet seemed distant and unreal, as if separated by a world. Yi Chen's consciousness hovered in place, the glory of victory still lingering, when a bucket of ice water from an unknown dimension was poured over his head.
Door? What door? For us? And who are we? The void aggregate is the negation of all things, a state of absence of laws. Its essence is nothingness, the pure end.
How can a pure nothingness give birth to such a clear, calm, and purposeful will?
Unless it wasn't the real mastermind in the first place. It's just a tool. A key. And he, Yi Chen, the savior of the multiverse, personally turned this key.
An indescribable chill exploded from the depths of his consciousness. He saved the world, but may have unleashed an even more terrifying unknown. Just as this chill was about to devour his reason, an incomparably dazzling light bloomed deep within his consciousness, carrying an unquestionable ultimate authority.
The final stage of the Genesis quest, Dawn of the Multiverse, 100% complete. Reward, system privileges are fully solidified.
The host obtains the title of Creator of the Multiverse.
The system is automatically integrating with the laws of the multiverse. A series of prompts signaled the end of his journey.
This was the highest honor he deserved, the final coronation as the guardian of creation.
However, at this moment, these rewards seem particularly ironic. System, analyze that final thought immediately. Its source, its purpose. Yi Chen's will roared on the spiritual level. Analyzing. Warning.
Target information is being obscured by a higher-level logical paradox.
Unable to parse. Unable to locate. Unable to understand. For the first time, the system, which had always been omnipotent, gave 3 consecutive cannot statements. Yi Chen's heart sank completely.
This means that we exist outside the system, and even outside the comprehension of this multiverse.
He is facing an enemy that cannot even be grasped by concept. Final system access transfer begins. Host, please select your eternal form.
2 enormous options, composed of pure laws, floated before his consciousness.
Ruler of the multiverse, you will gain absolute power to modify, create, and destroy any parallel universe. The fate of all things rests in your hands.
Guardian of the multiverse, your consciousness will merge with the fundamental laws of the multiverse, embodying eternal balance and order. You will safeguard the diversity and free will of all things. Your existence is eternal. To rule, or to protect. Faced with that unknown and terrifying us, becoming a dictatorial ruler seems like the obvious choice.
He could transform the entire multiverse into an impregnable fortress, using absolute power to eliminate any potential threat. But, is that kind of multiverse still the one he wants to protect? To fight against darkness, must one first become another form of darkness? What is the essential difference between using one will to forcibly unify countless wills and the devouring of nothingness? Yi Chen's will fell silent.
He thought of Earth, of the resilience and brilliance that human civilization displayed in its struggles.
He thought of the countless tiny yet indomitable lives in parallel universes. The beauty of the multiverse lies in its infinite possibilities and its unrestrained freedom.
He cannot destroy it with his own hands.
I choose to protect.
His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated with the laws of the entire consciousness level.
Selection confirmed, Guardian of the Multiverse. Final program initiated.
The system and host consciousness begin to merge into the multiverse.
Boom! Yi Chen's self was magnified infinitely in an instant.
His body still stood quietly on the bridge of the Ark of Creation, his eyes closed. But his consciousness had broken free from the constraints of his physical body and the limitations of time and space, merging with the entire multiverse in an unprecedented way. He no longer sees through the system, but has become seeing itself. He could feel the nuclear fusion inside a distant star, and he could feel the slight tremor of a dewdrop sliding off a blade of grass. He could hear the wonder of a newborn civilization gazing at the stars for the first time, and he could also hear the final lament of an ancient empire playing in the long river of time. The birth, aging, sickness, and death of countless universes, and the joys and sorrows of countless lives, all became a part of him at this moment. His personal emotions were not washed away by this torrent. Instead, they were sublimated into a grander and more compassionate existence. He is the core of consciousness in the multiverse, a witness, and the eternal and unchanging guardian law. System capability solidification, your will coexist with the multiverse.
Your existence is the eternal law of the multiverse.
Ability description, you will serve as the creator of the multiverse, forever safeguarding the diversity and free will of the multiverse. The system's last information stream flashed by, and then it itself transformed into the purest law, completely merging into Yi Chen's new form. The bridge of the Genesis Arc. Looking at Yi Chen, who remained motionless before her, Lu Yanran felt an unprecedented panic grip her heart. She could feel the familiar soul drifting away from this body. Yi Chen. She rushed forward, trying to grab him. Just as her hand was about to touch his, an incredibly familiar yet boundless thought gently enveloped her consciousness. I am here, Yanran. I am everywhere. This idea possesses both Yi Chen's gentleness and the grandeur of the star's movement. Lu Yanran understood instantly. He did not die. He became everything. You've turned yourself into the law of this universe? Her mind trembled as she struggled to comprehend this unimaginable reality. It's the Guardian, Yi Chen's mind corrected. There is an enemy we cannot understand, coveting this place. I must become the lock of this universe, an eternal barrier that cannot be bypassed. He shared the message, thank you for opening the door for us, with Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran fell silent. She neither cried nor broke down. As Yi Chen's partner who had fought alongside him all the way, she knew better than anyone the weight he carried. Then, will you always be like this? My consciousness is one with all things, but my love will always be focused on you and Nian Nian. Yi Chen's thoughts carried a hint of apology and endless longing. Lu Yanran closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her mind was clear and resolute. I see. She didn't say she would follow him, nor did she say she would wait forever. She turned to face all the high-ranking officials of the Earth Federation and the Dimensional Alliance on the bridge, their faces filled with confusion and expectation. Yi Chen has become the eternal guardian of the multiverse. And we will be his sword in the material world. Her voice was firm and powerful. From this day forward, the Earth Federation and the Dimensional Alliance will merge to form the Multiverse Federation. I will serve as its first Supreme Counselor. Our mission is no longer survival, but exploration, development, and becoming incomparably powerful. Powerful enough to sever any black hand that dares to reach out to our home. She made her choice. You protect the world, and I will lead this world to become your strongest support. Just then, Yin Yan Yan in her arms suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining with an astonishing light. Without any guidance, the little girl's consciousness precisely connected with Yi Chen's vast presence. Dad, you're so big. In the final confrontation with nothingness, at the moment Yi Chen ascended to become a universal law, Yin Yin Yan's spiritual talent also underwent its ultimate transformation. She could no longer merely connect with one Yi Chen, but could vaguely perceive herself in all parallel universes, and even communicate directly with the universal law that her father had embodied. She became a true woman of will. Time flies. Under the silent protection of Yi Chen, the creator of the Multiverse Federation, with Earth at its core, entered an unprecedented era of creation. Humanity's footprints began to traverse countless parallel universes, writing their own legends. Earth, Xinjing City. On a terrace overlooking the entire city, Lu Yanran held Yin Yanyan, who had grown into a young girl, and gazed up at the deep night sky. On the Federation's star map, there is a newly named star whose light is always stable and warm, making it the brightest beacon in all interstellar routes. Yin Yanyan pointed to the brightest star, leaned on her mother's shoulder, and asked softly, Mom, that's Dad, right? Lu Yanran smiled and hugged her daughter tightly. Yes, he has been watching us the whole time. Chapter 141 Eternal Light, Redemption from Ultimate Nothingness. That's not the rule. It is will. It is a sleeping god that is awakened by the approach of ants. Lu Yanran felt ice cold all over. The overwhelming pressure that defied all comprehension almost brought her to a standstill. Inside the highest command center of the Existence Center, the alarms had lost their meaning. All data streams had turned into meaningless gibberish at this moment, and all the instruments pointed to the same result: unanalyzable, incomprehensible, and impossible to counter. Your Excellency, the Consul Dr. Albert's voice was extremely hoarse as he pointed to the area on the main screen that had turned completely black. The Commando's signal has completely disappeared. He doesn't need to say it. Lu Yanran had already seen it. Under the gaze of those eyes that opened from beyond all universes, the exploration ship carrying the Federation's highest technology and strongest warriors, along with everything inside, did not explode, did not disintegrate, but simply disappeared. It was completely erased from the level of existence. It was as if it had never existed. All was silent. Despair, like the deepest, coldest current, engulfed everyone. They were not facing an enemy that could be analyzed or confronted.
That's a concept. An absolute concept called the end. In the midst of this deathly silence, a faint yet tenacious light shone deep within Lu Yanran's consciousness. Those were fragments of Yi Chen's consciousness. It did not issue any further warnings, but instead transformed into a pure energy, an energy called eternal existence, which frantically poured into Lu Yanran's body. This is not the bestowal of power, but rather a kind of ignition. Yanran, use it. Yi Chen's voice was gentle yet firm. The awakening of ultimate nothingness is due to our approach. But its essence remains eternity, only distorted. The only thing capable of awakening it is a perpetual existence of the same origin. The power I leave behind is insufficient, but you are the ruler of the center of existence, the anchor of this multiverse's existence. Burn it. Transform the energy of the entire center of existence into eternal light. Burning the center of existence? Lu Yanran instantly understood Yi Chen's meaning. The center of existence is the last bastion of all civilizations against ultimate nothingness throughout countless cosmic eras, and is the embodiment of the concept of existence in the multiverse. Burning it means releasing the accumulation of countless eras in this very instant. Without the slightest hesitation. Dr. Albert. Lu Yanran's voice echoed in the command room, carrying an undeniable determination: transfer all energy access to the existence center to me. Immediately. Dr. Albert was stunned. He looked at Lu Yanran and at the faint yet indomitable light burning within her, and instantly understood her intention. But, Your Excellency, in that case, the center of existence will. It will destroy everything, Lu Yanran calmly replied. But if we don't do it, everything will be destroyed. Her decisiveness inspired everyone. Understood. Initiate the transfer of permissions. All non-combat personnel, immediately enter the highest level of energy shield. The command was executed swiftly. The vast center of existence, this magnificent creation composed of countless galaxies and hyperspace structures, began to emit a deep rumble. A massive amount of existential energy, like a flood bursting its banks, converged upon Lu Yanran, that anchor point. Lu Yanran's body became a converter. An ultimate converter that transforms the power of existence of the entire center of existence into the purest eternal light. Light emanated from her. At first it was just a faint light, but in an instant it transformed into a dazzling pillar of light that could illuminate the entire abyss of nothingness. Eternal light. Lu Yanran's voice, no longer transmitted through her vocal cords but through this light, resounded throughout the dark void beyond the entire multiverse. This light contained the hopes of countless civilizations, carried Yi Chen's final will, and burned with Lu Yanran's complete resolve as the ruler. It traversed an immeasurable distance, striking precisely at the very center of that pure darkness, the very essence of the will of ultimate nothingness. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The interplay of light and darkness creates an eerie balance. The massive consciousness, composed of pure, ultimate void energy, began to undergo visible changes under the continuous infusion of the eternal light. The darkness is dissolving, it is transforming. On its pitch-black surface, specks of starlight began to appear. These were not real stars, but points of light condensed from the purest, eternal energy. Hope can be rekindled even in the deepest despair. Mother. Yin Yanyan's voice rang out again, this time without pain or fear. With the infusion of the eternal light, her spirit established an unprecedentedly deep connection with that enormous consciousness. She no longer just sees it. She can hear it. I can talk to it. At this moment, Yin Yanyan's mental connection ability reached its true ultimate form. She no longer needed coordinates to locate herself, her spirit itself became the bridge connecting to eternity. She can directly communicate with the eternal consciousness of the ultimate nothingness, which has just awakened and is still in a state of chaos. Guide it, recite it, tell it that it is not destroying, but protecting. Lu Yanran's voice was transmitted to her daughter through the spiritual link between mother and daughter. Yin Yanyan did not answer. Her entire being was immersed in communicating with that ancient consciousness. In her perception, she saw a series of broken images. Those are memories from countless years ago. A consciousness composed purely of light roamed freely at the beginning of the multiverse. It guarded the balance of all things, was the other side of existence, and was the pause that allowed the universe to cycle. However, as the multiverse continues to expand, the ultimate existence energy becomes stronger and stronger, and begins to unconsciously suppress and exclude it. Pain. Forgotten. It was distorted.
Its eternal consciousness fell into slumber under endless suppression, while its energy was alienated in pain, turning into the ultimate nothingness that devoured everything.
It hurts. An ancient yet naive idea resonated in Yin Yan's mind.
This is not an evil demon king, but a pitiful child who has been abandoned by the entire universe and has struggled in pain for countless eons.
Help me. The eternal consciousness of ultimate nothingness made a request to Yin Yan.
It no longer wanted to be bound by that endless void energy. It longed to escape the pain and return to its original self.
I will protect this universe again. I promise. This was completely beyond everyone's expectations.
The final boss didn't fight back, nor did he declare his intention to destroy the world. Instead, he pleaded for help.
Yin Yan's heart was deeply touched. I'll help you. She made a decision. Without seeking Lu Yanran's consent, this was a compassion and empathy that stemmed from the most primal aspects of life.
Yin Yan poured her spiritual energy, which had been sublimated to its ultimate level, into the core area of ultimate nothingness, the source point called eternal core, through that spiritual link without reservation. Her spirit transformed into a purifying fire, beginning to help that ancient consciousness burn and purify the alienated ultimate void energy.
Nian. Lu Yanran noticed her daughter's actions and her heart tightened. But she didn't stop it. She chose to believe her daughter. All support fleets, listen up. Lu Yanran's order echoed throughout the entire Federation fleet. Target all remaining ultimate void energy outside the multiverse. Execute the purification protocol. Clear all obstacles for the transformation of the eternal core. She knew that only by completely eliminating external sources of pollution could she ensure that the ultimate nothingness would not be alienated again.
Meanwhile, inside the center of existence, Dr. Albert's research team captured key parameters of the energy transformation between eternal light and ultimate nothingness from a massive data stream.
We did it! We did it! Dr. Albert shouted excitedly. We've cracked the secret of transformation. The ultimate converter technology is complete. A groundbreaking technology, capable of altering the entire energy landscape of the multiverse, was unexpectedly born during this final battle. With the joint efforts of Yin Yan and the entire Federation, the purification and transformation within the eternal core has reached its final stage. The darkness that had entrenched itself for countless epochs was completely purified under the combined attack of the eternal light and Yin Yan's spiritual energy. That enormous consciousness was no longer the darkness that devoured everything. It transformed into a dazzling sea of stars composed of pure eternally existing energy. It has recovered. Ultimate nothingness has transformed back into eternal guardian. Through Yin Yan, it established a brand new alliance with the Multiverse Federation.
However, Yin Yan's spiritual energy was also excessively depleted due to this unreserved infusion. Her consciousness slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Just as she was about to completely lose consciousness, Yi Chen's fragment of consciousness transmitted a final message to Lu Yanran through his daughter's spirit.
Don't worry, Nian is just asleep. Her spirit will undergo ultimate ascension during this burning. When she awakens again, she will be the one and only eternal daughter in this universe. After the information was transmitted, Yi Chen's fragments of consciousness turned into the last ray of light and completely dissipated. Lu Yanran stood on the bridge of the ship, which had been renamed Genesis Arc. Outside the window, what was once the abyss of nothingness has now become the eternal center. It is no longer the endpoint of all things, but a brand new source of energy for the entire multiverse. With the help of the Eternal Guardians, the Federation fleet is efficiently clearing out the last remnants of the void. A brand new era has arrived. Lu Yanran gazed at the dazzling sea of stars that had transformed from darkness. She knew that the journey of human civilization and the Multiverse Federation would not end there. To safeguard eternity and maintain order, their expedition has only just begun. Chapter 142: The Eternal Center, the Ultimate of the Multiverse. Chapter 142: The Eternal Center, the Ultimate of the Multiverse. Before the embers of war had completely cooled, a brand new era had already begun. In what was once the abyss of nothingness, now the Eternal Center, an unprecedentedly magnificent institution has risen from the ground. It is no longer the endpoint that devours all things, but the highest power hub and scientific research sanctuary of the entire Multiverse Federation. The atmosphere inside the council hall of the Eternal Center was solemn and dignified. A silicon-based life form from the Alpha Andromeda galaxy, resembling flowing liquid metal, is speaking through a special resonant device.
We believe that any agreement regarding the sharing of the ultimate converter technology must be based on absolute security. Any oversight in any could lead to catastrophic consequences. Opposite him, an energy lifeform from the Virgo supercluster, shimmering with a soft blue light, retorted, "Safety is important, but efficiency is equally crucial. Countless parallel universes are still being eroded by the ultimate void energy. We have no time to waste." Debates, arguments, and clashes of ideas between different civilizations unfolded fiercely here. Lu Yenran sat upright in the speaker's seat, listening quietly. She wore the uniform of the highest federal governor, the steely resolve of her former military bearing replaced by a dignified and all-encompassing presence. She did not rush to express her opinion. As the highest-ranking official of the Federation, she was well-versed in the art of coordination. These civilizations, from different dimensions, possessed vastly different values and life forms. Forcibly unifying them would only backfire. What she needs is a balance that all civilizations can accept. Dr. Albert, Lu Yenran began, her voice clearly transmitted to every representative present through the mental link. "Your Excellency the Consul." Dr. Albert stood up from his seat as a research representative. He looked a little older than during the final battle, but his spirit was even more vigorous. "What are the conclusions of the operational risk assessment report for the ultimate converter?" Dr. Albert adjusted his glasses and pulled up a complex data model. "According to our simulations, under the energy field of the Eternal Guardian, the operational risk of the ultimate converter is less than 1 in 10 million. Theoretically, it is absolutely safe." "Theoretically?" The silicon-based life form caught the word. "Yes, theoretically," Dr. Albert admitted, "because our calculations cannot cover one variable, Miss Yin Yin Yin." The entire room fell silent instantly. All the delegates' gazes were fixed on the dome of the council hall. There, suspended in the air, was a gigantic cocoon of energy, within which Yin 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 slept. Her spiritual energy has merged with the entire eternal center. She can sense the faint spiritual fluctuations of every life in the multiverse and can also subtly influence the subtle changes in the laws of the universe. She is the eternal daughter, an existence that transcends all known forms of life. Yin Yin's condition has exceeded the scope of our current scientific understanding, Dr. Albert added. Her sublimation is the biggest variable in itself, and also our strongest guarantee. Lu Yenran nodded slightly. "I propose the establishment of an eternal council composed of top scientists from various civilizations to jointly oversee the promotion and application of the ultimate converter technology. At the same time, we should launch the Spark project to send advance teams to all universes suffering from erosion, providing humanitarian aid and technical support." Her proposal, which balanced safety and efficiency, was approved by most of the delegates. Just then, a sudden mental fluctuation interrupted the meeting. "Warning! High-risk energy reaction detected. Coordinates, parallel universe 734. This spiritual message does not come from any representative, but originates directly from the will of the Eternal Center. Or rather, it is the will of the Eternal Guardian. The ultimate nothingness that once devoured everything, after regaining its ancient consciousness, unexpectedly did not choose to regain power or become a supreme deity. It has fully integrated its power into the core system of the Eternal Center, becoming the Federation's most powerful, invisible guardian. It only issues warnings when the multiverse faces a major crisis." Lu Yenran felt a chill run down her spine. "Immediately connect to the observation data of Universe 734. On the main screen, the images switch rapidly. It was a universe heading towards desolation, stars dimming, galaxies collapsing. And at the edge of the universe, thick, seemingly alive darkness was writhing. They don't seem like energy, they're more like some kind of organism." "What is this?" a representative asked in disbelief. Dr. Albert zoomed in on the image, and the data stream rolled wildly. "My God, the composition of these creatures, they are entirely made of mutated ultimate nothingness energy. They are devouring the laws of that universe. These creatures come in all shapes and sizes. Some are like giant deep-sea monsters, roaming through space and distorting the spacetime structure wherever they go. Others are as small as dust, yet they can invade the core of planets and completely mutate them. They are the ultimate nothingness beings." Lu Yenran stared at the twisted monsters on the screen, an unprecedented pressure weighing on her heart. The ultimate nothingness had been cleared away, but ultimate nothingness creatures had been born. It seemed endless. Just then, a faint yet incredibly clear consciousness quietly flowed into her mind through the blood-related spiritual link. "It's Yi Chen." No, it was the last fragment of consciousness left behind by Yi Chen, residing in the core of his daughter's spirit. Yenran, the peace in the multiverse is only temporary. These ultimate nothingness beings are not simply energy mutations, they are seeds sown by the source of ultimate nothingness. Their existence has only one purpose: to find and awaken the ultimate chaos slumbering beyond the multiverse. Ultimate chaos. Another unfamiliar term, yet one that brings an extreme sense of oppression. Lu Yenran felt her breath catch for a moment. She had just finished a decisive battle, and the joy of victory had not yet dissipated when an even more terrifying shadow quietly descended. She forced herself to calm down. Dr. Albert, analyze the weaknesses of these creatures and develop a combat plan. All fleets are on high alert. Establish the Expeditionary Legion, with myself as the Commander-in-Chief, and prepare immediately to rush to the aid of Universe 734. She issued commands methodically, and the panicked Parliament Hall quickly returned to order. But Lu Yenran knew that this was just the beginning. She must lead the entire Federation to make thorough preparations for the unknown challenge known as Ultimate Chaos. After the meeting, Lu Yenran went alone to the highest observation deck of the Ark of Genesis. This was also the highest point of the entire Eternal Center. Outside the window lies an endless multiverse, with countless parallel universes appearing and disappearing like dazzling bubbles. Once, she thought protecting human civilization was the limit. Later, she thought protecting the multidimensional universe federation was the end. Only now does she realize that their journey may never end. To safeguard eternity and maintain order. These 8 words weighed so heavily on her that she could barely breathe. Just then, the energy cocoon behind her suddenly flickered. A tender yet incredibly resolute spiritual thought gently touched her consciousness. Mom, don't be afraid. It's Nian Nian. Lu Yenran suddenly turned around and looked at the cocoon of light. Remember, be with them. The next second, a pure and vast spiritual energy flowed out from the cocoon of light, instantly sweeping across the entire Eternal Center. Alarms sounded simultaneously in every corner of the Federation fleet. Report to the Archon. The core energy of the Eternal Guardian is fluctuating violently. Report. The Ultimate Converter's energy output power has instantly exceeded the limit by 3,000%. Report. The Eternal Daughter's mental network is synchronizing with the ultimate nothingness creature in Universe 734. What is she doing? Dr. Albert's voice was filled with horror. Lu Yenran just stared blankly at the cocoon of light, her daughter's voice echoing clearly in her mind. Mom, I saw their source. Chapter 121: The Multiverse Federation, the beginning of a new era. On the bridge of the Creation Ark, the flags of the old era were slowly lowered. Instead, a completely new flag was raised. The deep black background symbolizes the boundless universe. At its center is a dazzling star map woven from countless filaments of light, representing the interconnected multiverse. And at the core of this star map, a blue planet floats quietly. Earth. I, Lu Yenran, hereby announce in my capacity as representative of Earth civilization and temporary coordinator of the Dimensional Alliance. Before her stood 2 generals, scholars, and administrators of the highest levels of civilization. The Multiverse Federation is officially established. There were no cheers, only a heavy, solemn silence. Everyone could feel that behind this name lay the fate of countless worlds. Lu Yenran turned around and faced everyone. She was no longer the woman who needed Yi Chen's protection, but the highest-ranking official wielding power. Our goal is to maintain the balance of all remaining worlds, defend the free will of every living being, and explore the unknown of the vast starry sky beneath our feet. Every word she spoke was broadcast throughout the massive ark via the bridge's public address system, reaching every warship in the Alliance fleet. Through the unanimous recommendation of the Joint Parliament, I will serve as the first Supreme Governor of the Federation. Below the stage, Dr. Albert nodded vigorously, his white coat impeccably clean. Beside him stood the veteran general from the Dimensional Alliance, who also gave him a gesture of approval. This is not only a transfer of power, but also a passing on of responsibility. Lu Yenran's gaze fell on a special spot in the crowd. Yi Nian stood there quietly. She had grown into a graceful young woman, but at this moment, the ethereal quality that connected her to all things made her the most unique presence in the entire room. She is the spiritual symbol of the Federation. It is the most precious gift that my father left to this world. The first Federal Supreme Conference was held in the circular conference hall of the Creation Ark. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. I believe we should immediately extend invitations to all known, surviving parallel universes.
A hawkish general from the Earth military spoke first, his holographic projection carrying a hint of urgency. Our strength is still very weak. We need to quickly recruit allies and integrate all the forces that can be integrated. I object. A cool but resolute reply came from Lu Yenran. All the holographic projections in the conference hall turned towards her. We must not forget that Yi Chen used himself as a lock to isolate that unknown enemy. But he also reminded us that we opened the door ourselves. Her fingers traced through the air, bringing up the last message Yi Chen had left behind. Thank you for opening the door for us. The cold, hard words instantly dampened the hawkish general's momentum. Lu Yenran continued, we don't know if similar gatekeepers are still hidden among those surviving civilizations. We don't know their values, and we're unclear about their true intentions. Blindly expanding will only expose our homeland to unknown threats once again. These words are unconventional. It goes against the conventional logic of all post-disaster civilizations sticking together for mutual support. But it is absolutely correct. I propose the establishment of a civilization assessment committee, Lu Yenran said, looking at Dr. Albert. Dr. Albert will lead a long-term, non-contact observation and assessment of every new civilization we are prepared to contact. Only when we ensure that its core beliefs are consistent with our principle of defending free will can we initiate formal contact procedures. I agree, Dr. Albert replied solemnly. I second that. The old general of the Dimensional Alliance also expressed his support. Caution became the first principle upon which the Multiverse Federation was born. Regarding technological development, Lu Yenran turned her gaze to another proposal. I authorize Dr. Albert to establish the Federation's highest research center based on the Genesis Arkansas. The goal is to integrate the technology trees of all known civilizations and develop universal technologies capable of adapting to the multiverse environment. A fanatical expression appeared on Dr. Albert's projection. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, we will never betray this trust. Finally, and most importantly, Lu Yenran's expression turned extremely serious. The Federation's primary task is to repair those parallel universes that have been eroded by the Void Ones but have not yet completely collapsed. We are not conquerors, we are healers. She looked at her daughter. Nian Nian, this task needs your help. Yin Yin Yan walked to the center of the conference table, closed her eyes, and her consciousness seemed to instantly detach from the material world. The next second, a massive, three-dimensional multiverse star map unfolded in the center of the conference hall. On the star map, most areas are bright, but many areas are shrouded in gray and black patches that are writhing ominously. I can feel their pain, Yin Yin Yan said softly, her consciousness resonating with these damaged universes. Their world laws are collapsing, and life is wailing. She stretched out her finger and gently touched one of the gray patches. This is Universe 734. 37% of its core laws have been torn apart, but the flame of its civilization has not yet been extinguished. We can begin here. Her positioning was incredibly accurate. Lu Yenran stared at the star map and immediately began to mobilize resources. Order, 1st and 3rd Repair Fleets, depart. Engineering ships carrying the World Foundation's stabilizers, head to the target universe. Dr. Albert, the energy guidance plan needs to be completed within 24 hours. Yes, Your Excellency. Order, the 5th and 6th escort fleets shall maintain vigilance along the route to ensure the safety of the waterway. Yes, sir. She issued a series of instructions in an orderly manner, and for the first time, the entire massive federal machine began to operate efficiently for a common goal under her command. Her exceptional leadership impressed all attendees. In the brief interval between issuing commands, deep within Lu Yenran's consciousness, she seemed to sense a warm and grand idea. That's Yi Chen. He transformed into the laws of nature, yet he continues to silently watch over everything through his daughter, protecting those he loves and the world he protects. He became the Federation's strongest backing, an invisible guardian. The repair task went surprisingly smoothly. Under Yin Yin Yan's precise guidance, the Federation fleet, like the most efficient surgeon, surgically removed the gangrene of the universe one by one, and used the primordial energy brought from the creation arc to help those worlds rebuild order. Countless civilizations were thus able to survive. The name Multiverse Federation began to be hailed as a miracle in these post-apocalyptic worlds. However, just as a repair mission to Universe 1204 was nearing completion, an exploration ship responsible for perimeter surveillance made an astonishing discovery. Report to Command Center. We've discovered abnormal coordinates. Over the communications channel, the captain's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement and confusion. This is the Federal Command Center. Please provide details. Lu Yenran personally connected the communication.
Your Excellency, we have discovered a universe perfectly hidden by a natural spacetime barrier at the edge of the Void Storm. It shows absolutely no trace of being corrupted by the Void Ones.
This news instantly silenced the entire bridge. A parallel universe untouched by war?
Send back the coordinates and detection data immediately. Lu Yenran suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Soon, a brand new star map appeared before her.
It was a vibrant universe, brimming with starlight and energy.
Preliminary energy scans revealed an extremely advanced civilization in its central star region, whose energy level even surpassed that of the Dimensional Alliance at its peak. Most importantly, they seemed to know nothing about the existence of the Nihilists.
The meeting was held again. A powerful civilization that has never experienced despair?
The hawkish general's breathing quickened.
This is a God-given ally. We must make contact with them immediately. Their addition will instantly double our strength. No. Dr. Albert immediately retorted. We know nothing about them.
Their social structure, values, war potential, it's all a mystery.
If we make contact rashly, who can guarantee they won't be the next Nihilists?
The debate became heated.
A powerful, unknown neighbor is both an opportunity and a potentially greater threat.
Quiet. When Lu Yenran spoke, all the arguing stopped. She looked at the magnificent universe on the star map and made her decision.
We cannot gamble.
The future of the Federation cannot be built on luck.
Pass on my orders to assemble a silent observation fleet and dispatch top-tier observers.
Our mission is to conduct high-level, long-term monitoring and assessment without being detected by the enemy.
No one is allowed to send any information to this universe in any form without my permission.
Her decision put an end to the debate.
This demonstrates a leader's decisiveness and sense of responsibility.
However, the moment the order was given, a technician responsible for monitoring long-distance signals suddenly stood up from his seat, his face full of disbelief.
Your Excellency the Consul. Lu Yenran looked at him.
No, we don't need to send it anymore. The technician's voice trembled as he pointed to a faster-than-light message from that unknown universe that had just been deciphered on the screen.
They contacted us first. What is the content? Lu Yenran's heart tightened.
The technician swallowed hard and read out the translated, repetitive short message word by word.
Dad. Chapter 122 Hidden Civilization, Strategies for Contact. Dad.
These two words, through the Federation's highest-level translation matrix, resonated clearly in every corner of the command bridge.
The air froze.
The captain, who had just been thrilled by the discovery of a new universe, now felt as if he had been choked. The ecstatic expressions on the faces of the hawkish generals instantly turned into astonishment and wariness. Even the usually composed Dr. Albert adjusted his glasses, thinking there was a mistake in the data.
Repeat it. Lu Yenran's command broke the silence.
Her voice was flat, but her clenched grip on the armrest betrayed her inner turmoil. The technician's fingers flew across the console, and the information stream on the screen refreshed once again.
Information verified, Your Excellency. Source signal stable, translation matrix correct. Content unchanged. It's still those two words. Dad.
This time, everyone heard it clearly. It wasn't a question, nor a test, but more like confirmation.
A call tinged with confusion and anticipation. A prank? Or some kind of psychological tactic we can't understand?
General Reno, the leader of the Hawks, was the first to speak, his brows furrowed into a deep frown.
Would a civilization capable of perfectly concealing the universe greet us in such a childish way? Dr. Albert immediately retorted. That doesn't make sense.
Perhaps the translation matrix encountered a context outside its understanding, causing ambiguity.
Is it possible, a young staff officer whispered, that this word has a completely different meaning in their civilization? Like hello or who are you? Lu Yenran did not participate in the discussion. Her thoughts had already drifted far away. Dad?
This word, for her, stirred up too many long-buried memories.
Yi Chen, if he were still alive, if he saw the scene, what would he think?
No, now is not the time to think about these things.
Sever passive reception, Lu Yenran ordered. Enter the second phase of silent observation.
From now on, raise the security level of this universe to the highest level. All data is restricted to the command center and myself. She needs time and more information to determine whether the father is a sign of goodwill, a conspiracy, or a massive blunder spanning the universe. The silent observation fleet lurks like ghosts behind the veil of the void storm. Over several months, massive amounts of data were continuously transmitted back to the Federal Command Center. A magnificent, splendid, yet incredibly pure picture of civilization slowly unfolded before Lu Yenran. This civilization, which the Federation named Utopia, had indeed reached an astonishing level of technological advancement. They had completely solved the energy problem and achieved immense material wealth. Their social structure was harmonious, filled with trust and cooperation among individuals, and their moral standards were so high that even the Federation's sociologists were ashamed. But they have one fatal characteristic. They never explored the outside world. All their technology was used to optimize their internal world. Their spaceships only ever reached the edge of their own star system before never venturing further. Their philosophy and arts celebrated life and harmony, but never considered whether other similar beings existed beyond their own universe. They knew nothing of war, nothing of betrayal, and even less of that, beyond their natural spatial and temporal barrier, lay a nightmare called the Void Ones, which had just devoured countless worlds. They are a blank slate, Dr. Albert concluded at a small meeting. A flawless, yet incredibly fragile, blank slate. Any influx of external information could cause them to collapse instantly. General Reynolds, unusually, did not refute him. He simply sighed heavily. If the Void Ones find them, they have no concept of resistance. As Lu Yenran gazed at the brilliant universe on the star map, a bold plan took shape in her mind. We can't just appear in front of them, she said. That's not guidance, that's destruction. A god descending from heaven doesn't necessarily bring good news, it's more likely to bring the collapse of the entire belief system. So what do you mean? Albert asked. We're not gods. Lu Yenran turned to another corner of the conference room, where a quiet girl was sitting. Yi Nian Nian. Our responsibility is simply to plant a seed in their dreams. This plan is downright insane. The Federation did not dispatch any physical spaceships, nor did it send any explicit signals. Instead, Yi Nian Nian's powerful mental energy, through a special amplification device, transformed into invisible threads and silently probed into the vast, global network of the Utopia civilization. She did not directly impart information. She was merely making the most minute modifications to their vast database. An ancient myth has been supplemented with a prophecy about visitors from outer space. In a cutting-edge digital artwork, a strange nebula, not belonging to their universe, is quietly painted into the starry sky in the background. In one of the most popular virtual reality movies, the protagonist hears a faint call from the depths of the universe at the end of a dream. These hints are so subtle as to be almost imperceptible, yet they are precisely targeted at the places most likely to cause a ripple. Change is happening quietly. Leading physicists in Utopia have begun to question the Big Bang Theory, suggesting that the birth of the universe may have been influenced by external intervention. Their philosophers began to debate whether solitary wisdom was the norm in the universe. Their artists began creating works on the theme of another world at an alarming rate. A seed named curiosity was planted. At this very moment, Dr. Albert's team also achieved a major breakthrough. Your Excellency! We succeeded! Dr. Albert practically burst into Lu Yenran's office, his face contorted with near-manic excitement. We've deciphered their core energy technology. My God, this is simply world-shaking. He placed a report in front of Lu Yenran. They treat information as energy. The doctor excitedly explained, they have mastered an incredible technology that can transform data, formulas, and even a piece of text into a stable, efficient, and pollution-free form of energy. They call it information energy. Lu Yenran's heart skipped a beat. How to transform illusory information into real and tangible energy. The void beings devour matter, turning it into nothingness. But this technology can create something from nothingness. This might be the ultimate answer to the fight against the nihilists. We must obtain this technology. Lu Yenran's decision was unquestionable. At all costs, in a peaceful manner. Just as she made up her mind to move the contact plan to the next step, an urgent communication from the observation fleet came through. Report to the governor. The actions of the Utopia civilization have become abnormal. One of their deep space probes has deviated from its planned trajectory and is accelerating toward us. Lu Yenran immediately accessed the real-time monitoring. In the scene, the probe named Oracle by the Utopian civilization is steadily flying towards the edge of the void storm. On their channel, a routine communication signal that the Federation had inadvertently leaked earlier is being repeatedly played, regarded as guidance from the other side of the gods.
The seed has sprouted. Mom, Yin Yan's voice rang in Lu Yanran's mind. I found it.
In the countless minds ignited by curiosity within the utopian civilization, her spiritual connection found a point of resonance that resonated most with her frequency. It was a young scientist who, against all odds, changed the course of the oracle. He was scared, but he wanted to know the answers even more, Yin Yan said.
I can talk to them through him. The time has come.
Lu Yanran stood up and faced all the senior officers and scholars in the command center.
Pass on my orders.
I will form a first-order diplomatic team, which I will personally lead.
Our goal is no longer observation, but contact.
She paused, then announced the code name for the operation, word by word.
Dawn Dialogue.
The engines of the flagship departure were already warming up, and the members of the diplomatic team were ready to go, their faces a mixture of tension and anticipation. They were about to become witnesses to the handshake between two universes.
Lu Yanran was about to step onto the gangway to board the ship. Mom, wait.
Yin Yan suddenly grabbed her arm. Lu Yanran turned around and found that her daughter's face was pale and bloodless.
What's wrong? Yin Yan's body was trembling slightly as she gazed into the distance at the void where the Utopia universe was located. Her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. At the edge of that universe. I felt it. Hunger. Chapter 123 Dawn Dialogue, The Probing of the Void. Hunger.
These two words were like an invisible hammer, striking Lu Yanran's heart hard. The deep rumble of the flagship departure engine, the suppressed excitement of the diplomatic team members, and everything around them instantly faded, becoming distant and blurry.
Only Yin Yan's pale face and the two words she uttered with trembling were so clear they were suffocating. Hunger.
It is not a desire stemming from biological instinct, but an ultimate concept on a cosmic scale, pure, cold, and capable of devouring everything.
It is the nihilist.
Lu Yanran's body tensed instantly, her preparation to board the ship frozen in mid-air. She didn't turn back to look at the astonished officers in the command center, but instead gripped her daughter's cold arm.
Yan, calm down and tell me what you feel. They are on the edge of that universe, Yin Yan's teeth chattered. The perception brought by the mental connection was a huge burden for her.
So many they are looking at that universe, like a wild beast that has been starving for a long time and has seen its prey.
Lu Yanran's heart sank. Operation Dawn Dialogue was fraught with enormous risks from the very beginning.
But she did not expect that the greatest risk would not come from the unknown utopian civilization, but from the mortal enemy lurking in the shadows.
Why were the Void Ones there? A coincidence? Or had they been tracking the Federation's exploration fleet? Mom, they seem to be waiting for something. Yin Yan's breathing quickened. They didn't go in right away, they just lingered outside testing the waters. A test? Alarm bells rang in Lu Yanran's mind.
Your Excellency the Consul, the flagship's captain asked via communicator, his voice tinged with confusion. Lu Yanran released her daughter, turned around, and faced the command center again. Her decision was made in an instant.
Dr. Albert. Yes, Your Excellency.
Dr. Albert, who practically rushed in, immediately responded.
Where has the analysis of information energy technology progressed?
We have mastered the basic conversion principles, but to achieve stable output and application, we still need time and a lot of experimental data.
The doctor's excitement cooled down, replaced by the rigor of a scientist. It's too late. Lu Yanran interrupted him.
The Dawn Dialogue operation plan has been changed. I will lead the first-order diplomatic team and depart as originally planned.
However, the destination is not the interior of the Utopia universe, but the edge.
She looked at the commander-in-chief, order the departure to enter maximum combat readiness, and charge all escort fleet main guns.
Our diplomatic efforts may turn into a war. Mom! Yin Yan exclaimed.
Don't worry, Lu Yanran turned around and gave her daughter a reassuring look, we're not going to our deaths.
Yan, your mission is even more important now.
I need you to maintain a mental connection with that young scientist throughout the entire process, but you absolutely cannot reveal our true location or intentions. She wanted to personally verify the true movements of the nihilists. Pass on my order, the Dawn Dialogue shall officially begin. Like an arrow released from a bow, the departure tore through the chaotic veil of the void storm, leading an elite fleet into the crevice between two universes. This is a bizarre and surreal void. There are no stars, no matter, only distorted light and chaotic laws colliding and annihilating each other. The fleet sailed cautiously, concealing all its energy fluctuations, like a group of ghosts, silently arriving outside the crystal wall of the Utopia universe. Through the flagship's porthole, a perfect universe unfolds before everyone's eyes. It was a sphere enveloped in a soft membrane of light, its interior a dazzling galaxy, radiating an ultimate harmony and order. The stars shone steadily and gently, and the planets orbited with clockwork precision. This civilization has transformed their universe into a perfect work of art. My God, one of the accompanying cosmologists exclaimed in a dreamlike voice, their Dyson sphere technology has covered the entire galaxy, and the energy of every star is being used perfectly. Not a single bit is wasted. Their culture and technology have developed to an end that is hard for us to imagine, another sociologist added. But as a result, their knowledge of the outside world is almost zero. They live in a perfect box that they created themselves. Lu Yanran remained silent. She simply gazed quietly at the beautiful universe, her mind filled with the two words Yin Yin had brought her. Hunger. Mom. Yin Yan's voice rang in her mind, tinged with a hint of nervousness. I've connected with him. Very good, Lu Yanran replied. Proceed according to plan. Deep within the utopian universe, on a planet named Source of Wisdom, a young scientist named K is intently watching the data stream before him. It was he who, against all odds, insisted on changing the course of the Oracle. As a result, he is now facing immense pressure from the Supreme Council. Just then, a strange yet familiar and warm consciousness quietly appeared in his mind. Hello. Kai's body jolted violently. It wasn't their civilized language, nor any known encoding. But the meaning these three words represented was clearly imprinted in his mind. Who are you? Kai answered in his own mind, his heart pounding. We come from the other side of the gods. Yin Yanyan conveyed the prepared message according to Lu Yanran's instructions. Kai's breathing stopped instantly. Beyond the gods. The signal received by the Oracle was the ultimate answer their civilization had been searching for countless generations. You really exist? Kai's voice trembled with excitement. We not only exist, we also bring warnings. Lu Yanran took control of the conversation, transmitting her will through Yin Yan's mental connection. Her consciousness was calm and powerful, instantly calming Kai's agitated thoughts. Warning? Kai was confused. Instead of answering directly, Lu Yanran accessed the Federation's database and, through Yin Yan, transmitted star maps and images into Kai's consciousness. Those are scenes of the birth of countless parallel universes, an epic of the rise and fall of different civilizations, and a record of the Federation's exchanges with various intelligent life forms. Kai's mind was nearly overwhelmed by the deluge of information. He saw bizarre life forms, fantastical cosmic laws, and a vast and complex universe far beyond his imagination, a multiverse. This is impossible, Kai said in disbelief. There is more than one universe? Yes. Lu Yanran's resolve remained unwavering. And now, a threat called the Void is threatening all the universes. She showed Kai the horrific images the Federation had observed of the Void beings devouring planets and annihilating galaxies without reservation. That pure nothingness, that absolute annihilation, sent shivers down Kai's spine. What are they? They are the natural enemy of all existence. They devour matter, energy, information, devouring everything and reducing it to nothingness. Lu Yanran paused for a moment, then dropped the biggest bombshell. They are now outside your universe. Kai's mind went blank. Was his perfect, eternal, and harmonious universe facing the danger of being completely erased? This overturned all his understanding. The evidence provided by the federal government was so detailed and the logical chain of events so clear and irrefutable that he could find no reason to doubt it. After a long while, Kai's thoughts began to function again. He did not immediately show panic or ask for federal protection, as Lu Yanran had expected. I understand. Kai's consciousness unexpectedly calmed down. I need to know everything about the Void Ones. Their habits, their weaknesses, all the information you possess. Lu Yanran was somewhat surprised. This young scientist did not choose to rely on others. The fate of civilization should be decided by ourselves. Kai's resolve hardened. We may know nothing of the outside world, but we will not sit idly by and wait to die. Please give us the opportunity to learn about our enemy and confront him. Lu Yanran fell silent. She saw in this young man a long-lost pride and resilience that belonged to civilization itself. I respect your choice, Lu Yenran responded through her consciousness. The Federation will provide you with all intelligence about the Void Ones. She immediately ordered that all publicly available information about the Void Ones in the federal database be packaged and sent to Yin Yin. Furthermore, I formally invite you to join our joint research team to study the weaknesses of the Nihilists. Just as the elites of the two civilizations were about to reach their first consensus on cooperation. Alarm! Alarm! In the flagship's command center, a piercing alarm broke the silence. Report to the Archon. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected. The Void Ones, they've begun to move. On the surveillance footage, the darkness that lingered at the edge of the utopian universe began to writhe and converge. Countless dark tentacles were slowly and steadily extending towards the star system at the very core of the utopian civilization. Their target is the sun of that galaxy. Mom! Yin Yan's scream exploded in Lu Yenran's mind. My connection is being interfered with. Something is trying to infiltrate. At the same time, a cold, greedy consciousness silently probed through the mental bridge between Yin Yan and Kai. Its goal is crystal clear. The network of utopian civilization. And the secrets of the information energy technology contained within it. Just as Lu Yenran was about to sever the connection, a familiar and majestic consciousness descended upon Yin Yan's chaotic mental world like a stabilizing force. It's Yi Chen. Don't move. Yi Chen's instructions were brief and clear, and were directly transmitted to Lu Yenran through Yin Yan. Set a trap. Use information energy to lure it in. Lu Yenran's heart clenched suddenly. She instantly understood Yi Chen's intention. Reverse trapping. She immediately issued a command to Kai on the other end via mental connection. Kai, heed my command. Immediately mobilize your information energy core. Construct a fake, highest authority data node within your network. An information trap. Although Kai didn't understand why, the moment that cold consciousness from the Void One seeped in, he instinctively chose to believe Lu Yenran. What should I do? Treat it as the purest energy source, construct a seemingly perfect energy singularity, and then wait for it to crawl in on its own. On the planet Source of Wisdom, Kai's hands blurred into afterimages on the control panel. On the bridge of the departure ship, Lu Yenran's gaze was fixed on the approaching darkness in the surveillance footage. A silent war is being waged simultaneously on the edge of two universes, on the virtual network and on the real battlefield. The infiltrating, greedy consciousness remained completely unaware of the danger. It had already smelled the unparalleled deliciousness of information energy and was eagerly plunging headlong into the perfect trap that had been meticulously prepared for it. Chapter 124 Information Trap, The Backlash of the Nihilists. Boom! An invisible explosion resounded simultaneously in the mental worlds of Lu Yenran and Kai. The Void One, who had just been incredibly greedy and trying to devour everything, froze instantly in his infiltrated consciousness. It's like a fish that plunged headfirst into solidified cement, trapped in place by that fake data node constructed from information energy. The trap has been set. Gotcha! A joyful shout echoed in Kai's mind. But the next second, that ecstasy turned into horror. The captured consciousness began to struggle violently. It was no longer a silent infiltration, but transformed into a pure, destructive mental storm that frantically assaulted the information trap that Kai had constructed. Stabilize it. Lu Yenran's command was decisive and calm. Yi Chen, how long do you need? Her response was Yi Chen's unwavering and steadfast consciousness, as solid as an ancient rock. It has already begun. On the planet Source of Wisdom, Kai's face turned pale, and sweat soaked his clothes. He could clearly feel the trapped consciousness frantically analyzing the data nodes he had constructed, trying to find the weakest link and then tear the entire network apart. No. It's too strong. It's devouring my trap. Kai's voice trembled slightly. This trap is constructed using the core information energy technology of the utopian civilization, and is theoretically indestructible. But now, it is being dismantled from within. Don't resist, guide it, Lu Yenran quickly ordered. Treat it like a data packet, start your analysis program, and reverse engineer it. Analyze it? It will tear our system to shreds. Then let it tear it apart. Lu Yenran's decision was decisive without the slightest hesitation. Yi Chen needs its data. This is our only chance. Kai gritted his teeth. He stared at the garbled text scrolling wildly on the console, the meaningless stream of information generated by the Void One's consciousness as it assaulted the network.
He made a decision. All researchers, listen up. K roared into the communication channel, abandon defense. Activate project source. Treat this damn thing as a completely new cosmological model for analysis. You've gone mad.
Kai, you're going to destroy the source of wisdom, a scientist exclaimed.
Then let it be destroyed.
Kai's eyes were bloodshot.
What is a planet compared to the annihilation of an entire civilization? With K's command given, the scientists of the Utopia civilization abandoned their futile resistance.
They turned their guns on the civilization's most advanced analytical systems, directing them all at the crazed invader.
Countless data streams transformed into probes, piercing into the struggling consciousness.
In an instant, a tsunami of information flooded the minds of all the scientists involved in the analysis.
That's not data, that's not knowledge. It was a wail.
It is despair.
It is the final lament of countless civilizations before they are swallowed up. What is this?
A young scientist clutched his head and collapsed to his knees in anguish.
His spirit was almost overwhelmed by that massive torrent of negative emotions.
K's situation was equally dire, but he held on with unwavering willpower. He forced himself to penetrate the veneer of despair and delve into its underlying structure.
Then, he saw it.
He saw countless shimmering points of light, trapped in a chaotic darkness.
Each point of light represents a remnant of information from a civilization.
Some are fragmented technological blueprints, some are tragic interstellar epics, and some are a child's final cry to his mother before his death. This so-called nihilistic consciousness is not a single entity at all. It is a Frankenstein's monster, pieced together from the information corpses of countless devoured civilizations.
A collection filled with pain and resentment.
Oh my God, Kai's consciousness trembled. They are not devouring, they are assimil.
This discovery made Lu Yenran's heart sink. Assimilation is more terrifying than mere destruction.
It means that the nihilists are turning the remnants of all civilizations into part of themselves, using the remains of their victims to forge even more powerful weapons for themselves.
Destroy it.
The thought flashed through Lu Yenran's mind.
This evil must be completely eradicated. No. Kai issued the exact opposite command, it cannot be destroyed. Lu Yenran was startled.
These information remnants, Kai's voice carried the fervor and excitement of discovering a new continent, they are treasures. Priceless treasures. They contain the technology, culture, and history of countless civilizations if we could extract them. He didn't finish his sentence, but Lu Yenran already understood. This is an extremely crazy idea.
Extracting nutrients from the wreckage of the destroyer?
This isn't just subverting expectations, it's dancing on a knife's edge, making a deal with the devil.
This is too dangerous, Lu Yenran immediately rejected. This information is full of pollution.
If it is not handled properly, your civilization may be directly destroyed by these negative emotions.
But your Federation has a way, doesn't it? K countered.
You were able to cross the universe to come here, and you possess dimensional technology that we cannot comprehend.
Purifying this information should not be difficult for you. Lu Yenran fell silent. Kai is right.
The federal government's spiritual purification protocol and information entropy reduction technology could indeed achieve this. More importantly, if K's plan succeeds, it will be a major breakthrough for the Federation in its fight against the Void Ones. They will be able to understand this terrifying enemy at its root.
I agree with your proposal. Lu Yenran made the decision.
I will immediately apply to the Federal Supreme Command to send Dr. Albert's research team to assist us. Dr. Albert, a leading figure in federal information science, is also the founder of the Mind Purification Protocol.
Great! Kai's mind was filled with excitement.
Just then, Yin Yin, who had been silent all along, suddenly let out a soft moan.
Her mental connection had somehow quietly penetrated into that imprisoned consciousness. Mom! I can feel them.
Yin Yin's consciousness transformed into a pair of gentle hands, softly brushing over the shimmering, pain-filled specks of light.
They are crying. In Yin Yin's perception, those violent, destructive negative emotions began to slowly subside. The fragmented information points no longer blindly collided, but instead actively and intimately converged towards Yin Yin's consciousness. It was as if I had seen a ray of warm light in the endless darkness.
Kay and his team of scientists were astonished to find that the nihilistic consciousness, which had been so violent that it was almost tearing the entire system apart, suddenly became docile. The pressure on the analysis system was greatly reduced, and clear data began to be successfully extracted. Her abilities, Kai stared at all of this in shock. Yin Yanyan's spirit became the best tranquilizer and translator. She could directly perceive the most essential emotions and intentions in those information remnants, helping scientists overcome the biggest obstacle to understanding. After the Federal Research Team arrived through a temporary wormhole and began joint research with the Utopia civilization, the entire purification and analysis process proceeded at an unprecedented speed. A large amount of crucial intelligence was continuously extracted from the remains of the Void Ones. Their behavior patterns, their energy composition, and even the technology trees and fatal weaknesses of the dozens of civilizations they devoured. Finally, during an in-depth analysis of the core data, they obtained the two most crucial pieces of information. Found it! Dr. Albert's aged yet excited voice rang out in the Joint Command Channel. We found the true weakness of the Void Ones. Everyone's heart was in their throat. It's free will. The doctor's conclusion was resounding. They can devour energy, assimilate information, and even mimic emotions, but they cannot understand, much less devour. One thing is civilization, a living being, a truly independent and unpredictable free will. This discovery immediately reminded Lu Yanran of Yi Chen. What that man embodied was the purest and most powerful free will. There is another discovery, Dr. Albert said, his tone becoming serious. We've located their true form. A singularity located at the center of the multiverse, we call it the nothingness. That is the final destination of all the information and energy of the swallowed civilizations, and also the true source of power for the Void Ones. The ultimate goal has been clarified. Lu Yanran looked at Kai beside her. We have a way to deal with them. Kai nodded heavily, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge and hope. Information energy technology can construct the most complex logical networks. Lu Yanran continued, and the Federation's dimensional technology can transform the conceptual thing like free will into a substantial defensive barrier. A brand new idea took shape through the collision of the most brilliant minds from two civilizations. Develop an ultimate weapon to combat the spiritual erosion of the nihilists. Barrier to free will. When the project was officially launched, countless resources and manpower were invested in it, and the entire planetary network of the Utopia civilization was connected with the Federation's flagship departure, transforming it into an unprecedentedly huge laboratory. Just as the prototype of the free will barrier was about to complete its final testing. Alarm! Yin Yanyan's sharp mental alarm suddenly rang out in everyone's minds without warning. Her face was drained of color, and she was trembling all over. It is here. The biggest one, the darkest one. It woke up. On the surveillance footage, the darkness that lingered at the edge of the universe ceased to writhe. It contracts and condenses. Ultimately, it transformed into an enormous eye, so vast that it defies description, composed entirely of darkness. That eye slowly opened, traversing the endless sea of stars, and precisely locked onto the coordinates of the departure. It noticed. Chapter 125 Barriers to Free Will, Clash of Civilizations. The giant eye, composed of pure darkness, caused the physical laws of the entire universe to begin to malfunction simply by opening. The light of stars is distorted by an invisible force, the orbits of planets deviate visibly, and spacetime itself seems to have become a canvas being kneaded at will. A terrifying pressure descended. It is neither an energy shock nor a mental oppression, but a more fundamental sense of erasure originating from the level of existence. It was as if, under the gaze of that eye, everything lost its meaning and was about to spontaneously return to nothingness. Activate the barrier of free will. Lu Yanran's voice rang out in the bridge of the departure ship, decisive and calm, instantly dispelling the pervasive despair. She stood in the commander's position, staring at the giant dark eye on the main screen that occupied the entire field of vision, without flinching in the slightest. Command confirmed. Free will barrier activated. As Kai gave the order, the planetary network that spanned the entire star system and the flagship departure simultaneously burst forth with brilliant light. A colorful light curtain, woven from countless streams of information, rapidly expanded outward from the departure as its center. Within the light screen, silhouettes of countless civilizations flickered, images of Federation humans piloting spaceships to explore the stars, scenes of the Utopia civilization building an information network, children running and laughing on the grass, and lovers making vows under the starry sky. That is the light formed by the convergence of the free will of countless individuals. The barrier instantly enveloped the entire star system, shutting out the all-consuming darkness. The seven-colored light and the endless darkness formed the most striking contrast. However, something completely unexpected happened. That giant dark eye, the terrifying entity known as the Void One, did not launch any physical attack on the barrier. There was no impact in the darkness, and no collision of energies. It simply watched silently. The next second, an invisible force pierced through the barrier constructed by dimensional technology and information energy, directly descending into the minds of every living being within the barrier. Give up. Struggling is pointless. Everything you cherish is nothing but a fleeting illusion. Only by embracing nothingness can one find eternal peace. This thought is not a forceful command, but a gentle, persuasive whisper. It does not attack your mind, but rather evokes the deepest weariness and weakness within you. What it seeks to dismantle is not the barrier itself, but the very foundation upon which the barrier is built: free will. This is bad. Dr. Albert immediately realized the problem. It's infiltrating at the conceptual level. It wants to make this civilization willingly give up its resistance. Chaos began to emerge on the planet Utopia. Some people put down their work, stared blankly at the sky, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. Some people began to question the meaning of their existence, believing that all their efforts would eventually return to dust. Even some of the less determined crew members on the departure began to waver. Negative emotions spread like a plague. The seven-colored light of the barrier of free will thus began to become unstable, flickering on and off. Lu Yanran's heart sank. This is what makes the nihilist so terrifying. It doesn't oppose you, but makes you its own worst enemy. At this critical moment, Yin Yan's voice rang out again, no longer the terrified scream of before, but a firm and clear declaration. No. Our existence is not an illusion. The little girl's body floated in the life support pod, her eyes closed, but her powerful mental energy transformed into an invisible giant net that instantly covered the entire star system. Joy, sorrow, love, and hope. Every choice, every heartbeat, is real. She connected her spirit with every individual in this utopia and every member of the Federation crew within this star system. Under her connection, the whispers of the nihilists in people's minds were shut out. Instead, it's about how we feel about each other. A father making toys for his child, his love is conveyed through connection. A scientist tackling a scientific challenge has inspired others with his dedication and focus. The grief and determination for revenge of a soldier who has just lost his comrades in battle resonate with everyone. Under Yin Yan's guidance, the free will of countless individuals is no longer a scattered point of light. They converge into rivers and surge into the sea. An unimaginably powerful spiritual torrent formed within the entire civilization. Now, Kai's eyes lit up. He had seized the opportunity. Pour this torrent into the barrier. Scientists immediately sprang into action, and the information energy technology was put into full operation to transform this torrent of spirit, which was purely composed of free will, into a controllable form of energy. Energy conversion complete. Injecting the barrier of free will. Buzz. The colorful barrier shone brightly, 1,000 times more dazzling than before. The silhouettes of those civilizations on the light screen became incredibly clear, as if they were about to step out of it. That torrent, which gathered the will of the entire civilization, surged outwards along the veins of the barrier, crashing hard against the consciousness of the Void Ones that had infiltrated it. A silent wail resounded in everyone's mind. It wasn't just simple pain, it was more like an incomprehensible confusion and rage. The infiltration of the nihilist's consciousness began to retreat step by step and collapse inch by inch in the face of this pure and infinitely possible torrent of free will. It cannot understand. Why are these tiny, short-lived lives able to unleash such immense power? Why do they prefer to embrace pain, sorrow, and death rather than choose eternal peace? In a fit of rage, the consciousness of the Void One began to shrink, ceasing its indiscriminate mental pollution and transforming into the darkest spike, piercing straight towards the source of that mental torrent, Yin Yan. It wants to devour this core that connects all wills. It's attacking Yin Yan. Lu Yanran reacted immediately. The battle on the spiritual level is ever-changing, but the struggle on the material level must not stop either. All fleets, target the materialized avatar of the Void One, open fire. Lu Yanran gave the order decisively. She knew very well that spirit and matter influence each other, and only by severely damaging its massive dark body could she truly weaken its spiritual power and buy time for Yin Yan. The Federation fleet, which spans the entire starry sky, and the planetary defense system of Utopia simultaneously aimed their cannons at the dark giant eye that stretches across the universe. Thousands upon thousands of beams of light, imbued with dimensional energy, ripped through the void and hurtled toward their target. Just then, a familiar and steady consciousness was silently transmitted into Lu Yanran's mind through Yi Nianyan's mental connection. That wasn't language, but a crystal clear instruction, a completely new concept. It's Yi Chen. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Yanran, using information energy technology, reversed, compressed, and converged the torrent of free will into a single point. Do not defend, do not disperse. Use the will of a civilization to create a ray of light. A ray of light of creation. Shoot it toward its core. This idea is so bold it's almost insane. But Lu Yanran did not hesitate at all. That was Yi Chen's guidance. Kai. Dr. Albert. Lu Yanran immediately shouted in the command channel, "Stop energy injection, change the program. Reverse the compression of the free will torrent, target, the consciousness core of the Void One." What? Kay and Dr. Albert were both stunned. That's tantamount to abandoning the energy boost of the barrier and turning the will of the entire civilization into a one-time attack. Execute the order. Lu Yanran's command left no room for doubt. Clear. Scientists acted immediately, and countless lines of code flowed from their fingertips. The massive torrent of free will ceased its outward surge and began to contract inward at an alarming rate, converging entirely at the bow of the departure. The barrier's light dimmed again, but no one paid any attention. All eyes were focused on the front of the departure. There, a point of light brighter than a star is forming. It was no longer colorful, but a pure, warm, white light that seemed to nurture everything. No. No. The consciousness of the nihilists emitted an unprecedented fear. From that light, it sensed the only thing it could neither devour nor comprehend: the authority of creation and birth. It tried to escape, but it was too late. Emission. Following Lu Yanran's command, the light of creation, which gathered all the hopes and will of a civilization, tore through the darkness and shot towards the dark core deep within that enormous eye at a speed beyond comprehension. Where the light reaches, darkness melts away. The indescribably vast entity of the Void One began to collapse and disintegrate under the purification of the light of creation. Countless fragments of information that it had devoured and assimilated escaped from its body. Those fragments were supposed to be meaningless gibberish. But under the illumination of the light of creation, they were reawakened. 1 point, 2 points. Billions of faint lights shone from the collapsing darkness. Each point of light represents the last echo of a vanished civilization. No longer imprisoned, they began to follow the guidance of the unseen, emitting joyful hums, and returned to their respective long-dead parallel universes. Chapter 126: The End of the Void, Peace in the Multiverse. The universe fell silent. The light of creation that tore through the eternal darkness gradually faded and eventually dissipated into the void. But its impact is only just beginning. The immeasurably massive body of the Void One completely disintegrated. It was no longer a cohesive darkness, but transformed into the purest and most primal information particles, drifting aimlessly. In those scattered points of light, countless remnants of imprisoned and assimilated civilizations gained true freedom. They are like children who have been lost for a long time, and under the guidance of the afterglow of the light of creation, they have found their way back to their respective parallel universes. The entire multiverse seemed to resonate with joy at this moment. The planetary defense system of Utopia slowly shut down, and the guns of the Federation fleet lowered. Everyone watched silently as this miraculous scene unfolded, as those lost civilizations were reborn. We succeeded? Kai's voice rang out in the command channel, trembling with disbelief. It's a success. Lu Yanran's answer was soft, but incredibly firm. She stood on the bridge of the departure, gazing through the porthole at the starry sky that had regained its order. The joy of victory did not completely overwhelm her. A deeper, more complex emotion was surging within her. Yi Chen's idea saved everyone. But after transmitting its final instructions, that consciousness fell silent once more, merging into the omnipresent laws of the universe. Commander Lu Yanran, a solemn and resounding voice rang out in the public channel, interrupting her thoughts. It was the Supreme Speaker of the Multiverse Federation Council. On behalf of all Federation members, I extend my highest respect to you and to the Utopia civilization. Immediately afterwards, representatives from different civilizations connected to the channel via remote communication. Thank you for your sacrifices and wisdom. It is you who have protected the peace of the multiverse. The information energy technology of Utopia is a treasure of the multiverse. Praises poured in. Lu Yanran took a deep breath, walked to the command platform, and faced all the Federation members. Ladies and gentlemen, the threat of the Void Ones has been averted. But this crisis has also shown us that any civilization alone is vulnerable when facing a catastrophe of this level. Her voice traveled through the communication system to every corner of the Federation. Therefore, on behalf of the Utopia civilization, I hereby announce that we will share all the data of the information energy technology with the Multiverse Federation free of charge.
This decision plunged the entire federal parliament into silence. Sharing the core technologies of a civilization?
This is unprecedented in the history of the Federation. Dr. Albert gasped in surprise on the research channel, but then a relieved smile spread across his face.
This was indeed a decision Lu Yenran would make.
We hope this can be a new beginning, Lu Yenran continued, a beginning of all civilizations uniting as one to protect our home.
From today onwards, Utopia will officially join the Multiverse Federation and fulfill our responsibilities and obligations. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted. Messenger of Peace. It is unclear which civilization's representative first coined this term. Messenger of Peace. Messenger of Peace. This honorific title was quickly recognized by all civilizations.
It was not only a praise for Lu Yenran's leadership, but also the highest respect for the selfless dedication of the Utopian civilization.
Lu Yenran did not revel in this glory. She turned around and looked at Yin Yan beside her.
The little girl was hovering quietly in mid-air with her eyes closed, surrounded by a faint halo of 7 colors. Her connection with the entire multiverse, far from being severed after the final blow, had become even stronger and deeper. Her spirit seemed to have transformed into an invisible network, covering every parallel universe. She can hear the singing of stars, see the breathing of black holes, and even touch the flow of time. She is no longer merely a bridge connecting the U Federation, but has become a hub connecting all cosmic wills. Suddenly, Yin Yan's body trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and in those pure eyes, there was no longer the innocence of a child, but the reflection of the birth and death of billions of stars, containing an ancient and vast wisdom. She became the daughter of will in the multiverse.
Mother. Yin Yan spoke softly, her voice resounding directly in Lu Yenran's consciousness. Yan? Lu Yenran's heart tightened. Dad, he has something to say to you. Lu Yenran's breath hitched for a moment.
The next moment, a familiar, warm, and calming consciousness descended into her mind once again through Yin Yan's connection. It was not an instruction, not a concept, but a clear message.
Yenran, I'm still here. In another form, I am protecting you. But, this peace in this sea of stars is only temporary. Lu Yenran's heart sank. The nihilist is not the endpoint, it is merely a projection of a higher dimensional existence, a cleaner.
Beyond the multiverse, in a higher dimensional spacetime, there exists a true dimensional ruler. They are the real threat. Yi Chen's consciousness receded like the tide, leaving only this chilling warning. The joy of the victory they had just achieved was instantly replaced by an unprecedented amount of pressure.
Dimensional dominator? What kind of being would it be? Even the nihilists are merely projections of them?
Lu Yenran turned around and looked out the porthole at the universe that had just regained peace. She understood that the battle was far from over.
Dr. Albert.
She immediately switched to the internal channel.
Yes, Commander. Immediately establish a top-level war preparedness committee. Lu Yenran's order was clear and calm.
Our mission is far from over.
Prepare for war? The enemy is? Kai was somewhat confused. An existence we cannot currently comprehend. Lu Yenran didn't elaborate further. We need to be fully prepared.
Integrate the technologies of all civilizations and develop new weapons and defense systems capable of countering attacks from higher dimensions.
Clear.
Despite their doubts, Kay and Dr. Albert immediately began carrying out the orders.
They had absolute trust in Lu Yenran.
The celebrations of the Multiverse Federation are still ongoing, but inside the departure, a state of high alert has quietly been entered.
Just then, Yin Yan spoke again.
Mom, I can feel them. Lu Yenran immediately turned her attention back to her daughter.
How does it feel?
Very distant, very blurry, like a pulse. Yin Yan struggled to organize her thoughts, an energy fluctuation that doesn't belong to our universe's dimension.
They are watching us. Warning.
Yin Yan's ability allows her to directly sense the energy fluctuations of the dimensional ruler. This is undoubtedly the most crucial source of intelligence in preparation for war. Nian Nian, can you pinpoint their direction? No, they are everywhere, yet nowhere to be found. Yi Nian Nian shook her head. But I can discern the changes in the strength of their energy. If they make any unusual movements, I can detect them immediately. That's enough. At the same time, Dr. Albert's communication request suddenly came in, his voice tinged with urgency and shock. Commander! Major discovery. Explain. While analyzing the information remnants left behind after the Void Ones vanished, we discovered some encrypted fragments. These fragments do not belong to any of the civilizations it devoured. Dr. Albert displayed the analyzed data on the screen in front of Lu Yenran. It was a constantly changing star map, and a recurring word that could not be translated into existing languages. Based on our initial deciphering, this word points to a specific place, a coordinate that transcends our cognitive dimensions. The doctor paused, then uttered the name that sent shivers down his spine. It is called the Abyss of Nothingness. Standing on the bridge of the departure, Lu Yenran shifted her gaze from the abyss of nothingness on the screen to the seemingly calm and vast universe outside the window. Human civilization, the Multiverse Federation, has just defeated an almost invincible enemy, but in the instant of victory, it learns an even more despairing truth. Their journey has only just begun. She slowly raised her hand and gently touched the cold porthole. Against the deep cosmic backdrop, a faint, almost undetectable dark red dot of light flashed by. Chapter 127: The Abyss of Nothingness, the Domain of the Dimensional Ruler. The nihilist is dead. Or rather, in a way that humans can understand, it has ended. When the light of creation that tore through the universe pierced its core, the giant dark eye that symbolized ultimate nothingness began its irreversible collapse. The darkness is dissolving, and what was denied is returning. Lu Yenran stood on the bridge of the departure ship, quietly watching this scene, which could be described as a cosmic miracle, through the huge porthole. The afterglow of the light of creation still shines. It has not dissipated but has transformed into a warm ocean of light, gently cleansing this space that was once completely eroded by darkness. Those eerie points of light, representing countless vanished civilizations, that emanated from the bodies of the Void Ones leaped joyfully in the sea of light, like children who had found their home. One by one, they followed that ineffable dimensional trajectory, returning to their respective cosmic coordinates. With each disappearance of a point of light, the void brightens a little more. Success? Kai's voice rang out in the command channel, carrying a sense of relief and disbelief. No one can answer this question immediately. The victory was so grand, yet so unreal. Dr. Albert analyzed the energy residue of the Void Ones. Lu Yenran broke the silence first, her command calm and clear. Analyzing? Good heavens! Dr. Albert's exclamation followed immediately. The void's negative entropy structure has completely collapsed, and its devouring power is dissipating. We won! We really won! Cheers erupted instantly in every corner of the Federation fleet. The tension and fear that had been suppressed for so long transformed into pure joy at this moment. People embraced their comrades, tears streaming down their faces, and shouted loudly. They fought against a godlike being and emerged victorious. However, Lu Yenran did not join in the cheering. Her heart was still in suspense. After transmitting the concept of the light of creation, Yi Chen's consciousness once again fell silent and remained unmoved. And there's still remembrance. How is Nian Nian? Lu Yenran asked the medical team anxiously. Commander, Yi Nian Nian's vital signs are stable, but her mental fluctuations are extremely weak, almost undetectable by the instruments. This answer made Lu Yenran's heart sink. She knew that confronting the spirit of the nihilists would be devastating to her mental well-being. Just then, an unexpected alarm pierced the joy of victory. Warning! High-intensity spatial distortion detected. Coordinates at the location where the Void One's core collapsed. What's that? Kai immediately switched the home screen. In the center of that sea of light, where the core of the Void One was originally located, a deep singularity that seemed capable of devouring all light was forming. It was small, yet it exuded an aura that was more ancient and chaotic than the nothingness itself. It's not the residual energy of the void beings. Dr. Albert practically roared out his analysis. It's a completely new dimensional structure. It's tearing reality apart. A true abyss is opening. The singularity began to rotate, pulling at the surrounding space and light, forming a huge vortex. It is not devouring, but repelling. It is stripping this space, purified by the light of creation, from the reality of the multiverse, plunging it into a deeper, more incomprehensible dimension. It's creating an abyss of nothingness.
Lu Yanran understood instantly.
The death of the nihilists is not the end, but the beginning of a new and more dangerous unknown.
The Federation fleet immediately attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The powerful gravitational pull of space held each warship firmly in place, irresistibly dragging them toward the spinning vortex. All engines overload. Maximum power output. Lu Yanran's commands sounded somewhat powerless amidst the massive spatial distortion alarm.
The warship was trembling violently, its metal structure groaning under the strain.
No! Our engines can't withstand this level of spatial tension. Commander, we're being dragged in.
Lu Yanran gripped the command platform tightly. She knew they were about to fall into a terrifying realm where even the Void Ones were merely their gatekeepers. At this moment of despair, the girl who had been unconscious in the medical pod where Yin Yan was suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were no longer pure black, but had become the same as Yi Chen's, flowing with golden data. A peaceful, neutral consciousness, yet imbued with boundless wisdom, connected with Lu Yanran through her.
Do not resist. It's Yi Chen. Lu Yanran's heart started pounding again. Yi Chen? How are you? I'm all right. Trust me, Yanran.
Yi Chen's consciousness was clear and stable.
Tell the fleet to give up resistance and go in with the gravity.
This instruction is even more outrageous than the previous light of creation concept.
What did you say? Lu Yanran almost thought she had misheard. The abyss of nothingness is the insurance mechanism of the multiverse and the origin of everything.
Yi Chen's consciousness transmitted a vast flow of information. The depths of the nothings merely opened the door.
We must enter to find the true dimensional ruler. Dimensional dominator?
Lu Yanran repeated this unfamiliar term. An existence older than the nothingness is the true core of this dimension.
Lu Yanran made her decision in just 0.1 seconds. All fleet, shut down engines and surrender. Commander? Kay and all the captains were shocked. Execute the command.
The massive Federation fleet, along with the planetary fortress Utopia, surrendered in their final struggle before everyone's eyes. They were like fallen leaves, slowly swallowed up by that deep vortex. A feeling of weightlessness, a sense of dimensional disorientation, a sense of separation from time and space. When all their senses returned, they found themselves in a place that could not be described in words. There is no up, down, left, or right here, no stars, no light, and no darkness. There is only pure nothingness. All matter and energy are being decomposed at a slow but irreversible rate, returning to their most primitive information state.
Where are we? Report, all long-range detection equipment has failed. Our connection with the outside world has been severed. The laws of physics here are completely different. Our energy shield is being disintegrated. Panic began to spread.
This is the abyss of nothingness.
Yin Yan's mental connection ability was suppressed like never before here. She could only barely maintain a one-way connection with Lu Yanran. I can sense an unimaginably vast consciousness. Yin Yan's voice trembled slightly in Lu Yanran's mind. It seems to be asleep. Lu Yanran's heart was in her throat. Is this what Yi Chen meant by dimensional dominator?
Just then, an exploration ship tasked with scouting ahead sent back an astonishing discovery.
Commander! We found something.
On the main screen, a huge wreckage appeared, floating in nothingness. They were architectural fragments of unidentifiable material, covered with mottled marks eroded by void energy. They do not belong to the Federation, nor to any known civilization.
Dispatch drones to collect information. Lu Yanran ordered. Soon, some fragmented and disjointed information was deciphered.
That wasn't writing, but an ancient legend inscribed in the structure of matter. Legend has it that at the dawn of the multiverse, there was a great being responsible for maintaining order across all dimensions. It was known as the Guardian of Order. But as time passed, in order to combat the ever-growing chaos, it began to devour negative concepts, and was eventually transformed into nothingness, becoming the dimensional ruler that sleeps in this abyss.
As Lu Yanran looked at the report, a bold idea formed in her mind. This so-called dimensional ruler is not inherently evil.
It was once a guardian. Dr. Albert, Lu Yanran connected with the research team, analyzed the energy traces of these remains immediately.
I need to know the source of the dimensional ruler's power. Since it was once the guardian of order, there must be a way to awaken it. Clear. The research team immediately threw themselves into the intense work. Lu Yanran's gaze, however, once again turned to that unfathomable void. She knew that a battle even more difficult and crucial than the fight against the Void Ones was about to begin. They couldn't let this former guardian continue to sink into depravity. It must be awakened. Just as the Federal High Command was urgently formulating a battle plan, a violent fluctuation suddenly came through Yin Yan's mental connection. It's awakening. It has noticed us. The entire abyss of nothingness seemed to tremble slightly at the sound of the alarm. The ancient being that had slumbered for countless eons slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 128 The Core of Order, The Awakening of the Dimensional Ruler. Chapter 128 The Core of Order, The Awakening of the Dimensional Ruler. That alarm sounded like a star being cast into an abyss of absolute silence. It's awakening. It has noticed us. Yin Yan's mental communication was no longer a whisper, but a sharp shout, piercing deep into Lu Yanran's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, the entire abyss of nothingness came to life. The slow, irreversible disintegration that had been present before had now transformed into a raging, all-consuming tide. A terrifying pressure, immeasurable by any physical unit, arose from every corner of nothingness, crushing towards the Federation fleet. That was neither energy nor matter, but pure consciousness. A colossal consciousness composed of pure void energy opened its eyes from a dream that had slumbered for countless epochs. Boom! On the flagship's main screen, all data streams instantly turned into gibberish before going completely black. Inside the bridge, piercing alarms blared incessantly, and red lights flashed wildly, illuminating every horrified face in a blood-red hue. Mental shock. It's a mental shock. Ah! A young commando was the first to succumb. He screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. This is just the beginning. One by one, team members were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, falling unconscious on the spot. Even more terrifying, some team members with weaker wills began to have their bodies become transparent, as if they were about to be completely erased by this nothingness, their consciousness being eroded by the energy of nothingness and slowly dissipating. Hold on. Activate the highest level of mental protection. Lu Yanran ordered sharply, but cold sweat was also seeping from her forehead. The mental shock was so immense that the Federation's mental protective field was like a paper lantern, teetering precariously in the storm. Amidst this chaos, Yin Yan remained unusually quiet. She stood in the center of the bridge, her eyes closed, her body trembling slightly. The mental torrent that was powerful enough to extinguish the consciousness of a starship warrior washed over every inch of her mental realm, yet strangely, it did not destroy her. Instead, it seemed to be giving her an ultimate baptism. At this moment, her mental connection ability broke through its final shackles. I saw it. Yin Yan's consciousness was no longer confined to Lu Yanran's mind, but extended to a deeper and more ancient place. She saw the core of order of the dimensional ruler. It was a realm completely different from the surrounding void, a pure, stable spiritual space radiating a faint light. Hello. Yin Yan tried to send a friendly message. However, the ancient core of order did not respond immediately. Instead, breathtakingly magnificent images flooded into Yin Yan's consciousness. That was at the beginning of the multiverse. There was no life, no matter, only endless chaos and disorder. The nascent forms of various dimensions collided, annihilated, and were reborn without any rhyme or reason. Storms of energy tore everything apart. Nothing could last long. Then, a consciousness was born. It has no form, no name. Its sole mission is to establish order within this chaos. It is the guardian of order. It guides energy, stabilizes dimensions, creates rules. It watched the first star light up, watched the first life sprout, and watched the sparks of civilization ignite in various universes. But the chaos did not disappear. It transformed into negative concepts, like the shadows of the universe, constantly proliferating and attempting to drag everything back to its initial state of disorder. To combat these, the Guardians began to devour these negative concepts. Hatred, jealousy, destruction, despair. It locked this chaos deep within its consciousness. But it underestimated the power of nothingness. These negative concepts eventually mutated, eroding its essence and transforming it from a guardian of order into a dimensional ruler slumbering in the abyss. The scene ends. A cold and rational thought resounded in Yin Yan's consciousness. Chaos is the increase of entropy in the universe. Disorder is the ultimate fate. Only absolute nothingness can bring about eternal order. I am the ultimate order. Yi Nian was startled. I see. It is not inherently evil, its logic is that it went from one extreme of upholding order to another. In its view, as long as all matter and energy are reduced to nothingness, there will be no more chaos. This is a twisted, chilling order. No. Yi Nian retorted, life, civilization, love, these are the true order. They may bring chaos, but they are themselves the greatest miracles of the universe. Miracle is also a variant of chaos. The idea of the core of order remained undisturbed. Lu Yanran was anxiously watching Yi Nian's condition. Through the weak connection between the two, she received these astonishing messages intermittently. The tragedy of dimensional dominance, its distorted logic. A decision quickly formed in her mind. We can't destroy it. Lu Yanran shouted into the communicator, her voice drowning out the piercing alarm. It used to be a guardian. We have to help it regain its consciousness. Commander, this is insane, a senior staff officer protested. It's destroying us. Execute the order. Lu Yanran's decision left no room for doubt. She immediately connected with the research team, Dr. Albert. How is it? From the other end of the channel came Dr. Albert's excited and urgent shout, success. Commander, we succeeded. The structure of those wreckage contained the purest information of order. We reverse-engineered its energy model and developed a technology that can purify void energy. We call it the light of order. Lu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. Can the technical data be transferred over? Yes. But this technology requires a massive energy source to activate, and it needs a guide that can precisely reach the core of the dimensional ruler. Bootloader? Lu Yanran looked at Yi Nian. In the entire Federation, no, in the entire universe, perhaps only Yi Nian at this moment could do this. Attention, all fleet. Lu Yanran immediately issued a new order. All non-combat personnel, evacuate to the rear. Titan-class and Leviathan-class warships form a support fleet, carrying the research team and the Light of Order prototype, and advance towards the core area. Our goal is not destruction, but awakening. We must help this former guardian return home. The order was given, and the massive Federation fleet began to reorganize. One after another, the most powerful giant warships, braving terrifying mental pressure, changed course and headed towards the deepest part of that void. On the flagship's bridge, Lu Yanran walked over to Yi Nian. Nian, can you hear me? The doctor and his team have developed Light of Order, which can help it. Can you send this light into its core? Yi Nian's body was still trembling, but she slowly nodded. I can. Soon, a massive and complex data stream was transmitted to Yi Nian's mental realm via the flagship's main server. That is the core technology of Order of Light. Yi Nian's mental power transformed into an invisible hand, grasped the data, and then, using herself as a bridge, forcefully injected it into the core of order that was confronting her. What are you doing? The consciousness of the core of order fluctuated for the first time. I'll help you, get home. Buzz. The moment the technical information of Light of Order was injected, the pure core of order suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light. This light is no longer the faint, lonely glow it once was. It began to emanate a powerful, vibrant energy of order, which fiercely confronted the endless nothingness that enveloped it. Outside, the tremors of the entire abyss of nothingness became even more intense. The enormous consciousness, composed of pure nothingness, seemed to be enduring unimaginable pain. Its form was twisting and struggling wildly, sometimes coalescing, sometimes disintegrating. But amidst this intense pain, a faint yet distinct aura seeped out from its core. That is, the energy of order. It is recovering. Just as everyone held their breath, hoping for a miracle, the newly born energy of order seemed to lose its momentum and began to weaken rapidly. The thoughts emanating from the core of order were filled with struggle and exhaustion. Not enough, the chaotic erosion has lasted too long. I cannot. Its resistance is being suppressed and swallowed up again by the endless nothingness. Chapter 129 The Light of Order, the Redemption of the Dimensional Overlord. Not enough. Lu Yanran's heart sank to the bottom. Doctor. Not enough energy. Has the prototype reached its output limit? She shouted urgently in the command channel, each word carrying an unquestionable sense of command. It's already 150% overloaded, Commander. Dr. Albert's voice was hoarse and anxious. If we increase the output any further, the prototype will explode.
The energy sources we carry are simply not enough to support such a massive purification demand. A sense of despair spread across the bridge. The glimmer of hope, just ignited, is about to be extinguished by the cruel reality. Just then, Yin Yanyan's faint but exceptionally firm will resounded once again through Lu Yanran's mental link. I can. Lu Yanran turned around abruptly and looked at the thin girl. Yin Yanyan's body trembled even more violently, her face was deathly pale, but at this moment, her spiritual power burned wildly in an unprecedented way. She is not merely acting as a bridge to transmit data, she is pouring her own spiritual essence into it without reservation. Yan. Stop. You'll die. Lu Yanran cried out in despair. No. Yin Yanyan's thoughts pierced through the panic and chaos, clearly reaching Lu Yanran and also the core of order that was being swallowed by nothingness. I can hear you. This thought was not directed at Lu Yanran. Buzz. The tremors of the entire abyss of nothingness paused eerily at that moment. The struggle of that unimaginably vast, ethereal consciousness also came to a halt. Yin Yanyan's mental link, in the extreme state of burning herself, actually broke through the final barrier and directly touched the original consciousness of order that was imprisoned in the deepest part of the dimensional ruler. It is no longer through the medium of the core of order, but a direct, soul-to-soul dialogue. Who are you? An ancient, weary, yet infinitely majestic consciousness awakens in Yin Yanyan's spiritual world. On the true form of the dimensional ruler, a dark body composed of pure void energy, specks of starlight began to appear. Those lights were extremely faint, but they were no longer simple energy reactions, rather, they were lights of order containing life and will. The final boss's transformation began thanks to Yin Yanyan's self-sacrifice. Someone who wants to help you get home, Yin Yanyan replied. Her spiritual power transformed into a beam of light, no longer forcibly injected, but gently guiding the energy transmitted from the prototype of light of order to repair the cracks on the core of order that had been eroded by nothingness. With her guidance, the dimensional ruler's sense of order seemed to find an outlet. A series of grand and tragic scenes flooded into Yin Yanyan's mind. That was at the beginning of its existence, serving as a balancing anchor point for the multiverse, maintaining order in countless worlds. That was its resolute determination to plunge into the ultimate virus of entropy increase, nothingness, after discovering it, and to try to completely purify it. The scene shifts rapidly, finally settling on an endless darkness. Its energy of order was exhausted, polluted, and assimilated in its struggle against nothingness for billions of years. Its consciousness was distorted, its protection turned into destruction, and its very existence became an endless torment. I don't want this to happen. The sense of order of the dimensional ruler conveyed the deepest sorrow and longing to Yin Yanyan. I sensed the order within you, the pure, newborn order. It did not resist, struggle, or show any hostility. It is crying for help. Help me, drive them away. I will return to protect them. This final boss, who once plunged the entire Federation fleet into dire straits, is now making the most humble request to a human girl. Yin Yanyan's heart was touched by this immense sorrow. She felt its pain, the despair of being betrayed by one's own power and imprisoned in an eternal cage. I promise you. Without the slightest hesitation, Yin Yanyan made her decision. She transformed her remaining spiritual essence into the purest energy and resolutely poured it into the core of order. This is no longer guidance, but sacrifice. Boom! The core of order burst forth with unprecedented brilliance, dazzling and spectacular. Yan. Lu Yanran's eyes widened in horror. She could feel Yin Yanyan's life force rapidly fading away. Full fleet. Maximum firepower. The target isn't the overlord itself, it's the void energy emanating from its surroundings. Clear out all that damned darkness. Lu Yanran's command trembled slightly, but she carried it out with unwavering resolve. She couldn't let Yanyan's sacrifice be in vain. The support fleet, composed of Titan-class and Leviathan-class warships, immediately aimed all its cannons at the void energy clusters in the abyss that had become unstable due to the fluctuations in the Overlord's consciousness. Beams of annihilation pierced the darkness, clearing away the remaining chaos. Meanwhile, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted on the research ship where Dr. Albert was located. Commander! A miracle! This is a miracle of the universe. The doctor's voice trembled with excitement. We've captured a portion of the void energy neutralized by the light of order. My God! Its structure is stable. It can be converted. Commander, we can convert the void into pure energy. We've found infinite energy.
This technology will completely change the future of the multiverse. However, Lu Yanran had no time to dwell on this achievement that was worthy of being recorded in history. Her entire being was focused on the girl who was burning herself out. With the combined efforts of Yin Yin and the Federation fleet, a miracle is taking place. The colossal, ethereal form of the dimensional ruler is being replaced by purifying, ordered energy at a visible rate. Darkness recedes, and light is reborn. A magnificent figure, composed of pure runes of order and radiating a soft glow, began to appear in the void. It succeeded. It went home. Thank you, newborn, daughter of order. The first thought of the dimensional ruler after his recovery was filled with gratitude and respect. It stretched out a giant hand made of light, trying to touch Yin Yin Yin. But Yin Yin Yin's body could no longer support her and she slowly fell backward. Her mental energy was completely exhausted. Just as her consciousness was about to plunge into endless darkness, a familiar and warm consciousness emerged from the depths of her spiritual realm, gently enveloping her withered soul. It was the imprint of consciousness left by Yi Chen. Yanran, don't be afraid. Yi Chen's consciousness transmitted his final message to Lu Yanran through Yin Yin Yin, who was about to fall into a deep sleep. Yin Yin is merely asleep. Her spiritual essence touched the very nature of order during this sacrifice, and her slumber is for a greater rebirth. When she awakens, she will become the true daughter of order. As soon as she finished speaking, Yin 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 fell into a deep sleep, but she exuded a sacred and pure aura of order that was the same as that of the dimensional ruler. Lu Yanran rushed over, hugged her daughter's soft body tightly, and tears streamed down her face. The dimensional ruler restored its orderly body, kept its promise, and established an equal alliance with the Federation of the Multiverse. With its help, the Federation fleet began a thorough purification and transformation of the entire abyss of nothingness. The remaining void energy is continuously converted into the energy needed by the Federation by the void converter. This forbidden zone, which once represented ultimate destruction, is transforming into a brand new center of order, an energy source that provides infinite power to the entire multiverse. Everything is moving in a positive direction. Lu Yanran stood on the bridge of the Ark of Genesis, holding her sleeping daughter in her arms. Outside the window, the universe was being illuminated by the light of order. She knew that the war was over and a new era was about to begin. Human civilization and the Multiverse Federation will move towards a more distant future under the protection of order. However, at that very moment, the dimensional ruler, having regained its original form, resounded in Lu Yanran's mind with its grand and solemn intent. A new threat has emerged. Lu Yanran suddenly looked up. During the long years I was consumed by nothingness, I sensed its existence. The dimensional ruler, with its body composed of ordered light, points beyond the multiverse to a deeper, more indescribable unknown darkness. A being that feeds on order. Chapter 130 The Center of Order, the Administrator of the Multiverse. Failure. Is it going to fail? Lu Yanran's heart sank to the bottom. Doctor, she shouted into the communicator, insufficient energy. Light of order cannot complete the purification. How could this happen? Dr. Albert's voice was also filled with anxiety. The prototype's energy output has reached its theoretical limit. Unless we can find a much larger energy source. An even larger energy source? In this forbidden zone of the universe swallowed by nothingness, where could there be a larger energy source than the Federation fleet? Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, in Yin Yin Yin's mental realm, the wearied core of order once again sent out intermittent thoughts. Energy. I need the energy of order. Federation, your center, is that all right? The center of the Federation? Yin Yin Yin's mental energy quickly captured this crucial information and transmitted it to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening. It refers to the center of order. That supreme authority and research center, established by the Federation on the edge of the abyss of nothingness. There, not only are the most advanced technologies in the entire Federation gathered, but more importantly, there is the void converter that Dr. Albert's team has just completed. That's an incredible technology that can transform nothingness energy into usable energy. Dr. Albert. Lu Yanran's voice was distorted with excitement. Immediately activate all the energy reserves of the Order Center. Directly transmit the energy here via the hyperspace beacon. What? Dr. Albert on the other end of the communication line was stunned by this insane plan. Commander, this is too risky. The Order Center is our only foothold in the abyss of nothingness. Draining its energy, what if?
There is no room for what ifs. Lu Yenran interrupted him decisively. We have no choice. Follow orders. Yes, Commander. As the order was given, the colossal center of order, located at the edge of the abyss of nothingness and a repository of countless civilizations' wisdom, began to roar like never before. The highest authority of this multiverse federation has now become an unprecedentedly massive engine. Under Dr. Albert's personal operation, the void converter was running at overload, frantically devouring the surrounding void energy and converting it into the purest form of ordered energy. Immediately afterwards, an unimaginably thick beam of energy shot up from the top of the center of order, precisely tearing through space, traversing endless distances, and directly pouring into the battlefield where the Titan-class fleet was located. Boom! A massive torrent of energy, through the flagship's amplification matrix and then through Yin Yan's spiritual bridge, continuously flowed into the weakening core of order. Ah! The core of order let out a satisfied yet painful groan. With the support of this enormous energy, the newly born light of order became dazzling once again and began to expand at an unprecedented speed. Wherever the light reached, the distorted nothingness was smoothed out, and the chaotic consciousness was purified. The enormous void consciousness let out its final wail. Under the illumination of the light of order, its body began to dissolve inch by inch, decomposing into the most primitive flow of information. Part of it returned to silence, while the other part was absorbed and transformed by the core of order. This was a long and thrilling process. The Federation fleet hovered silently in place, and everyone held their breath, witnessing this cosmic-level purification and rebirth. After an unknown amount of time, when the last trace of ethereal energy was completely purified, the rage and chaos in the deepest part of the abyss of nothingness finally subsided. That chilling darkness vanished. Instead, there was a huge sphere radiating a soft, warm light. It is the original form of the dimensional ruler after it regained its sense of order. An energy life form composed purely of ordered information. Thank you. A gentle, neutral thought resonated in everyone's mind. It was no longer the chaotic, frantic babbling of before, but was filled with wisdom and peace. Lu Yenran let out a long sigh of relief, her tense body finally relaxing. She stepped forward and, through Yin Yan's mental connection, sent greetings to this reborn guardian. Welcome back, Guardian. Guardian, a long-forgotten title. A hint of melancholy lingered in its thoughts. I am no longer the dimensional ruler of the past. The erosion of endless years has stripped me of most of my power and memories. Now, I am merely a remnant of order. This result surprised Lu Yenran. She had assumed that once restored, the Overlord would once again wield power over the multiverse. The future of the multiverse is in your hands. The consciousness of order continues to convey its message. The center of order you have established is a good start. It is more dynamic and more in line with the ever-evolving nature of order itself than my past methods of rule. I have a suggestion. Please speak, Lu Yenran replied respectfully. Let me become a part of your center of order. This proposal once again shocked everyone present. How could a former cosmic deity be willing to integrate himself into a system established by mortals? My power is nearly exhausted, but my essence can become the most stable core of the center of order, the order consciousness explained. I can help you stabilize the abyss of nothingness, analyze the essence of nothingness, and even become the Federation's last line of defense. I will become your unseen guardian, only revealing myself when the multiverse faces a major crisis. These words completely dispelled the last trace of concern in Lu Yenran's heart. This is undoubtedly the best outcome. A dimensional ruler who is willing to cooperate rather than rule is an invaluable asset to the Multiverse Federation. We represent the Multiverse Federation, accept your proposal, Lu Yenran replied solemnly. Very good. As soon as the words were spoken, the enormous sphere of light began to move slowly. Instead of returning to the center of the universe, it flew towards the rear of the Federation fleet, in the direction of the center of order. Its power will be fully integrated into that building that symbolizes the new era of order, becoming the Federation's strongest backing. The crisis seemed to have been averted. The Federation fleet began its return voyage, and Yin Yan also broke free from the long-term mental connection and fell into a deep sleep. Her spirit was tempered and sublimated like never before in this confrontation and connection. When she awakens again, the entire multiverse will present a completely new appearance in her perception. Several months later. The edge of the abyss of nothingness, once a forbidden zone in the universe, has now become the most prosperous center of the multiverse. The magnificent center of order floats here, with countless spaceships from different civilizations shuttling back and forth. This place became the highest authority and research center of the Federation, where representatives of all known civilizations gathered to jointly manage this unprecedentedly vast alliance under Lu Yenran's leadership. With the help of the Order Core, the embodiment of the dimensional ruler, Dr. Albert's research team has perfectly upgraded that nothingness converter technology. The void energy is no longer a threat, but has instead become an inexhaustible source of energy for the Federation. With ample energy support, the Multiverse Federation embarked on a magnificent age of great exploration. Fleets of exploration set off from the center of order and sailed towards parallel universes that no one had ever set foot in before. Countless new civilizations and new life forms are being discovered, and the map of the multiverse is expanding at an unprecedented rate. Standing on the observation deck at the top of the Order Center, Lu Yenran looked down at the thriving scene below, her heart filled with emotion. However, beneath this peace and prosperity, new shadows are quietly brewing. Your Excellency, the 7th Exploration Fleet has sent an urgent report. An adjutant hurried over, his expression grave. In a parallel universe designated E734, they encountered a creature unlike any they had ever seen before. The adjutant projected a video file into the air. The scene depicts a desolate universe, with all the planets exhibiting an eerie, bleak gray hue. Above those ruins, monsters made of pure dark energy were wandering aimlessly. They have no fixed form, their bodies are constantly twisting and changing, and wherever they go, even space itself is eroded and assimilated. These creatures have been named void creatures by the fleet. The adjutant's voice was somewhat hoarse. They seem to be life forms completely mutated by void energy, full of aggression, and our shields are very ineffective against them. Looking at the screen, Lu Yenran felt a strong sense of unease. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar thought suddenly resounded deep within her mind. That wasn't Yin Yin Yin, nor was it a sense of order. That's Yi Chen. It was a trace of her husband's consciousness remaining in Yin Yin Yin's mental realm. Yenran, be careful. Yi Chen's consciousness transmitted a fragmented but crucial message to Yin Yin Yin, who was in a deep sleep. The peace of the multiverse is temporary. These ethereal beings are scouts of the source of nothingness. They are searching for the source of chaos beyond the multiverse. The message ends here. Lu Yenran was struck dumb, frozen in place. The source of nothingness? The source of chaos? These unfamiliar terms weighed on her heart like heavy mountains. She had thought that once the problem of dimensional dominance was solved, the multiverse would usher in eternal peace. But now it seems that it was just the prelude to an even bigger crisis. Lu Yenran slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the core outside that was formed from consciousness of order and emitted a soft light, and further away, at the countless parallel universes that were shimmering with light. The journey of human civilization, and indeed the entire Multiverse Federation, is far from over. New challenges are already looming on the horizon, their menacing glimpse is already visible.